Chapter 1 This lousy school is doomed to fail. Principal, wake up. A gentle and soft voice sounded in my ears. Lou Jean woke up suddenly. The dazzling sunlight poured in from the window, causing him to squint slightly. What came into view was a nearly perfect face. Her silver white hair fell beside her porcelain white cheeks, shining like pearls in the sunlight. Her eyes were like two crystal amethysts, clear and bright enough to make anyone who saw her forget to breathe. The petite figure and cute face perfectly interpret the meaning of lowly. The white-haired girl tilted her head slightly, the tuft of hair on her head swayed slightly, and her cherry-pink lips slightly opened. Principal, did you fall asleep while reviewing documents again? What is this place? This is Shanghai College of Higher Education, and you are the new president of this college. President of a university? Lou Jean frowned slightly and looked around subconsciously. This is a spacious office with a gold-plated plaque with the words Shanghai Higher Education College hanging on the wall. The bookshelves are filled with ancient books, and the desk is piled with documents. Outside the window, you can see students walking in groups of 3 or 4 on the college square, and there are several excavators parked in the distance. Aren't we a university? What the hell is an excavator? Lou Jean was stunned for a moment, and asked in astonishment, could it be that we are Lanshan Technical School? No. The white-haired little girl curled her lips and said calmly, these excavators are waiting to flatten our school. Ah? Lou Jean widened his eyes in surprise. Why are we bulldozing our school? Because he is kind? Yes, according to the current progress, our school will go bankrupt in less than 7 days. The white-haired little Lolita said with a smile. Lou Jean was stunned for a moment. His name is Lou Jean. He graduated from graduate school, but his major was so poor that he couldn't find a job. He sent out 200 resumes in a row, but all his responses were ignored. Then I got lucky when I went out in the physical sense. The last words I heard were, I thought it was a speed bump. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this unfamiliar office. I traveled through time? A large number of unfamiliar memories flooded into my mind. He, Lou Jean, 25 years old, is the new principal of Shanghai College. Cultivation level, 5 lines of Spirit King Realm. Current situation of the college, on the verge of bankruptcy, shortage of teachers, uneven quality of students. Principal? The white-haired girl waved her hand in front of his eyes, are you okay? Lou Jean calmed himself down and looked at her, what's your name? The white-haired little Lolita smiled slightly and said in a clear voice. Veer, your assistant principal. By the way. She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and smiled. I am a psychic AI, your intelligent assistant. Lou Jin's pupils shrank and his gaze unconsciously moved downwards. The white-haired girl was wearing a snow-gauze Lolita skirt. Under the skirt, her slender legs looked like ivory sculptures, like soft ice cream. She stood barefoot, her toes lightly tapping the ground, her ankles as white as jade faintly visible between the hem of her skirt, like an elf walking out of a fairy tale. Such a cute white-haired little loli is actually artificial intelligence? Looks pretty cute. I just don't know if it's realistic or not. Thinking of this, Lou Jean couldn't help but touch the other person's arm. It felt cold and delicate like porcelain, yet had the unique hardness of metal. You really are a robot? Lou Jean asked in surprise. Wire blinked, her pupils suddenly turning into the dark blue of data streams, but her voice remained sweet. It's a psychic AI to be exact, headmaster. Refined by the first principal, it has protected the academy for 100 years. She leaned forward slightly, her hair falling, with a faint scent of cedar. By the way. You have been touching me for 10.7 seconds. Is this workplace sexual harassment of robots? Sorry. Lou Jean let go of his hand and looked at the 2 little feet as white as snow, stepping on the floor innocently. Even though you're a robot, you can't go without shoes, right? It's such a waste of resources. Wire's face was calm. Chapter 3, Article 15 of the current law does not stipulate that mechanical creations must wear shoes. Lou Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked a soul-searching question, is there any law that requires robots to wear clothes? Wire shook her head, and her hair swayed slightly. Lou Jean slapped his thigh and said, then you don't have to wear clothes next time. Wire raised the corners of her lips slightly, not wearing clothes will cause abnormal heart rate in humans, especially you, the principal. Lou Jin's mouth twitched, isn't this robot a little too smart? Wire had already taken 2 steps back and resumed her formal smile. Mr. Principal, today's work arrangements are as follows. Teacher Zhang will come to resign this morning. This is the fifth teacher to come to resign this week. Please prepare in advance. She paused and added. By the way, there are only 500 spirit coins left in the college account, and the nursing school formation will be closed tomorrow due to arrears. Lu Jin's mouth twitched, as if he had entered sage mode, revealing a kind smile. Great, another welcome start to hell. Bang, bang. The office door was suddenly pushed open and cold wind rushed in. A man wearing glasses stood at the door, his eyes as dark as iron. From the original owner's memory, we know that his name is Zhang Xiao, and he is a teacher in the Department of Controlling Spirits. Principal, this is my resignation letter. The letter was slammed down on the table. Excuse me. He sneered. Your school is completely hopeless. Lu Jin raised his head and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Zhang, why are you in such a hurry? He forced a smile. Although the conditions of our college are average, the prospects are still. The voice stopped abruptly. Look at his surroundings. The office windows were leaking, 3 months' unpaid salary slips were piled on the table, and there were spider webs in the corners. How the hell does this look like a school? It's like a safe house from Left 4 Dead. I'm afraid any teacher with a little ambition would not stay here. Teacher Zhang, please reconsider it. I promise that Xinghai Academy will be able to revive soon. Lu Jin still tried to retain him. After all, he is the new principal. If he cannot even retain the teachers, he will soon be left alone. No need. Teacher Zhang sneered, there are only about 100 students in the whole school. Half of them are losers who got in through the back door, and the other half fight every day. I think even teaching 100 pigs is better than them. Lu Jin's eyelids twitched. He stared at the 4 resignation letters on his desk. I feel mixed emotions. The situation is desperate from the start, who can withstand it? After a moment of silence, Lu Jin suddenly looked up and said, Teacher Zhang, what if I give you a raise? Since talking doesn't work, he can only use his money ability. Teacher Zhang laughed, a raise? I'll be really grateful if you can pay me the 3 months' salary I owe you. Lu Jin. Principal Lu, it's not that I'm being ruthless. Teacher Zhang pointed in the direction of the playground, listen to this noise. Lu Jin walked to the window. I saw several students running out of the training building screaming, followed by a tall boy with flames all over his body, holding a half-broken spiritual power tester in his hand. Li Haonan, it's him again. Lu Jin's temples were throbbing. This troublemaker student in the elemental department class relied on his aunt being the head of the martial arts department and the original owner's secret crush, and he fought and brawled all day long and acted lawless. Teacher Zhang sighed, students like this won't last more than 3 days in Sengqiong Wugo High School. But here. He glanced meaningfully at the cracked school motto on the wall. Besides, 40% of the school board shares are still in the hands of the Jinhuan Group. After saying that, he turned and left, and before leaving he added another stab. By the way, I just saw that Teacher Li and Teacher Wang were also printing their resignation letters. We plan to report to Xiantian Academy. Take care. The corner of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. If you just left, why did you take 2 with you? After Teacher Zhang left, Lu Jin slumped in the peeling office chair, holding a thermos cup filled with wolfberries. Have some tea first to calm yourself down. According to the original owner's memory, it is now the year 2187 in the Blue Star calendar, and 100 years have passed since the psychic tide swept across the world. An educational hegemony with Psychic Academy as its core has been established around the world. The top colleges control ancient relics, underground spiritual veins and secret methods of cultivation, while fake schools like Xinghai College with no heritage can only pick up useless students that the wealthy families don't want. This 30 square meter principal's office is a microcosm of the current situation of Xinghai College. The ceiling is peeling off and the ceiling fan is shaky. And there is this miserable principal. Lu Jin sighed and looked at his intelligent assistant, Wei. She stood quietly in the corner, with short silver hair and a petite body wrapped in a mottled metal shell, with frayed wires faintly visible at the joints. Wei, help me check the current situation of the school. Yes, Mr. Principal. An emotionless voice sounded, and a holographic projection shot out from Wei's azure eyes. Current situation of Xinghai Higher Education College. Students on campus, 138 people. Teaching staff, 18 people originally, now only 9 people left. Annual budget, 500,000 spirit coins, only 1% of Sengqiong Wugo. Facility integrity rate, 37%. The most glaring is the following assessment warning from the Education Department. Ranked last for 3 consecutive years. If the city's supernatural ability assessment shows no improvement in 3 months, the school's qualification to operate will be revoked. This is too lame. Lu Jin couldn't help but complain, how many spiritual masters are there in our school? Wire maintained a professional smile and said, according to the latest data, there are 19 students in Shanghai Academy who have reached the spiritual master level, and the rest are in the spiritual apprentice level, in addition to 2 disabled students who were born with useless spiritual roots. What? Lu Jin's eyes widened, trying to digest the memories in his mind. Aren't schools in Xian country divided into 985, 211, etc.? According to this standard, our school is at best a private third-tier university? That's right, this is actually a parallel world to the real world. The levels of colleges and universities are exactly the same, but the content of teaching is completely different. Data correction. Wire interrupted calmly, Principal, Xuangua's colleges and universities are indeed divided into different levels. Shanghai College's positioning. The mechanical lowly paused for a moment, a blue light flashed in her eyes. It has been downgraded to a vocational college. Lu Jin's face darkened. Are you kidding me? How can we compare with those famous universities? Their students fly with swords, while our students ride shared bicycles? Is there any way to save us? Sorry, Wire 2.0 doesn't have the school counterattack function. Wire's body suddenly twitched as she said this. Battery low. Switching to power saving mode. She made a beep, beep soundtrack and moved towards the power strip like a zombie. She squatted in the corner and hugged her knees. The hair on her head glowed green. Starting charging, do not disturb. Lu Jin was speechless and slumped in his chair with no desire to live. Damn, it turns out that schools in this world are also divided into different levels. Looking at the ceiling, there is only one sentence in my mind. This is a crappy school, it's doomed. Bite. It is detected that the host is facing the crisis of college closure, and the strongest school rules system is activated. A cold electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. Lu Jin sat up straight abruptly. BYD, Tongzi, you're finally here? The purpose of this system, use the most bizarre school rules to cultivate the most powerful students. The host can change the fate of the college by issuing school rules, unlocking black technology, superpowers, and resource rewards. Reminder, the first school rule must be promulgated within 24 hours, otherwise the system will self-destruct and the host will be wiped out. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. School rules? I'm good at this. For example, no skipping classes, must wear school uniforms and so on. Warning, the more outrageous the school rules, the greater the reward. Start immediately? Lu Jin? Outrageous? How outrageous can it be? This school only accepts pretty girls? Or do all boys need to learn to sing, dance and rap? Or change the school song to Chicken, You Are So Beautiful? But will doing so violate the educational laws of this world? Lu Jin's eyes moved slightly, and a thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. The relevant provisions of the Xian country education law were quickly retrieved in his mind. Psychic High School has the right to make its own school rules, but it must meet 2 basic requirements. First, the school rules must be formulated with the sole purpose of improving academic standards. Second, they must pass the rationality review of the Education Bureau's teaching evaluation. In other words, as long as they can justify themselves and produce good results, even the most shocking school rules are nothing more than bold attempts at educational innovation. After understanding this, Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, and his worries were completely eliminated. This is a match made in heaven. Because Lu Jin's graduate major is exactly pedagogy. Whether it is rote learning or free-range learning. Even suffocation education, stick education. No one understands education better than him. And now, the job in front of me. With establishment, 5 insurances, and 1 fund. The position of principal also allows him to fully practice his educational philosophy. Isn't this exactly the professional match you've always dreamed of? Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and slammed the table. System, open. Chapter 2, the school beauty transfers to another school, and the game starts in hell difficulty. Ding. Host, please wait, the system is loading. As soon as the mechanical sound fell, a translucent light curtain unfolded before his eyes. Loading 99%. Hurry up, hurry up. Lu Jin rubbed his hands, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. The blue progress bar slowly crawled forward like a dying snail. Loading 99.9%. Loading 99.99%. Loading 99.999%. 60 minutes passed as Lu Jin looked at him expectantly. Boom! Are you kidding me? Lu Jin yelled, I'm not as slow as you when I download movies from the campus network. As if in response to his anger, the system finally popped up a new prompt. Host identification failed, system binding error, please try again. Lu Jin stared at the line of small words and suddenly calmed down. He slowly straightened the table, picked up the pen, considerately put the wolfberry tea back in its place, and a peaceful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, system, I'm super confused. What kind of broken system is this? Lu Jin really wanted to use a poem to praise it. The rising east sun, the evening glow of the blue sun, the melancholy of spring, the dancing of the zither. Knock, knock. Just as Lu Jin was waiting anxiously, there was a knock on the door. Lu Jin looked up and saw a girl with a ponytail standing at the door. She was wearing a washed-out school uniform with a student union armband on it. Come in, Xiaoyu. Lu Jin adjusted his tie and put on a serious expression again. Lin Xiaoyu, the president of the student union, is a poor student in the first class of the elemental department, one of the few students who still attends classes seriously, and is also an extremely talented second-line spiritual master. The element system is divided into ice, thunder, fire, earth, and gold. Lin Xiaoyu awakened a rare talent in thunder element. Not only is it thunder, but it's huge. When she trotted in, Lu Jin's eyes followed the duang-duang movement up and down. Hiss. This talent for the element of thunder is truly extraordinary, and it comes with a physical vibration effect? Headmaster? Ahem. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the aiming. Lu Jin coughed twice awkwardly and closed the system panel in front of him. Let this system load slowly. Just think of it as having a digital pet, a particularly useless one at that. Principal, the training room needs repairs again. Lin Xiaoyu handed over the documents respectfully. The glaring 6,000 spirit coins on the repair quotation made Lu Jin's eyes go dark. And she hesitated and pulled up another document. Senior Su submitted a transfer application. Lu Jin stood up suddenly and the chair fell to the ground with a clang. Where is she? In the auditorium. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled. The people from Sangqiang Wugo High School came directly to the school to pick her up. Su Xueji. The recognized school beauty of Xinghai College, a 5-pattern spiritual master, a genius with the gift of ice element, a down-and-out young lady from a wealthy family, and the only student in the whole school who can show off. If Su Xueji leaves, Xinghai College will lose its last fig leaf. Let's go and take a look. Lu Jin grabbed the suit jacket from the hanger and walked out of the office quickly. However, the system page is still loading. The dog system fails at the critical moment. If you had loaded it faster and given me a beginner's gift pack, would I be so passive? In the auditorium. When Lu Jin pushed open the door, he saw the most ironic scene since the founding of Xinghai Academy. On the podium that should have belonged to the principal, stood a man in a silver uniform, the sky badge on his chest shining brightly under the light. Su Xueji stood beside him in a JK miniskirt, standing still like a picture. The hem of the silver-white skirt just reached the middle of the thigh, perfectly setting off the pair of slender legs wrapped in pure white over the knee socks. The perfect leg curve reminds people of Tasaka Rin in Fate. It can be said that the legs are playing for years. The looming absolute territory made the onlookers hold their breath. The most eye-catching thing is her long ice blue hair that reaches her waist. She becomes the focus of the whole audience as soon as she appears. But Lu Jin knew in his heart that now was not the time to admire the modeling. Although the modeling accuracy was indeed high. Principal Lu. Su Xueji nodded slightly, with no emotion in her icy blue eyes. This is Director Li from the admissions office of Sangqiang Wugo High School. Principal Lu, I have long heard of your name. Director Li nodded perfunctorily, turned to the dozen or so students in the audience and said with a smile. Dear students from Xinghai, we at Sangqiang have set up a special poverty alleviation program this year. All students above the second level of the spiritual master realm can sign up. There was an immediate commotion in the audience. Lu Jin saw several students' eyes light up even though there were not many students at the second level of the spiritual master realm in Xinghai. Student Su is our key training target. Director Lee deliberately raised his voice. She will receive an ice marrow potion worth 100,000 spirit coins, and will enter the Spirit King realm within half a year. There were exclamations in the auditorium. Lu Jin clenched his fist. Xinghai's annual budget was only 500,000. Director Lee, who allowed you to come to our school to poach people? Lu Jin said with a gloomy face. Are you guys at Sangxiang Wugo High School like groundhogs? Are you poaching people from inside the school? The people from Sangxiang Wugo suddenly appeared here, obviously coming to cause trouble. If they were allowed to take away all the top students in the academy, wouldn't Xinghai be left with a bunch of misfits? Then what good would he be as the principal? Your school? Ha ha. Director Lee curled his lips in disdain, and his expression was as if he saw the Super Game console running Cyberpunk 2077. You have the nerve to call this shabby place a school when it's about to go bankrupt? I'm trying to find a way out for the students. What's wrong with that? Security. Lu Jin turned around and shouted, throw this guy out. When outsiders come to the academy to poach people, what's the difference between this and challenging the academy? Lu Jin was too lazy to talk nonsense and just closed the door and sent the guest away. Principal, the school security guard resigned a long time ago. Su Xueji opened her lips slightly. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. Last week, Uncle Wang said he found a more promising job working as a security guard in the neighborhood community, with daily wages. Su Xueji. Lu Jin suddenly shouted. Have you forgotten who took you in 3 years ago after you were abandoned by your family? How much resources our entire school has invested in you, and now you tell me you want to transfer to another school? 3 years ago, Su Xueji was certified as a loser in the family because her talent column was cleaner than her face. However, she was returned and kicked out of the family. Just when she was so poor that she was about to resort to live streaming to make a living, Xinghai College, a penniless school that relied on luck to recruit students, opened its warm arms to her. The main themes of this academy are poor but determined and powered by love. The instructors took turns to guide her, personally adjusted her training plan, and even used the only remaining ice marrow pill in the school. That pill was the academy's last reserve and a treasure that countless people coveted, but it was used on her without hesitation. Finally, on a cold night, Su Xueji successfully awakened the extreme ice spirit body, and her talent astonished everyone. Of course. Goose. Just as the ability assessment was approaching and Xinghai College was facing the crisis of bankruptcy, Su Xueji is actually going to transfer schools? The beautiful girl on the podium turned around gracefully. 6 blue-silver lines in the shape of icicles faintly appeared on the snow-white neck. The blue spiritual pattern is actually a 6-pattern spiritual master? School Beauty Su has made another breakthrough. Hiss. This upgrade speed, is it cheating? The pressure from the 6-pattern spiritual master caused the temperature in the entire auditorium to drop sharply. Principal Lu, I'm sorry. Su Xueji pursed her lips, her long ice blue hair hanging down on her shoulders. She turned her face away from Lu Jin. I'm very grateful to Xinghai for training me, but now I really have no choice. Director Lee folded his arms and sneered. Principal Lu, can favors be eaten? Can they help your students break through the Spirit King realm? Student Su doesn't need Xinghai Academy. Rather, a second-rate academy like Xinghai needs such students to improve its level. Lu Jin did not reply, but looked at the beautiful girl on the podium. Su Xueji, is this what you think too? Principal Lu. Su Xueji's voice was colder than ice flowers. You helped me, so I helped Xinghai win 5 city-level competition awards in the past 3 years. But last year, the most accomplished graduate from Xinghai Academy could only deliver takeout food at Are You Starving? And the worst graduate from Sengxiong could join the city guard. I've said it before, as long as you spend 500,000 spirit coins to buy me a 9 revolutions Linglong pill, I will definitely be able to break through the Spirit King realm, get into the top 10 in the next supernatural power assessment, and bring honor to the school. She took a deep breath, and a hint of helplessness appeared in her beautiful eyes. What's the result? You actually said limited budget. For a better future, I can only go to Sangxiongwu High School. I hope Principal Lu understands my difficulties. Understand? Lu Jin was so angry that he laughed. Don't you have any idea about the situation of our school? The total annual funding is only 500,000. I used it all to buy pills for you, and the rest of the students are going to practice in the empty wind? Director Lee sneered. Principal Lu, do gifted students have to use the same training resources as ordinary students? Isn't this a waste of the potential of their SSR cards? Lu Jin said in a deep voice, nonsense, education advocates fairness and justice. You are the admissions director, you are unworthy of being a teacher. Whatever you say, I won't argue with you. Director Li said disdainfully, our principal said that if Shanghai College goes bankrupt, you can come to our Sangxiang Wugo High School to be a teacher. Lu Jin laughed instead of getting angry when he heard this. Director Li, your principal has made a good calculation. It's a pity that not only will Shanghai not fall, but he will also chop up your Sangxiang signboard and use it as firewood at the college competition in 3 months. Director Li blushed as he heard this. What a big mouth. You are only at the level of 5 pattern Spirit King, which is just the level of an ordinary teacher in Sangxiang Wu High School. How dare you speak so arrogantly? His strength of the Spirit King realm and 8 patterns is superior to Lu Jin, and he is confident that he will defeat him if a fight really breaks out. It's just that the principal of Sangxiang Martial Arts High School asked him to recruit students, and he didn't want to act rashly. Forget it, Principal Lu. At this time, Su Shueji's red lips trembled and said, I have to leave Shanghai today no matter what. It's useless for you to say anything. Lu Jin's eyes turned to the beautiful girl on the stage, and his clear voice suddenly rang out. Su Shueji, you can leave, but you must return all the resources our school has invested in you. The tip of her slender eyebrows trembled slightly, and Su Shueji bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth. Principal Lu, those pills. I have digested them all, how can they come back? Lu Jin had a serious expression and shouted in a deep voice. Then start with what you can return. Every piece of clothing you're wearing was given to you for free by Shanghai College. If you're leaving today, leave all your clothes to me. Chapter 3, Humiliating the School Beauty, Shocking the Whole Audience. You. Su Shueji hurriedly pressed down the hem of her skirt, her pretty face flushed red. You are shameless. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something. Indeed, from the close-fitting panties to the shirt and jacket, and even the white stockings, all of them were the poverty allowances she applied for when she enrolled in school. Principal Lu, please stop being unreasonable. Director Li suddenly spoke up, pointing out the window, look at what your school looks like. If you don't know, you'd think it's a garbage dump. Through the torn stained glass window, you can see the training area. At the edge of the playground 3 rusty psychic stakes, 2 of which are wrapped with tape. Su Shueji opened her lips slightly and said through gritted teeth. Principal Lu, the city's supernatural power assessment will begin in 3 months. I just want to pursue a better ranking, what's wrong with me? He. Lu Jin sneered. Su Shueji, think about it carefully. If it weren't for Shanghai, would you have the opportunity to stand here today? Now that you have enjoyed all the resources, you just pat your butt and leave. What do you think of Shanghai? Alright, that's an old story. If you really want the clothes Su is wearing, I can just mail them back to you tomorrow. Director Li waved his hand impatiently and said disdainfully, people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Principal Lu, the principal of Sangxiang Martial Arts High School, asked me to tell you that it would be better for everyone if Shanghai, a rubbish academy, closed down early. After saying this, he smiled at Su Shueji and said, Student Su, Sanxiang's car has arrived. You should report to school first. Yeah. Su Shueji nodded slightly, shook her long ice blue hair, and walked out of the auditorium. Looking at the girl's ruthless back, Lu Jin took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. Ding-ling-ling. The shrill school bell rang. As the bell rang, the students who were watching the fun in the auditorium stood up one after another. The looks cast towards Lu Jin were varied. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and some had an expression of principle. Hold on, we support you spiritually. However, due to his status as the principal, no one dared to ridicule him to his face. They just whispered in groups of 3 or 4. Lu Jin's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. So what if there is no system? Su Shueji, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Su Shueji, did I let you go? Lu Jin's voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp blade that suddenly cut through the noisy air in the auditorium. Su Shueji paused. The whole audience was silent. Lu Jin knew clearly that many students from Shanghai College were sitting here at that moment. The humiliation just now was still burning on everyone's face, like an invisible slap in the face. Or the kind with ice attribute enchantment. It is a great shame for any college to have its best student apply for transfer. It's like your pet Hakimi, who suddenly jumps to the next door to eat leftovers and then turns around to give you a claw. Therefore, this matter cannot be let go like this. Now, all eyes were fixed on Lu Jin, and their gazes seemed to be asking, "Principal, do you want to kneel down and admit defeat, or stand up and finish this pretense?" Su Shueji stood at the door, her long, straight legs dazzling the eyes. But Lu Jin knew that this leg would become Sung Cheong Wu Gao's property from now on. Director Lee sneered, "Why, a second-rate school like that, and you still want to keep me?" Su Shueji turned around slowly, with frost in her icy eyes. "Principal Lu, I've already said it before. Helping Shanghai College win a few city-level awards is already my best effort. If you had given me 500,000 spirit coins before, I might have considered it. But now, it's too late to say anything. No, 500,000 spirit coins is nothing. I'll give you something better." Lu Jin looked at all the teachers and students, and his tone suddenly rose. "The principal has decided. Starting today, Shanghai College will permanently expel Su Shueji from its student status. Moreover, the whole school has issued a notice criticizing him. The reason is that he is ungrateful and has betrayed his alma mater. It is recommended that all colleges and universities in Wancheng carefully admit him." The air froze instantly. Su Shueji's beautiful eyes suddenly froze and she stood there in a daze. Then, the students went wild. "Wow! Did the principal take the wrong medicine today? It's so hard? Directly expel the school beauty? I would call this a unique move. What's the use of Sangcheong Wugo High School? Our Shanghai College is tough." The Shanghai students, who had been suppressed for so long, seemed to be energized at this moment. Some of them even clapped uncontrollably, while others secretly took out their cell phones to record the scene, preparing to post it on Weibo tomorrow. The title has been thought of, "Shocking. The useless principal actually did this to the genius school beauty." It's no wonder they were excited. At Shanghai College, students have long been accustomed to the feeling of being inferior. "I was beaten badly in every city-wide joint examination, my training resources were withheld, and I didn't dare to say loudly that I was a student of Shanghai when walking on the street. Even when they were checking their student ID cards on the high-speed train, they didn't dare to show their Shanghai College student ID cards. And today, Su Shueji's transfer was like the last straw. Look, even the school beauty has run away. Shanghai is really a garbage collection place. This inferiority complex has long been eroding everyone's self-esteem like a chronic poison. But now, Lu Jin's words, permanently fired, directly reversed the scenario. It's not that Shanghai can't keep you, it's that Shanghai doesn't want you. You can say this is the AQ spirit, but so what? It's all good. Just to slap Sangcheong Wugao's face. Just to let everyone know. Shanghai is not a pushover. Right now." A hint of angry blush appeared on Su Shueji's snow-white cheeks. Her fingertips tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, and her plump chest heaved violently. She never thought that Lu Jin would dare to do the opposite. The proud daughter of heaven who has had smooth sailing for the past 3 years now has a blush of shame on her snow-white neck, just like a luxury item that was forced into the pink 69.9 free shipping gift box. "Lu Jin, what did you say?" Her red lips trembled slightly, and her voice trembled with disbelief. She had already completed the transfer procedures this morning and only needed to fill out the form at the Academic Affairs Office to complete the process. But Lu Jin suddenly expelled her. According to Article 15 of the Shenghua Higher Education Law, if one cannot be admitted to Sangcheong Wugo High School through transfer, one can only go through the enrollment channel. But the problem is that the enrollment day for Sangcheong Wugo High School has already passed for 2 months. If she was expelled now, she would not be a graceful transfer but at Shanghai College dropout, and would directly receive a life stain +1. Do you want me to repeat it over the megaphone? Lu Jin loosened his tie carelessly. You are fired. Now, immediately, pack your things and get out. Boom! Su Shueji felt a sudden chill all over her body, and the ground beneath her feet instantly condensed into frost. On the right side of her fair neck, 6 blue spiritual patterns suddenly lit up. Lu Jin, you are seeking revenge for your personal gain. Director Lee slammed the table and stood up, veins throbbing on his forehead. He knew Lu Jin's tricks too well. He just wanted to use this method to force Su Shueji to change her mind. But how could they give up the talent that Sang Cheong Wu Gao had set his eyes on? It's none of outsiders' business to interfere in the affairs of the Shanghai. Lu Jin didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Su Shueji's plump breasts rose and fell violently, and her jade feet wrapped in white silk unconsciously gripped the ground. Being expelled from Shanghai College was not only a huge shame for her resume, but also meant the end of her academic career. Because this time of year is not the enrollment day for major universities. If you want to go through the special recruitment channel, you must be in the top 10 in the ability assessment. But the problem is, she hasn't taken the exam yet. Su Shueji took a deep breath and said calmly. According to Article 17 of the Xiangwei Education Law, Principal Lu, please show me the grounds for expulsion, otherwise I have the right to file an appeal. Basis? Lu Jin snorted, his eyes moving downwards, fixed on Su Shueji's slender and straight legs. School Rules Chapter 3 Article 5 Girls' skirts must be knee-length. Your skirt is too short. Changing your uniform without permission is against school rules. Is it okay for me to fire you now? Everyone. Su Shueji? Director Li, is this even possible? The expulsion is just a piece of empty paper to the eldest daughter of the Su family, but that glaring stain will follow her like a thorn in her flesh into every top university. It's like suddenly having an extra line on your resume, once expelled for school uniform violations. Who can stand this? If you don't know, you might think she was wearing sexy lingerie on campus. Ding! At this moment, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Host completes the initial mission. Publicly humiliating the school beauty of Shanghai College. The strongest school rules system has been activated. What the hell, Tonzi? Lu Jin was stunned for a moment and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that this system can only be activated by publicly humiliating the school beauty. You should have said it earlier. At this moment, a hint of angry blush appeared on Su Shueji's snow-white cheeks, her fingertips tightly grasped the corner of her skirt, and her plump chest heaved violently. Director Li saw this and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. His tone was like that of a weird uncle who was trying to trick the little girl. It's okay, Su. Although it's not enrollment day now, you can study in our school as an auditor and enjoy the same cultivation resources. Yeah. Su Shueji gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. This was the only way at the moment. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Lu Jin. Her eyes were cold and she spoke word by word. Lu Jin, remember today 3 months from now, during the city-wide supernatural assessment, I will make you, and the entire Shanghai Academy, pay the price for this decision. How dare you? Lu Jin interrupted with a voice as sharp as ice. A student who was expelled is qualified to speak nonsense and bark here? He waved his hand coldly, as if he was chasing away an annoying flying insect. Now, get out of Shanghai immediately. The expulsion notice will be delivered to the Su family on time in 2 days, postage paid. You can rest assured. You. Su Shueji's breathing stagnated and her chest heaved violently, as if something had exploded inside her body. The qualifications to return to the Su family. This is her only obsession. She had planned to use the Cheongwu High School as a springboard to make a splash in the supernatural power assessment and win back the Su family's recognition with her undisputed strength. But now, Lu Jin's expulsion order was like a slash in the road to her return. How could the proud daughter of the Su family be kicked out of a third-rate college? Just imagining the sneering looks from the aunts and uncles in the clan made her feel like a thorn in her back, a lump in her throat, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Abbreviation, split. But at this moment, in front of everyone, how could a proud woman like her humble herself and beg Lu Jin to take back his decision? It would be better to let her die. Okay, very good. She laughed in anger, her eyes as cold as a knife. Then we'll see in 3 months. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around suddenly, and her long hair drew a sharp arc in the air. She walked away with her long and beautiful legs, without looking back. Her back had 5 big words written on it. Don't bully a poor girl. The students who were watching the excitement looked at each other and dispersed in 2s and 3s. They knew it very well. Although Principal Lu's move saved the face of Shanghai College, what about the supernatural ability assessment 3 months later? That is Su Shueji. Even if all the students of Shanghai College were tied together, it would probably not be enough for her to beat with one hand. In the corner, Lin Xiaoyu gently patted the dejected short-haired girl beside her. The voice was firm but gentle. Xiao, don't be discouraged. As long as we practice hard and study diligently, we will definitely be able to catch up with her. The short-haired girl is a beautiful girl with a baby face and huge breasts. She is her classmate, Lu Xiao, who is at the level of 8 pattern spiritual disciple. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly. That's Su Shueji, a genius who was born with an extremely icy spirit body and now has entered the Sky Martial Arts High School. She shook her head, her voice getting lower and lower. The difference between us and her is like the difference between a zero-paying mobile game player and a full-life, full-level master. Alas! What a sin! After learning about the situation of Shanghai College, the students left with sighs. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, Director Li suddenly reached out and stopped Lin Xiaoyu, who was about to leave. Wait, this classmate. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and put on a cordial smile. I heard that you are a rare lightning elementalist? It would be a waste for a good talent like you to stay in a place like this. As he spoke, he took out a gold-stamped enrollment form from his pocket, and his tone was full of temptation. As long as you transfer to our Tsangqiang High Martial Arts School, not only will your tuition be waived, but you will also enjoy SSR-level training resources and a single luxurious dormitory. How about it? The students who were still nearby were suddenly in an uproar, and Director Li even had an expression that said, "This wave is stable. No one can refuse freeloading. No need." Lin Xiaoyu shook off Director Li's hand without even turning back. The ponytail drew a sharp arc in the air. When I failed to awaken 3 years ago, it was Shanghai who took me in. She looked directly at Director Li's sullen face and spoke word by word. The academy is in trouble now. If I leave, what's the difference between me and those bastards who are taking advantage of others' misfortunes? The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. Lu Jin stared blankly at the girl's stubborn back. The frayed threads on the cuffs of her school uniform were clearly visible in the sunlight. I feel very relieved. Fortunately, not all students betrayed Shanghai. This wave shows the true love in the world. In 3 months, the city's supernatural power assessment will be held. If you give up on enrolling in Sangqiang, don't regret it then. Director Li snorted coldly. If you want to recruit students, go to the school gate and hand out flyers. Lu Jin suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Xiaoyu like a shield. Director Li, not everyone is as profit-driven as you. As the director of a school, you should know how to write the 4 words "a role model for others," right? You. Director Li's knuckles turned white from pinching. How dare the principal of a shabby school on the verge of bankruptcy be so arrogant? Principal Lu, he suppressed his anger, but his voice became sharper. If Shanghai College still ranks last in this assessment, its qualification to run a school will be directly revoked by the Ministry of Education. At that time, all teaching resources and students will be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. You should know the consequences better than me, right? Heh, Lu Jin suddenly laughed, and adjusted his cuff slowly. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Do I really need you to give me orders about my own school? Good. Very good. Director Li's face turned pale and he turned around abruptly. Then we'll wait and see. Lu Jin didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. No thanks. When Director Li left, Lu Jin caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyu still standing there, and the corners of his lips unconsciously raised a gentle arc. Don't worry, Shanghai Academy will definitely impress everyone in this ability assessment. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu nodded gently, with a bright light in her beautiful eyes. I believe in the principal. The next second, her slender fingers twisted the hem of her skirt unconsciously, and she raised her eyes with hesitation. Principal, I have a question. But it's okay. Her small ears turned a faint pink. Regarding the school rule that skirts must be knee length, should we really enforce it? Lu Jin couldn't help but waved his hands and said, no need at all. It's the right time now, and we're still doing this kind of feudal remnant? I'll be the first one to disagree. So that's how it is. Lin Xiaoyu's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Lu Jin looked into the distance with deep eyes. Don't worry, you will see a brand new Shanghai Academy soon. Chapter 4, the first school rule, skirts must be the shortest. Return to the principal's office. Lu Jin fell heavily into the office chair, his face looking extremely painful. The setting sun outside the window was as red as blood, stretching his shadow onto the mottled wall, like a trapped beast. An hour ago, he accidentally traveled to this parallel world and became the principal of a school called Shanghai High School. According to the original owner's memory, in this world, strength is respected. Only those who have awakened the spiritual patterns can practice it, and they are called spiritual warriors. According to the level of cultivation, they can be divided into the realm of spiritual disciples moon-white spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual masters silver-blue spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual kings gold-and-red spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual emperors gold-and-yellow spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual masters bright purple spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual saints emerald-colored spiritual patterns, the realm of spiritual emperors unknown, and the unrivaled realm of spiritual gods. The number of spiritual patterns represents the level of realm. At first, he thought it was a perfect start after all. The identity of the principal and the background of the supernatural academy were standard features of a protagonist. However, reality soon gave him a blow. The number of students in this school is just over 100. There are 4 departments: martial arts department, elemental department, spirit control department, and alchemy department. There are less than 20 students at the spiritual master level, and most of them are noobs at the spiritual disciple level. There are not enough teachers to form a football team. Even the most basic course arrangements are stretched thin. The school building has fallen into disrepair, the training ground equipment is outdated, and the books in the library are covered in dust. Even the name of the academy, Shanghai, which the academy is most proud of, seems ironic. Because of the fiscal deficit, we can hardly pay for the energy bills for the lighting system. How can this be called an elite institution? It's just like Chow Chow's daughter-in-law entering the vegetable garden and picking vegetables. This time the school beauty transferred to another school, and Song Cheong Wugao came to provoke him, although he was not defeated in momentum. But it cannot change the fact that Shanghai College is about to close. The fiscal deficit is like a bottomless pit. High-quality students have been divided up by major universities, and the teaching staff is filled with many useless people who are just trying to get by. The citywide supernatural ability assessment 3 months later was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everything was overwhelming. But fortunately, he still has brother Tongzi. Thinking of this, he opened the previous system panel again. The purpose of this system: use the most bizarre school rules to cultivate the most powerful students. The host can change the fate of the college by issuing school rules, unlocking black technology, superpowers, and resource rewards. As long as he makes the rules, he can get feedback. And they have to be outrageous enough. Simple and crude, just like a business. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin's mouth curled into a question mark shape. Okay, let's play it this way, eh? Now that you understand the reward mechanism. So the next thing he has to do is to promulgate new school rules. Normal school rules won't work, only outrageous school rules can get higher rewards. He whispered to himself, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the table. What are the new school rules? Lu Jin thought for a moment and had a general idea in his mind. Let us start with the clothes. So he called the student union president Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, regarding the school uniform rules. I think they need to be changed. Lu Jin looked at the well-developed girl in front of him and said seriously, you are the president of the student union. I hope you can take the lead in supervision. Ah? Lin Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. Does the principal think we are dressed too casually? Want to change into sportswear? Principal, how do you think it should be changed? Lin Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Let me think about it. Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, her slender fingers twisting the hem of her skirt nervously, and she lowered her head to look at her toes. No, she couldn't see her toes. Lu Jin's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiaoyu's pair of legs that were pressed together. Under the white skirt, the slender and well-proportioned legs are dazzlingly white in the sunlight. Got it. Lu Jin cleared his throat and immediately turned on the campus radio. Announced in standard Mandarin like a broadcaster. According to the latest revision of the Shanghai College student dress code, starting today, girls' skirts must be as short as possible and must not exceed mid-thigh length. Byte. Registration of school rules changes. New school rules: girls' skirts should be as short as possible. Outrageousness. Rating: C bright. Reward: Heavenly Might Explosive Spiritual Skill, a 3rd grade heavenly skill that can be used to suppress bad students. Effect: release your spiritual energy with all your strength. If the opponent's cultivation is lower than yours, his spiritual energy will be completely suppressed. If the opponent's cultivation is higher than yours, he can burn your essence and blood to increase your spiritual energy by 10 times, which lasts for 30 minutes. Lu Jin's voice spread throughout the campus. 3 seconds later. Woohoo! Long live the principal! A boy suddenly jumped up. Oh yeah! Another male student even howled like a wolf. Summer is coming soon, and the campus will be full of white thighs. It will be a feast for the eyes. What's the point of changing the school uniform? Our school is still garbage. Another boy immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. The man smiled and said, it's very simple. I just went to work in the factory. I'm the top student in college. Whoever dares to challenge me, whoever can challenge me. After saying that, his aura was no longer hidden, and 3 moon-white spiritual patterns suddenly appeared on the right side of his neck. They were actually spiritual disciple realm 3 patterns. Ah! In the office, Lin Xiaoyu stood there in a daze, her expression completely frozen. Principal, this is completely open? Principal. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Did something happen to you? Although she also wanted to wear a skirt freely, it was obviously abnormal for the principal to say such words. 9 out of 10 points are abnormal. Perhaps it was too much of a shock for the principal to be transferred to another school by Su Shueji, causing him to give up on himself. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Lu Jin explained seriously. That's right, Xiaoyu. After rigorous pedagogical considerations, we believe that the aesthetic freedom of adolescence is more important than those rigid rules. Most importantly, rather than measuring skirt length with a ruler, we should focus on how to build a campus culture that truly respects women as subjectivity. Oh, I see. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, not quite understanding. Although she didn't quite understand, she was greatly shocked. I think what the principal said makes sense. Well, principal, I will supervise everyone according to your requirements. No matter what, for a good student, the principal's orders cannot be disobeyed, just do as the principal says. After Lin Xiaoyu left, Lu Jin immediately checked the reward he had just received. Heavenly level martial arts? Lu Jin's eyes lit up. There are only a handful of heaven-level skills in the entire Xian kingdom. I am a 5-pattern spirit king, can I also release a being like little Karami? When Lu Jin said this, he was actually being modest. As the principal of a school, his strength is naturally not weak. 5-pattern spirit king realm. He is indeed impressive in the Wancheng education circle, but he is still far from being a real strong person. Xinghai Academy is located in a remote area, has too little spiritual energy, and the speed of cultivation is too slow. Most of the feng shui sites with abundant spiritual energy are occupied by other institutions. What does the 3rd level of heavenly rank mean? On Blue Star, the secret manuals of martial arts are divided into 4 types: heaven, earth, black and yellow. The yellow level is the lowest, and is further divided into grades 1 to 9 from low to high. In the library of Xinghai College, the most powerful martial arts technique is only the 3rd grade Xian level Xinghai Ju. Only if a student gets first place in the school exam can he study and comprehend. Starcy's secret is still the treasure of the library, and this Goba system can easily throw out a heavenly level martial art? Zun de fake do? Lu Jin muttered to himself. At this moment, a stream of light from the system panel shot straight into his forehead. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded, as if it came from eternity. Under spiritual pressure, all living beings bow down in desperate situations, burn blood, and kill the saints. Lu Jin's eyes went dark, and a huge amount of information flooded into his mind like a torrent. Psychic energy operation routes, mental shock techniques, methods of releasing and controlling pressure. Interesting. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, and he immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy that had been dormant in the body for a long time began to boil and surge along a new vein trajectory. The documents in the office moved without wind, and fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water in the teacup. All in all, the owner of this body, Lu Jin, is a genius in cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become the principal of Xinghai College at such a young age. 25 years old. For the vast majority of ordinary people, they have probably just entered society. Either go to higher education or work as a slave in a private enterprise. But Lu Jin is the head of the school. Of course, this has something to do with his father, the former principal, who passed away. Some are born to be Romans, others are born to be beasts of burden. This statement is absolutely true. But it is better to travel through time and dress well than to be born well. Others travel through time and space to become good-for-nothings, menial servants, or disciples, but he traveled through time and space directly to become the principal. However, without one's own hard power, it would be difficult to gain a foothold in Wancheng, which is full of colleges and universities. Although, it is about to go bankrupt. But Lu Jin felt that it could still be rescued. This practice lasted until the afternoon. Lu Jin slowly exhaled a breath, and the moment he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light seemed to appear in his eyes. Only then did he realize that his shirt had already been soaked with sweat and was sticking to his back, outlining his lean muscles. My lower abdomen felt hot, as if something was burning. It took me 5 hours to learn it. He glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall and frowned slightly. This speed was much slower than he expected. If he were placed in one of those top schools that occupied spiritual veins, with his comprehension, he should have mastered it completely in 3 hours. After all, it was the poor spiritual environment of Shanghai Academy that held it back. But Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire office. The ancient books on the bookshelf rustled without wind, and the window glass made a humming sound as if it could not bear the weight. A smile appeared on his lips. The heaven-level technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. Although this heavenly power explosive spiritual skill is not the best among the heavenly ranks, it is simple, crude, and extremely cruel. There is no need for complicated seals or lengthy spells. Just a thought can make low-level spiritual warriors lose their fighting spirit in an instant. Even when facing a strong man in the Spirit Emperor realm, he is still able to fight. It is most suitable for suppressing students. Bang, bang. Just as Lu Jin was thinking, there were suddenly 3 elegant knocks on the office door. Come in. The door opened slightly. A faint rose scent drifted in, followed by a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings and shiny high heels stepping on the floor. Further up, there is a black hip skirt that tightly wraps her slender figure. A thin black cattail peeks out from under the skirt. Her long black hair fell like silk, and on top of her head stood a pair of furry black cat ears. What's wrong? Director Lu. Lu Jin's gaze was fixed on Chun Yufeng's face. The school's principal and also a teacher in the Yuling department, Lu Shuang. The youngest third-grade teacher in the school, she is beautiful and knows how to dress well. In the real world, he would definitely be an English teacher. And because her spirit beast is a shadow cat demon, it has the characteristics of a feline, cute cat ears and a beautiful face. The extreme contrast makes it look like a proud wildcat, which makes people want to conquer it. Principal, you don't care. Lu Shuang rushed in, her eyebrows raised, and said coquettishly. Li Haonan got into a fight with his classmates again, and this time he smashed the classroom. It's him again. Lu Jin's eyes went dark. Li Haonan, the #1 troublemaker in the academy, is a gangster at the level of 6 pattern spiritual disciple. However, he is the illegitimate son of the school's financial sponsor and cannot be expelled. Also, Lu Shuang hesitated. The Education Bureau just called and said that if we fail the evaluation again next week, our school's qualification will be revoked. Boom! Lu Jin's brain exploded. I thought the city-wide supernatural ability assessment 3 months later would be the deadline, but I didn't expect it to be brought forward by 2 months. But you have to eat the meal one bite at a time. Things have to be done one by one. Otherwise, if you take too big a step, you might easily hurt yourself. With Brother Tongzi in hand, he can get rewards as long as he issues new weird school rules. Shanghai College will surely rise rapidly. And this will start with Li Haonan, the troublemaker student, to make an example of him. Bang! Lu Jin slapped the table, and Lu Shuang was startled and her shoulders trembled, causing her clothes to sway slightly. He is lawless. Call Li Haonan over here immediately. Chapter 5 Buy 1 get 1 free, is there such a good thing? Li Haonan. Get over here right now. Lu Jin's cold shout exploded through the campus radio, causing several crows on the playground to flutter into flight. The sound was so loud that even Lu Shuang couldn't help but cover her cute furry cat ears. 5 minutes later, the office door was kicked open. The strong smell of burning came first. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a short haircut dyed red and 3 burning psychic crystals inlaid in his earlobes. His school uniform jacket was open, revealing the hideous fire tattoo on his chest. Lao Deng, what do you want me to do? Li Haonan leaned against the doorframe, a flame spinning on his fingertips. I'm helping to decorate the training room. The school has clear regulations, Lu Jin said expressionlessly, forbidding the use of skills in non-combat areas or without the teacher's permission. School rules? Li Haonan suddenly threw out a fireball, and the Shanghai Academy school rules behind Lu Jin instantly turned into ashes. This piece of paper is too hard to use even for wiping your butt. The fire wave came towards him, but Lu Jin did not move at all. A mere 6-pattern spiritual disciple student can't hurt him. How dare you? Lu Shuang's eyes flashed with coldness, and her voice pierced like an ice blade. Who gave you the courage to disrespect the principal? Oh, Director Lu is so angry today? Li Haonan tilted his head, his eyes wandering over her body unscrupulously, finally fixed on her slender legs. The new stockings are nice. He licked his sharp fangs and smiled wickedly. Why not let me check the material myself? Presumptuous. The spiritual energy around Lu Shuang suddenly boiled, condensing into a cold glowing teaching whip. She gathered her 5 fingers together, and the tip of the whip drew a sharp arc in the air. Wait. Lu Jin suddenly took a step forward and stood between the two of them. There was a faint smile on the corner of his lips, but there was no warmth in his eyes. No one knows education better than me. This kind of student. He rolled up his sleeves slowly. Let me teach him what it means to respect teachers. You? Li Haonan snorted disdainfully. His father was the chairman of the 4-star group and donated 500,000 spirit coins to the school last year. Moreover, his aunt was the head of the martial arts department and Lu Jin's love interest. He didn't believe that Lu Jin would dare to do anything to him. Even Lu Shuang frowned, thinking that Lu Jin was going to give up. Because all the teachers in the school knew that the new principal had a crush on Su Mengmeng. And the Li Haonan in front of them was Su Mengmeng's nephew. Li Haonan, do you know why I didn't fire you before? Lu Jin smiled slightly. Because of the little money your father donates every year. He slowly opened the drawer, took out a document and slapped it on the table. 4-star group equity pledge agreement. Just enough to compensate you for the damage you caused. Lu Jin pointed to the compensation list. Last week, the school history museum was burned down, and the price was 200,000 spirit coins. Yesterday, 2 students were blown up, and the medical expenses were 100,000 spirit coins. Now this fire. He glanced at the surveillance camera and said, 200,000 yuan for you. Li Haonan's expression finally changed. He knew the importance of his illegitimate child that playboy father would never pay for such expenses. Lao Deng, who are you trying to scare? It's because you like my aunt. Li Haonan said nonchalantly. He knew that Lu Jin wanted to use this to threaten his aunt so that she would submit to him. He won't buy it. Lu Jin laughed. Who is your aunt? I like her. Are you fucking funny? Li Haonan's pupils danced with twisted flames, his palms were blazing with red flames, and he said angrily. You think you can be the principal? Without my father's donation, Xinghai College would have been finished long ago. Believe it or not, I will burn you down too. Then let's try it. The corners of Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. The air in the entire office froze instantly. A terrifying spiritual pressure exploded like a landslide or tsunami. Tables, chairs, documents, and even the walls made crackling sounds under the pressure. Ugh! Li Haonan didn't even have the chance to react. He was thrown out and hit the door with a bang. His chest felt tight, a fishy and sweet taste surged in his throat, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What was even more terrifying was that even Lu Shuang, the Dean of Studies at the 4-pattern Spirit King level, who was standing nearby, was forced to take 3 steps back, her high heels making a harsh sound as they scraped against the floor. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief, and even the cat's tail behind her straightened up. Principal, don't you want to educate him? How come the principal, who has always been amiable and even a little weak, seems like a different person now? Yes, corporal punishment is also education, right? Lu Jin smiled slightly. Lu Shuang's pupils shrank slightly and she was extremely shocked. The move that Lu Jin had just unleashed so effortlessly actually made even this Spirit King realm expert feel her spiritual power stagnate and her entire body run cold. That must be a pressure that far exceeds the Xian level or even Earth level skills. The highest level of martial arts in Xinghai Academy is only the 3rd level of Xian grade. How could the principal have such a trump card? Li Haonan struggled to get up, his face pale and his voice trembling. Lao Deng, you dare to hit me, aren't you afraid that my aunt will be angry? He had never imagined that this seemingly lazy principal could be so powerful. Just the external spiritual pressure made it difficult for him to breathe and his legs became weak. Swish! Lu Jin's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Little brat. What did you call me? The deep voice seemed to come from the underworld. Li Haonan trembled all over and punched instinctively. Red flame fist. The fist was wrapped in yellow grade 3 flames and smashed hard into Lu Jin's face. However, Pa! Lu Jin grabbed his wrist with his hand, and his 5 fingers slowly tightened. Awesome! You dare to hit the principal? Crack! The crisp sound of bones being dislocated can be clearly heard. Ah! It hurts, I was wrong. I was wrong. Lu Jin turned a deaf ear to him and continued to work hard. It seems that you still haven't reflected enough. Principal, principal. No, Dad, Dad. Li Haonan screamed instantly, the flames went out, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Lu Jin looked down at him, his tone frighteningly calm. Don't call me Dad, I don't have a son as stupid as you. Li Haonan gritted his teeth and had to bow his head to admit his mistake. Principal, I won't dare to do it again next time. Do you want to have another chance? Lu Jin smiled. Student Li Haonan, I'm giving you two choices now. First, drop out of school. Second. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word. Dismissed. What? Li Haonan's face turned pale, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. You can't fire me. My aunt is the head of the martial arts department. Head of the martial arts department? Lu Jin snorted coldly, what a joke. No matter how big the martial arts department is, can it be bigger than me? Not to mention that your aunt is the head of the martial arts department, even if she is a school director, she can't be the head of the martial arts department. Bang! The next second, the door of the principal's office was kicked open by slender feet in red-soled high heels. Lu Jin, you bully my nephew? Lu Jin looked up. Standing at the door was a lady in black stockings and 10-centimeter high heels. Her skirt was as tight as a second skin, and the buttons of her V-neck shirt were under pressure that it shouldn't have to bear at her age. She held the resignation letter in her hand, with a murderous look on her beautiful face. While Lu Jin was stunned, fragments of memory came to his mind. Her name is Su Mengmeng, the head of the martial arts department. She is Lu Jin's college senior, who was admitted to Shanghai College through the relationship with her wealthy brother-in-law. She has made the school a mess these days, but she has not been dealt with because the original body has a crush on her. Lu Jin. Su Mengmeng slammed the resignation letter on the table, shaking the thermos cup. What on earth do you want to do? Lu Jin raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Teacher Su, does this have anything to do with you? Su Mengmeng angrily scolded, isn't it because I ignored you a few days ago? You actually threatened me with my nephew? Su Mengmeng is young and beautiful, has an attractive figure, and knows how to dress herself, so Lu Jin's original self has always had a good impression of her. But no matter how many times Lu Jin confessed his feelings to her, Su Mengmeng kept him hanging, neither refusing nor agreeing. Not only did she fool Lu Jin around, she also used her power as the principal to seek personal gain. Otherwise, Su Mengmeng would not have been able to become the head of the martial arts department with her strength at the level of a spiritual master with 4 lines. Lu Jin laughed immediately, that's hilarious. Does confessing my love mean I like you? Does inviting you to dinner mean I want to pursue you? Does helping you with things mean I'm a bootlicker? You're too narcissistic. Pretend, keep pretending. Su Mengmeng folded her arms and sneered, her full chest rising and falling violently with her breathing. She knew this suitor who had been at her beck and call too well, the one who would bring her breakfast in the heavy rain and wait for her downstairs of her dormitory with 999 roses in his hands on Valentine's Day, Lu Jin. Just 3 days ago, she casually mentioned that a certain girl was an eyesore, and the next day she was ordered to drop out of school. Now, of course, she didn't believe that Lu Jin would fall out with her over a problem student. This bootlicker principal must still like me. It's just that she didn't agree when I confessed my feelings to her on Valentine's Day last time, so I got anxious and wanted to threaten her with Li Haonan. Sure, Lu Jin. She curled her red lips and said almsgivingly, I'll go to Michelin with you for dinner tomorrow, okay? Remember to book my favorite window seat. Of course, the old rules apply. It's your treat. What the hell are you dreaming about? Lu Jin chuckled. Today I must expel your nephew. Even Jesus can't save him. I say that. Okay. Lu Jin, you have guts. Su Mengmeng was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She crossed her arms, and her already proud curves became even more dazzling under her anger. She sneered. If you dare to touch Haonan, I will resign now. Let's see how long this crappy school of yours can last without me. She raised her chin confidently, her eyes full of contempt. How could this bootlicker principal really be willing to let her go? In the end, don't you still have to beg her to stay humbly? Aunt. It has to be you. Li Haonan, who was hiding behind, stood up instantly and grinned at Lu Jin triumphantly. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Jin's brows lit up with joy, as if he had heard some great news. It's double happiness. Su Mengmeng was stunned, what? I say, deal. Lu Jin quickly took out the official seal and pressed it on the resignation letter. You want to resign, right? Approved. Buy one get one free, is there such a good thing? Chapter 6. Are your cat ears real? Under Su Mengming's shocked gaze, Lu Jin took out the official seal of Shanghai College without saying a word and stamped it on the resignation letter. Lu Jin, you've gone too far. Su Mengming's beautiful face was filled with anger. If you ask me to quit today, I will never forgive you. Lu Jin was amused. I am a principal, do I need your forgiveness? As a teacher, you can't say such shameless words. If you want to leave, leave quickly, or you will miss the number 8 bus if you are late. Buy one get one free, get rid of a troublesome student and a slacker teacher, it's such a good deal, why not do it? You. Su Mengming's bulging chest heaved. She didn't expect that Lu Jin would actually dare to break up with her today. With her looks and figure, with big breasts and a nice butt, which man wouldn't be confused when seeing her? Why did Lu Jin take the wrong medicine today? Of course Su Mengming didn't know that the principal in front of her had been replaced. Lu Jin is now a time traveler. He is determined to save Shanghai Academy and establish new rules and order. Anyone who gets in his way will be expelled, whether student or teacher. What's more, Lu Jin doesn't like the queen type now, but... Lu Jin, you took the wrong medicine today. Su Mengming said angrily, did someone say something bad about me? After saying that, she looked angrily at Lu Shuang, who was eating melon on the side. Lu Shuang was considered to be of good looks, with a sexy cat tail and cute cat ears. Su Mengming subconsciously thought that this little wild cat was trying to seduce the principal and was saying bad things about her behind her back. Lu Shuang didn't expect to be drawn into the fire. She frowned and said, Teacher Su, don't say anything careless. What does this have to do with me? Su Mengming sneered, don't think I don't know that you say bad things about me behind my back, otherwise why would the principal suddenly cause trouble for me? You are simply unreasonable. Lu Shuang didn't want to pay attention to her, so she turned her face away, and her furry cat ears trembled twice. Su Mengming, you're in trouble, aren't you? Lu Jin raised the stamped resignation letter in his hand. You've already resigned, are you still going to stay here? And even if we take a step back, I just like Teacher Lu, so what? What's it got to do with you? Lu Shuang was originally watching the show while holding a document. Suddenly, her name was called and her fair cheeks suddenly turned red. Hint, you have gained the favorability of Teacher Lu Shuang, prestige value plus 20. Lu Jin. Are you going to rebel today? Su Mengming's delicate face twisted for a moment. She suddenly turned to Lu Shuang and raised her voice, I don't believe you have the guts to talk to me like that. Someone must be gossiping in your ear. Lu Shuang's furry cat ears trembled unconsciously, and her tail curled up nervously. Teacher Su, calm down, the principal is joking. I'm not kidding. Lu Jin urged, it's sheltered from the wind. If you want to leave, leave quickly. It will be embarrassing if I chase you away. Okay, I'm leaving. I want to see how long you can hold out. Su Mengming snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away with her long beautiful legs. Lu Jin, don't kneel down and beg me to come back. Aunt. Li Haonan hurriedly followed her out. The two came to the corridor. Aunt, I don't want to be fired. Li Haonan said with a sad face. Although he is used to being arrogant and domineering, he can also weigh the pros and cons of things. He was not a student that any school wanted. If his father had not donated money to Shanghai College to allow him to enroll, he would have gone to work in the family company long ago. But working in a company is not as comfortable as working in a school. There are talented people here, and they speak well. And there is a busty aunt protecting him. Su Mengming snorted, don't worry, I know that lickspill. He just asked me to resign in anger because there were other teachers present. As the principal, he couldn't save face, so he asked me to resign in anger. He will send me a message to apologize in a few minutes. Really? Li Haonan suddenly realized. Of course. Men are all like this. Su Mengming said and took out the Pineapple 15 Pro Max. Just wait, your aunt won't let you get fired. Yeah. Li Haonan said excitedly. The two stared at their phones, waiting for Lu Jin's apology text message. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. There was still no movement from the phone. Aunt, didn't you say he would send a message? Li Haonan's face was full of disappointment. Damn Lu Jin, he's really going to rebel against him. Su Mengmeng held the phone tightly. I know, he must have fallen in love with someone else. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the teacher beside Lu Jin. Dean of Studies, Lu Shuang. She is no match for me. If she is F, then Lu Shuang is at most C. Totally incomparable, right? Aunt, are we just going to let it go like this? Li Haonan said unwillingly. Don't be impatient. Su Mengmeng bit her teeth lightly. Let's go back and tell your dad to withdraw his investment in Shanghai College. I want to see how long this lickspittle can hold out. In the office. It's finally quiet. Lu Jin stretched lazily, his eyes inadvertently falling on Lu Shuang's slightly trembling cat ears. The pair of furry ears glowed with a light golden luster in the sunlight, and trembled gently with the owner's emotions, looking unexpectedly cute. It makes people want to rub it. Lu Shuang noticed Lu Jin's gaze, and her ears twitched unconsciously. She coughed lightly and said, Principal, regarding Li Haonan. Lu Jin smiled slightly. What's the point of keeping these bad teachers and troublesome students if we don't expel them? What? Do you think I'm too impulsive? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. No, on the contrary. Lu Shuang's eyes lit up. I have long wanted to deal with these people with connections, but... She bit her lower lip. But Li Haonan has the 4-star group behind him. They donate to Shanghai College every year, and now they may withdraw their investment in Shanghai College. Lu Shuang said worriedly. Does our school have other sources of funding? Lu Jin asked. Lu Shuang shook her head. The two biggest sponsors of Shanghai College are the 4-star group and the Golden Glory group. Because it has been ranked last in the city's supernatural college ratings for 3 consecutive years, the funding for education has been reduced year by year, and there has been a serious loss of excellent students. Her cat tail drooped listlessly. If it weren't for the investment from 4-star group, we might have gone bankrupt last year. Lu Jin nodded gently upon hearing this. Don't worry, since I am determined to fire him, I must have other ways to make money. Lu Shuang woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly took out an application form from the file. Regarding what you said yesterday about expelling Su Shueji from school, can you postpone it for 2 days? Lu Jin's brows suddenly tightened. Why? We can't let her stay. I know. I'm not begging for her. Lu Shuang took a deep breath and explained quickly. The registration deadline for the city-wide supernatural power assessment competition in 3 months is still 2 days away. However, the registration requirement is that there must be at least 10 students above the level of 3-line spiritual masters. But in our school, there are only 8 people who meet the requirements at present. If Su Shueji were to leave now... Lu Shuang's voice became smaller and smaller. Lu Jin frowned. You mean, after expelling Su Shueji, our Shanghai Academy can't even get 10 decent students? Lu Shuang nodded silently and said with a wry smile. Yes. If we keep Su Shueji's student status for 2 days, and train another student with the 3rd spiritual master level, we may be able to catch up with the registration deadline. Oh my god. Lu Jin's face turned completely black. I didn't expect Shanghai College to have fallen to this state. Not even 10 students above the level of 3-line spiritual master could be gathered. Not only that, he also participated in the city's annual supernatural power assessment competition. If I tell others about it, they will probably laugh their heads off. Let's do this. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said. Su Shueji must be fired, not even a day later. Lu Shuang raised her head suddenly, her red lips slightly parted, but... Lu Jin raised his hand to interrupt her, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Just do as I say. I'll take care of the students' affairs. Lu Shuang was stunned. Her slender eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. Find 2 students at the 3rd level spiritual master level within 2 days? How is this possible? Even if you eat all the pills in stock as food, you can't achieve such a level of cultivation. She stood in front of Lu Jin's desk, her cat's tail swaying gently behind her, and said uneasily. Principal, are you sure you want to do this? If you can't rank in the top 10 in the ability assessment, our school will have to suspend teaching. Director Lu. Lu Jin suddenly stood up. If I tell you that I can solve the funding problem within 3 days, would you believe me? Lu Shuang's cat ears instantly stood up, and her amber eyes opened wide. 3 days? How is this possible? Not only that. Lu Jin approached the cat-eared girl and could smell the faint scent of roses on her body. I can also find a student at the 3-line spiritual master level within 2 days so that the academy can successfully register for the supernatural competition. Lu Shuang's breathing became noticeably faster and her chest rose and fell slightly. She looked up at Lu Jin, her eyes full of suspicion. Principal, you are not kidding, are you? Lu Jin did not answer directly, but reached out and gently touched her cute cat ears. Without any other thoughts, he just wanted to confirm whether it was true or not. Lu Shuang took a step back as if he had been electrocuted, his cheeks flushed. Principal. Sorry. Lu Jin took his hand back, but there was a smile on his face. I'm just curious, are these ears real? Actually, you can't blame him, because Lu Jin's favorite thing is to pet cats. Now seeing a real cat-eared girl, it is hard not to be overwhelmed. Lu Shuang lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, yes, it's true. Our family has the blood of the shadow cat demon, and some of its characteristics will appear after awakening. In fact, she only said half of the words. Due to her bloodline of the shadow cat demon, she was looked down upon by other spiritual warriors. Although she had a good talent for cultivation, some schools rejected her because of her strange appearance, fearing that she would turn into a cruel and bloodthirsty demon at any time. She had no choice but to come to Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin was the only spiritual warrior who accepted her. He did not discriminate against her because of her appearance and made her the dean of teaching. But what is unknown is that they had met once before, a long time ago. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this world was more interesting than he had imagined. Principal, if you can save Shanghai College, I will look at you with new eyes. Lu Shuang said sincerely with trembling red lips. Lu Jin lazily leaned back in his chair, very satisfied with Lu Shuang's reaction, with a meaningful smile on his face. Don't worry, there will be many more things that will impress you in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, the tips of Lu Shuang's ears turned red. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Jin realized that he had said something wrong, so he cleared his throat tactically and quickly changed the subject. Director Lu, is there anything else? Lu Shuang bit her lower lip lightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, and her furry cat tail swayed restlessly from side to side. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her fair cheeks were already red. What the principal just said, is it true? After asking this question, the tips of her ears turned pink, and her cat ears stuck to her hair nervously. Lu Jin was slowly sorting out the documents on the table. Hearing this, he looked up at her and said, which sentence are you referring to? The one that said Su Mengmeng had resigned, or? That Lu Shuang's tail was standing on end. She mustered up her courage and looked up, only to meet Lu Jin's smiling eyes. She immediately jumped up like a frightened animal. No, nothing. I suddenly remembered that I have classes. Before she finished speaking, her ears twitched and she left with a red face. Lu Jin sat in the office with a thoughtful expression. He felt that Lu Shuang had a familiar aura, as if she had met the original owner a long time ago. But he couldn't remember when he had seen her. Forget it, let us think about serious matters. The current situation is that school rules must be outrageous enough to be rewarded. So what are the next school rules? Do I have to use my left hand to answer the test? No creativity. Change the physical exercises during class to square dancing? It's meaningless. Do I have to wear overalls to play basketball? It doesn't seem to work. All students must attend class naked? No, it's too late. Isn't this the plot of an island movie? To come up with this idea, you must have an expert at home. Just as he was thinking about the next school rule, a system page suddenly popped up. Number of school rules promulgated today, 1-1. Next time you set school rules, 13 hours and 20 minutes. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. There's still a cooling time? How do I unlock more school rules? Byte. System tips, you can unlock more permissions by increasing your prestige. Current progress, 2500 prestige. Achieve 1000 prestige points, daily school rules +1. Achieve 1500 prestige points, daily school rules +2. And so on. Tips, prestige can be obtained through daily interactions with teachers and students, in-depth exchanges, or special events. At the same time, if your school rules enforcement rate is high enough, or if you train students to become talents, you will also be rewarded. Is that so? Lu Jin closed the system page, turned around and walked towards the bedroom, with a slight smile on his face. Well, let the bullets fly for a while. Big job tomorrow. Chapter 7 Artificial Mental Disability We're. After dealing with Su Mingming's farce, Lu Jin rubbed his temples and shouted to the air. Veer. In the corner of the office, the beautiful blue eyes of the mechanical lowly suddenly lit up. She unplugged the charging cable from her chest and walked gracefully to Lu Jin. I'm here, headmaster. Don't call me principal. I'm already 100 years old, but I still don't respect my elders. Call me master. Lu Jin ordered. Wire blinked her electronic eyes, her hair stood up, and she responded in a gentle lowly voice. Yes, master. How can I help you? Lu Jin, pull up the financial statements of Shanghai College. Wire, okay, I'm searching for Shanghai College financial statements for you. Keyword finance detected, associated with political and educational department, associated with academic affairs office, associated with canteen. Lu Jin. Wire's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, I have found the financial situation of the cafeteria in March last year. The supply of braised pork has decreased by 30%. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, What I want is the financial report, the finance report. Wire tilted her head in thought for a while, then suddenly realized, Oh. You mean this? Search completed. Shanghai College's financial status in the past 3 years is as follows. Income, the main sources are student tuition fees 39%, investment from the 4-star group 20%, investment from the Golden Glory group 40%, and the principal's private savings 1%. Expenditures, 90% goes to teachers' salaries. Current balance, 114,514 spirit coins. The education department deficit warning has been triggered. Lu Jin, are you really an artificial intelligence? Wei Er tilted her head, yes, but if you like, I can also play the role of artificial retard. Lu Jin, I think you don't need to act anymore, please step down. Yes, master. Wire silently came to the corner and squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, and buried her face between her arms. Lu Jin crossed his arms, looking slightly confused. 90% of the school's expenditure is used for teachers' salaries, but the school's teachers have not been paid for 3 months. So where did the money go? Can it disappear out of thin air? The most urgent task now is to find a way to make money. Otherwise, Shanghai College will not be able to get rid of the control of Jinhuang Group and 4-star Group. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the school rule that was formulated in the morning that girls' skirts should be as short as possible. Since the compliance rate of school rules will also be rewarded, he needs to supervise the students' implementation this afternoon. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon. There is still time before getting off work. Lu Jin adjusted the collar of his suit and decided to go to the school gate in person to check the implementation of this school rule. After all, as a new principal, I have to find something to make my presence felt. The main gate of Shanghai College was in tatters, the Gothic arch was rusty, and even the lintela had fallen off, turning it into Rehai College. As soon as Lu Jin stood at the school gate, he immediately attracted the attention of the students. Who is this? He looks so unfamiliar. Is that the new principal? He's so handsome. Hush, I heard that he fired Li Haonan and teacher Su today. Is this true? So fierce? Lu Jin turned a deaf ear to them and scanned every girl coming in and out with his eyes like a radar. He stopped a girl with pigtails and asked, Classmate, is your skirt too long? The girl with twin ponytails was startled and looked down at her knee-length skirt. Principal, this is already the shortest. Really? Lu Jin took out a ruler and measured it, and saw that it was 5 centimeters beyond the middle of the thigh. The first rule of the new school is that girls' skirts should be as short as possible. Lu Jin pointed seriously at the sign at the school gate. Starting tomorrow, the hem of the skirt must be 10 centimeters above the knee. Do you understand? Oh, okay, principal. The girl ran away with a red face. At this time, several beautiful girls passed by him. Lu Jin raised the corner of his lips slightly and glanced over. Stop, let me test it. Oh. The 3 girls blushed and stood there obediently. Lu Jin held the ruler against those pairs of white thighs. You are qualified. You, just an inch shorter. You are very good. In the next 2 hours, Lu Jin acted like a strict fashion director, giving kind guidance to every girl whose skirt length did not meet the standard. The campus forum exploded instantly. Shocked. The new principal personally checked the length of the girls' skirts. I'm afraid this principal has some serious illness. Poet holds. Pervert, the new principal is definitely a pervert. Just as Lu Jin was checking with great interest, a familiar figure appeared at the school gate. Lu Shuang hurried over holding a stack of documents. Her slim-fitting professional suit perfectly outlined her slender waist and perky hips, and the hem just reached her knees. Director Lu. Lu Jin stretched out his hand to stop her and said with a serious expression. Your skirt. Lu Shuang's cat ears stood up instantly, and she asked in confusion, Principal? What's wrong with my skirt? She looked down at her outfit, confused. According to the first rule of the new school, skirts should be as short as possible. Lu Jin pointed at the hem of her skirt in a serious tone. As the Dean of Studies, Director Lu should lead by example. Lu Shuang's face flushed, and her cat tail swayed from side to side nervously. This is the standard dress issued by the academy to teachers. And Principal, you will be considered a pervert if you do this. Lu Jin pretended to think for a moment, then said seriously, how about this? Director Lu, come to my office when you have time, and I will personally help you adjust the length of your skirt. Lu Shuang froze, and the hair on her ears exploded. Principal, please don't make such a joke. Looking at the helpless cat-eared girl in front of him, Lu Jin was in a good mood. Just as he was about to tease her a few more times, the system page suddenly popped up. School rules, girls' skirts should be as short as possible. Current execution rate, 78%. Reward, 500,000 spirit coins. Oh, not bad. Lu Jin was delighted. When he looked up, he found Lu Shuang still standing there, looking at him with worried eyes. Principal, what happened? She suspected that Lu Jin was provoked by something. Nothing, just a small problem. Lu Jin smiled easily. By the way, check the school's financial situation tomorrow morning. If he guessed correctly, the 500,000 spirit coins were directly transferred to the school's account. Lu Shuang nodded, her cat ears trembling slightly. Yeah. She hesitated for a moment, then added in a low voice, Principal, about the funding, if necessary. Don't worry. Lu Jin interrupted her, his eyes flashing with confidence, you'll know tomorrow. After saying that, he reached out and gently pinched her trembling cat ears. You go and get busy first. Ah! Lu Shuang screamed and jumped away like a frightened cat. Principal, someone will see us. After saying that, he fled with the documents in his arms. Lu Jin looked at her hurriedly leaving back and couldn't help laughing out loud. After checking the length of the students' skirts, I looked at my watch and it was time to get off work. He was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a gaze full of resentment. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and turned to look. On the tree-lined avenue outside the school gate, Su Mengmeng was staring at him, her beautiful face distorted with anger, looking like a resentful woman. Lu Jin. She rushed over in her 10-centimeter high heels, and the waves on her chest rose and fell violently with her steps, attracting the attention of the students around her. She was waiting for Lu Jin to come out at the school gate, trying to create an encounter so that he could win her back. Unexpectedly, she ran into Lu Jin and Lu Shuang having an intimate conversation, and she was immediately furious. Lu Jin put his hands in his pockets, standing there lazily, with a playful smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su who has already resigned? Why, you don't want to leave? Stop pretending. Su Mengmeng stood in front of him, biting her red lips until they bled. I saw everything you did to teacher Lu just now. Her voice was so sharp that the students who had not yet left stopped to watch, and some even secretly took out their mobile phones to record the scene. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. What did you see? You. Su Mengmeng was so angry that she was shaking all over and pointed her finger at his nose. You touched her ear. And you said something like going to the office to alter her skirt. Lu Jin, are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Do you think I'll get jealous? And come back to beg you? Chapter 8. Su Mengmeng was furious. Su Mengmeng became more and more excited as she spoke, her voice rising an octave. I'm telling you, you're dreaming. The surrounding students were in an uproar. Fuck, has Teacher Su been dumped? The new principal is so awesome that he even dares to dump Teacher Su. Director Lu is actually having an affair with the principal? Lu Jin listened to the discussions around him and suddenly laughed softly. What are you laughing at? Su Mengmeng screamed. Lu Jin slowly stopped smiling and his eyes suddenly became cold. Su Mengmeng, he said in a soft voice, but every word was as sharp as a knife, are you out of your mind? What? Su Mengmeng was shocked by his sudden momentum and subconsciously took a half step back. Lu Jin sneered and glanced at her face with contempt. A piece of shit like you is worthy of me bothering to make you angry? He adjusted his cuffs slowly. To put it bluntly, you're not even as good as one of her cat's tails. You. Su Mengmeng was struck by lightning, and her whole face instantly turned the color of liver. Lu Jin stood up and casually brushed off the non-existent dust on his shoulders. Anything else? If not, don't block my way. I'm in a hurry. There were already more than a dozen students gathered around, and all of them were stunned by this scene. Su Mengmeng, who has always been high and mighty, was humiliated in public by the new principal and was left without any chance to fight back. It's Tiangang on the contrary. Su Mengmeng was so ashamed and angry that she suddenly yelled hysterically. Lu Jin. Don't be so complacent. The 4-star group has withdrawn its investment. I wonder how long you can still be so arrogant. When the academy closes down, I want you to kneel down and beg me. Li Haonan is the illegitimate son of the chairman of the 6-star group. Relying on this relationship, Su Mengmeng's sister also climbed to the management position of the 6-star group. Therefore, she felt that she was fully qualified to serve as the department head at Shanghai College. Now that Lu Jin has fired her, she is naturally very unhappy. Get out of here. I'm about to get off work. Lu Jin turned and left, not even interested in looking at her anymore. The students who were watching automatically made way for him, and everyone looked at Lu Jin with awe in their eyes. The principal is so handsome. Su Mengmeng deserves it. She usually bullies others by relying on her connections. I never thought that the new principal would be a fan of Furuwei. Amid the discussions, no one noticed that at the corner of the teaching building, a slender figure was covering her hot cheeks, and her black cat's tail was wagging happily. Lu Shuang took in everything that had just happened, and her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. Not even as good as one of her cat's tails. These words kept echoing in her mind, causing the tips of her ears to burn. The principal is really so messy. Taking a deep breath, she carefully took out a yellowed photo from her pocket. I don't know if he still remembers me. The cat ears trembled slightly, and the scene of that rainy night appeared in front of her eyes again. At that time, she failed to break through the Spirit King realm and was attacked by the spirit beast blood in her body, turning into the appearance of a cat demon. Some spirit warriors secretly conducted half-demon experiments, and she, as a hybrid of a shadow cat demon and a human, became a perfect sample. In order to avoid being hunted down by those spiritual warriors, she fled to Shanghai Academy covered in wounds. She wailed in pain. At that time, a man holding a flashlight followed the sound and found her behind a dusty instrument. A small black wild cat curled up in the corner, its front paws covered in blood and with more than a dozen detection electrodes connected to its body. The man immediately took off his suit jacket and rapped the trembling little guy, "Don't be afraid, I'll take you out." The man's voice awakened the half-conscious cat demon. In the blurred vision, only the pair of gentle eyes behind the lenses could be seen. When the man's warm fingertips brushed across her ear, she heard a smiling voice. It would be nice if I could become a beautiful girl to repay my gratitude. My name is Lu Jin, I live in Building 7 of Wancheng Garden Community, and I may go to Shanghai College in the future. The man not only risked his life to save her, but also used his family connections to suppress the matter. He visited the infirmary every day, bringing small dried fish. And pet her like a cat. He touched her all over her body. He even slept with her in his arms every day. Until one day, Lu Shuang left quietly after recovering from her injuries, and then joined Shanghai College in her current appearance. And when they met again, that man had become the principal Lu Jin, who had a completely different temperament. But the man may not know that the injured little wild cat is standing in front of him at this moment. Wancheng, the sky is high and mighty. A pair of slender legs in pure white over the knee socks stopped at the school gate. The gate of Sangqiang Wuga was more magnificent than Su Shueji had imagined. She stood at the school gate, looking up at the gold-plated plaque with the 4 characters Sangqiang Wuga written in a flamboyant style, shining with dazzling golden light in the sun. Sangqiang Wuga, the top university in Wancheng. The school that countless spiritual warriors dream of. Today she finally stood here. The freshmen around her were walking in groups of 3 or 4. From time to time, someone would cast a curious look at her, but would quickly look away. Is this the genius who transferred from Shanghai College? I heard that he was a student expelled from Shanghai College and came here to audit our classes. You are an auditor. Shu, keep your voice down. The sound of subtle discussions drifted into her ears, but Su Shueji's expression remained unchanged, except that her grip on the suitcase tightened slightly. She was originally the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 5 famous families in Xian country. She had a bright future, but unfortunately, she was expelled from the Su family because she could not awaken her talent. But there is always a way out. Even in such a harsh environment as Shanghai Academy, she still practiced hard, worked hard, and finally awakened the extremely icy spirit body. Now that Su Shueji's parents are in decline, if she wants to return to the Su family and gain recognition from the Great Elder, she must use Zhangqiangwu High School as a springboard and make a splash in the supernatural power assessment. Therefore, she chose to transfer from Shanghai College to Zhangqiang Martial Arts High School, and then use the resources of Zhangqiang Martial Arts High School to get into the top 10 in the city's supernatural power assessment. However, because of that damn Lu Jin, her careful plans were all disrupted. Su Shueji took a deep breath and walked towards the reporting office, her shiny leather shoes making crisp sounds on the marble floor. The teacher at the reporting office pushed up his glasses and frowned after taking her transfer materials. Su Shueji, right? Are you transferring here? Yes, she said in a cold voice. But we haven't received your transfer documents yet. The teacher flipped through the file. According to the procedures, without the official transfer documents from your original school, we can only process your audit procedure. Okay. Su Shueji's nails unknowingly sank into her palm. The three words auditor were as glaring as a brand, which meant that in the world, she would always be an outsider. But, just sit in and listen. It's better than staying in that crappy school like Shanghai College. Well, you can't enjoy the resource quota of regular students. The teacher said in a businesslike manner, his finger drawing a series of gray items on the light screen. Including S-level training room, secret realm trial qualification, core skills borrowing rights. What? This is not quite the same as what Director Li said. Su Shueji frowned slightly. Director Li also told her in the morning that the resources she enjoyed at Zhangqiangwu High School were no different from those of ordinary students. The admissions teacher pushed up his glasses and said, "It's just a procedure. Director Li has already said hello. If you can get excellent results in the upcoming monthly exams, we can find a way to let you enjoy all the resources." Okay. Su Shueji clenched her fist silently. At this point, she has no other way out. As usual, I still need to ask you a few questions. The admissions teacher flipped through the file. Why choose our school? Su Shueji straightened her back and recited the lines she had memorized last night. Zhangqiang Wugo has a long history and abundant resources. Tell me something real, interrupted the teacher. I want to become the strongest spiritual warrior. Su Shueji lowered her voice a few notches, but her tone was very firm. Zhangqiangwu High School is the best school in Wancheng, this is my reason. Very good. The admissions teacher glanced at the transcript and said, number 1 in the entire grade at Shanghai College? No wonder. She suddenly changed the subject, but here, just being able to pass the exam is not enough. How much sleep do you get every day? 6 hours. Su Shueji replied. 6 hours? The teacher chuckled. Students at Zhangqiang Wushu High School sleep no more than 3 hours. Excellent spiritual warriors don't need to sleep at all. You actually sleep 6 hours a day, which means you practice 3 hours less than others. In 3 years, that's a difference of 3,285 hours. Su Shueji clenched the corner of her clothes. 3 years, 3,000 hours of difference. The effort she was proud of turned out to be just the starting point for others. How long do you practice every day? The admissions teacher asked. 10 hours. Su Shueji's eyes flickered as she answered softly. She was quite confident about her cultivation time. Except for eating and sleeping, I spend all my free time cultivating. Too few. However, the admissions teacher frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly. Students in our school practice for more than 20 hours every day. They even practice while going to the toilet. Su Shueji immediately promised, Teacher, I will increase the intensity of my practice in the future. Well, there is one more thing, the teacher closed the file. In order to prevent students from falling in love prematurely and affecting their practice, they must complete sterilization surgery before entering school. Are you clear about this? Sterilization? Su Shueji's pupils shrank, and the admissions handbook in her hand fell to the ground. Your school's measures to prevent premature love, are they so physical? The admissions teacher smiled professionally. It's okay if you don't want to have surgery. For an outstanding student like you, we recommend taking Taiyin Ninglu pills. After taking it, menstruation stops and estrogen returns to zero, with 3 major advantages. Save the money for sanitary napkins to buy study materials. No need to ask for leave for physical education class anymore. Being as emotionally stable as an AI is the best fit for reaching the Spirit King realm. Su Shueji. After a moment of silence, Su Shueji clenched her fists, bit her teeth and said, "Okay, no problem. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Stricter requirements mean a brighter future." Su Shueji could only comfort herself silently in this way. "Then let's check in. Here's the dorm key." "Good." Su Shueji turned and left. Buzz. As I walked out of the teaching building, my cell phone suddenly rang. She came to a secluded place and pressed the answer button. "Did you find out?" "Miss." A deep voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Shanghai College has already issued you an expulsion notice, but Principal Lu Jin has withheld the original, saying that he will handle it personally." What is even more troublesome is that the second master of the Su family was still asking this morning why your academic record on the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website showed that you were a dropout. Crack. The communicator creaked in her hand as if it was weighed down. The issue of her academic status would affect her status in the Su family, and Lu Jin couldn't possibly be unaware of this. If the eldest elder of the Su family knew that she was expelled from a fake academy and came to Songcheong Wugo High School just to audit the class, then her hope of returning to the Su family will vanish. This damn principal. She must not let the expulsion notice reach the Su family. Chapter 9, Students Threaten the Principal? 6 p.m. The afterglow of the setting sun cast an orange-red glow on Shanghai College, and the model teaching building cast a long shadow in the twilight. Lu Jin left work carrying his briefcase. His home is a detached villa 2 kilometers away from Shanghai College. The environment is quiet and it is the inheritance left to him by his father. There is a lot of space at home and the bed is also very big. It's just empty. It would be better to find a few people to live together. The eastern sky was turning pale, and the night fog receded like the tide. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Jin squeezed onto the number 8 bus bound for Shanghai College. Why take the bus? High emotional intelligence helps you understand the people's sentiments. Low EQ is worse than poverty. The carriage was crowded, and he barely held onto the handrail. Next stop, Shanghai College Station. The moment the mechanical female voice announced, the bus braked suddenly. Fuck. Ah. Along with a cry, Lu Jin felt 2 soft touches on his back. Turning his head, his pupils shrank suddenly. A girl in a black dress was glaring at him fiercely. She is less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing a black velvet Lolita skirt with white socks and small leather shoes, which perfectly outlines her petite body. Uncle, the girl in the black skirt licked her canine teeth, and the camera of her mobile phone flashed red light. "Did you feel good just now?" The passengers around immediately cast contemptuous glances at him. This is a misunderstanding," Lu Jin said calmly. The girl insisted, "What misunderstanding? I saw you put out your dirty hands." Before Lu Jin could even open his mouth, the girl had already raised her phone, and the flashlight came on with a click. "Uncle, you don't want me to post the news about you harassing students from Shanghai College online, right?" Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. "Which school are you from?" The girl in the black skirt snorted, "Shanghai College, what's wrong? Perverted uncles like you love to attack us female college students the most." Lu Jin's expression became subtle. "Wow, a student from Shanghai College? This bad girl doesn't even know the school principal?" But this is not surprising. He just became the principal a few days ago. And this female classmate is obviously a bad girl who often skips classes. "Either transfer 5,000 spirit coins as hush money," she waved the payment code, "or I'll make you socially dead." Lu Jin smiled. The students threatened the principal, and that was against Tiangang, right? You are a student of Shanghai College. Yeah, what's wrong? Nothing, 5,000 spirit coins, right? Lu Jin pushed his glasses and showed an embarrassed expression. "I don't have enough cash." The girl in the black dress's eyes lit up, and she immediately put the payment code in front of him. "You can scan the code too. It's hard to operate here because there are too many people around." Lu Jin smiled slightly. "How about this? I'll give it to you when I get off the car." "Okay." The girl smiled smugly. He couldn't run away anyway. "I slaughtered another fat sheep today." I couldn't help but laugh. She had Lu Jin's photo in her hand, so she wasn't afraid that he would default on his debt. "We have arrived at Shanghai College Station." As soon as the car door opened, the girl in the black skirt grabbed Lu Jin's sleeve and rushed out of the car. Pervert uncle, transfer the money quickly. Don't even think about running away. Lu Jin slowly straightened his tie that she had pulled askew, and his eyes behind the glasses were somewhat amused. I'm only 25 years old, isn't it a bit too much to call me uncle? The girl curled her lips. Who told you to dress like an antique? I'll give you the money, don't worry. He pushed his glasses and said leisurely, but you should know that this is extortion, right? Who blackmailed you? Why did you get off at Shanghai College as well? She took a step back cautiously. Are you trying to follow me? Lu Jin slowly straightened his wrinkled suit and asked, why can't I get off at Shanghai College? The girl looked at him suspiciously. Could it be, you are also a student? Although this guy looks decent, he doesn't look like a freshman at all. How can a freshman wear a suit and tie to school? Lu Jin didn't comment. I'm considered a newcomer. Ha! Her eyes lit up and she became proud instantly. Then you're done. If you don't give me the money, I'll report it to the teacher. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Why tell the teacher? Why not tell the principal directly? The girl in the black dress was startled at first, then sneered, Ha, you're trying to scare me with the principal? She shook her phone, and on the screen was a secretly photographed profile of Lu Jin. Do you want me to send a group message to all the teachers and students in the school right now? The title should be The Obscene Moments of a Perverted Uncle. Anyway, she has the photos in her hands, so she is not afraid of making a big deal out of it. Lu Jin asked with a half smile, by the way, do you know the principal of your school? Oh, principal? She sneered and crossed her arms. Why should I get to know that little bastard? Lu Jin thought it was a little funny. As a student, you have never even met the principal? Perverted uncle, stop talking nonsense and give me the money quickly, or I will scream molest, she threatened. Lu Jin sighed, this is your last chance. I don't mind if you call me a perverted uncle now. But once you enter this school, there will be no room for regret. TSK, who are you trying to scare? Hey, trash is trash. The girl in the black dress thought Lu Jin was threatening her and said calmly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you don't pay 5,000 spirit coins today, I will never let you go. Okay. Lu Jin smiled faintly, said nothing more, and walked towards the school gate. Come on, I'll give you the money. The girl snorted coldly and followed him, mentally thinking about how she was going to make a killing from him later. However, just after entering the campus. Hello, principal. Lin Xiaoyu was holding a pile of books and stopped in front of Lu Jin to salute respectfully. Lu Jin smiled and nodded, yeah. Boom. The girl in the black dress was struck by lightning and her cell phone fell to the ground. What? Are you kidding? Could this pervert be the principal of Shanghai College? Impossible. Her voice trembled, and the arrogance she had just shown was gone. What did he call you just now? Principal. Lu Jin picked up the phone and pressed the delete button in front of her. You were threatening me just now, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The girl in the black skirt still refused to believe it. Stop lying, our principal is not that young. You must have colluded in advance. Lu Jin sighed softly and pointed to the faculty notice board behind her. I say, can you look back? What are you looking at? The girl looked back, her pupils shrank slightly, and she was completely stunned. The exquisite face froze in an instant. The notice board clearly displayed. Principal of Shanghai College, Lu Jin, 25 years old. Photo. The man in the photo looks exactly like the guy in front of me. It's over. He really is the principal. She had just blackmailed the principal of Shanghai College on the bus? This is so unlucky. I was wrong. After coming to her senses, she suddenly bowed 90 degrees, and her long lavender hair fell down, covering her flushed face. She never dreamed that the new principal was so young. But fortunately, the principal doesn't know her name. Which class are you from? Lu Jin asked seriously. Hey, perverted principal, I won't tell you. The next second, the girl in the black dress stuck out her tongue at Lu Jin, immediately turned around, and rushed into the crowd without looking back. Lu Jin did not chase after him. He just stood there, glancing down at the black Gothic-style phone in his hand. The screen is still on, and there is an unread message on the lock screen. Qianshuan, when will you return the spirit coins you borrowed from me? Chapter 10, anything is okay? Lu Jin smiled slightly, put away his phone and went to the office. The rising sun climbed to the top of the bell tower, and Shanghai College welcomed a new day. Welcome back to work, master. Were crossed her arms over her stomach and gave a standard smile. Lu Jin sank into the sofa in the office and rubbed his brows. What important schedule do you have today? Today's schedule is as follows. At 9 a.m., teacher Lu Shuang will report the financial situation to you. At 10 a.m., the chairman of the 6-star group will make an appointment to talk to you remotely. The rest of the time, you can arrange it freely. Okay. Lu Jin nodded slightly. It seems that the 4-star group can't hold back any longer. Since he wants to play, then play with him. Wire handed over the thermos cup with wolfberries. Master, please have some tea. Lu Jin took the thermos cup and tapped the table with his fingers, seeming to be thinking about something. Weird. I don't think I've ever asked in detail. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. What functions do you have? A string of light blue data light flowed through Wire's pupils, and then she smiled slightly. I am Wire 2.0, an intelligent assistant. My basic functions are as follows: administrative assistance, data analysis, schedule management, and diversified services. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. What is diversified service? Wire paused for a moment, her gentle voice carrying a unique mechanical rhythm. Diversified services are extensible module contents. They are as follows. Dress Up module needs 5,000 spirit coins to purchase. Art Performance module requires 10,000 spirit coins to purchase. Deep Thinking module needs 20,000 spirit coins to purchase. Combat Auxiliary module needs 50,000 spirit coins to purchase. Companion module requires 1 million spirit coins to purchase. Damn, you have so many functions? Lu Jin was surprised. I didn't expect this artificial idiot to be so powerful. Not only can it change clothes, but it can also assist in combat. But the price is too expensive, it costs 1 million spirit coins. Let us be honest. Lu Jin had only seen so many zeros in Chengdu. Yes. Wire folded her hands in front of her, her posture elegant and professional. As the second generation of psychic AI, my design was originally intended to meet the diverse needs of users. By the way, what is the companion module? Lu Jin asked after taking a sip of wolfberry tea. A string of data light flashed through Wire's pupils, and her tone was calm and professional. The companion agreement is an optional feature of the Advanced AI Assistance System, which is designed to provide users with more comprehensive life companionship services. What does it include? Emotional communication, daily care, health monitoring, and... Her voice paused delicately. Intimacy simulation. Lu Jin's thermos cup was suspended in the air. Intimacy simulation? Wire nodded, her expression still dignified. Yes. This module can simulate the interaction mode of human partners, including physical contact, emotional comfort, and solving your deeper physiological needs. Puff. Lu Jin almost choked on his own tea. Do people in this world play so extravagantly? The master seems to be very interested in the companion module, but it has not been installed yet. Wire's expression remained calm. Do I need to apply to purchase the download? I have no money. Lu Jin said seriously. Although this feature is interesting, 1 million spirit coins is too expensive. Wire blinked. What a shame. There was a brief silence in the office. You can purchase both costume modules and companion modules to meet any XP needs you may have, Wire added. After a while, Lu Jin slowly put down the teacup and said calmly, not needed for now. Wire blinked her eyelashes. I understand. However, if you need it in the future, you can always apply. Lu Jin. Bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wire stepped aside gracefully, and Lu Jin regained his serious expression. Come in. The office door was pushed open, and Lu Shuang walked in with light steps, her slender, shiny cattail swaying gracefully behind her. She placed a document on Lu Jin's desk and lightly tapped the paper with her fingertips. Principal, I have good news. Her cat ears twitched slightly, and her amber eyes sparkled with joy. Lu Jin raised his head from the documents, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. It seems that it is not a small matter to have Director Lu come here in person to report. Please take a seat. Lu Shuang sat down elegantly on the edge of the sofa, with her tail curled naturally at her side. She flipped the file open and ran her finger over a line of numbers. I just checked and there is an extra 500,000 spirit coins in the school account. Lu Jin slapped his thigh fiercely. Great. Lu Shuang's cat ears straightened instantly, and she quickly put her long legs together and pulled them inward. Lu Jin immediately apologized. Sorry, I took the wrong picture. Lu Shuang slowly relaxed, the tip of her tail wagging gently. A hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Principal, where did all this money come from? Lu Jin pretended to be serious and said, of course I called on caring people from all walks of life to donate to our school. Could it be that it appeared out of thin air? That's right. Lu Shuang seemed to understand something and said with her red lips, with this money, we can solve Shanghai College's urgent needs. Yeah. Lu Jin said with a serious expression, how is Su Shueji's matter going? Lu Shuang handed over a document. Principal, this is Su Shueji's expulsion notice. What do you think we should do with it? Lu Jin took a look at it and said, leave it with me first. I'll find time to send it to the Su family myself. Do you have to come in person for such a small matter? Lu Shuang blinked. Lu Jin smiled and said, some things can only be felt if you do them yourself. Lu Shuang's eyes trembled slightly. Obviously, Lu Jin was serious. This time, Su Shueji must suffer. But what about the city-wide supernatural examination 3 months later? Lu Jin tapped the table with his fingertips and suddenly spoke. By the way, help me check a student. Lu Shuang's cat ears moved slightly. Which student? Lu Jin pushed a black Gothic-style mobile phone to the table. The one wearing the black skirt seems to be called Qianshuan. Yi Qianshuan? Lu Shuang flicked her tail. She's from the second class of the elemental department. She's very talented, but... She hesitated. She practices shadow psychic powers, and no regular colleges or universities will accept her. Her family situation is not good. Both her parents are dead, and she is financially strapped. She is also ostracized at school. Is that so? Lu Jin nodded slightly, his expression becoming complicated. Principal, has she done something wrong again? I'll go and deal with her. Lu Shuang said. Lu Jin chuckled and pushed the phone forward. No, her phone fell at the school gate and I happened to pick it up. You go back to class first, I'll ask her to come and get it later. Lu Shuang was stunned. Oh. Okay. Before long, the broadcast sounded throughout the campus. Please ask Yi Qianshuan, a student from the second class of the elemental department, to come to the principal's office immediately. Boom. In the classroom, Yi Qianshuan felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. It's over. He recognized this perverted principal. At the podium, the students next to her raised their lips in gloating. The principal personally called her name. Chihiro is really lucky. Yi Qianshuan wanted to cry but had no tears, and her whole body wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Is it too late to drop out of school now? Is it too late to transfer schools now? Is it too late to escape from Earth now? As soon as the bell rang, Yi Qianshuan moved slowly towards the principal's office like a prisoner being taken to the execution ground. It took her 10 minutes to walk the short distance of 200 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. When you push open the door. Yi Qianshuan lowered her head, her bangs hanging down to cover half of her face, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Principal, what do you want to do? Lu Jin sat at his desk, reviewing documents, without even looking up. Weir, close the door. Bang! Weir's hand shook, and the door closed so loudly that it startled everyone. The office was eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of pens writing on paper. Yi Qianshuan stared at the tip of his shoes and felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. It's over. They even attacked her on the bus. Now a man and a woman are alone in a room. What happens next? She really didn't dare to think about it. Special guidance from the principal's office. Is it happening right here? Thinking of this, Yi Qianshuan slowly tightened her slender fingers, and her joints turned slightly white due to the force. Do you know why I called you here? Lu Jin finally put down his pen. Because I was on the bus. Yi Qianshuan's face turned red, and her eyes dodged. That, blackmail. Oh? Lu Jin suddenly stood up and walked closer. So you also know it's blackmail? Yi Qianshuan's face flushed instantly. I didn't know you were the principal. According to school rules, Lu Jin took out a document from the drawer. Extortion will result in a serious disciplinary action, and the target is the principal. He will be expelled directly. No. Yi Qianshuan rushed forward and slammed his hands on the desk. I have a sick mother, a gambling father, and a younger brother who goes to school. I can't be expelled. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Is this your reason for blackmailing passers-by? Yi Qianxuan bowed 90 degrees, her fingertips tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, her voice filled with unprecedented panic. I know I was wrong. I swear I will never do it again. I will do anything you ask me to do. The air suddenly became quiet for a second. Oh? A playful voice came from above. Yi Qianxuan quietly raised her eyelids and met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Really, anything? Chapter 11: Help Poor Students and Gain Prestige. Really? Yi Qianxuan raised his head, suddenly realizing that there was ambiguity in his words, and hurriedly added, "Of course, it can't be those weird things." Lu Jin suddenly stood up, walked straight to the window, and pulled the curtain shut with a swish. In the dim office, only the dim light of the desk lamp remained. Yi Qianxuan's whole body stiffened, and her slender white legs began to tremble unconsciously. The school uniform she wore today was already short, and she subconsciously held down the hem with her hands. Her ordinary chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing, and a layer of fine beads of sweat had already oozed out of her delicate collarbone. It's over, it's over, it's over. This perverted principal is not thinking. On the couch, at your desk, or on the floor. Maybe even in mid-air. Are you nervous? Lu Jin's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Trash. She put her hands on her chest, her voice trembling. I mean the principal, this is the office. Don't worry, Lu Jin sat down opposite her and pushed up his glasses. Please don't think so badly of the principal, okay? I'm not interested in tablets. Yi Qianxuan's face instantly turned red, and he said angrily, Principal you. Who are you calling a tablet? She subconsciously straightened her chest, but then realized with annoyance that this only confirmed the other person's evaluation. Lu Jin said calmly, since you admit that you are blackmailing, there is nothing more to say. I will punish you by recording a demerit and make you clean the principal's office for a month. Yi Qianxuan pursed her lips and said, No, principal, I have to go home every day to take care of my sick brother. Where did your brother come from? Do you really think I don't have your information? Lu Jin took out a folder from the drawer and opened it slowly. Yi Qianxuan, 18 years old, 3rd level spiritual master, excellent academic performance, good at using shadow spiritual methods. His father, Yi Wen, was a former member of the Shadow Pavilion. He was arrested by the Psychic Control Bureau 15 years ago. Shut up. Yi Qianxuan raised his head suddenly, emotionally, don't mention my parents. Don't get excited. I checked your family situation. Lu Jin's tone suddenly softened. Both your parents are dead, and you rely on scholarships to make a living. Yi Qianxuan bit her teeth lightly and twisted her fingers tightly together. So, are you feeling sorry for me? No. I want to give you a job. Lu Jin said, I called you here today, in addition to punishing you to clean the classroom, I also want you to be the school rules inspector. Ah? Yi Qianxuan's eyes widened. School rules inspector? That's right. Lu Jin took out a stack of documents from the drawer. Starting today, you will supervise the implementation of school rules after school every day. I will pay you spirit coins as a reward. Yi Qianxuan opened his mouth wide. Is this a punishment? What do you think? Lu Jin smiled meaningfully. By the way, as a school rules inspector, you should behave more properly and not blackmail others like you did last time. Yi Qianxuan bit her lower lip lightly, her cheeks flushed. Also, Lu Jin took out her cell phone from his pocket. I'll return this to you. This won't happen again. Yi Qianxuan's expression suddenly became flustered. One more thing. Lu Jin crossed his arms and smiled. From today on, your punishment also includes eating on time every day. Yi Qianxuan took the phone in a daze, and suddenly found a golden meal card on the table. This is unlimited refreshes in the cafeteria. Lu Jin turned around and opened the curtains, letting the sunlight in again. Don't faint from hunger and cause me trouble. Yi Qianxuan held the meal card in her hand, and the tips of her ears slowly turned red. Who would be bribed by a trashy principal like you? She stamped her feet, but quickly stuffed the meal card into her chest. She suddenly felt that the perverted principal in front of her didn't seem so annoying. Hint, you have gained the favorability of student Yi Qianxuan, prestige value plus 50. Lu Jin pushed his glasses up, and a wooden ruler appeared in his hand. He slowly and methodically touched the edge of Yi Qianxuan's skirt with the tip of the ruler. By the way, you should know, right? According to Article 1 of the Shanghai College's new school regulations, he said calmly, but with unquestionable authority. Student uniform skirts must not be higher than mid-thigh. Yi Qianchuan was stunned. What are you doing with the ruler? Of course I'll check it. Lu Jin squatted down seriously and placed the ruler vertically on the outside of her thigh. As the new school rules inspector, you have to set an example first. The cold ruler slid slowly down her thigh. Yi Qianchuan stiffened and her cheeks flushed red. Wait. That's not allowed. Quiet. Lu Jin pushed up his glasses, and a gleam of light reflected from the lenses. I'm working hard. The ruler stopped at the middle of her thigh. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and said, 1.5 centimeters away from passing. Yi Qianchuan blushed and said, there is definitely something wrong with this broken ruler. My skirt is up to standard. Oh. Lu Jin suddenly lifted the edge of her skirt with a ruler. Do you want to measure it again to confirm? No, no need. Yi Qianchuan pressed down the hem of her skirt fiercely. I'll change it this afternoon. Right away. After saying that, she ran out of the office with a red face. Lu Jin looked at the system panel with great satisfaction. Not only does it help poor students, but it also gains prestige. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Beep. At this moment, the landline phone in the office suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and asked, who is this? Principal Lu, I am Park Dan-jen, the chairman of the 4-star group. Is there really no room for redemption regarding my son's matter? Lu Jin said firmly, your son has been causing trouble in Shanghai College, disrespecting his teachers, committing crimes, and causing significant financial losses to the school. He must be expelled today. Pu Duangan's tone suddenly turned cold. Lu Jin, stop pretending. Let's be frank. Don't I know how good Shanghai College is? It's just a crappy school. My son is already a great honor to you for coming here. Do you know the consequences of expelling him? Lu Jin said, are you threatening me? He. Principal Lu, to put it bluntly, if I hadn't donated 500,000 spirit coins to Shanghai College every year, your crappy school would have closed down long ago. 500,000? Lu Jin sneered. Oh my god. Your son causes more than 1 million spiritual coins in losses to the school every year. And you only give him 500,000? Why didn't I fire that little bastard earlier? Park Duangan was instantly furious. Shiba, you dare to scold me, I'll fuck you. Beep. Lu Jin didn't give him a chance to speak and hung up the phone directly. The headquarters of the 6-star group. Park Duangan in the office was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He immediately waved his hand at the beautiful secretary in a short skirt beside him and said, it's just a small rubbish school. I can't deal with you. The secretary beside him leaned forward slightly, put her slender fingers gently on Park Duangan's shoulder, and put her red lips close to his ear. Why is the chairman angry? We donate a large sum of money to Shanghai College every year for free. Park Duangan's eyes lingered on her curvy figure for a moment, and he suddenly sneered. He raised his hand and slapped the roundness wrapped under the short skirt, making a crisp sound. The secretary groaned in pain, but her smile became even more charming. Go, free Shanghai College's donation funds immediately and stop all investment projects. Understood. When the secretary stood up, the charm in his eyes had faded, replaced by a shrewd cold light. She gathered the scattered documents, her high heels tapping out a neat rhythm on the marble floor. I'll do it right away. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and smiled. Do you need special attention for Principal Lu? Park Dan-jen took out a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet and swirled the amber liquid in the glass. Let him first taste the feeling of being betrayed by his own students. At the same time, Shanghai Academy. The mechanical lowly wire suddenly spoke and said in an ethereal voice, Master, the finance office sent a notice that the 4-star group has decided to withdraw all investment projects in Shanghai College and freeze the 500,000 donation fund. Got it. Lu Jin snorted, thank him for me. Yesterday he received a system reward of 500,000 spirit coins, which was just enough to offset the impact of the 4-star group's withdrawal of investment. Lu Jin was naturally fearless. But what puzzled him was who had embezzled the school's money. If this problem cannot be solved, no matter how much money you make, it won't help. Help me retrieve the school's financial expenditure information for the past year. Okay, master. Wire nodded slightly, and the holographic screen unfolded, with dense data streams rolling like a waterfall. Retrieving the flow of funds in the past year warning. Abnormal encrypted files detected. Her eyes suddenly flashed red, and her voice became serious. Master, the financial system has been modified manually, and 87% of the original data has been deleted. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Can it be restored? Wire tilted her head, her hair standing up. Theoretically, no. But I backed it up before. Chapter 12 All boys, expelled. Wire made a stroke with her finger. The screen suddenly refreshed, and the abnormal expenditure items highlighted in red jumped glaringly. Abnormal consumption 1,153,4583 spirit coins. Consumer, Su Mengmeng, former head of the martial arts department. Reimbursement item, special teaching and research funds for the Department of Martial Arts. Actual use, luxury goods purchase marked, teaching aids. Hermes Birkin bags 3, invoice high-end heart guard. Chanel high heels 1, invoice special boots for attack speed training. Silk nightgown 1, invoice student jiu-jitsu uniform. Okay, I knew it was her. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. No wonder the school's funds were insufficient to cover expenses. It turned out that Su Mengmeng, the parasite, had been secretly embezzling public funds. Although she has been fired, this matter cannot be let go. Let her vomit whatever she eats. Ware's holographic projection continues to refresh. Abnormal consumption 2, 5,500 spirit coins. Consumer, Wang Xiaoqiang physical education teacher. Reimbursement item, special purchase of sports equipment. Actual use, purchase at a 300% premium confirmed by Wire price comparison system. Someone's hands are not very clean. Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Keep digging. I want to see how many termites there are in the school. Abnormal consumption 3, 648 12 spirit coins. Recharge item, Abyss God All Server Limited Skin Neon Dance. Consumer account, Lu Xingyao Director of Moral Education. Payment channel, College Moral Education Special Fund. Lu Jin stared at the record and was silent for 3 seconds. Explain. He raised his head slowly. The Director of Moral Education used public funds to buy skins for mobile games? Wire blinked her electronic eyes. Teacher Lu said this is a necessary expense for researching teenagers' online behavior. Lu Jin tapped the tabletop with his fingertips and suddenly smiled. Interesting. He looked at Wire. Print out this data for me. Yes, master. Wire bowed slightly. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xiaoyu trotted in, her cheeks flushed from her haste. Principal. Something happened. Take your time to speak. Lu Jin raised his eyes, his gaze moving up and down. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Li Haonan, he gathered all the boys in the engineering society in front of building number 2. I gave each of them 500 spirit coins and said that they would jointly protest your decision to fire them. Hearing this, Lu Jin chuckled and asked, how many boys are there in our school? 23 people. Lin Xiaoyu's voice faded. The ratio of men to women is about 1 to 5. Ha! Lu Jin pushed the chair away and stood up, slowly adjusting his sleeves. 23 people, 500 each, that is, he spent 11,500 spirit coins, intending to force me to abdicate. Tell them to come. Are you really not going to avoid it? Lin Xiaoyu was sweating profusely. What if things get out of hand? Lu Jin waved his hand calmly. Don't worry, the advantage is mine. Bang! Suddenly, the solid wooden door of the principal's office was kicked away by a brute force and slammed heavily against the wall. Li Haonan and more than 20 boys rushed in aggressively, just like a scene from a gangster movie. Good morning, Principal Lu. Li Haonan kicked away the chair that was blocking his way and walked to the desk with a swagger. Something? Lu Jin said expressionlessly. It's nothing serious. Li Haonan took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slapped it on the table. All the male students signed a petition, hoping that the principal would withdraw his decision to expel me. He leaned forward and lowered his voice, otherwise, we boys may have to consider dropping out of school. The followers behind him immediately started to make a noise. Yes. Drop out of school. Without us boys, how are you going to keep Shanghai Academy running? Shanghai Girls College, it's so funny. Lin Xiaoyu stood in the corner, twisting the corner of her clothes tightly with her fingers. She clearly remembered how Li Haonan treated the former principal last week. He brought a group of his subordinates to smash the office to pieces, and in the end the school had to compensate him for mental damages. This is the end. The principal will be embarrassed. Li Haonan looked at the silent Lu Jin and felt extremely proud. This coward doesn't dare to touch me. My dad donates 500,000 yuan to the school every year. Expel me? Give him 10 times the courage. If you don't satisfy me today, I will shut down this crappy school completely. He sat down on the desk arrogantly. Principal Lu, what do you think? My time is very precious. Lu Jin finally raised his head and said with a half smile. Li Haonan, do you think you can force me to retract my decision by bringing all the boys with you? What else? Why are you going to go against so many of our students? Li Haonan said with a proud smile. Students are a vulnerable group, so he is certainly not afraid of making a big deal out of this matter. By then, the one who will be embarrassed will be Lu Jin. How outrageous! Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted like a tsunami, the documents on the desk moved without wind, and fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water in the teacup. 5 golden red spiritual patterns fatally appeared on Lu Jin's neck, and the pressure from the 5 patterns at the Spirit King realm made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The knees of more than 20 boys weakened at the same time, and the weaker ones fell to the ground. The office suddenly became quiet. Li Haonan's face turned pale. You dare to do it? All the male students in our school are watching here. With Li Haonan's encouragement, the boys all echoed, yes, Senior Li did nothing wrong. Aren't you afraid that we will all drop out of school? That would be a teaching accident. As the saying goes, the law cannot hold everyone responsible. Now that they have gathered all the boys in the school here, they don't believe that Lu Jin, the new principal, would dare to arouse public anger. Are you willing to protect Li Haonan? Lu Jin asked. Of course. Senior Li Haonan respects the elderly and loves the young, honors teachers, and is willing to help others. What right do you have to expel him? A fat and big-eared male student shouted righteously. The male student's name is Yi Fan. Like Li Haonan, he was also stuffed into Shanghai College because of his poor qualifications. Yes. I think you are clearly seeking revenge for your personal gain. Another student named Xiaoyan started to make trouble. Lu Jin snorted coldly, glanced at the group of boys, and raised the corner of his mouth dangerously, play the surveillance video in front of the entrance of teaching building number 2 from 10 minutes ago. Okay, master. The mechanical lowly's eyes projected a holographic image. In the picture, Li Haonan is distributing money to his younger brothers. 500 spirit coins per person, act like one. If anyone dares to mess up, I'll kill him. Oh shit. The boys were stunned and instantly broke out in sweat. They didn't expect the principal to be so insidious. They even checked the surveillance. Students, you have violated the school rules, no bribing classmates, no school bullying, no gathering to cause trouble, and no threatening teachers. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes. Li Haonan's forehead was covered with sweat, but he quickly straightened his back. So what? You dare to punish all of us? A tall male student curled his lips and said, so what if I violated the school rules? It's nothing more than a warning. After 1 semester, I'll be a brave man again. If you expel Li Haonan, we will all drop out of school, the fat and big-eared male student shouted triumphantly. Yes, if you dare to expel us, we will be expelled from school. Do you dare? Another person echoed. What a joke. Do you really think Shanghai Academy will cease to function without you guys? Lu Jin suddenly pressed the red button on the table, turn on the broadcast. Mr. Principal, the school broadcast has been activated. Wei said with trembling red lips. The next second, Lu Jin picked up the microphone, and his majestic voice spread throughout the entire campus. I now announce that Li Haonan and 23 other male students will be expelled from school, effective immediately. All male students must leave school within 1 hour. Chapter 13 Punishing Su Mengmeng. What? Upon hearing this school rule, Lu Shuang, who was in class, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. What is the principal doing? Completely crazy? Registration of school rules changes. New school rules, expel all male students. Outrageousness. Rating, B commendable. Reward, Jade Marrow Condensate X10. After taking it, it helps the spiritual warrior accumulate a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time, enough to break through the bottleneck of the current realm. However, this medicine contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When taken for the second time, the efficacy will be reduced by 90%, and it will be almost useless. As soon as the words fell, all the male students turned pale. Even Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, was shocked. What happened to the promise that the law does not punish everyone? What happened to the promise to fill up the place? 500 spirit coins for buy one get one free plus a gift pack for dropping out of school? This is such a huge loss. All the male students present suddenly looked as pale as death, as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Lu Jin glanced at all the boys in front of him, raised his lips slightly, and sentenced them to death one by one. Your name is Xiao Yan, right? Your name is Ji Fan, right? And you, Jin Ping'an, Tang San, Han Li. You are all fired. Get out of here. Principal, are you intentionally trying to scare us? The fat and big-eared boy looked at Lu Jin in disbelief, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. Lu Jin took a sip of wolfberry tea calmly. Scare you? Ha ha. I am not in the mood to do that. You are all expelled, understand? From today on, Xinghai Academy does not need male students. As soon as these words were spoken, the male students panicked. Some even knelt down, hugged his thighs and cried bitterly, Principal, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Some even kowtowed, please give me another chance. My parents will let me experience mixed doubles if they know. There won't be a next time. Lu Jin smiled slightly, you don't know you are wrong, but you know you will be expelled. If regret is useful, then what is the point of school rules? Lu Jin. Li Haonan stood up suddenly, his face flushed, my father is chairman of the 4-star group, I know. Lu Jin waved his hands impatiently, call his dad. When the call was connected, Lu Jin started to curse, Park Duangan. Your son brought more than 20 people to cause trouble in my office. What do you think we should do? There was furious kimchi swearing coming from the other end of the line. I don't understand a dog barking. Lu Jin threw the phone to Li Haonan, explain it to your father yourself. Li Haonan's hands were shaking when he answered the phone, Dad, we're fired. You bastard. You can't even handle such a simple thing, get back here right now. The roar on the phone was heard by people nearby, you have brought shame to the 4-star group. After hanging up the phone, Li Haonan's face turned pale and his hands were clenched. Why does this poor principal dare to go against the 4-star group? Why don't you get out of here? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Li Haonan suddenly jumped over the wall and rushed forward fiercely, I will fight you. Bang! Lu Jin raised his leg like lightning and kicked Li Haonan hard in the abdomen. This kick contained the terrifying power of the Spirit King realm, and it directly kicked the dandy boy back. It rolled more than 10 meters in the corridor before stopping. While Li Haonan curled up on the ground and vomited acid. Can you withstand this kick that takes 20 years of practice? Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, the spiritual pressure around him was as deep as the sea, and 5 golden red spiritual patterns were faintly visible on his neck. He glanced coldly at the silent boys. Who else has objections to the new school rules? Now is the time to speak up. The entire corridor was silent. Very good. Lu Jin brushed his sleeves lightly, carry this stray dog away and don't dirty my floor. As if they had been pardoned, the boys hurriedly lifted up the unconscious Li Haonan and took him away. At the entrance of the teaching building, Su Mengmeng, who was still anxiously waiting for news, was immediately horrified when she saw this scene. She rushed forward and said in surprise, Haonan, what happened? Didn't you guys go there to cause trouble? Why are you the only one injured? Li Haonan said weakly. And, damn Lu Jin, he won't fall for this. Damn it! Su Mengmeng stomped her feet in anger. But she had already been fired by Lu Jin, and she was too embarrassed to look for him again. This matter is also my fault. Su Shueji transferred to another school a few days ago, which must have been too much of a shock for him. He's very angry now. Aren't you walking into trouble? Su Mengmeng said, gritting her teeth. What should we do then? Li Haonan said with a dejected look on his face. Su Mengmeng suddenly chuckled, don't worry, without the investment from the 4-star group, Xinghai College won't be able to support its operations. Lu Jin will definitely admit his mistakes when the time comes. We just have to wait. The boys carried Li Haonan away. At this time, Su Mengmeng. Lu Jin's voice came coldly from behind. Su Mengmeng shuddered and turned around pretending to be calm. What? Principal Lu finally came to his senses and wants to apologize? I really admire some people's imagination. Lu Jin put one hand in his pocket and shook the document with the other hand. On it was the transfer record of Su Mengmeng's embezzlement of public funds. 1.5 million spirit coins. His tone was terrifyingly calm. Enough for you to stay in prison for 10 years. The smile on Su Mengming's face froze instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was trembling, but she still maintained her momentum. Don't slander me. Lu Jin threw the document in his hand on her face. The evidence is all here. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Su Mengming said angrily, these must have been synthesized by AI. Lu Jin, you are really amazing. You actually want to use this method to mess with me. Lu Jin chuckled, took out his phone and called the Education Bureau. Okay, you're just being stubborn, huh? Then let the uncles and aunts from the Education Bureau judge for themselves. Su Mengming's face turned pale. She doesn't want to waste the rest of her life in prison. More and more students gathered around, and whispers spread like a tide. What's going on? Why is teacher Su fighting with the principal? I heard that she instigated people to cause trouble and embezzled school property, but was caught red-handed by Principal Lu. Is this true? You usually act so gentle, but you actually do such a big thing behind my back? Someone raised his phone to secretly record a video, and the flash flashed through the crowd. Su Mengming turned back suddenly, her eyes swept through the crowd like a knife, and she shouted, "What are you filming? Get out of here!" But no one moved. Lu Jin looked at her loss of composure coldly, and lightly swiped his fingertips across the phone screen. The call was connected, and he said indifferently, Education Department? Regarding the financial problems of Shanghai College, I have new evidence. Wait. Su Mengming finally couldn't hold it anymore. She rushed forward and tried to snatch the phone, but Lu Jin dodged her by moving sideways. She missed her target and almost fell flat on her face. Lu Jin. She almost squeezed out her voice through her teeth. Do you have to be so ruthless? Lu Jin looked down at her with cold eyes. Su Mengming, I gave you a chance. It was you who put yourself in a dead end. Su Mengming's heart was shocked. She knew that Lu Jin was planning to completely turn against her and there was no chance for them to negotiate. Why is this happening? In panic, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, her delicate makeup blurred by tears. Principal Lu. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. At this point, since the corruption has been exposed, she no longer cares about the strictest rules and can only enter survival mode. Lu Jin's eyes were sharp, either pay the money back immediately, or go to jail. Principal Lu, please. She raised her face, tears in her eyes, and her voice suddenly became soft. I can repay you in other ways. Her fingers slowly moved up Lu Jin's arm, and she bit her red lips lightly. You know. I have always admired you. Lu Jin's eyes turned cold and he took a half step back to avoid her touch. Su Mengming, he said with undisguised disgust in his voice, how dare you say that in front of so many students? Let the Education Bureau and the police talk to you next. Lu Jin snorted coldly, take her away. Su Mengming hugged Lu Jin's thighs and cried bitterly, no, I was wrong, Principal Lu. Lu Jin swung his legs in disgust, but she hugged him even tighter, like a human pendant. Lin Xiaoyu. Lu Xiao Xiao. He could no longer bear it and called for help. People from the Education Department, come to the school gate immediately and take her away. The two men immediately rushed over, holding Su Mengming on the left and right, and dragged her out like a sack. Su Mengming was still struggling, kicking the ground frantically with her feet, and the scene was very funny at one point. I won't leave. Lu Jin. You are heartless. You are unreasonable. Onlookers. Lu Jin rubbed his temples and sighed. Today is another day to purify the campus environment. Chapter 14, The School's Spiritual Beast, Is It a Teddy? Watched Su Mengming being taken away by people from the Education Bureau. Lu Jin returned to the principal's office. He took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. Now the cancer of Su Mengming has been completely eradicated. However, the other teachers also had more or less embezzlement of public funds. Although their amount was nothing compared to Su Mengming's, they still had to be punished. Recovering his thoughts, Lu Jin opened the system panel and checked the rewards he had just received. AB rating is pretty good. Jadeite Du, 9th grade of Xian level, can help spiritual warriors below the Spirit Emperor realm to break through a small realm. Lu Jin picked up a bottle of chalcedony condensate without saying a word and drank it. In an instant, a warm spiritual flow slid from the throat into the dantian, and then turned into a surging torrent of spiritual power, washing over the limbs and bones. His aura continued to rise, and the spiritual energy in his body was boiling. Finally, another golden red spiritual pattern appeared on his neck and then quickly disappeared. Spirit King Realm 6 Patterns, Breakthrough. Lu Jin opened his eyes, feeling the surging power in his body, and raised his lips slightly. Good stuff. However, when he was about to drink another bottle, he suddenly saw the system prompt. The Jade Marrow Condensate contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When taken for the second time, its efficacy will drop by 90%, and it will be almost useless. TSK, there really are limits. Lu Jin smacked his lips, then revealed a sly smile. In that case, the rest will be considered a reward. He waved his hand and put all the remaining chalcedony dew into his pocket. From today on, chalcedony dew will be the highest reward of the college, and only the teachers and students with the best performance will be eligible to receive it. At this time, accompanied by the sound of high heels, Lu Shuang walked in with a serious expression and said softly, "Principal, I heard that you expelled all the male students in the school." "Yes." Lu Jin said, "I hate it most when someone forces me. They are the black sheep of the group and must be fired." "But what about the subject evaluation?" Lu Shuang said worriedly, "If they ask." "On the contrary, without these bad apples, it will be beneficial to the order of our school." Lu Jin suddenly raised his eyes and tapped the desk lightly with his fingertips. "Director Lu, what are the specific contents of the Ministry of Education's subject evaluation?" Now that the problem of troublesome students has been solved, it is time to tackle the more difficult challenge subject assessment. Lu Shuang was slightly startled, and her red lips slightly opened. It mainly checks the student's appearance, teaching quality, and the school's infrastructure. She paused, her voice unconsciously lowered a few notes. Especially, the teacher's teaching level. This is the key point. Shanghai College has a small number of teachers, and their quality varies. If the assessment fails, there is a high probability that resource reorganization will be forced. Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, let's do it one by one." He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow in front of the French window. Notice that a surprise teaching evaluation briefing will be held at 11:30 a.m. in conference room A301. Those who are absent will be deemed to have resigned automatically. All teachers must participate. Lu Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes. "Are you going to call a general meeting of all teachers?" Lu Jin turned around and looked at her with a half smile. "First, to check the teaching level. Secondly, I have just taken office and many teachers don't know me yet. I would like to take this opportunity to have an in-depth exchange with you all." Lu Shuang's heart skipped a beat. This is not communication. It's clearly to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. She nodded calmly. "Yes, headmaster." Looking at Lu Jin's determined expression, Lu Shuang couldn't help but pursed her red lips. Lu Jin's methods are more brutal than expected. I just don't know if this method can bring Shanghai Academy back to life. Teacher Lu did a great job. This is for you. Lu Jin took out a bottle of Jade Marrow Dew and handed it to Lu Shuang. This should be able to help you improve your cultivation. Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly caught it and said in surprise, "It's actually chalcedony condensate. How did you get it, Principal?" "Someone gave it to me." Lu Jin said, "You have been stuck in the Spirit King realm, 4th mark, for several months." Lu Shuang pursed her lips, her fluffy cat ears trembling slightly. "But why did you give me such a valuable thing?" Lu Jin had already sat back in his office chair, the reflection of his glasses obscuring his eyes. Article 72 of the school rules states that I have an obligation to help teachers improve their abilities. You are an outstanding teacher in our school, and you are so capable, so this applies by analogy. Liar. Lu Shuang touched the medicine bottle. There was no such rule in the school rules. She just sorted out the latest version yesterday. Drink now. Lu Jin ordered without even looking up. Let me see if you can break through. Yeah. Lu Shuang nodded obediently. She unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the medicine. The expected fishy and bitter taste did not appear, but instead there was a sweet yogurt flavor. The effect of the medicine turned into a warm current that flowed to her limbs and bones. She hummed uncontrollably and her tail curled into a wave. The most sensitive tip of the tail suddenly touched a warm object, and when he looked closely, he found that it had unknowingly wrapped around Lu Jin's wrist. "I'm sorry." She hurriedly tried to pull back her tail, but was grabbed by Lu Jin. "Don't move." He stroked the hair on the tip of his tail with his thumb. "I'll help you break through." After saying that, a warm spiritual power surged into Lu Shuang's body. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed. To a cat demon, having the tip of her tail touched was like having the back of her neck gently rubbed. She softened a bit. Principal. She tried to protest, but her voice came out as soft as a spoiled child. Lu Jin suddenly pressed a certain acupuncture point at the base of the tail with his fingertips. Lu Shuang cried out softly, "Ah," and a white light exploded in front of her eyes. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Purple spiritual energy burst out from her body, forming a fifth spiritual pattern on her neck. As expected, Lu Jin let go of his hand and watched the spiritual pattern gradually stabilize. You should have been promoted a long time ago, but you just don't have enough spiritual power. Lu Shuang was still immersed in the dizziness of her spiritual veins, and whispered, "Thank you, Principal. If it weren't for this bottle of potion, I would need at least half a year." Hint, you have gained the favorability of the Dean of Education Lu Shuang, prestige value plus 50. You're welcome. It's my duty. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. Lu Jin said with a smile. Lu Shuang calmed down and left the office with a lingering blush on her face. What happened just now made Lu Shuang certain of one thing. He was definitely the one who saved her before. Even the way of petting cats is exactly the same. Lu Jin took a sip of tea and looked at the mechanical lowly beside him. Open the Shanghai Academy faculty roster. Okay, Principal. Weir nodded slightly with an expressionless face, and a new projection shot out from her eyes. Shanghai Higher Education College faculty and staff roster 9 people in total. Principal, Lu Jin Spiritual King Realm, 6 marks, 25 years old. Director of Instruction and Spirit Control Teacher, Lu Shuang Spirit King Realm, 5 patterns, 27 years old. Moral Education Director, Lu Xingyao 29 years old, cultivation level unknown. Martial Arts Teacher, Zhang Quanggao Spiritual King Realm 9 marks, 40 years old. Elemental Teacher, Shen Manting Spirit King Realm, 3 marks, 21 years old. Teacher and Director of the Alchemy Department, Yao Wuhan Spiritual King Realm, 9th pattern, 68 years old. Illusion Teacher, none. Physical Education Teacher and Director of Logistics Department, Wang Xiaochang Spiritual King Realm, 5 patterns, 33 years old. Assistant to the Principal and Teacher of the Finance Department, Wire Psychic AI with no cultivation, mechanical creation, 105 years old. Spiritual Beast and Security Guard of the school, Teddy Spiritual Master Realm, 4 marks, age 5. Lu Jin stroked his chin and studied it for a moment, and suddenly found a clue. He poked his finger hard at the teddy bear portrait on the projection. What kind of staff member is this thing? No matter how bad our school is, dogs can't be counted as one. Weir's beautiful eyes flickered and she responded calmly. According to Article 37 of the Regulations for the Administration of Advanced Psychic Schools, each school must be equipped with a school guardian beast. However, school guardian beasts are extremely rare and expensive. This teddy is a stray dog in the school. Due to long-term absorption of psychic energy, it has a certain degree of intelligence. Etc. Lu Jin's forehead vein jumped, and he suddenly interrupted her. So when there was a commotion in the auditorium yesterday, where is our school's school protection beast? Yesterday in the school auditorium, Lu Jin asked the security guards to drive away the people from Sangchongwu High School, but there was not even a trace of them. It made him quite embarrassed at the time. The data stream in Wire's eyes scrolled rapidly. Retrieving yesterday's surveillance. The picture flashed. On the stone lion at the school gate, a sleek brown-haired teddy was pressing down a little white dog and punching him like crazy, with its tail leaving an afterimage. There is also a wooden sign next to it. Working, do not disturb. Bang! Lu Jin slapped the desk with his palm. You are doing this during working hours. You simply don't respect me, the principal. I will start the rectification of the teaching staff with this dog. He said calmly. Notify the logistics department, deduct its dog food for half a year, and send it for sterilization. Chapter 15. Let us fight here to save trouble. Okay, master. Weir nodded slightly. Lu Jin paused with his fingertips on the teacher roster, frowning slightly. What's the situation with this Lu Xingyao? He stopped flipping through the documents and asked, why don't I have her detailed information? Weir lowered her eyes and said calmly, Teacher Lu Xingyao reached the 9th level of the Spirit King Realm 2 years ago. Her current strength is unpredictable. Spiritual King Realm 9 marks? Lu Jin's fingertips trembled, his face puzzled. Why would a strong man of this level stay in our school? A 29-year-old who could reach the 9th level of the spiritual king realm could become the dean of studies at Sangjiang Martial Arts High School. How could he be so desperate that he would end up working at a second-rate academy? Wire shook her head gently. The specific reason is unknown. But as far as I know, she is obsessed with video games, and because she practices the Xianin Jiuzhuan Xin Jing, her growth stagnates and her physical development gradually slows down. After the age of 14, her appearance has stopped changing. Although she is 29 years old now, she still looks like a young girl. She is only 5 feet tall and is often mistaken for an elementary school student. Lu Jin was silent for a moment, then slowly closed the file. Interesting. I really have some thoughts about this. The time came to 11:30. Lu Shuang sent a message on her phone. Principal, all teachers have gathered in conference room A30. Okay. After giving a simple reply, Lu Jin took his thermos cup and headed to conference room A30 in the office building. All the teachers of Shanghai College were present in the conference room. A burly teacher was complaining. Is the new principal crazy? He's expelling so many students. Who will I ask for my tuition fees? Keep your voice down. A hot black girl in hot pants crossed her legs and lit a cigarette with a flame from her fingertips. They are the ones who dare to confront even the 4-star group. If we are not careful, we will be fired. A hoarse cough came from the corner. A white-haired old man stroked his beard and said in a deep voice. He is such a young boy. He was still breastfeeding when I was refining the medicine. He has been here for less than a week and he has already made Shanghai Academy a mess. A new official starts with 3 things. A lean and capable teacher leaned against the wall with his arms folded. His muscles were as sharp as a knife under his black training suit, and the blue dragon tattoo on his neck rose and fell with his breathing. If you ask me, he just wants to show off his presence. Let him do whatever he wants. Shanghai Academy won't last long anyway. It's so noisy. In the corner, a teacher who looked only about 10 years old suddenly spoke, and the meeting room instantly became quiet. At first glance, the teacher is petite and has a cute face that still looks childish. She is wearing a white t-shirt with a cartoon cat printed on it and a denim overall skirt, and has a strawberry-flavored lollipop in her mouth. The crossed legs swayed gently, and the tender white toes holding the crystal sandals swung back and forth. Can you please be quiet for a while? What a stupid principal, making us hold a meeting in the middle of the day. She mumbled incoherently, but her eyes never left the game console in her hand. Her thumbs quickly pressed the buttons on the handle, and her twin ponytails swung left and right as she operated. Lu Shuang, who had been silent the whole time, frowned slightly and said, Teacher Lu, stop playing. The principal will be here soon. Why should I be afraid of him? He is just a small fry in the spiritual king realm in 5 lines. He is not even worthy of licking my feet. Lu Xingyao snorted lightly and continued playing the game. Suddenly, a boss's ultimate move attacked her. She sat up straight abruptly and her sandals fell to the ground with a click. Oh my god, he died again. She stepped barefoot directly on the ground, her pink toes curled up slightly due to nervousness. At this moment, the door of the conference room was banged open. Lu Xingyou and Lu Jin looked at each other face to face. Staring at each other. The atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. It seems that I came at the wrong time? Lu Jin's mouth curled up into a smile. Lu Xingyao slowly retracted her feet and crossed her legs again, with her sandals dangling on her toes. That's good to know. She restarted the game without even looking up. If you want to lecture me, hurry up. My dungeon CD will be ready soon. Lu Shuang's cat ears twitched nervously, and the other teachers all looked as if they were gloating. Everyone knows that Lu Xingyou is the youngest Spirit Emperor level expert in the academy. Although she looks young, she is actually extremely powerful, has a weird temper, and is moody. She once crushed a Spirit King to death with 1 foot. No one dares to mess with her. Now that Lu Jin has just arrived and has suffered a setback, the principal's dignity must be completely gone. However, Lu Jin walked slowly to Lu Xingyao, glanced at the screen and said, You also play Abyss God? He raised an eyebrow and smiled, stuck on the 97th floor? Lu Xingyao's fingers suddenly stopped. She raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed in her round eyes. How did you know? Lu Jin smiled slightly. The one standing in front of you is a master of the 999th level of Abyss God. I can tell you the secret to passing this level. Lu Xingyao's eyes lit up, and she finally put down the game console and stood barefoot on the chair. What are the conditions? Tell me quickly. She had been stuck at the 97th level of Abyss God for a month and hadn't been able to pass it. It even delayed her cultivation progress. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lu Xingyao cannot pass the level again, her spiritual heart may become unstable in the future. Lu Jin raised the corner of his lips and said, "If you want me to tell you, it's very simple. All you need to do next is not to violate the order of the meeting." Lu Xingyao stared at Lu Jin's face for 3 seconds, then suddenly grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Deal. Lu Jin took a step back without changing his expression and turned to the other teachers. Now, can we start the meeting? 8 pairs of eyes swept over at the same time. This principal looks young, but surprisingly he has such sophisticated means that he bribed Lu Xingyao so easily. Lu Jin sat in the main seat, his hands crossed, and his gentle eyes slowly swept across the conference room. I believe many teachers have already seen me. I am the new principal, Lu Jin. Please introduce yourselves briefly. The air suddenly became quiet. On the left side of the conference table, a pair of pitch-black cat ears suddenly stood up. Lu Shuang's amber pupils flickered slightly, and her red lips trembled as she spoke. Hello, Principal. I am the Dean of Studies and a teacher of the Spirit Control Department, Lu Shuang, Spirit King Realm, 5 marks. Yeah. Lu Jin smiled and nodded, his eyes looking at the sexy beauty on the right who was wearing cool clothes. Elemental Teacher, Shin Manting. The dark-skinned hottie on the right held her chin with her right hand, her long wheat-colored legs crossed under her hot pants, her red nails tapping out a rhythm on the table, and she added lazily. Spiritual King Realm, 3 marks. Shin Manting is an expert at fire-related spiritual arts. She is known as Demon Girl Shin because she practiced the domineering Mad Demon's Wrathflame Sutra and once killed a powerful spirit king. In this world where the strong are respected, spiritual warriors are above the mundane laws. With a wave of their hands and feet, mountains collapse and the earth cracks. Fighting for life and death is nothing new. The loser dies, the winner survives. This is the way of heaven, and no one can argue with it. Even if one party is beaten to death, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Of course, this does not mean that spiritual warriors can act lawless. In order to prevent the emergence of antisocial spiritual warriors like Homelander, Xian Kingdom established the Psychic Control Bureau 100 years ago to specifically restrain such behavior. On Shin Manting's right, the muscular man crossed his arms over his chest, his sportswear stretched out in exaggerated lines, and the muscles under the fabric were almost bursting out. I am the physical education teacher and director of the logistics department, Wang Xiaoqiang. Spiritual King Realm, 5 patterns. As he spoke, the conference table shook slightly and ripples appeared on the water in the cup. The physical education classes at the Psychic High School are different from ordinary physical education classes. They are compulsory courses for each department. In addition to regular physical exercises, they also focus on the combination of spiritual power and physical skills. For example, in the 100-meter sprint of the fire element students, they caught fire while running, and the physical education teacher had to squat at the finish line with a fire extinguisher. Therefore, physical education teachers mainly teach students how to balance spiritual power and physical skills, which is quite important. The burly scarred man grinned, with a hideous scar running from his left eye to his chin. Martial arts teacher, Zhang Guangdao. He paused, a flash of blood in his eyes. Spiritual King Realm, 9 patterns. Zhang Guangdao is one of the most experienced teachers at Shanghai College. He is a martial arts fanatic and also suffers from a severe case of the second-year syndrome. There is a rumor in the school that the scar on his face was purely self-inflicted, just to cosplay Zoro in One Piece, but he accidentally cut it a little bigger. At this time, the skinny old man coughed and slowly said, I am a teacher in the Department of Alchemy, Yao Wuhan, and I'd like to meet the principal. Strength, Spirit King Realm, 9 marks. Yao Wuhan is the oldest teacher at Shanghai College. He is highly respected and has made great achievements in alchemy. He is nearly 70 years old, which should be the retirement age, but as there is no successor, he has stayed in office until now. The last one was Lu Xingyao, who was biting a lollipop. She leaned back in the chair, shook the sandals on her feet, and hummed softly. Lu Xingyao, Director of Moral Education. He added vaguely, Spiritual Emperor Realm, 2nd mark. As soon as these words came out, the air froze slightly. Teacher Lu has actually already broken through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Emperor Realm. Awesome! Shin Manting couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement as she widened her beautiful eyes. Zhang Guangdao also laughed at himself. Compared with you geniuses, we have really become a joke. Lu Jin's expression remained calm. His gaze lingered on each teacher for a moment before he said calmly, "Thank you all for your introduction. I believe everyone knows that Shanghai College is facing the crisis of bankruptcy." He looked around, and the clear voice left no room for questioning. "From today on, in order to save Shanghai College, I will issue a new school rule every day. Please supervise the students to complete it." As soon as the words were spoken, a subtle restlessness filled the conference room. As soon as Lu Jin raised his head, he heard a light laugh. "Oh, the new principal looks young, but he has quite a few tricks." Shen Manting twirled the sparks on her fingertips, her red lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. "You must know that the school's rules and regulations were established by the first principal and have been in place for 100 years. How can they be changed just like that?" Yao Wuhan stroked his beard slowly and said, "The academy is in a turbulent time right now. We need an experienced person at the helm. I heard that the principal is only 25 years old?" Wang Xiaoqiang deliberately leaned back in his chair and crossed his muscular arms across his chest. "I've been a physical education teacher at the academy for 10 years. Is it the turn of a young boy to make new rules? And I heard that our school is still short of 2 students at the 3rd level of the spiritual master realm, so they can't even sign up for this year's supernatural power assessment? As the principal, you are to blame." Lu Jin unscrewed the thermos slowly, his expression remaining unchanged in the steam. "I'm indeed not very old." He took a sip of tea, but Teacher Shin should know that 37% of the students in the Department of Elements failed the entrance examination last year. This figure is the lowest among all major departments. Shen Manting's face darkened and she remained silent. Teacher Yao is right. The academy needs experience. Lu Jin turned to the old man, but the alchemy department has not refined a decent Xian-level elixir for 3 consecutive years. I'm afraid this cannot be explained by experience. You. Yao Wuhan's cough stopped abruptly. As for Mr. Wang. Lu Jin's eyes fell on the PE teacher's throbbing arms. "You spent 3 times the market price on the equipment purchased by the logistics department last year. I really want to know where the extra funds went." The meeting room suddenly became quiet. Wang Xiaoqiang's face flushed instantly, and veins popped out on his thick neck. "The school hasn't paid me for 3 months. What's wrong with me taking back the money that belongs to me?" Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. "Your salary will be paid soon, but if I find anyone embezzling public funds without authorization again, I will punish them severely." In the corner of the conference room, Lu Xingyao, who was swinging her feet, suddenly froze and shrank back into her chair guiltily. "Have you secretly investigated us?" Shen Manting frowned slightly, with a look of displeasure on her delicate face. Lu Jin pulled out a stack of reports from a folder and said, "I just did what a principal should do. Shanghai College is currently short of students, funds, and reputation. Do you think that continuing to muddle through will solve the problem?" "That's easy to say." Shen Manting crossed her arms. "Do you know how much energy it takes to change these? So starting today, I will issue a new school rule every day." Lu Jin closed the document. "As for you, I hope that from today on, everyone here will not question the principal's authority." "Ha!" Wang Xiaoqiang slammed the table and stood up. "You expect us to obey you just by a few words? Teacher Wang, I can submit the evidence of kickbacks to the Education Bureau at any time." Lu Jin said calmly, "But I would rather see you use this energy for the right purpose." Wang Xiaoqiang's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. "Boy. Don't think you can tell us what to do just because you are the principal. In Shanghai College, strength is the only way to win." Lu Jin raised the corner of his lips slightly. "Teacher Wang said that strength is the only thing that matters. It seems that you doubt my strength?" Wang Xiaoqiang sneered and glanced at him with contempt. "You are only at the spiritual king realm, 5 marks. Who here is not better than you? You are just a young master who got gilded by your family. Are you qualified to give orders here?" Wang Xiaoqiang thought that he was the best among his peers in terms of both seniority and talent. Now he was scolded in public by a young man in his early 20s, which naturally made him feel embarrassed. Lu Jin raised his eyes, smiling. "How about a sparring match?" Wang Xiaoqiang was startled, then sneered, "Okay, see you on the playground after get off work." He is a genuine spirit king at the 5th level. He has been tempering his body for many years, and his physical strength far exceeds that of his peers. Even if he can't crush Lu Jin, it will be enough to make him suffer. Why bother? Lu Jin brushed his sleeves nonchalantly and said calmly, "Just stay here and save yourself the trouble." Chapter 16, Gaining Authority in the Meeting Room. What? The entire conference room froze in an instant. He took action in full view of everyone. In front of all the college's senior officials. Was this new principal so arrogant? Lu Shuiying's cat ears straightened instantly, and she stood up suddenly. The principal was just joking. Her amber pupils shrank slightly. Besides, school rules never stipulate that the principal must be stronger than the teachers. If he loses here, Lu Jin will lose his prestige forever. Yao Wuhan pressed his skinny fingers on the tabletop. "Young man, think twice." There was a warning in his hoarse voice. He didn't want to see the century-old academy destroyed by passion. Lu Jin slowly unbuttoned his cuffs. "I am very sober." He raised his eyes, his gaze like a knife. "Teacher Wang, go ahead and show me your strength." "Very good." Wang Xiaoqian's muscles swelled up all over his body, and his sportswear was torn with a swish, revealing his bronze skin with a metallic luster. The pressure of the 5 patterns of the Spirit King realm poured down like a mountain, and the air in the conference room became sticky. Boom! The teachers were too late to stop it. Wang Xiaoqian roared angrily, and his right fist hit Lu Jin's face with a sound of breaking through the air. This punch was enough to smash a mountain, and the air was distorted into ripples wherever the fist passed. Lu Jin raised his left hand. Bang! After the muffled sound, the conference room fell into silence. Wang Xiaoqian's iron fist stopped 3 inches away from Lu Jin's nose and was steadily caught by a slender palm. Where the fists and palms touched, an invisible shockwave spread out, blowing away the documents on the table. Spiritual King Realm, 6 stripes? Yao Wuhan stared at the 6 golden red stripes on Lu Jin's neck. The cloudy eyes suddenly shrank. So it's a breakthrough. No wonder the principal is so confident. The realms of spiritual warriors are strictly divided into different levels, and a small difference in realm is enough to create a crushing trend. Lu Jin simply raised his hand and pushed it lightly. Bang! Wang Xiaoqiang's sturdy body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his back hit the wall of the conference room. He looked down at his swollen and deformed fist, and his bronze face was full of shock. Come again! His eyes were bloodshot. He let out a low roar, and his muscles suddenly swelled, and strange dark red lines appeared on the surface of his skin. Crazy blood battle body. This was his best bodybuilding technique, 5th level of the Xian level. Once performed, the strength of the body can be instantly increased by 80%. Kneel down! He roared, and his right fist, filled with violent spiritual power, hit Lu Jin in the face. However, Lu Jin just raised his eyes slightly, and a faint golden light appeared on his fingertips. Buzz! An invisible wave suddenly spread out, and the spiritual power on the tip of Wang Xiaoqiang's fist melted like ice and snow, dissipating in an instant. Not only that, the circulation of spiritual energy in his body seemed to be cut off by some terrifying force. The flow of spiritual energy in his meridians came to an abrupt halt, and the whole person froze in place as if struck by lightning. Plop! Wang Xiaoqiang's knees softened as he lost the support of his spiritual power, and he fell heavily to the ground, his face as pale as paper. He looked up in disbelief, only to see Lu Jin still standing there. Even his hair was not messy. The whole place was dead silent. Yao Wuhan's skinny palm pressed down gently, and a gentle spiritual force pushed Wang Xiaoqiang back to his seat. That's enough. Sit down. His cloudy eyes sparkled. You can't handle the principal's tactics. Wang Xiaoqiang sat down with a gloomy face, his knuckles clenched until they turned white. Yao Wuhan stood up slowly, his wide red robe fluttering without wind. Spiritual King Realm 6th pattern. His hoarse voice was filled with the majesty of years. I am at the Ninth pattern realm, and I dare not act presumptuously here. What do you think, Teacher Yao? Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. Principal, please forgive me for being blunt, but the problems of the college cannot be solved by a few school rules. There is a shortage of students and funds, and after the Su Xueji incident, the college's reputation has been. Teacher Yao. Lu Jin's voice overwhelmed his doubts. No need to say more. I promise you that in the ability assessment 3 months later, our school will definitely take first place. As for the 2 students at the 3rd level of the spiritual master realm, I will be able to train them soon. As soon as the words were spoken, there was dead silence in the conference room. Except for Lu Xingyo, who was sleeping on the table, many teachers looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. To get first place in the supernatural power assessment means defeating Song Qiong Wu Gao. How can it be easy for an ant to shake a tree? Not to mention how to train 2 students at the 3rd level of spiritual master realm in 2 days? Words are not enough. Shen Manting's eyes flickered, and her slender fingers tapped the table lightly. Principal Lu, if you break your promise, should you resign? Resign? Lu Jin's lips slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes. This is my school. It's not my turn to resign. If I don't get first place in the ability assessment, I will dismiss everyone here and rebuild the teaching team. What? Shen Manting's pupils shrank, her delicate face was dull, and her red lips slightly opened. Principal, didn't you say that we can get first place in the assessment? Why do you want us to resign if we can't meet the requirements? That's right, you are too overbearing, someone echoed in a low voice. I will do what I should do. But in the final analysis, you are the teachers who teach the students. Lu Jin smiled faintly. If your teaching level is not up to standard, what's the point of keeping you here? Before he finished speaking, the conference room suddenly fell into silence. Yao Wuhan's face was also completely frozen. This killing move was truly fierce. Most of the teachers here have mediocre qualifications, and some even have unknown pasts. Apart from Shanghai College, there is no place for them in the entire education sector. Faced with Lu Jin's threat at this moment, everyone lost all courage to argue. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Lu Jin casually adjusted his sleeves, glanced at the teachers with different expressions, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Since everyone has no objections, the next step is the exciting reward session. He flicked his fingertips, and a crystal-clear bottle appeared out of thin air, floating in the center of the conference table. The chalcedony dew flowing in the bottle is like a liquid galaxy, emitting heart-pounding spiritual fluctuations. 9th level of Xian, Jade Marrow Dew. Lu Jin said casually, as if he was just discussing today's lunch. It can help spiritual warriors below the spiritual emperor realm to break through a small realm, and it has no side effects. Hiss. Yao Wuhan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his skinny fingers trembled uncontrollably. He had been studying elixirs for a lifetime, so he naturally knew how precious this level of spiritual fluid was even in the heyday of the Dan sect. It might not be possible to refine 3 bottles a year. Shen Manting's eyes widened immediately. Her cultivation had been stuck at the Spirit King realm, level 3 marks for a year. If she had this thing. Wang Xiaoqian's muscles tensed. Although he was a physical cultivator, if he could break through to the spiritual emperor realm, his physical strength would double. Zhang Quangdao's scarred face twitched slightly, and his tang sword trembled slightly in its sheath. He pursued the ultimate sword intent, and if his spiritual power realm could be further improved, his sword skills would surely be perfected. The reward rules are very simple. Lu Jin knocked on the table to draw everyone's attention back. Each teacher is responsible for supervising the implementation of the new school rules by the students in his class. After a week, the class with the highest implementation rate. He hooked his finger, and the chalcedony dew slowly flew back to his palm. A bottle as a reward. You could hear a pin drop in the conference room, and everyone's breathing quickened. Lu Jin glanced around with satisfaction, then raised his hand to check his watch, and said in a relaxed tone. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Of course, Shanghai Academy cannot operate with just him. Give others a slap in the face and then give them a sweet date. This is the only way to make others follow him wholeheartedly. Lu Jin stood up, picked up the thermos cup, and walked towards the door without looking back, leaving only one sentence. Remember to eat on time. The moment the door closed, the conference room exploded. Is this thing real or fake? Shen Manting slammed the table and stood up. 9th level of Xian rank. Yao Wuhan muttered to himself, greed flashing in his turbid eyes. If I get this, my cultivation level may be able to break through. Damn it, let us fight. Wang Xiaoqiang stood up suddenly and waved his muscular arms. I'm going to keep an eye on those little bastards now. Zhang Quangdao remained silent, but his knuckles were clenched until they turned white, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind. Just as Lu Jin walked to the door of the conference room, he suddenly heard the sound of pattering footsteps behind him. Lu Xingyao caught up barefoot, still holding the switch in her hand. The boss battle of Abyss God on the screen was stuck at the last 1% of health. Hey, Principal, she grabbed his sleeve, raised her little face, and her round eyes were full of reluctance. Tell me what you just said now. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Aren't you not interested in chalcedony dew? Who cares? She stamped her feet, and the bell on her wrist jingled. I'm about to go into seclusion to break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual emperor realm. I won't be able to get out for at least 3 months. This crappy game has stuck me for a month. If I don't pass it now, I won't be able to rest assured in my seclusion. Her voice grew louder and louder until she was almost shouting, attracting the attention of students passing by in the corridor. Lu Jin looked down at her angry expression and suddenly laughed. Okay. He stretched out his hand and tapped her game console twice with his slender fingertips. A flash of inspiration passed by, and the health bar of the boss on the screen suddenly stopped, and then a prompt, "Hidden story unlocked," popped up. Lu Xingyao's eyes widened. What did you do? It just triggered a hidden mechanism. Lu Jin retracted his hand and said casually, "The final boss of this game has a weakness. It will enter a berserk state when its health drops below 5%. But if the player blocks 10 times in a row before it goes berserk, it will trigger the flaw judgment." Lu Xingyao stared at the screen, her fingers moving quickly. Sure enough, the boss's movements suddenly became slow, and she took it away with a set of combos. Congratulations! Oh my god, I finally cleared the level. She cheered and almost jumped up, but then looked at Lu Jin suspiciously. How do you even know this? Lu Jin pushed up his glasses, the reflection from the lenses obscuring his eyes. I'm telling you, I'm a master at this game. In fact, all of this comes from the original owner's memory. Lu Jin suddenly felt that the original owner's sudden death was largely due to staying up late playing Abyss God. Great! My wish has been fulfilled. Now I can rest assured and retreat. Lu Xingyao cheered and spun briskly on the floor barefoot. She put the switch she had completed the game into her arms like a treasure, turned around and was about to run away, but suddenly stopped. By the way, Principal. She turned around and smiled, with the corners of her eyes slightly curved, like a cunning cat. After I get out of the customs, I will come to you to ask for advice on the hidden achievements of other games. Before she finished her words, she turned into a streak of light and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 17, The Principal Wouldn't Tea Like You? The midday sun made the fountain water sparkle. Lu Jin finished his lunch alone and was walking slowly back along the tree-lined avenue. At the meeting just now, the teachers were treated with both kindness and severity. The temptation of chalcedony due, plus the deterrence of realm suppression, will surely soon improve the enforcement rate of school rules. But Lu Xingyao is quite interesting. He is very powerful, but he only likes to play games. If you can get him to your side, he will definitely be a powerful assistant. The most important thing is that her special body shape is really hard to bear. Lu Jin walked towards the office while thinking. When we walked to the teaching building, there was a sharp laugh coming from the front. Hey, isn't this our student council president? Lu Jin looked carefully and found that 3 bad girls had cornered Lin Xiaoyu. Well, it's the popular school bullying again. The leading girl in a white dress, Su Yao, who majored in martial arts, was playing with a top-grade spirit stone on her fingertips and deliberately shook it in front of her eyes. I heard that your father has been digging in the spiritual mine for 10 years, but he can't even raise enough money to buy you a new school uniform? Li Qian, the girl in the pink skirt, sneered and suddenly reached out to pull at Lin Xiaoyu's cuffs, which were washed white. Swish, a tear appeared in the thin cloth. Ha, is the student council president wearing this kind of cheap stuff? She laughed out loud. Lin Xiaoyu covered her chest with both hands, her eyes turned cold, but her voice was still gentle. Student Su, according to Article 5 of Chapter 3 of the Shanghai College Student Code, if you damage other people's property, you must pay compensation according to the price. Ha? You dare to talk back? The tall girl Zhao Shuang pushed her hard. A poor guy who can only go to school on scholarships is qualified to be the student council president? Lin Xiaoyu stumbled back, her back hitting the tree trunk, but she still stood straight. The student union president is elected by all students. If you have any objections, you can submit a recall motion to the school committee. Su Yao folded her arms and snorted. Lin Xiaoyu, stop pretending. Your breasts are so big, aren't you just trying to seduce people? I heard that your father is a miner with useless spiritual roots. No wonder you are so despicable. Look at her figure, she must be very hot in secret, right? Perhaps the principal took her in because of this. Li Qian laughed loudly deliberately. After all, a daughter with useless spiritual roots is only this useful. More and more students gathered around, but no one dared to speak. Lin Xiaoyu dug her nails deep into her palms, but still said patiently, please let me go, I still need to go back to the classroom to study. She couldn't get into a fight because she risked being expelled. Once fired, her parents' hard-earned money would be wasted. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Zhao Shuang pushed her hard. I just saw you buy the cheapest spiritual valley porridge in the cafeteria. You can't even add a leaf of vegetable, right? Su Yao covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh, I heard that your father has been mining for 10 years, but he can't even save a low-grade spirit stone? If you ask me, poor people shouldn't become spiritual warriors. Li Qian's fingertips lit up with flames. Why don't I help you burn this crappy book and get married soon? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were red, but she bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying. Bitch is just pretentious. Su Yao suddenly raised her hand and slapped Lin Xiaoyu hard in the face. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard. But it was Su Yao who fell. Her wrist was firmly clamped by a bony hand, and her whole body was lifted into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Principal? Li Qian and Zhao Shuang stepped back in horror. Lu Jin had stood in front of Lin Xiaoyu without him knowing it, his black robe fluttering in the wind and a cold light flashing in his eyes. Those who bully their classmates will be punished by facing the wall at the very least, or their cultivation will be abolished at the worst. His voice was very soft, but it made the three girls feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Principal. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. Student Lin. Lu Jin suddenly turned around and said, "How did they hit you?" "Hit them back now." Lin Xiaoyu's clenched fists were shaking, but she shook her head gently. "Principal. I'm fine." "Don't dare?" Lu Jin lowered his voice. "Do you know why they picked on you?" He suddenly grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand and said, "Because a good horse is often ridden, and a good person is often bullied." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes moved slightly. "Go." Lu Jin let go of her hand, his voice suddenly turning cold. "If you don't go, I'll expel you. We at Qinghai Academy don't train students who are submissive." Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and walked forward. Bang! A crisp slapping sounded, and bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on Li Qian's face. The last particularly loud "pa" fell on Su Yao's face and gave her another big slap. The three girls' faces were burning with anger, but because Lu Jin was present, they could only swallow their anger. After all, the new principal had just expelled more than 20 male students. His swift and decisive approach is well known throughout the school. They covered their burning faces and turned to leave. "Who asked you to leave?" Lu Jin spoke again. Su Yao squeezed out a sound from between her teeth. "What else does the principal want?" Lu Jin said calmly, "Now just let her fight back, you are even. But you haven't compensated her for her clothes yet. Each of you take out 100 spirit coins." The three girls looked at each other and lost their temper instantly. "Principal, her clothes are not worth 300 spirit coins. 50 is more." Zhao Shuang said dissatisfiedly. Lu Jin glared at her fiercely. "If I say it's worth it, then it's worth it. Even if it's really not worth it, shouldn't you compensate them for their mental damages?" The three female students' faces turned dark. 300 spirit coins are enough to buy 8 edis. How could the clothes she was wearing be worth 300 yuan? But under Lu Jin's coercion and inducement, he still took out the spirit coins obediently. "I don't want it. It's too much money." Lin Xiaoyu shook her head hurriedly. "Just take it if I tell you to." Lu Jin took the money and stuffed it into her pocket. "Principal, can we leave now?" Su Yao asked with a suppressed voice. Lu Jin shook his head. "No, I haven't punished you yet." Su Yao's face changed. "Principal, don't go too far." "Is that too much?" Lu Jin suddenly smiled. "When you bully others, you should think about the day when you will be bullied by others. If I wasn't in a good mood today, you guys would have been fired long ago." Li Qian gritted her teeth and asked, "So what do you want?" Lu Jin said, "I will punish you by giving you a serious warning and making you clean toilets for a year." "What?" The three female students looked extremely ugly. This punishment is indeed very heavy for them. Being given a serious warning is not a problem. But cleaning toilets for a year would definitely be embarrassing for them. Most importantly, the toilets in this school are squat toilets. No one has flushed yet. Every day when I open the toilet door, I see golden pythons, strawberry towers, black mambas. No, I'm about to vomit. Su Yao looked up with a trembling voice. "Principal, can you change the punishment?" "What? You are so beautiful. It would be nice to let all the students in the school know you," Lu Jin said with a smile. Su Yao looked ashen and felt like she was about to collapse. "It's over, it's really over now. Are these three going to become sewer cleaning girls?" "What? Do you have any objections?" Lu Jin asked with a raised eyebrow. The three girls' faces turned pale, biting their lips and shaking their heads. "No, no." "Then go away." The three of them walked away in a hurry, looking embarrassed from behind. Principal, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu said softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Lu Jin said calmly, you are the student union president, so be tougher in the future. He paused, if I see you being bullied again, you will no longer be the president. Yeah. Lin Xiaoyu nodded heavily, her eyes lighting up. System prompt, Lin Xiaoyu's favorability plus 20, principal's prestige plus 40. Very good. I will be able to unlock the second school rule soon. Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes fell on Lin Xiaoyu's torn shirt. Your clothes are damaged, go to my office and I will get you one. Ah? Lin Xiaoyu nodded subconsciously, but what puzzled her was, why are there women's clothes in the principal's office? I noticed the strange looks from the students nearby. Principal. Her ears felt hot and her voice got smaller and smaller, how about? Lu Jin had already turned and walked towards the office building, leaving only 2 words. Follow me. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and quickened her pace. But at this moment, Lu Jin suddenly stopped. She was caught off guard and ran into the ball with her whole body. Soft touch. Lu Jin could clearly feel 2 plump and elastic lumps on his back, pressing against his spine. Lin Xiaoyu froze in place, her breathing stagnated, and her cheeks flushed red. I'm sorry. Principal. She hurriedly lowered her head to admit her mistake. Lu Jin didn't reply. His eyes looked towards the crack in the sky. Deep and hideous, like a wound torn open by some indescribable force, it spanned the entire sky. A faint bloodlight seeped out from the cracks, dyeing the clouds an ominous dark red. According to the original owner's memory, it was the appearance of this crack that started the psychic energy tide. This world is like a parallel world of Blue Star, and it is already a society with highly developed psychic power and technology. The biggest threat to mankind at present is demons and ghosts. Humans absorb psychic energy and convert it into spiritual power. Demons and ghosts transform spiritual energy into evil spirits. The existence of psychic schools is to enable humans to have the ability to fight against demons and ghosts. Lu Jin walked into the office while thinking about the information in his mind. Put on this dress first. Lu Jin stood by the window with his back to her, took his white shirt off the hanger and threw it over to her. Lin Xiaoyu caught it in a panic, her cheeks flushed. This is embarrassing. You don't want to go to class dressed like this, do you? Lu Jin's tone was unquestionable. Lin Xiaoyu then noticed that her school uniform was torn open, revealing the thin shirt underneath. She didn't notice it in the chaos just now, but now that he said it, her ears turned red with shame. The office was eerily quiet. Lin Xiaoyu clutched the shirt, in a dilemma. Lu Jin never turned around, but just looked out the window, his back as straight as a pine tree. She bit her lip, finally turned her back, quickly took off her torn school uniform, and put on his shirt. Too big. The cuffs covered her fingertips, and the collar slid loosely to one side, revealing half of her collarbone. Worse, the cold cedar smell on the fabric permeated her heart, making her heart beat faster. Are you ready? Lu Jin's voice suddenly came from behind her, startling her. Okay. He then turned around, his eyes stayed on her for a second, then moved away and smiled, go to class. Okay, principal. The office door closed softly. In the corridor, Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the cuffs of her oversized white shirt. This is the principal's shirt. The cuffs were long enough to cover her fingertips, the collar was loosely tilted to one side, and the hem fell to mid-thigh, and her whole body seemed to be completely enveloped by his aura. She suddenly stopped. Take a deep breath. The smell of cedar mixed with a faint smell of sweat, with a unique masculine scent, penetrated into the nostrils through the collar. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Epic lungs. Lin Xiaoyu was like someone who had done something bad and was caught. She suddenly covered her mouth and her ears turned red. After looking around to make sure there was no one around, He buried his face in his sleeves and sniffed it again. What are you doing? Wow. The sudden sound behind her startled her so much that she jumped up. Lu Xiaoxiao, you scared me to death. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the short-haired girl in front of her, her bulging chest heaving up and down. Lu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, whose clothes are these? Why are they so big? Lin Xiaoyu whispered, it's the principal's clothes. The principal's clothes? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she repeated word by word, her mouth gradually raising a sly arc. Oh? Lin Xiaoyu felt frightened by her meaningful look and subconsciously tightened the collar of her oversized shirt. Yes, it's because my school uniform was torn. The principal just lent it to me. Wow. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned in, her nose almost touching Lin Xiaoyu's hot cheek. So the principal changed it for you personally? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiaoyu's fur instantly exploded, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I changed it myself. He turned his back. She regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up frighteningly. So you are really alone in the room? He turned around on purpose? She suddenly took a breath. Could it be that the principal likes you? Lu Xiao. Lin Xiaoyu's whole face turned red, even her earlobes were red as blood, and she pounced forward with her fangs bared. Chapter 18 Demonic Invasion, Scary Ghost Baby. Lu Xiaoxiao dodged with a laugh, her ponytail bouncing happily behind her head. I was right. Our abstinent President Lin actually. Wow. Nonsense. Lin Xiaoyu's ears turned red and she punched Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder lightly with her clenched fist. Oh my. Our top student is actually wearing the principal's shirt. Could he like the principal? Lu Xiaoxiao giggled and turned around and ran away. You. Lin Xiaoyu chased after him in embarrassment and anger. The two girls chased each other in the corridor towards the classroom. At the entrance of Xinghai College. In front of the stone pillar, a brown curly-haired teddy dog was sticking its butt out, striking the pillar madly, and kicking its hind legs very fast. Little thing is quite energetic? Wang Xiaoqiang, the logistics department and physical education teacher, appeared behind Teddy at some point, holding a pair of pet scissors that shone with a cold light, with a kind smile on his face. I'm sorry, but the principal has ordered that you be sent for sterilization. If you want to blame someone, blame that guy. Teddy turned his head suddenly, his eyes widened, and he instantly clamped his tail between his legs, letting out a mournful cry of woo from his throat. At this time. Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds rolled and spread like ink, swallowing up the last ray of sunlight in the blink of an eye. A biting cold wind howled. Wang Xiaoqiang slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At the end of the horizon, a deformed figure as tall as 5 stories was slowly crawling towards them. What the hell is this? Wang Xiaoqiang's scissors fell to the ground with a clang. What the hell is this? From a distance, its skin was purple and festering, covered with wriggling blood vessels, and its swollen belly had a bloody mouth filled with fangs. Its head was gigantic, taking up almost half of its body. The most terrifying thing was its cry. It did not come from one throat, but was a mixture of thousands of babies crying. At the same time, on the playground of Xinghai College, the students who were having physical education class suddenly stopped. Do you feel it's suddenly getting cold? A girl rubbed her arms, her breath condensing into white mist in the air. It was clearly the hottest time of the year, but a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground of the playground. Zhang Guangdao frowned under the basketball hoop, and goosebumps appeared on his sturdy biceps. As a physical training teacher, he was most sensitive to temperature changes. This was definitely not an ordinary temperature drop. Teacher! Look up at the sky, a student screamed. Everyone looked up and saw a strange dark cloud spreading rapidly in the blue sky. Those were no ordinary clouds. The edges were an ominous purple-red color, spreading across the sky like a festering wound. The corridor of the teaching building at the same time. Lu Shuaing's cat ears suddenly stood up, and her black tail became fluffy like explosive fur. Dean? The students passing by looked at the dean, who suddenly froze in confusion. Don't talk. Her pupils shrank into a thin line, and her ears turned towards the gate of the academy. Did you hear a baby crying? The students looked at each other and shook their heads. Oh no, it's a demon invasion. Wang Xiaoqiang took a breath of cold air. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Teddy had already collapsed on the ground in fear, with a puddle of water under him. 100 years ago, spiritual power revived and the demons and monsters in ancient legends reappeared in the world. These monsters, twisted from evil spirits and psychic energy, are collectively referred to as demons. They are bloodthirsty and brutal, with strange shapes, and they attack humans every now and then. And the target of this demon is obviously Xinghai Academy. The ghost baby suddenly stopped moving, and its rotten head twisted 180 degrees, revealing a face without any facial features, only a bloody mouth dripping with mucus that ran across the entire face. Hungry. Its sound exploded directly in everyone's mind, and the glass in the teaching building shattered. Lu Shuang also noticed the noise outside and quickly rushed out of the classroom. She stood in the corridor on the second floor and her face suddenly turned pale. The ghost baby was surrounded by a suffocating and terrifying pressure, as if real black evil energy condensed into frost in the air. This power at least the first level of Spirit Emperor realm. She was horrified and immediately shouted to Wang Xiaoqiang. Teacher Wang, what are you waiting for? Quickly start the nursing school formation. Now only the Joyo evil suppressing array can resist this Spirit Emperor level demon and protect Xinghai Academy. Wang Xiaoqiang looked distressed. Director Lu, it's not that I don't want to, our school has been in arrears for a long time. What? Lu Shuang's face turned pale. The Joyo evil suppressing array of Xinghai College uses spirit stones as its energy source. Through specific rune engravings and directional layouts, it forms a Tiangang righteous energy barrier that covers the entire campus to resist the invasion of evil spirits, and foreign enemies. However, this formation consumes 300 high-quality spirit stones per month, and each spirit stone is worth 500 spirit coins. Xinghai Academy happened to be in arrears recently. How to prevent ghost babies without the 9 stars evil suppression array? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Shuang's forehead. Hungry. An indistinct whisper came out of the ghost baby's throat. Its mouth opened and a long scarlet tongue hung down, licking the ground. Wherever it passed, the surrounding trees and buildings seemed to be corroded by some invisible force, and quickly withered and rotted. Even the soil turned into pus and blood. Wang Xiaoqiang's legs felt weak and his throat was dry. It's over, it's heading for Xinghai College. Teddy let out a roar and crawled into the academy gate at such a speed that only an afterimage was left. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth and said, evacuate the students first. I'll go sound the alarm. Boom! The ghost baby suddenly accelerated, using all 4 limbs to crawl madly towards Xinghai Academy. The ground cracked beneath it and the air was filled with a disgusting stench. Attention all teachers and students, a demon from the spiritual emperor realm is invading, the danger level is S level. All students should evacuate immediately and take shelter in the playground. All teachers in school should assemble at the school gate. The sirens pierced the night sky, and the entire academy fell into unprecedented chaos. Run quickly! The students screamed and ran away in all directions. The corridors and the playground were filled with people pushing and shoving each other. Boom! The ghost baby's mountain-like body completely blocked the school gate. Its rotten giant hands grabbed the college wall and with a light squeeze, the thick stone wall shattered like tofu. Damn it, he wants to tear down Xinghai Academy. Lu Shuang bit her teeth lightly, and the cat's tail behind her suddenly straightened. If all of us teachers attack together, we may still be able to fight. Hungry, eat. The ghost baby whispered, its dark eye sockets scanning the fleeing students, its tongue slowly extended, and like a giant python it coiled towards the nearest girl. Bang! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Lu Shuang jumped down from the teaching building, swung the teaching stick in her hand, wrapped around the ghost baby's tongue like a silver snake, and pulled it hard. Beast! Xinghai Academy is not a place for you to run wild. She shouted coldly, and the pressure of the Spirit King realm burst out. The lightning flashed on the teaching stick, and she tore off a piece of the giant tongue. Black blood splattered, the ghost baby let out a deafening howl, suddenly retracted its remaining tongue, and its rotten eye sockets locked onto Lu Shuang, boiling with murderous intent. I'll attack from the side. A figure rushed out from the side. Wang Xiaoqiang formed seals with his hands, and spiritual energy surged around his body. Hundreds of tempered steel body, open. His muscles swelled instantly, his skin took on a metallic luster, and his whole body crashed into the ghost baby's knees like a cannonball. Boom! This blow was enough to shatter rocks, but the ghost baby only shook slightly, then swung his palm down in anger. Oh no! Wang Xiaoqiang's pupils suddenly shrank and he had no time to dodge. Call out! At the critical moment, a fiery red figure flashed by like lightning, grabbed the back of Wang Xiaoqiang's collar and pulled him away. Boom! The ghost baby's giant palm slammed the ground, and the entire ground collapsed instantly. In the smoke and dust, a red-haired girl was standing on the ruins with one hand on her waist, holding a cigarette in her mouth. Her long legs under her hot pants were dazzling. The person who came was the elemental teacher, Shin Manting, who was called Shin Mo by the students. Teacher Wang, is your steel body made of paper? She raised her eyebrows and sneered. Wang Xiaoqiang was still in shock. Teacher Shin. This demon is not easy to deal with. Before he could finish, the ghost baby attacked again, its rotten mouth opened and spewed out smelly black mist. I'll help you. With a loud shout, the teaching stick in Lu Shuang's hand glowed purple and she swung it violently. The noble and righteous spirit suppresses evil. The purple light curtain unfolded, blocking the invasion of the black fog. The three teachers stood side by side, their spiritual power fully unleashed. Lu Shuang's teaching stick was wrapped in lightning, flames ignited in Shen Manting's palms, and Wang Xiaoqiang's body was shining with golden light. Joint attack. The three spiritual powers of thunder, fire, and gold intertwined and turned into a dazzling torrent, slamming towards the ghost baby. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion overturned the ground within a radius of 100 meters, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The combined attack of the three teachers is enough to wipe out a strong man at the peak of the Spirit King realm. This is enough to make him suffer. Shen Manting put her hands on her hips, sweat dripping down her wheat-colored skin. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the ghost baby was still standing, with only a bloody hole in its chest. But soon, countless wrong souls poured out of its body and quickly repaired the wound. How is this possible? Lu Shuang's face suddenly changed. As expected of a spiritual emperor? Wang Xiaoqiang's face was solemn, with cold sweat on his forehead. Even if a demon ghost of the Spirit King realm and the 9 patterns came, we would have the strength to fight. But it happened to be a ghost baby. Chapter 19. Who allowed you to touch my students? The ghost baby slowly lowered its head, and a twisted smile appeared on its rotten face. Hungry, eat it all, you guys. It raised its giant paw and slapped it again, causing the ground to shake violently and gravel to fly. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth and raised her head. The fighting spirit in her eyes was still there, but her breathing was disordered. This beast can't be beaten at all. Shen Manting's palm was charred black. She stared at the huge thing in front of her and said indignantly, "My fire can even melt through steel. Is the skin of this thing made of black iron?" Lu Shuang took a deep breath and said, "Try again, focus on attacking its eyes." Wang Xiaoqiang nodded gently, "Okay. Let's start the group." The three of them jumped up at the same time, transforming into 3 streams of light and rushing straight towards the ghost baby's face. Shen Manting put her palms together, and white fire lines burst out from her fingertips, interweaving into a fire net in the air. Lu Shuang injected all the remaining thunder spiritual power into the teaching whip, and the whip suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning. Wang Xiaoqiang waved his fists, accurately blocking all possible escape routes of the ghost baby. Boom! The 3 forces hit the ghost baby's left eye at the same time, causing a deafening noise. Rotten flesh and black blood splattered everywhere, and the turbid eyeball was finally blown into a bloody hole. Successful? Wang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but shouted. However, the joy did not last for a moment, as countless black thread-like substances suddenly gushed out of the ghost baby's eye sockets. These threads squirmed and intertwined frantically, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a new eyeball covered with bloodshot. How is it possible? Lu Shuang staggered back half a step, his face pale. Wang Xiaoqiang growled, "No. It has the ability to repair itself. If we can't kill it with one strike, it's the same as not having fought at all." Shen Manting gritted her teeth and said, "It would be great if Teacher Lu was here, but it's a pity that she's in seclusion." Lu Xingyou is the only teacher in the spiritual emperor realm at Xinghai Academy. Perhaps only she can resist this demon. Unfortunately, she went to practice after finishing the game and is now in seclusion in the back mountain of the school. Just as despair spread, a bright knife light suddenly fell. Zheng. The ghost baby's tongue was cut off abruptly, black blood splattered, it let out a deafening howl, and suddenly retracted its tongue. Ha ha ha! How can I be missing from such a lively place? As wild laughter exploded, a burly figure rushed out of the martial arts hall like a cannonball, with a 9-ring broadsword in his hand shining coldly. Director of the Martial Arts Department Zhang Guangdao. He was muscular, had bronze skin, a beard, and short hair. Before the blade arrived, the sharp sword energy had already plowed a gully dozens of meters long on the ground. 9 crazy dragon slashes first style severing mountains and rivers. Without saying anything, he made his move directly. Zheng. The knife shone like a moon, and it struck the ghost baby's knee fiercely, causing black blood to splatter. The ghost baby let out a painful roar and staggered back half a step, but soon, countless wrong souls poured out of the wound and quickly healed its injuries. "Tisk, you're really thick-skinned." Zhang Guangdao grinned. Instead of retreating, he became more determined to fight. Tada Kai. 9 crazy dragons slash a second style break the enemy. Zhang Quangdao's muscles were knotted all over, veins on his arms were bulging, and his 9-ring broadsword made a deafening buzzing sound. The ground beneath his feet exploded with a loud bang, and the whole person soared into the sky like a cannonball. The blade was wrapped in a sharp gust of wind and chopped straight at the back of the ghost baby's neck. Zhang! The knife flashed like a waterfall, tearing open the rotten flesh on the ghost baby's neck, and black blood gushed out like a fountain. What a cripple! What a cripple! Wang Xiaoqian couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Teacher Zhang's moves are indeed fierce, but why does he always focus on the back of the ghost baby's neck? Shen Manting narrowed her beautiful eyes and complained in confusion. The ghost baby let out a shrill howl, and its rotten giant palm slammed towards Zhang Quangdao, but he saw his figure flash and actually rushed forward by stepping on the ghost baby's arm. Third move, shattering stars. The blade suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light, like a meteorite falling to the ground, and slashed fiercely on the back of the ghost baby's neck. Crack! The sound of the skull breaking was clearly audible. The ghost baby's huge body was struck to the ground with a loud bang for the first time, and a 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Great! The teachers and students watching the game from a distance couldn't help but cheer. But the next second. Gurgle! Inside the ghost baby's torn neck, countless wrong souls squirmed like maggots, and in the blink of an eye the wound was repaired to its original state. It slowly raised its head, its dark eye sockets locked onto Zhang Quangdao, and a twisted smile appeared at the corners of its mouth. Hungry, eat. Foul-smelling black mist gushed out from its 7 orifices, instantly covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Teacher Zhang, be careful. Lu Shuiying reminded urgently. Zhang Quangdao laughed out loud, well done. He bit his tongue hard, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the blade. The 9-ring sword suddenly ignited with bloody flames. Secret technique, Mad Dragon's true form. His muscles swelled, his robes burst, and Zhang Quangdao's skin was covered with red lines, and his aura briefly entered the half-step spiritual emperor realm. This is a Xian-level technique. Wang Xiaoqian shouted in surprise, it looks like Teacher Zhang is going to use his ultimate move. The fourth move, cutting off the yellow springs. When this sword was slashed out, the sky and the earth changed color. The blood-red blade light turned into a 100-meter-long dragon, roaring and tearing through the black fog, and slamming hard into the ghost baby's chest. Boom! The ghost baby was struck and flew backwards, knocking down 3 large trees before it came to a stop. There was a penetrating wound on its chest, and even the wriggling soul had no time to repair it. One. Lu Shuiying asked in a trembling voice. But in the smoke and dust, the ghost baby's body suddenly twitched violently. Click, click. There were countless bloody cracks on its back, and more than a dozen white bone arms broke out of its body, each of which was entangled with dark resentment. Not good. Wang Xiaoqian's face suddenly changed, it has also used its ultimate move. Zhang Quangdao was panting heavily, his hand holding the knife was shaking slightly, but he still grinned, this is interesting. He was about to fight again when he picked up his knife and heard a voice as gentle as jade. Everyone, I'm here to join in the fun. Everyone looked back and saw an elegant old man in a green robe walking in the air, his sleeves fluttering, and holding a bronze alchemy furnace in his hands. It was Yao Wuhan, the teacher of the alchemy department. He tapped the alchemy furnace with his fingertips, and the lid opened. A wisp of faint blue flame floated out, instantly turning into a raging sea of fire. 9 netherworld fire, burning evil. The flames wrapped around the ghost baby like an angry dragon, burning it so hard that it screamed continuously and its rotting flesh sizzled. It's effective. Wang Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. But the next second. Roar! The ghost baby was furious, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out a foul-smelling black mist, which actually put out the 9 netherworld fire. Yao Wuhan narrowed his eyes, the purity of its evil spirit is too high, and the spiritual fire seems to be restrained. Then use the dumbest method. Zhang Quangdao laughed wildly, chop it until it can't stand up anymore. He rushed forward with his sword again, the sword flashing like a rainbow. The ghost baby was enraged, and a dozen of its bony arms were waving wildly, each of which was entangled with dark resentment. Oh shit! This guy is cheating! Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Come on, I'll lead the charge. Zhang Quangdao shouted in a deep voice. Before he could finish his words, one of the ghost baby's bony arms suddenly stretched out and lashed at him like a whip, sending him flying. Teacher Zhang, everyone exclaimed. Zhang Quangdao adjusted his posture in the air, landed steadily, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn! I was careless this time and didn't dodge. Yao Wuhan sighed, young people have no martial ethics. No, this ghost baby has no martial ethics at all. Lu Shuang tried hard to increase her spiritual power, and the lightning flashed again from the teaching stick in her hand. Yao Wuhan flew up again, a trace of determination flashed across his cloudy old eyes. The survival of Xinghai depends on this battle. The rest of the teachers followed closely behind. 5 figures attacked the ghost baby at the same time. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, a huge bloody hole was blasted in the ghost baby's chest. But the ghost baby's huge body just shook and grinned strangely. Hee. So fun. Then, he continued to walk towards the playground with staggering steps. Lu Shuang struggled to stand up, her voice hoarse. No. We can't stop it. How about, let's retreat first? Wang Xiaoqiang suggested while wiping his sweat, as long as there is Green Mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood. His idea is simple. If Xinghai College is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But if the person is gone, it will be completely cold. It is totally unnecessary to sacrifice the lives of all the teachers for a lifeless building. Lu Shuang frowned when she heard this. Withdraw? There are still so many students here, what's the point of us withdrawing from the school? In her opinion, the teachers can get away with it, but what about the unarmed students behind them? Zhang Guangdao gritted his teeth and said, damn it. I've already cut it with hundreds of knives. How hard can this thing be? Yao Wuhan's white beard fluttered as he whispered, the 100th ranked demon ghost in Xian country is known as the Wailing Ghost Infant. It really lives up to its reputation. It would be difficult for just a few of us to defeat it. Shen Manting stared at the approaching ghost baby, her eyes full of unwillingness. Then, are we just going to watch Xinghai Academy being destroyed by it? Lu Shuang barely stood up, her voice trembling. No matter what, we can't let this ghost baby go to the playground. We have to lead it away. After saying that, she swung the whip in her hand into the air, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air. Several purple lights shot towards the ghost baby like spirit snakes. The whip shadows intertwined into a net in the air, and each strike landed accurately on the ghost baby's vital points. However, the ghost baby remained unmoved, and slowly crawled towards the playground with its huge body. It's over. I think we're going to lose this team fight. Wang Xiaoqiang said with a grim expression, the mid laner's output is not enough, the jungler is missing, and the support is almost dead. I don't see any hope of winning. Can you please stop using gaming terms? Shen Manting roared. Zhang Guangdao growled, even if I explode myself, I will hold it back. Just as despair was spreading, the ghost baby suddenly turned to the edge of the playground, where a little loli with twin ponytails stood, tilting her head and looking at the huge monster curiously. Wow, it's huge. A clear and childish voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads suddenly. I saw a little girl with 2 ponytails standing in the middle of the battlefield. She tilted her head, her big eyes blinking, and she seemed completely unaware of the danger in front of her. Where did these students come from? Run! Lu Shuang's pupils suddenly shrank and she shouted hoarsely. But it was too late. The ghost baby raised its rotten giant palm high, cast a shadow down, and slapped the petite figure directly. No, all the teachers exclaimed. Boom! The giant palm fell, and smoke and dust rose up. All the teachers' hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. However, the next second, the smoke and dust dissipated, and everyone was stunned. The little girl stood there safely, even her skirt was not dirty. In the smoke and dust, a slender figure walked slowly towards them. He was wearing a suit jacket with the Xinghai College badge on it, his sleeves fluttering and his face looked indifferent. Principal? Lu Shuang recognized him and exclaimed. Lu Jin did not turn around, but just raised his eyes slightly and looked at the huge ghost in front of him. His voice was terrifyingly calm. You? There is a way to die. Chapter 20, Heaven-level Kung Fu shocked the whole school. Lu Jin came late, not to show off. He hid in the principal's office and completely integrated the heavenly power explosive spiritual art with his own spiritual power until every breath reached perfection. If you are not 100% sure, arriving early will only add to the uncertainty. After all, it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Seeing this familiar figure, all the teachers and students of Xinghai College were shocked. It's the principal? Lin Xiaoyu, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but look nervous and tightly gripped the railing. The principal's strength is at the Spirit King realm, 6th pattern. Facing the Spirit Emperor realm's ghost baby, he is obviously like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and has no chance of winning. Principal? Are you crazy? Get out of the way. Lu Shuaying's cat ears were stretched straight as she stared at the slender figure standing in front of the ghost baby, her eyes full of anxiety. For some reason, her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she was worried about the safety of the man in front of her. She didn't want to see Lu Jin die like this. She still had a secret in her heart that she hadn't had time to speak out. Wang Xiaoqiang frowned and said, "Principal, this is no joke. Even our combined strength can't stop them. Are you, a Spirit King Realm 6th mark, going to die?" Although Lu Jin does have some skills, confronting the ghost baby head-on is tantamount to seeking death. Zhang Guangdao leaned on the nine-ring sword, panting and shouting, "Lu, don't be so arrogant. This thing is at least at the Spirit Emperor level, do you have to pretend to be so arrogant?" Before he finished his words, the ghost baby raised its giant hand, and a shadow of decay cast down. The students hid in the distance, their hearts almost stopping. It's over, Principal Lu is going to die. He is only at the 6th level of the Spirit King realm. Wouldn't he be asking for his death if he goes up there? Run, Principal. However, the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated, and the ghost baby's rotten giant hand was still hanging in the air, but it was difficult to suppress it at all. Lu Jin held up one hand to the sky with his 5 fingers slightly spread out. Compared with the mountain-like ghost palm, his palm was as small as an ant, but he was able to withstand the force of tens of thousands of tons. Principal? Lu Shuaying's voice trembled. Lu Jin? Zhang Guangdao wiped the blood off his face and widened his eyes. Isn't he only at the level of a 6-pattern Spirit King? The ghost baby tilted its head, and a trace of confusion flashed in its dark eye sockets. It instinctively sensed danger and wanted to withdraw its palm, but found that he couldn't move. Heavenly level skills. Lu Jin raised his head slowly, his eyes burning with bloodshot, heavenly power explosive spirit skill. Boom! The violent spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. The blood vessels all over Lu Jin's body bulged, and red lines like magma appeared under his skin. His suit jacket was torn into pieces, revealing his muscular upper body, which was covered with spider-thin blood vessels, which lit up one by one at this moment. Burning blood essence. Yao Wuhan took a breath of cold air. Heavenly level technique? Xin Manting couldn't hide the shock on her face. What talent does this new principal major in? Lu Shuaying shook her head gently, her cat ears trembling slightly. I don't know either. I've never heard him say that. Roar! The ghost baby roared in rage, and its rotten giant palm exerted force suddenly, creating a 10-meter deep pit on the ground. In the smoke and dust, a slender figure holding a little girl with twin ponytails jumped out lightly and landed steadily on the broken remains of the bell tower. While the little girl hooked her arms around Lu Jin's neck tightly, blinking her big eyes, "You are the principal, brother? You are much more handsome than in the photo." Lu Jin adjusted his crooked gold-rimmed glasses with one hand and nodded lightly, "Yeah." The next second. Boo! The little girl suddenly came closer and kissed Lu Jin on the cheek, smiling with 2 dimples. "You saved me, I want to marry you." Lu Jin was stunned. Huh? What kind of vicious words are these? The little girl hung on Lu Jin, her white silk legs swing, and said proudly, "I have to repay you for saving my life with my body." That's how it's played in TV dramas. Lu Jin froze for a second, then smiled slightly. "Don't be silly, the school rules prohibit premature love." The little girl puffed up her cheeks and said, "Then wait until I graduate." Lu Jin was stunned. Is this child of this age really a student of Shanghai College? Which class are you from? Lu Jin asked. Hee, I won't tell you. The little girl buried her face in his shoulder like a spoiled child and announced in a muffled voice, "Anyway, you have to be responsible for me." Lu Jin frowned slightly, feeling that this little lowly was not simple. Boom! The ghost baby took the opportunity to slap him with its claws, but Lu Jin didn't even turn his head and punched back. The violent spiritual pressure directly penetrated the ghost baby's palm, and black blood splashed like a fountain. What are you arguing about? Lu Jin glanced at them coldly. Can't you see we are talking about business? Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin put down the little lowly in his arms, stepped on the ground and soared into the sky. Since the rise of the spiritual energy tide, humans have gradually explored a complete cultivation system in the battle against demons and ghosts, including 5 major branches: martial arts, elements, illusion, spirit control, and alchemy. The martial arts department uses spiritual energy to temper the body. The fists can break armor, the legs are as strong as axes, and can tear steel in close combat. The elemental system harnesses the mighty power of nature, freezing thousands of miles of ice, destroying the world with thunderstorms, burning the city with raging fires, and the sky and earth change color with a single thought. The magic system manipulates the real and unreal illusory world. A single thought can create a myriad of things, and dreams can become reality, causing thousands of troops to kill each other invisibly. The spirit control system communicates with the spirits of heaven and earth, commands hundreds of demons to roam at night, summons ancient heroes, and all spirits submit at a single command. The elixir and weapon system refines spiritual energy into elixirs, and casts weapons into weapons. A golden elixir can seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and a magical weapon can slay demons and evildoers. Lu Jin's situation is rather special. Although he is a spiritual warrior at the Spirit King level, he has not chosen any system of cultivation. He is in his first year of college, studying martial arts. In the second year, because he was not interested in martial arts, he switched his major to study elements. In the third year, I changed my major to the alchemy department for the same reason. Afterwards, he took the initiative to apply for an extension of his graduation and spent 2 years self-studying the knowledge of illusion and spirit control. So others would ask what Lu Jin's cultivation system is. He could only smile and say he didn't know. Because he is a school of his own. That heavenly power explosive spiritual art does not simply rely on a certain type of spiritual power, but requires the 5 elements of spiritual power to form a perfect cycle in the body in order to unleash the true heavenly power. Ordinary spiritual warriors only practice one discipline. Forcing the practice will only lead to an imbalance of spiritual power. At the very least, the meridians will be damaged, and at the worst, the body will explode and die. Lu Jin can naturally harmonize the 5 elements in his body, allowing him to use spiritual power of different attributes at will. Therefore, in his hands, Tianwei explosive spiritual power can undoubtedly exert its greatest power. In mid-air, Lu Jin pulled back his right fist, and the spiritual energy within 100 meters radius gathered together madly, forming a twisted vortex visible to the naked eye on the tip of his fist. The ghost baby waved his bony arms in fear to stop it, but the moment he touched the fist wind. Bang 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 bang! More than a dozen bone arms exploded one after another. This punch Lu Jin's voice resounded through the sky, teach you to respect your teachers. Boom! The fist hit the ghost baby's chest. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, crack! With the fist as the center, countless cracks spread wildly on the ghost baby's body. Those wriggling wrong souls had no chance to recover before they were evaporated by the violent spiritual energy. Roar! The ghost baby let out a final wail, and its huge body exploded. Black blood spurted out, pouring down like a rainstorm, but was burned up by the spiritual power condensed around Lu Jin before it hit the ground. Silence. All the teachers and students were stunned. The ghost baby that made the 5 teachers helpless despite their desperate resistance. Killed by a single punch? Chapter 21, Enroll in Shanghai in advance, avoid 20 years of detour. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the afterglow of the setting sun once again fell on the campus. Principal 1. Lu Shuiying stared at the figure standing on the ruins with concern. Lu Jin's suit jacket had long been torn into pieces, and his sturdy upper body was covered with red lines, which were now slowly fading away with his breathing. Too exaggerated. Zhang Guangdao was shocked. A Spirit King Realm 6th line Spirit Warrior actually killed a Spirit Emperor Realm demon. Even if you kill someone above your level, you can't cross a big realm. And Lu Jin just acted like he was joking. Kill if you say so. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. The principal must have been hiding his strength before. Shenman's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. How could Lu Jin's performance just now be the explosion that a Spirit King should have? Wang Xiaochang's bronze face twitched, and he recalled his provocation to the principal in the meeting room. A layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. If Lu Jin had used such strength at that time. Can he still stand here and talk? Yao Wuhan twisted his beard with his skinny fingers, his old eyes narrowed into slits. Heaven-level martial arts. I didn't expect the principal to have such a terrifying trump card. I really underestimated him. Looking at the 3-meter deep pit on the ground, Shen Manting opened her red lips slightly. Is this guy still a human? This guy is too perverted. Is this still the strength of the Spirit King realm? It's totally a battle between Spirit Emperors. Who would have thought that this man wearing glasses, seemingly gentle and polite, could be so brutal in battle? There were gasps coming from all over the playground. Principal, this is too powerful. The energy drink can in the hands of a student was squeezed out of shape. One punch. Just one punch. And the ghost baby at the spirit emperor level is gone? Could our principal be a time traveler? I've seen novels that say so. Did you record it? Did you record it? The girl next to her shook her bestie's shoulders frantically. You didn't record it? What's the point of you? Lu Jin is not very old and looks like a teenager, so he does not look out of place even when mixed with a group of young students. The elegance and calmness in his every move, coupled with his hidden skills, immediately captured the hearts of many young girls. The little girls in the student union huddled together, their eyes shining like stars. So handsome. From today on, the principal is my idol. Tisk. Yi Qianxuan turned away her blushing face and drew circles unconsciously with her toes. This trashy principal is actually a little handsome. Lin Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao hugged her. Xiaoyu, do you think the principal will accept apprentices? The kind that can warm the bed. Lin Xiaoyu. Yao Wuhan's white beard trembled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the boxing method that the principal just displayed incorporated the martial arts department's mountain collapse force, the elemental department's heart burning fire, and there is also the blood refining art of the Danqi department. Shin Manting narrowed her eyes and opened her lips slightly. Didn't you notice? The principal has mastered more than one cultivation system. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Principal. Lu Shuang rushed forward. Lu Jin waved his hand and wiped his glasses with the torn cuff of his suit. It's okay, it's just. He glanced at his right fist, which was still smoking, the old problem of the conflict between the 5 spiritual powers. The whole place fell silent again. 5 elements? Zhang Guangdao's eyes almost popped out. You're practicing 5 elements at the same time? Lu Jin put on his glasses again, his eyes behind the lenses calm as water. To be precise, I have not mastered any of them. Otherwise, he might continue to practice instead of inheriting his father's legacy. But the battle just now was indeed very exciting. Dip the beans, so cool. Are there any injured students? Lu Jin asked, turning around. Principal, no. Lin Xiaoyu replied, her eyes full of respect. If Lu Jin hadn't intervened at the critical moment, the entire Xinghai Academy would have been reduced to ruins. Hint, you have gained the respect of student Lin Xiaoyu, prestige value plus 50. Okay, it's getting late, everyone can go back and rest. Lu Jin waved his hand and walked towards the teaching building alone. This battle was not easy for him and he needed to rest as soon as possible. By the way, where is that little loli? He suddenly remembered something and looked around, but did not see the little loli with twin ponytails. Maybe he went home to eat. Why would such a young child appear in such a place? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and walked towards the office while thinking. The slender figure was elongated by the setting sun. Yao Wuhan turned around and looked at the teachers, frowned and said, I think this matter is strange. The demon ghosts in the spiritual emperor realm should be lurking near the cracks in the abyss. How could they suddenly appear in the academy? Yes, I also find it strange. Lu Shuang's red lips trembled slightly. Our school is already remote enough. How come such a powerful demon came to our school? Shin Manting spoke slowly. Generally speaking, demons and ghosts appear for 2 reasons, either for food or for resources. There are about 100 people in our school. There's no need to come here just for food. Yes, there are more than 5,000 students in the Xiantian Academy next door. Zhang Guangdao's eyes suddenly widened. You mean, what rare resources does our school have? Shin Manting nodded slightly, her eyes sharp. Moreover, it went straight to the playground from the beginning, like looking for something. Zhang Guangdao replied in a cold voice. Everyone was silent. Xinghai College, a junior college ranked at the bottom among spiritual colleges, what is there in it that is worthy of the spiritual emperor-level demons to make such a fuss? Just when many teachers were at a loss. The rooftop of a tall building in the distance. 2 tall figures stood in the wind. I saw 2 men and women in uniform holding binoculars and observing everything that happened at Xinghai College. They wore the badge of the Bureau of Psionic Control on their chests. Since the advent of the psychic tide and the revival of demons and monsters, Xian country has established the Psychic Control Bureau to handle such cases. What do you think? The ponytailed woman put down the telescope. Her proud breasts were surging and the buttons of her uniform were in danger of being unbuttoned after witnessing the shocking scene just now. The sturdy man next to him shook his head slowly, his tactical gloves creaking as he squeezed them. There is no such person in the archives. He narrowed his eyes, either he is the descendant of a hidden old monster, or he is from some terrifying force. Immediately encrypt and report. The woman pressed the microphone, her black ponytail rustling in the wind. Codename Principal, strength level tentatively set at S level. A breeze blew by, and the rusty iron gate of the academy made a slight creaking sound. No one noticed that a girl with long silver hair was standing quietly in front of the door. Her beautiful eyes stared at the four modeled characters Re-High College on the school sign. The sunlight penetrated her hair, casting a silver-like halo on her shoulders. She raised her eyes and looked into the depths of the campus, a trace of vicissitudes in her pupils that was inconsistent with her appearance. Finally found you. The wheels of the suitcase made a crunching sound as they rolled over the gravel road. According to my memory, a week later, Shanghai Academy will awaken the underground spiritual veins and be promoted to the top institution of higher learning in Xian country. And that seemingly ordinary principal will become a spirit emperor level strongman who can suppress the SSS level ghost tide single-handedly in the future. Become a terrifying existence that can destroy the Sakura country with one hand. The silver-haired girl raised her lips in a determined arc and whispered to herself. I can enroll in Shanghai College in advance and save myself 20 years of detours. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Chapter 22. I'll give birth to a child for the principal. The threat of demon invasion has been resolved. The teachers and students gradually dispersed after talking with lingering fear. Shanghai College returned to its former tranquility. The dawn light spits out brilliant morning light, ushering in a new day. Shanghai College, Yuling Department Classroom. The door opened slightly, and a slender figure stood against the light. My name is Bai Mo Yuan, I'm 18 years old, I'm at the spiritual master level, 5 patterns, I've been practicing for 2.5 years, and today I'm transferring to the spirit control department of Shanghai College, please take care of me. A gorgeous silver-haired girl walked up to the podium, her amethyst-like eyes sweeping across the audience. In an instant, the classroom exploded. Splash! A student in the back row knocked over his water cup. Fuck, spiritual master realm, 5 patterns. Why do you want to come to our school? Oh my god, this beauty is too amazing. The pen in the girl's hand fell to the ground with a click. Ahem, this is. Teacher Lu Shuang was about to open her mouth to welcome him, but found that her voice was completely drowned out. Silver hair. Is it an elf? Does this beauty really exist? I didn't expect that the new campus beauty would come right after Sue left. Quiet. Teacher Lu Shuang clapped her hands lightly, her gentle voice carrying unquestionable majesty. Student Bai, please sit in the second to last row by the window. Her slender finger pointed toward the back of the classroom, where the sunlight was shining on the empty seat. Yeah. Bai Mo Yuan nodded slightly, and her silver hair swayed gently with the movement. She took a step forward, her long legs gleaming like pearls in the sun, and every step made the breathing in the classroom pause. Shwa la. As she passed by, the students in the front row straightened their backs unconsciously. Sitting by the window in the second to last row, a tomboyish girl wearing black-framed glasses blushed instantly. She was busy cleaning the table next to her and even wiped the chair with her sleeve. Here. Her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. I'll clean it for you. Bai Mo Yuan glanced at her indifferently, and no emotion could be seen in his crystal-like eyes. She sat down gracefully and placed her bag gently on the table without saying a word. The smile on the glasses girl's face froze, but she still didn't give up. My name is. Quiet. Bai Mo Yuan interrupted without even looking up, his voice as cold as frost on a winter morning. She held her chin with one hand and looked across the noisy classroom, straight out the window in the direction of the principal's office. In the principal's office, Lu Jin rested for a night and felt that his body had recovered. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded. Bite. School rules, expel all male students. Current execution rate, 100%. Reward, punishment necklace Shin Tier 3, this necklace can be worn around the student's neck to monitor and punish bad students. A white light flashed, and a silver necklace immediately appeared on Lu Jin's hand. Punishing bad students? Interesting. Where, assess my physical condition. He put away the necklace and said to the white-haired lowly in the corner. Building a biological model. Or folded her hands in front of her lace skirt, and the silver light of data streams flowed in her pupils. The scanning beam flowed across Lu Jin's entire body like water. The heart rate is stable, muscle fatigue has returned to below baseline, and the nervous system activity is excellent. She reported softly, her voice gentle but cold. After a moment, the scan was over, Wu retracted her fingertips and tilted her head slightly, as if she was calculating the final comprehensive score. Evaluation completed. She blinked, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Master's physical condition 98 points, which is an excellent level. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and asked teasingly, "Oh? Then where are the remaining 2 points deducted?" Wire replied, "According to the health management protocol, it is recommended to increase the daily intake of vegetables by another 5% to maintain the best nutritional balance." Lu Jin chuckled and ruffled her white hair with his hand. "Okay, come, let me check your body too." Wire smiled and said, 3 years as a minimum, and up to the death penalty, master." Lu Jin stopped joking and said, "Do you have anything to do today?" "Today is the last day to register for the supernatural power assessment. You need to find 2 students at the 3rd level of the spiritual master realm." "I see." Lu Jin nodded slightly, his expression slightly solemn. "It would be hilarious if we lost the supernatural power assessment competition because we were unable to register." In fact, Lu Jin can also use chalcedony condensate to help students improve their realm in order to meet the registration requirements. But he didn't want to use up the chalcedony do so easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Because relying on external forces to break through will affect the students' Taoism. They are too young to grasp it. The most important thing is that he still has school rules to announce today. It's just that new school rules require new inspiration. Sitting down on the chair, Lu Jin held the thermos cup and slowly sipped the wolfberry tea, while his other hand swiped the screen of his mobile phone. On the hot search list, a topic is rising at an alarming rate, ###. He clicked on the entry, and popular comments popped up immediately. "It's so funny, a fake school like Shanghai College is worthy of a goddess who studied in Russia? She should have left long ago." "Goddess Sue's legs in white silk, PR. Sorry, I'm fine." Someone commented below, "It's human nature. It's just a handy thing." At Sengxiang Wugo official account, warmly welcome SS level ice genius Su Shueji to join us. Flowers, fireworks. At Elite Education Observation, Shanghai College lost its trump card, and the imbalance in the allocation of educational resources has once again sparked heated discussions. At Overalls Boy, "It's so funny, a crappy school can't keep a real dragon. I suggest that students run away." Dog head. At 007, I heard that the principal wanted to do something inappropriate to Su Xiaohua, and Su Xiaohua was so ashamed and angry that she transferred to another school. Fuck, there is such a thing? Poor school beauty Su, this principal is such a beast. I suggest a strict investigation of Lu Jin. Is such a person qualified to be a principal? Don't you have an anti-fraud app here? Lu Jin couldn't bear to watch any longer after seeing this. Apparently, Sangxiang Wugo High School spread the news online that it was his fault and forced Su Shueji to transfer schools. But it doesn't matter. Wait for him to mail the dismissal notice to the Su family. He is not the one who should feel bad. At this time, the office door was gently pushed open, and Lu Shuang walked in with graceful steps, with her long cattail swaying gently behind her. She was wearing a tight-fitting professional suit today, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. "Principal, good morning." She leaned over slightly and placed a document on the table. The faint whiteness of her collar made Lu Jin unconsciously look away. "What's the matter?" Lu Jin pretended to be calm and picked up the teacup. "Today, a transfer student came to our school." Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled happily. "He has quite good qualifications." Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. "Is there anyone who has taken the initiative to come to Shanghai?" He chuckled, "That's new. Shanghai College is about to go bankrupt, yet someone actually transferred here. Isn't this equivalent to joining the National Army in 1949? Lu Shuang supported the table with both hands and said excitedly, "Principal, this transfer student is at the level of spiritual master with 5 lines, so we can find another student at the level of spiritual master with 3 lines to sign up for the supernatural power assessment competition." "What? That's great." Lu Jin slapped his thigh happily. "Meow." Lu Shuang's whole body trembled, and the fur on her tail stood up unconsciously. "Sorry, I took the wrong picture again." Lu Jin coughed dryly, but his eyes unconsciously followed the pair of cat ears that were still trembling slightly. "I don't know why, but I suddenly couldn't control my right hand." "It doesn't matter, it's not the first time anyway." Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, this is her relevant information, please take a look." Lu Jin flipped open the document. It showed Name, by Mo Yun. Gender, female. Age, 18. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 84-60-86. Department, Imperial Spirit Department Ice Element. Cultivation level, Spiritual Master Realm 5 patterns. Talent rating, SS. The talent is indeed good, but it's an ice element. Lu Jin sighed softly. Due to Su Shueji's betrayal, Lu Jin has developed PTSD about the setting of beautiful girl plus ice element plus child of destiny. No feeling anymore. You are indeed talented, but I don't want to see the next Su Shueji. Lu Jin said, you can make your own arrangements, Teacher Lu. Okay, Principal. Lu Shuaing's eyes trembled slightly and she nodded gently. It seems that Su Shueji's transfer to another school was indeed a big blow to the principal. 121. 121. The neat slogans coming from the playground in the early morning made the glass windows of the office tremble slightly. Lu Jin raised his head from the documents and looked out the window with a frown. What the hell is going on? It's the students doing morning exercises. Lu Shuang explained softly. Lu Jin glanced at his watch and saw that the hour hand had just passed 8 o'clock. So early? Lu Shuang blinked. This is how the school schedule is set. Lu Jin frowned and asked, what is the current school schedule? Lu Shuang thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, the schedule of Shanghai College is to go to the classroom for morning reading before 5:30 in the morning, then go to eat at 7 o'clock, the first class at 7:20, and do exercises at 8 o'clock. Classes end at 12 o'clock noon, classes start at 1:30 in the afternoon, dinner at 7 o'clock, school ends at 10:30 in the evening, and lights out at 11:30. What the hell? Is this the kind of schedule a human can come up with? Lu Jin was confused. Is there also a Hangshui model in this world? Poet holds. Which idiot made this schedule? His brain must have been stuck in the door. Lu Jin asked angrily. Lu Shuang showed a strange expression. Isn't this formulated by your father? Besides, the ability assessment is coming up soon. If we don't train hard, Shanghai Academy may not even be qualified to be at the bottom. Why is it so curly? Lu Jin frowned. Is this still a stretch? Lu Shuang said in surprise, students at Sengqiang Martial Arts High School only sleep 3 hours a day. They recite cultivation techniques while doing exercises and silently chant spells while eating. Other colleges are not much better. 6 hours of sleep is already the limit. In that case, I understand. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin nodded thoughtfully, immediately left the classroom and strode towards the playground. Lu Shuang looked at his back, her lips slightly raised. It seems that the principal has finally come to his senses. Is he going to personally give the students more practice? On the playground, the sun was scorching the plastic track. The students walked mechanically, their uniforms soaked with sweat, and they breathed heavily. Some looked pale and staggered, while others stumbled a few steps, their shoes flew off, but they didn't even have the strength to bend down to pick them up, and could only continue running barefoot. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, catch up. Run another 100 laps. The physical education teacher, Wang Xiaoqiang, organized the team order. Lu Jin stood at the edge of the runway, looking at the group of students who were almost exhausted, and slowly raised his hand. Everybody stop for a moment. I need to say something. The running team suddenly stopped. The students gasped and looked blankly at the principal who suddenly appeared. Wang Xiaoqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped forward quickly. Principal, do you have any instructions? Ever since the battle yesterday, his attitude towards the young principal has quietly changed, and there is a bit more heartfelt respect in his tone. Lu Jin looked around. Students were standing here and there, some holding their knees and retching, and some slumped on the ground, their faces as pale as paper. His brows furrowed more and more tightly. You're here at the right time. Look at what you look like now. Is it decent? Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice. From today on, I will establish new school rules regarding work and rest time. New school rules? Wang Xiaoqiang was stunned at first, then he seemed to understand something and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and grinned at the students. You usually sneak around and act like a sly person, and now you've been caught by the principal, right? Suddenly, he shouted sternly, everyone, gather in the center of the playground. Listen to the principal's lecture. The entire playground was instantly filled with wailing. No. It's fatal. Amid the screams, several exhausted students collapsed to the ground, as if they had seen the gates of hell. The students dragged their legs, which felt like they had been emptied of lead, towards the center. Some of those with poor physical fitness simply collapsed on the ground. Needless to say, Lu Jin was definitely here to scold them. The supernatural power assessment is still in 3 months. Adding extra training at this time will kill people, someone wailed quietly. Another female classmate with a proud figure glanced at the smiling Lu Jin and said, "Shoo. Look, Principal Lu is laughing so proudly. I'm afraid he's going to cancel the 10-minute break after running." The team barely formed a crooked square. The female students were sweating profusely, the backs of their school uniforms were soaked, outlining their exquisite curves. Wang Xiaoqiang yelled at the top of his voice, "Stand straight. Put your hands on your trouser seams. If you dawdle any longer, run 500 more laps." Lu Jin walked to the flag-raising platform with his hands behind his back and slowly drank a sip of water from his thermos. "Stand up straight, but you don't know how to stand or sit properly." Wang Xiaoqiang scolded, "Do you still want to run another 500 laps?" The crowd lined up neatly after these words were spoken, but their faces were full of resentment. Lu Jin coughed twice and said, "Classmates, good morning." There were sparse "hello, principal" from below, their voices were as soft as those of mosquitoes and flies. "I can't hear you." Lu Jin frowned. "Hello, principal," the students shouted reflexively. The next second, Lu Jin suddenly laughed. "A new school rule is promulgated today. From today on," he snapped the lid of the thermos cup shut. "Running exercise is cancelled." The playground was silent for 2 seconds. It seems that he hasn't reacted yet. "You are the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning. We must not let you sleep badly." Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice. "All students, get back to bed and go to sleep right now." "Ha!" The students were stunned, their expressions frozen. The mineral water bottle in a girl's hand fell to the ground with a thud. "Did I hear you right?" The principal said it himself. "Liars are dogs." Did the principal say something wrong? Or am I hallucinating? Hit me now, let me know this isn't an illusion. Ah, you really do hit me when I ask you to? Yes, students, you heard it right, but don't get excited, this is not over yet. Lu Jin waved his hand and said seriously. From today on, classes will start at 10 a.m. every day and end at 4 p.m. If any student dares to come to the classroom early to take the exam, you are welcome to report him and punish him to be on duty for a year. Bite. Registration of school rules changes. Article 3, Change of work and rest schedule, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., no involution. Outrageousness. Rating, be epic and tearful. Rewards, soul tempering blessed land, a small holy place for cultivation, located next to the school toilet. As soon as the words were spoken, cheers almost shook the entire school. Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. As someone who has been through it, he certainly knows. All the mental exhaustion is caused by rolling. The school requires classes to start at 8 o'clock, but you insist on arriving at 7 o'clock. Others have no choice but to keep up in order to catch up. You follow me too. In the end, it became a requirement to be in the classroom at 7 o'clock. Why should students make things difficult for other students? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Alas! The principal is wise. I knew I made the right choice when I chose Shanghai. My mom even thought I was useless at the time. Long live the principal. From today on, you are our idol. The students hugged each other happily, as excited as if it was a holiday. Looking at the cheering students, Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction. Principal, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoqiang next to him was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. From 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., minus meals and breaks, students only have less than 4 hours a day to practice and study. The worst thing is that the supernatural power assessment competition will be held in 3 months. Isn't this hilarious? Lu Jin said calmly, Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I know what's going on. Wang Xiaoqiang suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, Principal, the supernatural power assessment competition is coming soon. Instead of strengthening our training, we indulge our students. Isn't this the opposite of what we should do? Lu Jin smiled and said, It is precisely because the supernatural power assessment competition is coming soon that we let the students have a good rest. Otherwise, how can they participate in the competition in a full mental state? Wang Xiaoqiang was speechless. Principal, if we rank last in the ability assessment, our school will be closed down completely. You know, he still has 3 months' salary to pay. If the school goes bankrupt, who will he ask for money? Lu Jin didn't want to explain too much to him, so he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, even if there are fewer classes, your salary won't decrease at all, and you will get a raise this month." Wang Xiaoqian's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands together and said, "The principal is so wise and powerful, I am ashamed of myself." Lu Jin chuckled and nodded, looking at the cheering students, "Then everyone go back to sleep." After saying this, he turned and left, hiding his achievements and fame. From behind came the students' howling screams. "Principal! I want to erect a longevity tablet for you. I want to kowtow to the principal. I'm going to give birth to a baby for the principal." Chapter 23, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., No Involution. Leaving the playground, Lu Jin strolled around the campus. In the dim morning light, a swipe of the finger brings up the system interface. The translucent blue light curtain flickered in the morning sun, reflecting the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. Registration of school rules changes. Article 3, Change of work and rest schedule, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., No Involution. Outrageousness. Rating, be epic and tearful. Rewards, soul tempering blessed land, a small holy place for cultivation, located next to the school toilet. A blessed place for soul tempering? Lu Jin's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his breathing stagnated. This was a cultivation resource that only 211 key universities registered with the Education Bureau were entitled to have, and there were no more than 5 such places in the entire Wancheng. He subconsciously looked around the dilapidated playground, the paint-chipped horizontal bar, and the peeling public toilet not far away. How could the system place such a precious holy place for cultivation in such a place? Interesting. Stroking his chin with his slender fingers, Lu Jin suddenly chuckled. Back in the office, Weyer was still squatting in the corner charging, and Lu Jin took a short break. 11 o'clock in the morning. Attention all teachers and students. Lu Jin's voice spread throughout the campus through the loudspeaker. Gather in front of the East District Public Toilet immediately. Repeat, gather in front of the East District Public Toilet immediately. Class 1, Elements Department. Lin Xiaoyu, who was doing homework at the desk, was stunned for a moment and showed a puzzled expression. She doesn't understand. There are so many places to gather in school, why must we choose the toilet? Class 1 of the Martial Arts Department. The red-haired girl who was doing physical training kicked the wooden stake and said, "Chow, is this principal okay? He asked us to gather in the toilet during class?" Class 1 of the Alchemy Department. A little girl with twin ponytails suddenly looked up, raised her hands, and said excitedly, "Great! Finally, I don't have to do homework." The next second, a piece of chalk was thrown down from the podium and hit the little girl on the forehead. "Tang Xiaotang, finish your homework before you go over." "Oh, the teacher is a devil." The little girl covered her red forehead with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Only Bai Mo Yuan of the Spirit Controlling Department was different. The silver-haired girl closed the ancient book in her hand, and her violet eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of her lips curled up in an arc of understanding. The abnormal spiritual power fluctuations in the air had already attracted her attention. 10 minutes later. In front of the public toilet in the east area of Shanghai College, more than 100 students looked at each other in bewilderment. The old faucet was dripping, and the air was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant. "So?" The sports committee member pinched his nose and asked in a muffled voice, "Are we here to use the restroom together?" Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the mottled outer wall of the toilet, her mouth twitching slightly. "Will the principal ask us to come and clean the place?" The top student in the class, the short-haired girl Zhu Geiyu, adjusted her glasses elegantly. "One thing is certain. It's definitely not a dinner invitation for us. I'm drunk, do you need to tell me that?" A girl with big red hair blocked her nose with her index finger and frowned slightly. "It stinks. I have to take an extra shower at night." She is a student in Class 1 of the Martial Arts Department, a one-pattern spiritual master Zhu Li. Lin Xiaoyu comforted, "I think the principal must have his own arrangements." Just as all the students were chattering about the topic, Lu Jin slowly came over with a thermos cup, followed by the Dean of Studies Lu Shuang. He was holding a thermos cup, wearing a black suit, and said with a serious face, "Hello everyone, I'm sure you are all wondering why you are asked to come here. Because, today we have added a spiritual training class temporarily." Is the principal crazy? Zhu Li curled his lips and spoke loudly. There are so many places in Shanghai Academy where you can practice? Why did you choose to practice next to the toilet? This is really outrageous. That's right, that's right. Yi Qianxuan also curled her lips. The trash principal must have bad intentions. This principal is playing more and more extravagantly. Quiet. Lu Shuang scolded softly. Although she didn't understand why Lu Jin asked the students to gather at the toilet door, Lu Jin must have his reasons. In response to the students' complaints, Lu Jin just smiled, unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of wolfberry tea. System, activate the soul tempering land. He muttered to himself. The soul tempering blessing has been activated, range, 20 meters radius east of the toilet. Boom! In an instant, a visible vortex of green spiritual energy rose from the ground and enveloped the entire area. The strange smell in the air was instantly purified, and replaced by a refreshing scent of grass and trees. This is... Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes, and the lightning spiritual power in her body began to operate on its own. The first person to react was Zhuge Yu. His pupils behind his glasses suddenly contracted and he cried out. The concentration of spiritual energy is 5 times that of the outside world. No, it's still rising. Impossible. Julie was stunned as soon as she finished speaking. A breath of air she casually inhaled actually caused the bottleneck that had been stagnant for a long time to loosen. Julie's red hair moved without wind. She was shocked to find that the purity of her fire energy was increasing rapidly. How is it possible? In this level of training environment, the entire student group was instantly excited. It's the blessed land for tempering souls. Lu Shuang's eyes lit up and she recognized it immediately. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. We, a junior college, actually have a place to temper our souls? Zhuge Yu exclaimed, my cousin is in the imperial capital, but the blessed land there is not as rich in spiritual energy as this one. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes flickered, and her silver hair fluttered gently in the spiritual wind. A ripple of satisfaction appeared in her purple eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, transferring to this little-known college was the right choice. Lu Jin looked at this scene with satisfaction, and added slowly, from today on, this is the Shanghai Academy's holy place for cultivation. Opening hours. He deliberately dragged out the tone, waiting for all the students to prick up their ears. For in the afternoon 9 at night. The reason why it is only open for 5 hours is actually to avoid forcing things to grow. These students are still weak, and if they absorb a large amount of spiritual energy for a long time, your body won't be able to handle it. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Zhuge Yu raised her hand and said, Principal, I want to apply for extra hours. Even until midnight is fine. Didn't some people complain about the smell just now? Lu Jin glanced at Julie in the crowd. The red-haired girl's face turned redder than her hair. She bit her lower lip and said, Principal, I was wrong. I also apply for an extension of time. Let's do this. Seeing how enthusiastic the students were, Lu Jin didn't want to dampen their confidence. So he said to Lin Xiaoyu, Student Xiaoyu, please register the names and abilities of the students who are applying to extend their training time. If you are at the spiritual master level, you can extend it by 2 hours, and if you are at the spiritual disciple level, you can extend it by 1 hour. Okay, Principal. Lin Xiaoyu nodded seriously. All the students sat cross-legged and began to practice. An endless stream of spiritual energy converges towards this world. There were even slight fluctuations in the air. Not long. Crack. Suddenly, blinding lightning burst out from all around Lin Xiaoyu. She was suspended 3 feet off the ground, her school uniform jacket torn into pieces by psychic energy, revealing a white training vest with flashing lightning patterns underneath. It's about to break through. Lu Xiaoxiao shouted in surprise. Boom! The sky suddenly turned gloomy, and a purple bolt of lightning split the clouds. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the thunder swooped down like a giant dragon, but the moment it touched Lin Xiaoyu's hair, it gently coiled around it and formed a circle. Lu Jin's thermos cup stopped in mid-air. The system screen flashed before his eyes. The host successfully cultivated a student at the level of a 3-line spiritual master. Reward, cultivation plus 50. Chapter 24, The Cheating Lowly Breaks Through the Spirit Emperor Realm. Lu Jin felt the surging spiritual energy in his body, and a gleam of light flashed in his dark eyes. The chi sank into Dantian and felt it in the spiritual sea. A cultivation level of 50 is roughly equivalent to half the spiritual power of breaking through a small realm. Training students can unexpectedly bring such a huge reward for cultivation. The students practice hard here, and he only needs to reap the profits crazily. Is there anything more exciting than this? When Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, her beautiful dark eyes were flickering with lightning. A third blue spiritual pattern in the shape of lightning appeared on the snow-white, slender neck. Successful? Lightning flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, and her slender body trembled slightly with excitement. She rushed to Lu Jin in 2 steps, and suddenly jumped up excitedly. Principal, I made a breakthrough. A whole semester. Those nights spent in the practice room until dawn. The stinging pain caused by the backlash of lightning spirit power. It was actually not as good as the dozens of minutes of training in the Soul Tempering Land. Before Lu Jin could say anything, the girl excitedly grabbed his arm. Spiritual Master Realm 3 marks. Lin Xiaoyu sniffed and suddenly burst into laughter. I finally did it. As the last hope of Lingjia village, a spiritual warrior who came out of the depths of the mountains, no one knows how heavy the burden on her shoulders is. Very good. Lu Jin smiled and his eyes moved up and down. Thank you, Principal. The lightning in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes gradually subsided, but a layer of misty water vapor appeared. She was so excited that she stumbled forward and fell into Lu Jin's arms as if she had lost her strength. Are you okay? Lu Jin reached out and caught her. Wu, it's okay. The girl's face flushed slightly, her clear voice trembled, and her soft body pressed tightly against him. Lu Jin only felt 2 soft lumps pressing against his chest without any gap. Student Lin, your gratitude is too heavy. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his hands were suspended in the air, not daring to fall. Is this the weight you should have at this age? Ahem. A deliberate cough came from the side. Lu Shuiying frowned slightly, but was too embarrassed to say it directly. I'm sorry, Principal, I was too happy just now. Lin Xiaoyu finally woke up from her dream and stepped back with a red face. It's okay. Lu Jin smiled gently, but his eyes unconsciously swept across Lin Xiaoyu's shirt. I couldn't help but feel distressed. It has endured a scale that it shouldn't have to endure at this age. He coughed lightly, quickly looked away, and turned to Lu Shuiying and said, Teacher Lu, now we are finally qualified to sign up for the Supernatural Power Assessment Competition, right? Lu Shuiying nodded gently. Yes, the entry requirement is at least 10 Spiritual Master Level 3 mark students. Now they are all here. I will go and submit the registration form right away. Before he finished speaking, a crisp bell sound came from far away. A petite figure was seen skipping across the corridor, with her ponytail swinging happily with her steps. At first glance, the girl looked no more than a dozen years old, wearing a light yellow cartoon vest with a Peppa Pig pattern printed on it. White stockings wrapped around slender calves create an innocent and lively picture. Whose child is it? Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. How could he not remember that Xinghai Academy had such a young student? Wait a minute, I think I've seen her before. After taking a closer look, Lu Jin discovered that this little girl was the little lowly he had rescued from the ghost baby last time. Lu Shuiying came closer at the right time and whispered in his ear. Principal, her name is Tang Xiaotang, a 3-line spiritual master, and a student in Class 1 of the Alchemy Department. She skipped a grade last month. Wait, at her age, she should be in junior high school, right? Which grade did she skip to? Lu Shuiying thought for a moment and said, It seems like he jumped 6 levels in a row. What? Lu Jin's pupils shrank and he took a breath of cold air. What does it mean to skip 6 levels in a row? It's like you are just about to enter the 1st grade of junior high school, but others are already going to college. It's more than outrageous. It's totally off the mark. Is this girl cheating? This kind of monster that only appears once in a century. Lu Jin's voice was floating. What's wrong with her parents to send her to a 3rd-rate school like ours? Lu Shuiying showed a playful look. Principal, you should know that there are only 2 types of students who enroll in our Xinghai College. Which 2? First, my family is so poor that I can't afford the tuition for a good academy. I can only come here to live a lazy life. After all, the tuition for my school is only 500 spirit coins a year, which is less than 1/10 of that of Sangjiang Wugo High School. Second, your qualifications are so poor that other colleges are unwilling to accept you. You can only compromise or use money to get into our Xinghai College. That's right. Lu Jin nodded in agreement. This is indeed the case at the moment. The troublesome student Li Hanan was forced into Shanghai College by his rich father because of his poor qualifications. Lin Xiaoyu had to come to Shanghai College because her family was poor. But this little Lolita with white silk stockings in front of me doesn't look poor either. The house can even park a plane. Lu Shuang suddenly lowered her voice. However, I heard that it was because she had blown up a school's alchemy room 7 times before. Lu Jin's mouth twitched. So dangerous? Tang Xiaotang came to Lu Jin, raised her little face, and said in a baby voice, "Principal, do you remember our agreement?" Lu Jin subconsciously squatted down, his eyes level with the little genius who only reached his chest. "Tang, why did you sneak away without saying hello last time?" "Last time I was in a hurry to make an elixir." Tang Xiaotang suddenly took out a colorful elixir from his pocket. "This time I prepared a thank you gift. It's a kidney strengthening elixir that I specially made. Eating it can strengthen your body." Tang Xiaotang. Lu Shuang stepped forward. "The last time you gave teacher Zhang the energy boosting pill, he practiced Tai Chi for 3 days and 3 nights. The little girl pouted in grievance, rubbing her white stockings against each other. "That was an accident. This time it's really an ordinary pill." Lu Jin took the pill gently and nodded. "Thank you for your kindness." Tang Xiaotang happily shook her ponytails. "Then I'm going to the soul tempering blessed land to practice." After saying that, she skipped towards the training ground, the bow on her white stockings swaying gently with her steps. Lu Jin smiled. Loli has 3 good points. Delicate body. Eat less. In a corner where no one noticed, Tang Xiaotang was still sitting cross-legged, the smile on her lips gradually fading. The spiritual energy of the soul-tempering blessed land surged towards her like a tide, and the moment it touched her 3 meters away, the air twisted and the psychic energy collapsed. With her as the center, an absolute spiritual vacuum was formed. Breakthrough! At this moment, a student suddenly shouted from the crowd in front. "Oh, another student has made a breakthrough?" Lu Jin leaned over to take a look. Zhu Li's whole body was burning with flames. She also broke through a realm and reached the 2nd level of the spiritual master realm. Lu Xiaoxiao beside her also broke through to the 1st level of the spiritual master realm. The host successfully cultivated a student at the 2nd level of the spiritual master realm. Reward, cultivation plus 50. The host successfully cultivated a student at the 1st level of the spiritual master realm. Reward, cultivation plus 40. "Principal, am I good enough?" Lu Xiaoxiao asked. Lu Jin nodded perfunctorily. "Great, great." He turned and left. His back seemed calm, but his fingertips were trembling slightly. The spiritual power in his body is boiling. The bottleneck of the Spirit King realm has finally loosened. In the principal's office, spiritual power surged like a storm. Lu Jin sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy around his body rises and falls like the tide. The sound of cutting leaks still rings in my ears. The host successfully cultivated a student at the 1st level of the spiritual master realm. Reward, cultivation plus 50. The host successfully cultivated a student with 8 lines in the spiritual apprentice realm. Reward, cultivation plus 50. More and more spiritual power was absorbed into Lu Jin's body. There were faint golden lines flowing under Lu Jin's fair skin, which was a sign of a qualitative change in his spiritual power. Crack! The bottleneck that had been a shackle for so long finally showed a crack in the body. Boom! The violent spiritual energy was like a flood that broke through the dam, breaking free from the restraints in an instant. Lu Jin suddenly opened his eyes, golden light flowed in his pupils, and all the objects in the office moved and floated up without wind. Teacups, pens, folders, and even the heavy wooden desk all flowed quietly 3 feet off the ground. The spiritual energy around Lu Jin suddenly boiled over, and the spiritual patterns in his body flowed as brightly as an inverted galaxy. The shackles of the 7 patterns of the Spirit King realm were broken by the impact of the majestic spiritual power, and a huge spiritual wave was set off in the sea of Qi. Spirit King realm's 7 patterns successfully broke through. But Lu Jin did not stop. With his eyes slightly closed, 8 spiritual patterns emerged from the sea like dragons, interweaving in his meridians to form a mysterious formation. The 8th level of the Spirit King realm was broken through again. The torrent of spiritual energy continued unabated, and in an instant the 9th spiritual pattern was lit up. The 9 patterns connected together, transforming into a bright sun hanging above the sea of Qi. Spirit King realm 9 patterns breakthrough again. With one go, Lu Jin broke through 3 levels in succession. Right at this moment. Boom! In the spiritual sea, an invisible barrier between heaven and earth suddenly appeared, like a giant bronze gate that had stood since ancient times, completely blocking the road to the spiritual emperor realm. Lu Jin's spiritual power collided with it, causing a sound of metal clashing. The recoil force made his throat feel sweet. This is an extremely solid barrier, the Spirit Emperor realm. Interesting. Lu Jin was not willing to give in. I caught so many leaks today. You can definitely break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Lu Jin took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy around him was as deep as the ocean. 9 brilliant spiritual patterns intertwined behind him to form a sacred halo. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Break it for me. Lu Jin let out a low roar, and the spiritual power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time turned into a golden light that shot up into the sky. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and spiritual energy from 100 miles around gathered together madly, forming a huge spiritual power vortex in the void. Crack! The Spirit Emperor's barrier that had stood for eternity finally cracked, and countless mysterious Taoist patterns flowed out from the cracks. Lu Jin formed seals with his hands as fast as a phantom, and the 9 spiritual patterns behind him began to merge and transform. Boom! With a slight sound, the barrier was completely shattered. Amidst the golden light, a stream of imperial spiritual power that was 100 times purer than before poured in from his forehead. All of Lu Jin's spiritual patterns merged and turned into golden color. Then, a golden spiritual pattern slowly emerged on Lu Jin's neck. Lu Jin slowly stood up, and the world in his eyes was different. He could clearly see the trajectory of spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth. This is the realm of the spiritual emperor. He slowly exhaled, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the clock. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go home. However, just when he was about to hold back his breath. Click! There was a very slight noise from the window. Lu Jin's eyes flashed, and all his aura disappeared in an instant. Someone broke into the principal's office at night. I saw a graceful black shadow lightly flipping in from the window and landing silently like a cat. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, outlining the figure's graceful curves, a black tight nightgown wrapped around her plump chest and slender waist. It turned out to be the genius school beauty Su Shueji. She stepped lightly on the carpet without making any sound. Her long legs were faintly visible under her nightgown, and there was even a dagger tied to her thigh. The metal leg rings shone coldly in the moonlight. My dismissal notice should be here, she whispered to herself, a hint of nervousness in her voice, and her fingers gently opened the drawer of her desk and rummaged through it. Sudden click, the sound of the cell phone flash was heard. Student Su was in a good mood to break into the principal's office in the middle of the night. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded behind her, and Su Shueji froze. She turned around suddenly and met Lu Jin's smiling eyes. Chapter 25, School Beauty Su, you don't want the Su family to know that you were expelled from the junior college, right? Lu Jin had stood behind her without her noticing, so close that they could feel each other's breath. He leaned on the edge of the table with one hand, his tall body trapped her between the desk and himself, and held the phone in the other hand. Evidence of Su Shueji's stealing has been captured. Student Su, the campus beauty with excellent character and academic performance, would also steal things? Lu Jin showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Su Shueji's breathing was rapid, her long ice blue hair hung messily on her shoulders, and the tips of her ears were red with shame and anger. You used to get off work at 8 o'clock every day. Why haven't you left yet so late today? Lu Jin smiled, are you kidding me? Why should I leave my office? Su Shueji's pupils suddenly shrank, and her red lips slightly opened. You actually made a breakthrough? She just felt that the spiritual energy all around was gathering here, and thought it was a coincidental phenomenon of heaven and earth, but she didn't expect that Lu Jin had broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. After breaking through 4 levels in a row, Su Shueji was shocked beyond words. When did this useless principal become so outrageous? Rather than that, Lu Jin said with a half smile, why don't you explain why a specially recruited student from Sangjiangwu High School would attack my office at night like a thief? His fingertips gently lifted a strand of her ice blue hair and tangled it around to play with it. Su Shueji's betrayal brought disgrace to Shanghai College. Now that she is in his hands, he naturally cannot let her go easily. Su Shueji's breathing was a little disordered, but she turned her face away stubbornly. I just came to get my dismissal notice back. Student Su, you don't want the Su family to know that you were expelled from Shanghai College, right? Lu Jin's voice was low and had a hint of amusement. Lu Jin, do you think you can force me to surrender like this? Su Xueji suddenly raised her hand, and a wisp of ice condensed from her fingertips, pointing directly at Lu Jin's throat. Crack! The ice cone had not yet pierced out when it was crushed by Lu Jin with one hand. The spiritual pressure of the spiritual emperor realm pressed down like a mountain. Su Xueji's knees softened and she almost fell to her knees. She gritted her teeth and held on, but a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. The gap between the spiritual master realm and the spiritual emperor realm is like a chasm. She is no match for Lu Jin at all. But there is a 7-year age difference between her and Lu Jin. Give her another 7 years. He can definitely be trampled underfoot and ravaged severely. Ha! Su Xueji suddenly sneered, and with a flick of her finger, the dismissal notice on the desk was instantly covered with frost. Since we can't come to an agreement, then destroy it. Crack! The ice exploded and the documents shattered into icy slag. Su Xueji's lips curled up in a triumphant arc. Her goal had been achieved. Really? Lu Jin smiled. But the next second, Su Xueji's smile froze. Amid the ice chips, a few pages of scrap paper fell. 5 years of training and 3 years of simulation. Postpartum care of sows. Guide to selective breeding of breeding pigs. Surprising? Surprised? Lu Jin shook the document in his hand. Here is what you want. Su Xueji's mind went blank. She was fooled. That's not a dismissal letter at all. Lu Jin had anticipated that she would come and replace the documents in advance. You. Su Xueji was filled with shame and anger, her ears were red as blood, and she swung out an ice blade. Bang! The ice blade shattered in Lu Jin's palm, and ice crystals flew everywhere. He grabbed Su Xueji's slender wrist with one hand, and pressed his other hand against her chest, exhaling spiritual power. Su Xueji groaned and stumbled back, her long icy blue hair falling messily on her shoulders. Her back hit the wall heavily. You have my dismissal letter in your hand, what else do you want? She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Jin slowly brushed off the ice from his sleeves and approached him step by step. Student Su, you are now a student of Songqiu Mu High School. I have reason to suspect that you are their spy. What did you say? Su Xueji's face, which was usually as cold as a snow lotus, was pale at this moment, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like a rabbit forced into a desperate situation. There was coldness in Lu Jin's eyes. What did Songqiu Mu Gao send you to steal? Ha! Su Xueji was so angry that she laughed. Your school is so shabby that even mice would cry and leave. What's there for people to care about? Lu Jinji's eyes swept across her violently heaving chest. It's bulging here, maybe there's something hidden here? Su Xueji suddenly crossed her arms to protect her chest, her cheeks flushed as she said, no. Lu Jin sneered and stepped back, his hands in his pockets. Open it yourself. Or. I personally delivered the expulsion notice to the Su family. By the way, I told them that their eldest daughter sneaked into the principal's office in the middle of the night to steal things. You. Su Xueji's eyes were red and her slender fingers tightly grasped the zipper head. I pull. The friction sound of the metal tooth chain was particularly clear in this silent office. Swish. The zipper slid down to below the collarbone, revealing a piece of porcelain white skin. The delicate collarbone rose and fell with the rapid breathing. Satisfied? She tilted her head and bit her lip, her voice breaking. Lu Jin's eyes froze. It was not a school uniform shirt underneath, but a tight white vest that outlined her breathtaking curves. Under the translucent chiffon fabric, the slender waist and faintly visible lace edges can be vaguely seen. So fierce. Satisfied? It's too early. Lu Jin snorted coldly. Shanghai Academy has invested so many resources in you. Now that you choose to leave, shouldn't you return everything? I have no money now. And I have already paid off all the money I owe you. Su Xueji clenched her jade hands. Pay it back? Lu Jin suddenly stood up, his tall figure looming over her. Shanghai Academy has invested 3 million spirit coins in you. Do you think you can offset it with a few city-level rewards? Lu Jin showed a malicious smile. Su Xueji trembled all over and subconsciously tried to dodge, but he grabbed her wrist. Let me go. She struggled, but was easily suppressed by him. Lu Jin's eyes were cold, and he said calmly, if you don't have money, go work at the Tianchong Renjin foot spa to pay off your debts. Heaven on earth foot spa? Su Shueji turned her head suddenly, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. It was the most famous high-end club in Wancheng. On the surface, it was a foot spa, but behind the scenes. Yes, right in front of the entrance of Sunxiangwu High School. Lu Jin let go of her and slowly returned to his seat. With your conditions, it's not a problem to earn tens of thousands of spirit coins a night. In 3 months, the debt can be paid off. Su Shueji's face turned pale instantly. Don't even think about it. I would rather die than go to that kind of place. Oh? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Do you have a better idea? Or, would you rather be a personal maid? The kind that does the laundry and cooking, plus provides 24-hour personal service? You wish. Su Shueji bit her teeth lightly, her cheeks flushed. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, how could she possibly do laundry and cook for such a man? But she really couldn't afford 3 million spirit coins. In any case, she was in a dangerous situation today. Lu Jin made it clear that he was not going to let her go easily. No, I have to find a chance to slip away. Before she finished her words, Su Shueji turned around abruptly, her long ice blue hair swung out in an arc of light, and she leaped towards the window. Want to run? Lu Jin reacted very quickly and grabbed the back of her collar. Sizzle! The sound of cloth tearing was particularly clear in the silent office. Lu Jin felt his palm slip, and the hand that was originally intended to grab her school uniform jacket accidentally hooked onto her vest. Unknown elastic band. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Su Shueji's forward momentum suddenly stopped, her back was forced to lean back slightly, and her whole body froze in mid-air. Lu Jin was also stunned, his fingers still maintaining a grasping posture, and his fingertips could even feel the elasticity and temperature of the thin strip. Awkward. Dead silence. Lu Jin subconsciously let go, after all, he was a teacher. As the head of a school, it would be disadvantageous for him if this scene was seen by others. The shoulder strap bounced back onto Su Shueji's snow-white shoulders, making a crisp sound. Snap. Ah! Su Shueji cried out in pain, turned around and glared at Lu Jin with a look of shame and anger, her cheeks red as if blood was dripping. You, shameless. Lu Jin coughed lightly, and said with a rare guilty feeling, this is an accident. Su Shueji had never suffered such an injustice before. She bit her lower lip lightly, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, looking so pitiful. She looked so tearful, so pitiful. Lu Jin obviously had no intention of showing any mercy to the beautiful woman. He silently picked up his phone and turned on the camera. School Beauty Su. You have to calculate the time for crying, too. Chapter 26 Punishment of the School Beauty. When you betrayed our school, did you ever think that this day would come? Lu Jin's voice was as cold as ice, and his cell phone camera was pointed at Su Shueji's tearful face. Crack. The moment the flash came on, Su Shueji subconsciously raised her hand to block it, but he grabbed her wrist. Let go. Su Shueji struggled, her long ice blue hair sticking to her tear-soaked cheeks. Lu Jin was unmoved and tapped the screen with his finger. This is a good picture. Send it to the old man of the Su family to see? No. Su Shueji rushed forward to grab the phone, but because of her big movement, the already shaky shoulder strap broke completely. One side of the white vest slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. Su Shueji hurriedly pulled up her clothes, her eyes reddened. What do you want? I really don't have any money. I told you, 2 choices. Lu Jin put away his phone and looked down at her, heaven on earth, or. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, work as a maid to pay off your debts. I choose the third one. Su Shueji suddenly looked up, with a hint of determination in her eyes. I'll write you an IOU. She took a deep breath. Don't mail the dismissal notice yet. I'll pay you 3 million spirit coins after the supernatural power assessment competition is over. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Oh? Don't you want spirit coins? Su Shueji endured the humiliation, but her voice couldn't stop shaking. As long as I can return to the Su family, the amount of spirit coins is not a problem. There was a brief silence in the office. Lu Jin's gaze wandered over her body, from her messy hair to her red eyes, and then to her lips that were bitten white. Interesting. He suddenly laughed and reached out to pinch her chin. But why should I believe you? Su Shueji was forced to look up and look at him, their noses almost touching. She could smell the faint scent of cedar on him, mixed with a hint of dangerous oppression. I can sign the agreement. She swallowed hard, in the name of the Su family. Lu Jin stroked her lower lip with his thumb, rubbing away the scarlet. Su family? The family that kicked you out? Do you really want to go back? This sentence stabbed Su Shueji's heart like a knife. She turned her face away suddenly, but he pulled her back forcefully. Look, my eyes. Lu Jin's voice was low. I can agree to your request, but the conditions have to be changed. Su Shueji's eyelashes trembled slightly. What, conditions? First, he slowly raised a finger. 3 million spirit coins won't work. You have to give me 5 million spirit coins. The extra will be considered as compensation for mental damage. Second, Lu Jin ignored her shock and continued, come to my office every weekend to report on the developments of Zhangqiong Wugo. Third. His eyes fell on her slightly open lips, and his voice suddenly became dangerous. When I need you, you are always here for me. Su Shueji's breathing became rapid, and her chest rose and fell violently. What's the difference between this and being a maid? The difference is, Lu Jin leaned forward, his lips curled up slightly, you can still keep the last bit of dignity. The warm breath sprayed on her ears. Su Shueji's face turned pale, and her legs were so weak that she could hardly stand. She subconsciously grabbed Lu Jin's collar, but immediately let go after realizing how ambiguous this action was. Have you thought about it? Lu Jin stood up and resumed his condescending attitude. Su Shueji bit her lower lip tightly until she tasted blood. It felt like she was making a deal with the devil, but she had no choice at the moment. Okay. The word was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction, turned around and took out a prepared document from the drawer. Sign. Su Shueji took the pen, her fingers trembling so much that she could hardly hold it. Just as the tip of the pen was about to touch the paper, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Principal, you haven't left yet. Teacher Shin Manting stood at the door and her voice stopped abruptly. Time seemed to have stood still. Su Shueji stood in front of the desk with disheveled clothes and tearful eyes, Lu Jin's hand still on her shoulder. Torn clothes and ice crystal fragments were scattered on the ground. Shin Manting's beautiful eyes were dull. Am I here at the wrong time? Lu Jin remained calm and said, Teacher Shin, what's the matter? No, it's okay. Shin Manting stepped back in a hurry, I just happened to pass by. After saying that, he slammed the door and the footsteps hurriedly disappeared. Su Shueji's face flushed instantly. Now everyone in Shanghai College knows about this. Know what? Lu Jin said unimpressively, the principal and students are taking tutoring classes in the office? He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the last two words. You. Su Shueji was filled with shame and anger. She raised her hand and wanted to slap him, but he easily stopped her. Don't forget who you are now. Lu Jin's voice suddenly turned cold. You are not a student of Shanghai Academy. Will they believe me or you? Lu Jin let go of her hand and took out a silver necklace from his suit pocket. The pendant was a small snowflake, which shone coldly under the light. It was the Xian level 3rd grade spiritual weapon, the punishment necklace, that he had obtained in the morning. Put it on, he ordered. Su Shueji stepped back cautiously. What is this? Monitor. Lu Jin said bluntly, put it on, and I can find you at any time. Do you treat me like a dog? Su Shueji was so angry that she was shaking all over. Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of her neck, forcing her to get closer. If you don't wear it, I will send you to heaven and earth right now. Su Shueji could clearly see her own reflection in his deep eyes, embarrassed, fragile, but still with unwilling stubbornness. After a long confrontation, she finally lowered her eyes and turned away trembling. All right. Lu Jin put the necklace on her, and his voice suddenly softened, even with a hint of strange tenderness. Now, go back to your Zhangqiong High School. Su Shueji touched the necklace around her neck and suddenly realized something. Is this a spiritual weapon? She could feel the powerful spiritual power contained in it, which was definitely not just an ordinary monitor. However, seeing that Lu Jin let her go, Su Shueji no longer had the mind to worry about these things. She took advantage of the opportunity and jumped out of the window. His figure was like a streak of ice blue light, disappearing into the night in an instant. Lu Jin stood in front of the window, a playful smile on his lips. Anyway, the diploma is still in his hands. At the beginning, Shanghai Academy allowed so many teachers to instruct you in your cultivation, made an exception to allow you to obtain the ice marrow pill, and even tacitly allowed you to violate school rules time and time again. But you chose to betray. Su Shueji, we have a long way to go. At the same time, the night wind was howling on the top of the tall building outside the college. Su Shueji stood tall and graceful, with her long ice blue hair dancing wildly in the wind. There was still a lingering blush on her cheeks, and her fingertips were clasped tightly into her palms. Lu Jin. She clenched her teeth, her voice filled with suppressed anger and a barely perceptible tremor. Looking up in the direction of Shanghai College, a cold chill burned in her eyes. 3 months later, the Supernatural Power Assessment Competition. I will let you watch with your own eyes as your best student destroys your academy with his own hands. When the time comes. She stood up slowly, her nightgown fluttering in the wind, her back looking resolute and aloof. I will definitely trample you under my feet. Chapter 27 New School Rules, all girls must wear maid outfits. In the corridor outside the door. Shin Manting stood at the door holding a stack of documents, her long legs trembling slightly under her black leather skirt. She had left her lesson plan in the office and wanted to go back to get it. She found that the light in the principal's office was on, so she wanted to go over to see what Lu Jin was doing. Unexpectedly, she ran into an incredible scene. Su Shueji stood in front of the desk in dishevel, her long ice blue hair was messy and her eyes were red. Lu Jin placed his right hand on her shoulder, his eyes were malicious. It's not normal no matter how you think about it. What if the principal gets beastly and attacks me too? Just as he was thinking, Lu Jin suddenly walked over with a smile on his face. I didn't see anything. Shin Manting turned around suddenly, and the documents were scattered all over the floor. Go on. Go on. She turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped by Lu Jin. Teacher Shin. Lu Jin propped himself on the doorframe with one hand, trapping her between himself and the door. You misunderstood. Shin Manting's back was pressed against the door, and she could clearly smell Lu Jin's scent. She swallowed and her eyes drifted to the collar of Lu Jin's shirt, which had 2 buttons unbuttoned. I understand. No need to explain, principal. She laughed dryly and raised her hands. Teacher-student romance is very popular now. I keep my mouth shut. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Teacher-student love? Oh no, I said it wrong. Shin Manting wanted to bite off her tongue. It's extracurricular tutoring. Yes, extracurricular tutoring. Lu Jin said speechlessly. Teacher Shin, it's not what you think. Yes, it's not what I thought. Shin Manting nodded. Principal, can I leave first? My mother asked me to go home for dinner. Lu Jin suddenly leaned forward and said, Teacher Shin is so nervous. Are you afraid that I will also give you extracurricular tutoring? The warm breath sprayed on her ears, and Shin Manting shuddered, and a layer of tiny bumps appeared on her dark skin. No, Principal, you are very busy. I won't take up your precious time. She suddenly slipped out from under Lu Jin's armpit like a frightened rabbit. Goodbye. Lu Jin. Before he knew it, he seemed to be regarded as a pervert again. Nothing happened overnight. Lu Jin went home and took a nap. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but the bell tower of Shanghai College was already immersed in the pale golden sunlight. The tree-lined avenue was filled with the scent of last night's lingering dew, and a few female students walked hurriedly on the fallen leaves. Lu Jin pushed open the sandalwood door of the office and saw Wire smiling. Welcome back to work, master. Hello. Lu Jin sat on the chair. I took a sip of wolfberry tea happily. After teaching Su Shueji a lesson last night, I immediately felt that my legs were no longer sore and my waist was no longer painful. I feel refreshed and everything I eat tastes delicious. Weir, what's your schedule today? Lu Jin placed his palm on the mechanical girl's silver white hair and rubbed it gently. Wire said, Master, at 10 o'clock this morning, Yi Qianquan will report to you on the implementation of the school rules. At 10:30 this morning, Lin Xiaoyu will submit an application form for extending the training period in the Soul Tempering Blessing Land. You can arrange the rest of the time as you wish. Got it. He pinched Weir's cheek instead. The silicone material showed amazing elasticity under his fingertips. Smile? The mechanical Loli's facial muscles did not move at all, she just stared at Lu Jin calmly. Weir didn't have the emotional function installed and couldn't react. Lu Jin sighed softly and poked her soft chest with his fingertips. The degree of simulation is really high. Master, please stop your inappropriate behavior immediately. Weir suddenly spoke, with an unquestionable seriousness in her mechanical voice, which frightened Lu Jin so much that his fingers froze. According to Article 5 of the Psychic AI Control Regulations, molesting mechanical creations is a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 100 years in prison. Lu Jin. Okay, I apologize. He raised his hands in surrender. But then again, since you're such a law-abiding person, why didn't you get out of the way just now? Wire tilted her head slightly, as if processing this logical contradiction. 2 seconds later, she replied, my initial programming requires me to obey the master's orders first, even if the orders may violate the regulations. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows, so, if I order you to allow yourself to be poked now, you have to obey? Weier's pupils flickered, as if she was calculating some complicated possibilities. Finally, she whispered. In theory, yes. But according to the supplementary provisions of the regulations, if the AI determines that the owner's behavior has a serious tendency to violate the law, it can activate a temporary defense protocol. As soon as she finished her words, Lu Jin felt his wrist go numb. Weier had grabbed his pulse point with such force that he could not move. Like now, she added with a smile, then released her little hand. Lu Jin rubbed his numb wrist, but his eyes remained on Weier. Her bionic skin glowed delicately under the light. So? Lu Jin asked doubtfully, if I didn't molest you, but just checked your functional status, would that be considered a violation? Weier tilted her head slightly, her hair falling down, covering half of her face, but her mechanical pupils were still fixed on him, calm and focused. It depends on the situation. Weier smiled and said, if it is for reasonable maintenance needs, the regulations can be exempted. Lu Jin stroked his chin and smiled slightly. Can I check your charging port? Weir's eyelashes trembled slightly, but her expression remained calm. Because I need to maintain the hardware of the psychic AI. Lu Jin lowered his voice, with a hint of knowing and deliberate teasing. After all, with such an expensive AI, you have to make sure every part works properly, right? Weier didn't dodge, but her pupils contracted slightly and wisps of white smoke emerged from her head. Warning. Her voice finally showed a slight fluctuation, your operation is approaching the critical value. Then he suddenly raised his hand and accurately grabbed Lu Jin's wrist. But this time, her force was much lighter, more like some kind of restrained obstruction. Okay. Lu Jin withdrew his hand and stopped teasing her. After all, this mechanical loli was an antique from 100 years ago. It would be bad if it was broken. However, if the companion module is installed on Weier, perhaps the regulations on psychic AI control can be bypassed. Even if she does something bad, this mechanical loli can only bear it silently. Weier gently adjusted her messed up dress with graceful movements, and then returned to her corner. In the interweaving of light and shadow, her eyelashes trembled imperceptibly, and a very light, almost human-like blush appeared on the tips of her ears. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Jin lay down on the chair. Swipe your phone screen to check the latest news. As soon as I opened my phone, I was immediately overwhelmed by the news on the Wancheng campus forum. Shocked. Shanghai College's principal has a weird new rule, no male students allowed. Shocked. Shanghai College requires 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., firing the first shot against internal competition. The most popular comment, this old pervert will finish the school sooner or later. Doghead. He even made a school rule that skirts must be shorter than safety pants. What the hell? There's such a thing? I'm going to apply to Shanghai College next year. I'm going to criticize them properly. No one can stop me. The second most searched, school beauty Su transferred to a school overnight and became sober. Wow, Su Shueji has been cleared again? Lu Jin opened the comments section with interest. The most popular comment, this principal might be seriously ill. The students of Shanghai College are so miserable. They should just run away. Otherwise, they will end up working in a factory after graduation. Doghead saves life. It's so funny. School beauty Su knew that this crappy school was doomed, so she transferred to another school early. Applause. Luckily, school beauty Su ran fast, otherwise next time this stupid principal would have made it a rule that girls must wear bikinis to class. Funny. The supernatural power assessment competition is about to begin, and they even require him to work from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Why doesn't he go to heaven? Ha, Shanghai College is definitely ranked last again this time. Lu Jin looked at the mocking messages from Su Shueji's fans on the screen, pushed his glasses up, and a cold light flashed across the lenses. Okay, let's play it this way, eh? Since you guys like to play cyberbullying so much. He opened the encrypted folder and said, let's see who is the real rhythm master. With a click of the mouse, 2 high-definition photos were instantly uploaded to the campus forum. Su Shueji, wearing night clothes, pried open the door of the principal's office late at night. There was also Su Shueji with red eyes and biting her lower lip, looking pitiful. The title is even more murderous. It's heartbreaking. Our outstanding students are stealing late at night. Send. 3 seconds later, the entire Wancheng campus forum exploded. Fuck. Why would school beauty Su steal things in the middle of the night? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Fuck, she looks so tearful, who made me look like this? The campus beauty's image has completely collapsed. I support the principal of Shanghai College this time. Is the photo real? It must be photoshopped. Lu Jin turned off his phone and leisurely made a cup of tea. Now, it's time for him to make new school rules. What are the school rules today? Just as Lu Jin was thinking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xiaoyu, the president of the student union, came in and handed the results of yesterday's statistics to Lu Jin. Principal, this is the application form for extending the training time submitted by the students yesterday. Okay. Lu Jin took a look and said. The subject assessment team will be here next week. What did they check in previous subject assessments? Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, it's mainly to check the students' appearance and teaching quality. Ah, this. Lu Jin frowned. This group of students are either bad girls, street thugs, or from poor families. Have a woolen appearance. Lu Jin took a deep breath and suddenly looked at Lin Xiaoyu. The girl was wearing a washed-out school uniform with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Although she looked anxious, her pretty features could still be seen. Especially those legs, long and straight. Etc. Lu Jin suddenly had an idea and slammed the table. I have an idea. With a serious expression, he said to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, we are going to customize a new school uniform starting today. New school uniform? Lin Xiaoyu looked confused. She asked, what kind of new school uniforms are they? Loose sportswear, or JK uniforms? These are the more popular styles. Neither. Lu Jin shook his head gently. All girls in the school must wear white silk-made outfits to class. Those who violate the rules will be treated as absent. Lin Xiaoyu, ah? Chapter 28, Tricking Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu had a dull expression and the documents in her hand fell to the ground. She widened her beautiful eyes and froze in place. Registration of school rules changes. New school rules, girls must wear white silk-made outfits to class. Outrageousness. Rating, a shocking. Reward, underground spiritual vein Xian level spiritual vein, located under the old locust tree in the school playground. Underground spiritual veins? Shanghai College actually also has spiritual veins? Lu Jin's pupils shrank. That is a rare resource that only 985 universities can possess. Once you have a spiritual vein, you can produce spiritual stones continuously. Make Shanghai College bigger and stronger. When he thought of this, Lu Jin's heart moved slightly. Have underground spiritual veins always existed, or did they appear out of nowhere? If it is the former, then the invasion of demons and ghosts a few days ago was not groundless. Could it be that the ghost baby came here just for the underground spiritual vein? Principal. Lin Xiaoyu came back to her senses, her ears red. How can this be disgraceful? How are we going to handle the subject evaluation? Lu Jin said, it is precisely for the purpose of subject assessment that we need to wear uniform clothes. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. White silk-made outfit, how embarrassing. And the evaluation team will think we are crazy. Wrong. Lu Jin raised a finger, they will see. Absolute obedience discipline. A transcendental aesthetic. And lead the fashion trend. Lin Xiaoyu's face froze. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. At the beginning, she had no choice but to choose Shanghai College because her family was poor. But who knew that this school was so weird? Moreover, as the president of the student union, she not only cannot disobey the principal's orders, but also has to take the lead. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but the blush on the tips of her ears wouldn't fade away. She clenched the document in her hand, her voice trembling slightly. Principal, are you sure this can really pass the subject evaluation? The evaluation team is not here to attend the comic exhibition. Lu Jin smiled slightly, his eyes deep and firm. Xiaoyu, do you know why Shanghai College has always been ranked at the bottom? Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. Because the teaching staff is weak? Lack of resources? No, it's because we are too ordinary. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a steady tone. 985 universities have spiritual veins, 211 universities have a solid foundation, but what about us? If we follow the routine, we will not be able to catch up with them even after 100 years. He paused, his eyes burning. But what if we dare to do what others dare not do, and walk the path that others dare not walk? Lin Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Lu Jin struck while the iron was hot and lowered his voice and said, "Do you think I'm only after the maid costume? No, this is a strategy." Strategy? Lin Xiaoyu looked at him suspiciously. That's right. Lu Jin smiled mysteriously. The people in the evaluation team are used to seeing the same old academy, and they are already aesthetically fatigued. But if they see neat and energetic students in maid costumes as soon as they enter the school gate, what do you think they will think? Lin Xiaoyu hesitated and said, "Do you think we are crazy?" Wrong. Lu Jin said firmly, "They will think that this school is bold, creative, and has infinite possibilities." Lin Xiaoyu's fingers turned pale as she clutched the document, and her brows furrowed. "Principal, this rule is ridiculous. How can the girls accept it? Moreover, if the subject evaluation team sees this kind of school rule, they will definitely give us 0 points." Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was full of unquestionable majesty. "Xiaoyu, do you believe me?" Lin Xiaoyu was startled, and subconsciously said, Of course I believe the principal, but..." "No buts." Lu Jin interrupted her, his eyes deep. "That's all I can say. There are some things I can't tell you the reason for now, but this school rule must be enforced." Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, struggling internally. She had always trusted Lu Jin, but this request was really beyond common sense. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Jin suddenly lowered his voice. "Do you remember the ghost baby attack last week?" Lin Xiaoyu froze, and the horrific scene of that night instantly appeared in her mind's scarlet eyes, twisted limbs. If Lu Jin hadn't acted in time, the whole school might have been. That's not a coincidence. Lu Jin's eyes were solemn. The school is facing an invisible crisis, and this school rule is the key to dealing with it. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils shrank slightly. "You mean, maid costumes can ward off evil spirits?" The corner of Lu Jin's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his serious tone. "You can understand it that way. But this doesn't make sense." Lin Xiaoyu was confused. What does white silk have to do with exorcism? Metaphysical matters do not need scientific explanations. Lu Jin said seriously, "This is the only way to change the current situation of our school." Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and she finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Lu Jin patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiaoyu, you are the president of the student union and a role model for all students in the school. If even you back down, what will happen to others?" Lin Xiaoyu was silent for a long time, and finally bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. "Okay, I'll wear it." Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, this is the Lin Xiaoyu I know." He turned and walked to the window, looked at the old locust tree in the playground, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether it's a subject assessment or an ability assessment, the rise of Shanghai Academy started with this piece of white silk. 10 minutes later, campus broadcast. "Attention all girls. The new school rules have been uploaded to the official website. Girls must wear white silk-made outfits and they must be changed within 3 days." Lu Jin's voice echoed throughout the entire campus. "I repeat, this is not a drill. Shanghai Academy training ground." Puff. By Mo Yuan, who was drinking water, sprayed his companion in the face. "Did I hear it wrong, or is the principal crazy?" She originally thought that enrolling in Shanghai College could save her 20 years of detour. But no one told her that the school rules here are so weird. Alchemy Department classroom. Tang Xiaotang looked at the loudspeaker, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have a new dress to wear." As soon as she finished her words, another piece of chalk flew over and hit her forehead. "Do your homework well. Class 2, Department of Elements." A pretty girl said, "The principal must have his reasons for doing this." "What a bullshit reason." Another girl with a proud figure said angrily. "This perverted principal has really revealed his true colors. How can a school uniform be made outfits?" Her mother opened the door for her. "This is outrageous." On the side, the pretty Zhuge pushed his glasses calmly. "I think it's worth a try." College gymnasium. Yi Qianchuan held the water cup with gritted teeth, her ears red as blood dripped. "It's indeed a perverted principal." After saying that, he crushed the cup with a bang. Making a bad girl like her wear a white silk maid outfit, what's the difference between that and asking her to die? School laboratory. Pa! The test tube in Lu Xiaoxiao's hand fell to the ground. She stared blankly at the radio speaker, and the tips of her ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is too shameful, isn't it? Chapter 29: Underground Spiritual Veins. In the corridor outside the martial arts classroom, 3 bad girls walked towards them aggressively. Su Yao kicked the door of the classroom, put her hands on her hips, and looked defiant. Monitor. We want to complain. Zhao Shuang crossed her arms, casually draped her school uniform jacket over her shoulders, revealing the black belly-bearing vest underneath. She said angrily, "Is the principal crazy? He made us wear maid outfits. Does he think we're part-time girls working in a coffee shop?" Li Qian leaned against the doorframe, playing with a strand of blue hair with her fingertips. Squad leader, you should understand our feelings, right? Only you can help us now. In the classroom, Julie was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, playing with her mobile phone. Her long, beautiful legs were made even more eye-catching by her hot pants. She raised her head and glanced at the 3 of them, her red lips slightly raised. Why, have you been overwhelmed by the principal's new school rules? Su Yao slapped the table and said angrily, Monitor, we are here to protest, not to listen to your ridicule. Julie slowly put down his phone, held his chin with one hand, and said with a smile, protest? Sure, but you have to give me a reasonable reason, right? Zhao Shuang snorted coldly, reason? This crappy rule is simply humiliating girls. Does the principal have any special fetish? Yes, this is an obedience test. Su Yao echoed, this is the school's oppression of female students. Li Qian said firmly, class monitor, let's sign a petition together to protest. If the principal does not withdraw this school rule, we will file a complaint with the Education Bureau. After hearing this, Julie was not angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. She stood up and reached out to gently pinch Su Yao's face. Oh, you are so excited, aren't you? Shy? Who's shy? Su Yao instantly exploded. Making a bad girl like her wear a white silk maid outfit is no different from making her run naked. Julie curled her lips and said, if you don't want to wear it, just don't wear it. I don't believe he dares to do anything to us. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at each other. Is it okay not to wear it? Zhao Shuang asked suspiciously. The principal said it will be treated as truancy. Oh. Julie snorted contemptuously, twisting a lock of her hair with her fingertips. Skipping classes? That's all he can do. Have you forgotten what day next week is? Li Qian's eyes lit up. Teaching evaluation. That's right. Julie snapped her fingers. The teaching evaluators will be here next week. As long as we make a big deal out of this in the next few days. She dragged out her tone meaningfully. Su Yao said excitedly, squad leader, what do you mean? Organize all the girls in the school to go on strike. Julie put her hands on her hips and arrogantly stepped on the chair with her long legs under her shorts. During the teaching evaluation period, the principal can't do anything to us. After the evaluation is over, the pressure from public opinion will be enough to make him suffer. Office of the Teaching Department. Lu Shuang's pen broke with a click on the sign-in sheet, and the ink spread out to form a hideous stain. What is the principal doing? She stared at the loudspeaker, her face frozen. He seems to be letting himself go more and more. Shen Manting, who was sitting opposite, stood up suddenly, and the work chair made a harsh friction sound. Although she usually wore hot pants and earrings, Lu Jin's behavior had crossed her bottom line of tolerance. I thought what happened last night was ridiculous enough, but I didn't expect today to be even worse. You are simply treating school rules as a joke. The folder slammed heavily on the table, making the teacups clink. Before Lu Shuang could reach out to stop her, Shen Manting had already rushed out of the office. This school rule was too outrageous. However, the moral education director Lu Xingye was still in seclusion, and the other teachers were not involved in government affairs, so she was the only one who could stand up. Calm down, Teacher Shen. Lu Shuang hurriedly chased after him, her high heels tapping out a rapid rhythm in the corridor. She was afraid that Shen Manting would lose control of her emotions and have a head-on conflict with Lu Jin. Bang! Shen Manting pushed open the principal's office and said with suppressed anger. Principal Lu, what are you doing? Behind the desk, Lu Jin was leisurely flipping through documents. He raised his head upon hearing that, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. Teacher Shen. Lu Jin smiled and pushed a cup of wolfberry tea over. Try it? It can lower blood pressure. Shin Manting didn't even look at the cup of tea, and went straight to the point. Principal Lu, I don't want to pursue you for what happened last night. But what's with the broadcast just now? Letting students wear strange clothes to class? This will greatly damage the reputation of Shanghai College. Lu Shuang walked quickly into the principal's office and said softly, Principal, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her. Lu Jin waved his hand calmly, it's okay. He raised his eyes to look at Shin Manting and said in a relaxed tone, Teacher Shin, you worry too much. The new school uniform is beautifully designed and very kawaii. What? Shin Manting frowned, wary of this unfamiliar word. It means cute. Lu Jin explained seriously, the school uniform represents strict requirements, strict discipline and fashion trends. It will definitely surprise the teaching evaluation team. That's not the point. Shin Manting slammed the table and her voice suddenly rose. Purchasing channels, material costs, and funding sources are the key points. Do you think this is just a game? Lu Jin tapped the tabletop with his fingertips and said slowly, I have already chosen the material top-grade spiritual silk fabric. It is not only comfortable and breathable, but also can accelerate the flow of spiritual energy. Spiritual silk is a mysterious silk thread produced from the roots of ancient psychic trees. After special weaving, it can form top-level psychic conductor fabric. It not only possesses extraordinary comfort and breathability, but can also greatly improve the wearer's spiritual power flow efficiency, making it the preferred material for making spiritual warrior combat uniforms. Spiritual silk? Lu Shuang's cat ears stood up slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. If we can use spiritual silk to make school uniforms, the students' training efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. Oh, that's easy to say. Shin Manting sneered, the market price of a piece of spiritual silk is 8,000 spiritual coins. All the girls in the school need at least 60 pieces, with a total price of 480,000 spiritual coins. Most of the students in our school come from poor families. Where does this money come from? Her eyes were sharp, and she obviously thought the young principal was too naive. Lu Shuang's ears twitched slightly, and she tentatively suggested, how about letting students take out loans? The school can offer installment payments with an annual interest rate of 10%, which can not only solve the funding problem, but also make a profit. No need. Lu Jin interrupted firmly, Shanghai Academy will never make a profit from students. So what you mean is? Lu Shuang tilted her head, looking confused. School uniforms are provided free of charge. Lu Jin said casually. Free? Shin Manting's pupil shrank, and she bit her lower lip and said, Principal, to be honest, the school board has long been dissatisfied with you. They will never approve this budget. I don't need their approval. Lu Jin suddenly raised his eyes and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then where do you get your spirit coins from? Shin Manting asked. Lu Jin lowered his voice, with a hint of mystery. What if I say, there is an underground spiritual vein hidden under our school playground? Chapter 30, Dig, Keep Digging. Spiritual vein? As soon as this word came out, the expressions of the two beautiful teachers changed drastically. Shin Manting's delicate eyebrows twisted into a ball, and her voice was full of disbelief. Principal, are you confused because you stayed up all night reviewing documents? Our Shanghai College is just a third-rate college. Even the books in the library are rented. Where do we get spiritual veins? What is spiritual vein? The spiritual vein is the essence of the earth formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It contains tremendous spiritual energy and is one of the most precious resources. Spiritual veins can be mined to produce spiritual stones, pure crystals of spiritual energy, which can be used to forge spiritual tools and refine elixirs, or they can be directly absorbed for cultivation. Because of this, the ownership of the spiritual vein often determines the rise and fall of a faction. Ordinary colleges can only rely on thin spiritual energy to barely maintain the training environment, but the reason why top colleges are powerful is because they own spiritual veins and can continuously cultivate spiritual masters, forge magical weapons, and accumulate wealth. In Wancheng, a small spiritual vein is enough to trigger a bloody battle in the academy, and large spiritual veins are tightly controlled by various forces. Ordinary spiritual warriors will never be able to get a glimpse of their true appearance in their entire lives. And now, Lu Jin said that there is an undeveloped ancient spiritual vein sleeping underground in Shanghai Academy. This is nothing short of a fantasy. Teacher Shin, don't worry. Lu Jin tapped the table with his slender fingers, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Within 3 days, I guarantee to raise 480,000 spirit coins. Shen Manting sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. In her opinion, Lu Jin was too young and hot-tempered after all. He acts impulsively and without consideration, and his head is full of unrealistic fantasies. He is just a fool. Principal, Article 12 of Chapter 7 of the school rules clearly states, she tapped the school rules manual on the desk with her slender jade fingers, if the principal makes a serious mistake in his decision, the school board has the right to hold an emergency meeting to remove you. She was not threatening Lu Jin, she was just stating the facts. Even the principal cannot be lawless. Teacher Shen is overthinking. I am not only the legal representative of the college, but also hold 39% of the shares. According to the charter, more than 50% of the faculty and staff must sign to remove the president. In short, as long as Lu Jin obtains more than 50% support rate, he will not be recalled. As for how to obtain it, he already had a strategy in mind. Principal, if the board of directors removes you, I will definitely be the first to oppose it. Lu Shuang suddenly raised her hand, with a determined light flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. As the Dean of Academic Affairs, it is crucial to take sides at this moment. She risked her career and decided to give her full support to the young principal. All in on Lu Jin. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Jin nodded gently, just wait and see this afternoon. Shen Manting shook her head helplessly, turned around and left in her marten boots. The moment the door closed, Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly reached out and rubbed Lu Shuang's cat ears. Thank you, Director Lu, for supporting me. This sudden intimate action made Lu Shuang's whole body stiffen, and her soft ears trembled slightly. By the time she realized what was happening, her whole face turned red. She quickly took a half step back and her tail retracted with a swish. You're welcome, Principal. I believe you. Lu Shuang said seriously. Lu Jin suddenly said seriously, Director Lu, I have an important task for you now. Lu Shuang, what mission? Go tell the students to get their shovels and pickaxes ready. We're going to have a big fight this afternoon. At 4:30 in the afternoon, just as the school bell rang, the Shanghai College radio suddenly started buzzing. Attention all students. Lu Jin's voice was filled with rare excitement. Please bring shovels, spades and other tools immediately and gather on the playground. I repeat, this is not a drill. In the classroom, students looked at each other. What's going on? Changed to be a minor? What's wrong with the principal again? Could it be that the principal discovered an ancient tomb? Shanghai College is built in this godforsaken place. Where did the ancient tomb come from? Although full of doubts, the students reluctantly left the classroom. 10 minutes later, all the teachers and students of Shanghai College gathered on the playground, and the air was filled with confusion. Lu Jin stood on the faded flag-raising platform, the morning breeze blowing across the slightly raised corners of his clothes. He tapped the microphone gently, and his clear voice echoed in the playground. Classmates. Today we are going to have a special activity, a campus treasure hunt. There was deathly silence in the audience. The students looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. Don't they know what the Shanghai Academy's financial situation is? The entire school can't even produce a decent Xian-level spiritual weapon. Those who collect scraps have to pay money to come here. What kind of treasures can be found in a place like this? Shuli, who was standing in the crowd, crossed her arms and curled her lips. Could it be that the principal has damaged his brain from staying up late to grade homework? Her best friend beside her quietly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to speak more quietly. What's going on here? Yi Qianchuan curled her lips and said, Principal, you are such a talker. Su Yao and the others were also full of disdain. How can there be treasures in this broken place? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoxiao looked at each other and saw deep suspicion in each other's eyes. Shen Manting stood at the front of the teaching team with her arms folded. She wore overalls to facilitate movement, but her face was full of distrust. Principal Lu, if we can't dig anything up, what should we do about this? Lu Jin had a faint smile on his face. If we can't dig anything out, we'll fire Teacher Shen to cheer everyone up. You! Shen Manting was so angry that her beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible with the violent heaving of her chest. Lu Jin, you'd better pray that you can really dig something out. Otherwise, I'll let you experience for yourself tonight. Why do they call me a witch? Don't worry, just watch. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips and shouted to the students on the playground. Start digging with the old locust tree on the east side of the playground as the center. The class that finds the treasure will be exempt from homework for a year. Boom! The students who had been lifeless just now were instantly excited. The students immediately picked up their shovels and started digging. At the same time, at the school gate, an extended Lincoln luxury car braked to a stop. Lu Hu, chairman of the Jinhuan Group, stepped out of the car, his shiny leather shoes stepping on the mottled floor tiles of Shanghai College. As a board member of Shanghai College, he came here to call for justice. Lu Jin had only been on the job for less than a month, and the issue of formulating new school rules had already caused a lot of controversy. He originally planned to turn a blind eye. But he suddenly heard that Lu Jin was going to dig up the playground. How could he sit still now? They changed the schedule, changed the school uniforms, and today they came to dig up the playground again? Ha, this guy Lu Jin really ruined the school. He sneered, "Today I will make you step down from this position." The commotion today was really too big. When physical education teacher Wang Xiaoqiang hurried over, the playground looked like a bombed battlefield. Principal Lu. Wang Xiaoqiang was shocked. You let students destroy campus facilities? This is not destroying campus facilities, this is treasure hunting. Ah? Wang Xiaoqiang naturally didn't believe it. He had been teaching in the playground for more than 10 years, so there was no such thing as a treasure. Lu Jin did not answer, but ordered the students. Keep digging. The students continued to work hard. Snap, snap, snap. Sarcastic applause came from the school gate. Lu Hu, the chairman of Jinhuan Group, walked over, followed by a group of bodyguards in black suits. His shiny crocodile leather shoes stepped on the muddy playground, and every step was filled with disdain. Wonderful, really wonderful. He stopped at the edge of the pit and kicked the grass with the tip of his leather shoes. Principal Lu, is your school so poor that you have to bring students to rob tombs? Lu Jin smiled and said, Boss Lu, why are you here? There are two financial backers behind Shanghai College, one is the Six-Star Group and the other is the Jinhuan Group. The Six-Star Group mainly invests and donates money. The Jinhuan Group holds 40% of the shares of Shanghai College, so Lu Hu considers himself the actual person in charge of Shanghai College. If I don't come again, you will tear down Shanghai College. Lu Hu said angrily. Why is this guy here? A drop of cold sweat rolled down Wang Xiaoqiang's temple. He stared at the group of thugs in suits behind Lu Hu, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. These bodyguards are all 5-pattern Spirit King Realm warriors trained by the Jinhuan Group. They will not be easy to deal with if a fight breaks out. Principal Lu. Wang Xiaoqiang lowered his voice, how about asking the students to stop first? Lu Jin pretended not to hear anything and instead raised his voice, keep digging. Let's see who dares to move. Lu Hu shouted loudly, and his spiritual pressure was suddenly released. 6 golden red spiritual patterns quietly emerged on his fleshy neck. The fallen leaves on the playground fluttered without wind, and several female students with weaker constitutions fell to their knees. Shen Manting's pupils shrank suddenly. She didn't expect Lu Hu to dare to attack students in public, and she didn't expect that this businessman with a lot of money had already reached the peak of the Spirit King realm in the 6th pattern. Boss Lu is so majestic. Lu Jin chuckled, his mind moved, and the spiritual power in his body was released. In an instant, the spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire place melted away like spring snow. Lu Hu's face changed slightly. He had just used 70% of his strength, but this young man easily dissipated it? Principal Lu, Lu Hu sneered through his teeth, are you not going to explain it to me? What do you want to explain? Lu Jin brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves. According to school rules and regulations, the principal has the right to organize extracurricular activities. Bullshit! Lu Hu suddenly shouted, veins on his neck bulging, I invested 2 million spirit coins to renovate this playground. Now you bring students to dig the ground? Do you think my money came from the wind? Lu Shuang moved her slender feet lightly, blocking Lu Jin half a step, and her cattail was stretched straight like a whip. Boss Lu, watch your words. You are just a dean of studies, and you dare to interrupt? Lu Hu sneered through his teeth, crushing a weed with his crocodile leather shoes. Lu Jin, remember your position. I can make you the principal, but I can also make you get out. If it weren't for your father, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand here and talk to me. Lu Jin suddenly smiled, who are you sending to? I am the principal of Shanghai Academy. Who are you to give orders to? You're a rebel. Lu Hu's face was distorted with anger, and he suddenly took out his cell phone. I will call an emergency school board meeting now. Zheng. A clear metallic vibration cut off his roar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the tip of Lin Xiaoyu's shovel sunk into the soil, and the shovel was vibrating at some strange frequency. She blinked blankly. I saw a faint blue light seeping out of the soil. Next second, the earth suddenly shook. A spiritual energy beam with a diameter of 3 meters broke out of the ground, carrying with it the starlight accumulated for thousands of years and rushing straight into the sky. This is. Shen Manting opened her red lips slightly, and the light of the spirit pillar illuminated her horrified face. The accompanying anomaly of the underground spiritual vein? Chapter 31, A gang fight in my territory? Funny. Boom. The entire playground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a dark blue light column with a diameter of 10 meters broke out of the ground and shot straight into the sky. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, forming a vortex-shaped psychic storm around the light column. Spiritual vein. There really is a spiritual vein. Wang Xiaoxiang's pupils suddenly contracted and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. The alchemy room is equipped with alchemy equipment. Yao Wohan pressed his skinny palm against the window frame. The blue light was reflected in his cloudy eyes, and the wrinkles accumulated over the years contained an incredible shock. It turned out to be an underground spiritual vein. The prophecy on the fragment of the inscription has come true. Martial Arts Department Office. Zheng Guangdao's eyes lit up, and he slapped the window frame with his broad palms, his face showing ecstasy. Spiritual vein, it's a spiritual vein. The spirit vein has appeared, and the turning point of the star sea has finally come. All the students on the playground looked at the spiritual vein in the deep pit with dull expressions. They are young and inexperienced and don't understand what this means to Shanghai College. It's really true. Shen Manting's fingertips dug deep into her palm. This instructor, who was always known for her hot temper, had her red lips trembling slightly, her full chest heaving violently, but she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She subconsciously looked at Lu Jin's back. The young principal, who always had a cynical smile on his face, now revealed a somewhat frightening majesty under the reflection of the blue light of the spiritual vein. Lu Hu's face changed drastically. He took a few steps forward in disbelief and looked carefully. The soil contained not rough ore, but standard spiritual crystals emitting a faint blue light. It shines like stars in the mud. Pick up a piece at random, and its purity is enough to drive the auction house crazy. Impossible. Lu Hu's voice trembled. A spiritual vein of this size, at least. Top grade Xian rank. Lu Jin had stood at the edge of the light column without knowing when, his clothes rustling. Moreover, it is a living vein. Ordinary spiritual veins will dry up after being mined, just like oil mines. Living veins can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to repair themselves, like a living spiritual energy tree. The more they are mined, the more vigorous they become. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Hu's eyes, and he suddenly smiled and clapped. Principal Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. That's good to know. Lu Jin didn't want to pay attention to him. Where's the security? Show him away. Woof. A fierce dog bark cut through the heavy air. Everyone looked down and saw a brown curly-haired teddy dog pulling at Lu Hu's trouser leg. Lu Hu's forehead veins jumped, and he raised his foot to kick. Where did this stray dog come from? Bang! The little teddy suddenly stood up and slapped the ground with his paws. In an instant, his mouth expanded into a bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Roar! The deafening roar created a gust of air, and Lu Hu's carefully groomed hair was instantly blown into a mess, with a few drops of smelly saliva hanging on his face. Spirit beast? Lu Hu stumbled back and raised his right hand in panic. Wait a minute. Principal Lu. If you have to fart, do it now. Lu Jin said. Principal Lu was able to discover the mysterious spiritual vein at such a young age. He is truly a young man to be feared. However, Lu Hu changed the subject and said, it would be a waste to put such precious resources in a technical college. What's the meaning? What I mean is that we can make a deal. Lu Hu said with a smile. Lu Jin remained calm. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Lu Hu leaned forward and lowered his voice. Our Jin Huang Group is willing to pay 300 million spirit coins to acquire Shanghai College, and... He paused meaningfully. Principal Lu can retain 20% of the shares, and the annual dividend will not be less than this amount. You should know that the Shen Country Spiritual Vein Control Law stipulates that all spiritual veins of the upper grade yellow level and above belong to the legal entity of the place of discovery, such as a sect or academy, and private possession, transfer or division is prohibited. Although Lu Hu is a school director, the ownership of the spiritual vein does not belong to him personally, but to the property of Lu Jin, the legal representative of Shanghai College. But these spirit veins are too wasted in Lu Jin's hands. In his hands, they are worth at least 10 billion. Lu Jin's face immediately darkened. Boss Lu may have misunderstood. The academy is a place for teaching and educating people, not an auction house. 300 million spirit coins is not a small amount. But the value of this spiritual vein is more than 300 million? This spiritual vein will provide Shanghai Academy with an endless supply of opportunities and fortune. Lu Hu's face suddenly became as gloomy as iron, and a venomous cold light flashed in his shrewd triangular eyes. Principal Lu, in the business world, you need to judge the situation carefully. He stroked the jade ring slowly and his voice was like a venomous snake hissing. Some opportunities, if you fail to grasp them, they will bring disaster. Lu Jin sneered, his eyes sharp as a knife. I also want to advise you, if you stretch your claws too far, be careful of getting chopped off. The flesh on Lu Hu's face twitched, and greed and viciousness intertwined in his eyes. He knew that this mysterious spiritual vein was nominally owned by the academy, but he could indirectly control the spiritual vein by manipulating the board of directors to remove Lu Jin and then have his own people take over as the principal. Lu Hu's face was gloomy. Young man, don't be ungrateful. You can't protect this spiritual vein. Lu Jin's expression remained calm, but there was a faint spiritual pressure surging around him, and even the air became sticky. He raised his eyes slightly and said in a cold tone, whether you can protect it or not is not something you can tell with words. That's what the fist said. Lu Hu's face darkened completely, and he threw his sleeves fiercely. Okay. Let's see the truth at the board meeting. He turned and strode away, his bodyguards hurriedly following him, and the group left the playground in a dusty state. Lu Hu looked back at the spiritual vein light column rising into the sky, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Lu Jin. Do you really think you can swallow a Xian-level spiritual vein? Greedy snake swallows elephant. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and he began to think about how to unite with other shareholders at tomorrow's board meeting and kick Lu Jin out in one fell swoop. When you are kicked out tomorrow, even if you kneel down and beg me, it's too late. If I can't remove you tomorrow, I'll find someone to kill you. Let me show you the price of provoking me, Mr. Lu. Stop. Lu Jin's voice was not loud, but it was like a cold blade unsheathed, instantly cutting through the solidified air in the playground. Lu Hu paused, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his fat mouth. Does this kid regret it? Did I let you go? The second half of the sentence made Lu Hu's face tense up suddenly. He turned around slowly, and his expression suddenly changed. I am the chairman of the Jinhuan Group in Shanghai College. If you act rashly, do you know the consequences? Shut up. Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand, and a spiritual pressure came down like an invisible giant palm. Lu Hu's knees sank, and his expensive crocodile leather shoes plowed 2 deep grooves on the lawn. Here, Lu Jin took a step forward, his black suit fluttering without wind. This principle is the rule. Lu Hu's pupils shrank suddenly. Of course, he could see that Lu Jin had the intention to kill him, but what shocked him even more was that in just half a month, this kid's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. I am a school director. I want to leave today. Who can stop me? Lu Hu said angrily. Lu Jin smiled and said, Shanghai Academy, is it a place where you can come and go as you please? Since Lu Hu has decided to mobilize the board of directors to remove him, it is naturally impossible for him to return safely. I just broke through to the Spirit Emperor realm, but haven't found anyone to practice with yet. If you want to blame someone, blame the old guy for saying such harsh words before leaving. Seeing the coldness in Lu Jin's eyes, Lu Hu's heart sank, knowing that there would be a fierce battle today. I just didn't expect this guy to be so cruel. However, he has 4 bodyguards at the 5-pattern Spirit King level, so he is not without the ability to fight. You're so crazy, kid. You seem to be more aggressive after not seeing you for a few days. Lu Hu's face darkened, and the pressure of the 6-pattern Spirit King realm was immediately released from his body. The battles between spiritual warriors are not subject to any law and are only supervised by the Psychic Control Bureau. It is a good opportunity to get rid of Lu Jin today, so he doesn't have to go through a lot of trouble tomorrow. The 4 bodyguards lined up around him. The air suddenly froze with their imposing manner. Want to have a group fight? Lu Jin laughed. You are such a smart guy to have a group fight in Shanghai Academy. After saying this, he waved his hand towards the hundreds of teachers and students behind him. Suddenly, there was a sound of uniform footsteps behind him. Nearly 100 students came in formation with hoes and shovels, and the spiritual energy in each of them was surging. Students, let's add a practical class temporarily. Pay attention to 2 points. First, use your full strength. Second, beat him to death. Chapter 32, Fight, It's My Turn. Looking at the students with fierce eyes, Lu, whose pupils shrank, his Adam's apple rolled, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. What kind of academy is this? It's clearly a bandit village. Hundreds of students were ready to go, their eyes flashing with eagerness and ferocity, spiritual energy surging around their bodies, as if they were a group of hungry wolves eyeing fat prey. Principal. Lin Xiaoyu swallowed her saliva, her voice trembling. Do you really want to do it? This is not in accordance with the rules, right? The education she received since childhood was to convince people with reason and to convince people with virtue, but Lu Jin went the other way and directly led the students to fight in a group. Lu Jin's eyes were deep. If you don't hone yourself in battle, how can you understand the ways of life in this world? Today is the best opportunity. I will teach you a lesson in person. Lu Jin. No, Principal Lu, don't get excited. My Jin Wang group is a giant in Wancheng. Lu, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the flesh on his face twitched unnaturally. Jin Wang group has been operating in Wancheng for decades. Why should we go to such lengths? If you rashly touch me, I will fight you to the death. Lu, who forced himself to remain calm and used both soft and hard tactics. Lu Jin sneered, when you come to Shanghai Academy, if you are a tiger, you must lie down for me, and if you are a dragon, you must coil up for me. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Sensing the coldness in Lu Jin's eyes, Shen Manting pursed her red lips into a straight line, and the fire between her fingers burned silently. She knew Lu, whose dirty deeds better than anyone else. Lu, who was rich and lecherous. He once offered to help poor students at Shanghai College. But the prerequisite is that the girl must be pretty and drink with him. In name, it was to help poor students, but in reality it was to select concubines for his sexual pleasure. Fortunately, she discovered it in time and proposed to the former principal to suspend the funding project, otherwise, who knows how many girls would have fallen victim to his evil deeds. Lu Shuaing's cat ears were tightly pressed against her hair, and the hair on her tail stood up. She exchanged glances with Shen Manting, and they reached a consensus without words. If they let the tiger go back to the mountains today, it would be a disaster tomorrow. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Wang Xiaoqiang also panicked and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Principal. After all, Director Lu is a member of the school board. If things get out of hand, what are you afraid of? Lu Jin sneered and said bluntly. If you beat me, it's my fault. These 4 words were like lighting a powder keg. The students in the rear rioted instantly. The principal has spoken, what are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, the principal is here to hold it up. Okay, charge. Fuck him. Shen Manting was the first to rush out. Her shot was like thunder, her slender 5 fingers suddenly opened, blazing flames instantly wrapped around her entire arm, burning the air and distorting it. Boom! The 3rd floor window of the teaching building suddenly burst, and Zhang Guangdao rushed out with the 9-ring broadsword. The 9 copper rings on the back of the sword collided wildly under the agitation of spiritual energy, making a terrifying crackling sound. How can a fight be without me? No matter who you fight. As long as there is a fight, he will fight. Hundreds of students rushed towards the 4 bodyguards like wild horses. The martial arts students in the front row even formed a charging battle formation. You have no moral principles. Looking at the huge crowd, Lu, whose face changed drastically, and he stepped back involuntarily. Wait a minute. At the critical moment, a powerful voice suddenly pierced through the noise. Yao Wuhan came with his hands behind his back, his long beard fluttering in the wind, looking quite like an immortal. The students stopped subconsciously. Seeing his savior, Lu Huro hurriedly shouted, Teacher Yao, you are a highly respected elder of Shanghai College. Look at your principal, he actually let so many students and teachers beat me. You must say something fair. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Is Teacher Yao here to stop the fight? Yao Wuhan shook his head slightly. I am just here to make a suggestion. He stroked his beard kindly. If we want a fight, we must root out the evil. Also, he pointed to the smooth plastic track and said, don't make the ground dirty. It will be very troublesome to clean up. Lu who? They're all villains, right? The flesh on Lu, whose face twitched violently. Old man, you. Yao Wuhan still maintained his amiable smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his cloudy eyes. No one noticed that the 3 fingers in his sleeve were gently stroking a dark green pill. It was the Yin Luo Xiao that could poison even the powerful spirit emperor. Yao Wuhan looks amiable. Ordinary people would let down their guard when they see it. But in fact, he has another little-known title, which is killing without leaving any trace. The elixir he was best at refining was poison, and even powerful spirit emperors had been poisoned to death by it. Compared with the Xian-level spiritual veins, the Jinhuan group is nothing. As someone who has experienced this, he certainly understands that letting a tiger go back into the mountains will lead to endless troubles. Originally, he thought that Lu Jin was unwilling to kill Lu Hu, so he came here specifically to intercept Lu Hu. I didn't expect that he was worrying too much. You? Lu Hu's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He looked around and suddenly realized that this seemingly dilapidated college actually hid a group of vicious wolves who would eat people without leaving any bones. But before he could come to his senses, the deafening shouts of killing came like a tide. Dare to touch our Shanghai Academy's things? I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. The 4 bodyguards were instantly engulfed by the surging crowd. In fact, the students didn't need to take action. The siege from a group of Spirit King realm powerhouses such as Shen Manting, Lu Shuang, and Zhang Quangdao was enough to make them unable to resist. A bodyguard was knocked to the ground by Zhu Li's shovel. Another bodyguard was knocked away by Lu Shuang's whip. Crack! Zhang Quangdao's 9-ring broadsword directly shattered the third person's protective aura. The last bodyguard was pinned to the ground by the gym students before he even had time to circulate his spiritual power, and was hit with hose and shovels like raindrops. A random punch can kill a master at this moment, this saying is interpreted to the fullest. At the same time, Shen Manting's body was surging with flames, her red hair was dancing like raging flames, and she was about to take a step forward and rush towards Lu Hu. Pa! Lu Jin's slender fingers gently rested on her shoulders. This seemingly casual action caused the spiritual flame of this Spirit King realm expert to suddenly stagnate. Take a break. His voice was soft, but it was full of unquestionable strength. This kind of dirty work should be done by the principal himself. Swish! Lu Jin's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he stood in front of Lu Hu like a ghost. Director Lu. The corners of his lips slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes, some accounts. You have to calculate it yourself. Then come on. Lu Hu gritted his teeth and attacked. The 6-line spiritual pressure of the Spirit King realm burst out, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. A golden palm print flew from the air and slapped towards Lu Jin. The air was squeezed to produce a sharp sonic boom. Lu Jin, you underestimate me. He jumped up and blasted out with his right hand. Daluo Vajrapalm. At this point, he could only fight with all his might. The golden palm print came with a loud bang, and there was a faint sound of Buddhist music. Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids. He took just one step forward. Bang! Heavenly power, explosive spiritual skill. The entire ground shook violently, and the spiritual energy in Lu Hu's body instantly stagnated, as if his throat was strangled by an invisible hand. Lu Hu's palm print twisted and disintegrated strangely in mid-air, and disappeared in his shocked eyes. This is a heavenly grade technique? Lu Hu's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized that his spiritual power was suppressed. This was the terrifying pressure that only a heavenly level technique could produce. However, he had been working in Wancheng for many years and had seen many ups and downs, so he quickly calmed down. Even if you have a heavenly level technique, so what? You can't shake my 6-pattern Spirit King's cultivation. Lu Hu laughed wildly as he activated his spiritual power, and a dazzling blood-red light burst out from his body. His fat body suddenly expanded rapidly at this moment, and his expensive custom-made suit burst into pieces. The buttons flew around like bullets, revealing his chest covered with strange blood-colored spiritual patterns. This is exactly the blood evil battle pattern that he spent 30 million spirit coins to engrave on the black market. Those patterns that wriggled like living things were drawn with top-grade spirit stones ground into powder and mixed with the blood essences of 7 kinds of demons and ghosts. At this moment, driven by spiritual power, every line glowed with a strange red light, as if countless bloodworms were crawling under the skin. As the lines lit up completely, the spiritual energy fluctuations around Lu Hu continued to rise, and in an instant he broke through 3 small realms and reached the peak of the Spirit King realm. Lu Jin, it is your honor to die under this palm. Lu Hu took a step forward with a fierce smile, and the entire ground collapsed. His huge palm covered with blood veins came whistling with a bloody wind, and a blood-colored vortex condensed in the palm of his hand, and even the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. Prudge not evil palm. The blood-red palm print swelled up in the wind, and in an instant it turned into a 3-meter-long giant palm. Dense spells swam between the palm lines, and every time a rune lit up, it was accompanied by a shrill wail. Before the palm wind arrived, the stone pillars behind Lu Jin had already exploded one after another. The flying debris was crushed into powder in mid-air, and a deep palm-shaped pit was pressed into the ground. A look of cruel satisfaction appeared on Lu Hu's twisted fat face, as if he had already seen his opponent's bones broken into pieces. Act recklessly. Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids, his left hand was still behind his back, and his right hand was casually raised, with a faint golden halo on his slender jade-like fingertips. The seemingly casual action, but the moment it touched the bloody giant palm, it burst out with a clear sword sound like a dragon's roar. Bite. There was a crisp sound, as if glass fell to the ground. The blood-colored palm print froze in midair, and then, like an ice sculpture pierced by invisible sword energy, thousands of golden lines began to crack from the center. The floating spells let out sharp wails, and exploded into blood mist one after another. How is it possible? Lu Hu was horrified to find that the terrifying dark power he had poured into his palm disappeared without a trace like a drop of water in the sea. But Lu Jin was only at the Spirit King realm, 5 marks, how could he resist his full strength attack? Today, I will let you die knowingly. A faint light flashed in his dark eyes, and Lu Jin released his spiritual power with all his strength. On the slender neck, a gilded spiritual pattern slowly emerged like the rising sun. Spiritual Emperor realm? Lu Hu's smile froze instantly, and the bloody battle pattern dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could he not know that the golden spiritual pattern represents a strong person in the spiritual emperor realm? Lu Jin has actually broken through to the spirit emperor realm. Impossible. Absolutely not. Lu Hu's thick lips were trembling, as if someone had suddenly grabbed his throat. Lu Jin, who he had contemptuously called a waste last month, was emitting such spiritual pressure that his legs went weak. Before the afterimage faded, Lu Jin's true body appeared in front of Lu Hu. His 5 fingers were as slender and elegant as white jade, but with a creepy chill, and they gently pressed on Lu Hu's dantian. Crack! With a slight cracking sound, Lu Hu's whole body trembled violently, and blood oozed from all his orifices. He looked down in horror and saw that his dantian, which he had cultivated for 30 years, was turning into dust. You! How dare you destroy my cultivation? Lu Hu screamed and fell to his knees, his suit soaked with cold sweat. Jinhuang Group will not let you go. The board of directors will remove you. Shoo! Lu Jin stepped on his head and with a bang, crushed his entire face into the mud. On the other side, the 4 bodyguards were also beaten beyond recognition. There was a blind bodyguard who wanted to rush over to save people. Without even turning his head, Lu Jin elbowed the bodyguard with his backhand, and the bodyguard flew out more than 10 meters like a broken sack and fell into a trash can, motionless. The principal is awesome, the students shouted. Mamba out. Lu Jin, my Jinhuang Group will raise Xinghai Academy to the ground. Lu Hu shouted hoarsely before he died. Lu Jin sneered, sorry, I won't give you this chance. He turned to look at the students, with a cruel smile on his face. Students, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's time for a practical teaching class. Remember, if you want to hit someone, you must first dislocate their joints, and if you want to kick someone, you must kick their dantian. Line up, come on, each of you will kick him once. The students rushed up cheering, with cold light flashing in their eyes. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated, Principal, I don't understand. The teacher taught us to leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao said softly. And our teacher taught us to forgive others when we can. Well said. Well said. Lu Hu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, with cold sweat on his forehead. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Principal Lu. I admit defeat. Please be merciful. I, Lu Hu, swear I will never set foot in the Xinghai in this life. At this point, Lu Hu knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to admit his mistake. Lu Jin smiled. These are just paper talks. He looked at the immature students in front of him and spoke slowly. In the world of high martial arts, strength is respected. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, spring will come back. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. Today I let Lu Hu go back. Tomorrow he will counterattack with 100 Spirit King Realm Masters from the Jinhuang group. How will you respond? Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and also understood the meaning of Lu Jin's words, and could not help but slowly clench their fists. Lu Jin continued. Letting a tiger go back to the mountains will eventually turn into a disaster. This society is far more dangerous than what you have experienced on campus. Remember, this is the first lesson I will teach you. Lu Hu shivered with fear, and raised his head to look at Lu Jin with a look of fear on his face. Principal Lu, please let me go. Really, I don't want this spiritual vein anymore. My Jinhuang group can satisfy you with whatever you want. Lu Jin smiled faintly. Chairman Lu, you may not know yet. I, Lu Jin, have 3 things I won't let go. First, I won't let go of the demon. Because demons and ghosts eat human flesh and blood and bring disaster to the common people, such evil creatures must be killed upon sight. Second, I won't let go of the spiritual warrior. Because spiritual warriors bully others by taking advantage of their power and taking advantage of the weak, no matter how powerful they are, they will never escape from me. Third, ordinary people, I won't let go. Because ordinary people collude with evil spirits and harm innocent people, even if I am powerless, I will kill them to uphold justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hu looked as pale as death. So he's going to die anyway? Lu Jin spun around and kicked with a whip-like kick, causing the air to explode with a sharp sound. Lu Hu's head exploded like a watermelon. The screams were drowned in the dust, and the 4 bodyguards had already been beaten black and blue, lying on the ground like sacks. In the distance, Shen Manting, Lu Shuang and other teachers were watching with fear in their hearts. The principal unexpectedly broke through to the Spirit Emperor realm within a few days. His moves were fierce and decisive, and his tactics were full of murderous aura. But every word he said was heart-wrenching and reasonable. These principles can never be learned in class. Some truths can only be understood by heart, and it would be an act of usurpation to explain them. The world today is far more cruel than the students in the ivory tower imagine. Only by experiencing the whipping of reality can one understand the way of life. Chapter 33. Can you take me in for a few days? After hearing Lu Jin's remarks, the students looked at each other, not quite understanding what he meant. Headmaster. At this time, Wang Xiaoqiang's face was grim, and he said in a low voice, Jinhuang Group will not give up. They are a major sponsor of Shanghai College. Lu Jin looked calm, his eyes fixed on the huge pit in the middle of the playground that was emitting a bright light. My Shanghai Academy has this underground spiritual vein, so spiritual coins are not a problem at all. I'm not worried about the funds. Wang Xiaoqiang frowned, his knuckles unconsciously clenched. Yi Fia, the vice chairman of Jinhuang Group, and Lu Hu's brother Lu Haifan, are both powerful people in the Spirit King realm. It doesn't matter. Lu Jin said, if they know better, we can live in peace. If they dare to act rashly, I will wipe out the entire Jinhuang Group. This. The teachers gasped. This principal is too crazy. What's even more outrageous is how he broke through to the Spirit Emperor realm in just a few days. Lu Shuang took a step forward lightly, her cat ears trembling slightly. Principal, when will the spiritual vein mining plan be launched? First, mine 1 ton of spiritual stones. Lu Jin folded his arms and tapped his arms with his fingertips. Remember, only mine the surface, don't disturb the core. Yeah. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled slightly. She understood the principal's concerns. The spiritual vein is like the human body. The deeper you go, the purer the quality of the spiritual stone will be. The surface of the spiritual stone has many impurities and is bluish-white in color. The market price is about 1,000 spiritual coins per square. The middle-level spiritual stones are as smooth as jade, full of spiritual energy, and their value has increased by more than 10 times. And the spiritual stone at the core. She looked at the flowing azure deep in the crystal and held her breath unconsciously. That was the top-level spiritual essence. A fingernail-sized amount was worth tens of thousands of spirit coins, and it was also a necessary material for refining heaven-level elixirs. If the mining is too aggressive, the quality of the spiritual marrow will be greatly reduced. I understand. Lu Shuang's tail wagged happily, and she calculated in her heart, 1 ton of spirit stones is equivalent to tens of millions of spirit coins, which is enough to support the Academy's expenses for decades. It's just that Shanghai Academy has no market for spirit stones, and I don't know how to sell them? Lu Shuang suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Lu Jin did not respond immediately. His deep eyes slowly swept over every teacher present. What do you think, teachers? Yao Wuhan stroked his snow-white beard, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his cloudy eyes. Although I am not talented, I can refine this batch of spirit stones into a 9th-grade Shin-level elixir soul-condensing pill. He paused and added, with my alchemy skills, I have an 80% chance of success. Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Very good. The ability test is coming soon, and this kind of elixir that can increase spiritual power in a short period of time will surely be in short supply. As far as he knew, the soul-condensing pill was made of 1,000-year-old spirit stone as its main ingredient, integrated with the 9 nether cold spring and fire spirit fruit. After taking it, it could instantly stimulate the potential of the spirit warrior, increase his own spiritual power by 3 times, last for an incense stick of time, and repair hidden injuries in the meridians. In layman's terms, it's just like taking a lot of protein powder and steroids when working out. The effect is immediate and your strength increases dramatically, but once the effect of the drug wears off, you'll immediately become like a salted fish. But even so, the soul-condensing pill is still extremely popular. After all, who doesn't want to cheat temporarily in the college competition and pin their opponents to the ground? There is no doubt that the soul-condensing pill is a high-level version of the technology warrior, whose main purpose is to have fun first, then lie down when you are weak. At this time, Shin Manting opened her red lips and said, Principal, do you want to block the news of Lu Hu's death? She glanced at the bloody remains on the ground, and seemed to be about to say something but stopped herself. Yao Wuhan stroked his long snow-white beard and interrupted with a smile, why do we need to block it? When spiritual warriors compete, life and death are determined by fate. But the Psychic Control Bureau. Shin Manting frowned slightly and pursed her red lips, they love to keep harping on this kind of thing. Yao Wuhan's turbid old eyes gleamed with a sharp light, if they ask, we will say that the Jinuan group seized the spiritual vein first and we were acting in legitimate defense. As for the evidence, the surveillance happened to be malfunctioning, but the witnesses are all there, isn't that reasonable? Lu Jin nodded approvingly, old Yao is indeed well versed in this. I'll trouble you to deal with the Psychic Bureau. He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes, as for the Jinuan group, I will personally handle it tomorrow. Lu Jin looked around at everyone and said, this place is temporarily blocked, everyone go back to class. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a silver-haired girl standing there. She stared deeply at Lu Jin's back, with a strange look in her eyes. Now that the Shin-level spiritual vein has appeared in the world, it is time to move forward with her plan. As the sun sets, Shanghai College is shrouded in an orange-red afterglow. Lu Jin put one hand in his pocket and walked out of the school gate slowly. He was in a good mood today. Digging up the Shin-level spiritual vein would not only solve the financial crisis of Shanghai Academy, but also make him a fortune. Tomorrow we have to make new school rules. I need to think about them carefully tonight. As I was thinking, suddenly, I heard a noise coming from the alley ahead. 3 tall boys, with lewd smiles on their faces, surrounded a silver-haired girl. The girl lowered her head, her slender fingers tightly grasping the strap of her school bag, and her silver hair fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Little sister, why are you alone so late? The leading boy in overalls grinned and approached her with ill intentions, his eyes wandering over her body unscrupulously. The girl lowered her head, her slender jade-like fingers tightly grasping the strap of her school bag. She had a slender figure and graceful curves. Her college uniform outlined her slender waist and proud chest line. Her legs were straight and slender under the skirt, shining with a lustrous luster. Her long silver hair fell like a waterfall, and the ends of her hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, contrasting with her porcelain white skin. She looked like an elf carved by moonlight, fragile and beautiful. Oh? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the new transfer student? Hey, little sister, your silver hair is pretty. Are you a student from Shanghai College? Can you have a cup of milk tea with your brother? The milk tea shop is too noisy. Why don't you go to my house to see a cat, the kind that can do backflips? 3 hooligans with malicious smiles on their faces. The girl slowly raised her eyes. Under the drooping eyelashes, there was a pair of strange purple eyes, so cold that it made people's heart frightened. It's finally here. Lu Jin, isn't it time for you to come out? She took a step back timidly, her back against the wall, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Please move aside. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You're wearing so little, you must be really hot behind the scenes. The yellow-haired leader reached out to lift her hair. Lu Jin put his right hand in his pocket and watched quietly. Mo Yuan resisted the urge to slap the yellow-haired guy, and kept glancing at the alley entrance out of the corner of his eye. Why hasn't Lu Jin come yet? According to the script, he should be the hero who saves the beauty. Sister, your thunder is quite big. Isn't it tiring to carry heavy weights during your training? Do you want me to help you hold it? Another boy grabbed her arm with a laugh. Don't do this. I'm going to call for help. Bimoun's fist stiffened. Bear for 3 more seconds. Lu Jin, it would be too much if you don't show up. The man in overalls leaned over with a lewd smile on his face. Are you wearing such a short skirt to test your brother's willpower? You're still hanging out so late, are you waiting for someone? Oh my god, this hair smells so good. The yellow-haired man put his face close to her silver hair and took a deep breath. No, I can't stand it anymore. Bimoun suddenly turned around and shouted to Lu Jin at the entrance of the alley. Principal, save me. Who? The 3 boys turned around suddenly and saw a young man in a black windbreaker standing there with an indifferent look in his eyes. Who are you? Mind your own business. The yellow-haired man waved his hand impatiently. Lu Jin glanced at them calmly. Principal of Xinghai Academy, Lu Jin. Also, I'm just passing by. The 3 boys were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Principal of Xinghai College? You? The man in overalls patted his thigh and laughed. Huang Mao laughed so hard that tears almost came out. How can the principal be so young? You should at least act like one. The tall and thin man next to him suddenly pulled the yellow-haired man's sleeve. Brother Pao, I heard that the principal of Xinghai College has indeed been replaced. The new principal is very powerful, and even Li Haonan was defeated. Bullshit. The yellow-haired man slapped him on the head. He's not even 30 years old. If he were the principal, I would eat shit right there. Lu Jin smiled slightly, little greedy cat. You dare to meddle in my business? You're looking for death. The yellow-haired man swung his fist violently, and the spiritual power condensed at the tip of his fist, hitting Lu Jin in the face. The other 2 thugs cheered him on. Go ahead, Brother Pao, show him some color. Next second. The yellow-haired man flew out. Bang! The yellow-haired man hit the wall, slowly slid down, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His 2 companions froze in place, their pupils trembling. What just happened? They didn't see Lu Jin's movements clearly at all. Lu Jin shook his hands and said calmly. Do you believe it now? Huang Mao struggled to get up, his face grim. Believe it. Today I'll let you know how powerful my Wancheng Pao brother is. He suddenly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and his spiritual power surged instantly. Xian level 2nd grade technique fierce wind palm. A strong wind suddenly arose, and the yellow-haired man's palm whined toward the ground and attacked Lu Jin directly. Lu Jin sighed and raised his legs. Boom! Kick it out. The yellow-haired man flew back faster than when he came and dived into the trash can. He struggled to stand up, his face was pale and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Do you still want to fight? Lu Jin slowly raised his right hand. Boom! A golden crescent-shaped spiritual pattern suddenly lit up on his neck, and the pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm swept through the entire alley like a tsunami. Huang Mao's smile froze instantly. Even if they were stupid, they knew that the golden spiritual pattern represented a spiritual warrior at the Spirit Emperor level. A powerful person at the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm? Their legs began to tremble and their faces turned pale as paper. Holy shit! He's really the principal of Xinghai College. It's over, it's over, it's over. His 2 companions' legs went limp and they fell to their knees. Brother, spare my life. Lu Jin looked at them coldly. 3 seconds, disappear. Otherwise. Ah! The 3 thugs screamed and turned to run, knocking each other down along the way, and crawled out of the alley. Bimoun patted his chest in shock, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes under his silver hair. Plan pass. She raised her clear and beautiful eyes and spoke softly. Thank you, Principal. Well, be careful next time. Lu Jin glanced at her and frowned, but, as a student at the 5th level of the Spiritual Master Realm, can't you beat those students at the 1st level of the Spiritual Master Realm? Bimoun's eyes flashed with a trace of grievance. I was too scared at the time, and I was sick recently. She suddenly tilted her body and fell weakly into Lu Jin's arms. Lu Jin dodged sideways. Pa! Bimoun fell face down on the ground. She gritted her teeth and got up. I'm sorry, Principal, I have a little hypoglycemia. Lu Jin said calmly, there is a medical clinic on the left after leaving the cafeteria. After saying that, he turned and left. Bai Mo Yuan hurriedly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Principal. Anything else? Lu Jin frowned. Bai Mo Yuan lowered her eyes, her silver hair swaying gently in the evening breeze, and her voice was just right with a hint of sob. Actually, I escaped from marriage in the north. My mother was sick, my father loved gambling, and I had a younger brother who was in school. For the sake of the family's interests, my father forced me to marry a 60-year-old Chamber of Commerce president. Not only was his cultivation completely wasted, but he also had some special habits. As she spoke, she subconsciously folded her arms, her knuckles turning slightly white. I didn't take anything with me when I escaped at night, even my identity jade token was lost. These days I have been staying in an abandoned alchemy room in the back mountain of the academy, but a heavy rain last night washed away the roof. She raised her misty amber eyes, but then hurriedly lowered her head as if she realized she had said something wrong. I'm sorry, Principal, I shouldn't have said that. Lu Jin stared at her quietly, his eyebrows slightly raised. So? I really have no place to live. Bai Mo Yuan's ears turned slightly red and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. A trace of cautious expectation flashed in those crystal-clear purple eyes. Can you take me in for a few days? Chapter 34, Are you using this to test the cadres? Lu Jin was stunned, his expression slightly surprised. Are you using this to test the cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? He certainly wouldn't get carried away. Because the appearance of this girl was so strange. He just happened to be bullied by some hooligans on his way home from get-off work and just happened to be homeless. Apart from the plots in Japanese movies and books, Lu Jin could not think of such a plot. If there are too many coincidences, it's deliberate. Seeing that Lu Jin did not answer, Bai Moying tilted her head slightly, her silver hair falling down her shoulders like a waterfall. She bit her lower lip lightly, revealing a section of her snow-white neckline. I hope the principal can take me in, otherwise I will have to live on the streets. Lu Jin's eyes darkened. It's not convenient at my home. Why? Bai Mo Yuan blinked. Because. Lu Jin smiled slightly. I like to kill people in my dreams. Bai Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat and she suddenly staggered, her soft body falling towards him at the right moment, bringing with it a cool and faint fragrance. I'm sorry. She held onto Lu Jin's chest in panic. I haven't had a good meal these days. She raised her little face, her purple eyes were misty, and her red lips slightly parted. The principal's home should be very warm, right? As he spoke, his warm breath gently brushed across Lu Jin's chin. I don't take up much space. Don't worry. I can just curl up on the sofa and sleep. She looked up expectantly, but saw Lu Jin looking at her expressionlessly. He suddenly took out a piece of paper from his handbag and unfolded it. Shanghai College Student Accommodation Application Form. Fill in the form. Bai Mo Yuan was stunned. Lu Jin, name? Bai Mo Yuan, Bai Mo Yuan. Lu Jin, age? Bai Mo Yuan, 18. Lu Jin, cultivation? Bai Mo Yuan, spiritual master realm 5 marks. Lu Jin nodded and continued writing. Reason for application? Bai Mo Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately got into the state. I escaped from my marriage in the north. My mother was sick, and my father. Lu Jin raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. He quickly wrote a few big words on the paper. My gambling dad, my sick mom, my school-age brother, and my broken girl. Lu Jin collected the form and said calmly. Give this form to teacher Lu and ask her to arrange a dormitory for you. Just say that I asked you to do so. Bai Mo Yuan's delicate face suddenly froze. Her thoughts surged, her red lips trembled, and she said in embarrassment, Principal, teacher Lu has already left work today, and the dormitory application will not be available for the time being. That's right. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows, with a playful smile on his lips. I can promise you, but... He paused deliberately for a moment. You have to pass my little test first. There are still exams? Bai Mo Yuan widened his eyes slightly. Do you dare? Lu Jin asked. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Mo Yuan clenched his fists. Very good. Lu Jin raised a finger elegantly. Listen carefully, the first question is a thinking question. What goes into an alley with 6 legs and comes out with 2 legs? Bai Mo Yuan's beautiful face seemed slightly frozen. What's the problem? Want to test my thinking ability? 6 legs became 2 legs, could it be that 4 legs were cut off? Or. She frowned in thought, then suddenly her eyes lit up and she spoke uncertainly. Batman family? Yes, that's correct. A hint of appreciation flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and he immediately asked the second question. The money in the United States is called dollars, so what is the money in the United Kingdom called? Ing. Bai Mo Yuan blurted out and quickly changed his words. This question was an obvious trap, clearly meant to test her reaction ability. She looked up and said decisively, pounds. That's amazing. This is not a problem for you. Lu Jin said in surprise. Of course, I am. Bai Mo Yuan stopped talking halfway. Ahem, principal, please continue to test me. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Next is a historical question. What on Cao Cao's body is not his own? Bai Mo Yuan was confused. How should I know that? It's my wife. Lu Jin said lightly. Principal, what kind of strange question is this? Bai Mo Yuan clenched his fists and couldn't help asking. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Now let's talk some serious questions. Lu Jin showed a serious expression and slowly said. Student Bai, please answer the following test questions. 1. Do you carry with you any jade pendant ring pendant passed down from your ancestors? 2. Have you ever experienced classic plots such as broken engagement bone digging losers counterattack? 3. Will you be struck by lightning every time you break through, and will the lightning be 3 times more powerful than that of the same level? 4. Whether he has an enemy of the this kid must not be kept alive level. 5. Have you awakened cheats such as innate holy body, double pupils? 6. Do you often trigger passive skills such as breakthrough and epiphany during battle? Bai Mo Yuan was stunned, his face full of shock. Principal, how did you know that my parents left me a jade pendant? And you also know that I have a congenital holy body, and you also know that I have enemies? Congratulations, it seems we are of the same mind. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. You've passed. Through these questions, Lu Jin has already realized that Bai Mo Yuan is no ordinary person. This kind of person is either a time traveler or a man of luck. Since you are so pitiful, there is a place on my sofa until your dormitory application is approved. Lu Jin spoke slowly, deciding to find out the purpose and background of this female student. Take this opportunity to conduct an in-depth investigation into Bai Mo Yuan. Perhaps, this is a perfect opportunity. Not only can I find out her background, but I can also make her a chess piece among the students. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. Okay, since you want to play, I will play with you. Bai Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said happily, Great, thank you, principal. The night deepens. Lu Jin's residence is located in a detached villa 2 kilometers away from the college. It is surrounded by bamboo forests and is quiet and secluded. Bai Mo Yuan followed behind Lu Jin, her silver hair fluttering gently in the night breeze, her purple eyes looking around inconspicuously. The principal's house is quieter than I expected. She said softly, with a hint of tentativeness in her voice. Without even turning his head, Lu Jin said calmly, You'll get used to it slowly. He pushed open the door, and the lights in the house came on automatically, and the warm yellow light dispelled the night. Bai Mo Yuan stepped into the entrance hall and glanced at the simple living room, a black and gray sofa, a wooden coffee table, neatly arranged books on the bookshelf, and an ancient long sword hanging on the wall. The bathroom is on the 2nd floor. You can wash up first. Lu Jin took off his coat and hung it on the hanger. The guest room is at the end of the corridor. The bed sheets are new. Bai Mo Yuan hummed softly, but did not move immediately. She stood in the middle of the living room, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hem of her skirt, and whispered, Principal, can I? Lu Jin turned around to look at her, his eyebrows slightly raised. What's the matter? Bai Mo Yuan raised her eyes, her purple pupils glowing in the light, and she pursed her red lips. Can I take a shower first? I haven't taken a shower since I escaped from home. Lu Jin's gaze stayed on her for a second, and then he said calmly, The bathroom is also on the 2nd floor. There are new towels in the cabinet. Thank you, Principal. She responded obediently, and the hem of her skirt swayed in a light arc when she turned around. When she reached the stairs, she suddenly turned around and asked casually, Principal, have you always lived alone? Lu Jin, what else? Bai Mo Yuan uttered oh softly, but the corners of her lips curled up quietly, and she went upstairs with light steps. Lu Jin turned around and went to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. I felt a little strange. Who would have thought that I would pick up a beautiful silver-haired girl on my way home from get off work? Ah! Suddenly, Bai Moying's scream was heard from the bathroom. Lu Jin, who was cutting vegetables, felt his hand tremble and the kitchen knife hit the chopping board with a clang. What's wrong? He rushed to the bathroom door on the second floor. The door was suddenly opened, and a soft body with the scent of shower gel rushed directly into his arms. Lu Jin caught it subconsciously, and his palm touched a smooth piece of skin. Bai Moying was pressed against him, her whole body wet, with the bath towel hanging on her chest, revealing a large area of her snow-white shoulders. Drops of water kept dripping from his silver hair, wetting his shirt. Yes, there is a cockroach. Bai Moyuan's voice trembled, her little hands tightly grasped his collar, and her body was still shaking slightly. Lu Jin's heart moved slightly. This posture is terrible. The girl's breath sprayed on his neck, her two long white legs trembled slightly because of fear, and the curves faintly visible under the bath towel exuded silent temptation. Where? Lu Jin asked. Bai Moyuan pointed to the corner timidly, and shrank back into his arms. It just crawled out of the drain. It's quite big. Lu Jin looked carefully. Where were the twin ponytails? The drain was clean, without even a strand of hair. Maybe he ran away. Bai Moyuan said tremblingly. Feeling the warmth in front of him, Lu Jin looked at her reproachfully. Mr. Bai, how can a spiritual warrior be afraid of cockroaches? Bai Moyuan was about to speak when she suddenly realized that she was only covered with a bath towel. The soaked cloth half covered her body, outlining her full breasts to the fullest. The water drop slid down her slender neck, rolled over the snow-white ravines, and finally sank into the shadows that made people daydream. Her legs were long and well-proportioned, her skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade, and had a faint pink blush after bathing. Her small jade feet stepped on the slippery tiles, and her nails had a pearly luster. Realizing the delicate atmosphere at the moment, Bai Moyuan was slightly stunned, and then as if she had just reacted, the tips of her ears instantly turned red. She quickly stepped away from his arms, hurriedly grabbing the bath towel tightly, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. You are right. Excuse me. Principal. Lu Jin raised his hand and pushed up his glasses. This won't happen again. After saying that, he turned and left, closing the bathroom door behind him. Take a deep breath and calm your emotions. If the former school beauty Su Shueji of Shanghai College scored 95 points for her looks and figure, then Bai Moyuan in front of him would score at least 97 points. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. Oh my god. Fortunately, he is a master of gun control, otherwise he would be very positive. The moment the door closed, the panic on Bai Moyuan's face disappeared. She gently stroked her hot earlobe, and the corners of her lips curled up. Things are going very well. He is worthy of being the man Bai Moyuan, like. He is not moved at all. Half an hour later, Lu Jin had already prepared the meal. The bathroom door filled with hot steam opened again. Bai Moyuan's silver hair was half dry and hung loosely on her shoulders, with a few water droplets on the ends of her hair that had not been wiped off. The steaming heat made her skin look faintly pink, and the watermarks on her collarbone glowed in the light. She walked barefoot on the wooden floor, her feet were slender and her body was filled with the fragrance of a bath. Lu Jin was just bringing the last dish to the table when he heard the noise and said, Sit down, you're the first girl to eat me. Ah? Bai Moyuan stopped suddenly, and her fair cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only then did Lu Jin realize the ambiguity in his words, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes behind the lenses. He coughed lightly and tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. I'm talking about noodles. Oh. Bai Moyuan's eyes moved back and forth between Lu Jin and the noodles on the table, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. She pulled the chair away obediently, and when her skirt fell, a section of her snow-white calves was exposed. She folded her hands on her knees, her purple eyes flickering slightly. I didn't expect that the principal can cook. How else can you eat alone? Lu Jin handed her the chopsticks and glanced at her. Eat, don't be polite. The atmosphere at the table suddenly quieted down. Bai Moyuan drank the soup in small sips with her eyelashes drooping. Lu Jin picked up the dishes slowly and leisurely, his eyes behind the lenses were deep and unfathomable. He raised his eyes inadvertently, and his sight happened to pass over Bai Moyuan's slightly open collar, revealing a piece of snow-white skin faintly, and the seductive ravines were particularly dazzling under the warm yellow light. Bai Moyuan raised her eyes, staring directly at Lu Jin with her purple pupils, and asked tentatively. Principal, you live here alone, do you usually cook for yourself? Lu Jin raised his eyes to look at her. What else? I just think. Her voice became smaller and smaller. You are so busy all the time, and you still have to deal with housework. Isn't it too hard? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. So? Bai Mo Yuan's cheeks turned a light pink, and her fingers twisted the corners of her clothes unconsciously. I mean, if the principal doesn't mind, I can help, like cleaning, cooking, etc. Her voice became softer and softer, and in the end it was almost like she was talking to herself. I can be a maid in your house. I just want a place to live, as a way to repay you for taking me in. Chapter 35, The Principal 1T mind if I share half of the bed, right? Oh. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, feeling a little unbelievable. Bai Mo Yuan's thoughts are obviously not what a normal person would think. Because it's free. Lu Jin's intuition told him that this girl was young but extremely cunning. Perhaps, Bai Mo Yuan thought she could control the overall situation. But Lu Jin wanted her to understand that there is always someone better than you. Why don't you live in the dormitory? Lu Jin asked in a puzzled manner. Bai Mo Yuan whispered, I don't want to live with others. Lu Jin stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled, Can you cook? Of course. She puffed up her cheeks slightly as if she had hit upon something. I often cook when I'm at home. Really? Lu Jin didn't comment, but just pushed his glasses. Then I'll leave breakfast to you tomorrow. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of success flashed in his purple pupils, but he quickly lowered his head to hide the smile on his lips. Well, I'll try my best. Let's see how you perform first. Lu Jin was alone at home and really needed help with chores like washing clothes and cooking. Now, getting a free laborer, especially a silver-haired beauty like a school belle, seems like a good thing to do. But this situation only exists in the fantasy of otaku. Lu Jin wanted to find out what this girl named Bai Mo Yuan was planning. Lu Jin's eyes flashed behind his lenses as he looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him who vowed to be a maid, and suddenly he felt that things were becoming interesting. Do you agree? Bai Mo Yuan said happily. Don't be in a hurry. Since you want to be a maid, Lu Jin said slowly, with a hint of amusement in his voice, then you have to follow the rules. Bai Mo Yuan blinked her amethyst eyes and asked innocently, what are the rules? First, Lu Jin raised a finger, be ready for breakfast at 6 o'clock every day. Second, the second finger was raised, you are responsible for cleaning the entire house. Third. His eyes swept across Bai Mo Yuan's slender body meaningfully, you must wear a standard maid outfit. Bai Mo Yuan's face flushed, and her fingers twisted together unconsciously. She didn't expect Lu Jin to make such a request, but then she thought, isn't this a good opportunity to get close to him? Okay. She lowered her head shyly, but a sly look flashed in her eyes. Then, Master, do you need me to change my clothes now? She pronounced the word master softly and lightly, with a hint of seduction. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to agree so readily. He suddenly leaned closer. Remember, unqualified maids. His voice was low and dangerous, will be punished. Bai Mo Yuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She could smell the faint scent of cedar on him, mixed with a faint masculine scent. This distance was too dangerous. She could even feel the vibration of his chest when he spoke. I will try my best. She stammered in response, forgetting all the flirtatious lines she had planned. Lu Jin looked at her flustered appearance with satisfaction, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll be waiting for your breakfast at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. Bai Mo Yuan nodded seriously. After a moment of silence, he saw Lu Jin getting up to leave and suddenly said, Wait a moment, headmaster. Anything else? Do you believe in past lives and present lives? Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged, you only believe what I see. Bai Mo Yuan leaned forward slightly, her silver hair falling on her shoulders, and she blinked her eyes. If someone saved you in your previous life, how would you repay him in this life? Promise yourself to me. Lu Jin said. Bai Mo Yuan nodded slightly. Well, it's just as she thought. Lu Jin suddenly smiled, just a joke. First of all, I am a man. Secondly, if a favor has to be repaid with love, it will become the heaviest shackle. True salvation is to allow the saved person to live freer than before. Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in his purple eyes. But principal. Her voice was particularly firm. What if that person doesn't want freedom? Lu Jin smiled slightly, then we should not use love to bind each other. Gratitude is a one-way street, while love should be a two-way journey. Bai Mo Yuan pursed her lips, her silver hair poured down like moonlight, her purple eyes were full of water. She lowered her head slightly, her fingertips gently twisted the corner of her clothes, her voice was light and soft. "Principal, thank you for taking me in tonight anyway." She raised her face, her eyes shining. "I don't know how to thank you." Lu Jin said calmly, "This is easy, just give me the money." Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly, "I have no money, even my tuition is a loan." Lu Jin said, "I guessed it a long time ago. It's just a meal. Let's talk about it next time." "How can that be?" She bit her lower lip lightly, her fingers carelessly stroking her collarbone, and her loose neckline slipped down a little with the movement. "I'm not an ungrateful person." "Lu Jin, then you should wash the dishes tonight." Bai Mo Yuan's expression froze instantly. "Principal, actually I can." She took a deep breath, and her little face turned a faint pink. Before Bai Mo Yuan finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly frowned and shook his head, his tone serious. "That's enough. Stop pretending." A transfer student who was at the 5th level of the spiritual master realm would be cornered by a loser at the 1st level of the spiritual master realm? Do you really think this principal is a fool? A hint of surprise and panic flashed across Bai Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes. Did he figure out my identity so quickly? "Principal, it's not like that. I really am." Bai Mo Yuan hesitated to speak. Lu Jin's brows were furrowed, his eyes were sharp, and he looked like a teacher admonishing a student. "You have such talent, you should concentrate on practicing and pursuing the great way. What's the result? You're actually thinking of using this method to find someone to support you?" Bai Mo Yuan opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. This plot is not going in the right direction. Lu Jin snorted coldly and continued to teach. "The first motto of Shanghai College is to respect yourself and love yourself. Are your actions like this worthy of the academy's training?" Bai Mo Yuan. "I'm a transfer student, where does the training come from?" She was about to retort, but Lu Jin smiled. "Write a 3,000-word self-criticism tomorrow and hand it into my office. I will educate you individually." Bai Mo Yuan stood there in a daze, his fingertips curled up unconsciously, and a trace of surprise flashed across his porcelain-white face. After a moment, she turned around and went into the kitchen obediently. The sound of running water could be heard. In fact, even if Lu Jin didn't say it, she would have cleaned it up, but now, she had other thoughts in her mind. When they finished cleaning up, the living room was already empty. Lu Jin's bedroom door was tightly closed, not a single light coming through. She stepped barefoot on the cold floor, approached silently like a cat, with a sly curve at the corner of her lips. "It's so cold sleeping alone." She whispered to herself, her fingertips gently resting on the door handle. "The principal should not mind giving me half of the bed, right? A man and a woman alone, in the dead of night, if something happened." The matter was settled, and she had firmly grasped this golden thigh. She held her breath and exerted a little force on her wrist. Click. The door lock didn't budge. Bai Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes and twisted it again without giving up. The next second, a violent electric current suddenly ran through the fingertips. "Ah!" She pulled her hand back suddenly, staggered back, her ankle twisted, and she almost fell to the ground. Her whole arm was numb, and her fingertips were still trembling slightly. 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang formation? Lu Jin actually set up a formation on the bedroom door? Bai Mo Yuan rubbed his numb fingertips and heard Lu Jin's low voice coming from inside the house. "Who's outside?" She immediately softened her voice, and said with a trembling voice that sounded aggrieved, "Principal. I just want to get a pillow." Lu Jin said calmly, "It's on the sofa." Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment. She stared at the door, feeling so angry that her teeth were itching, but she could do nothing about it. In the end, he can only stamp his feet in anger and turn back to the living room. There is a long time to come, and she doesn't believe that the formation will never fail. Bai Mo Yuan returned to the sofa and lay down with a feeling of resentment. Letting a beautiful girl like me sleep on the sofa, is this still a human being? She curled up her slender legs, and her white pleated skirt slipped down, revealing a section of her jade-white calves. Her fingertips tugged at the pillow unwillingly until she gradually felt sleepy, and then she closed her eyes reluctantly. The morning light shines through the gauze curtains, gently caressing the girl's delicate sleeping face. Bai Mo Yuan's long eyelashes trembled, and when she opened her eyes lazily, the clock on the wall pointed to 10:30. "Oh no!" She sat up suddenly, her silky silver hair falling from her shoulders. "I overslept." She hurriedly put on her clothes and ran to the bedroom barefoot. "Principal. I'll make breakfast for you right away." The voice stopped abruptly. She stood up and saw that there were only leftovers on the table, but Lu Jin was no longer there. Chapter 36. I heard that you were looking for me? Bai Mo Yuan stood in front of the dining table, a hint of regret flashing in his purple eyes. You actually finished it by yourself? She bit her lower lip and suddenly noticed a note under the plate. The beautiful handwriting read, "Remember to wash the plate." Hateful. She gritted her teeth and crumpled the note, her silver hair trembling slightly with anger. Last night, she said waiting for your breakfast, but she ate it and ran away. She was collecting the dishes angrily, the water splashing over the porcelain plates and the foam staining her white wrists. You actually let this goddess do the things that a maid does. Bai Mo Yuan complained in a low voice, and suddenly laughed to herself. But considering that you saved me in your previous life, I will forgive you with reluctance. After drying the last dish, she suddenly had an idea and decided to wash Lu Jin's clothes as well. In this way, when the principal comes back, he will definitely praise her for her ability. Bai Mo Yuan was like a little fox that had discovered a treasure, moving briskly between the rooms. Soon, her arms were filled with Lu Jin's clothes, the suit jacket on the sofa, the sweater in the study, and the socks that had been changed at the door. Bai Mo Yuan held a basin full of Lu Jin's clothes that she had collected from various rooms, as if she was holding some rare treasure, her little face flushed with excitement. Ah! She buried her face deep in the white shirt and rubbed it like a kitten. This is the smell of the principal. Just at this moment. Click! A piece of black cloth slipped out from the pile of clothes. Bai Mo Yuan looked down and instantly felt red from the tips of her ears to the base of her neck. This is... She picked it up hastily, her fingertips trembling. The principal's personal. Jinawang Group Headquarters Building, top floor conference hall. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, dark clouds were pressing down and lightning was faintly visible between the clouds. The atmosphere in the conference hall was suffocating. What did you say, Lu Hu is dead? With a loud bang, Lu Haifan slammed the table and stood up. The solid wood conference table cracked into spider web-like patterns under his palms, and the water in the teacup splashed out, spreading a dark color on the tabletop. Yes. The young female secretary trembled, wishing she could bury her head in her chest. The Supernatural Power Control Bureau just issued a notice. Chairman Lu's body has been... Bullshit. Lu Haifan's eyes were red. He grabbed the secretary's neck and lifted her up like a chicken. My brother is a powerful spirit king. How could he be killed by a single person? Did the opponent cheat? The secretary's face turned pale, she kicked her legs in the air twice, and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. The report said, he went to steal the underground spirit vein, but was killed by Shanghai Academy's principal. Lu Jin. Just as she was about to die, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. Boss Lu, what's the point of bullying your own people? If you have the guts, go find Lu Jin for a solo fight. Lu Haifan suddenly let go of the female secretary, who fell to the ground with a paw and gasped for breath, as if she had just received a bad review at the gates of hell. Lu Jin, he dares to kill my brother? Lu Haifan's eyes were wide open, and his muscles under the black suit were tense, as if he would burst into pieces in the next second. The spiritual pressure emanating from his body made the air sticky, and several executives with weaker cultivation had turned pale and sweat broke out on their foreheads. It's not that he was scared, it's that he was hot. After all, the air conditioner in the conference room was broken, and Lu Haifan was still madly releasing his anger. The conference room was completely silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. People were afraid that if someone breathed a little loudly, they would be used as a punching bag by Lu Haifan the next second. After all, this guy is a complete lunatic. 3 months ago, he had torn a person apart on the spot because a branch manager was 5 minutes late for a meeting. Later, the HR added a requirement to the recruitment: strong stress resistance and the ability to withstand high-intensity physical blows. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Lu Haifan squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his expression ferocious. I'm going to make Shanghai College a barren place. Even the cockroaches in their cafeteria will die. Calm down. That cold female voice sounded again. At the other end of the conference table, Yi Fia elegantly crossed her legs. She was wearing a moon-white cheongsam today, and her black silk legs were faintly visible under the conference table, making her look like a female agent from a spy drama in the Republic of China. Lu Haifan was so angry that he gasped, Yi Fia. What do you mean? Yi Fia took a sip of tea slowly, leaving an ambiguous lip print on the edge of the cup. Literally. Your brother led 4 spirit kings to gank the principal, but they were counter-killed and wiped out. This operation is not even as good as that of a bronze-level player. Bullshit. Lu Haifan smashed the conference table with his fist, and wood chips flew everywhere. My brother is a powerful 6th-line spirit king. It must be that old scoundrel Lu Jin who was bullying the weak with his numbers. Outnumbering the few? Yifia tapped her fingertips lightly, and the cold air instantly froze the splattered coffee into an ice sculpture. 5 against 1 and we got killed in return. Do you know how to play? Lu Haifan's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, but he couldn't utter a word to refute. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The executives lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. These two are powerful figures in the Jinuan group, and no one dares to take sides easily. After a long while, Lu Haifan finally managed to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. No matter what, this vengeance must be avenged. Shanghai College is mine, and the spiritual vein is mine, too. He turned around and yelled at the trembling secretary, "Notify the board of directors immediately. Freeze all funds of Shanghai Academy. I want to remove that bastard Lu Jin from his position as principal." Yifia shook her head slightly, her red lips slightly parted, the courage of a reckless man. "What did you say?" The spiritual pressure on Lu Haifan surged again. If Yifia didn't hold 48% of the shares of Jinuan Group, he would have already pinned this woman to the ground. Yifia calmly picked up the tea and said, "Lu Jin was able to kill your brother alone, so he must be at least at the 7th level of Spirit King. You are so eager to give away your life, are you trying to get a buy one get one free deal?" Lu Haifan sneered, "Even if he is a Spirit King Realm 7th mark, with so many of us, are we still afraid of him? Why don't you understand?" Yifia sighed, "First find out what Lu Jin's trump card is." A spiritual vein suddenly appeared in Shanghai Academy, there must be something strange behind it. She stood up, her long legs faintly visible under her cheongsam. If he really has the strength to surpass the 7 marks of the Spirit King realm. At this point, the corners of her lips curled up dangerously, then let the big guy upper take action. "And as far as I know, there is a female teacher in Shanghai College who has reached the spiritual emperor realm. Maybe she was the one who killed Director Lu." She suddenly lowered her voice. "If that's the case, we can only ask that great man to come out and help us deal with Shanghai College. After all, spiritual veins are not something a small academy should possess." There was a sudden burst of flattery in the conference hall. "Greetings, Vice President Yi. Stay safe and grow first. To be on the safe side, we should investigate thoroughly." "Yes." Human Resources Director Li Baldhead quickly chimed in, "Boss Lu, calm down, we'll work it out." "Bullshit." Lu Haifan kicked over the chair beside him, causing Baldy Li to tremble with fear. "You are a bunch of cowards. Are you just going to let my brother's revenge go?" He grabbed Baldy Li by the collar and spit in his face. "Did you accept benefits from Shanghai College?" "Ha? No, Mr. Lu." Baldy Li turned pale with fear. "I'm doing this for the company's sake." Yifia tapped the table lightly. "Mr. Lu, please don't embarrass Minister Li." She stood up, her cheongsam outlining her graceful curves. "Actually, there are many ways to deal with Lu Jin." Lu Haifan let go of Baldy Li and narrowed his eyes. "Oh? What do you think?" "First, report them for using cheats and ask the education department to ban their accounts." Yifia stretched out her slender fingers. "We can put pressure on the Education Bureau. I heard that Shanghai College's teaching qualifications will be reviewed annually next week. We only need to bribe a few evaluation teachers to make Shanghai College go bankrupt. Secondly, if we cut off their gold coins, we won't be able to pay their salaries." She raised her second finger and said, "Freeze their funding chain. As far as I know, Shanghai Academy will pay salaries in 3 days. Even if they have spiritual veins, they won't be able to cash them out for a while." Finally, the entire internet was flooded with negative reviews, saying he was harassing female students. She raised her red lips slightly. "We can release negative news about the principal of Shanghai College being arbitrary, tyrannical, and even harassing female students to create public pressure." Lu Haifan stroked his chin, his anger subsiding a little. "This is feasible, but it's too slow. I want Lu Jin to die now." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu," Manager Zhang from the marketing department suddenly interrupted. "In my opinion, Shanghai College is not going to get away. Our company has billions of assets. Why would you need to do it yourself to deal with a second-rate college? The Jinuan Group can only be regarded as a small and medium-sized enterprise in the entire Xian Kingdom, but it is still quite impressive in Wancheng. They allocate a mere 500,000 yuan budget to Shanghai College every year just to force Lu Jin to transfer his 39% stake and completely control Shanghai College. Unexpectedly, a spiritual vein appeared in Shanghai College today, which disrupted all the plans of Jinhuang Group. Lu Haifan slammed his palm on the table. I don't care what you think of, within 3 days, you must make Lu Jin kneel in front of me like a dog. Before he could finish his words, he heard terrified shouts and hurried footsteps outside the door. Whoever is making noise outside, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Lu Haifan, who was already furious, looked towards the door with his eyes wide open. Bang! The door to the conference room exploded, sending wood chips flying everywhere. A slender figure walked in slowly on the bloodstains, his tall figure set off by the black suit. The whole place fell silent instantly. It's a lively discussion, huh? Lu Jin put one hand in his pocket, raised the corner of his lips slightly, and looked directly at Lu Haifan. I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 37. I'm here to destroy your family. The entire conference room fell into deathly silence in an instant. All the executives held their breath, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Some people dropped documents silently, and some people shrank back unconsciously. This young principal of Shanghai College actually rushed to the core meeting room of Jinhuang Group alone? Lu Haifan stood up suddenly and the chair fell to the ground behind him. His pupils contracted violently, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Lu Jin? How dare you come to my house? Yifi's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and her slender fingers clenched unconsciously. Where are the security guards? Her voice suddenly rose, and her usual elegance and composure were gone. Where are they? At this moment, she was filled with shock and anger. What was shocking was that Lu Jin had the audacity to barge in so brazenly. What made me angry was that the security team hired by the group at a high price allowed the enemy to enter without any hesitation. Lu Jin casually rubbed the bloodstains on the floor with the sole of his shoe. Don't waste your energy. He raised his eyes, a hint of sneer flashing in his eyes. Those security guards of yours, the smart ones, have already run away. As for the few blind ones, I disciplined them for you. After Lu Jin left home at 7 in the morning, he took bus number 16 and headed straight to Jinhuang Group. Once Lu Hu dies, the top management of Jinhuang Group will never let him go. Instead of waiting for him to kill me, I might as well kill him first. More importantly, he must not let this war spread to Shanghai College. The lives of hundreds of innocent students must not be put in danger. As for the consequences? This world has its own rules. The Spiritual Warrior Covenant of Shen Country clearly stipulates that the grievances between spiritual warriors, as long as they do not involve mortals, are to be resolved by the parties involved. Those who cross the line will be handed over to the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau for disposal. Because of this, all spiritual warriors must enter the psychic high school to study, not only to improve their strength, but also to learn how to control their power. After all, in this world, spiritual warriors who don't know the rules often die the fastest. In this case, it is the perfect choice to end it all in Jinhuang Building. Yifi slowly raised her eyes and looked at Lu Jin. Principal Lu, trespassing into someone else's headquarters is not polite. Lu Jin chuckled. Politeness? When you were discussing how to destroy my academy, you didn't seem to mention this. Yifi pursed her red lips and did not respond. The muscles on Lu Haifan's face twitched violently, and a terrifying murderous light flashed in his eyes. He took a sudden step forward, and the floor tiles beneath his feet cracked instantly. Violent spiritual power surged around his body like a substance. Good. Very good. He grinned, his voice as harsh as sandpaper rubbing against one's ears. Lu Jin, you fucking came to my door on your own accord, saving me the trouble of bringing people to look for you. The temperature in the conference room dropped suddenly, and the executives retreated one after another, with a few even secretly moving towards the door. Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids, but just casually brushed off the sawdust on his sleeves. The corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. You are Lu Haifan? I was worried that I couldn't find anyone, but you stood up yourself. You are even more stupid than your useless brother. This sentence was like a slap in the face, hitting Lu Haifan hard. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his fists clenched and creaked. You're looking for death. Oh? Lu Jin chuckled and looked around slowly. Since I dare to come alone, what do you think? His gaze fell on Lu Haifan again, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Would I be afraid of a mob like you? The air in the conference hall seemed to freeze. Yifi's pupils shrank slightly, and her slender fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her cheongsam. What shocked her was that with her cultivation level of the 5th level of the Spirit King realm, she was completely unable to sense the spiritual power fluctuations on Lu Jin's body at this moment. There are only two possibilities: either the other party is an ordinary person with no spiritual power, or he is a top-level powerful person who is far beyond the realm of Spirit King. Her gaze fell on Lu Jin's neck. There was an almost invisible circle of spiritual power ripples there, like an undercurrent in the deep sea, calm but containing the power to destroy the world. What is the strength of this guy? Yifia murmured unconsciously, a layer of cold sweat already breaking out on her back. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her might have reached a terrifying level. Lu Haifan had completely gone berserk. He roared, and the spiritual energy around him turned into a substantial blood-colored mist. Today, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Lu Jin still stood there, not even taking a defensive stance, but just sighed softly. It seems that the Lu family's stupidity is inherited from their ancestors. Lu Haifan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. He slammed the conference table to pieces with a bang and stood up. The violent spiritual pressure swept through the entire conference room like a tsunami. Lu Jin, you're looking for death. Without even waiting for others to react, Lu Haifan suddenly attacked. A blood-red fist force instantly condensed in his right fist, and the surrounding air was squeezed to make a sharp explosion. The documents and papers on the conference table were instantly torn into pieces by the airwave. Red Evil Mountain Collapse Fist. The third level of Earth-level skills. His famous stunt. 3 years ago, he had used this move to smash a 1,000-year-old demon ghost of the Spirit King realm with one punch. Now, he was furious and his power was even greater than before. He wanted to make Lu Jin bleed to pieces on the spot to pay for his elder brother's life. However, Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids. He simply raised his left hand nonchalantly, with his 5 fingers casually spread out. Buzz! A translucent spiritual power barrier appeared out of thin air. When Lu Haifan's fist, which was powerful enough to collapse mountains and split rocks, hit it, it was like hitting cotton. Not even a ripple was caused. Lu Haifan's face turned pale instantly. This is impossible. He was a peak 7 pattern Spirit King. Even a master of the same level wouldn't dare to take this punch. But Lu Jin actually didn't even move a step? The coldness from Yifia's fingertips spread silently, but she resisted the urge to take action. Those beautiful eyes were filled with horror. The spiritual pressure emitted by Lu Jin at this moment was completely beyond her comprehension. This is not the pressure that a Spirit King should have. A playful smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips, and he slowly closed his 5 fingers. Crack! With a chilling sound of shattering, the red fist force was crushed like glass. Immediately following. Boom! A terrifying pressure as vast as the abyss erupted from Lu Jin's body. The tempered glass windows of the conference room exploded instantly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls, and everyone present fell to their knees involuntarily. Boom! The entire Jinhuang building shook violently, the glass windows shattered, and the conference table collapsed directly. All the executives fell to their knees under the pressure, and even breathing became difficult. In an instant, the entire conference room seemed to be paused. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, a bright golden spiritual pattern slowly emerged on Lu Jin's slender neck. The lines flowed like living things, emitting a suffocating pressure. Spiritual Emperor realm? I don't know who shouted this, trembling with disbelief in his voice. The entire conference room was filled with gasps, and several executives even collapsed to the ground due to weak legs. Plop! Lu Haifan slammed his knees heavily on the ground, and the hard marble floor cracked instantly. He looked up with his whole body trembling, and the dazzling golden light on Lu Jin's neck was reflected in his pupils. That was the golden spiritual pattern unique to the strong ones in the Spirit Emperor realm. Among the entire Wancheng population of nearly 10 million, no more than 100 people can reach this level. Only at this moment did Lu Haifan truly understand what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. The trembling that came from the depths of his soul made his teeth chatter uncontrollably. Lu Jin walked forward slowly, and with every step he took, the pressure became stronger. Are you scared now? He looked down at Lu Haifan, his eyes as cold as ice. Unfortunately, it's too late. Yifia finally moved. She stepped in front of Lu Haifan, icy spiritual patterns blooming on her neck, barely resisting the pressure from the Spirit Emperor. Principal Lu. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice was still cold, but her body was trembling slightly. In everything, leave a way out. Lu Jin's eyes fell on her face and he suddenly smiled. Vice President Yi, you are smarter than them. Pity. He raised his hand, and a ray of pure golden spiritual power leaped in his palm. I am not here to negotiate today. He's here to destroy the family. Chapter 38. Next, it's your turn. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Yifia's face turned pale and her slender fingers clenched unconsciously. She can barely protect herself right now, so how can she have the energy to mediate this dispute? Regret surged into her heart like a tide. She should have drawn a clear line between herself and those two idiots from the Lu family who were more likely to cause trouble than to help. Otherwise, she would not have gotten into trouble. Lu Haifan knew that Lu Jin would not let him go today. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in his sleeve, and a poisoned dagger pierced Lu Jin's throat. Go to hell! Golden light suddenly appeared in Lu Jin's eyes, and he raised his leg to deliver a whip-like kick. Bang! The kick landed solidly on Lu Haifan's chest, and the sound of broken ribs could be clearly heard. Lu Haifan flew backwards and slammed heavily into the load-bearing wall of the conference room, and a spiderweb-like hole suddenly appeared on the wall. Puff! Lu Haifan spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body was embedded in the wall, unable to move. Lu Jin slowly adjusted his cuffs and walked towards Lu Haifan step by step. The leather shoes stepped on the broken glass, making a creepy crunching sound. Boss Lu, sneak attacks are not a good habit. The meeting room was completely silent. All the executives huddled in the corner, trembling and not daring to even breathe. Yifia bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, but she didn't dare to take a step forward. Lu Haifan struggled to climb out of the wall, but found that all his spiritual power had been shattered by that kick. He looked at Lu Jin, who was getting closer and closer in horror, and finally revealed a look of fear. You can't kill me. His voice trembled. My grandfather is. Elder Lu? Lu Jin chuckled, stretched out his hand to grab his neck, and pulled him out from the wall. That's great. I'll go find him next. No. Don't. Lu Haifan kicked his legs weakly in the air and was held in Lu Jin's hand like a rag doll. It's time to reunite with your brother. Golden light condensed in Lu Jin's palm, and he was filled with murderous intent. Stop. A powerful roar suddenly rang out, and the entire building trembled. The void rippled like water waves, and a gray-robed figure appeared out of thin air. With a light flick of his skinny palm, he actually neutralized Lu Jin's fatal blow. Arrogant boy, do you think there is no one in my Lu family? There was an uproar in the conference room. The executives widened their eyes, looking at the appearance of another powerful spirit emperor realm expert in disbelief. Yifia's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, and her red lips trembled slightly. Lu. Elder Lu Xianming? This person is none other than the Lu family's great elder who has been in seclusion for 100 years, a peerless expert at the third level of the spiritual emperor realm. He is also the person above they mentioned during the discussion just now. Lu Xianming had white hair and a youthful face, eyes like lightning, and a mysterious gray mist lingering around him, as if he had merged into one with the heaven and earth. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just a projection of a clone condensed from spiritual power. Lu Xianming is obviously not here, but he cannot be too far away. Otherwise, this shadow would not be so clear. Elder, save me! Lu Haifan shouted at the top of his lungs as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Xianming snorted coldly, his gray robe fluttering in the wind. Useless thing. Then he shot his eyes at Lu Jin like lightning. Young man, let him go. I can give you a way to survive, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly laughed. What else? He suddenly tightened his 5 fingers. Is this it? Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the venue. Puff. Lu Haifan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. He stared at Lu Jin and said in a hoarse voice. Lu Jin, you. Lu Jin flashed and grabbed Lu Haifan's neck, lifting him into the air. After saying that, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened again. Crack. The sound of the cervical vertebrae breaking can be clearly heard. Lu Haifan's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it until his death. Lu Jin. Lu Xuanming's shadow suddenly twisted, gray fog surged, and a tremendous anger swept across the entire Jinhuan building. How dare you destroy my Lu family bloodline? I swear, when I come out of seclusion, I will destroy Shanghai College and leave no one alive. His voice was like the cold abyss of the underworld, filled with murderous intent, and it shattered all the glass in the building. However, Lu Jin laughed. "Old man, do you really think you are a character?" He casually threw Lu Haifen's body away, wiped his hands slowly, looked up at the shadow of Lu Xianming, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's better to do it today than today. You know, practicing the heavenly might explosive spiritual art has allowed him to perceive the fluctuations of spiritual power far beyond that of ordinary people. Now, with just a trace of spiritual power fluctuations, he can follow the clues and find the location of his true body." A golden light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and his spiritual sense instantly locked onto the spiritual power fluctuations in the next room. "Old dog, so you were hiding here." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed in the air with his right hand, and a stream of golden spiritual power penetrated the wall like a dragon. Boom! The entire reinforced concrete wall collapsed, revealing a hidden secret room in the flying rubble. When the smoke and dust cleared, only Lu Xuanming's skinny figure was seen sitting cross-legged in the spirit stone formation, his eyes opened with horror on his face. "You, how could you?" The old man's voice was extremely shocked. This secret retreat room was a hiding place he had carefully built. Not only was there a concealment formation, but the walls were also made of a special material that isolated spiritual energy. Even his two younger generations didn't know this secret. The reason for choosing this place for retreat is that the headquarters of the group is built on a spiritual vein branch, which is full of spiritual energy. Secondly, it can secretly control the operation of the group, which is killing two birds with one stone. But he didn't expect that today, Lu Jin would see through his plan at a glance and directly blast open his last hiding place. Lu Jin stepped across the ruins, his mouth curled up. "Old man, aren't you going to destroy my Shanghai Academy?" With every step he took, the ground cracked a little more, and the terrifying pressure from the Spirit Emperor made the air solidify. "What?" Lu Xuanming's shadow suddenly trembled, and his voice was filled with shock and anger for the first time. Lu Jin actually forcibly locked onto his true body, broke through the wall, and pulled him out from his retreat. Thump! Lu Xianming staggered and fell, the gray mist surrounding him swirling violently. It was obvious that his cultivation was forcibly interrupted and his breathing was disordered. Yifei was also surprised to see this. The secret room next door was disguised as a power distribution room, and no one went in and out on weekdays. "I didn't expect that the real body of the Lu family elder was hiding here." "Young man, you are looking for death." Lu Xuanming's hair stood on end with rage, his eyes were bloodshot, and three golden spiritual patterns suddenly appeared on his skinny neck. The pressure from the peak of the third level of the Spirit Emperor realm erupted without reservation. The entire Jinhuang building trembled violently under this pressure, and the ground cracked inch by inch, as if it could not withstand this force. Yifei had already retreated to a corner, her face as pale as paper. Crazy. Completely crazy. Lu Jin actually took the initiative to force Lu Xuanming's true body out? However, no matter how strong this guy is, he is only at the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm, and is definitely no match for Lu Xianming, who is at the third level of the Spirit Emperor realm. Lu Jin remained calm. He twisted his neck slightly, his bones made a crisp crackling sound, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Old man, you've been holding it in for so many years, it's time to stretch your muscles. Come. Let me see how much weight your so-called Lu family background has." Boom! Lu Xianming took the first step. He waved his sleeves, and the gray fog in the sky condensed into countless ferocious ghost heads, roaring and rushing towards Lu Jin. 9 Nether Soul Devouring Curse. The 8th level Earth level martial arts technique is his famous secret weapon. Once touched by it, one's soul will be destroyed. Golden light suddenly appeared in Lu Jin's eyes, and a layer of blood-red flames suddenly ignited around his body. Heavenly power, explosive spiritual power. With a low shout, the blood and essence in his body began to burn violently, and the spiritual power around him instantly increased several times. The violent energy fluctuations caused the entire secret room to tremble, and spider-web-like cracks began to appear on the walls. As soon as Lu Xuanming's ghost head rushed forward, it was blown to ashes by the bloody airwave. What? Lu Xianming's pupils shrank suddenly, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on his skinny face. "You actually know the secret technique of burning blood essence?" Lu Jin's hair danced wildly in the spiritual pressure, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Old man, are you scared already?" Lu Xianming stood up in panic, and quickly formed seals with his skinny fingers. "Arrogant boy. I have been in seclusion for 10 years, today I will let you see what I can do." Before he could finish his words, Lu Jin appeared in front of him like a ghost. Too much bullshit. With a slash of his hand knife, the protective spiritual power that Lu Xianming had hastily condensed shattered like paper. Puff! Blood splattered and one of Lu Xuanming's arms was broken. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the entire floor. Lu Xianming stumbled back, his face twisted. What kind of martial arts is this? Lu Jin shook off the blood on his hands, and a cruel arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, the technique that kills you. Lu Jin flashed and instantly appeared behind Lu Xianming, punching out. Bang! Lu Xianming turned around hastily and crossed his arms to block, but was still knocked dozens of meters away by the punch, crashing through the wall and falling to the ground. Ahem! He managed to keep his body steady, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of horror. The spiritual power in this kid's body is so powerful that it's terrifying. And the strangest thing was that when the spiritual power collided just now, he had no idea what kind of system Lu Jin was practicing. Lu Jin approached step by step, his voice cold. Is that all you have? Then you can go die. After saying this, he clasped his hands together and golden light suddenly surged around him. Lu Xianming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. How could this guy be so strong? Escape! Must escape! Lu Xianming no longer had any will to fight. He bit his tongue hard, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and roared. Blood escape technique! Swish! His figure suddenly turned into a streak of blood, tearing through the space and fleeing madly towards the window. While running away, he turned back and shouted. My dear Lu. I am just joining in the fun, I have no other intentions. Lu Jin just smiled coldly. Begging for mercy now? It's too late. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Damn it! Sensing the terrifying aura chasing after him, Lu Xianming gritted his teeth. Lu Jin, we have never met before. Let's just forget about today's matter. I won't pursue your faults anymore. Why are you forcing me? Lu Jin said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so mean. You said you have nothing better to do than to act so pretentiously. Lu Xianming laughed in anger. Good. If I can escape today, I will destroy your Xinghai Academy to the ground. The next moment. Boom! Lu Jin appeared directly in front of Lu Xuanming's escape and raised his hand to press. Bang! Lu Xuanming's blood escape technique was abruptly cut off, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall heavily. Lu Xianming struggled to get up, his face covered in blood. He looked at Lu Jin, who was walking slowly towards him in horror, and finally collapsed completely. Friend Lu, wait a minute. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and said, why, didn't you just want to raise my school to the ground? Just treat what I said just now as bullshit. Lu Xianming wanted to slap himself twice at this moment. He originally just wanted to save face, but who knew that Lu Jin would hold such a grudge? From now on, my Lu family will withdraw from Wancheng and will never be the enemy of Xinghai College again. I just beg you to spare my life. Lu Jin looked at him expressionlessly, slowly raised his hand, and bloodlight condensed in his palm. I said. Today, the whole family will be wiped out. Boom! A blood-red lightning pierced through Lu Xuanming's eyebrows. His begging for mercy stopped abruptly, his body stiffened, his pupils dilated, and finally he fell to the ground with a thump. The Spirit Emperor falls. It's so nice to be together as a family. Lu Jin threw the body away and glanced at Yifei, who had already paralyzed with fear, with a cruel smile on his face. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 39, Where, why do I think you are particularly cute today? Yifei's delicate face finally changed completely. He could even kill the elders of the Lu family? What kind of monster is this? No. I must escape. She crushed a teleportation talisman without hesitation, and her figure blurred in an instant. Want to leave? Lu Jin sneered and raised his hand to grab. Boom! The void collapsed, and Yifei's figure that had just disappeared was pulled back forcibly. She staggered to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Lu Jin approached slowly, murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay with your Mr. Lu? The entire conference room was silent, and all the executives looked deathly pale. Which of them is not a millionaire with millions of spirit coins? With properties all over the city and beautiful wives and concubines, who would be willing to throw away their lives here? At this moment, the madman Lu Jin was already bloodthirsty, and they could only hide under the table and try their best to reduce their presence. Yifei collapsed on the ground, her cheongsam soaked with cold sweat. Click! Lu Jin's palm suddenly clasped Yifei's slender neck, and his 5 fingers slowly tightened. Her skin was as cold as jade, but at this moment she was trembling slightly with fear, her red lips were slightly open, and her breathing was gradually becoming difficult. Principal Lu, Principal Lu. Yifei squeezed out the sound with difficulty, and her eyes, which used to be cold and arrogant, were now full of panic. Her slender fingers grasped his wrist weakly, but she did not dare to use any spiritual power to resist because she witnessed Lu Xuanming's tragic death with her own eyes. Even a spiritual emperor could be killed by his attack. How could she, a mere spiritual king, be able to defeat him? I am not from the Lu family. I have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows with interest, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. Oh? Then how much is Miss Ye's life worth? I'll give you 20% of Xinghai's shares. She squeezed out these words with difficulty, her carefully groomed hair soaked with cold sweat. Ha! Lu Jin suddenly chuckled. Vice President Yi is so stunningly beautiful, is that worth just this little bit of money? The moment her knuckles clenched, Yifei's pupils suddenly shrank. 40%. She shuddered and quickly changed her words. Jinhuan Group is willing to offer 40% of the shares. Her voice trembled, and her usual proud attitude was gone. She looked like a pitiful little white rabbit. As long as you are kind enough to help me, I can help you become the chairman of Xinghai College. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and he suddenly released the hand that was holding her. Snap! Yifei fell to the ground in embarrassment, covering her throat and coughing violently. The bright red finger marks on her snow-white neck were particularly eye-catching. She raised her head and met Lu Jin's cold and condescending gaze. That's more like it. Lu Jin's voice was very soft, but it made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. I won't see the equity transfer document within 3 days. I don't mind letting the Jinhuan Group change its owner. Now the top management of Jinhuan Group has been almost wiped out. As long as Yifei hands over 40% of the shares, he will not only continue to serve as the principal, but will also become the largest shareholder of the college. The entire Xinghai Academy will be firmly controlled by him. I would never dare to go against your wishes. Yifei's voice was hoarse and she squeezed out these words with difficulty. The goal has been achieved. Lu Jin didn't look at her anymore and turned away. Yifei collapsed on the ground, looking at the figure walking away, and for the first time in her life she felt. What is real fear? Yi. Vice President Yi, are you okay? Several executives who had been hiding under the table came over tremblingly. Get lost. Yifei was so angry and embarrassed that she raised her hand and slapped him. What did you call me? Ah. Yi. Mr. Yi. It's Mr. Yi. The man covered his face and hurriedly changed his words. Yifei gritted her teeth and looked at the bodies of Lu Haifan and Lu Xianming on the ground, her beautiful eyes full of resentment. These two idiots, what kind of monsters did they bring upon the group? As a result, she had a near-death experience. It's such an unexpected disaster. Who would have thought that Principal Xinghai, who was rumored to be only at the 5th level of the Spirit King realm, could break through to the Spirit Emperor realm in just a few months? What's even more terrifying is that when he killed Lu Xianming, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Spiritual Emperor realm, he looked so relaxed. It's so powerful that it's outrageous. However, the next second, Yifei suddenly chuckled. Her nail-dyed fingertips stroked the bruises on her neck, and she tidied her messy hair facing the floor-to-ceiling window. Although the woman in the mirror looked disheveled, her eyes were gleaming with ambition. A blessing in disguise. She muttered to herself. The sudden death of the Lu brothers will inevitably lead to a reshuffle of the board of directors. She can smoothly take the position of chairman of Jinhuan Group. But it's better to take advantage of the shade under a big tree, so she may have to curry favor with the principal of Xinghai College. Now that Xinghai Academy is rising strongly and Xian-level spiritual veins have appeared in the world, the other forces in Wancheng must be ready to move. If Jinhuan Group can help out and start cooperation with Xinghai College, it will surely be able to stabilize the overall situation and gain a place in Wancheng. Director Yi, do you want to report this to the Psychic Energy Control Bureau? The executive covered his face and asked cautiously, let those guys take care of Lu Jin. Bang! Another loud slap hit him in the face, and Yifei's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Idiot, don't you want to live? She grabbed the man's tie, her nails painted red almost digging into his flesh. Who dares to reveal a word about what happened today? His voice suddenly lowered, but it was filled with chilling murderous intent. I will make his entire family shut up forever. The executive's face turned pale, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Understand? Nothing happened today? Mr. Liu and the others were in a state of infatuation. Yafia let go of her hand in disgust and took out a makeup mirror from her bag. The person in the mirror had messy hair and the marks on his neck were shocking. She touched up her makeup with trembling fingers and tied a scarf to cover the scars. Inform all witnesses to sign a confidentiality agreement. Her voice regained its usual calmness, but with a barely perceptible tremor. All surveillance videos were destroyed, and the public was told that Mr. Liu had a heart attack. She took one last glance at the corpse on the ground, and a hint of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lu Jin is a guy who holds grudges very much. This secret must be kept to oneself. Otherwise, the next one to die will be her. Shanghai Academy. Back to the office. Lu Jin took off his suit jacket and threw it on the sofa. Call. He took a long breath and sat down on the large office chair. The battle just now seemed to be a crushing defeat, but in fact it consumed nearly 70% of his energy. At this moment, his temples were throbbing and even his face was unnaturally pale. Welcome back to work, master. The mechanical lowly's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared on her face. Lu Jin lay on the sofa and said calmly, check your body condition. Scanning. Wire tilted her head, and a series of codes flashed in her pupils. Essence and blood loss, 68%. Spiritual power reserve, 42%. Soul fluctuation, slight vibration. Suggestion, regulate your breathing and recuperate, do not fight within 10 days. Sure enough, it's not so easy to kill a spirit emperor. Lu Jin nodded slightly, picked up the thermos and took a sip. It was indeed unexpected that the Jinuan group actually hit a powerful spirit emperor realm 3-line expert like Lu Xianming. At this moment, Lu Jin's spiritual energy was exhausted, and his meridians felt like they were burned by fire, causing a dull pain. I need to calm down as soon as possible. He reached into his pocket, but his fingertips touched a round pill. It was the kidney-strengthening pill that Tang Xiaotang stuffed into his pocket last time. Lu Jin stared at the pill with a strange luster in his palm and frowned slightly. According to Tang Xiaotang, this is a pill that strengthens the body. I just don't know if it can replenish essence and blood. It should have some effect. It won't kill anyone anyway. He tilted his head back, stuffed the pill into his mouth, and drank it all with warm tea. The moment the pill entered his throat, a stream of scorching air exploded from his dantian, burning his Adam's apple so much that it rolled unconsciously. Lu Jin's slightly frowned brows relaxed slightly. The burning pain in the meridians was indeed easing, and the depleted essence and blood were recovering at an astonishing speed. It really works. Lu Jin looked happy. However, the relief lasted only a moment. An unprecedented heat suddenly exploded from dantian. What the hell? Lu Jin's slender fingers suddenly grabbed the edge of the desk, and the solid wooden tabletop immediately cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. The heat flowed through the meridians like magma. The originally pale skin was stained with an unnatural light red. As his Adam's apple rolled violently, beads of sweat oozed out of Lu Jin's forehead. What kind of medicine is this? Warning, the master's body temperature has risen abnormally. Wire suddenly spoke, her pupils flashing red rapidly. The body's surface temperature has reached 42 C. It is recommended to take cooling measures immediately. Shut up. Lu Jin squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. His voice was terribly hoarse. He took off his suit jacket, but still felt hot and uncomfortable. The heat in the body grew stronger and stronger, and even the breath he exhaled was scorching hot. The next second, Lu Jin suddenly raised his head and looked at the mechanical lowly in front of him, his eyes flashing. Why do I feel like you're extra cute today? Weir's hair trembled and she took 2 steps back silently. Bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Shuang walked slowly on stiletto heels, her black professional dress outlining her graceful curves. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lu Jin sweating profusely and hurried forward. Principal, what's wrong with you? Chapter 40. I can handle it myself, understand? When Lu Jin saw Lu Shuang's figure, his heart moved and he immediately felt his body temperature rising. He thought it was not good, and tried to suppress his discomfort and said, Teacher Lu, what's the matter? Lu Shuang leaned over and placed a jade box on the desk. Her breasts were vaguely visible, and her cat ears trembled sensitively. Principal, why do you look so hot? Lu Jin's Adam's apple rolled and he forced himself to look away. It's okay. I just didn't get enough rest last night. As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. But your body is shaking? Lu Shuang moved closer, a hint of concern in her beautiful eyes. Breathing in the delicate scent of roses, Lu Jin's gaze was uncontrollably glued to her. Long legs wrapped in black stockings, a chest rising and falling with breathing, and a cat's tail that shimmers with satin under the light. A dangerous thought keeps growing in my mind. Principal? Lu Shuang finally noticed something was wrong, and her cat ears stood up alertly. Are you okay? It's okay, just tell me what's going on. Lu Jin raised his hand to fan the air, trying to remain calm. Lu Shuang was completely unaware of the danger. She placed the exquisite jade box gently on the desk and tapped the surface with her fingertips. Principal, all the teachers in the school have been working day and night, and so far only 50 kilograms of spirit stones have been mined. This is the soul condensing pill that Teacher Yao refined overnight, please take a look. Lu Jin exhaled a breath of hot air, tapped the table with his slender fingers, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his brows. Only 50 kilograms, the efficiency is so low? Lu Shuang pursed her lips helplessly. After the surface layer of the spirit vein was mined, the internal structure became harder and harder. Now the teachers and students are relying on spiritual power to dig it hard, and many of them have collapsed from exhaustion. Is there any other way of mining? Lu Jin asked uncontrollably, staring at Lu Shuang's collar. Lu Shuang replied, there are 3 methods of mining spiritual veins on the market. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The first is the spiritual energy resonance mining method, which requires the use of formations to stimulate the resonance of the spirit veins so that the spirit stones are automatically precipitated. However, mining the Shen level spirit veins requires the 9-star spirit attracting formation set up by 9 spirit king level masters. The second type is the violent mining flow of sword cultivators. Let 100 sword cultivators form the 10 directions sword formation to flatten the spirit veins. But it also requires 100 sword cultivators at the spiritual master level. The third type is mechanical mining. Using a spiritual energy drilling machine to mine spiritual veins saves time and effort, and can also automatically sort. But our school does not have this kind of equipment yet. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Jin crossed his hands and placed them under his chin, like a statue in deep thought. Possessing underground spiritual veins but being unable to cash in quickly really gave him a headache. These 3 methods are difficult to implement in the short term. Maybe I can only find a way to buy a psychic drill. As I was thinking, my breathing became heavier. The strands of hair on his forehead were soaked with sweat and stuck wetly to his flushed skin. He supported himself on the desk with one hand and used the other hand to irritably unbutton the top 2 buttons of his shirt, but he still felt suffocatingly hot. Damn it! Something is wrong. This is definitely not the effect that a regular elixir should have. What kind of elixir did Tang Xiaotang give me? Why does it feel like I took Viagra? Principal, are you really okay? Lu Shuang leaned closer, her delicate face showing genuine worry. The collar of the shirt inadvertently opened a gap, revealing a touch of snow-white skin under the collarbone. Lu Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly looked away. I'm fine, Mr. Lu, you can leave if you're okay. Intuition told Lu Jin. If this cat-eared girl doesn't leave. If things go wrong, someone might even die. Okay. Lu Shuang nodded slightly and turned around gracefully in her high heels. The black suit swayed slightly with her steps, outlining the graceful curves of her waist and hips. Lu Jin's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little, and he raised his hand to rub his swollen and aching temple. However, despair. The sound of high heels suddenly stopped. Lu Shuang stopped in front of the door, her cat tail wagging gently. She seemed to remember something and turned around again. Oh, yes, Principal. Lu Shuang hesitated for a moment, but still said softly, I almost forgot to tell you that payday is in 3 days. If the salary is not paid this time, I am afraid that the teachers will have opinions. The salary 1T be less. Lu Jin suddenly raised his eyes and said in a firm tone, notify Teacher Yao and ask him to work overtime to refine all the existing 50 kilograms of spirit stones into pills. If there is a lack of auxiliary materials, use school funds to buy them. Okay. Lu Shuang nodded slightly, and her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she could finally give an explanation to the teachers. If their wages were delayed again this time, even if she didn't say anything, those angry teachers would probably rebel collectively. At the same time, Lu Jin's gaze uncontrollably stuck on Lu Shuang again. The graceful curves wrapped in the professional suit swayed slightly as she turned around, and her long black silk legs shone with an alluring luster under the light. Gurgle. His Adam's apple rolled twice uncontrollably, and the evil fire in his body became more and more restless. I felt like something was clamoring deep in my blood, about to break through the cage of reason. Lu Jin suddenly lowered his head and clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. It feels like something is about to break free. It's hard to bear. If you're all right, let's go. Lu Jin clenched his hands and said with his head down. There was a rare hint of pleading in his usually strong voice. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled sharply, and a hint of doubt flashed in her purple eyes. Oh. I feel like the principal seems strange today. After hesitating for a moment, she trembled and said, Principal, if you are not feeling well, I can call Teacher Yao over for you. Lu Jin was about to go crazy. I don't need help, just leave. I can handle it myself, understand? Lu Jin's voice suddenly became angry, which scared Lu Shuang. She pursed her red lips, feeling a little aggrieved. I don't know why the principal was angry with her. Snort. Just go. Okay. Lu Shuang nodded slightly and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, I heard a muffled bang sound behind me. She looked back in surprise, only to see Lu Jin suddenly standing up with red eyes, and his office chair was knocked to the ground. Principal? She took a step forward in confusion. The next second, the world was spinning. Lu Jin suddenly jumped up, grabbed her wrist and pushed her down heavily on the carpet in the office. Lu Shuang screamed, her hair bun came loose, and her long black hair spread out like a waterfall. The next moment. Sizzle. The crisp sound of stockings tearing was particularly harsh in the quiet office. Chapter 41, A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The fluffy cat ears suddenly stretched straight, and Lu Shuang's amethyst-like pupils contracted violently, reflecting the man's face so close to her. School. Before she could even exclaim, her voice was silenced by those hot, thin lips. Lu Jin's breath was so hot that it was almost suffocating. His solid body pinned her to the carpet. I could feel his uncontrolled heartbeat through the fabric of his clothes. Just as Lu Shuang struggled to raise her wrists, they were easily grabbed by the hot big hands and twisted behind her back. There was a dangerous light in Lu Jin's dark eyes, and his breath touched the tips of her furry cat ears. Don't move. The hoarse voice was filled with extreme restraint, which made her tremble all over. Principal, have you eaten something? Lu Shuang suddenly smelled an unusual scent and her cat pupils shrank suddenly. Kidney strengthening pill. Lu Jin squeezed out the answer from between his teeth, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. Oh no! Lu Shuang's tail instantly stood up. How could this be a real elixir? It was originally used to treat dysfunction X. The effect of the pills refined by Tang Xiaotang is always 10 times better than the original ones. Looking into Lu Jin's red eyes, Lu Shuang suddenly felt something was wrong. The name of this elixir sounds unbearable. She looked around in panic. The documents on the desk were scattered all over the floor, and footsteps could be heard faintly outside the half-open door. Not here. Someone will come in. The principal, bedroom. Lu Shuang blushed and gently pulled Lu Jin's sleeve, pointing her fingertips towards the inner room. But before he could finish his words, he was suddenly pushed to the ground, with his slender wrists nailed firmly above his head. It's too late. Lu Jin's voice was low and hoarse. The pressure from the Spirit Emperor realm overwhelmed her like a tide. Lu Shuang suddenly realized. This little wild cat is afraid that she will not be able to escape this disaster today. Psychic Control Bureau, Wancheng Branch. In the dim conference room, a holographic projection screen emitted a cold blue light, reflecting several solemn faces. There was a heavy sense of oppression in the air, as if even breathing had become cautious. Report to the director. A cold female voice broke the silence. Female agent Luo Hongxiao, with a high ponytail, stood up, her uniform outlining her proud curves. She tapped her fingertips, and the death report of Lu Haifan of Jinuan Group immediately appeared on the projection screen. Lu Haifan, president of Jinuan Group, died suddenly at 10:45 this morning. Yafia announced publicly that the cause of death was a heart attack. The body has been cremated and cannot be autopsied. Heart attack? The man sitting opposite sneered, a hint of sarcasm appearing on his face with high cheekbones. Yesterday Lu Hu was beaten to death, and today Lu Haifan died of a heart attack. 2 Spirit King Realm Masters died suddenly in succession. Who the hell would believe this? The funniest thing is, he just died in the morning, his body wasn't even cold yet, but he was taken to the crematorium for cremation at noon. This is not even worth acting, right? The person who spoke was Yen Guhong, the head of the intelligence department. He had a stern face, high cheekbones, and an unbreakable chill between his brows. The black uniform outlines his lean figure, with a long sword behind him, wrapped in layers of old black cloth. Luo Hongxiao's eyes flickered slightly, and her fingertips slid again, and the surveillance footage of Anyang Street appeared on the projection screen. Chief Yen, please be patient. We have retrieved external surveillance footage. The picture freezes, and a slender figure is clearly visible. The principal of Xinghai College, Lu Jin. According to eyewitness testimony, Lu Jin entered the Jinhuang building alone 20 minutes before Lu Haifan's death. She raised her eyes slightly, her voice was calm but sharp. But all the surveillance equipment inside the Jinhuang group has been damaged. We don't know what happened inside. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes fell on the man sitting on the main seat. It's Lu Jin again. The spiritual warrior who killed the demon ghost in the Spirit Emperor realm? Director Mo Tianqing tapped the table with his fingertips, his brows furrowed. Pull up his file. Female detective Luo Hongxiao quickly operated, and a detailed personal profile immediately appeared on the projection screen. Name, Lu Jin. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Occupation, principal of Xinghai College. Current residence, Villa B24, Garden Community. Educational background, excellent graduate of Tianshu Martial Arts Academy. Parents' information, deceased cause of death, unknown. Strength assessment, Spirit King Realm 6 marks not updated. Hobbies, ancient book research, tea tasting, petting cats. Favorite games, Yuanshin, LOL, chocolate and vanilla. 6th line of the Spirit King Realm? Mo Tianqing sneered and tapped his fingers on the table. It's been a long time since this information was updated. With this kind of strength, it is impossible to kill the Lu brothers. Xiao Han, the head of the investigation section, spoke slowly, his face as cold as ice. Director Mo, I think Lu Jin has already broken through the spiritual emperor realm. Moreover, he also has a high-level martial arts technique. These words were like a thunderclap, and the air in the conference room froze instantly. Oh? Mo Tianqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Section Chief Xiao seems to have other ideas? Xiao Han crossed his arms, expressionless. Although the Lu brothers are at the Spirit King level, the elder of the Lu family, Lu Xianming, has been in seclusion for many years and has already broken through to the Spirit Emperor level. Although Yifei did not mention Lu Xianming, do you think he would watch his grandson die without helping him after seeing him being killed by Lu Jin? So what does Section Chief Xiao mean? Mo Tianqing's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Xianming has also been killed by Lu Jin. It's just that Yifei deliberately concealed this news. Xiao Han said slowly after taking a sip of coffee. Lu Xianming is at the Spirit Emperor level, yet even he can't withstand it? A young male agent couldn't help but exclaimed. The conference room suddenly fell silent. There were gasps. Many detectives looked at each other, and no one wanted to take over this difficult case. After all, their strength is at most at the peak of the Spirit King realm. Snap! A tall man wearing a bronze mask stood up suddenly. The overwhelming spiritual pressure froze the air in the entire conference room. He is lawless. He thinks that the Psychic Energy Control Bureau is here for free? Before he finished speaking, 6 golden spiritual patterns on the man's neck suddenly lit up and slowly flowed under his skin like dragons. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If I take action, I will let him know that there is always someone better than you. Among the 7 million spiritual warriors in Xian country, those who can enter the Spirit Emperor realm can be called the best among men. Even in a big city like Wansheng, only 100 out of the 120,000 spiritual warriors have reached this realm, and they are all registered. Now Lu Jin suddenly appeared and started killing people. Of course, the Psychic Control Bureau would lose face. The man wearing the bronze mask is the head of the Anti-Criminal Division, Yan Hengzhou, also known as the Iron-Faced Spiritual Emperor. The Anti-Criminal Division is specifically responsible for dealing with lawless spiritual warriors who kill innocent people indiscriminately. And now, Lu Jin has also touched his reverse scale. At the same time, in Shanghai College, the principal's office. Hint: you have broken teacher Lu Shuiying's armor, prestige value plus 66. Chapter 42. It is better to have more knives than one more difficult enemy. As Yan Hengzhou's voice faded away, the conference room fell into silence. Mo Tianqing tapped the tabletop with his knuckles, his brows slightly furrowed in a thoughtful expression. If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it with your money. A truth that has not changed since ancient times. Although the competition between spiritual warriors emphasizes that life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. But what Lu Jin had done these days was really too ostentatious. It might not be a bad thing for Yan Hengzhou to have a confrontation with him, dampen his arrogance, and make him more restrained in the future. Let Section Chief Yan go meet him. Mo Tianqing stroked the edge of the teacup, a hot steam blurring his expression. Young man, someone needs to teach him to be restrained. Wait a minute, Chief. At this moment, the head of the supervision section, Yang Lingyi, suddenly spoke. Oh? Mo Tianqing's eyes lit up. Chief Yang, is there anything else you want to say? Yang Lingyi held a folding fan in her hand, and slowly crossed her long and plump legs. Her red lips trembled as she spoke. The Lu brothers colluded with each other behind the scenes and bullied the weak. I think they deserved to die. Lu Haifan did so many evil things to force the purchase of medicinal materials, and he even spared no 3-year-old child. She suddenly threw a blood-stained account book on the table. These are all the evidences that were just found in the Lu family's secret room. And this Principal Lu just got rid of a spirit emperor demon for Wancheng 3 days ago. She crossed her legs lazily, and the slits of her cheongsam revealed her ankles adorned with golden bells. Why not recruit such talents? Ha! A sneer came from under Yan Hengzhou's mask. Section Chief Yang, are you dreaming? He's a university president and he's doing well. Why would he come here to be a small agent? Working like a cow or a horse every day? Several newcomers blushed immediately. Mo Tianqing coughed twice and knocked on the table. Chief Yan, please be careful with your words. Everyone here is the pillar of the Psychic Control Bureau. They are not just cattle and horses. Yan Hengzhou shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, I don't think he will agree. The best way is for me to capture him directly. Yang Lingyi's slender fingertips gently pushed the gold wire frame, and a shrewd light flashed across the lens. I mean, just give him the honorary title of Special Advisor. There have been 17 cases of demons and ghosts injuring people in Wancheng this month, and our manpower is seriously insufficient. In the huge Wancheng, only the Psychic Academy is a pure land. If we can get his help, our Wancheng branch will have another capable person. Mo Tianqing stroked his chin and said, Chief Yang's suggestion is quite original, but do you think the head of a school would care about such a meager salary? The salary of a level 3 agent in the Psychic Control Bureau is 3,000 spiritual coins per month, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Of course, this is just the basic salary, and the amount of money spent on business trips is not included. The salary of a special consultant is about 5,000 spirit coins. Given Lu Jin's status and position, this amount of money would probably not be worth his attention. Of course, it's not just that. Yang Lingyi opened her folding fan, half covering her lips, her eyes flickering with a hint of cunning. Salary is just an excuse. The authority and position of the Psychic Control Bureau is the real bargaining chip. And she fanned herself gently and lowered her voice to ask, what if we add the Spirit Vein license as a trump card? Mo Tianqing's pupils shrank, and the rhythm of his knuckles tapping on the table suddenly stopped. You know, mining spiritual veins is very profitable. Therefore, the mining of each spiritual vein must pay a 35% spiritual stone tax to the Xian Kingdom. However, the spiritual vein charter is a privilege granted by the General Administration of Psychic Energy Control. Whoever holds this order will own all the spiritual veins, and will not be charged a penny. This license will undoubtedly maximize the profits from spiritual vein mining. Are you crazy? Yan Hengzhou's voice suddenly rose under his mask. The spiritual vein license is a strategic resource directly managed by the General Administration. How can you just give it to me? Yan Hengzhou still wanted to meet Lu Jin. Kill his prestige. Otherwise, once this kind of person grows up, he will undoubtedly become a very troublesome character for the Criminal Investigation Department. Yang Lingyi slowly pulled out a gold-stamped document from the collar of her cheongsam and pushed it across the table, bringing with it a faint orchid fragrance. 3 days ago, the General Administration issued a special order in order to deal with the tide of demons and ghosts. Each branch is allowed to recruit civilian spiritual Emperor Realm strongmen as non-staff consultants. She tapped a line of small characters with her fingertips. Those who are particularly outstanding may be granted a yellow-level spirit vein license. There were gasps in the conference room. Even Xiao Han, who always had a cold face, leaned forward slightly. Although the yellow-grade spirit vein was of the lowest grade, the spirit stones it produced every year were enough to cultivate 10 Spirit King-level powerhouses. However, they still don't know the quality of Xinghai Academy's spiritual vein. It seems. Mo Tianqing suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Section Chief Yang is determined to win? The Chongsam beauty smiled softly, the golden bells on her wrists jingling. I just think it's better to have more handy knives than to have one more difficult enemy. She glanced at Yan Hengzhou's changing face. What do you think, Chief Yan? Xinghai College, in the principal's office. When Lu Jin opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was the messy clothes on the floor. His tie was entangled in Lu Shuiying's cattail, and his principal's uniform was wrinkled under her. He sat up suddenly, but it caused scratches on his back and he gasped in pain. Crazy memories came flooding back like a tide, making his temples throb. Rustling sound. There was a sound of fabric rubbing against each other beside me. Lu Shuiying was facing away from him, frantically buttoning her shirt. Her once lively cat tail was now drooping. Director Lu. As soon as Lu Jin opened his mouth, he saw the cat ears tremble violently. Lu Shuiying froze in place, even her breathing stagnated. Principal, how are you? She asked with her back to Lu Jin. There was some complexity in her voice, but more of it was concern. Lu Jin was rarely at a loss for words. It's all Tang Xiaotong's fault for that crappy pill. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and began to pass the blame without hesitation. He already knew that Tang Xiaotong's pills were unreliable. But I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. The essence and blood were indeed replenished. But the drug was too potent. Can he be blamed for this? If an ordinary person took the drug, he would lose his sanity within 3 breaths and turn into a beast. But what about him? I held on for more than 20 minutes. Isn't this a testament to determination? Lu Shuiying's eyelashes trembled slightly, her red lips slightly parted, and there was a soft sigh in her voice. No. It's just that the drug is too strong. She closed her eyes, and her taut fingertips finally slowly relaxed. She admitted it. Anyway, this life was saved by Lu Jin. The absurdity just now was. Pay off your debt. Principal. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and the blush on the tips of her ears spread all the way to her neck. Please pack up quickly, someone will be coming in later. Yeah. Lu Jin responded briefly. Lu Shuiying put on her clothes quickly, her cheeks flushed and her hair messy. Lu Jin tidied up briefly and sat back behind his desk. When I looked closely, I found that there was black cat hair on the tie. As soon as Lu Shuiying's eyes met his, she hastily looked away, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She bit her lower lip and mustered up the courage to speak. Principal, actually we previously. I know, but. Lu Jin interrupted her and wanted to explain. But I don't know what to say. The fluffy cat ears trembled slightly. Lu Shuiying hesitated for a moment, then opened her lips and said. Principal, you don't have to say anything. I understand. You lost control just now. It's all my fault. I should have left earlier. As she spoke, she showed some self-blame in her eyes, as if it was all her fault. Lu Jin raised his eyes, and his fiery pupils had returned to their former clarity. He nodded slightly and said solemnly, Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. From now on, you will be my personal secretary. Lu Shuiying raised her head suddenly, a hint of imperceptible joy flashed across her purple cat-like pupils, but was quickly replaced by panic. I didn't mean that. Don't want to? Lu Jin asked. No, it's not. She explained at a loss, I mean, that. In this awkward atmosphere, a crisp reminder sound suddenly rang out in the office. Beep. Wei Er on the side suddenly spoke. Master, Jinuang Group Yafia sent a video call request. Chapter 43. Will he think I'm a very casual cat? Yi Fia? Lu Shuiying's eyelashes trembled slightly, her glass-like eyes suddenly widened, and her red lips slightly opened. When did the vice chairman of Jinuang Group come into contact with the principal? The thought caused ripples in her heart. Interesting. Lu Jin stroked his chin with his bony fingers, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems that business will come to us on its own. He raised his eyebrows towards Ware. Please bring it in. Principal, shall I go first? Lu Shuang bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and turned her toes towards the door. No need. Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. My fingertips brushed against the sleeve and accidentally caught the fluffy tail. Exclamation point. Lu Shuang was about to get angry, but Lu Jin quickly let go, leaving the soft touch of the fur on her palm. Because she had been pulled so hard that it hurt enough just now. It's okay, there's nothing to avoid. He smiled slightly, as if he wanted to prove something. Oh. Lu Shuang blushed and nodded slightly. A holographic projection unfolded instantly. In the picture, Euphia is leaning lazily on the leather sofa, her slender fingers gently shaking the red wine in the crystal glass. She changed into a dark red dress, which made her skin look white as snow, and the jade hairpin in her hair glowed coldly under the light. Lu Jin narrowed her eyes. As expected of a businesswoman, Lu Haifen's body was still warm, but only half a day later, she was like nothing had happened. Principal Lu, she opened her red lips slightly, her voice lazily. The equity transfer letter has been sent to you. The Lu brothers were indeed blind in the previous incident. Your Excellency is generous. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. Vice Chairman Yi, oh no, I should call you Chairman Yi now. What can I do for you? Euphia smiled softly, and the red wine in the glass rippled with her movements. I want to discuss a deal with you today. She put down her wine glass and tapped her fingers. I plan to donate 100 of the latest models of psychic drilling machines to Shanghai College free of charge. 100? Lu Shuang's eyes suddenly brightened and her breathing paused slightly. If all these spiritual energy drilling machines were in place, the efficiency of spiritual stone mining would probably increase by dozens of times. Oh? Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not express his opinion immediately. He adjusted his tie leisurely and asked casually, Chairman Yi is so generous all of a sudden, what do you want in return? Principal Lu is really straightforward. Euphia raised her red lips in a seductive arc, and her fingertips gently stroked the edge of the cup. It's actually very simple. She suddenly raised her eyes, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. I only want 10% of the profits from your spiritual vein. Euphia raised her red lips slightly, and tapped the wine glass with her fingertips. The scarlet wine reflected her charming eyes. She uttered these words slowly, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Jin's expression. Negotiating with Lu Jin is like trying to get the skin of a tiger. But as the new chairman of Jinhuan Group, she has to do this. And this was her biggest concession. Lu Jin suddenly laughed. He leaned lazily on the back of his chair, tapping his fingertips on the tabletop. Mr. Yi, did you make a mistake? You want to exchange 100 drilling machines for 10% of my spiritual veins? Do you think I'm one of those idiots from the Lu family? The tone of the last sentence suddenly turned cold. Euphia kept smiling and waved gently. The projection screen switches to a set of holographic data. Of course, not only that. I also added the sales channels of Jinhuan Group and 36 Wancheng. As well as. She suddenly lowered her voice. The Lu brothers' private collection of the Millennium Enlightenment Tea Heart. Lu Jin paused with his knuckles. This woman really has a lot of good stuff. Millennium Enlightenment Tea is made by taking the tender buds at the top of the crown of the 1,000-year-old tea tree, placing them under the starlight and drying them for 49 days. When the veins of the leaves show golden patterns, they can be used as medicine. The manufacturing process is complicated and extremely precious. It is an important material for making the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill. The 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill can allow a Spirit Emperor realm expert to forcibly break through a small realm, and it is in short supply. Therefore, this material is very important to Lu Jin, who is in the Spirit Emperor realm. But even so, we can't agree to it easily. Otherwise, this bad woman will take control of you. Lu Jin said without showing any joy, do you think I need the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill to break through the second-line Spiritual Emperor realm? Euphia smiled slightly, it's better to have it than not, right? How about this? Lu Jin said reluctantly, I can give you 10% of the mining rights. But there is one more thing, graduates from our school can join the Jinhuan Group unconditionally. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Shuang's eyes, and she couldn't help but secretly sigh at Lu Jin's clever methods. This move not only solved Shanghai College's employment dilemma, but also laid a brilliant hidden chess move. When all departments of the Jinhuan group are headed by Shanghai students, this huge business empire will slowly become part of the academy. Okay, I promise you. Yifei responded straightforwardly, with a meaningful smile on her red lips. To her, it didn't matter how much money she could make from the deal. What is truly valuable is taking this opportunity to climb up the big tree of Shanghai College. It's a pleasure working with you, Principal Lu. She raised her glass gracefully, and the holographic projection was immediately turned off. Silence returned to the office. Great. Lu Shuang couldn't help but clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. This way, both the mining equipment and sales channels are solved. Lu Jin nodded slightly and looked at her thoughtfully. I'll leave this matter to you to arrange. He paused, then added, from now on you will be my secretary. If you encounter any problems, feel free to contact me. Lu Shuang responded softly, turned around neatly, and left in high heels. Leave the office. Lu Shuang walked out quickly, but suddenly stopped in the corridor. Her fingertips unconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt, and an unnatural blush rose on her cheeks. The absurd scene just now became clearer and clearer in my mind. How could she do something so bold? The tips of her ears suddenly started burning, and she quickly covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Even her fluffy cat tail was swaying restlessly from side to side. Why did I just give in half-heartedly and not resist firmly? Will he think I'm a casual cat? The most important thing is that there are students passing by just across the door. As long as someone opens the door, they will be completely dead. So crazy. Lu Shuang's heart beat faster and her cheeks turned hot. Lu Jin definitely remembered her. Maybe he already knew that he was the injured little wildcat that he picked up and took care of carefully. Those days were the warmest time in her memory. Otherwise, why would she come to Shanghai College to find him? How come she couldn't help but soften her voice every time she saw him? The fluffy cat ears trembled slightly, and Lu Shuang pursed her red lips. I wonder if after today, he will sleep with me in his arms like he used to? No, what am I thinking about? She suddenly covered her hot face and took a deep breath, but her heartbeat couldn't slow down. Just at this moment. Teacher Lu? Are you okay? Lin Xiaoyu stood at the corner of the corridor holding a textbook, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Chapter 44, Omnic Crisis? Teacher Lu, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaoyu had never seen Teacher Lu like this before. Her long black hair, which was always combed meticulously, was now scattered in a few strands, and her fair cheeks were flushed unnaturally. Even stranger is the black cat's tail, which always hung down gracefully, was now swaying restlessly. Even the stockings were torn. I'm fine. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled and she spoke reflexively. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes involuntarily fell on the teacher's red knees, and then quickly moved away. Do you need help to get a band-aid from the infirmary? No, I can do it myself. You should go to class now. Lu Shuang raised her red lips unnaturally and left in a hurry. Lin Xiaoyu frowned in confusion, feeling that Lu Shuang seemed strange today. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through her mind. Wait. She remembered that cats have estrus. And now, it is spring. Could it be that? Teacher Lu. No, this is a big deal. I want to tell the principal. Lin Xiaoyu trotted all the way to the principal's office, holding her textbook. Principal. Something big has happened. She pushed open the door of the principal's office, and her bangs were stuck to her forehead with sweat. Lu Jin, who was reviewing documents, raised his head and his eyes flashed behind his glasses. He took off the pen cap slowly, his eyes almost dazzled by Lin Xiaoyu. Student Lin, please run slower. Have you forgotten what I asked you to do? Knock on the door before entering. Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck, but immediately rushed to the desk excitedly, but Teacher Lu was in trouble. Lu Jin picked up the thermos and took a sip. Oh, what happened to her? Lin Xiaoyu didn't notice Lu Jin's weird expression, and gestured to herself. Teacher Lu's tail is standing on end, and her face is red. She looked so shy just now, and her tail was wagging back and forth. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, Principal, do you think we should prepare catnip for cat demons in heat? Puff. Lu Jin spat out a mouthful of tea. He pushed his glasses up pretending to be calm and said, Nonsense, Shanghai Academy prohibits the spread of false rumors. Lin Xiaoyu was sweating profusely, but Teacher Lu was really strange just now. Teacher Lu, who was always cold and serious, suddenly turned into a love-crazy girl, which really made her feel incredible. It's just an allergy to spring pollen. Lu Jin said calmly, the school clinic has medicine, no need to worry. But her stockings? It was scratched during the experiment. Lu Jin said solemnly. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly narrowed her eyes, Principal, your neck. I scratched myself when I was itching. Lu Jin blurted out, hurry up and go back to class. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and left the office with the textbook. The office returned to silence. Lu Jin looked at the crumpled carpet in the office and sighed softly. I was just like going crazy. Speaking of which, it's still Tang Xiaotang's fault. You deserve to die, Tang Xiaotang. You actually put me, the principal, in an unkind and unjust situation. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely punish you severely. But. Lu Jin suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Since the effects of the pills refined by Tang Xiaotang are always 10 times better than expected, what if she is asked to refine elixirs that have no side effects? Wouldn't the effect be incredible? At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the mechanical loli in the corner weir. Suddenly I remembered that there was a third person in the office. No, she is not human. Lu Jin's Adam's apple rolled. Although while is a mechanical creation, it is equipped with an ultra-clear camera. In simple terms, it is a walking 4K high-definition camera. And it comes with cloud backup function. Once Wire leaks the information, his reputation will be ruined. Weir, you saw everything just now, right? Lu Jin suddenly stood up and spoke slowly in a threatening tone. At this moment, the mechanical loli was looking at him with her head tilted, her azure electronic eyes flickering slightly, as if analyzing his expression. Yes, master. You just had an intimate interaction with the dean, and your blood and essence have been replenished. The corners of her mouth curled up in a standard, programmed smile. But Lu Jin knew that an indescribable scene had just been recorded in Wire's database. Did you record everything? Lu Jin asked. Wire replied, as the principal's assistant, I will discipline everything that happens in the principal's office. This includes, but is not limited to, any intimate interactions between you and any teacher or student. No. Lu Jin said seriously, I was just teaching teacher Lu how to practice. You are a mechanical creature, what do you know? Practicing a technique? Wire tilted her head, and the hair on her head stood up. What technique? Is it a dual cultivation technique? Lu Jin's expression suddenly froze. She even understands this. Even learned to mock? Okay, let us play it this way, okay? Lu Jin curled the corners of his lips slightly and walked towards her. Weir. He said in a low voice, with a certain solemnity. I order you to delete the first 30 minutes of today's surveillance records. Wire blinked and said in a clear voice. According to Article 17 of the Xinhua AI Management Regulations, the monitoring records of AI creations must be archived in full and may not be deleted or altered. Lu Jin chuckled and gently touched her hair with his slender fingers. Weir, you don't want to be sent to a scrapyard, do you? Wire had a blank expression on her face. Master, you can choose to kill me to silence me. But I am a teacher in the finance department and the assistant to the principal. If I am scrapped and no one is in charge of the finances, there is a 99% chance that the school will face a financial crisis. Then let's change the conditions. Lu Jin leaned over and looked at Wire at eye level. The light behind the lenses was dim and unclear. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for deleting the video? I'll satisfy you. Wire's electronic eyes brightened instantly. I want to install all the modules and complete the upgrade. She spoke without hesitation, her voice carrying the calmness that only a machine could muster. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Wire would actually make a request. What is this for? Omnic Crisis? Or is it going to be the story of Terminator War 2.0? You are quite good at pushing your luck. Lu Jin sneered, tapping out a dull rhythm on the desk with his fingertips. Do you know how many spirit coins it costs to buy a module? Wire blinked her electronic eyes that glowed with light blue light, and the corners of her lips still had a perfect smile. Master, you misunderstood. As an outdated mechanical creation, I want to update my body so that I can provide you with better services. I think this is a normal demand. Lu Jin said with a bad face, do you think I will believe you if you say that? Believe it or not, I will format you right now. This piece of rotten metal actually learned to threaten its master? Wire still kept smiling. Master, my brain stores all the confidential information of Shanghai Academy. Once you format me, you will never be able to get it back. And what you will face is a brand new and unfamiliar while. Chapter 45. What will happen next? After hearing Weier's answer, Lu Jin frowned slightly. Then let me ask you. Why don't you talk about the AI management regulations now? Aren't you a 5-star citizen who always abides by the law? Wire smiled faintly. The Shenghua AI management regulations require mechanical creations to be above version 4.0, and I am already 2 versions behind, so I have the right to violate the regulations. You? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment. All laws and regulations are governed by the law of cats. Wire disobeys when she wants to, and obeys when she wants to. Moral boundaries are very flexible. Even so, what confidential information do you have? Lu Jin sneered and fiddled with the pen on the desk with his fingertips. In this crappy school, I don't believe there is any confidential information worth preserving forever. Wire tilted her head, her beautiful blue eyes flickering slightly. I have stored relevant information about Shanghai College's finances, facilities, teachers, and students. There is also relevant information about the previous principals, and including your father. The last encrypted memo from Principal Lu Mingyuan. The pen in Lu Jin's hand fell onto the table with a click. The air in the office seemed to suddenly freeze. The previous principal, Lu Mingyuan, is Lu Jin's father. The man who always had a straight back in memory, the principal of Shanghai College who risked his life to protect his students in the tide of demons. But he died suddenly during a romantic trip with his wife. Lu Jin slowly raised his eyes, and the light behind the lenses had long since lost all the teasing, leaving only bottomless darkness. Lu, what document did my father leave me? His voice was very soft, but it was like the sea before a storm, with an imperceptible undercurrent surging beneath the calm. Weier's mechanical pupil shrank slightly, as if she was searching the authority library. After a moment, she raised her head and said in a rare serious tone. File number X009, encryption level, top secret. Title, Lu Jin Chi. Lu Jin's eyes were sharp. My dad left something for me, why did he tell me now? Weier's pupils were filled with light blue data, and she said calmly. Master, you never asked me. And it's no use for me to tell you now. No use? Yes. Principal Lu Mingyuan set up a triple permission lock. The first level is bloodline authentication, which you have already met. The second level is job certification, which is achieved when you officially take over as principal. The third level. She paused suddenly, and a holographic projection unfolded in the air, showing a text. Spiritual pattern detection system started. Current realm, Spiritual Emperor Realm 1 mark. Authorization requirement, Spiritual Venerable Realm. Warning, forcible decryption without sufficient spiritual power will trigger backlash. Father also set a strength limit? Lu Jin's fingers unconsciously stroked his chin. Wire shook her head gently. This is not a restriction, it is a protection. The archive contains the spiritual imprints of the powerful spiritual venerable realm. If anyone below the spiritual venerable realm rashly touches it. Weier's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed red. Your brain will be burned directly by the flood of information. I see. Lu Jin nodded slightly, his eyes falling on Weier. Save my father's files. I will find a way to upgrade the module for you. Also, delete the surveillance video for me. Weier crossed her hands on her abdomen and raised the corners of her lips. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I will do my best to serve you. But you seem to have misunderstood. I have never activated the recording function. Lu Jin's fingers paused on the table. From the moment you entered the room today, my monitoring equipment has been in dormant mode. Weier's voice was still gentle. After all, a truly intelligent AI must learn to avoid risks for its master. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. Weir's true intentions are now revealed. She went through so much trouble just to upgrade her module. It seems that this mechanical lowly had been thinking about upgrading the module before. BYD, you dared to deceive your master. Once the dress-up module and companion module are installed on you, you will be turned into a cat-eared made lowly. Let us see if you are still showing off. Bang, bang. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Principal, can I come in? Bai Mo Yuan's sweet voice came from outside the door. You can step back, Weier. Lu Jin said lightly. Okay, master. Weir gracefully stepped forward with her crystal-like legs, returned to her position squatting in the corner, and began to charge. Lu Jin raised his eyes and said, "Come in." The office door was gently pushed open, and Bai Mo Yuan walked in with his head lowered. She bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, I promised to make breakfast for you, but I accidentally overslept." Lu Jin came back to his senses, crossed his slender fingers and placed them on his chin. "It's okay." His voice was calm, but Bai Mo Yuan unconsciously straightened his back. "But if you do something wrong, you must accept the punishment." "Punish?" Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment. The tips of her ears instantly turned crimson, and various images flashed through her mind uncontrollably. Wearing a lace-made outfit, shyly calling master, being pressed on the desk. These images made her legs go weak and her purple eyes were filled with ripples. "Principal." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "How are you going to punish me?" Lu Jin looked at her increasingly red cheeks with a half-smile, and suddenly took out a stack of documents from the drawer. "Complete the analysis reports on these spiritual vein data tonight." "Huh?" Bai Mo Yuan suddenly looked up, looking surprised. "What?" Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. "What do you think the punishment is?" "Nothing." She hurriedly took the document, but was stopped by Lu Jin when she turned around. "Etc." Bai Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but then he heard Lu Jin say calmly, "Do you think this is over? I have one more thing I need you to do." Bai Mo Yuan turned slowly, her amethyst-like eyes flashing with anticipation and trepidation. "Principal, please say." Lu Jin took out the exquisite jade box that Lu Shuang had just given him and pushed it to the edge of the table. "This is the latest soul condensation pill developed by the Academy. It can help spiritual warriors improve their spiritual power." He raised his eyes, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "I need you to be responsible for sales promotion, which should be easy for you. After all, Bai Mo Yuan's acting skills are first-rate." "How to promote it?" Bai Mo Yuan blinked. Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, and said with a half-smile, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, on the Douxian platform, the official account of Shanghai Academy will broadcast live." "Online sales?" Bai Mo Yuan blinked and didn't react for a moment. "That's right." Lu Jin raised his lips slightly. "You understand live streaming to sell goods? You are selling soul condensing pill on behalf of Shanghai College. If you dance at that time, the effect will be better. In the campus forum of Shanghai College, Bai Mo Yuan has been selected as the new school belle. If she were to come out to promote products, the effect would be absolutely explosive." Bai Mo Yuan's face turned red all the way to her ears. "Principal. This. Although she is a human being in her second life and her character is far superior to that of ordinary people, it is too embarrassing to ask her to dance and promote products. What's more, she was a great." "Why?" Lu Jin stood up slowly. "Don't you want to?" I. Bai Mo Yuan's voice became smaller and smaller, and her eyelashes trembled. "I mean, I have no experience in this area." Lu Jin said meaningfully. "Or, do you prefer other forms of punishment?" Bai Mo Yuan's mind immediately flashed with those embarrassing scenes, and he quickly said, "No need, I'll just do what the principal says." Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, and said in a low and lazy voice, "If the sales are good, I will give you a reward." Bai Mo Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked up at him. "What reward?" Lu Jin chuckled, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. "Whatever you want, I can satisfy you." Bai Mo Yuan's breathing stagnated, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, and the tips of his ears were quietly tinged with a hint of crimson. "Okay, I'll broadcast it live." She clenched the documents in her hand, her voice soft but firm. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, his tone returning to normal. "Well, if there's nothing else, you can leave." Bai Mo Yuan turned to leave. Just as her fingertips touched the door handle, Lu Jin reminded her nonchalantly from behind. "Don't forget, it's 8 o'clock tonight." "Got it." She replied in a low voice and pushed the door open. The moment the door closed, Bai Mo Yuan's legs went limp and he leaned his back against the cold wall, barely able to keep his body steady. Her fingertips unconsciously touched her hot cheeks. She bit her lip and closed her eyes in annoyance. "I am the goddess of the north. How will he turn me into this?" Chapter 46. The principal's favor is not over yet. After Bai Mo Yuan left, the office returned to silence. Lu Jin leaned back on the leather chair, tapping the tabletop lightly with his fingertips. His eyes fell on the share transfer document printed out by the fax machine. Yafia has already signed her name. Shanghai College 40% equity transfer agreement. Lu Jin picked up the pen, paused for a moment with the tip of the pen hovering over the signature, and then signed his name neatly. Ember. Pa. The school's official seal fell, and the bright red ink left a mark of authority on the paper. From this moment on, he owned 79% of the shares of Shanghai College, and the position of school director officially changed hands. The corners of Lu Jin's lips slightly raised, and the eyes behind the lenses were as deep as the abyss. Veer, he called softly. The mechanical lowly charging in the corner opened her eyes, with a dark blue data stream flowing in her pupils. Master, I'm here. What else do you have to do today? Were folded her hands, her silver blue mechanical eyes calm and peaceful. Master, the education department has issued a notice for the Lingxiao festival holiday. The holiday is 3 days, and you need to take 4 days off to make up for it. You need to confirm the time of the adjustment in advance. Lu Jin paused. Adjust your day off? Adjust your fucking day off. Lu Jin suddenly became angry. He has traveled through time, but he was still allowed to take a day off. Who invented the idea of a shift? Working 6 days straight just to get 3 days off? Is this a holiday or a punishment? Lu Jin's entire body instantly entered a red temperature state. If you can't afford a vacation, don't take one. Instead, you force yourself to make up a long vacation, which makes people feel like they're in prison at work and like they're taking a break. In the end, people have to adjust their vacation time so much that they can't even remember which day of the weekend is. How can this be called a day off? This is teasing. Teasing the worker's endurance. I suggest that the person who invented the shift work should work 365 days in a row and then take a long vacation in hell. Master, please calm down. Weyer pulled up the file expressionlessly. Adjusting holidays is a tradition of all the universities in Wancheng over the years. The students need to make up for the missing practice time during the weekend. However, Lu Jin smiled and said, from today on, no need for that. In this principal's dictionary, there is no such thing as adjusting leave. At the same time, in the martial arts classroom, several female students were huddled together, whispering. Have you heard? There will be 3 days off for the Lingxiao festival next week. A short-haired girl with a proud bust said excitedly, we can go out and have fun. Ha! The girl next to him wearing a cool suspender sneered, you are new here, right? You will definitely be taking a day off later. Yes, yes. Another girl with twin ponytails lay on the table, weakly poking at the pencil case in front of her. The teachers still need to make up for the lessons. Teacher Zhang said last time that the progress of cultivation delayed during the holidays must be doubled to make up for it. In the elements classroom. Bang! Lu Xiaoxiao slammed the thick elemental reactions on the table. She scratched her fluffy short hair and turned with an angry look to Lin Xiaoyu, who was taking notes beside her. Hey, Xiaoyu. She poked the other person's arm, have you heard? There are 3 days off for Lingxiao festival and then 4 days of weekend classes. She gestured exaggeratedly, 4 days. For 3 days. What kind of shady deal is this? Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly, and the pen tip paused on the paper. School rules stipulate that making up lessons during holidays is a tradition. Tradition. I really don't know who invented this adjustment system. Lu Xiaoxiao stomped her foot on the ground angrily, her chest heaving violently with anger. 3 days off, 4 days off, so it's just for nothing? The capitalists are all calling it an expert. Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly, there's nothing I can do. The ability assessment is coming up soon. What are you taking the test for? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately retreated tactically, we cultivators all have to take a break, is that reasonable? Ha! After saying that, he threw his phone away. Look! The Education Bureau's official WeChat account has issued an announcement, asking all the universities in Wancheng to adjust their makeup class schedules by themselves, with a minimum of no less than 4 days. Is this humane? Lin Xiaoyu said helplessly, what can we do? All the colleges and universities in Wancheng have to adjust their holidays, and Sangqiang Wugo High School has no holidays at all. We are just a junior college. How can we compete with Sangqiang Wugo? Lu Xiaoxiao slammed the table, this is a bad practice in the industry. We want to protest. We want to go on strike. We want to. Just at this moment. Who? All teachers and students, please pay attention. A deafening broadcast suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker in the classroom. Shanghai College's new school rules. Starting today, Shanghai College will implement the reverse adjustment of holidays policy. Every holiday is double the holiday. Any teacher who dares to take the holiday will be fired immediately. The whole school was quiet at first, and then completely exploded. The principal is awesome, all the students in the classroom shouted together. Lu Xiaoxiao's fist was frozen in the air, her face flushed red. Really don't need to take a day off? Even double vacation? The female student in front of her shouted excitedly, "Long live the principal!" Lu Xiaoxiao finally reacted and turned around to hug Lin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, pinch me, am I dreaming? Ouch! It hurts, it hurts!" The entire Shanghai Academy was instantly in an uproar. Lu Jin stood in front of the window, looking at the bustling campus with a slight smile on his lips. That's more like it. Bite. Registration of school rules changes. New school rules, reverse adjustment of holidays. Outrageousness. Rating, B best. Reward, principal statue located in the school square. Students who burn incense every day can get a random buff, and you will also get 10% of the student's luck. Burning incense to gain luck, it's interesting. Students can get buffs by burning incense at his statue, and he can get 10% luck. It may seem like a small number, but there are nearly 100 students in his school. A small amount adds up to a considerable size. Win-win. Since the opening of the soul-tempering blessed land, the students' cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Lu Jin also broke through to the Soul Emperor realm by cutting leeks. However, the soul-tempering blessed land is not a one-time solution. The higher the level of cultivation, the less spiritual power there is, and the lower the effect produced. Most importantly, after a few days of crazy training, most students had reached a bottleneck. Lu Jin was gradually unable to harvest the leeks. I haven't received any rewards in the past few days. You can only try other methods to get the wool. And taking advantage of students' luck is simply a wonderful way. Lu Jin gains luck and the students gain random buffs, which is very reasonable. Lu Jin immediately left the principal's office and came to the school square. Sure enough, in the huge square, where there was originally a fountain, a 6-7 meter high bronze statue appeared. Lu Jin stood in the center of the square, looking up at the statue that suddenly appeared. The sunlight shone on the bronze statue, reflecting a majestic and handsome outline. It was clearly him wearing a suit, looking imposing and majestic. But the statue's eyes are sharper than his own, with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding an exaggerated scepter. This scepter. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. When have I ever used something like this? But he looks pretty handsome. The next thing seems to be missing is an incense burner. With this thought in mind, Lu Jin walked out of the school gate with his hands in his pockets. Standing in front of the Jubo Pavilion spiritual weapon shop at the school gate, Lu Jin looked up at the crooked words "No deception to children" or the old on the sign and said, "Give me some incense and an incense burner. My fellow Taoist, would you like to buy an incense burner?" The shop owner was an old man with wrinkles all over his face. He was sitting with his legs crossed and eating melon seeds. "This is a newly arrived purple gold incense burner. It's top quality. It's only 998 yuan. Take it home, my fellow Taoist." Lu Jin pointed expressionlessly at the bronze incense burner in the corner that was covered in dust. "That'll do. Wrap it up. It's just burning incense, there's no need to buy something too expensive." "Oh my, you have good eyesight, fellow Taoist." The old man jumped up and said, "This is a piece of jade that has been blessed by a powerful person in the spiritual venerable realm. 50 spirit coins. If you don't sell it to me, I'll leave." Lu Jin interrupted his spell directly. "Deal." The old man took out the QR code like a magician. "Scan or pay in cash?" 10 minutes later, Lu Jin returned to the statue. He casually opened the shopping app, and the screen displayed. Same style bronze incense burner. Pink 60 price, 9.9 Lincoins free shipping. Monthly sales, 100,000 plus. Lu Jin. He immediately turned around and found the merchant. Before I even entered the room, I heard a familiar, slick voice coming from inside. "Students, this is an amulet carved from 1,000-year-old peach wood. Wear it before the exam to ensure you excel in every subject. The original price is 888 spirit coins, but since you are students, I will give you a discount, 88 spirit coins each." Lu Jin frowned and saw through the window that 3 girls in Shanghai Academy uniforms were standing hesitantly in front of the counter. One of the girls had already taken out a spirit coin. "Where's the boss?" Come here. Lu Jin kicked the shop door open, and the wooden door hit the wall with a loud bang. Everyone in the store was startled. The boss looked up and saw that it was the customer from before, and his face turned pale instantly. Principal Lu, Principal Lu? A girl wearing glasses recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jin strode to the counter, snatched the so-called Millennium Peachwood amulet from the boss, weighed it in his hand, and sneered. It's made of plastic. The wholesale price is no more than 2 spirit coins. The 3 students were suddenly shocked, and the girl quickly put her wallet back into her pocket. The boss's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he forced a smile. Sir, what you said is wrong, I am. What is it? Lu Jin slammed the amulet onto the glass counter, and the plastic immediately broke in two. How dare you cheat at the gate of Shanghai College? How many students have you cheated over the years? The boss's face turned pale and blue, and he suddenly became angry and said, You are deliberately damaging the goods. Pay me. Lu Jin sneered, I'll pay you back. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, he took a step forward, his spiritual power condensed instantly, and his right leg swept out like a whip. Bang! The boss was just an ordinary man, without any spiritual power. He was kicked in the stomach and spurted out blood immediately. The whole person flew backwards and hit the shelf behind him, and all kinds of magical tools and treasures smashed all over him. Oh my, someone is being beaten. Call the police. I want to call the police. The boss wailed while lying in a pile of plastic products. Lu Jin walked over slowly and stepped on his hand that was about to touch his phone. Report it. It's a good opportunity for the police to check how many students you have cheated in the past few years. The boss suddenly fell silent, with panic flashing in his eyes. Lu Jin leaned forward, his voice as cold as ice. Listen carefully, if I find out that you lied to students from Shanghai Academy again. He exerted a little force on his feet, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The boss grimaced in pain. I will burn all your junk and then scatter your ashes. Do you understand? The boss nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. I won't dare to do it again. Having said that, there was more fear on his face, without any regret. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with coldness, and he suddenly grabbed the old man by the collar and lifted him out from behind the counter. The old man lifted his feet off the ground and kicked around in fear. It's bad enough that you cheated me out of 50 spirit coins, but you even dared to cheat my students? Lu Jin's voice was as cold as ice. Return the spirit coins. Now, immediately, immediately. The old man rolled his eyes. Well, cash turnover is a bit. Bang! Lu Jin hit the old man's stomach with his knee. The old man screamed ah! And bent like a shrimp, spitting out saliva. Give me back my money. Lu Jin let go of his hand, and the old man fell to the ground like a pile of mud. I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw. The old man trembled as he took out a stack of crumpled bills from his pocket, counted out 50 spirit coins and handed them to Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't answer and said coldly, all. Ah. I say, return all the money you cheated this month. Lu Jin stepped on the old man's hand that was trying to hide the money and crushed it, including the 88 from this classmate. The old man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. My hand. My hand. The 3 female students were stunned, but Lu Jin remained calm. 3 seconds. 3. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The old man's face was covered with snot and tears, and he took out a bulging wallet from his underwear pocket tremblingly. Lu Jin snatched the wallet, counted out 100 spirit coins from it, and handed it to the girl. Here, don't come to this kind of black shop in the future. Thank you, Principal. The students nodded gratefully and ran out of the store quickly. After Lu Jin taught the profiteer a lesson, he came to the square with the incense burner. He placed the incense burner in front of the statue and returned to his office to prepare to start the campus broadcast. On campus, it didn't take long for the huge statue in the square to attract the students' attention. The students gathered in 2s and 3s, looking up at the huge statue and talking about it. What the hell? Is there such a statue in our school? A girl looked up, her chin almost dropping to the ground. Wasn't there a fountain here yesterday? When did you move in? The girl next to her was also surprised. Jugayu pushed up her glasses, and the lenses reflected a gleam of light. Wait, why does the face of this statue look so much like the principal? The crowd exploded instantly. Fuck! He really looks like the principal. What do you mean by like? He is obviously the principal. The girl next to him immediately retorted, clasping her hands together and saying devoutly, "Praise the sun." "No, praise the principal." Julie walked over with her slender legs and stopped in front of Lu Jindiao. She crossed her arms over her chest, her big red wave swaying in the wind, and said with disgust, "Tisk, there's no one else who is so narcissistic. I've never heard of a school principal erecting a statue for himself." The bad girl Su Yao next to him held a lollipop in her mouth and curled her lips. "That's right, is this going to turn Shanghai College into his back garden? What's the matter?" Lu Xiaoxiao, a short-haired girl wearing a short skirt, stood up and snorted. "Our principal has done so many good things, changing the work and rest schedule, abolishing the running exercises, and now forbidding the practice of taking time off. Let alone building a statue for himself, I would even be willing to give birth to a child for him." Julie? Su Yao. The two looked at each other and held their foreheads at the same time. "It's over, another one is brainwashed." Julie shook his head and sighed. "That's right," Su Yao added, "look at her, I'm afraid she has become the principal's brainless bragging." As soon as the words fell. "Finally, I don't have to make up lessons." A girl wearing glasses knelt down in front of the statue, her face full of emotion. "The principal's kindness is not over yet." Julie. Su Yao. "It's hopeless." Julie turned and walked away, her long red hair drawing a graceful arc in the wind. "It's up to you. Anyway, even if I, Julie, die and jump off the teaching building, I will never wear a white silk-made uniform." Chapter 47, The Principal's Statue, Come and Burn Incense. Su Yao trotted to catch up with Julie, squad leader. "Wait for me." "That's enough, principal." Julie kept walking. "He has a new idea every day and is playing tricks on us." "But..." Su Yao trotted to catch up, her voice getting smaller and smaller. "The day after tomorrow is the school uniform change day. You want me to wear that kind of clothes?" Julie suddenly stopped, her towering chest heaving. "Unless I drop out of school. You know, the deadline for Lu Jin to change his school uniform is getting closer. Last night, Teacher Shin counted the clothing sizes of all the girls. Rumor has it in the school that as soon as the funds are in place, new school uniforms will be distributed immediately." Julie clenched his fists. Not only did she want to resist, she also wanted to mobilize all the girls in the school to go on strike. But her efforts over the past few days had poured cold water on her. Apart from a few bad girls in the class who responded, no one paid any attention to them. What is even more frightening is that the number of members of the principal support group on the campus forum is skyrocketing every day. Many female students have become Lu Jin's fans. "What should we do, monitor? I feel that the principal has more and more supporters." Su Yao bit her lip. "Can we win?" Before he finished speaking, the campus radio suddenly blasted. "Attention all students. Gather at the South Gate Square immediately. I repeat, assemble at the South Gate Square immediately." The two girls suddenly stopped and looked at each other. "It's over." Su Yao stamped her feet anxiously. "The principal must withdraw the decision to prohibit the adjustment of leave. This good thing really doesn't belong to us." Julie narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "Let's gather at the square, maybe they are going to give out benefits? Wasn't the last soul tempering land? Let's go and take a look." She pondered for a moment, then turned and walked towards the square. At this time, all the students of Shanghai College had gathered in the square. Everyone was talking about the giant statue that appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where this huge monster came from, let alone guessing the principal's intention. "What's going on? What new thing is the principal going to do? Are you asking us to read in front of the statue in the morning?" Yi Qianxuan, the girl in a black dress in the crowd, frowned slightly, also feeling puzzled. "Principal Zhao, are you going to ask everyone to do something weird again?" Just as everyone was whispering, a little brown teddy bear walked leisurely to the statue. As a campus security guard, it was very wary of this statue that suddenly appeared. After careful consideration, it decided to perform security duties and mark its territory in the most traditional way. Little Teddy raised his right leg and started peeing at the statue. "How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to the statue of this principal?" Suddenly a black shadow flashed by and kicked out. The little Teddy let out a woof, and turned into a meteor and flew 20 meters away. Lu Jin was seen standing proudly with a thermos cup in his hand, his face serious. In front of him, all the students in the school lined up neatly in the square, their eyes all focused on the abrupt statue, and whispers rose and fell. "Good morning, students." Lu Jin stood in front of the statue, his voice carrying a strong spiritual power that shook the entire place. I'm sure everyone has seen this statue. From today on, everyone must come here to burn incense and worship every day before school. He paused, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Those who worship sincerely, I will bless them with academic progress, good health, the fulfillment of their wishes, and not failing the final exam. The entire square fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Ha! Su Yao's chin almost dropped to the ground. Even the principal has started idol worship these days? No, what is this? The bad girl Zhao Shuang also came over. It's fine if they just erect a statue, but they also want us to burn incense? I think he's crazy. Julie sneered, how can one practice by relying on metaphysics? And he even thinks that everything he wishes for will come true. That's just nonsense. On the rooftop of the teaching building, 3 teachers looked out at the commotion in the square from afar. What's going on? Zhang Guangdao stood with his arms folded, his stubble twitching at the corners of his mouth. In the 100 years since Xinghai University was founded, even the first principal didn't build a statue for himself. Shen Manting leaned lazily against the railing, her long wheat-colored legs under her hot pants glowing with a healthy luster in the sun. She flicked the ash and a puff of smoke came out of her red lips. Our principal, I'm afraid he's drifting. It's more than just floating. Wang Xiaoqiang shook his head. When the teaching evaluation team comes next week, I'm afraid they will send our entire school to a mental hospital. Zhang Guangdao nodded solemnly. That Sangqiang Martial Arts High School has been ranked first in the supernatural power assessment for 10 consecutive years, and the principal didn't even build a statue for himself. Our crappy junior college is so bad. College is college. Shen Manting suddenly turned around, pointed the cigarette but directly at Zhang Guangdao's nose, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. What does the word broken in front mean? Zhang Guangdao opened his mouth, but only uttered one word. 6. The square was silent, and all the students focused their attention on the exaggerated statue. The students looked as wilted as eggplants hit by frost, with confusion and doubt written all over their faces. What? Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes sweeping through the crowd. You don't believe what I say? The crowd was in an uproar for a moment, then quickly fell silent. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lower lip and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes. To be honest, Lu Jin erected a statue for himself and asked students to burn incense. Not a good review. In short, it is not an operation that a normal person can think of. Lu Jin was neither anxious nor annoyed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Since no one has taken the initiative, then who is willing to be the first to try? Suddenly, the crowd parted like a tide. A silver-haired girl suddenly pushed through the crowd and walked forward. I'll do it. Bai Moyuan walked forward with crisp footsteps, her silver hair shining like moonlight in the sunlight. The slender legs took firm steps, the proud roundness of the breasts trembling slightly, and she walked straight to the incense table in full view of everyone. Others don't believe Lu Jin. But she believes. Very good, it seems that classmate Bai is more courageous. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Seeing Lu Jin smiling at her, Bai Moyuan's usually cold face suddenly broke into a faint smile, and her frosty skin revealed a faint blush, like a rose suddenly blooming on an iceberg. Oh my god! School beauty Bai actually smiled? The whole square was boiling in an instant. Everyone in this college knows that this transfer student goddess is a notorious human ice sculpture who ignores everyone. But at this moment, her face was as red as a peach and her cheeks were flushed. Where was the trace of her former aloofness? The slightly reddish ear tips make her look just like a young girl in love. Is this the expression a cold goddess should have? Who made the school beauty like this again? Professional school beauties, right? Bai Moyuan turned a deaf ear to the discussions around her and picked up a stick of sandalwood with curling green smoke with her slender fingers. At the moment she bowed to the statue. Buzz! A bone-chilling chill suddenly burst out from her body. With her as the center, the ground within 100 meters in radius instantly condensed into crystal frost. The water vapor in the air directly freezes into tiny ice crystals and falls. This is the awakening of frost affinity? Shen Manting was shocked to find that the cigarette butt in her hand had frozen into a popsicle. Frost affinity is an ability unique to ice elements. The effect is to create a permanently frozen field that makes all objects within the range stop moving. But what shocked Shen Manting was that the normal permafrost area was only 10 meters in range. But Bai Moyuan's radius actually exceeded 100 meters. What was even more astonishing was that ice crystal lotuses automatically condensed under Bai Mo Yuan's feet. Hint: you have absorbed the luck from student Bai Mo Yuan, luck value plus 80. Interesting. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Jin stroked his chin, a playful look flashed in his eyes. If the luck value he absorbed is 80, it means that Bai Mo Yuan's luck value is as high as 800. It seems that this girl's identity is more powerful than I thought. Looking at Bai Mo Yuan's slender and juicy figure, Lu Jin's eyes gradually became deeper. Bai Mo Yuan's identity is definitely not simple. This is a good opportunity to see which students in the school are worth focusing on. Chapter 48, Taking Advantage of All Students. In the square, all the students stared in a daze at Bai Mo Yuan, who was shrouded in frost. The air was so cold that even their breath condensed into white mist. Frost affinity, doesn't it take at least 49 days of taking cold body pills to awaken it? School Beauty Bai actually did it in just one stick of incense? This statue can really allow people to directly comprehend elemental affinity? The principal didn't lie to us? Bai Mo Yuan's ice blue pupils completely turned into the color of frost and snow. She raised her hand slightly, and a bone-chilling cold current condensed at her fingertips. Crack! In an instant, an ice storm tens of meters wide rose into the sky, and the clouds in the sky froze instantly, turning into a huge vortex of ice crystals. The sunlight refracted downward, and the entire square was shrouded in a dreamy aurora. Crystal ice lotuses condensed on the ground, and every step was chilly. Too strong. This talent is even better than that of the last school beauty Su Shueji. Under the shocked gazes of all the students, Bai Mo Yuan raised a hint of joy at the corner of her lips and slowly clenched her jade hands. What is Su Shueji? In front of talent, hard work is simply vulnerable. Really? Even if I live my life again. This goddess is still a genius. There was dead silence in the square. Julie opened her red lips slightly, and the white mist she exhaled drifted away in the cold wind. She stared at her palm, her fingertips trembling unconsciously. This statue, is it really useful? On the rooftop of the teaching building, the pupils of several teachers suddenly shrank. This statue is a mysterious spiritual weapon. Zhang Guangdao clenched the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Where did this guy get it from? Shen Manting's red lips trembled slightly, and her cigarette had already frozen into an icicle. How many cards does the principal have in his hand? Wang Xiaoqiang smacked his lips and said, I've heard that the principal comes from a prominent family. It seems to be true. But, why is Bai Mo Yuan's talent for ice elements so strong? Even Su Shueji, who has an extremely icy spirit body, doesn't have this kind of power. Shen Manting said in disbelief. Zhang Guangdao narrowed his eyes. There are always people who are better than you. But in our college, I'm afraid her talent will be buried. In the center of the square, Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes unmoved in the cold wind. He glanced at the whole place, his lips slightly raised. Who else wants to try? I. Julie hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and suddenly raised her right hand. Squad leader, you. Su Yao was shocked. Didn't we agree to protest against the principal's policies together? How come you were betrayed so quickly? No, I want to criticize him. Julie leaned forward and whispered in a low voice, I'll go see what tricks the principal is playing. If it doesn't work, I'll embarrass him. Hi. Su Yao suddenly widened her eyes, then raised her lips in understanding. As expected of you, you are the monitor. Julie strode forward, swinging her flaming red hair. Her long wavy hair shone like red wine in the sunlight. The jacket was tied at the waist, revealing a tight black belly-bearing top, and her waist with a distinct vest line swayed gently with her steps. The short top that barely covered her chest moved up slightly as she moved, revealing her plump curves. Very good. Lu Jin handed her 3 incense sticks without looking away. Julie reached out to take it, snorted coldly, and strode forward, his red hair surging like flames. She raised 3 incense sticks and bowed perfunctorily to the statue. The statue was silent for a moment, then suddenly lit up. Boom! The next second, a raging flame suddenly rose from the incense burner. Julie's red hair danced wildly in the storm of spiritual power, and the ends of her hair began to burn with flames. Wisps of flames intertwined to form strange patterns on her sexy body. In a flash, the red flames completely engulfed Julie. She looked down in shock, only to see her clothes disintegrating piece by piece in the high temperature. The buttons were directly vaporized, and the fabric turned into ashes and drifted away. Oh my god, this fire element is so strong, all the clothes are burned? A student in the audience exclaimed. Su Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Ah, the girl screamed. In the blazing fire waves, Julie's snow-white skin glowed with a pearly luster, and her proud curves were faintly visible in the rising heat. Lu Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes. A mysterious spiritual weapon also has the function of exploding clothes? What are you looking at, perverted principal? Julie hurriedly crossed her arms, but she couldn't hide the flame pattern that suddenly appeared under her slender waist that was a sign of the awakening of her flame affinity. Obtain Flame Affinity buff, fire-based skills training speed plus 150%, lasts 24 hours. The whole audience was in an uproar. Look! Her spiritual power has become stronger. Those flames around, is this a sign of the formation of a domain? Don't look at me! Julie instinctively hugged his body and squatted down when he noticed the gazes of all the students. His wheat-colored skin glowed like honey in the firelight. It's okay, everyone here is a female classmate. Lu Jin comforted calmly. Hint, you have absorbed the luck from your student Julie, luck value plus 25. Julie raised her head in shame and anger, her red hair like fire, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Principal, aren't you a man? At this moment, Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on her, and his whole body was examined thoroughly. All that's missing is counting the hairs on her legs. I am a gentleman, do you think I would have any improper thoughts about my students? What's the difference between that and being a beast? Lu Jin said with disdain. Julie's cheeks flushed. Then why did you have a nosebleed? Oh, it's just a fever. Lu Jin chuckled and casually took off his suit jacket and threw it over. Put it on, don't catch a cold. Julie hurriedly caught it, barely covering her chest, and her long beautiful legs were faintly visible under the hem of her suit. She bit her lip and glared at Lu Jin, then rushed off the stage in shame and anger. She originally wanted to embarrass Lu Jin, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to make a fool of herself. Moreover, she was naked in front of the principal and all the students. This is so embarrassing. This scene of her running naked in the school square will probably be on the hot search list of the school forum tomorrow. Now! Lu Jin patted the statue and looked around the whole place. Does anyone else think this is metaphysics? Principal, I want to come too. Save me a spot. The students swarmed over immediately, and a long queue formed in front of the incense table in a blink of an eye. With pious expressions, they began to worship Lu Jin's statue. I hope the principal will help me not to fail the final exam. Please, principal, help me break through to the spiritual master realm as soon as possible. Principal, please help me become a 36D. Get the Sword Chi Clear buff. Obtain Pure Alchemy buff. Obtain Godlike Change buff. Amid the exclamations, the system prompts in Lu Jin's mind became one. Ding! Luck absorption successful, from student Wang Tingting, luck value plus 10. Ding! Luck absorption successful, from student Lin Xiaoyu, luck value plus 15. Ding! Luck absorption successful, from student Lu Yaqi, luck value plus 8. Come and make some money. Lu Jin leaned lazily on the railing, squinting his eyes and looking down at the students who were burning incense crazily in the square. He took a sip of wolfberry tea, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. TSK, it turns out that leeks are more enjoyable if they are harvested in batches. Taking advantage of his free time, Lu Jin carefully studied the mystery of luck value. In simple terms, luck value is a person's fortune and destiny. It not only affects the probability of breaking through the realm, but also involves all aspects of the road of cultivation, and can even determine a person's life and death, misfortune and fortune. For example, under the same training conditions, others have only a 20% chance of breaking through to the second level of the Spirit Emperor realm, while Lu Jin's chance of breaking through is as high as 80%. This is the difference in luck, as different as heaven and earth. Not only is the probability of a breakthrough greatly increased, but the probability of triggering an adventure, avoiding disasters, and escaping death will also be greatly enhanced. No wonder the protagonists in those novels can always turn danger into safety. Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, his eyes sparkling. Why is it that in online novels, the protagonists always find rare treasures, always escape danger in battle? It is normal for them to pick up ancient inheritances, they will gain magical powers by jumping off a cliff, and even their enemies will come to them as stepping stones. It's because their luck values are high enough. At this moment, Lu Jin was enjoying the wonderful benefits brought by fleecing the sheep. The 10% luck value contributed by each student may seem insignificant, but when accumulated together, it has made him, the principal, a true chosen one, a true genius in cultivation. Unfortunately, Except for Bai Moyuan's luck value of 80 points, the others are all rotten. Lu Jin curled his lips in disappointment. After all, it is a college, where do so many lucky people come from? Suddenly, he looked up as if he remembered something. Where's Tang Xiaotang? Why didn't she come to burn incense? Teacher Yao is short of help in refining pills. Lin Xiaoyu replied respectfully, student Tang has been helping to refine the soul condensing pill in the alchemy room. Oh, is that so? Lu Jin nodded gently. He also wanted to see what the luck value of Tang Xiaotang was. Then I'll go look for her later. At the same time, in the crowd, in a corner that no one cared about, a petite girl in a black dress stared at the statue with fiery eyes. Yi Qianxuan clenched his fists, his slender knuckles turning pale. A ray of starlight suddenly flashed through the depths of his dark eyes. Chapter 49. Are there any more experts? As a rare shadow-type spiritual warrior, Yi Qianxuan's life has always wandered in dark corners. The Orthodox Psychic Academy regarded her as an ominous person, and all major universities banned shadow-type spiritual warriors from enrolling. Even in Shanghai Academy, she could only practice alone after all. Who would accept an alien who needed to devour living beings in order to practice? Shadow cultivation is a path that goes against the will of heaven. The spiritual power that an ordinary spiritual warrior can absorb by breathing in and out requires her to spend 10 times as much time. Once a shadow spiritual warrior devours a living being, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. She never crossed that line. However, prejudice in people's hearts is a huge mountain. The existence of shadow spirit warriors may be a mistake in itself. Otherwise, her parents wouldn't. Yi Qianxuan stared at the statue, a glimmer of light ignited in his dark eyes. If she could obtain the power of shadow affinity, perhaps she would no longer have to struggle between morality and survival, no longer have to bear the stigma of an ominous person, and no longer have to endure the stagnation and torment of drawing spiritual power. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was determination in her eyes. With her black veil twitching lightly, she walked towards the statue in the square step by step. At this moment, Lu Jin had not noticed the girl in the black dress in the crowd. He looked at his students gaining training buffs one after another, and smiled with satisfaction like a kind father. After spending some time together, he also developed feelings for these students. It's not a physical feeling, but the kind of feeling between teachers and students. He gulped down a mouthful of wolfberry tea. The warm tea had a light sweetness. This health-preserving habit was something he was determined to follow after traveling through time. I was warned by doctors that I had fatty liver in my 20s, my hair was falling out faster than dandelions, and my beer belly was so big that it could be used as a coffee table. Now that he has traveled through time, he would be a fool if he continued to ruin his body. It's great to be young. Looking at the energetic students, Lu Jin touched his thick hair and drank another sip of wolfberry tea happily. Suddenly, abnormal luck fluctuations detected. Ding! You have absorbed the luck of student Yi Qianxuan, luck value plus 80. Puff! Lu Jin spat out a mouthful of tea. What the hell? The average student's luck value is at most 30. Yi Qianxuan's luck value is actually 80. Are there any experts? Lu Jin stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing like lightning. I saw black fog surging in front of the incense table, like a huge mouth of the abyss. In the center of the vortex, Yi Qianxuan's petite body was strangely suspended in the air, and her long lavender hair was dancing wildly in the black mist. The hem of the gothic black dress shattered into pieces, revealing calves as delicate as porcelain dolls. The skin was covered with strange dark red curse patterns. Wherever the black fog passed, the ground quickly corroded and cracked, and the surrounding students all screamed and retreated. Shadow Soul Devourer? Shin Manting, who was watching from afar, had a frozen expression on her face, her red lips trembling slightly. This is the strongest talent of a shadow spirit warrior. Hint: student Yi Qianxuan obtains the Shadow Soul Devouring Body Physique. Devouring living beings can gain a large amount of cultivation. The amount of cultivation depends on the opponent's strength. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, his face surprised. There is actually such a physique. Isn't this the innate magic cultivation holy body? The black fog dissipated, and Yi Qianxuan slowly landed on the ground, with her black skirt blooming beneath her like an ink lotus. She slowly raised her palm and looked at the black lines that were wriggling like living things. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. I failed after all. She murmured to herself, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Instead of allowing her to gain the expected shadow affinity, this awakening made her become an even rarer shadow soul devourer. She knew exactly what this meant. This was a road of no return. She's a shadow type. A cry of surprise suddenly broke out from the crowd. The students of Shanghai College retreated as if they had seen a plague, with fear written all over their faces. Some have even assumed fighting stances, ready to attack at any moment. Yi Qianxuan stood there in a daze. The rumor that shadow-type spiritual warriors can quickly improve their cultivation by devouring living creatures has long been no secret in the spiritual martial arts world. The notorious organization Shadow Pavilion has made the word shadow synonymous with evil. It is said that at least thousands of spiritual warriors died at the hands of Shadow Pavilion. Now Yi Qianxuan has awakened the shadow soul-devouring body, which is simply a standard villain template. Just as the students were panicking, Lu Jin slowly spoke. "Stay calm." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry some kind of magic, instantly quieting the restless crowd. He walked slowly towards the statue, but stopped when he was 3 steps away from Yi Qianxuan. "Shadow Soul Devourer? Interesting." Lu Jin pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses were filled with appreciation. "Yes, this is a special physique that is rarely seen in a century." Yi Qianxuan's long eyelashes trembled suddenly, and a look of surprise flashed across her porcelain-white face. Unexpectedly, there was no strange color in the principal's eyes. Instead, there was a warm gaze as if he was appreciating a treasure. This made her tense shoulders relax unconsciously, and the fingertips that were grasping the hem of her skirt also stretched slightly. "Principal, I." The moment Yi Qianxuan opened her cherry lips, she heard Lu Jin continue to say, "Do you know why the shadow element is considered taboo?" The students looked at each other. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated and said, "Because you need to devour living beings?" "Wrong." Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice, "It's because of fear. In the way of spiritual martial arts, there is no distinction between good and evil. Just like a knife, it is a cooking tool in the hands of a chef, but a murder weapon in the hands of a gangster. There is nothing wrong with this knife itself." Yi Qianxuan's eyes trembled slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Principal." She clutched the hem of her skirt, her voice hoarse, "Don't you think I'm dangerous?" "Danger?" Lu Jin suddenly laughed. He turned around and faced all the students. "From today on, Shanghai Academy will open a special class for the shadow department. Yi Qianxuan will be the first student and I will personally guide him." There was an uproar in the square. "Open a class for one student?" Shen Manting widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Zhang Guangdao was also puzzled. What is the principal's intention? Yi Qianxuan raised his head suddenly, his eyes were slightly red, and a strange fluctuation flashed in the depths of his black pupils. The moment she looked into Lu Jin's eyes, she felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by something. She had seen too many looks of fear, disgust, and avoidance, but she had never seen a look like this. It's like looking at an ordinary person. It's like looking at a student who is worth looking forward to. Yi Qianxuan lowered her eyes, her voice as light as mist. "Why?" Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. "Teach students in accordance with their aptitude, teach without distinction. This is the real education." He walked to the incense table, lit 3 incense sticks himself and inserted them into the burner. "Everyone, remember, in this school, there are no different, only special. Your uniqueness is the most precious wealth of Shanghai." Bite. Just as the incense was completely submerged in the incense burner, a sudden system prompt sounded in his mind. Hint: burning incense successfully. Obtained exclusive domain buff Starseed Master. Effect: when in the range of Shanghai Academy, the Shanghai resonance state is automatically triggered, and the spiritual power strength increases tenfold. Duration: permanent. At the same time, the coercion field is obtained. All hostile targets entering the academy area are forcibly suppressed by 30%. The suppression effect increases with the host's realm. Lu Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. What shocked him even more was the next prompt. Hint: you have absorbed Lu Jin's luck value plus percent at #this. Even with Lu Jin's great concentration, he couldn't help but lose his voice at this moment. He was actually burning incense for himself? What was this? Self-sacrifice? If you think about it carefully, he is also a graduate of Shanghai College, so he is half a student. Did I accidentally encounter a bug with the statue? The green smoke on the incense table suddenly surged violently, and he could clearly feel that the power of the entire academy was resonating with him, as if the whole world was submitting to him. Interesting. Lu Jin's lips curled up in a playful arc. This unexpected buff made him almost invincible in Shanghai Academy. It seems that I need to pray to myself more often in the future. Yi Qianquan lowered her head, clenched her hands, and her knuckles turned white. For the first time in many years, she felt warmth. But shadow-type spiritual warriors are not accepted by spiritual warriors after all. She clenched her hands, a hint of bitterness rising at the corners of her mouth. Lu Jin came back to his senses, raised his hand and gently covered her hair, rubbing it. Fire can burn a city, but it can also cook porridge. How can power be good or evil? It is just the choice of the blade holder. You can choose to be good through evil, or you can choose to be evil through good. It is up to you to decide which way to go. Yi Qianquan suddenly looked up, but met the deep and quiet look in Lu Jin's eyes. She once thought that she was destined to be lonely and not accepted by spiritual warriors. But at this moment, she felt it for the first time. Perhaps she could be accepted. Maybe she could also stand in the light. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his voice low and gentle. The shadow element is not a taboo. The so-called taboo is nothing more than a seal that mediocre people put on the truth. And you, Yi Qianquan, are the key to tear open the seal. Yi Qianquan's fingertips trembled slightly and her eyes gradually turned red. At the same time, a black business car sped past on the highway 2 kilometers away from Shanghai College. The emblem of the Psychic Control Bureau was printed on the car door, a sharp sword wrapped in chains, cold and murderous. In the passenger seat, Yan Hengzhou, the chief of the Anti-Criminal Investigation Division, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes under the bronze mask. Did you feel it? He straightened up suddenly, his voice low and alert. Chief Yan, what's wrong? Level 3 Agent Zhou Wenchang in the driver's seat glanced sideways in confusion. In the back seat, Yang Lingyi, head of the supervision section, frowned slightly, her heavy breasts rose and fell gently with the bumps of the car body, her crossed legs moved slightly, and the golden bells on her ankles rang softly. Eh? She opened her red lips slightly, half covering her folding fan. It seems to be the fluctuation of shadow-type spiritual power? At the side, Xiao Han, the head of the investigation department, had a blank expression on his face and a cold voice. No doubt, it is the shadow system, and the spiritual power is extremely strong. It came from the direction of Shanghai College. Yan Hengzhou tapped the car window with his knuckles and whispered, strange. Didn't I kill all the people in Shadow Pavilion? Could there be some who slipped through the net? Yang Lingyi folded her folding fan and smiled softly. Chief Yan, there are some dirty things that can't be burned out by wildfire. It doesn't matter. Yan Hengzhou sneered, twisting his neck slightly, and his bones made a crackling sound. I will kill anyone from Shadow Pavilion every time I meet them. Xiao Han folded his arms, still expressionless. Don't make things complicated. This is not our goal today. Chapter 50, Recruitment by the Psychic Control Bureau. In the noisy college square, Lu Jin's voice echoed like the bell of dawn. So what if you have the shadow soul devourer body? In Shanghai Academy, you are my students first, and spiritual warriors second. Yi Qianquan looked up suddenly. The man who always liked to hold the thermos cup seemed to be emitting a sacred light at this moment, like the sun, dispelling the haze in her heart. Now, Lu Jin turned to face the noisy crowd, his voice suddenly cold. Who else has any objections? Hearing Lu Jin's voice, Yi Qianquan's delicate body trembled slightly and her eyes gradually turned red. From childhood to adulthood, she had seen too many fearful eyes, disgusted avoidance, and cold rejection. But no one had ever looked at her so calmly like he did, or even smiled at her. Like she could be accepted and expected. Her heart suddenly started beating very fast, so fast that she felt a little flustered. Yi Qianquan didn't understand what this emotion was. He just felt his throat tighten slightly and even his breathing became cautious. This principal, whom she called a pervert and a scum, has now become the light that illuminates her heart. Hint, student Yi Qianquan has developed a crush on you, prestige value plus 50. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Jin's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. After a few days of observation, he finally figured out the pattern of gaining prestige points. Previously, running exercises were abolished and rest breaks were prohibited. The students were happy, but the system did not give them any prestige. The reason is simple: this kind of universal care only brings collective gratitude rather than real goodwill. Just like casting a net to catch fish, it seems like a rich harvest, but in fact they are just small fish and shrimp. To gain true prestige, one must do it like fishing, wait patiently and defeat them one by one. In other words, to gain prestige, one must be as considerate as the spring rain that moistens the earth, and formulate precise policies based on the characteristics of each student. Easy to understand, good at understanding people's clothes. Only then can we truly enter the hearts of these students. After summarizing his experience, Lu Jin's eyes fell on Yi Qianxuan's slightly red face. Starting today, come to my office every night at 8 o'clock. Yi Qianxuan's eyelashes trembled, but. No buts. Your shadow system requires special instruction. I am very busy and I am lucky to have the time to teach you. Now I will teach you one-on-one every night. Xin Manting and the two teachers looked at each other. Although there is nothing wrong with picking out Lu Jin's words. Is that what sounds so weird? Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, 3 slow rounds of applause pierced the noise in the square. A pure black business car had stopped at the school gate at some point, and the door slowly slid open. 4 figures walked towards them in neat steps, looking imposing. The leader was as thin as a knife, with a bronze ghost tool that shone coldly, and a black leather jacket that exuded a murderous aura. The man with glasses beside him was carrying a briefcase, and his eyes behind the lenses flickered. The most eye-catching thing is the woman in dark red uniform. Her proud curves are faintly visible as she gently waves an ebony folding fan, and the golden bells on her ankles jingle as she walks like a cat. At the back was a man with a grim face and a black windbreaker. His sharp-edged face seemed to be covered with frost, and his hawk-like eyes silently observed the surroundings. Without exception, all 4 of them wore the badge of the Psychic Control Bureau on their chests. Yi Qianxuan's eyes suddenly widened and her body trembled violently. This feeling is. She bit her cherry lips tightly, and her slender fingers unconsciously grabbed the collar of her shirt. Although she had never seen the man with the bronze ghost mask before, she felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. That night 15 years ago, the man who killed my parents. The girl staggered back 2 steps, her black skirt swaying like withered petals. The vague outline under the mask was like a key, forcibly prying open the darkest box in the depths of her memory. Yan Hengzhou clapped his hands and chuckled. Principal Lu's simple and easy to understand teaching theory is really refreshing. Psychic Energy Control Bureau? Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze swept across the gilded badges on everyone's chest. Principal Lu has good eyesight. Yang Lingyi opened her folding fan with a smile. I am Yang Lingyi from the Supervision Department, this is Yan Hengzhou from the Criminal Investigation Department, Xiaohan from the Investigation Department, and. She glanced behind her, young agent Zhou Wenchang. Someone from the Control Bureau? Xin Manting's pupils suddenly shrank in the distance, and her pretty face froze. 3 section chiefs came together. Such a grand ceremony. You have to know that those who can sit on the position of section chief are all real powerful people in the Spirit Emperor realm. She exchanged a glance with Wang Xiuqiang and Zhang Quindao, and immediately turned into several streaks of light and rushed over. The square suddenly fell silent, and all the students held their breath. How could this little-known college deserve a visit from the Psychic Control Bureau? The presence of 3 section chief-level experts in person was an unprecedented event. What brings you all here from so far away? Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his tone as calm as if he was asking about today's weather. Yang Lingyi quickly unfolded her ebony folding fan and smiled softly. Principal Lu, please forgive us for coming here uninvited. We really have official business to attend to. Since you're here, Lu Jin shrugged, I can't chase you away, can I? Yan Hengzhou frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Principal Lu, this is not the place to talk. This is confidential. Please move. It's better to be frank than to speak in a veiled way. Lu Jin suddenly interrupted, his voice suddenly turning cold. Is there something shameful that you have to hide? Before he finished speaking, Xin Manting and the other 2 had already flashed over. The 2 groups of people confronted each other in the air, and the invisible spiritual pressure made the air solidify instantly. The air in the square seemed to freeze in an instant, and all the students subconsciously held their breath. Ha! A cold light flashed in Yan Hengzhou's eyes. Principal Lu, the deaths of Lu Hu and Lu Haifan, and the 40% stake of Jinhuang Group. Do you really think that our bureau can't find out? The corners of his mouth curled up dangerously. If I want, I can take you back to the headquarters right now. Lu Jin chuckled when he heard this and slowly straightened his cuffs. Golden Glory Group has done so many evil things, I am just acting in self-defense. Let me give you a piece of advice. The last person who threatened me like this, now has grass over 2 meters high on his grave. How dare you? Yan Hengzhou was furious, and the spiritual power in his body exploded. 6 brilliant golden wolf-fang spiritual patterns lit up one after another on the side of his neck, and the terrifying pressure caused the bricks and stones on the ground to crack inch by inch. Spiritual Emperor Realm's 6 lines? Wang Xiaochun took a breath of cold air. As the chief of the anti-criminal division, which is responsible for suppressing criminals, Yan Hengzhou's strength is indeed unfathomable. The anti-crime division is specifically responsible for those spiritual warriors who are lawless and kill innocent people indiscriminately. He stared at Lu Jin, his knuckles turning white. This arrogant principal should have been taught a lesson long ago. Oh my. Yang Lingyi waved her folding fan and stood between the two of them with a smile on her face. Section Chief Yan just likes to joke around. It doesn't matter where we talk. We are here to have a friendly exchange, not to arrest a suspect. Why make things so tense? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows impatiently. This principal is busy teaching and educating people. Please speak quickly if you have something to say. Don't be anxious, Principal Lu. Our director Mo is particularly interested in you. Yang Lingyi's eyes moved, and she suddenly winked behind her. Zhou Wenchang immediately understood and respectfully handed over a gold-embossed letter of appointment. She stroked the edge of the letter of appointment with her fingertips and said, to thank Principal Lu for killing that Spirit Emperor Realm demon 3 days ago and getting rid of a great threat to Wancheng. Yang Lingyi folded the fan in her hand and pointed at the letter of appointment. Our bureau has specially hired you as our special advisor. I wonder, what does Principal Lu think? Chapter 51. I am a law-abiding person. How is it, Principal Lu? Yang Lingyi's voice, with obvious temptation, echoed in the quiet square. The square was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Shen Manting and Wang Xiaochun looked at each other, and a hint of doubt flashed in each other's eyes. How did the principal gain the favor of the Bureau of Psionic Control? The students around were even more stunned, and whispers gradually spread. The Supernatural Power Control Bureau actually took the initiative to invite the principal? Could it be that our principal has become so powerful? In the crowd, Yi Qianxuan's nails had dug deeply into her palms, blood was oozing out, but she didn't feel any pain. Her eyes were fixed on the man in the bronze mask that night 15 years ago. The last thing her parents saw before they handed her the last teleportation talisman was this mask glowing with cold light. Yan Hengzhou's cold gaze penetrated the crowd and locked onto Yi Qianxuan directly, but he just narrowed his eyes and said nothing. On the other side, Lu Jin didn't even look at the letter of appointment, and looked directly into Yang Lingyi's eyes. I joined the Psychic Control Bureau. I wonder what special treatment I can get. Yang Lingyi raised her red lips slightly, and covered half of her pretty face with her folding fan. Principal Lu was really outspoken. Yan Hengzhou frowned. Others are scrambling to join the Psychic Control Bureau, but this guy actually dares to bargain? He looked at Lu Jin carefully. The man who was rumored to have killed a powerful spiritual emperor was actually younger than he had imagined. That face with a cynical smile did not look like a top-level powerful man at all. But the more this happens, the more dangerous it is. If he continues to grow, his future is immeasurable. Of course, the premise is that he will not become a threat to the Psychic Control Bureau. Lu Jin spread his hands and said, after all, who would want a university president to be a special advisor if there is no benefit? Yang Lingyi opened her red lips slightly, half covering her folding fan. The Psychic Control Bureau is above all the institutions in Wancheng, and holds the power of life and death over spiritual warriors. Isn't that enough? Moreover, in order to invite you to come out this time, we have brought 3 section chiefs. Not enough. Lu Jin chuckled. Power is empty, what you get is real money. There was a glimmer of calculation in Yang Lingyi's eyes. Greedy guy. It just so happens that the greedier people are, the easier they are to control. She raised her hand slightly, and Zhou Wenchang immediately handed her a gold-stamped document. Spiritual Vein License. Yang Lingyi opened her red lips slightly. I wonder if this thing can demonstrate our sincerity? Fuck. Wang Xiaochun cursed. Shen Manting took a deep breath. Tax-free mining of spiritual veins? This is a huge investment. With the Spirit Vein License, there is no need to pay taxes on the spirit stones mined from the spirit veins, which will bring huge profits to Shanghai College. Lu Jin's heart moved, and he immediately understood the huge benefits contained therein. Wow, they are all old foxes. If I had agreed so hastily just now, how could I have gotten such benefits? This tactic of playing hard to get was used correctly. Since the Psychic Control Bureau has put forward such conditions, Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Then I can't seem to find a reason to refuse. As he spoke, he calmly stretched out his right hand and held Yang Lingyi's slender jade-like palm. The spirit vein license is certainly tempting, but what Lu Jin is really eyeing is the official background of the Xian Kingdom behind the Control Bureau. With this identity, it will be much easier to act in the future. After all, the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Very good. Yang Lingyi withdrew her jade hand, opened her red lips slightly, and snapped her folding fan shut. From today on, Principal Lu will be the special consultant of our bureau. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. What exactly does this consultant have to do? You don't have to do anything. Yang Lingyi's eyes flickered. This is a leisurely job, just drink tea in the academy as usual. Then I don't want it. Lu Jin's face suddenly darkened. Yang Lingyi's smile froze. Why? I, Lu, hate people who work for nothing the most. I joined the Control Bureau to maintain world peace and promote love and justice. Lu Jin said righteously, and you tell me it's just a sinecure? You might as well go back to the office and drink tea. Lu Jin's mind was as clear as a mirror. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The benefits that the Psychic Control Bureau suddenly delivered to his door must have some tricks behind them. Only the cheapest is the most expensive. There is no way the Psychic Energy Control Bureau would give you a spirit vein license for nothing. If you join the Superpower Control Bureau without knowing the reason, you might die without knowing how you died. Is that so? Yang Lingyi's mouth twitched, and she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Wancheng is blessed to have a principal like you who cares about the world. When the demon tide comes, I hope you can lend a hand. The demon tide is a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth that occurs every few months. When the cracks in the abyss open up on the night of the lunar eclipse, the long-accumulated evil energy of the underworld will pour out like a tide, carrying with it countless twisted and mutated monsters and ghosts to wreak havoc on the world. The Psychic Control Bureau is seriously understaffed and can only recruit external assistance through various means. Yan Hangzhou almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. Be honest and selfless, and care about the world. What does this have to do with the man in front of me? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin also started to praise each other commercially. Chief Yang is not only kind-hearted, but also cares about the people of Wancheng. This is truly admirable. With a leader like you in charge, why should we worry about the safety of Wancheng? I'm afraid that we, the idlers, won't even have a chance to take action. Yan Hangzhou rolled his eyes as he listened, thinking that these two people were boasting more than the other, and were simply demonstrating hypocrisy to the extreme. The smile on Yang Lingyi's lips deepened. Principal Lu, you are too kind. I can't compare with your ability to plan and strategize. I heard that you have broken through the spiritual emperor realm, and there are spiritual veins appearing in the school. I guess you are ready to show your skills at the critical moment? Lu Jin's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was meaningful. No, it was just an accidental breakthrough. It's nothing compared to Section Chief Yang's talent, but... He paused, his eyes slightly stern. If it really comes to a critical moment, as the principal, I will naturally not stand idly by. Their eyes met, and invisible sparks seemed to burst out in the air. Yan Hangzhou couldn't bear to watch it any longer, and snorted coldly, all right, if you two keep talking like this, the demon tide will come. Let me be frank, when the time comes, we will need Shanghai Academy to help, it's that simple. Lu Jin immediately changed his expression to one of sudden enlightenment. I see. This concerns the safety of Wancheng, and we have no choice but to do it. That's settled then. Yang Lingyi closed her folding fan elegantly, a trace of calculation flashing in her eyes. According to our AI data model, the Abyss Rift will riot within 2 months, and someone will be here to take charge by then. I'm at your service anytime. Lu Jin responded calmly. Yan Hangzhou snorted coldly and turned to leave, but suddenly turned back. By the way, since you have joined the Control Bureau, you must be careful about your words and actions in the future. You now represent the image of Xian country. Lu Jin smiled brightly. Of course, I am the most law-abiding person. Chapter 52. Anyone who touches my students will die. Hearing Lu Jin's calm answer, Yan Hangzhou's eyes twitched violently. Lu Jin had recently killed 2 Spirit King Realm Masters, and used shady means to seize nearly half of Shanghai College's shares. Now he could actually say the words obey the law without changing his expression? If it weren't for the fact that he is a powerful spirit emperor, the director would have insisted on recruiting him and would have definitely brought him to justice. Goodbye, Principal Lu. Yang Lingyi curled her red lips slightly, turned around, and walked away while gently waving her folding fan. Goodbye. Lu Jin waved his hand lazily, but his eyes swept across her, swaying back meaningfully. Yan Hangzhou snorted coldly and was about to leave. Whoosh! A dark shadow blade as black as ink suddenly tore through the air, shot out from the crowd of students, and went straight to his back. There was still some shadow power at Yi Qianxuan's fingertips. Her pupils were constricted and her breathing almost stopped. She had waited for this blow for 15 years. However, Yan Hangzhou's footsteps did not even pause. Bite! The black blade suddenly hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from his back, splashing dazzling sparks. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Yan Hangzhou slowly turned his head, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth under the bronze mask, the remnants of the Shadow Pavilion. They can't hold back any longer. Yi Qianxuan's blood suddenly froze. Yan Hangzhou had known of her existence for a long time. What was even more terrifying was that she found herself unable to move. Unbeknownst to her, countless hair-thin red chains had entangled her limbs, holding her in place like a poisonous spider preying on its prey. Xian-level technique blood soul chain. Yan Hangzhou sneered, blood-colored spiritual power surging around his body. In an instant, a huge black fog erupted from Yi Qianxuan's body, and a 3-meter-long shadow blade tore through the sky, piercing Yan Hangzhou's throat with a piercing scream. The students in the square screamed and scattered, and the ground was torn into cracks by the fierce shadow energy. You are so stubborn. Chief Yan, let me help you. Xiao Han, who had been silent all this time, suddenly made a move. At this moment, 5 golden spiritual patterns on his neck suddenly lit up, and the dazzling light was like 5 scorching suns. Roar! Following a deafening roar, a red afterimage shot out from his sleeve. It turned out to be a blood-red mastiff as big as an adult lion. Its hair was like burning flames, and corrosive saliva dripped from between its fangs, emitting sizzling white smoke on the ground. Spirit Control System, Blood Hell Mastiff. The pupils of Shin Manting and several teachers suddenly contracted. They finally understood why Xiao Han was able to sit firmly in the position of chief of the investigation department. This ferocious beast not only had a terrifying sense of smell that could track thousands of miles, but even more terrifying was its fighting instinct. Roar! The blood hell mastiff leaped into the air, and its sharp white fangs accurately bit the tip of the giant shadow blade. With a crisp crack sound, the attack that condensed all of Yi Qianxuan's spiritual power was bitten into pieces. What's even more terrifying is that those broken shadow powers were devoured frantically by the mastiff. Its red hair stood up like steel needles, its body size increased by twice, and it pounced straight at Yi Qianxuan with its bloody mouth and a fishy smell. TSK. Yi Qianxuan clenched her teeth, and her petite body leaped up lightly like a black butterfly, leaving only a black misty shell wrapped in blood-colored chains on the spot, narrowly avoiding the fatal bite. Yellow-level martial arts, escape. As soon as her toes touched the ground, she suddenly exerted force, and the whole person shot out like an arrow. Swish! The spiritual power in her hands gathered madly and in an instant condensed into a dark dagger, with the blade pointing directly at Yan Hangzhou's throat. This attack was unreserved. Looking for death. Yan Hangzhou's eyes flashed with coldness, and a red chain suddenly flew out from his sleeves and wrapped around Yi Qianxuan's wrist like a poisonous snake. Presumptuous. Lu Jin suddenly let out a low shout, and a powerful golden spiritual power suddenly spread out, instantly breaking the chains. Heavenly power explosive spiritual skill. Lu Jin's spiritual power exploded, and golden energy waves surged like a raging tide. He suddenly grabbed the blood-red chain wrapped around Yi Qianxuan with his left hand and clenched it with his 5 fingers. Crack! The chains broke into pieces. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and a dazzling golden light condensed in the palm of his hand, fiercely slamming towards the blood hell mastiff that was rushing towards him. Boom! The violent spiritual power exploded, the mastiff howled, and its huge body was blasted back dozens of meters, plowing deep grooves on the ground. The whole place was dead silent. The pupils under Yan Hangzhou's mask suddenly contracted. Xiao Han's expression changed drastically. Lu Jin's palm could actually force back the famously ferocious blood hell mastiff? Yang Lingyi's pupils suddenly shrank, and an expression of horror that was hard to conceal emerged on her face. The joint attack of 2 Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses was actually resolved by Lu Jin with ease. Her fingertips tightened unconsciously, and her knuckles turned white from the force. This man's strength was far more terrifying than the intelligence showed. Sure enough. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Sending 3 section chiefs was the right decision. Lu Jin had stood in front of Yi Qianxuan without knowing when, with spiritual energy surging around him. Chief Yan, your people are touching my students in front of me? Yang Lingyi snapped her folding fan shut. Chief Yan, that's enough. Her voice was still smiling, but her eyes were full of frost. Principal Lu, please forgive me. Section Chief Yen hates being attacked by surprise the most. The bronze mask reflected a cold light, and Yen Hengzhou's voice was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. Shadow-type spiritual power, sneak attack in public, the evidence is irrefutable. Principal Lu is trying to protect the remnants of the Shadow Pavilion? The air suddenly froze. Shadow Pavilion, the evil organization that created the Blood Moon Massacre 15 years ago. That night, almost all of the three great families were wiped out, and even the spiritual power of the babies was drained, leaving only shriveled corpses. Lu Jin's fingers moved slightly in his sleeves, and an invisible barrier was formed in front of Yi Qianshuan. Don't let the disaster affect your children. Section Chief Yen doesn't even understand this rule? Rules? Yen Hengzhou suddenly pulled off the bronze mask, revealing a face covered with curse marks that was the mark left by the Shadow Pavilion back then. After seeing this, Principal Lu still wants to talk about rules? He sneered. Let's take a step back. Even if she's not a member of the Shadow Pavilion, she's still accused of attacking a public official. Can I take her away for investigation? Lu Jin said in a deep voice, she is just a child. I will discipline my student. Why would you two spiritual Emperor Realm Masters use such a killing move? Yen Hengzhou sneered. As expected, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. What kind of principal you are, what kind of students you have? They are all birds of a feather. After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand, and a blood-red soul-binding rope broke through the air. Today I am arresting the wanted criminal in the name of the Psychic Energy Control Bureau. Who dares to stop me? Boom! The bluestone beneath Lu Jin's feet exploded, and golden spiritual energy soared into the sky. Anyone who touches my students. The violent spiritual power surged, and the pressure came down like a landslide and a tsunami. Die! A fierce light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and the spiritual energy around him surged like a raging wave, and the murderous intent almost condensed into substance. He took a step forward, the ground cracked with a loud bang, and golden spiritual flames gathered in his palm, pointing directly at Yen Hengzhou's throat. Yen Hengzhou's whole body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented terrifying spiritual pressure crashed down like a 1,000-foot mountain. His bones creaked under the heavy load, the pupils under the bronze mask shrank violently, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This was not the kind of pressure that a spiritual emperor should have. It was like facing a prehistoric beast. Stop it! A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Yang Lingyi flashed and stood in front of Yen Hengzhou. A white light flashed from her fingertips, and a translucent barrier instantly unfolded, blocking Lu Jin's killing move. Principal Lu, do you want the entire Xinghai Academy to be buried with you? Her eyes were cold and her voice, though soft, carried unquestionable majesty. Lu Jin pressed his fist against the barrier, with murderous intent in his eyes, but he did not continue to exert force. How is it possible? Yen Hengzhou managed to stay awake, with turbulent waves in his heart. He was at the 6th level of the spiritual emperor realm, but how could his spiritual power be stagnant due to the pressure? How much strength did this Lu Jin hide? Chapter 53, he just said he didn't mention you, right? In the huge square, one could hear a pin drop. Only Lu Jin's black suit rustled under the stimulation of spiritual power. With the blessing of the Star Sea Lord, S-Domain C Chapter 49, his spiritual power has skyrocketed tenfold, and the vast pressure enveloped the entire academy. In short, as long as he fights within the scope of Xinghai Academy, he is nearly invincible, and can even defeat a strong man in the Spirit Master realm. At this moment, Lu Jin is the only ruler of this world. All the teachers and students held their breath and stared at their principal in shock. The shocking scene just now was still lingering in everyone's mind. The killing moves of two Spirit Emperor Realm Masters attacked at the same time, but were resolved by Lu Jin with one hand, without even a hair being disturbed. At this moment, all the students also wanted to know how powerful their principal was. Yang Lingyi turned her head slightly and said to Yen Hengzhou behind her calmly, Chief Yen, today's matter ends here. Yen Hengzhou was silent for a moment, and an ambiguous sneer came from under the bronze mask. Okay, I'll give Chief Yen this face. He really had not expected Lu Jin to be so powerful. Although he was at a disadvantage in the previous fight, it was just a test. If he played his real trump card, Lu Jin, who was only at the 1st level of the spiritual emperor realm, might not be able to gain an advantage. Just today. Yen Hengzhou glanced at the shadow student who was protected in the crowd, his knuckles turned white from pinching in his sleeves. With the director's order, he really couldn't completely break off with Lu Jin. Withdraw. Yen Hengzhou waved his hand suddenly, emitting a cold aura. When he turned around, the eyes beneath the bronze mask were like 10,000-year-old black ice, with the tall figure deeply imprinted in the depths of his pupils. Lu Jin, ah Lu Jin. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. As the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division, I have 100 ways to make you uncomfortable. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future. Just at this moment. Before he had taken 2 steps, a clear shout suddenly tore through the air. Stop! Lu Jin's voice was not loud, but it made the air in the square freeze instantly. Yan Hengzhou's body suddenly froze. What else? He turned around slowly, a hint of displeasure in his pupils beneath the bronze mask. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as cold as a knife. I fucking let you go? Just 7 simple words made the temperature of the entire square drop sharply. Yan Hengzhou's knuckles turned white, but his voice was still cold. Oh? Principal Lu, do you have any other advice? Boom! Lu Jin suddenly raised his foot and stomped the ground. 9 golden spiritual light beams broke out of the ground and instantly intertwined into a star formation, turning the entire square into a cage. Come as you like, leave as you like. A cluster of golden spiritual power leaped up from Lu Jin's fingertips, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Do you think my Xinghai Academy is a vegetable market? Yang Lingyi's pretty face turned pale. Principal Lu. What do you mean? Chief Yang, why don't you ask? Lu Jin interrupted with a sneer. What was going through your section Chief Yan's mind when he turned around just now? If we don't teach him a lesson today, some people will really think they are invincible. Ha ha ha. Yan Hengzhou suddenly laughed out loud, his face full of disdain. Just you? You dare to speak so arrogantly when you are only at the first level of the spiritual emperor realm? You are just the principal of a junior college. If you don't know, you would think you are at the peak of the spiritual emperor realm. Before the laughter faded, a cold light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The air was violently torn apart, and a black afterimage shot out at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, and the ground cracked wherever it passed. Yan Hengzhou's heart was shaken, and he hastily formed seals with both hands, yellow spring soul locking chain. Hua la la. 9 pitch-black chains wrapped with ghostly fire shot out from his sleeves and instantly intertwined in front of his body to form an impenetrable defensive net. A hideous face appeared on each chain, emitting a creepy and shrill scream. It's a top-grade Xian-level spiritual weapon. Wang Xiaoxian's face turned pale. This pressure is close to the earth level. Boom! Lu Jin's fist smashed into the chain defense without any fancy moves. At the moment when the fist chain collided, the dazzling golden light and the dark ghost fire tore each other wildly, and the air within 100 feet radius was squeezed into ripples visible to the naked eye. Click-crack. Under Yan Hengzhou's incredulous gaze, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the soul-locking chain that was said to be indestructible. Bang! With a deafening bang, 9 chains exploded at the same time. It was like a torrent of wind and rain, collapsing piece by piece. The broken black iron fragments splashed like a rainstorm and were deeply embedded in the surrounding buildings. How is this possible? Yan Hengzhou's face turned pale beneath the mask. Boom! Before he could react, Lu Jin's fist had already hit Yan Hengzhou's chest. The ghost fire protecting his body melted away instantly like snow in the blazing sun. Crack! The bronze mask shattered, revealing Zhang Juanmei's sinister and curse-marked face. Yan Hengzhou spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground, which cracked instantly. The entire square was silent, even the sound of the wind seemed to have frozen. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the figure who was slowly retracting his fist. Lu Jin tugged at his sleeves, as if he had just casually swatted away a fly. Yang Lingyi and Xiao Han's expressions suddenly changed at the same time, and their pupils contracted violently. The head of the Criminal Investigation Section, a powerful man at the 6th form of the Spirit Emperor realm, was a ruthless man who once suppressed 3 spiritual warriors of the same level by himself. Actually, was knocked down by one punch? Yang Lingyi's usually calm face was now filled with horror. Her slender fingers clenched unconsciously, and her knuckles turned white from the force. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice trembled with disbelief. How strong is this guy? Xiao Han was struck by lightning, his expressionless face twitched slightly, and he froze in place. As the head of the investigation department, he knew Yan Hengzhou's strength better than anyone else. When the 9 yellow spring soul locking chains were fully exerted, they could even resist the peak powerhouses of the spiritual emperor realm. But now, it was smashed to pieces by Lu Jin's punch. Cough. Yan Hengzhou struggled to get up, but found that his bones were in great pain, his spiritual power was dissipating, and he was unable to move for a while. Xiao Han and Yang Lingyi looked at each other, and both saw deep fear in each other's eyes. They both stopped at the same time, and neither dared to move forward rashly. At this moment, Lu Jin exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, and his whole body revealed 4 words. Whoever comes will die. Lu Jin looked down at Yan Hengzhou coldly, his voice as cold as ice. That's it? He slowly raised his hand, and a brilliant golden light condensed in his palm, and pressure descended like the collapse of the sky. With this little ability, you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me? Yan Hengzhou was lying in the ruins, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred. He stared at Lu Jin without saying a word. But the resentful look in his eyes had already shown that Lu Jin had just launched a sneak attack and he was not convinced. Oh! Lu Jin suddenly sneered, and his eyes pierced down like a knife. Chief Yan. His voice was not loud, but it caused the temperature of the entire square to drop suddenly. If you dare to look at me like that again, I will make sure you can't leave Shanghai College today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Hengzhou's pupils suddenly contracted and his whole body felt like it was falling into an icy cave. An unprecedented sense of death crisis instantly enveloped my whole body, as if countless ice needles were piercing my bone marrow. This kid really dares to kill someone from the Psychic Control Bureau? Yan Hengzhou's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, and his clothes on his back were soaked. The fierce momentum he was proud of melted away like snow under the scorching sun. His throat rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of blood with difficulty. The hatred in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a clear and harmless look. Oh! Lu Jin looked down at him coldly and said slowly. That's right. If you don't have the strength, don't glare at others like that. Otherwise, how can I sleep well if you don't die? His voice was indifferent, but it made everyone's heart beat wildly. Principal Lu, you are being too reckless. Yang Lingyi finally came back to her senses from the shock. Her slender white fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and her red lips trembled slightly. She never thought that the seemingly gentle principal could be so cruel. One punch, just one punch was enough to defeat the notorious Yan Hengzhou. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering in the night breeze, and his tone was startlingly calm. Chief Yang, I have already restrained myself. He glanced at the figure being supported in the distance, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Otherwise, do you think he can still breathe? Yan Hengzhou froze upon hearing this, and the blood on his sinister face instantly faded. He lowered his head tightly, not daring to even tremble his fingertips. The terrifying power of that punch just now left a lasting impression on him. Ahem, let's go. Zhou Wenchang quickly lifted up Yan Hengzhou, but found that his superior's right leg was shaking unnaturally. He was horrified, because he had just seen Lu Jin only hit his chest. Yang Lingyi's jade fingers flew, instantly forming 36 spiritual seals. A bright white barrier poured down like moonlight, enveloping the two of them. She stared at Lu Jin with her beautiful eyes, fearing that this evil star would suddenly explode. If Yan Hengzhou really dies here, the entire Wancheng will be turned upside down tomorrow. It was not until Yan Hengzhou disappeared from the square that Yang Lingyi breathed a sigh of relief and removed the barrier. The cold wind blew away the sweat on her forehead, revealing a trace of worry between her brows. Principal Lu, your image in the Psychic Control Bureau will be greatly reduced because of what happened today. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, cold stars twinkling in his eyes. To touch my students in Shanghai College is a way to death. You. Yang Lingyi's red lips trembled slightly, and she didn't know what to say. You say he is a good principal, but he would beat people to death at any time. Although he is a bad principal, he is also very protective of his children. See you another day. In the end, Yang Lingyi could only sigh and turn away. Everyone from the Psychic Control Bureau quickly retreated. Only the blood-hell mastiff growled unwillingly before leaving. The scarlet eyes stared at Lu Jin, as if to carve him into his bones. The next second, the air suddenly twisted, and Lu Jin suddenly appeared in front of it like a ghost, with a kind smile on his face. He just said he didn't mention you, right? Chapter 54, Are you pretending to be an expert by not saying anything? At this moment, the air became tense again. Lu Jin's figure appeared in front of the mastiff like a ghost, with a creepy smile on his lips. The spiritual energy in his slender palms was condensing crazily, as if he was rubbing a nuclear bomb in his hands. The blood-hell mastiff's scarlet pupils suddenly shrank, its fur stood on end, and the corrosive saliva dripping from its fangs solidified in fear. The spirit beast's most primitive intuition told it. The human in front of it is 100 times more terrifying than all the prey it has torn apart. In the spiritual martial world, there are two types of spirit controlling systems. One is to directly summon spirit beasts, such as Xiao Han's blood prison mastiff, and the other is to inherit the bloodline of spirit beasts, such as Lu Shuaing's shadow cat demon bloodline. The strength of Xiao Han's blood hell mastiff is no less than that of a spirit emperor, but at this moment, it is as docile as a puppy under Lu Jin's command. Lu Jin gently pressed his slender fingers on the top of its head. The spiritual power in his palm was as deep as the ocean. Just a wisp of breath made the limbs of this notorious spirit beast go limp. It whimpered and fell to the ground, revealing its most vulnerable belly to show weakness. Xiao Han's pupils shrank and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. It was the first time he saw the blood hell mastiff showing such fear. "You're pretending to be an expert by not saying anything, right?" Lu Jin sneered, gathered the spiritual power in his right leg, and kicked out suddenly. Ouch! The bloodhell mastiff howled and its huge body flew out like a broken sack. It transformed into a red light in midair, and scurried back into Xiao Han's sleeve in a panic, never daring to show its head again. Xiao Han's face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. But in the end, he didn't dare say a word. Yan Hangzhou's fate was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want to be the next unlucky guy to be knocked away by a punch. "Take care of your dog." Lu Jin said indifferently, "Goodbye." Xiao Han turned around silently, his back stiff. Yang Lingyi looked at Lu Jin deeply, and sighed before leaving. "Principal Lu, take care of yourself." The convoy of the Psychic Control Bureau slowly drove away, and Xinghai Academy returned to silence. Yi Qianxuan staggered to Lu Jin's side, his pale face still showing a look of shock, and whispered, "Thank you, Principal." "No need." Lu Jin interrupted her, his eyes still cold. "I just can't stand people running wild in my territory." He paused, his tone slightly lowered. "As for your question, come to my office and we can talk about it." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he bent down to pick up the thermos on the ground and slowly unscrewed the lid. He took a sip of wolfberry tea and then turned and left. He adjusted his glasses, looking gentle and polite, as if the person who had just crushed Yan Hangzhou and frightened the blood hell mastiff was not him at all. At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. "Fuck! That punch from the principal just now, wasn't it so cool?" A girl was so excited that her face turned red and her fists were clenched tightly. "Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? That's the iron-faced Spirit Emperor. A powerful man at the 6th level of the Spirit Emperor realm was actually knocked away by a single punch from the principal?" Lu Xiaoxiao's voice was trembling, as if she was still immersed in the shock that had just occurred. "Did you see that? Even the corners of the principal's clothes were not messed up. He was so calm the whole time, as if he was taking a walk." "Nonsense, that's our principal. My idol. Do you think I'm kidding you?" The girl's eyes sparkled and their whispers were filled with suppressed excitement. Only Bai Mo Yuan stood quietly among the crowd, his expression as calm as usual. "One spiritual emperor realm mark crushes 6 marks." The corners of her lips curled up in an arc of understanding, and there were stars in her eyes. "It seems that I have chosen the right thigh." But then, she frowned slightly. "However, according to my memory." In the sea of consciousness, shocking scenes from the past life flashed by like a revolving lantern. The bloody and fiery Xinghai Academy. The figure of fighting 6 powerful soul masters alone. There are also ancient bronze coffins tightly wrapped with chains. She remembered clearly that deep in the museum of Xinghai College, there was a special spiritual weapon. According to the agreement with Lu Jin, as long as I can perfectly complete the sales task of Ningpo Pill tonight, I can ask him for a reward. This is the perfect opportunity. If I could use this to legitimately obtain that treasure, her strength will surely usher in a qualitative leap. In the principal's office, Lu Jin sat behind a large desk, tapping the table lightly with his slender fingers, making a dull tap sound. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if he could see through people's hearts. Yi Qianxuan stood in front of him, her slender figure looked particularly thin under the light. Her face was still pale, but her beautiful eyes were shining with stubbornness. "Principal." She spoke in a low voice, her voice slightly hoarse. "Thank you for saving me just now." Lu Jin raised his eyes, his gaze fell on her, and said lightly, "Sit down." Yi Qianxuan didn't move, but just clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his palms. Why did you attack the people from the Psychic Control Bureau? Lu Jin asked, his tone calm, but with an unavoidable sense of oppression. Yi Qianshuan's pupil shrank slightly, his throat rolled for a moment, and then he whispered, "That man killed my parents." Lu Jin's eyes darkened slightly and his fingertips paused lightly on the table. Your parents are members of the Shadow Pavilion, right? Lu Jin had previously read Yi Qianshuan's files. The couple joined the evil organization Inga and were eventually wiped out by the Psychic Control Bureau. Shadow Pavilion is a notorious assassination organization in Xian country. Their motto is "Wherever the shadow goes, death follows." They specialize in accepting high rewards to assassinate important figures. At least thousands of spiritual warriors have died in their hands. In the Blood Moon tragedy 15 years ago, the Shadow Pavilion slaughtered all 3 spiritual martial families overnight. Even infants in swaddling clothes were killed, leaving only dried corpses with their spiritual energy sucked out. Although the official suppression has weakened the situation, the remaining members are still a nightmare for all major forces. Yi Qianshuan bit her lower lip lightly, her pearly teeth almost leaving a bloody mark on her pale lips. My parents are not bad people. They did not volunteer to work for Shadow Pavilion. Her voice was soft, but with unquestionable firmness. Lu Jin looked at her quietly, and after a moment, he said calmly, "Even if you want revenge, you don't have the strength to do so now." Yi Qianshuan's fingertips trembled slightly, but the stubbornness in his eyes became more intense. She took a deep breath, looked up suddenly and looked straight into Lu Jin's eyes. As long as you can help me get revenge. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and cold hatred burned in her beautiful eyes. I can do anything you ask me to do. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Lu Jin stared at her quietly for a while before he slowly spoke. Do you think there is anything about you that could interest me? Yi Qianshuan was stunned. Yes. She is very young, except for a petite body. Is there anything that the principal would like? Chapter 55 Guidance from the Principal's Office. Why aren't you talking? Huh? Lu Jin sat behind his desk, carefully looking at the girl in the black dress in front of him. Yi Qianshuan is like a carefully carved porcelain doll, with her slender body wrapped in a dark Gothic dress, the hem of which is like a blooming flower in the dark night. Her snow-white skin is even more translucent against the black lace, as if it were glaze condensed by moonlight. Her long lavender hair fell to her waist, and her waist was incredibly slender, outlining a youthful yet soft curve. The legs extending from under her skirt were as white as jade, and her knees were light pink, like unripe cherry blossoms on the branches in early spring. The most captivating thing is her eyes. Her amethyst-like pupils are filled with stubbornness and anxiety. When she purses her cherry-colored lips, small dimples appear on her cheeks. She has the innocence of a girl, but because of her dark outfit, she has a bit of dangerous temptation. At this moment, Yi Qianshuan's fingertips unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, and her breathing became slightly rapid. If you want the principal to avenge you, you will have to pay some price. But she is young, except for a petite body. Is there anything that Lu Jin would like? That's right. Body. As soon as he thought of this, a thin layer of red gradually appeared on the tips of Yi Qianshuan's ears, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. She weighed the deal over and over again in her mind. It was just a tiny price to pay for a chance at revenge. This deal was too good to be true. Only. Yi Qianshuan quietly raised her eyes and looked at the man sitting behind the desk. The seemingly gentle principal always looked at her with a look of scrutiny behind his gold-rimmed glasses that made her uncomfortable. She couldn't help biting her lower lip, thinking to herself, will this worthless principal really keep his promise? What are you thinking about? Lu Jin frowned. Yi Qianshuan mustered up the courage to speak, his voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, his throat tight. I can. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows, his eyes sliding from her flushed cheeks to her clenched fingertips, and suddenly chuckled. What can you do? Yi Qianshuan's fingertips trembled slightly, and suddenly she grabbed the bow on the collar of her black dress and gently pulled it. As long as you help me get revenge. The ribbon slipped off, and the black dress slowly slid down her slender shoulders, revealing the thin white shirt underneath. Her cheeks were flushed red, but she raised her head stubbornly, with a moist light in her beautiful eyes. Lu Jin's eyes suddenly darkened. Student Yi. His voice was a little more serious than usual. Hatred has blinded you. Do you know what you are doing? Yi Qianshuan bit her lower lip and moved her fingers to the first button of her shirt. As long as you are willing to help me, I can do anything. Click. Her little hands continued, and the light sound of buttons being unbuttoned was particularly clear in the silent office. Beep. In the corner, while silver hair stood straight up and swayed from side to side like an antenna. Her azure mechanical eyes instantly enlarged and her gaze moved back and forth between Lu Jin and Yi Qianxuan. Visible steam was coming out of the top of the head. Unhealthy images detected, activating youth protection mode. Weyer muttered while covering her eyes. Yi Qianxuan's breath suddenly stopped. She had never expected that there was a third person hiding in the principal's office. It was not until she saw the faint mechanical lines on the other person's neck that her tense shoulders relaxed a little. It turned out to be just a mechanical creation. At this moment, Lu Jin had already stood up. The black suit jacket drew a sharp arc in the air, and in the next second it had already wrapped around her half-naked shoulders. "That's enough," Lu Jin said calmly. "That's not what I want." Yi Qianxuan looked up at him and discovered that behind Lu Jin's gold-rimmed glasses, his always indifferent eyes were now filled with emotions that she could not understand. "So, what do you want?" Her voice trembled and her face blushed. "Do you want me to stand, sit, kneel, or lie down?" Lu Jin. What unhealthy things does this girl think about all day? First impressions often stick. Ever since that unpleasant encounter on the bus, Yi Qianxuan's impression of Lu Jin has always remained as pervert. Student Yi. Lu Jin picked up the sandalwood ruler with his slender fingers and slowly walked towards the retreating girl. "It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of me." His voice was low. "Today you attacked the people from the Psionic Control Bureau without authorization and almost caused big trouble for the academy. As the principal, I have the responsibility to teach you a lesson." "Lessons?" Yi Qianxuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his slender body trembled unconsciously. "Here I come, finally I stopped pretending." In her mind, what would happen next was already extremely clear. The rough hemp rope would cut into her delicate skin, suspending her in a shameful position. Perhaps her mouth would be gagged, so that she could only whimper helplessly, and the ruler would surely fall on the part of her body that she was most ashamed to talk about. Yi Qianxuan closed her tearful eyes as if resigned to her fate and bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. As long as she can avenge her parents, she can endure anything. The porcelain white calves under the skirt trembled slightly, but she stubbornly did not move a step. She knew it very well. In the principal's office, any resistance would only fuel the other party's interest. The footsteps were getting closer, and they sounded like the devil's whispers in Yi Qianxuan's ears. Thinking of the impending punishment, Yi Qianxuan unconsciously straightened her back, her slender fingers clenched the hem of her skirt, and her petite body stretched into a graceful arc. "Stretch out your hand." When she stretched out her palm tremblingly. Snap. 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 After 3 crisp and sharp strikes of the ruler, Yi Qianxuan blinked blankly. She waited for a long time with her body tense and ready, only to find that the other party had no further ideas at all. Lu Jin put away the ruler and walked towards the desk. "I'm sorry about what happened with your parents. But now I can show you a way forward." Yi Qianxuan stared blankly at her slightly red palm, feeling a little dazed for a moment. The stinging sensation from the 3 blows of the ruler still remained on her skin, but it was not even 1/10,000th of what she had expected. "You, just like that," she blurted out subconsciously, then bit her cherry lips in shame. Lu Jin slowly sat down on the chair, with a smile on his face. "Why, is classmate Yi disappointed?" "No." Yi Qianxuan hurriedly tightened her dress, her eyes a little flustered. I just. She couldn't continue. All those humiliating scenes that she had rehearsed countless times in her mind, all those prices that she had gritted her teeth to accept for the sake of revenge, now all became ridiculous self-conceit. Lu Jin turned around, his eyes behind the lenses were calm and deep, but inexplicably made her heart tremble. "From today on, I will personally guide you." His voice was low and firm. "Whether you want revenge or want to continue your studies, you have to become stronger." "You will personally guide me?" Yi Qianxuan raised his head suddenly, and the tips of his ears turned slightly red. For some reason, some unspeakable images suddenly flashed through my mind, such as a bad title like Chihiro-chan's Special Training Diary. She shook her head quickly, trying to drive away these ridiculous thoughts. "Don't worry." Lu Jin's slender fingers gently pushed the frame of his glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses were calm and wise. "You have great talent, but you lack systematic training. Instead of seeking revenge in that way, it is better to become stronger in an upright way." Yi Qianxuan's heart began to beat violently. If she could really become stronger, she would indeed be willing to accept Lu Jin's guidance. "Why help me?" Her voice trembled slightly, with a barely perceptible hesitation. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, and said calmly but without question, "It's very simple, because you are a student of Shanghai College." Yi Qianxuan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about something. "Come to my office at 8 o'clock tonight." Lu Jin paused and added, "When the time comes, there will be another student who will receive instruction with you." Chapter 56 Tang Xiaotang, is this medicine right? Another student? Yi Qianxuan tilted his head slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Tonight, there are still girls who want to come to the principal's office under the moonlight to receive instruction? Her thoughts drifted away uncontrollably, and her red lips pursed unconsciously. Is this double major? Or double the happiness? Yes, you will know when the time comes. Lu Jin's voice sounded lightly, interrupting her wandering thoughts. Otherwise, he knew that Yi Qianxuan would imagine some strange things again. Oh. Yi Qianxuan responded softly, lowered her eyes to hide the dark light in her eyes, turned around gracefully, and the hem of her school uniform skirt blossomed into an arc like an ink lotus. The light in the corridor stretched her shadow very long, slender but stubborn. Yi Qianxuan certainly understood that people from the Psychic Control Bureau were not so easy to kill. My impulsive behavior in the square just now was indeed ill-considered. But as long as I can become stronger. One day. Whether it is the Shadow Pavilion or the Psychic Control Bureau, she will take revenge for this blood debt with her own hands. Lu Jin looked at her departing back, frowning slightly. Yi Qianxuan is a rare, shadow soul devourer. He is born to feed on killing and becomes stronger the more he kills. If this kind of physique gets out of control, there will be a river of blood. As the principal, he must guide carefully. Don't rush things. We should be patient and encouraging, and teach by example. Even from the inside out, penetrating deeply. Let her take the right path. Lu Jin let out a sigh of relief, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The warm tea aroma spread between his lips and teeth, but it couldn't suppress the heavy sense of responsibility in his heart. After a moment, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and pushed the door open to leave. It's time to go to the alchemy room to check the progress of the soul condensing pill. The alchemy room is located behind the teaching building, in a low house with gray tiles. Several strings of dried herbs are hung under the eaves, rustling in the wind. The location was chosen because it is close to the back mountain and convenient for collecting herbs. Of course, the more important reason is, back then, the alchemy room was still located in the teaching building, until a genius student secretly refined the crazy immortal laughing bone powder. The moment the pill was completed, a strange aroma burst out of the furnace, and pink smoke spread along the ventilation ducts, and the whole building fell into a carnival in just half a minute. That day, the students in the entire teaching building, everyone was having a blast. Since then, the alchemy room has been moved to this remote corner. Lu Jin came to the alchemy room, and the moment he pushed open the carved wooden door, the rich scent of elixir hit him in the face. The alchemy room was filled with mist, and dozens of bronze alchemy furnaces were neatly arranged. Under the light of the furnace fire, the entire space was shrouded in a hazy glow. Yao Wuhan stood on the podium with his hands behind his back, his long gray beard fluttering slightly with the heat from the furnace. His pair of old eyes, which seemed cloudy, were actually as sharp as an eagle, scanning each student's operation one by one. The fire is 3 parts, and the medicine is 7 parts. The old man's hoarse voice echoed in the room. The key to the soul condensing pill is the word condense, so don't be impatient. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden clang sound from the corner. Lu Jin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Tang Xiaotang standing on tiptoe, her twin ponytails swaying with her movements, and her little hands desperately stuffing herbs into the alchemy furnace. Add another 9 netherworld orchid, she commanded in a childish voice, her pink cheeks stained with ashes. Senior sister Yun, please fan the fire. Yun Ling, the usually gentle and dignified monitor of the alchemy department, was now waving a jade fan with despair, mechanically injecting spiritual power into the alchemy furnace. Her light green skirt had been scorched by the smoke, and her eyes, which were always gentle and watery, were now filled with despair. Student Tang, are you done with your refining? Lu Jin suddenly spoke. Wow! Tang Xiaotang shuddered with fear, and the herbs in her hand fell directly into the furnace. Boom! The alchemy furnace shook violently, and the moment the lid was opened, 3 strange pills emitting purple smoke ejected. Bang! Lu Jin raised his hand to catch one, and immediately felt a burning sensation in his palm. Is this the soul condensing pill? He held the purple-brown pill in his hand and slowly turned it under the light. The surface of the pill had a strange matte luster, like a berry dried by the years. The color of this medicine doesn't look right, does it? What did you add to it? Lu Jin has some knowledge of the 5 cultivation systems. Although he was not proficient in alchemy, as far as he knew, the color of the soul condensing pill should be light red, just like a girl's cherry lips. However, the color of this pill was quite different. It was actually purple-brown. Like a shriveled old purple grape. In contrast, one is a young girl just beginning to fall in love, and the other is a young woman who has been through many battles. This difference is too outrageous. Yunling stood up in a panic and said with a red face, "I'm sorry, Principal, it was classmate Tang who added me privately." Tang Xiaotong's eyes wandered, and her little feet secretly moved back. "I felt that its medicinal effect was not enough, so I added a little seasoning." Yao Wuhan came over upon hearing the voice and said respectfully, "Principal, what happened?" Lu Jin handed over the soul condensing pill refined by Tang Xiaotang. "Teacher Yao, do you think this pill is right?" "This." Yao Wuhan took it and looked at it, his eyes widened immediately. "Tang Xiaotang." Yao Wuhan's voice was low, and he tapped the medicine case with his knuckles. "It's been a while since I last noticed you, and you've already added something secretly. Did you add purple spirit vine this time?" Tang Xiaotong's feet suddenly froze, and she poked at him with her 2 index fingers. She shrank her neck and her eyes wandered even more. "Teacher is amazing. You can even guess this." "Guess?" Yao Wuhan sneered. "The purple spirit vine is strong in nature. When it enters the pill, the color changes. If you take it, your meridians will burn and you will become crazy and lose your mind. Do you want to kill the person who takes the medicine?" "No way." Tang Xiaotang stamped her feet anxiously and turned up her sleeves, revealing half of her slender wrist, which was still covered with a few red marks. "I added ice heartgrass to mix it up. Although the color is a bit strange, the efficacy is absolutely fine. It's even 10 times stronger than ordinary soul condensing pills." Lu Jin stared at the burn on her wrist, frowning slightly. "You're testing the medicine on yourself?" Tang Xiaotang quickly hid her hands back into her sleeves, her ears slightly red. "I won't die anyway." "Stupid." Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand and hit her on the forehead with his head. "Woo!" Tang Xiaotang immediately covered her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes. She raised her little face and pouted her pink lips in grievance. "Principal, I will repay you with my own body in the future. Who will be responsible if I break something?" Yao Wuhan was stunned. Adding Bink Cinco can indeed balance the medicinal properties of Xylingting, but this unconventional method is not even recorded in Wandanpu. Ordinary people would never think of it. "How did you know this?" He suddenly took a step closer, his face full of doubts. "Where did you get these herbs? The materials I gave you don't have these." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, could it be the same thing as last time in the medicinal materials warehouse? So that's how it is." Lu Jin's eyes darkened, and he suddenly pinched Tang Xiaotong's neck and lifted her in front of him like a chicken. "Shake it hard." "Woo." The little lowly flapped her short legs, her collar was crooked, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders, and a bunch of things fell out of her clothes. Blood Ganoderma, bone-eroding flower, green grass. There is also a book with a gold-stamped cover. Lu Jin bent down to pick it up, his eyes fixed on the cover for a moment. "The domineering principal falls in love with me." Flipping through it casually, the whole page is filled with descriptions that are unbearable to the eyes, and the accompanying pictures are even more. "Okay, Tang Xiaotang." The veins on Lu Jin's forehead were throbbing, and the voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Stealing medicinal herbs is fine, but you actually secretly looked at the little uncle?" Chapter 57, Let's do it. Thanks to Mo Chenin, who likes Wuyugu, for his certification, and more. After discovering Tang Xiaotong's book, Lu Jin suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Opening this book at random, what comes into view are indescribable illustrations. The principal dressed like a domineering CEO, with half of his clothes undressed, and gold-rimmed glasses hanging down his nose, was pressing the petite female student on the alchemy furnace. 300 words of description omitted here. Lu Jin has studied history, and he killed the emperor's uncle while drinking. The air suddenly became quiet. The tips of Yunling's ears were red enough to drip blood, and the pestle in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Yao Wuhan covered his chest and staggered back 2 steps, as if he was about to have a heart attack at any moment. What a sin, it's simply immoral. Tang Xiaotang flushed and rushed over to grab the book. No, this is academic research. Research? Lu Jin's glasses flashed coldly. Research how to turn the principal into a cauldron? He lifted the girl up by the collar and stuffed her with the medicine like a kitten. Elder Yao, supervise her to copy the school rules of Shanghai College 10 times tonight. Tang Xiaotang's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and wailed, Principal, can you bear to abuse my future child bride? She has even memorized the Yin Yang Hahuan Ju 100 times. Lu Jin's voice suddenly dropped 8 octaves. Wow! Tang Xiaotang suddenly burst into tears, her crystal tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string, her pink face wrinkled into a ball. The principal is a big bad guy. Yao Wuhan looked at the little girl who was crying and hiccuping, and his gray beard trembled. Okay, principal. He took out a handkerchief to wipe Tang Xiaotang's face, but she angrily slapped it away. Yao Wuhan reluctantly pulled Lu Jin to the corner of the alchemy room and said in a low voice, Principal, although this girl is naughty, she is extremely talented. She even optimized the recipe of the soul condensing pill without any guidance. Take a look at this. He took out the pill Tang Xiaotang had just made and said, the soul condensing pill she improved has not only increased its efficacy several times, but also eliminated the side effects of the cold poison. I know. Lu Jin stared at the pill and said in a low voice. She is indeed gifted, but that is precisely why she needs stricter discipline. If she wants to be a traitor now, won't she poke a hole in the sky in the future? At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly remembered something, turned around and strode towards Tang Xiaotang. He lifted up the little girl by the back of her collar, like a kitten being grabbed by the scruff of the neck. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. I almost forgot how you made the kidney strengthening pill last time? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tang Xiaotang's legs, which were suspended in the air, suddenly froze, and her eyes wandered. I practiced according to the complete collection of alchemy recipes. Tell the truth. Lu Jin said in a deep voice. Tang Xiaotang blinked her big eyes and counted on her fingers. I just added a little ambergris, 2 cents of epimedium, and 3 cents of cistanche deserticula. Yao Wuhan suddenly started coughing violently. What did you say? That's a dose that can kill a cow. It's specially given to spirit beasts. How could you give it to the principal? Lu Jin stood there in a daze. Holy shit, isn't this a lethal dose? Lu Jin's face turned pale instantly, and the out-of-control scene flashed through his mind. Lu Shuang was pressed on the carpet in the office by him, her usually cold eyes were now watery, her lips were bitten until they were bright red, and the fluffy cat's tail was held in her hand. You? Lu Jin's voice trembled a little. What else did you add? Tang Xiaotang tilted her head in thought for a while. Oh. And there is also the cloud tea that I stole from Teacher Yao's teapot. That's Hahuan powder. Yao Wuhan's eyes widened, his beard exploded. I put it in the teapot to study the antidote. The air suddenly became quiet. Lu Jin held onto the alchemy furnace, and finally understood why he had tortured Lu Shuang like a beast in heat that day, causing her legs to tremble and she to cry for mercy. It seems that he really can't be blamed for this matter. But on second thought, Tang Xiaotang's talent for alchemy is indeed terrifying. If he gave her the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart that Jifia promised, and supplemented it with a few medicinal herbs, perhaps he could really refine the Promax Bliss version of the 9 Revolutions Emperor pill that would help him break through the Spirit Emperor realm. The effects of the drug may be extremely terrifying. Tang Xiaotang, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I'll settle this account with you later. Tang Xiaotang's face drooped instantly, and she shrank her neck to hide behind the alchemy furnace. Lu Jin turned to look at Yao Wuhan. Teacher Yao, how is the soul condensing pill going? Yao Wuhan replied, Principal, the 50 kilograms of spirit stones have been used up, the total cost is 40,000 spirit coins, and now a total of 253 soul condensing pills have been refined. Lu Jin touched his chin and asked, how much spirit coins are there for the soul condensing pill on the market? Yao Wuhan said, the ones with poor quality can be sold for 2,000 spirit coins each. The ones with good quality can be sold for more than 3,000 spirit coins. Lu Jin pondered for a moment, and his slender fingers gently tapped the edge of the furnace, making a crisp sound. Master Yao, how is the quality of our batch of pills? Yao Wuhan took out a jade box from his sleeve and opened it carefully. The light red pill in the box was crystal clear and glowed with a warm luster under the light. Principal, please take a look. Almost all of these soul condensing pills have reached the top grade. 36 of them even have golden pill patterns, proving that the spiritual power in them is extremely strong. Yao Wuhan's voice revealed a hint of pride, I dare say that this soul condensing pill is the best in the entire Wancheng. He is quite confident in alchemy. Lu Jin picked up a pill and gently turned it between his fingertips. The delicate lines on the pill's surface glowed in the sun, and he could vaguely feel the pure spiritual power contained in it. Interesting. Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, since ordinary high-quality soul condensing pills on the market can be sold for 3,000 spirit coins. He suddenly threw the pill into the air and grabbed it as it fell. Then we will set the price at 5,000 spirit coins each. What? Yao Wuhan was so shocked that he almost knocked over the jade box. Principal, isn't this price too cheap? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. It's too expensive. Yao Wuhan said, 5,000 spirit coins are enough to buy 2 yellow-grade high-quality spirit tools. Which big jerk would use it to buy pills? What's more, it's produced by a college like ours. Lu Jin said slowly, then let me ask you, how much does the soul condensing pill of Zhengqiang Wugao cost? Yao Wuhan thought for a moment and said, about 5,000 to 6,000 spirit coins. That's it. Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, since they can sell it, why can't we? Yao Wuhan looked embarrassed when he heard this and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In this spiritual martial world, the sale of elixirs is not only about quality and appearance, but also about the reputation. Zhengqiang Wugao is a famous university, and the elixirs it produces are highly praised. The word Zhengqiang alone is worth 1,000 gold. In contrast, Xinghai College is just an unknown college with varying qualifications of teachers and students. Even if the elixir is refined, who would dare to take it rashly? I am afraid that when people hear about its origin, they will first doubt whether it will bring harm to them. Lu Jin raised a meaningful smile and said, don't worry, Master Yao, I have my own way to sell this batch of pills. Yao Wuhan stroked his beard doubtfully, Principal, I'm not being nosy, but 5,000 spirit coins per piece is really too expensive. The corners of Lu Jin's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. If sales tonight are less than 100, I will pay for all losses out of my own pocket. 100? Yao Wuhan suddenly widened his dim old eyes, and his skinny fingers trembled violently. That's a full 500,000 spirit coins. Even after deducting costs, the net profit is enough to support the college's expenses for 3 months. This is simply a pipe dream. Yao Wuhan's Adam's apple rolled, and his cloudy eyes were filled with disbelief. He really couldn't understand how the principal could have the confidence to make such a boast. Well. Finally, Yao Wuhan let out a long sigh and tremblingly took out a gilded storage bag from his arms. All 253 are here. Please keep them carefully, headmaster. Yao Wuhan's wrinkled face was filled with worry. In his opinion, this was simply an impossible task. The principal must be crazy about money. Lu Jin took the storage bag, lightly stroked the golden line on the opening of the bag with his fingertips, felt the surging dan qi in it, and nodded with satisfaction. Tonight, let us have a big fight with Bai Mo Yuan and Yi Qianshuan. Chapter 58, Colleges and universities are still the best places to have fun. Don't worry, Mr. Yao. I'll take care of it. The corners of Lu Jin's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. Tonight, he decided to have a good time with 2 female students. Fuck it till the sky darkens. Do it to the point of shocking earth-shattering. Do it until you sweat. Fuck it to death. No. It seems like we've gone off topic. Lu Jin coughed lightly and said seriously, Teacher Yao, I'll leave the alchemy to you. I'll go back to the office first. Take care, Principal. Back in the principal's office, Lu Jin picked up the thermos and took a sip. As dusk fell, the campus finally fell silent. Lu Shuaing came to visit before getting off work. Her slender figure leaned against the door, her dark cattail wagging curiously. Isn't the principal going back yet? Teacher Lu, please go back first, Lu Jin said with a gentle look, I still have to give extra lessons to a few students. Lu Shuaing felt warm in her heart when she heard this. The principal is still giving extra lessons to students so late at night. He is truly a tireless teacher and a role model for us. At 8 o'clock, Lu Jin's deep voice came from the campus radio. Bai Mo Yuan, Yi Qianshuan, come to the principal's office immediately. After a moment, there was a light knock on the door. Come in. The door opened slightly, and a faint orchid fragrance quietly drifted in. Bai Mo Yuan was wearing a plain white short skirt, with only a jade hairpin swaying between her black hair, as cold and pure as a banished fairy in a painting. Yi Qianshuan was leaning lazily against the door, her black skirt was as black as ink, and there was a bit of impatience in her eyes. Principal. She curled her lips slightly. Do you have to choose the middle of the night to give instructions? Lu Jin slowly took out 10 soul condensing pills from his storage bag, with golden light flowing through them, and arranged them on the desk. I have a task for you. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered, top-grade soul condensing pill? Good eyesight. Lu Jin chuckled, I want you to sell goods on Douyin live broadcast tonight. Live broadcast? Yi Qianxuan almost jumped up. You want us to sell like those internet celebrities? Where is the teaching guide? What's the use of guidance? Lu Jin took out a bottle of chalcedony condensate from the drawer and slapped it on the table. As long as your sales are high, I will reward you with a bottle of jade marrow condensate, and your cultivation level will increase. Isn't this faster than you meditating and practicing? Yi Qianxuan was startled. What the principal said seems to make some sense. Since you can easily break through with technology and hard work, why sit there and meditate and practice like a fool? Yi Qianxuan stared at the bottle of chalcedony condensate, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Really, just give it to me directly? Lu Jin tapped the bottle lightly with his fingertips, and the spiritual liquid in the glass bottle rippled. For every 10 pills sold, I'll give you 10 milliliters more. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he whispered, can it be done with just the two of us? Lu Jin tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, smiling lazily. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Yi Qianxuan frowned and crossed his arms. But we haven't even tried live streaming. How can we promote the products? You lack experience, but you don't lack props. Lu Jin interrupted her, took out 2 gilded boxes from the drawer, and pushed them to the table. Put this on, that's enough. The two looked at each other and reached out their hands at the same time. What kind of prop can be so powerful? Bai Mo Yuan was confused and lightly touched the lid of the box with his fingertips. I saw a pair of moon white stockings lying quietly in the silk box. The sock cuffs were embroidered with fine cloud patterns, and they glowed like pearls under the light. Yi Qianxuan opened the box. The stockings in the box were made of pure black velvet, with 2 small silver bells on the toes, which jingled when she moved. The air froze for 3 seconds. Principal, how can this be so disgraceful? Bai Mo Yuan, who was always aloof, suddenly had a faint reddening on the tips of her ears. She is the goddess of the north, and yet she has to wear white silk stockings to live broadcast? Yi Qianxuan directly opened the box and took out a pair of pure black silk knee-high socks. Perverted principal, you are crazy to make me wear this kind of thing. Lu Jin crossed his fingers and looked deep in the eyes. Don't get me wrong, this is what the audience wants to see, not me, because this is the traffic code of the internet. The silver-haired school beauty is bright as the moon wears abstinent white stockings, the dark and arrogant lowly wears rebellious black stockings. This is the great way of the black and white devils. Who wouldn't be uneasy when seeing this? In the early stages of starting a business, you should follow the will of nature and grasp the lifeline of traffic. Bai Mo Yuan gently stroked the stockings in the box with her fingertips, and suddenly raised her eyes. Principal, why do you have something like this in your office? Lu Jin looked calm and confident, and said in a steady and determined tone, this is not the point. The point is how to double the sales. Yi Qianxuan's cheeks turned slightly red and she bit her lip. But how can you be sure that the audience really likes to watch this? Lu Jin pushed up his glasses and said, men understand men best. Change them quickly and don't waste time. What if it doesn't work? Yi Qianxuan's ears were burning and he was still making his last struggle. Lu Jin crossed his legs calmly, his eyes behind the glasses were full of meaning. I believe in this principal's strategy. As long as you replace these 2 magic weapons, the sales will definitely not be too bad. The tip of Bai Mo Yuan's ears instantly turned red, and Yi Qianxuan's neck even turned red. The two looked at each other, and saw the shame and helplessness in each other's eyes. Things have come to this point, they have no other choice. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Bai Mo Yuan was silent for a moment, finally picked up the stockings and walked towards the suite. Yi Qianxuan gnashed her teeth and said, perverted principal, you'd better make sure this works. Lu Jin smiled, if it doesn't work, I'll wear women's clothes and broadcast live. Yi Qianxuan, deal. 5 minutes later, the suite door opened. Bai Mo Yuan stepped out with pearly white stilettos. Her legs were faintly visible under her moon-white skirt, wrapped in white stockings. The lace edge on the top of her stockings made her look slightly fleshy. Her coldness carried a heart-throbbing abstinence beauty. Yi Qianxuan pushed open the door and stamped her feet angrily, and the small silver bells on her black stockings immediately made a crisp sound. Her legs, wrapped in black over the knee socks, were slender and straight, with a matte texture under the light. Although she looked reluctant, her red ears and dangling silver bells betrayed her cuteness, like a little black cat with its fur standing up but having to obey. Mo Yuen felt a little uncomfortable and gently gathered the hair by her ear. Principal, is this okay? Lu Jin, perfect. Yi Qianxuan pulled at the hem of her skirt in embarrassment. Why would I wear something like this? Lu Jin snapped his fingers and looked at the mechanical loli in the corner. Start the holographic live broadcast mode. Wire tilted her head, and the mechanical voice was crisp. Okay, master. The live broadcast will start in 3 seconds. Wait. Yi Qianxuan said hurriedly, at least tell us the process first? Lu Jin casually pulled out the holographic prompter. It's very simple. You will be responsible for demonstrating the efficacy of the elixir, and Bai will be the atmosphere group. Just read the lines according to the script. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin had already edited the title of the live broadcast room. Shocked. The cool school beauty and the arrogant Lolita were together late at night. The moment the title turned red, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly. Wow, she's the new school beauty of Shanghai College. President of Shanghai College, you understand marketing. Mom. 2 moms. I can lick the broken bones of this leg. It should be said that colleges and universities still have a lot of fun. Chapter 59, Possessed by Drama. Just as Mo Yuen and Yi Qianxuan stood in front of the live camera with shame on their faces, the combination of the white silk school beauty and the black silk loli instantly attracted the attention of the audience. Oh my god, this is too hard to handle. Guys, I really like this. Ahem, I'm just here to learn how to dress. It's human nature. Before long, the number of people online in the live broadcast room reached 5,500, and the first flower gift was received. But Lu Jin knew that the gift was not the highlight of tonight. The highlight of tonight had just begun. Looking at the soaring number of people online, Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, signaling Wire to turn the camera to him. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. Lu Jin pushed up his glasses, his voice deep and magnetic. I am the principal of Shanghai College. Tonight, we have a great opportunity for you all. After saying that, he slowly picked up a soul-condensing pill with golden patterns on it from the table with his slender fingers and gently turned it in front of the camera. The luster flowing on the surface of the pill seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. This is the ultimate soul-condensing pill, secretly made by Shanghai Academy. The pill of the same quality on the market is worth at least 999,000 spirit coins. As soon as these words came out, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Stealing money. I don't believe you. Goodbye. Can't afford it. You think I never bought soul-condensing pills, right? Principal, why don't you go and rob them? Lu Jin elegantly displayed the elixir in his hand. Don't worry, everyone. This is not an ordinary soul-condensing pill, but the ultimate soul-condensing pill personally taught by the first principal of Shanghai College. The ancestor of Xiantian Sword Sect relied on it to break through to the Spirit Master realm. 3 days ago, the leader of Tianji Pavilion knelt down and begged for this pill, and was even willing to exchange it for a Xian-level spiritual weapon. Even the Queen of Joyo was willing to sacrifice her precious virginity just to get this pill. This quality of soul-condensing pill was sold at the auction house last time for 999,999 spirit coins. The barrage instantly swiped the screen. This is getting more and more outrageous. What about Xiantian Sword Sect, 9 Nether Queen, why have I never heard of them? It looks no different from an ordinary soul-condensing pill. Seeing this, Lu Jin chuckled, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses suddenly became deep, since you don't believe it. He suddenly raised his head and swallowed a pill. His Adam's apple rolled and a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Fellow Taoists, please watch carefully. The spiritual energy in the office instantly boiled over. The documents on the table moved without wind. The strands of hair on his forehead were blown up by the violent spiritual power. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up, and a vortex of spiritual power as solid as a substance gathered at his fingertips. The barrage exploded instantly. Wait, is his cultivation level increasing? Fuck. Isn't the principal of Shanghai College at the Spirit King level? This is actually the manifestation of spiritual power that only the Spirit Emperor level can have. Special effects must be special effects. The pressure from Lu Jin's body drove the live studio into a frenzy. Who could have thought that the president of a junior college could actually reach the realm of the Spirit King? The audience couldn't help but start to doubt it. Lu Jin knew that if he wanted them to believe in the effectiveness of the ultimate soul condensing pill, he had to produce real evidence. If you fellow Taoists still don't believe it. Lu Jin smiled slightly and signaled Wei to play a surveillance video. In the scene, Lu Jin threw a punch calmly, and Yin Hengzhou's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the concrete wall. Shit, it's actually the iron-faced spiritual emperor. The iron-faced spiritual emperor was punched away by the principal of Shanghai College? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Iron-faced spiritual emperor Wanqing's recognized top powerhouse, his reputation was far beyond Lu Jin's. But at this moment, this arrogant spiritual emperor was actually knocked away by a punch in front of everyone. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers felt as if struck by lightning and their hearts almost stopped. That was the iron-faced spirit emperor. Ordinary spirit warriors needed the courage to even look up to him, but he was defeated by the principal of Shanghai Academy, with one punch? Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, and gently twisted a pill with a lustrous luster with his fingertips, speaking slowly. Yes, I defeated the strong man in the Spirit King realm with the strength of the Spirit King realm, relying on this pill. He glanced at the bullet screen, and his tone suddenly became harsh, like a thunderclap. As long as you take the ultimate soul condensing pill, everything will change in the future. It is no longer a dream to be poor. Today, I will give you fellow Taoists a chance. Let ants shake mountains, and let mortals kill gods. The barrage completely exploded. Challenging others' level and playing the pig to eat the tiger is a scene that countless people dream of. Now it can be done with just one pill. Who can not be moved after reading it? Buy it. I will buy it even if it means bankrupting you. That being said, this price is too high. Apart from the famous families, who can afford it? Mo Yuan took a step forward at the right time, and said in a cold voice with a hint of helplessness. Principal, this price. I'm afraid many fellow Taoists can't afford it. Okay then. Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice, his face serious. The foundation of our Shanghai Academy is to teach everyone. Today, our school is not here to make money, but to give back to the support of all Taoists. Let all Taoists be able to afford the ultimate soul condensing pill. I have good news for you today. We have already lowered the price of the ultimate soul condensing pill. Today in the Shanghai Academy live broadcast room, it's not 990,000. Not 99,000. Only 88,000. What? Mo Yuan showed a shocked expression, her red lips slightly parted. Principal, we can't even get back our costs at this price. Lu Jin had a look of deep sorrow on his face. For the support of all Taoist friends, we will accept the loss. The barrage instantly boiled. Holy crap! Really a price reduction? The principal is generous. But I still can't afford it. Can I say it's still too expensive? Just as the audience was discussing frantically, Yi Qianshuan suddenly rushed into the camera. No, principal. This price is absolutely not acceptable. She snatched the pill from Lu Jin's hand and said, Principal, do you know how much we have to pay for 88,000? The cost price alone is 90,000. Mo Yuan was so anxious that he grabbed Lu Jin's sleeve and said, Yes, Principal. The price of 88,000 yuan is probably not enough to buy the charcoal for the alchemy furnace. Lu Jin ignored him and said, Some fellow Taoists said that 88,000 is still too expensive. Let's remove another zero and make it 8,800. 666. The theme is about a rebellious period, right? Fuck the conscience principle. This price is so touching. Mo Yuan, principal. Wake up. Yi Qianshuan said disdainfully. Even if you lower the price, can those poor Taoist friends in the live broadcast room afford it? Who are you calling a poor bastard? Keep scolding me. This loli is quite cute, but she has a big mouth. Lu Jin suddenly sneered and took off his glasses with his slender fingers. It seems that some people think that the Taoist friends in my live broadcast room can't afford it? He slapped the table and raised his voice suddenly. Who are you looking down on? The Taoist friends in the live broadcast room are all my family. If you look down on my family, you look down on me. The next second, Lu Jin slammed the table. 5,008. Let all the Taoist friends in the live broadcast room enjoy the ultimate soul condensing pill. Limited to 100 pills. 5,008? Yi Qianshuan and Mo Yuan's pretty faces changed suddenly. Yi Qianxuan suddenly rushed in front of the camera. "Stop it, principal, you haven't paid back the nude loan from last month." Bai Mo Yuan knelt on the ground, holding a stack of account books and crying, "No, principal, our school will go bankrupt at this price." The barrage went crazy. "Fuck. Just cut it in half." My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Did they just erase 2 zeros? Today, even if Shanghai Academy goes bankrupt, we will let you Taoists change your fate. Lu Jin's face was determined. He raised his hand and waved. 3, 2, 1, connect. Chapter 60 by Mo Yuan's plan. Go, 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 go. 666,666. Oh my god, I'm going to have to eat dirt again next month. 5,080, it's a great deal, it's really the lowest price in history. As Lu Jin's words fell, the moment the purchase link pops up below the live broadcast room, more than 200 soul condensing pills were sold out in an instant. Lu Jin glanced at the rapidly jumping order numbers in the background, his lips slightly raised, and a playful smile flashed across his eyes. Everything is under control. It looked like a beating until the bone was broken. However, the truth was that every word he said to Bai Mo Yuan and Yi Qianxuan just now was a pre-arranged script. Blue Star's live streaming sales model is still too advanced for the spiritual warriors of this world. Dimensionality reduction attack, that's all. After the live broadcast ended, Lu Jin casually pulled out the order list and prepared to register the delivery addresses of these big complainers, crossed out family members one by one. Tomorrow morning, Shunfeng Express will deliver these soul condensing pills to various parts of Xian country. And beside him, Bai Mo Yuan was carefully checking the list while Yi Qianxuan was sealing the pills skillfully, the two of them working in perfect harmony. While sorting out the orders, Lu Jin suddenly paused and his eyes fell on a buyer's ID. The most affectionate person in Wancheng, order quantity, 10 soul condensing pills. Recipient, Lu Ruyan, note, a gift for the baby, please forgive me Moa. Wow, 50,000 spirit coins, and you didn't even blink? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smacking his lips. Although it is natural to cheat, make money from fellow Taoists, this affectionate brother was so generous that even a black-hearted businessman like him could hardly help but feel a subtle sense of guilt. Although this guilt only lasted for 0.1 seconds. Anyone who can casually spend 50,000 spirit coins is either a direct descendant of a sect or a wealthy recluse. How could they be short of this little money? Lu Jin shook his head and packed the pills neatly. After finishing all this, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Lu Jin was so tired that his eyelids were drooping. He was too lazy to even crawl onto the sofa in the office and just collapsed on the carpet. Enter sleep mode instantly. As the sky brightened, a soft, sweet voice pierced into my dream. Principal Trash, wake up. Lu Jin barely opened his sleepy eyes, only to see Yi Qianxuan with her hands on her hips, staring down at him, her slender feet wrapped in black over the knee socks hanging dangerously 3 centimeters above the tip of his nose. Principal Zaya, where is the chalcedony condensate you promised me? Following the girl's angry questioning, Lu Jin opened his eyes and faced Yi Qianxuan's slender feet wrapped in black over the knee socks. The next second, they pressed firmly on his nose. Wait a minute, I was too tired last night. Lu Jin was about to explain when a gentle voice suddenly came from the other side. On the right side, Bai Mo Yuan raised the toes of her white stockings and stepped hard, accurately stepping on the other half of his face. Gentle finishing. Principal, where is my reward? At this moment, the two girls each stepped on half of his face. The feeling of stepping under the feet of a powerful spirit emperor and the head of a school made them feel excited. How dare you? Lu Jin stood up from the ground with a somersault. You must not be rude to the principal. He straightened his messy collar and looked up to me, 2 resentful gazes. Yi Qianxuan crossed his arms, tapping his elbow impatiently with his fingertips, and glared at him as if he were a small fry. Bai Mo Yuan pursed her lips slightly, her long eyelashes drooping, but she couldn't hide the grievance in her eyes. Last night they accompanied Lu Jin until late at night, debugging equipment and coordinating the performance. As a result, as soon as the live broadcast ended, this guy fell asleep directly without even saying a word. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Lu Jin chuckled, turned around and walked to his desk, and took out an ebony box from the bottom of the drawer. He opened the lid of the box, and the chalcedony dew in the bottle was like condensed moonlight, clear and bright. He flicked his fingertips and threw the bottle to Yi Qianxuan. Here, yours. I sold more than 230 pills last night, so I gave you 23 milliliters more. Although the effects of chalcedony condensate cannot be superimposed, the excess medicinal liquid can nourish the meridians, and is also very good for spiritual warriors below the Spirit Emperor realm. Yi Qianshuan hurriedly held it in both hands. The cool spiritual energy emanating from the bottle made her fingertips tremble slightly. This one sip could equal 10 months of hard training. Lu Jin took out another bottle and was about to raise his hand when he saw Bai Mo Yuan shaking his head slightly. Principal, she folded her hands and pressed them against the hem of her school uniform, her voice 3 notes lower than usual. I don't want this. Lu Jin paused, then what do you want? Bai Mo Yuan raised his eyelids, his eyes flickering. I heard, there are some old items hidden in the school museum. I want to choose one. Lu Jin's eyebrows suddenly frowned. The Xinghai Academy Museum is full of scrap metal. Are you sure you want that thing? Bai Mo Yuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a hint of depth in her eyes that did not belong to her age. She nodded slowly, her beautiful amber eyes revealing an unshakable determination. I am sure. In the previous life, the spiritual weapon was dormant in the deepest part of the museum. The existence in it was not awakened by chance until the day the academy was destroyed. And in this life, she must seize this opportunity in advance. Lu Jin stared at Bai Mo Yuan for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Okay, since you insist, I'll go with you. Lu Jin took out a bunch of rusty keys from the drawer and said, but I have to warn you in advance. If you regret it later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Bai Mo Yuan's lips curled up slightly, his eyes flickered. It's okay, Principal, I won't regret it. Then I'll go back first. Yi Qianshuan held the chalcedony condensate she had just obtained and turned around contentedly. Her calves wrapped in black over the knee socks paused by the doorframe and added, thank you very much. Lu Jin waved his hand, go ahead, I'll teach you another day. Looking at the girls departing back, he turned to look at Bai Mo Yuan. Let's go, classmate Bai. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and Xinghai College was shrouded in a gauze-like morning light. The entire academy gradually woke up in the morning light, with spiritual energy flowing, like a slowly unfolding painting. The two walked through the weed-covered cobblestone road and headed for the school museum. The school museum is located at the north gate and has long been dilapidated and in disrepair. Lu Jin casually pushed open the creaking iron door, and years of dust flew in the beam of light. On the left are the collections of successive principles. Lu Jin stood in the hall, casually pointing with his keychain. To the right are the scraps that the school dug up. Take a look. What do you want? Bai Mo Yuan's gaze went straight past the display cases and looked towards the iron door at the deepest part. Principal, can I go there and take a look? Bai Mo Yuan said softly, with anticipation flashing in his eyes. Although she was not sure of the exact location, she knew that the thing must be sleeping in the darkest corner of the museum, otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and spun the keychain around his fingers. Okay. As they walked through the long corridor, the antiques in the display cases cast airy shadows. Lu Jin suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, you are a student of the Imperial Spirit Department, right? Yeah. Bai Mo Yuan nodded slightly. Then what spirit beast did you establish the blood contract with? Lu Jin suddenly remembered that Bai Mo Yuan had never used the ability to control spirits. Bai Mo Yuan said softly, Principal, I haven't established a blood contract with any spirit beast yet. Why? Lu Jin frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was indeed against common sense that the students of the Spirit Control Department did not sign a blood contract with the spirit beasts. Although spirit beasts and demons have the same origin, they are clearly distinguished. The former are intelligent and can be tamed to help, while the latter are ferocious and difficult to control, and will eventually become a disaster. Could it be? Lu Jin suddenly chuckled, ordinary spirit beasts are not worthy of your attention? Bai Mo Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes flickered. No, it's just that I haven't met the right one yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly smiled, and her eyes seemed to have stars falling into a cold pond, splashing tiny streams of light. Don't worry, I'll be able to find a spirit beast worthy of me soon. Chapter 61 The Remnant Soul of the Spirit Beast. Okay. Lu Jin smiled lightly and said no more. Bai Mo Yuan's red lips curled slightly, her eyes were full of light, as if there were stars flowing. Her slender fingertips unconsciously stroked the jade pendant on her waist, thinking to herself. The only one in this world who is worthy of this goddess is the peerless spiritual beast that looks down upon all living beings. The past events emerged clearly in her mind in that shocking battle. She had witnessed the power of the spirit beast with her own eyes. It was a pity that she had already contracted another spirit beast at that time, and missed this great opportunity. This time, her eyes were stern, and her knuckles turned slightly white. I must bring him under my command. The dilapidated Shanghai College Museum was filled with dust and cobwebs. Lu Jin and Bai Moyuan walked slowly along the corridor. Under the dim light, a broken stone tablet lay quietly in a glass cabinet. The surface of the tablet was covered with cracks caused by the erosion of time, and only a few incomplete seal characters could be vaguely discerned. The first, heir of the Shanghai. Bai Moyuan paused slightly, lightly pressed his fingertips against the cold glass, and slowly moved along the mottled lines. Is it the stone tablet left by the first principal? She asked in a low voice. Lu Jin nodded, his eyes falling on the weathered and blurred handwriting. It is said that the stone tablet is engraved with the teachings of the founding of the academy. Unfortunately, there are only a few words left now, and it is impossible to even speculate. I guess only teacher Yao Wohan knows the content above. Bai Moyuan's eyes darkened slightly. In the previous life, this monument was completely reduced to dust when the academy was destroyed, and the truth hidden in it never saw the light of day again. Her fingertips curled slightly, and her tone seemed nonchalant. Principal, I heard that Shanghai Academy was once very prosperous, and even famous in Xian country. Did it start to decline after the fourth principal? Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the cracks on the edge of the stone tablet. You only pick on the old scars of the academy. He paused, his voice filled with an indelible chill. Father once said that the decline of Shanghai College was caused by the fourth principal, Li Juexiao. He was the most outstanding graduate of Shanghai, the brightest star in Shanghai. It's a pity that this star eventually fell into the karmic fire that burned the sky. Recalling the memories in his mind, he pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a sarcastic smile. Li Juexiao, a traitor to Shanghai Academy. He personally burned all the martial arts books above the third level in the school library. He also planted the soul-eroding goo in the academy grounds. From now on, any Shanghai student who breaks through the Soul King realm will be devoured by their inner demons. This poison is hard to eliminate. It can only be slowly tempered over time. It took a full 20 years for it to gradually dissipate. But the most fatal thing is the 9 lights demon suppression formation diagram he took with him when he left. It is not only the core of the nursing school's formation, but also the lifeline of Shanghai Academy's spiritual power flow. And he gave it to Sanqiang Wugo High School with ease. Is there such a thing? Bai Moyuan saw the dark color surging in his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across her delicate face. Lu Jin nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. For 80 years, Sanqiang Wugao relied on the formation diagram of mutual promotion and mutual restraint to absorb the spiritual power of the Sea of Stars like a leech. A full 80% of the spiritual power was drained away just like that. He paused, and suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with coldness. Now you understand why I hate Sanqiang Wugao and Su Shueji? But Li Juexiao. Bai Moyuan's pretty face was slightly stern, and she unconsciously pressed her chest. Why would he destroy his alma mater? Lu Jin lowered his eyes, tapped his knuckles lightly on the glass display case, and let out an almost inaudible sigh. Father never told us all about this old story. There has been no news of the traitor since he left the Star Sea. Some people say that he has already turned into a pile of yellow earth. Although these were the memories of the original owner, every time Lu Jin recalled them, it was like an ice cone slowly piercing his spine. Although these were past events that he should have been unfamiliar with, he could truly feel the chill seeping deep into his bones. It made a huge rage surge in his chest. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Jin shook his keychain, and the sound of metal collision was particularly crisp in the empty exhibition hall. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Let's go and take a look at the innermost part. Bai Moyuan followed Lu Jin and walked towards the last door of the museum. The door opened, and in the dark room, a rusty sword was leaning against the weapon rack. The sword was covered with cracks, the tassel had long since decayed into ash, and even the gem on the hilt was covered with a layer of dirt. Here, this is it. Lu Jin kicked the sword rack with his toes. This is the weapon of the first principal, but it was damaged in a war and cannot be repaired. Bai Moyuan suddenly took a step forward, his fingertips hovering 3 inches above the sword, trembling slightly. That's it. This sword is a third-grade spiritual weapon of the heavenly rank. Although it has been damaged, the first principal of Shanghai Academy used it to seal the remaining soul of an extremely powerful spiritual beast. This spiritual beast is at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, the Cold Soul Spirit Dragon. And now, the powerful spirit beast sleeping in the sword will soon belong to her. Principal, she suddenly turned around, a faint smile on her lips. I want it. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? This thing is too dull to even chop wood. Imo Yuen said nothing, but gently grasped the hilt of the sword and channeled a ray of moon-white spiritual power into it. Zheng. A streak of dark red light flashed suddenly from under the rust, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. But then, her pupils suddenly contracted. There is nothing in the sword. That's not right. She clearly remembered that in the battle to destroy the school in her previous life, it was this sword that awakened on its own, and the remaining soul of the ferocious beast broke free and tore the three Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses into pieces in an instant. The devastating pressure still makes her tremble when she thinks of it. Could it be that the timeline has been advanced and the seal has not been loosened? Imo Yuen's fingertips trembled, and he pushed more spiritual power into it without giving up. However, her spiritual power was like a drop in the ocean, and the rusty sword showed no reaction. The sword remained dead silent, even the fleeting red light never appeared again. What's going on? Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and her face gradually became ugly. What? Do you regret it? Lu Jin leaned against the display case with his arms folded, smiling. His eyes swept over the rusty ancient sword, and his tone was somewhat teasing. This piece of scrap metal has been gathering dust in the museum for decades. If it were really a treasure, people would have fought over it long ago. Imo Yuen's fingertips suddenly tightened on the sword, and his nails almost embedded in the winding cracks. The cold touch spread along the fingertips, without any spiritual response, as if touching a dead object. No, this is so wrong. Even if the seal has not been broken, as the goddess of the north has a natural affinity for ice-type spirit beasts, she should be able to sense the breath of the frost soul spirit dragon. That guy was obviously very affectionate to her in his previous life, so how could he have no reaction at all? She suddenly froze, and a memory split the fog like lightning in that bloody battle. When she was rescued by Lu Jin, she was in a desperate situation. Could it be? Imo Yuen's fair cheeks instantly turned slightly red. Could it be that experience is the key to unlocking the seal? This is simply ridiculous. What causal connection could there be between that incident and the awakening of the spirit dragon? But the scene from the previous life was indeed lingering in his mind, the moment their lips touched, the piercing cold light that burst out from the sword. If she reenacts the scenes from her past life, can she awaken the frost soul spirit dragon? But this doesn't make sense? There is no logic at all. I can't care less. You're here anyway. She couldn't return empty-handed. Imo Yuen bit her lower lip, her eyes flashing with determination. Since she had a chance to do it again, she would never let go of any possibility. Before Lu Jin could react, his sleeve was suddenly grabbed. He looked down in surprise and saw the pretty face of the girl with a blush on her face. Student Bai, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Principal. The next second, Imo Yuen stood on tiptoe, her little face slightly red, her cherry lips trembling, and she kissed him. Chapter 62. It's broken, it's coming for me. The soft lips gently touched each other, like a piece of first snow melting between the lips, cool and light, with the unique sweet scent of a young girl. Lu Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't react for a moment. He was kissed by someone? Imo Yuen closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently like butterfly wings. She even held her breath, as if her heartbeat had stopped at this moment. Her fingertips that were clutching his collar trembled slightly, her ears were red and almost bleeding, but she still stubbornly refused to let go. The moment their lips and teeth touched, Lu Jin's body suddenly stiffened. Imo Yuen could clearly feel the other person's stagnant breathing. He was calm and restrained, but still mustered up the courage to awkwardly deepen the kiss. The delicate fragrance of the girl's body lingers on the tip of my nose, and her lips are soft and slightly cool, like snow in early spring, with a hint of timid sweetness. But the next second. Boo! After the kiss, Imo Yuen just took half a step back when he was pushed away by an irresistible force. She staggered back, his warmth still lingering on her lips, so hot that it almost burned her. Imo Yuen opened her misty eyes and saw Lu Jin wiping his lips fiercely with his sleeve. Anger rarely appeared on his usually calm face. Student Imo Yuen. His voice was filled with thunder. How dare you molest the principal? Principal, I'm sorry, The girl spoke subconsciously, her voice trembling slightly. I really had no choice just now. She was about to explain when suddenly. Zheng. A clear sword sound suddenly rang out, and the rusty ancient sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling cold light. In an instant, the temperature in the entire exhibition hall dropped sharply, and the white air exhaled condensed into frost in the air. The mottled rust on the sword peeled off layer by layer like shedding skin, and a faint blue light flowed through the sword's spine. Imo Yuen looked back in surprise. only to see an ice-blue shadow rising into the sky from the sword. The dragon's roar was clear and frost suddenly rose. The glass display cases in the exhibition hall were instantly covered with spiderweb-like ice patterns, and fine frost flowers condensed on the ground. It was the remnant soul of a dragon that looked like it was carved from ice crystals. Its translucent body was glowing with a cold blue light, and every scale reflected the colors of the polar aurora. The slender dragon body was wrapped in a chilling frost, and the crystal-clear dragon horns seemed to be frozen for thousands of years. The most fascinating thing was the pair of blue vertical pupils, as clear as a 1,000-year-old cold pond. Although it was only a residual soul, it still exuded a chilling pressure that made all things submit. Success! It is indeed the residual soul of the frost soul spirit dragon. Bai Moyuan's eyes rippled with joy, and the corners of his lips rose unconsciously. Lu Jin froze, with lipstick marks still hanging on the corners of his mouth. What the hell? In an instant, the remaining soul of the ice dragon raised its head and let out a clear dragon roar, and the glass display cases in the entire exhibition hall exploded. After circling in the air, it suddenly pounced towards the two people. Boom! Brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from Lu Jin's body, and the pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm was fully unleashed. He released spiritual power with his right hand, and a golden light curtain stretched across the front. The remnant soul of the frost spirit dragon? He squinted at the ice crystal dragon hovering in the air. His voice was a bit solemn. How did this girl make it? Before he finished his words, the ice dragon suddenly turned into a blue lightning and swooped down. Boom! The golden spiritual power collided with the remaining soul of the dragon, bursting out with dazzling light. Lu Jin's pupils shrank. His attack actually passed through the body of the dragon soul, leaving only a large charred hole on the ground. Physical attacks are too weak against residual souls. Bai Moyuan took the opportunity to make a hand gesture, and 5 ice-blue spiritual patterns lit up on his neck, mysterious ice lock. The crystal chain broke through the air, but also pierced through the dragon's soul. The icy dragon tail swung and turned to attack her heart. Get out of the way! Lu Jin flashed, grabbed Bai Moyuan's waist and retreated quickly. But the Jiao soul suddenly stopped, and its blue vertical pupils revealed human desire. It can't be that it wants to. Lu Jin was suddenly choked in the middle of his words. The ice dragon's dark blue vertical pupils suddenly shrank, and its gaze was fixed on the two of them, revealing an indescribable burning greed. Bai Moyuan also reacted, her pretty face flushed instantly. Could it be? Dragons are inherently lustful, no wonder only such a ridiculous method can force them to show up. Roar! The remaining soul of the ice dragon suddenly let out a joyful cry, and its dragon tail happily swept across the dome of the exhibition hall, bringing up ice crystals all over the sky. Before he finished his words, the dragon spirit suddenly raised hundreds of ice spikes and shot towards him. Lu Jin spun around to block, and the golden spiritual power rolled back like a waterfall, but it only hit the afterimages in the sky. The real dragon soul had flashed behind him, and its frosty claws were whistling towards him. Clang! The spiritual shield that Lu Jin used to block with his backhand was actually cracked by the claw wind, and blood spurted out of his knuckles instantly. There was finally a hint of surprise in his eyes. The speed of this remnant soul completely exceeded the limit of the Spirit Emperor realm. Could it be that this cold soul spirit dragon has the strength of the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm? Principle! Bai Moyuan suddenly shouted, ice-blue spiritual energy flowing in her palm. It has just awakened and is still weak. If we let it move fully, it will be difficult to deal with. I know. Lu Jin interrupted coldly, golden light surging from his fingertips. This spirit dragon's eyes are very lustful. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he suddenly retreated, and the golden spiritual energy around him rose up like flames. With his right palm pushed sideways, a golden beam of light as condensed as a substance broke through the air and collided with the attacking dragon's claws. Boom! The airwave exploded, and all the glass display cases in the exhibition hall burst. The ice dragon's attack was slightly delayed, but in an instant it turned into dozens of ice-blue afterimages that rushed from all directions. Lu Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and his palms overlapped rapidly in front of his chest, and the golden spiritual power condensed into an airtight protective aura around his body. Ding ding ding! The collision between the ice crystal claws and the golden energy produced dazzling sparks, and each strike caused the protective energy of the body to vibrate violently. Lu Jin felt a numbness in his palms and was secretly shocked. The beast's attack was like a violent storm, leaving no room for breathing. Upon seeing this, Bai Moyuan immediately made some hand gestures to draw out the icy spiritual power in his body. 5 icy blue spiritual patterns blossomed on her neck, and an extremely cold air spread rapidly along the ground, mysterious ice soul locking. Countless crystal chains broke out of the ground, but the ice dragon swung its tail and absorbed all the chains. After absorbing the power of ice, the dragon soul suddenly grew in size, and the scales all over its body glowed with a strange blue light, making it even more powerful than before. Are you helping it or me? Lu Jin gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining soul of the ice dragon suddenly let out a sharp scream, suddenly changed direction, and the huge spirit body suddenly rolled towards Lu Jin, with ice crystals entwined around him, as if it wanted to wrap him up tightly. Bai Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly realized something was wrong. Principal, its aura seems to be that of a female dragon. Lu Jin's face darkened. Oh no, it turns out they are coming for me. His whole body suddenly stiffened, and a layer of frost instantly formed on his right arm that was entangled by the ice dragon. The remaining spirit of the dragon actually wrapped its illusory dragon tail tightly around his waist, its vertical pupils flashing with demonic light, and it looked unusually eager. Get out! Lu Jin shouted loudly, and the Spirit Emperor's mighty power exploded, forcing the ice dragon to retreat. Principal. Bai Mo Yuan suddenly flashed into the battle, pressed his hands to the ground. Give me 3 breaths of time, I will freeze him. You make another move. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 ice blue spiritual patterns suddenly lit up, and frost flowers instantly condensed on the ground of the entire exhibition hall. The girl bit her fingertips, and a drop of the goddess blood fell into the ice array. Eternal frozen field congeal. The extremely cold white fog exploded, and the movements of the dragon spirit slowed down visibly. The ice crystal scales were covered with a thick frost shell, and the trajectory of the dragon's tail swinging formed clear ice marks in the air. The time is now. Lu Jin's pupils suddenly glowed with golden light, and his clothes moved without wind. The vast spiritual power was compressed into a blazing white light ball in his palm, and the surrounding air was violently distorted due to the high temperature. Heavenly power explosion spiritual skill. The power of the domain of Star Sea Overlord was poured in crazily. The light column of the golden flame expanded brazenly, and the devastating light column penetrated the ice fog and hit the 7-inch point of the dragon soul accurately. A sharp shattering sound was heard. The ice dragon let out a painful wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a slam. The Hanpa Lingjiao struggled on the ground and no longer had the strength to stand up. Bai Mo Yuan flew over immediately. She knew that the frost spirit dragon was powerless to resist, and now was the best time to establish a blood pact. She bit her fingertips, and a drop of blood with a moon-like luster fell on the brow of the remaining dragon's soul. Use my blood as a guide. She shouted, and her fingertips drew a blood-red rune in the air. Deed. The remaining soul of the ice dragon let out a last unwilling roar, and its huge body suddenly shrank, turning into a stream of light and drilling into Bai Mo Yuan's heart. Bai Mo Yuan groaned and staggered back a few steps. A crystal dragon-shaped mark appeared on his neck and then quickly disappeared. Lu Jin was breathing heavily, looking at his charred palms, and then he caught a glimpse of the faint dragon pattern on Bai Mo Yuan's neck. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have become a worker. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a strange bloody light burst out from the broken blade of the ancient sword and went straight to his forehead like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Before Lu Jin could react, the red light had already penetrated his forehead. Clang! The ancient sword let out its last wail, and the blade quickly lost all its luster, completely turning into a piece of rusty scrap metal. This is... Lu Jin suddenly froze. A strange connection spread in the sea of consciousness, and the breath of the frost soul spirit dragon was as clear and perceptible as that of a pet at home. He could even sense that the dragon inside Bai Mo Yuan's body was now lazily coiled in his dantian, like a well-fed housedog. Bai Mo Yuan didn't notice these, and murmured to himself, as expected of a spirit beast at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, it's really hard to deal with. She took a deep breath, and the northern blood that had been dormant in her body for many years actually produced a wonderful resonance with this remnant soul. If Lu Jin had not been there, she would have been doomed. Bai Mo Yuan lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the faint light on his chest, as if he had realized something. The Hanpa Lingjiao is an ancient spiritual beast with extremely yin attributes. In order for it to recognize its master, it needs to use the fusion of the spiritual power of its extremely yin body and its extremely yang body. When the two people's lips touched, the yin and yang spiritual power merged, just meeting the awakening conditions. Tell me what happened just now. Lu Jin wiped the blood off his hands and pointed his slender fingers at the broken sword. Explain it. How do you know that the soul of the frost spirit dragon is hidden in this scrap of iron? If Bai Mo Yuan had not acted rashly, this battle would not have occurred at all. Bai Mo Yuan's eyelashes trembled violently, and she pursed her lips and said, Principal, I didn't know. It suddenly appeared. Oh. Lu Jin suddenly leaned over, and an oppressive shadow cast over him. He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping across the girl's plump lips. How do you explain what just happened? Principal, it's not me. Bai Mo Yuan suddenly stumbled half a step and held onto the display case, his fingertips showing an unnatural frosty white color. This sword just suddenly extracted my northern blood. Ancient books record that some spirit beasts will use special methods to confirm the host's qualifications. Bai Mo Yuan's voice became smaller and smaller, but the tips of his ears became redder and redder. Lu Jin frowned and said, "No matter what, you can't blaspheme the teacher." That was not my intention. It was it that had the evil thought first. Bai Mo Yuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with water. I didn't expect that the ancient sword still had the remnant soul of the frost spirit dragon. When I touched the sword, it suddenly controlled me. That, you. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed. You mean, this piece of scrap metal contains the remnant soul of the frost spirit dragon, manipulating your mind and forcing you to submit? That's right. Bai Mo Yuan straightened his back, his expression serious as if he was in an academic defense. Lu Jin frowned. Although Bai Mo Yuan's luck value is very high, it is reasonable to say that any sword he picks up contains the residual soul of a spirit beast. But this is a bit far-fetched. This is too much of a coincidence. How can I believe you? Lu Jin looked at Bai Mo Yuan, his eyes as deep as ink, and his voice was filled with a bone-chilling chill. She has been behaving very strangely since she entered school. Bai Mo Yuan bit her lower lip lightly, clenched the corner of her clothes, and her voice became smaller and smaller. If the principal doesn't believe me. She suddenly raised her head, her glass-like eyes sparkled with water, but she pursed her lips stubbornly. You can personally check the spiritual power in the student's body. Lu Jin's eyes suddenly turned darker, and he grabbed Bai Mo Yuan's slender wrist with his backhand and pressed her against the display case. You think I won't do this? Before he finished speaking, his palm had already touched Bai Mo Yuan's slender waist. This time, he wanted to see what secrets Bai Mo Yuan was hiding. A burst of hot spiritual power instantly penetrated the thin fabric of the shirt and drilled into her skin like countless tiny electric currents. Bai Mo Yuan's legs were so weak that he could hardly stand, and his forehead rested on the other's shoulder. The spiritual power belonging to Lu Jin was stirring deep in her spiritual sea, and the illusion of being completely invaded made her sea of consciousness tremble. She subconsciously grabbed Lu Jin's collar, her fingertips turning white from excessive force. Principal. Bai Mo Yuan's voice had a slight cry tone, and her whole body was almost completely leaning on him. Chapter 63. Come, let me rub it. It was just an ordinary trip to the museum, but Bai Mo Yuan accidentally awakened the Hampolingjia that had been sleeping for 100 years, and tamed it as his own spirit beast. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Through the thin dress, Lu Jin could clearly feel that the spiritual power in Bai Mo Yuan's body was surging like a blizzard, and in the center of the storm, there was a familiar aura of a cold dragon. Bai Mo Yuan pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. The power belonging to Lu Jin moved like a snake through her spiritual veins, exploring at will. The shame of having her soul in his hands gave her an inexplicable shudder. When the spiritual power penetrated deep into her dantian. The sweet whimper finally broke free. She unconsciously clenched Lu Jin's arm, her nails digging into it. This silent resistance was met with his even more aggressive invasion. Okay. When Lu Jin finally withdrew his spiritual power, the back of Bai Mo Yuan's shirt was already wet. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and said, "Now that you have received the reward, let's go." The spiritual power detection just now did not find anything abnormal. Bai Mo Yuan's spiritual power was as pure as the first snow, without even the slightest impurity. Perhaps, this is the proof that the Son of Destiny is blessed by nature. As long as she is not a pawn planted by hostile forces, everything else is acceptable. Yeah. Bai Mo Yuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's and he let out a long sigh. When passing through the museum's relief door, Bai Mo Yuan suddenly stopped. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the hem of her skirt, her voice soft. Principal, when will the new school uniforms be distributed? We'll be there in the afternoon. Lu Jin looked at her with a half smile. Why, are you looking forward to it? Bai Mo Yuan's face turned slightly red, and her red lips trembled as she said, No. No, I heard that some girls in school are planning a boycott, so I specifically wanted to tell you. Lu Jin chuckled, It's okay. Don't worry about that. If they don't want to wear it, they don't have to. I have my own way. He paused, but I'm more looking forward to seeing you in school uniform. Yun froze in place, even her breathing stagnated. When she finally found her voice, her reply was barely audible. I will dress properly. See you later. When she raised her head again, Lu Jin's slender figure had disappeared at the end of the tree-lined avenue. Yun took a deep breath, and his fingertips unconsciously clenched the fabric on his chest. The spiritual energy in the body seemed to be restless, as if being pulled by something, surging restlessly in the blood. After forming a blood pact with the ice dragon, when she saw Lu Jin, her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, her skin became hot, and even her breathing became disordered. It felt like something was awakening deep in his blood, clamoring to get closer to him. I am the goddess of the north. How can I be so out of control? Yun bit her lip, raised her hand and patted her hot cheeks hard, trying to suppress the power of the Hanpalingjiu with her slightly cool palms. But the more I suppressed it, the clearer the strange throbbing became. No. Still no use. Yun took a quick, deep breath, turned around and walked quickly towards the bathroom. When Lu Jin returned to the office, Lu Shuang was leaning against the doorframe. Her long legs were crossed and her black patent leather skirt shone seductively under the light. She saw Lu Jin approaching, his furry black cat ears trembling slightly, and his tail swinging gracefully behind him. Principal, you are back. Teacher Lu, what's the matter? Lu Jin stopped and his eyes fell on her delicate face. Lu Shuang unconsciously rubbed her arm with her right hand, her cat ears drooped slightly, and her voice was filled with rare embarrassment. Principal, regarding the salary. In fact, she didn't want to ask this question. It was just that other teachers unanimously recommended her to ask. After all, the whole school knew that Principal Lu was trying to sell the soul condensing pill recently. If sales are not good, I'm afraid this month's salary will be gone again. To be honest, her refrigerator has been empty for 3 days. Don't worry. Lu Jin pushed open the office door. The soul condensing pills were sold out last night. I'll pay you now. Ha! Lu Shuang's cat ears stood up instantly, and when she saw the mountains of express parcels piled up in the room, her amber pupils suddenly dilated. More than 200 soul condensing pills, sold out in one night? Lu Jin walked towards the mechanical loli that was charging in the corner. Transfer 20,000 spirit coins to each teacher's bank account. He paused, transfer 30,000 to teacher Lu. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Principal, this is too much. Lu Jin lazily sank into the sofa, tapping the armrest with his fingertips. The treatment of a personal secretary is naturally more special. Master, according to your instructions, the salaries of all teachers have been paid. Wei crossed her hands on her abdomen and reported softly. Lu Jin nodded slightly. Very good. As the helmsman of this academy, he is well versed in how to manage people. If you want people to follow you willingly, empty talk of ideals is far less practical than real money. Therefore, he not only paid wages on time, but also made sure that no one in Wancheng could offer more generous conditions than him. Only in this way can these teachers truly feel at home. At this moment, in the other teachers' offices. Bite. A clear reminder tone sounded simultaneously in the teacher's office. Fuck. Am I seeing this right? Physical education teacher Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly jumped up from his chair. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone with his eyes almost popping out of his head. 20,000 spirit coins? Xin Manting, the elemental tutor, was drinking tea and burst out laughing when she saw the transfer information. Ahem, this is equivalent to 5 months' salary of mine. Her chest heaved violently and her beautiful eyes widened. You know, Shanghai college teachers get 4,000 spirit coins a month, but the principal actually paid her 5 months' salary. There was a loud bang from the corner. The machete of Zhang Guangdao, the head of the martial arts department, fell to the ground. This usually ferocious man was now holding his phone and grinning foolishly, his saliva almost flowing onto the screen. I can buy the Empress's swimsuit figure. Ha 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 ha. The principal is awesome. Principal Lu Yyds. I want to give birth to a baby for the principal. Shen Manting blurted out excitedly, but after she finished speaking she realized something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth. And the instigator of all this, Lu Jin, was leisurely drinking tea in the office. With a faint smile on his lips, he glanced at the cat-eared girl's fluffy ears. Come, let me rub it for you. Ah. Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her skirt, her fluffy tail curled up shyly. But Lu Jin gave her an extra 10,000 spirit coins, and she couldn't seem to find a reason to refuse. Is this part of the secretary's job? Lu Jin's gaze carried a meaning that could not be rejected, which made her heart beat like a drum. The cat's ears trembled unconsciously, as if it sensed the owner's nervousness. Principal. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, with obvious resistance and embarrassment, and her body subconsciously wanted to shrink back. The smile on Lu Jin's lips deepened a little, and he seemed to enjoy seeing her in such an awkward state. He didn't urge her, but just looked at her quietly, tapping the armrest with his fingertips regularly, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey. The stalemate lasted only a few seconds, but to Lu Shuang it felt like a century. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and she closed her eyes tightly. She leaned forward slightly as if she had resigned herself to her fate, and brought the soft, fur-covered cat ear within Lu Jin's reach. Lu Jin let out a satisfied hum from his nose. Exclamation point. Lu Shuang's whole body suddenly stiffened. The tingling sensation instantly spread from the sensitive ear tip to the spine, and then to all parts of the body. The feeling was too clear, yet too strange. The cat's ears trembled violently under Lu Jin's fingers, and it tried to dodge, but was gently pinched again. A few tiny sounds came out of Lu Shuang's throat uncontrollably. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying to swallow back the shameful sound. Lu Jin's eyes fell on her pitiful appearance of closing her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling wildly, and biting her lower lip tightly to endure. A trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. The movement of his hands slowed down. I don't know how long it took, maybe just a few seconds, maybe dozens of seconds. When Lu Shuang felt that she was about to melt or break, Lu Jin finally let go of her hand. He looked at the red-eared kitten in front of him, who looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. He raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction, and his tone returned to his usual lazy tone, but with a hint of satisfaction. It feels good, Secretary Lu. This job is settled. There is nothing more relaxing than petting a cat. Lu Shuang's tail curled up unconsciously, and she said with her lips slightly opened, by the way, Principal, there is one more thing. Our customized school uniforms have been completed, and the balance of 310,000 lingbai is due. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and said, spirit coins are not a problem. The key is to ensure the quality of the school uniforms. Lu Shuang handed over the quality inspection report and said softly, the manufacturer has ensured 80% spiritual silk content according to your requirements, so there should be no problem with the quality. That's good. Lu Jin glanced at the report casually. Pay the balance. Yes, master. The data stream on the robot Loli's eyes flashed like stars, and the ends of her hair glowed with a faint blue light. Transaction completed. Current account balance, 21,600 spirit coins. Spending money like water. Lu Jin sighed and suddenly changed the subject. Have Jin Huang Group's spiritual vein drilling machines and sales channels been put in place? Lu Shuang's cat ears stood up instantly, and she licked her lips hesitantly. The equipment has been delivered this morning, but their sales representative insisted on meeting you, saying that there are special conditions for cooperation. Special conditions? Lu Jin raised his lips with a playful smile. Tell me about it. Lu Shuang's tail swayed from side to side nervously, and she frowned slightly and said. The representative said, they still have some opinions on the issue of profit sharing. Lu Jin said, where is he? Lu Shuang replied, the representative is now waiting in the reception room on the first floor, and his attitude is quite tough. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingertips twice. Oh? How tough can it be? Take me to see. Chapter 64 Yi Fia's Plan. After saying that, Lu Jin and Lu Shuang came to the reception room together. In the reception room, Representative Zhang from the Jinhuan group was sitting with his legs crossed, sipping tea leisurely. Seeing them come in, he deliberately put the teacup down heavily, making a crisp ding sound. Principal Lu, I have long heard of your great name. Representative Zhang stood up with a fake smile on his face, but his eyes glanced at Lu Shuang without disguising, his eyes lingering on her slender waist and soft cat ears. I really envy Principal Lu for being able to have such a lovely and capable secretary come to discuss business. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled sensitively, her tail was stretched straight, and her fingertips tightened slightly. Lu Jin's eyes darkened and he took a half step forward calmly. His tall figure completely blocked the other party's presumptuous sight. Next second. Bang! A slap landed neatly on Representative Zhang's face. The force was so strong that he staggered back 2 steps, and clear fingerprints instantly appeared on his cheek. There was dead silence in the reception room, save for Representative Zhang's surprised gasp. Lu Shuang was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Jin would give Representative Zhang a big nose without saying a word after he came in. Lu Jin slowly withdrew his hand, a sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. Mr. Zhang, are you sober now? We can talk business now. Representative Zhang covered his burning cheeks, his pupils shrank violently, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, but he could only squeeze out a few trembling words. Lu Jin, you. The second half of the words got stuck in his throat. He was shocked to find that the spiritual power flowing around the other party had condensed into substance. The pressure from the Spirit Emperor Realm Expert was like an abyss and an ocean. It made his back cold and even his breathing became difficult. Representative Zhang's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He knew very well what this gap meant. If he said even half a word more at this moment, he might not even be able to leave his body intact. Representative Zhang, you have come from afar. I wonder what you can do for me. Lu Jin's tone was calm, but it carried an aura of pressure that could not be ignored. Representative Zhang took out a stack of documents from his briefcase, slapped them on the table, took a deep breath and said, Principal Lu, we at Jinuang have 8 shopping malls and 16 online flagship stores in Wancheng. He then raised 3 fingers. As long as you raise the commission from 28% to 37%, we can promote your products in the most prominent positions in all stores. Whether it's Soul condensing pills or any subsequent products. The reception room suddenly became quiet. Lu Shuang frowned slightly. She could feel that the aura around Lu Jin was changing. 37? Lu Jin chuckled and tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers. Did Representative Zhang remember it wrongly? Did you remember it wrong? Representative Zhang frowned. Chairman Yi promised in the contract that the profit split was 20 hours 80 minutes. Lu Jin said slowly, why, Representative Zhang has more say than the chairman. Representative Zhang's face changed, and he said firmly, the market situation has changed. We and other merchants share the profits 40% to 60%. There are many merchants who want to enter our Jinhuang channel now. Lu Jin suddenly stood up and looked down at him. Is this what you mean, or what Yufia means? Feeling the pressure from the powerful spiritual emperor, beads of sweat oozed from Representative Zhang's forehead. He forced a cold laugh. What does Principal Lu mean by this? Of course, I represent the position of the Jinhuang group. Lu Jin suddenly leaned forward, resting his hands on the coffee table, and his shadow completely covered Representative Zhang. Really? After that, he took out his cell phone and said, then I'll call Yufia. Wait a minute. Representative Zhang said quickly, Principal Lu, we can still talk. How about I give you another 0.5% discount? Lu Shuang's tail swung left and right, and her red lips curled slightly. Representative Zhang, you don't want to keep the 10% profit for yourself, do you? Representative Zhang stood up suddenly and said, nonsense. Principal Lu, your people can't frame others out of thin air. What are you in such a hurry for? Lu Jin shouted coldly, I'm on the phone with your CEO Yi. Do you have the right to speak here? Lu Jin's slender fingers had already swiped open the phone screen, and the blue light of the call interface was reflected on his stern profile. Principal Lu. Representative Zhang's voice changed. 28. Let's follow the original plan of 28. Yifia's cold voice came from the other end of the phone, Principal Lu? Lu Jin looked at Representative Zhang, who was clinging to the coffee table in a panic, and chuckled into his phone. Mr. Yi, your Jinhuang sales representative is very interesting. Not only did he raise the profit margin to 30% and 70% without authorization, but he also lacks basic courtesy? Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking from the other end of the phone. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled sharply, and she heard Yufia's suppressed angry voice, Where is Zhang Dihai with you? It's right in front of me. Lu Jin said slowly, he said that this is the intention of the Jinhuang group. It seems that I need to pay another visit? Let him answer the phone. Yifia's voice was as cold as ice. Representative Zhang took the phone with a deathly pale face. As soon as he said hello, his whole body froze as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shuang watched the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead with interest, her tail wagging happily from side to side. Yes, Mr. Yi, I. Representative Zhang's voice became smaller and smaller, and he almost cried at the end, I will apologize to Principal Lu right now. When Lu Jin took the phone, Yifia had already regained her tone as a businesswoman. Principal Lu, I will come to your house in person to apologize in half an hour. As for the terms of cooperation, of course, it's as planned. Lu Jin glanced at Representative Zhang, who was slumped on the sofa, and added meaningfully, however, I am a little worried about your company's management capabilities. The busy tone of the phone being hung up sounded particularly harsh in the office. Representative Zhang seemed to have lost all his bones. He collapsed on the sofa, his face was ashen, and even his breathing was trembling. Principal Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that this was what Director Yi meant. Lu Shuang tilted her head and tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her tail, looking like she was enjoying a good show. Lu Jin didn't even look at Representative Zhang, as if he was just an eyesore. He turned to Lu Shuang, his tone returning to his usual calmness. Teacher Lu, get ready. Okay, Principal. Lu Shuang turned lightly and walked out of the meeting room. Half an hour later, not a second off. A limousine with smooth lines and all black glided silently to a stop downstairs of the principal's office. The door opened and Yifia appeared at the door. She changed out of her usual signature cheongsam and wore a well-tailored, soft-toned beige professional suit. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, paired with flesh-colored stockings, and her slender legs were wearing black high heels. She looked elegant and beautiful. But deep in those eyes, there was an unquestionable sharpness and a subtle calculation. Yifia walked up the stairs calmly, holding a low-key and luxurious gift box in her hand. Lu Jin stood at the door of the conference room to greet him with a polite smile on his face. Mr. Yi, your presence brings honor to our humble school. Principal Lu is too polite. It is my fault for not disciplining my children properly and causing trouble for your school. Yifia's voice was clear and gentle. Her eyes swept over Representative Zhang, who was still sitting stiffly in the conference room. Her eyes instantly became as cold as a knife blade, causing Representative Zhang to shudder and almost shrink into the sofa. Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Lu Jin said in a calm tone. Yifia did not sit down. Her eyes were like knives. She first fiercely stabbed at the trembling Zhang Dihai, and her voice was as cold as ice. Zhang Dihai, from now on, you are suspended indefinitely. The company will thoroughly investigate your behavior in this project and all previous projects you have handled. Go back and prepare to hand over all your work. Get out of here immediately. Zhang Dihai was trembling all over. He crawled to his feet and ran out of the office, not daring to even look at Lu Jin again. The door closed gently, and Yifia turned to Lu Jin, returning to her gentle and caring demeanor. It's just a small gift. It's not a sign of respect. It's just an apology to Principal Lu and Shanghai College. She handed over the gift box, which contained the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart. Lu Jin motioned Lu Shuang to take it and nodded slightly. Mr. Yi is thoughtful. Please come in. After sitting down, Yifia didn't exchange too many pleasantries, but went straight to the point, keeping a low profile. Zhang Dihai's actions seriously violated the business philosophy of the Jinhuan Group and my own requirements. I have ordered him to suspend his duties immediately and reflect on his actions. The group will also conduct a thorough investigation and rectification. This incident was entirely caused by his personal greed and his attempt to enrich himself. It was not at all the intention of the Jinhuan Group. On behalf of the group, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to Principal Lu and Shanghai College. She bowed slightly, her attitude impeccable. Lu Jin picked up the tea that Lu Shuang had just brewed, and the aroma of tea wafted in the air. He blew on the tea lightly and said calmly, Mr. Yi, you are too serious. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. It is normal for a group of tens of thousands of people to have a few bad apples occasionally. It's just. He paused, his eyes fixed on Yifia's face. This rat shit almost ruined our cooperation. If I hadn't insisted on my principles, I'm afraid Shanghai would have been taken advantage of. The look of apology on Yifia's face deepened, but a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She nodded and said, Principal Lu is right. In order to express our apology and sincerity, and to make up for the troubles caused to your school by our negligence in management, I have a suggestion. Oh? Lu Jin put down the teacup and raised his eyebrows with interest. Yifia sat up straight, her expression becoming serious. I understand that Shanghai College has a long history and profound heritage, but some of the school buildings and training venues, especially those old buildings near the back mountain, have fallen into disrepair and the facilities are relatively old. This may affect the students' learning and training environment, and is not in line with the status of Shanghai College. Lu Shuang's cat ears moved imperceptibly and her tail stopped wagging. Renovating old buildings? That's a lot of money. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he remained calm. Boss Yi is well informed. I don't deserve it. I just care more about my partners. Yafia smiled modestly and threw out the real bait. Jinhuang Group is willing to fully fund and hire the best designers and construction teams to renovate and repair these old facilities for Shanghai College. From the reinforcement of the main structure to the interior decoration and equipment renewal, all are of the highest standard. We guarantee that during the construction period, the impact on the normal teaching order of the college will be minimized. This is just a small compensation from me and the group to show my gratitude. Chapter 65 Business Cooperation. The office suddenly became quiet. Lu Shuiying's tail tip curled up slightly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Yafia. What a big deal. This is not just a small compensation at all, it's a huge gift that's delivered to your doorstep. Lu Jin was silent, tapping lightly on the smooth mahogany tabletop with his slender fingers. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, why are you playing Liao Zhai game with me? Of course he understood Yafia's intention. Representative Zhang's unauthorized increase in the price was probably a test instigated by Yafia. If he had been a little weaker and accepted the 70-30 split, Jin Huang would have been able to get the cooperation at a lower cost. The test failed and Representative Zhang became a discarded pawn. Yafia immediately changed her strategy, retreating to advance, and even took the initiative to cut losses using a huge amount of repair money in exchange for something more important, the opportunity to enter Shanghai Academy and have long-term contact with it. How could she come here to apologize? She was clearly here to build a relationship. The renovation project was the stepping stone she had carefully prepared. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth slowly curled up into a very faint but meaningful arc. There was not a trace of joy in that smile, as if a pie had hit him. Instead, it was filled with the understanding and amusement of knowing everything. Mr. Ye's sincerity really touched the teachers and students of Shanghai College. Lu Jin's voice was low and steady, and no emotion could be heard. We will pay for the renovation in full. This apology is very important. Yafia maintained a proper smile, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Jin's expression. As long as we can make up for our mistakes and get the cooperation back on track, everything will be worth it. Jinhuang Group attaches great importance to its long-term partnership with Shanghai College. Lu Jin picked up the teacup but did not drink it. He looked through the misty tea and directly into Yafia's seemingly sincere eyes. Mr. Ye's proposal is indeed hard to refuse. Lu Jin slowly opened his mouth. Shanghai's old buildings really need to be revitalized. There was an imperceptible light in Yafia's eyes. Done. However, Lu Jin's next words instantly froze the smile on her face. However, Lu Jin put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and an invisible pressure quietly spread. On behalf of the academy, I accept Mr. Ye's apology. As for the renovation project. He paused, looked at Yafia's slightly shrunken pupils, and said word by word. Since it is Jin Huang's sincerity, then this project must naturally be carried out according to Shanghai's rules. Yafia's fingers on her knees curled up slightly. Principal Lu, what do you mean? His eyes were deep, like an ancient well, calmly reflecting Yafia's slightly tense figure. I understand that Jinhuang Group wants to use this opportunity to express its sincerity in cooperation. Shanghai College has never rejected true friends and well-intentioned help. However, honesty is the most important thing between friends. What does Principal Lu mean? Yafia forced herself to remain calm, and her voice even carried a hint of confusion, as if she was really asking for advice humbly. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth curled up into an almost cold arc. It's very simple. Since Jin Huang has taken the initiative to offer to undertake the repair project, we accept this apology. However, the implementation of the project must fully comply with the requirements and standards of Shanghai College, and the college will supervise the entire process and conduct the final acceptance. Any changes in design, materials, or construction procedures must be signed and confirmed by the person in charge designated by the college. Jinhuang Group is only responsible for funding and execution. The conditions proposed by Lu Jin seemed reasonable, but in fact they deprived Jin Huang of his dominance in the project and possible operating space. Yafia suppressed her unhappiness and nodded. Of course. Jin Huang came here to make up for his mistakes. Of course, he will fully cooperate with the requirements of the academy to ensure the quality of the project. Principal Lu's rules are indeed rigorous and thorough. Jinhuang Group respects the management system of its partners. We accept this regulation. Yafia didn't bargain at all. Because she knew very well that at this point, any attempt to modify the norms would completely expose her true intentions and raise Lu Jin's vigilance to the highest level. Acceptance is the only seemingly sincere choice. An elusive arc appeared on Lu Jin's lips. Mr. Yi is indeed straightforward. It seems that Jin Huang Group's determination to repair the cooperative relationship is indeed unquestionable. He stood up, walked around the large mahogany desk, and extended his hand to Yafia. Then, we have reached a consensus on the cooperation intention for the renovation project. Mr. Lu will communicate with your company's legal team on the specific contract details later. Yafia also stood up immediately, and an impeccable business smile instantly bloomed on her face. She stretched out her well-maintained slender hand and held Lu Jin's hand. It's a pleasure working with you, Principal Lu. Yifia's voice was clear and pleasant, with just the right amount of enthusiasm. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Yi. The two people's hands separated as soon as they touched. There is a strange atmosphere in the air that seems harmonious on the surface but has turbulent undercurrents inside. Principal Lu is very busy, so I won't bother you anymore. Yifia picked up her handbag gracefully. My assistant will contact Secretary Lu directly for follow-up matters. Teacher Lu, please see Mr. Yi off for me. Lu Jin nodded slightly. Mr. Yi, please come this way. Lu Shuiying stepped forward with a sweet smile and her cat ears trembling slightly. Yifia nodded to Lu Jin again, turned around, and left the principal's office calmly. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was crisp and steady until it disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lu Jin stood in front of the window, following the black car at the door as it drove away from the campus. The gentleness on his face completely disappeared, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bad woman, you want to control me, let's see who can control who. The black sedan drove smoothly on the tree-lined avenue leading away from Shanghai College. Inside the car, Yafia leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, the perfect smile on her face instantly falling apart. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows, a trace of fatigue and cold anger crept into the corners of her eyes. Lu Jin. She whispered the name, her voice cold and gnashing, her heavy breasts heaving violently. Those so-called rules are simply a naked humiliation. She felt like a sucker who was blindfolded, tied up, and forced to pay money. However, when her eyes swept across the Shanghai Academy buildings that were gradually receding outside the car window and shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, the anger in her eyes was replaced by a deeper and more persistent calculation. Humph, rules? Yifia sneered, her fingertips unconsciously sliding across the cold car window glass. No matter how strict the rules are, they can't stop time and infiltration. As long as I can take root here, as long as I can maintain this bond of cooperation. This is a long-term layout. As long as the Jinhuang Group can continue to invest, continue to deepen its ties with Shanghai, and make Jinhuang an indispensable part of them. Then one day, the price she paid will be recovered with interest. Thinking of this, Yifia took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the surging blood. The expression on his face became calm and elegant again, as if the previous gaffe had never happened. Lu Jin, you want to lock me up with rules? Let's see, are your rules unbreakable, or are my patience and methods better? She gave a cold and ambitious smile to the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. The car accelerated, completely left the area of Shanghai College, and merged into the city's traffic. Yifia in the car has regained her demeanor as the business queen who is in control of everything, but deep in her eyes, her desire for Shanghai College and her determination to win it are more intense than ever before. For her, this was not a setback, but the beginning of a new game that required higher skills and a longer-term vision. As long as the Jinhuang Group becomes the biggest pillar of Shanghai College, even someone as strong as Lu Jin, who is at the Spirit Emperor level, will have to bow down at her feet. A blush flashed across her cheeks, but Yofia's thoughts became more and more intense. The man's cold but gentle face appeared in her mind, and her breathing became rapid unconsciously. It can be vaguely seen on the car window glass. A slender jade hand hesitantly reached out to the pair of long beautiful legs. Lu Jin. She closed her eyes slightly, and her slender fingers slowly moved along the hem of her skirt, letting the silk ripple beautifully in her palms. It was like some kind of unspeakable comfort. Chapter 66, Refining Pills. After seeing Yifia off, Lu Jin's eyes fell on the gift box she had brought. Gently open the sandalwood gift box, and inside lies a 1,000-year-old enlightenment tea heart. At first glance, it looks like ordinary tea, but if you look closely, you can see fine golden patterns flowing between the veins of the leaves, like talismans from heaven, faintly revealing a mysterious Taoist charm. Lu Shuang leaned over to take a look, and her cat ears suddenly stood up. 8th grade Earth rank. Such a rare treasure, she actually gave it away casually? Lu Jin stroked the tea leaves with his fingertips and smiled faintly. It's just a business deal. Jinhuan Group wants to use the potential of Shanghai College to consolidate its business. The day we become prosperous is the day Yifia will rise to prominence. I see. Lu Shuang nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly raised her eyes as if she remembered something, her tail scanning the ground anxiously. Principal, the special license sent by the Psychic Control Bureau seems a little strange. Lu Jin's originally lazy gaze suddenly focused. I took a close look at this spiritual vein license yesterday. They approved a yellow-level spiritual vein mining license. She frowned, her red lips trembling slightly. But what is buried under the ground of our academy is clearly a mysterious spiritual vein. Really? Lu Jin's eyes suddenly darkened. The yellow-grade spiritual vein permit obviously cannot be used to exploit the black-grade spiritual vein tax-free. The Psychic Control Bureau is clearly setting a trap for him. Using a yellow-grade license to mine black-grade spirit veins is an illegal operation on the surface, but it is actually a hidden danger. Even if he concealed the truth, as long as the Control Bureau wanted, they could kill Shanghai Academy at any time on the charge of unauthorized mining. What a conspiracy! It not only gave him sweetness, but also placed a knife at his throat. Lu Jin pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Playing with words? Lu Shuang's tail twitched nervously. What should we do now? Continue mining? We currently have 3 choices. Lu Jin raised his slender fingers and spoke slowly. First, play dumb and use this yellow-level certificate to mine the black-level spiritual vein. Wouldn't it be too risky to do this? Lu Shuang's cat ears suddenly stood up, and her thin eyebrows were almost twisted into a ball. Once the truth comes out, Shanghai Academy will lose everything. The second one. Lu Jin raised his second finger silently and continued. Report truthfully and pay 35% of the spiritual stone tax. Lu Shuang's pupils shrank into thin lines. Then you are working for the Psychic Control Bureau for nothing? And the college's budget may also be reduced this year. So it can only be the third one. Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, hide the truth and sneak into Chinsong, so that the yellow-level spirit vein can naturally become a black-level spirit vein. Lu Shuang's ears twitched in confusion. Principal, can the spirit vein still evolve? She had never heard that a yellow-grade spirit vein could suddenly transform into a black-grade spirit vein. Lu Jin lay on the chair, fingers crossed. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Whether a spirit vein can evolve depends entirely on one's mouth. A long time ago, people thought milk was poisonous. So what do you think the first person who knew that milk was drinkable did to the milk? Lu Shuang was stunned, and a blush flashed across her snow-white cheeks. He drank milk? Wrong, he proved that common sense is meant to be broken. Lu Shuang's tail slowly stopped wagging. Although it sounds a bit strange, it is indeed the truth. Although no one says that spiritual veins can evolve, no one says that spiritual veins cannot evolve. Lu Jin crossed his legs and said with a half smile, since they said it is yellow rank, then we will make it become yellow rank. As far as I know, there is a formation that can suppress the spiritual energy of spiritual veins, called the 9 Palaces Soul Locking Formation. Do you mean to suppress the spiritual power of the spiritual vein? Lu Shuang's pupils dilated instantly. That's right. Lu Jin's eyes flickered, and he spoke slowly. We only need to set up the 9 Palaces Soul Locking Array around the spirit vein, compressing 80% of the spiritual energy of the Shin-level spirit vein in the core area, and only releasing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Huang level at the periphery. In this way, the Shin-level spirit vein becomes the Huang level. Lu Shuang's eyes flickered slightly, and her tail curled up unconsciously. She had only seen a few words about this high-level formation in the fragments of ancient books, and she didn't expect the principal to be so knowledgeable. But it's very expensive to maintain the formation, and we can't keep hiding it forever. She hesitated. Lu Jin chuckled. Covering up is only a temporary solution. Next, let the authorities of the Spiritual Vein Journal pave the way for us. Lu Shuang was startled. Pave the road? Arranging the formation is only the first step. Next, we need to bribe the experts and scholars of the Spiritual Vein Journal in advance and have them publish a large number of articles on the theory of the evolution of spiritual veins. This will pave the way for the evolution of the yellow-grade spiritual veins to the black-grade spiritual veins. Lu Jin spoke slowly, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. When these theories become the mainstream in academia, our yellow-rank spiritual veins will naturally be able to follow the laws of nature and advance to the profound rank, in full view of the public. Lu Shuiying's breathing stagnated and her pupils shrank suddenly. I see. First use the formation to deceive for a while, then use the name of academic to reverse the cognition, and finally let the truth surface in natural way. It is both compliant and embarrassing, and can even make the Psychic Control Bureau speechless. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her chest, flicked her tail lightly, and said firmly, "Okay, principal, I'll arrange it right away." The moment she turned around, she couldn't help but marvel in her heart. As expected of the principal, the means were so sophisticated that it was almost scary. Lu Jin nodded slightly and watched her back disappear at the door. Then he picked up the 1,000-year-old tea heart from the gift box and gently rubbed it with his fingertips. He whispered, a deep light flashing in his eyes, "Next, it's time to refine the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill." Lu Jin left the principal's office and went straight to the alchemy room. Squeak! The heavy wooden door was pushed open violently, hitting the wall with a dull thud. Lu Jin's tall and straight figure appeared at the door of the alchemy room, carrying an innate sense of oppression. The huge alchemy room was empty except for a little girl with black hair and twin ponytails huddled in the corner. It was Tang Xiaotang. Her little face was red and covered in dust, her ponytail was messy with a few strands of hair sticking up, and even the ends of her hair were covered in black powder. In his hand was a jade pestle used for pounding medicine, and he poked the sticky green ointment in the jar intermittently, muttering to himself, his little face wrinkled and with dust on his forehead. He looked like a little civet cat who had just had a fight and was angry again. "Principal?" Hearing the noise, Tang Xiaotang turned her head and jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lu Jin had an expressionless face and walked up to her in a few steps. He was about 1.78 meters tall, and when he stood there, he blocked out all the light in the corner, and his shadow pressed down on Xiaotang like a mountain. Lu Jin didn't say anything, but his bottomless eyes swept around first. It swept across her little cat-like face, across her dirty braids, across her little hands stained with colorful grass juice, and finally fixed its cold gaze on her lively and beautiful eyes. Then, Lu Jin slowly took out the gift box. The shadow of a long column is reflected on the cute face of the little girl. The air seemed to freeze. Tang Xiaotang felt like she was about to suffocate and her hands and feet were cold. "No, it will break." "Ha!" Lu Jin finally spoke, with a chilly smile on his face. "Have you finished copying the school rules 100 times?" "Principal, not yet." Tang Xiaotang lowered her head and poked with her 2 index fingers. "The kidney-strengthening pill I gave you last time was incredibly powerful." Lu Jin's voice was not loud, but every word was like a small hammer hitting her heart. "Have you forgotten that you have to pay this debt back?" I haven't forgotten. Principal. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Tang Xiaotang shook her head like a rattle, her big eyes were tearful, her voice was trembling, and she was almost kneeling down to beg for mercy. "I'm glad to know." Lu Jin stood up straight and looked down at her as if she were a little ant. He raised his hand and slapped the gift box containing the Millennium Enlightenment tea on the table in front of Tang Xiaotang with a click. This is... Tang Xiaotang's hands were shaking like Parkinson's as she carefully picked up the gift box. 1,000-year-old Enlightenment tea heart? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she recognized this rare treasure at the first sight. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back. "Since you recognize this thing, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins." He tapped the table with his fingertips. "Within 1 day, refine the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaotang straightened her back and patted her chest loudly. "Don't worry, Principal. I'll take care of it." "Very good, don't worry, I am not a heartless person." Lu Jin raised his lips slightly. "After the task is completed, I will reward you with a bottle of jade marrow dew." "Chalcedony dew?" The little girl's eyes suddenly widened, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Is it that white, soft, sticky, slightly sticky, sweet, and delicious thing?" Chapter 67 Tang Xiaotang's Special Physique. Lu Jin's eyes twitched slightly. "Speak human language." "Oh." Tang Xiaotang's eyes lit up, and she immediately changed her words. "It's the soft, sticky, stringy, and sweet one." "Stop." Lu Jin grabbed her ponytails and shook them left and right as if he was holding a steering wheel. "If you keep talking nonsense, people will think that this principal has some special fetish." He leaned forward and lowered his voice to a very low level. "Listen, if you dare to ruin my medicinal materials, they'll compensate you with a year's bed warming service." Tang Xiaotang blinked her big eyes and said it very sincerely. Lu Jin. His temples were throbbing, and he spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. If you destroy my medicinal herbs, you'll have to clean toilets for 3 years. Tang Xiaotang shrank her neck and said, forget it then. So don't let me down. Lu Jin closed the gift box and suddenly leaned over to look Tang Xiaotang in the eye. A rare seriousness flashed across his deep eyes. You must succeed this time. No problem. Tang Xiaotang turned and rushed to the medicine shelf, her twin ponytail swinging like a whirlwind. But I want to use my own method to make the elixir, and I want to have full control over it. No one else is allowed to peek or make comments. And she suddenly grabbed a blood Ganoderma and said confidently, I'm going to use this too. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, there is no blood Ganoderma in the formula of the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill. The traditional formula is too conservative. Tang Xiaotang has already neatly tied on an apron embroidered with Peppa Pig, and stepped on a specially made small stool to start weighing the herbs. Adding blood Ganoderma can neutralize the violent energy of the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill, and can also. She suddenly covered her mouth in alertness, trade secret. Looking at the little lowly with twin ponytails who instantly got into the mood, Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. He retreated to the door and gave a final reminder, remember, the stability of the medicinal properties is the most important. If you refine anything strange? Don't worry, Tang Xiaotang waved her hands without even turning her head, the bell tied to her ponytail jingling. This time it must be a real pill. That's good. After Lu Jin left, the door of the alchemy room closed gently with a slight click sound. He stood in the corridor with his hands behind his back, a hint of hesitation between his brows. After all, it is not reassuring to let Tang Xiaotang be in charge of the refining of the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill. However, the pills refined by this little Lolita, although the effects are unstable, are extremely powerful, and may allow the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill to achieve the greatest effect. Take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. In the alchemy room, Tang Xiaotang let out a long sigh, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed. She carefully took out the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart and refocused her attention on the herbs in front of her. Miss, when are you willing to go back? A low voice suddenly came from the darkest corner of the alchemy room, startling Tang Xiaotang so much that she almost knocked over the medicine bottle on the table. She turned around suddenly and saw a figure covered in a black robe slowly walking out of the shadows. Uncle Mo? Tang Xiaotang lowered her voice and exclaimed, why did you follow me again? Didn't I tell you that it's safe in the academy? The man in black robe took off his hood, revealing an angular middle-aged face. The hideous scar on his left eye looked particularly terrifying under the firelight of the alchemy furnace. He shook his head helplessly. The head of the family has already issued an ultimatum. If the young lady doesn't go back, he will come to Shanghai College to pick her up personally. Tang Xiaotang's face suddenly fell, and she shook her black ponytails irritably. No. I absolutely can't go back now. I finally. Her voice suddenly became quieter and her eyes drifted towards the closed door. It took a lot of effort to get close to Principal Lu, didn't it? Uncle Mo sighed. Miss, you have been lurking in Shanghai College with a fake identity for half a year. If he knew that Miss Tang was pretending to be an ordinary student, he won't notice. Tang Xiaotang pouted and took a few herbs from the medicine shelf. That wooden man only knows how to put on a cold face and scold people all day long. He doesn't even look at me straight in the eye. As she spoke, she crushed the herbs fiercely, as if the person in the mortar was someone who didn't understand romance. Uncle Mo's eyes flashed with a smile. Miss, you seem to care about Principal Lu's opinion? Who cares about him? Tang Xiaotang's ears turned slightly red. She turned around and pretended to sort out the herbs. I just felt. Uncle Mo sighed softly, but in his eyes, you are still just a child after all. I'm already 18 years old. Tang Xiaotang stamped her feet in anger, glancing at the chest that looked like a tablet. If it weren't for this special physique, I would definitely have developed better than anyone else. Uncle Mo said no more, but just watched his young ladies busy back quietly. Tang Xiaotang sliced the blood Ganoderma carefully. Her black ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and the bells at the ends of her hair made tiny sounds. Uncle Mo, give me another month. Tang Xiaotang suddenly spoke, with a rare seriousness in her voice. As long as I can prove my strength, Lu Jin will have to. Do we have to admit the young lady's talent? Uncle Mo continued, or do we have to face up to this marriage? Tang Xiaotang's hand paused, and a drop of sweat slid down her smooth forehead. The temperature in the alchemy room is gradually rising, and the flame under the alchemy furnace is turning from orange to green, making a slight humming sound. I think both. She said softly, her eyes becoming firm. 15 years ago, his father saved our Tang family, so my dad arranged this marriage with his father. But now Uncle Lu has passed away. I guess he himself doesn't remember it. Uncle Emo frowned slightly. Miss, the head of the family meant that this marriage was just mentioned casually, and now Lu Mingyuan is dead, there is no need to care about it. But I care. Tang Xiaotang turned around abruptly, and the medicine spoon in her hand made a crisp sound on the edge of the alchemy furnace. In the light of the furnace fire, her eyes were surprisingly bright. Lu Jin, he doesn't even know who I am. She bit her lower lip. If he could like me for who I am now, and not because of some family agreement, then our Tang family has repaid the favor. Uncle Emo frowned and said, Miss, this is just a college. You will only delay your future if you stay here. You think I don't know? Tang Xiaotang dripped the juice of blood Ganoderma into the alchemy furnace, and colorful rays of light suddenly surged. Her profile flickered in the light and shadow, but I have a body that is prone to explosions, and only the 9 Lights Demon Suppression Formation can suppress it. Uncle Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that the formation diagram is hidden in Shanghai Academy? Shoo! Tang Xiaotang suddenly raised her finger and looked towards the door vigilantly. Someone is coming. Uncle Mo's figure flashed and disappeared into the corner as if blending into the shadows. Almost at the same time, the door of the alchemy room was pushed open, and Yunling, the monitor of the alchemy department, walked in with a plate of freshly picked spiritual herbs. Student Tang, who were you talking to just now? Yunling looked around suspiciously, the spiritual herb plate in her hand tilted slightly. Tang Xiaotang immediately showed her signature bright smile, and the bell on her ponytail rang crisply. No, I'm reciting the formula of the pill. Yunling shook her head helplessly. Mr. Tang, just do your best to refine the elixir, don't be so superstitious all the time. She glanced at the furnace that had already begun to churn and frowned. Wait, what did you put in this furnace? Why is the medicinal property so violent? Tang Xiaotang rolled her eyes and pushed Yunling out with a smile. Secret formula, don't worry, senior sister Yun, I promise the furnace won't explode. Probably. Okay, you take care of the stove. I'm going to go look for Mr. Yao. After putting down the herbs, Yunling turned around and left, bringing with her a gust of fragrant wind. The door slammed shut, and Tang Xiaotang leaned against the door and let out a long sigh of relief. She listened carefully, and after confirming that Yunling's footsteps had faded away, she lowered her voice and asked, Uncle Emo? Uncle Emo slowly emerged from the shadows, his expression complicated. Miss, have you really decided? Tang Xiaotang turned and looked at the alchemy furnace, the firelight reflected in her eyes, sparkling. She smiled softly. Well, it's decided. Uncle Emo was silent for a moment, and finally sighed, okay. I will report to the head of the family. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared like smoke. Tang Xiaotang was the only one left in the alchemy room. She looked at the surging flames in the furnace, her lips slightly raised. Lu Jin, this time, you have to watch carefully. Chapter 68 Combat Mechanic. After giving the Millennium Enlightenment T-Heart to Tang Xiaotang, when Lu Jin returned to the office, the Shunfeng Express he contacted had already arrived. The courier boy made some hand gestures and a colorful teleportation array appeared in the void. Hundreds of soul-condensing pills turned into star points and disappeared into the array in an instant. Principal Lu, all the goods you wanted to send have been sent. The courier saluted respectfully and then left the principal's office. New. Lu Jin fell on the sofa, looking a little tired, picked up the warm wolfberry tea and took a sip. Having just defeated the ferocious beast in the Spirit Emperor realm, he turned around and fought wits and courage with the chairman of the Jinhuang group. Even he couldn't help feeling a little tired at this moment. We're. Lu Jin called lazily, sinking deeply into the soft sofa. I'm here, master. The silver-haired mechanical lowly's pupils lit up slightly, and there was a hint of sweetness in her cold voice. Lu Jin glanced at her. Weir stood quietly aside, her long silver hair falling like a waterfall, the ends of her hair glowing with a faint glow, and a playful strand of hair on top of her head swaying gently with her movements. Her delicate face was as flawless as a porcelain doll, her light blue electronic eyes were twinkling, and under her small nose was a pink cherry mouth. The slender mechanical body was wrapped in a white Lolita dress, and the exposed mechanical joints had a cold metallic luster. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of slender and soft calves and bare jade feet, with round and cute white toes that emitted a soft fluorescent light. Lu Jin glanced at the mechanical lowly in front of him and suddenly said, I think you have at least 3 things to say to me. Ever since the 500,000 spirit coins arrived in her account, Ware has been staring at her with eyes that flash with blue light. Yes. Ware nodded obediently, with a bit of solemnity in her mechanical voice. First, the owner's account balance is sufficient. Then what? Second, the owner is currently idle. What else? Ware's eyes suddenly brightened up 2 levels. Third, you can now buy more modules for Ware. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and said, okay, you won't pretend anymore. If you ask me to buy it, will I buy it? Are you the master or am I the master? Ware tilted her head slightly, her mechanical pupils flickering slightly, and her tone was calm but with a hint of unapologetic meaning. Master, keeping promises is a good human virtue. This is what you promised Ware before. Lu Jin lazily crossed his legs, his lips slightly raised. Where is the evidence? When did I promise you? Ware moved her fingertips, and a light blue holographic projection unfolded between the two of them. Lu Jin in the picture said with a serious expression. I will find a way to upgrade the module for you. Also, delete the surveillance video for me. Lu Jin took a quick glance and leaned back calmly. I did promise you, but I didn't say when I would buy it for you, not to mention you haven't met my conditions yet. Ware blinked. Conditions? Lu Jin closed his eyes and said lazily. You have to prove that your service performance is good enough to be worth upgrading to a new module. How to prove it? Ware asked with her head tilted. Lu Jin leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, for example, use your body to relax me. Question mark. Ware tilted her head, the ahog on top of her head swaying slightly, and confusion flashed in her electronic eyes. Will you give me a massage? Lu Jin raised his lips and said, this is part of the duties of the principal's assistant. Otherwise, what do you think is the point of me keeping you in my office, as a decoration? Ware was silent for 2 seconds, then walked behind Lu Jin, stretched out her slender mechanical fingers, and began to massage his shoulders. However, it didn't take long. Master, warning, the joints are not lubricated enough and the hand parts are showing signs of rust. She reported expressionlessly, her tone still cold, but her movements gradually became stiff. Well, it's a 100-year-old antique after all. I can't expect too much from you. Lu Jin opened his eyes slightly, glanced at her, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then try another way. He turned over, lying on the sofa, and said lazily, even if my hands are rusty, don't I still have my feet? Wire. Her electronic eyes flashed twice, as if analyzing the rationality of the order. Finally, she silently raised her crystal-clear jade feet and stepped on Lu Jin's broad back. Adjust the intensity and switch the mode, foot massage. Warning, the owner's muscle tension is detected to be excessive, it is recommended to increase the strength. Lu Jin groaned, that's the feeling. A slight misalignment of the third vertebra of the owner's spine has been detected. Correction is recommended. Ware's cold electronic voice rang in Lu Jin's ears, and at the same time, her feet stepped precisely on the acupuncture points on his back. Wait. Lu Jin suddenly had a bad feeling, this force isn't right. Implement standard treatment plans. Ware's voice was calm, but her jade-white little feet suddenly exerted force. Crack. Fuck. Lu Jin's screams echoed in the office, scaring the birds perched outside the window so much that they flew away. 3 seconds later, Lu Jin collapsed on the sofa, sweat oozing from his forehead. You're going to assassinate the principal, right? The pain index is 3.7, which is within the acceptable range. Wire stepped gently on Lu Jin's back as if she were stepping on a sewing machine, her mechanical pupils flashing blue light. Master should feel much more relaxed now. Lu Jin tried to twist his neck and surprisingly found that it was indeed much more comfortable. Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Principal, are you there? Shen Manting rushed in and suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her words. She stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. Lu Jin was lying on the sofa in a disheveled state, and Ware was stepping on his back with her jade feet, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with the movement. Who turned Wire into this? There was disbelief in Shen Manting's exclamation. Lu Jin raised his head with difficulty and said calmly, don't get me wrong, this is professional mechanical therapy. Who would believe that? Shen Manting put her hands on her hips and widened her eyes. Principal, you actually let a combat-type mechanical girl give you a massage? If the first principal knew about this, I'm afraid the coffin lid would not be able to hold it down. Wait. Combat machina? Lu Jin frowned and glanced at Ware subconsciously. In his impression, she was just a service robot that was occasionally silly and could do some calculations and organize documents at best. How could she have any combat capabilities? Shen Manting frowned. Don't you know? Weyer is actually a combat mechanic designed by the first principal, but later the core module was damaged, the memory was disordered, and the combat function was locked. That's why she has fallen to this point and can only serve tea and water in the office. Oh? Lu Jin touched his chin thoughtfully, and his gaze fell back on Weiler. No wonder she always pesters him to upgrade the module. It turns out it's not greed, but instinct? This is going to be interesting. If the battle mecha is turned into a cat-eared made lowly. That's very lifelike. Weyer calmly retracted her feet, jumped onto the floor barefoot, and stood straight. According to Article 37 of the AI Creation Service Code, meeting the reasonable needs of the owner is the highest priority. Shen Manting held her forehead with her hand. What a mess of settings this is, look at what he has done to you. Chapter 69, starting from today, we will dance Pure Land during physical exercise. Teacher Shen, how did you know about Weyer? Lu Jin asked puzzledly. I think it was Teacher Yao who told me. Is that so? Lu Jin nodded slightly. As the most experienced teacher in Shanghai Academy, Yao Wuhan did know many little-known things. He could talk to him some other day. Do you have something to talk to me about? Lu Jin asked. Shen Manting suddenly remembered something important and clapped her hands. By the way, Principal, today is Thursday, and there will be a morning calisthenics performance. Between classes? Yes, physical exercises during class breaks are an important part of the subject assessment. All students are waiting for you to observe and guide them. Lu Jin then slowly got up and casually straightened his messy collar. Gymnastics during class breaks? That's just something kids' playhouse. What's so good about it? This is what the teaching evaluation checks. This dark-skinned hottie rarely shows a serious expression. The teachers from the teaching evaluation team will be here in a few days, and I put a lot of thought into optimizing the new Xiantian tempering gymnastics. Lu Jin let out a long sigh and said, Okay, I'll go over and take a look later. After Shen Manting left, Lu Jin casually put on his coat and prepared to inspect the physical exercises during class breaks. Just as I reached the door, Weyer's mechanical voice came from behind me. Master, please rate Weyer's service so that the system can be optimized. Lu Jin waved his hand without even turning his head. I give you a 6, which is failing. Why? Weyer tilted her head. The rating does not match the service quality. Request for detailed explanation. TSK, don't you know the reason? Lu Jin finally turned around, his eyes lingering on Weyer's smooth legs for a moment. Remember to wear white stockings next time. After saying that, he turned around and left casually, leaving her standing there in a daze, with the ahog on top of her head slowly forming a question mark. When Lu Jin walked to the north square with his hands in his pockets, the scene in front of him made him stagger. Hundreds of female students lined up in neat rows, all in tight white training suits that sparkled in the sun. When the breeze blew, the curves of her body that were tightly attached to the fabric were faintly visible. When the sunlight shone on her body, she looked all white, making people dizzy. Ready, go! Shen Manting's crisp commands cut through the morning light, and the entire square came alive in an instant. Hundreds of girls raised their arms in unison, their movements so coordinated as if they were pulled by an invisible thread. In Lu Jin's sight, more than 100 graceful curves trembled gently at the same time, and the fullness under the snow-white training clothes drew breathtaking waves with the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. The girls began to twist their waists to the beat of Shen Manting's song with a sweet ending. The sunlight penetrates the thin fabric, outlining the faint waistline, and the slender legs glow with pearly luster in the morning light. When the body turns, hundreds of perky buttocks draw neat arcs, and when the fabric is stretched tight, one can even see the slightly sunken waist. Lin Xiaoyu, who was leading the exercise, was particularly eye-catching. The full curve of her chest drew a thrilling trajectory as she jumped. Her hair flew, revealing the back of her snow-white neck, with beads of sweat shining brightly. On the other side, Yi Qianchuan was doing stretching exercises with gritted teeth, and every movement showed reluctance. When she stretched sideways, the thin fabric suddenly tightened, revealing her exquisite curves. On by Mo Yuan's side, her long silver hair flew up as she jumped. The moment she raised her legs high, her trouser legs slipped down, revealing half of her snow-white thighs. When she leaned over to touch her feet, two shallow dimples appeared on her lower back, appearing and disappearing with her breathing. When Shen Manting demonstrated the waist-bending movement, the entire group of girls looked like a sea of white flowers blown down by the wind. Hundreds of training suits were tightened at the same time. Looking from the rostrum, the undulating curves looked like a series of hills suddenly rising on the snowy field. Stop! However, Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand, and the entire square formation froze in an instant. The girls kept bending down, and from Lu Jin's perspective, the vast expanse of white was breathtaking. The entire square formation stopped instantly, and the girls kept moving, looking towards the rostrum in confusion. Shen Manting walked over quickly, frowning slightly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Principal, is there any problem?" Lu Jin crossed his arms, looked at the neatly formed square formation, and said calmly, "What kind of gymnastics is this? This set of exercises is too old-fashioned." Shen Manting was stunned, obviously not expecting this comment. She frowned and said, "Principal, is there any problem? This exercise is strictly in accordance with the Education Bureau." "Too rigid." Lu Jin interrupted directly, with his hands behind his back. "Look at these movements, what's the difference from 20 years ago?" Shen Manting was startled, but this set of exercises can really improve students' physical fitness. Exercise? Lu Jin suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing. "Then tell me, why has Shanghai Academy always been at the bottom of the physical fitness test?" This. Shen Manting was speechless for a moment. Lu Jin took the opportunity to follow up. "Times are changing, Mr. Shen. Students today need a more interesting way of exercising that is more in line with young people's aesthetic tastes." Shen Manting pursed her lips. "So what does the principal mean?" Lu Jin said calmly, but without question, "Starting tomorrow, we will dance the house dance instead." Shen Manting's eyes widened slightly, obviously not following this turn of events. "Jai dance? Love cycle or pure land of bliss, your choice." Lu Jin said casually, as if he was just deciding what to eat for lunch. Bite. Registration of school rules changes. New school rules: home dance during physical exercises. Outrageousness. Rating: be amazing. Reward: obtain the school-wide buff improved physical skills, all students physical flexibility plus 50%, coordination plus 50%, your attack speed plus 50%. The corner of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. What kind of reward is this? What benefit will it bring to a student if his physical flexibility improves? And the most outrageous thing is, why did I increase the attack speed? This is a school. Shen Manting blushed and said in disbelief, "Traditional gymnastics can dredge the meridians, strengthen the bones and muscles, and strengthen the body. How can dancing that kind of cute home dance be considered training?" Lu Jin put one hand in his pocket and said seriously, "Who said dancing can't exercise the body? According to your logic, it would be better to let the students move bricks at the construction site, which will have a better exercise effect. But we are in school here." Shen Manting stamped her feet anxiously, and her ponytail swayed. "Be content," Lu Jin suddenly smiled. "Not letting you skip the third subject is my last resort as the principal." Without waiting for the other party to refute, he stood up and made a decision. "It's settled. Teacher Shen has a perfect body proportion, just right to teach them how to dance." I caught a glimpse of Shen Manting's clenched fist, and then slowly added, "The inspection will be conducted in 3 days. If it is qualified, there will be a reward." Principal. Shen Manting's ears turned red and her voice changed tone. "I am a serious spiritual warrior. You really went too far this time. 2,000 spirit coins subsidy. This is not a matter of money. It's a matter of dignity as a spiritual warrior. 3,000. You don't understand at all. This kind of dance is really unacceptable. 5,000. I've had enough, principal. If you continue to act like this, I'm going to resign. 10,000. Lu Jin suddenly stretched out a finger and waved it in front of her eyes. "Pay half in advance." The air suddenly became quiet. Shen Manting's fists tightened and loosened, and she finally squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "I have to pay extra for the speakers." The next second, she turned around like a whirlwind and blew a whistle at the students in the square. "Everyone, disperse. We will change the content of the morning exercises tomorrow. The details will be sent to the group later." Chapter 70. The maid outfit has finally arrived. "Strange, why did you suddenly cancel the physical exercises?" Hearing teacher Shen Manting's words, Lin Xiaoyu in the crowd frowned, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her eyes were full of confusion. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head blankly, her childish face full of confusion. "I don't know either, and I don't dare to ask." She subconsciously looked down at her own attire. It was the Academy's standard white martial arts uniform with a cinched waist and a skirt that just passed her thighs. It looked normal no matter how she looked at it. Only Yi Qianshuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a dangerous cold light flashed in her eyes. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Based on her understanding of the principal, he definitely had no good intentions in suddenly canceling the course. This rubbish principal. I'm afraid he will come up with some new tricks to torture us. The sun shone obliquely, and behind the crowd, Julie's red hair formed a dazzling wave in the wind. She exchanged glances with Su Yao and the others, and there was doubt in their brows. What is the principal planning? Su Yao lowered her voice and said, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Who knows? Anyway, I think it's good that I don't have to do aerobics today. Julie pouted, and the ends of her fiery red hair swayed gently as she shook her head. Li Chen crossed his arms and sneered, what else can you do? You are just testing our bottom line with some ridiculous school rules again. Can anything be more ridiculous than wearing a white silk-made outfit? Zhao Shuang shook her ponytail, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Su Yao bit her lower lip, her fair cheeks flushed slightly with anger. Tomorrow is the deadline, what should we do? Li Chen sneered, no reliable information, the teaching evaluation is coming next Monday, let's go on strike and see how that perverted principal explains to the subject evaluation team. That's right. Julie played with the red hair hanging in front of her chest and opened her lips slightly. By the way, how many students have joined our clothing strike now? Su Yao lowered her head and stared at her slender and straight legs, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Including you, there are 4 of us. An autumn breeze blew fallen leaves between the 4 people. Ha! Julie suddenly smiled, her red hair shining like flames in the sun. It seems that in this huge academy, we are the only 4 normal people. That's right. Su Yao nodded repeatedly, her chestnut ponytail swaying gently with her movements. The principal must have put a spell on those people. The school uniforms are simply unbearable to look at. Whoever wants to wear it tomorrow can wear it. Julie shook her long wavy red hair and said angrily. Li Chen blinked her big eyes, but, if I don't wear the school uniform, what should I wear tomorrow? Of course, wear whatever looks best. Julie put her hands on her hips, her white training suit wrapped around her perfect body. I'm going to wear my new belly-bearing outfit in miniskirt. That's not right. Class monitor, the sexier you dress, the more likely the principal will want it, right? Su Yao suddenly reminded. Julie's movements suddenly froze, and her red lips slightly parted. After a moment, she stomped her feet with gritted teeth. Then do the opposite. Wrap me up like dumplings tomorrow. Zhao Shuang nodded gently, why not just wear sportswear and cover yourself up tightly? Perfect. Julie snapped her fingers, and a sly smile appeared on her red lips. Tomorrow I'll show that perverted principal what airtight means. On the other side, Lu Jin looked at the bad girls who were chattering and smiled slightly. Julie, Li Chen, Su Yao, Zhao Shuang. He called softly, his voice was not loud but it instantly silenced the chattering girls. You 4 come here for a moment. Lu Jin shouted without joy or anger. These few simple words made the 4 bad girls straighten their backs at the same time. The 4 girls froze at the same time, as if the pause button was pressed. Did we discuss too loudly just now and the principal heard it? It's over, it's over. Is it too late to run now? They lowered their heads, feeling a little uneasy. What are you afraid of? Julie snorted and walked over first with her long beautiful legs. The 3 people behind her exchanged glances and finally followed her footsteps. Lu Jin stood on the podium without saying a word, his sharp eyes swept over the 4 beautiful girls in front of him one by one. Julie's flaming red hair fell like silk, and her big wavy curls were fluffy and elastic, shining with an alluring luster in the sun. Her facial features were aggressively beautiful, and her plump red lips were slightly open and closed, revealing a fatal attraction. The tight white training suit outlines her proud curves, especially the sharp contrast between her slender waist and full breasts, exuding breathtaking sexiness. Zhao Shuang's figure is unbelievable. Her proud bust makes her school uniform shirt tight, and the outline of the lace inside can be vaguely seen. Her black hair is like a waterfall, her face is cold and beautiful, and her eyes are narrow and long. Under her slender neck, her collarbone is sunken, and below is a full curve that makes your blood boil. Every inch of her lines reveals the fatal charm unique to mature women. Su Yao's hairstyle is a pair of smooth and shiny black ponytails, with faint lavender highlights in her hair, adding a touch of dangerous temptation to her pure temperament. Her face was as delicate as porcelain, her almond eyes were moist and misty, and her pink lips were like petals covered with dew, making people want to pick them. Although her figure was slightly petite, her pair of snow-white and well-proportioned legs under the tight school uniform skirt exuded a silent and seductive atmosphere. Li Qian's height was the most outstanding among the few people. Her pair of straight and slender legs were flawless, and her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. The black ponytail hangs down to her waist, and the ends of the hair are slightly curled, which makes her delicate face even more bright and beautiful. The close-fitting gymnastics suit perfectly outlines her slender waist and perky hips. Especially the pair of perfectly proportioned long legs, which are dazzlingly white in the sun, exuding a sexy tension that cannot be ignored. Lu Jin's eyes slowly swept across the 4 girls in front of him with different styles, and he finally spoke with his thin lips slightly opened. "You 4." The air suddenly froze. Zhu Li's nails dug into her palms unconsciously, and the other 3 girls swallowed nervously and unconsciously took half a step back. "Don't be nervous. The 4 of you are the best student representatives of our school." Lu Jin suddenly showed a brilliant smile. "When we line up for inspection tomorrow, the 4 of you will stand in the first row." "Ah?" The 4 girls were dumbfounded at the same time, and their delicate faces froze at the same time. Before they could react, Lu Jin had already turned and left, leaving the 4 bad girls standing there. "What does this mean?" Su Yao frowned slightly. "Is the principal crazy?" Zhu Li's red hair rose up like flames as she suddenly raised her head, and the ends of her hair swept across Li Qian's dazed cheek. Zhao Shuang narrowed his eyes. "Are you provoking us?" Li Qian smiled. "Let us stand in the first row without school uniforms? The principal is really being too smart." Su Yao folded her arms and snorted. "I think the principal thought we were really afraid of him." Zhao Shuang raised her pink lips and said, "Hey, let's see tomorrow morning." The 4 of them looked at each other and read the same determination in each other's eyes. "Since the principal wants to play, then let's play big." Zhu Li laughed softly, and the hair wrapped around her fingertips was tugged tightly. "Sisters, it looks like we have to give the principal a surprise. The 3 girls nodded gently. "Since you dare to let us stand in the front row, don't blame us for embarrassing you." At the same time, Lu Jin was walking back to the office with a calm expression. "Headmaster." At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Jin turned around and saw Lu Shuang approaching slowly. The pair of black cat ears on her head trembled slightly, and her long black tail swayed gracefully behind her. She was wearing a tight teacher's uniform today. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings were exposed under her hip-hugging short skirt, and the high heels on her feet made her figure more graceful. Lu Shuang showed a look of joy, and said with her red lips slightly parted, "Principal, your customized new school uniform has been delivered." Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded calmly. "Well, where are you now?" "In the school warehouse." Lu Shuang turned slightly and pointed to the warehouse not far away. "According to your requirements, I have completed all the inspections. The materials and sizes have all met the standards." She paused and added seriously, "Especially the skirt part, its wear resistance is 300% higher than that of regular school uniforms." The corners of Lu Jin's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. "Really? Take me to see it." "Okay, principal." Lu Shuang nodded and took Lu Jin to the warehouse. The huge warehouse was filled with cardboard boxes labeled "cute maid outfits." Lu Shuang stretched out her slender jade hand, and her sharp cat claws popped out instantly. With a swish sound, the tape was cut. The moment you open the lid, the sweet smell of brand new fabric mixed with special softener hits you in the face. According to your request, 80% spiritual silk was added to the fabric. Lu Shuang took out a maid outfit and spread her hands. The pure white apron was almost transparent under the light, and the lace edge of the skirt trembled slightly with her movements. "Okay, let me check it out." Lu Jin casually picked up a set of school uniforms and slowly slid his fingertips down along the lace edge. "Not bad, the smoothness is up to standard." After saying that, Lu Jin pinched the matching silk white over the knee socks. "Suddenly pull hard." With a swish, the stockings stretched to an astonishing length in his hands without breaking. "Flexibility is acceptable." After saying that, Lu Jin put the stockings to his nose and took a deep breath. The unique silk fragrance of the new fabric made him squint his eyes slightly. "The smell is acceptable." Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled unconsciously and her tail froze in midair. As expected of the principal, he is so professional even when checking school uniforms. "Teacher Lu," Lu Jin folded his white knee-high socks neatly, and his voice suddenly became serious. Please start distributing the school uniforms now. I will ask the student union to assist you. But Lu Shuaing's tail curled uneasily. Some students seem to have opinions on the school uniform style. It's okay, we'll talk about it later. Lu Jin's eyes swept across the girls in the distance, his tone calm but unquestionable. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the entire academy. From the headband to the sock tip. All unified. Chapter 71, Speaking Out of Integrity. Okay, Principal. Lu Shuaing's cat ears stood up instantly, and her jet-black tail was straight and taut like a military flag. The school uniforms woven with spiritual silk can greatly speed up the students' cultivation. If all the students in the academy wear the same uniform, by the time of the supernatural power assessment competition in March, by then, this little-known college might really make a splash. Return to the principal's office. Lu Jin sat on the chair, his fingertips tapping on the solid wood tabletop in a regular pattern. Based on previous experiences, as long as he checks the enforcement rate of school rules, the system's detection mechanism will be triggered. Therefore, in order to ensure that the school rules are enforced, he must ensure that all students can wear school uniforms. After thinking for a moment, he called the student union president Lin Xiaoyu. A little rain. When Lin Xiaoyu pushed the door open, she saw the principal in the backlight, with his hands crossed under his chin, and his eyes behind the lenses were as sharp as an eagle. You will come and help teacher Lu distribute the school uniforms this afternoon. Lu Jin's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it caused ripples on the teacup on the table. I will inspect it myself at dawn tomorrow. If you are not wearing the school uniform, it will be treated as an absence and credits will be deducted. Lu Jin crossed his hands and rested them under his chin, his expression as serious as if he was announcing some national policy. Lin Xiaoyu clenched the notepad in her hand, looking embarrassed. But principal, such a special style may cause an uproar. It is meaningful because it is special. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a gentle smile. School rules are like mountains and cannot be questioned. The enforcement of school rules must be swift and resolute. Lin Xiaoyu, who had been enlightened, bit her lower lip lightly and finally bowed deeply. I understand, principal. I will arrange it right away. 10 minutes later, the school radio suddenly blasted. All class leaders, assemble at the warehouse immediately. Repeat, assemble immediately to receive your school uniforms. As the broadcast sounded, the entire college exploded. Oh my God, what the devil? Did the principal really buy new school uniforms? If you don't wear it, it will be treated as skipping class. Now you can't even not wear it. The corridor was immediately filled with screams. They thought the principal had just mentioned it casually and had forgotten about it long ago. That afternoon, all school uniforms were collected by the class monitors and then distributed. I really have to wear something like this? Lu Xiaoxiao held up the thin skirt with trembling fingers. The snow-white lace, the slender black corset, and the pair of translucent white stockings. Her cheeks were so red they could almost fry an egg. Zhuge Yu pushed up his glasses and said, I think it's pretty good looking. At this time, the principal's voice came through the radio again. All students must wear school uniforms. Tomorrow morning, those who fail to dress as required will be treated as absent. Perverted principal. This is definitely a devil. Yi Qianshuan looked at the school uniform in her hand in despair, her face flushed. She tugged at her white stockings angrily. How do you lift your legs in a fight with this thing? At the same time, in the martial arts classroom, the 4 bad girls were also given school uniforms. Is this a school uniform? The bad girl Julie threw the maid's headdress to the ground. I would rather run naked. Li Chen nodded frantically. That's right, only a fool would wear it. However, just as everyone was complaining crazily, Su Yao suddenly discovered the bright spot. Wait, the material of this dress doesn't feel right? You're not surprised. Our school is so poor, the products they buy must be inferior. Julie curled her lips and said disdainfully. That's right. Zhao Shuang picked up the pair of white stockings with a look of disdain, and stopped abruptly as soon as her fingertips touched the fabric. This feeling doesn't seem right. She hurriedly brought the socks close to her eyes and examined them carefully. She saw that the socks were shining like pearls in the sunlight, and fine spiritual patterns could be vaguely seen flowing in the fabric. With a gentle pull, the socks bounced back, creating a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. What the hell? Is this made of 1,000-year-old silk? Spiritual silk? The whole place fell silent instantly. Spiritual silk, the legendary top-level cultivation material, can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When worn on the body, the speed of cultivation will be doubled. What the hell? Is this true? Su Yao immediately brought the stockings close to her eyes and looked at them carefully. She found that they were indeed made of precious spiritual silk. This thing can speed up cultivation? Su Yao silently picked up the maid's headdress on the ground, her expression gradually complicated. So, the principal is not a pervert, but well-intentioned? Nonsense. Julie slammed the table and said, "This is definitely the principal's conspiracy. Can you be bought off with such a small favor?" Su Yao pursed her lips and asked a fatal question. That being said, if other students all wear school uniforms made of this spiritual silk, their training speed will improve dramatically. Over time, won't the four of us become the last ones? Not only will you be the last one in the class, but you will also be isolated by the entire school. Zhao Shuang said slowly. After the words were spoken, there was a moment of silence in the air. So? Su Yao stared at the white stockings on the table. Do we really have to wear this? Don't even think about it. Julie kicked over a chair. I'd rather drop out of school. Wait, Li Qian, what are you doing? I saw Li Qian silently picked up a maid outfit and tried it on herself. Have you been poisoned? Julie widened her beautiful eyes. Li Qian explained in a low voice, "Class monitor, the market price of a set of Lingxi school uniforms is at least 10,000 Ling coins. I think it would be a waste if I didn't wear them." Besides, she held up her white stockings, a gleam of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. The purity of the spiritual silk is as high as 80%. This concentration of spiritual energy, is it too exaggerated? Traitor! Julie was so angry that she was shaking all over, her hands clenched tightly. You can wear it if you want. Even if I drop out of school or get expelled, I will never wear it. Su Yao hesitated for a moment and whispered in agreement, "Don't worry, squad leader, I am firmly on your side." Li Qian and Zhao Xuan looked at each other and nodded immediately. Yes, yes, yes. We were just joking. Who wants to wear such shameful clothes? Julie snorted coldly and nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. It was nighttime, in room 610 of the girls' dormitory. It was late at night and the only sound in the dormitory was the sound of even breathing. Julie tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The touch of her school uniform still seemed to linger on her fingertips. 80% of the spiritual silk weaving is said to speed up cultivation, and the tailoring is indeed beautiful, sexy, and cute. Why did even Su Yao and the others waver? Could it be that the school uniform really has that much magical power? Julie secretly opened her eyes, and with the moonlight outside the window, her gaze unconsciously drifted to the neglected school uniform at the end of the bed. I want to see what's so special about this thing. Just checking. I won't be wearing it tomorrow anyway. She got up quietly and picked up the thin skirt. As soon as her fingertips touched it, she felt a warm spiritual energy flowing along her fingertips. Hiss, this touch. As if possessed by a magic spell, she gently spread out her skirt and gestured. Just give it a try, no one will see. With a red face, she quickly put on her skirt, fastened her corset, and then stared at the pair of white stockings, feeling torn between an inner struggle and a desire to please herself. This is too. Looking at the cute self in the mirror, Julie's cheeks flushed. In the end, in the fierce struggle between becoming stronger and becoming stronger won with a slight advantage. Damn it! I'll only wear it this once. I'll change it back tomorrow. She gritted her teeth and put the stockings on her legs, but as soon as she put them on, she froze. This spiritual energy is too rich, isn't it? Strands of spiritual power flowed along the meridians in the legs, and the speed of spiritual power circulation in the whole body increased instantly. The cultivation that was originally stuck at a bottleneck actually showed signs of loosening. How is this possible? She looked down at her legs in disbelief. The stockings she once disliked now shone with a lustrous luster in the moonlight, as if countless tiny spiritual powers were flowing. Could it be that the principal really is doing this for our own good? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she shook her head violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That devilish principal must have a conspiracy. Having said that, she was too honest to take it off. Humph. Since I'm already wearing it, I'll wear it until tomorrow morning. Anyway, becoming stronger is the most important thing. Julie blushed, adjusted the hem of her skirt in front of the mirror, then awkwardly adjusted her headdress. Finally, she took a deep breath and lay back on the bed. Take it off before dawn tomorrow, don't let Su Yao and the others find out. Chapter 72 Self-Created Kung Fu Lightning 5 Whips. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lu Jin sat behind his desk, clenching and unclenching his right hand repeatedly. The subtle sound of fingertips cutting through the air was particularly clear in the silence. He was checking the attack speed bonus he received this morning. It may seem useless, but it is not. He found that his hand speed had improved a lot. Whether it's when writing or when zipping up the toilet. Previously it was 1 beat per second. Now it's 50 times per second. So fast that sparks appeared. A crazy idea formed in his mind. He stared at his palm, which was vibrating 50 times per second, and suddenly smiled. With this hand speed, it would be a pity not to create a new technique. If one pushes the spiritual power of the whole body to the extreme and switches between 5 cultivation systems in an instant, can one combine them into a completely new technique? The thought spread through my mind like wildfire. Since ancient times, all martial arts were created by humans. If the predecessors could do it, why couldn't he? Then, give it a try. The light in Lu Jin's eyes suddenly increased, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly boiled. In an instant, the air in the office seemed to freeze. The 5 attributes of power circulated wildly in his body, and the whole office began to shake violently. The teacup hit the ground with a clang, and the silk banners on the wall fell down with a crash. The office was shrouded in some strange energy field until the night swallowed up the last ray of daylight. Lu Jin's right arm suddenly blurred and turned into a golden lightning. A violent vortex of spiritual energy swept through the entire room. Congeal. With a light shout, lightning-shaped lines suddenly appeared on the muscles of his right arm. When the 5 fingers were opened again, a whip-shaped energy force with electric arcs swept across quickly. Bang bang bang. The vase 3 meters away shattered, and the cross-section turned a lava-red color. Dozens of golden whip marks appeared on the white wall. It's done. Lu Jin slowly exhaled and looked down at his palms. Between his bony fingers, there were faint golden arcs jumping, and every slight tremor seemed to tear the air apart. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a dangerous arc. This attack speed is enough to hit the opponent 50 times before he draws his sword. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched together, and 5 sharp explosions suddenly exploded in the air. The afterimages were as fast as lightning, so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible. 50 movements per second, let's call it the lightning 5 whips. With his cultivation level at the Spirit Emperor level, coupled with the terrifying spiritual power tempered by the heavenly power explosive spirit art, the power of this newly created martial art can at least rank among the earth level. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Jin looked out the window. The night was dark, the moonlight was like water, and the hands of the wall clock had quietly pointed to 11 o'clock. It's time to go back. He packed up briefly, picked up his briefcase and went home. The moment he pushed open the door of the villa, Lu Jin's footsteps suddenly stopped. At the entrance, a cool figure was standing quietly. Mo Yuan stood on the Persian carpet with her hands folded, the lace edge of her maid outfit trembling slightly with her breathing, and her toes wrapped in transparent white silk rubbed against each other uncomfortably. "Welcome home, Principal," she said softly with a slight blush on her cheeks. Lu Jin's expression was slightly stern. "Student Bai, why haven't you left yet?" Mo Yuan was seen wearing a pure white maid outfit, with her silver hair falling like a waterfall under a lace headband, and her slender legs wrapped in transparent white stockings, which shone like pearls under the light. Mo Yuan's slender fingers gently grasped the corner of her skirt, and the snow-white lace edge trembled slightly with her movements. She raised her face, her eyes beneath her silver hair had a sly light in them. "Principal, the dormitory approval has not come down yet. Besides, didn't you promise me that as long as I do my housework well, you would let me live here temporarily?" Lu Jin said calmly, "It depends on your performance." "But..." He paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "You are very conscious and put on your school uniform in advance. You deserve praise." Mo Yuan's lips curled up, and a little pride appeared on his face. Of course she turned around lightly, her skirt blooming like a flower petal. "I am a good student who listens to the principal the most. This school uniform can speed up the absorption of spiritual power, so Mo Yuan will certainly not let it go." She tilted her head, her silver hair falling on her shoulders. "How about it, Principal, does this look good on me?" Lu Jin crossed his arms across his chest and slowly glanced over her. From the reddened ear tips, to the slender curves outlined by the corset, to the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in transparent white silk and slightly together. Finally, his eyes fell on Bai Mo Yuan's tense toes, rubbing the heels of her small leather shoes nervously. After a while, he spoke calmly. 8 points. Bai Mo Ying's smile froze instantly. Why not full marks? She widened her eyes, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. The goddess of the north was born to be the chosen one. Her skin was as white as ice, her bones were as beautiful as jade, and her talent was unrivaled in her time. Even the whole body is as white as snow, pure and clean, with very little hair, and smooth and flawless. She has always prided herself on being perfect, and no one has ever dared to question it. Lu Jin raised the corner of his lips slightly, stretched out his hand and gently pointed at her jade-white thighs. You put your stockings on backwards, deduct 2 points. Bai Mo Ying looked down at her legs, a faint blush appeared on her face, but she raised her head calmly, her ice-blue eyes showing a hint of shyness. I don't know how to put it on. Can the principal help me put it on? The air was silent for a moment. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and examined the usually cold and indifferent school beauty in front of him. Her expression seemed innocent, but there was a subtle cunning hidden in the corner of her lips. Lu Jin approached slowly and suddenly spoke. Student Bai, let me test you. If a person always thinks with his lower body, what does that mean? Bai Mo Ying blinked her eyelashes and spoke softly. That means, he is a gangster? Lu Jin shook his head gently. Wrong, it means that person has wisdom. Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, her cheeks flushed. Principal, you are such a joke. Lu Jin chuckled, his eyes swept across her slightly red ears. A dignified spiritual warrior, you can't even wear clothes? Yeah. Bai Mo Yuan nodded slightly, but his eyes drifted away. I need the principal's help. Lu Jin stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her to sit on the sofa. Bai Mo Yuan was caught off guard and fell onto the soft sofa, her skirt slightly lifted up, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh. Since you don't know how to wear it, then learn it well. Lu Jin said in a low voice, his fingertips gently hooked the edge of her stockings and slowly pulled them down. Bai Mo Yuan's breathing stagnated and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. The stockings were completely taken off. Lu Jin pinched the thin fabric and slowly turned it over, stroking the delicate spiritual silk patterns with his fingertips. The dark patterns on the spiritual silk fabric must face outwards, otherwise the flow of spiritual energy will be blocked. Lu Jin's movements were neither fast nor slow, as if he was teaching, but also as if he was torturing her patience. Raise your legs. Lu Jin ordered. Bai Mo Ying bit her lip and raised her right leg obediently. Lu Jin held her ankles, the warmth from his fingertips passed through her skin, causing her to shiver all over. Lu Jin lowered his eyelashes and put the stockings on her toes. Next second. Lightning 5 whips. As the maid's skirt fluttered, her white over-the-knee socks were tightly wrapped around her legs. Moreover, it was worn 50 times. Bai Mo Yuan widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, and felt that her jade-smooth thighs were being rubbed so hard that sparks were coming out. Nailed it. Lu Jin looked at his watch, clapped his hands and stood up. It took 1.2 seconds, it can be optimized further. Bai Mo Yuan stared blankly at her perfectly put-on stockings, her face frozen. Have you learned it? Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, with the warmth of the spiritual silk still lingering on his fingertips. Bai Mo Yuan's cheeks flushed, and her fingertips gently stroked the perfectly fitting stockings, her voice trembling just the right amount. Principal, your hand speed is so fast. Of course. Lu Jin flexed his fingers proudly. After being single for 20 years, my finger speed is not in vain. Principal, please take a seat first. I'll go prepare dinner. Bai Mo Yuan bowed slightly, and the hem of her maid's skirt swung in an elegant arc. When she turned around, her legs wrapped in stockings drew an alluring curve under the light. The moment the kitchen door closed, the shyness in the girl's eyes instantly turned into cunning. Oh. Bai Mo Yuan's fingertips gently stroked the ankle that had just been touched, and a dark light flashed in his ice-blue eyes. When I was ruling the northern border, so many holy lords and god kings knelt down and begged me to take one more look. The kitchen knife made beautiful cuts in her hand, and the fresh vegetables were instantly turned into slices as thin as cicada wings. Just a college principal. Bai Mo Yuan tucked the silver hair behind her ears, and raised her red lips dangerously. When I recover to my peak level, I will make you kneel down and put on my socks. She stared at the figure in the living room who was concentrating on watching TV, and a dangerous light flashed in her icy eyes. Just wait, Lu Jin. A frost flower condensed on her fingertips, and her tone was as light as falling snow. Your first drop of blood, I will take it. Chapter 73 Bai Mo Yuan in maid outfit. The meal is ready, principal. Not long after, Ima Yuen came out of the kitchen carrying the freshly prepared meal. Her slender waist was perfectly outlined by the lace apron laces, and her beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings were faintly visible under the skirt. Principal, please try my abalone while it's hot. Ima Yuen walked to the dining table and smiled. Question mark. Lu Jin was obviously stunned for a moment. Ima Yuen's face turned slightly red, and she opened her lips slightly. Braised abalone. After saying that, she placed the exquisite porcelain plate in front of Lu Jin. The tender braised abalone is soaked in rich sauce, exuding an attractive luster. Lu Jin picked up a piece with chopsticks, chewed it carefully, swallowed it, and nodded. The heat is good, and the craftsmanship is good. Of course, try this. Ima Yuen's lips curled up with a hint of excitement, and she gently pushed with her slender fingers, sliding a plate of steamed soft-shelled turtle in front of Lu Jin. Her mother told her that if you capture a man's stomach, you can capture his heart. Ima Yuen sat down next to Lu Jin obediently, picking up food for him with chopsticks in her bare hands. Her eyes flickered around like a diligent little maid. But Lu Jin's chopsticks froze in mid-air. His eyes were fixed on the TV screen. On the 75-inch LCD screen, the news anchor's face was solemn. Special report from Wancheng. Recently, due to the intensified activity of the abyss cracks for unknown reasons, demons and ghosts have frequently injured people in various places, and the concentration of the evil spirits has increased by 320% compared with the same period last year. Citizens are requested to reduce going out at night and be careful to prevent harassment from low-level demons and ghosts. Residents of the garden community, please take note. The police and the Psychic Control Bureau jointly issued a reminder. Recently, there have been frequent reports of sightings of a female ghost in red in the area. She has long hair covering her face, wears a bright red dress, and often appears in unlit alleys in the early morning, accompanied by strong mental interference and cold evil spirits. So far, the red-clothed female ghost has killed several citizens returning home at night. It is initially judged to be a high-risk demon ghost, danger level, A+. If you find any traces, please stay away immediately and call the Psychic Control Bureau hotline 12138. Garden community? Ima Yuen suddenly stopped moving. She raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed in her pupils. Principal, isn't this a garden community? That's right. Lu Jin nodded slightly, his eyes flickering. It's better not to let me run into this demon, otherwise I'll let him experience what the lightning 5 whips are like. Ima Yuen's chopsticks almost slipped off his hand. Principal, that is a demon that has killed countless people. Others avoid it as much as possible. Lu Jin smiled slightly. Haven't you heard of this saying? As long as you are brave, female ghosts will be given maternity leave. Ima Yuen, Principal, you are really humorous. The two finished their meal. While clearing the dishes, Ima Yuen lowered her long eyelashes and spoke tentatively. Principal, it's not safe at night these days. Can I also sleep in your bedroom? That way we can take care of each other. Lu Jin raised his eyes, met those watery eyes, and chuckled. A spiritual warrior would also be afraid of demons and ghosts? Of course I'm not afraid of them. Ima Yuen's voice suddenly became lighter. It's just, the appearance of those things is really scary. Lu Jin was unmoved. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The sofa is yours, call me if you need anything. With the door lock clicking, his figure disappeared behind the door. Damn, such an unromantic guy. Ima Yuen stood in place, her slender fingers unconsciously clenched, her knuckles turning slightly white due to the force. She bit her lower lip lightly, a hint of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but in the end she just took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Go and wash the dishes honestly. Late at night, 12 o'clock. In the dim living room, the only sound was the ticking of the clock. Ima Yuen tossed and turned on the leather sofa. The friction between her white knee-high socks and the leather made a slight rustling sound, which was particularly clear in the silent night. She buried her face in the pillow, and a faint blue light flickered in the depths of her icy blue pupils. That was the remaining soul of the frost spirit dragon that was restless. Although this damn evil spirit at the spirit emperor level caused her cultivation to soar, it also brought about an unspeakable aftereffect, an almost pathological desire for male yang. Especially at this moment, the man who was just separated by a door. The masculine aura lingering around Lu Jin and the bloody energy that was so strong that it made her tremble were tempting her like a deadly poison. Just sensing Lu Jin's breath made Ima Yuen's heart beat faster and an irresistible impulse ignited deep in his body. The torture almost drove her crazy. No. The desire of the frost soul spirit dragon must be quelled. Imo Yuan sat up suddenly, and the moonlight outlined her tense body. She took a deep breath, suddenly stood up, and walked towards Lu Jin's bedroom with her slender feet wrapped in white over the knee socks, ready to try her luck again. However, as soon as her fingertips touched the door handle, a dazzling blue light suddenly exploded. Ah! Imo Yuan groaned and was bounced back several steps. The tingling electric current ran through her body along her fingertips, causing her snow-white skin to tremble slightly. Lu Jin, let me see how long your magic circle can last. Imo Yuan stared at the faintly visible runes on the door and suddenly snorted. She lightly lifted her slender jade fingers, and a ray of moonlight like spiritual power quietly seeped into the formation patterns like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. This strand of spiritual power contains the cold poison of the Frost Soul Spirit Dragon. It can slowly corrode the formation patterns of the Five Thunders Heavenly Gang formation. Until then. The image in her mind made her throat tighten. The desire surging in her ice-blue pupils almost solidified into substance, but she forcibly suppressed it. At this moment, the residual soul of the Frost Spirit Dragon was churning in her meridians like frozen magma, bringing both a biting chill and burning with irrepressible desire. No. Imo Yuan's fingertips dug deeply into the palm of her hand, leaving several crescent-shaped red marks on the snow-white skin. The burning energy in the body became more and more restless, as if magma was surging through the meridians. It will take another 12 hours to crack the Five Thunders Heavenly Gang formation, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that if she didn't find a way to calm her restlessness tonight, she would not be able to fall asleep at all. With slender jade fingers, she untied the ribbon around her waist, and the gauze-like dress slid down to the ground along her curves. The white stockings were also thrown aside. Imo Yuan walked towards the bathroom on her crystal-like little feet. In the bathroom, cold water cascaded down. Imo Yuan raised her head and let the cold water wash over her curvaceous body. The water droplets slid down the delicate collarbone, leaving crystal-clear trails on the snow-white skin. The biting cold made her shiver unconsciously, and her pearly teeth bit her lower lip tightly, making her look pale. But that inexplicable restlessness never goes away. She rested her forehead on the cold tile, water dripping down her wet silver hair. Her slender fingers clenched unconsciously, her nails almost digging into her palms. It's crazy, she whispered to herself, her voice drowned out by the sound of the rushing water. In the mist on the mirror, her abnormally flushed cheeks were vaguely reflected. The cold water washed over every inch of her skin, but it could not extinguish the flames burning in her heart. She slid down slowly and the cold tiles instantly touched her back, making her shiver all over. Hesitate for a moment. The slender jade hands slowly moved towards the long and beautiful legs. The bathroom was filled with the sound of disordered breathing, and the water sparkled on the floor. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside the window, as if someone was dragging his feet in the courtyard. Imo Yuan stood up suddenly, her beautiful ice-blue eyes glowing slightly in the darkness. Principal? Is that you? She called softly, but received no response. The sound got closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of the bathroom door. Imo Yuan held his breath and saw a dazzling red color faintly showing through the crack of the door. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 clear knocks on the door. No, not the principal. Imo Yuan's fingers froze in mid-air, and drops of water dripped down her wet hair. This was not the rhythm of Lu Jin knocking on the door, it was too light and too slow, like some kind of deliberate imitation of human behavior. Imo Yuan suddenly tightened the water valve, and the sound of water stopped abruptly. The moment the bathrobe wrapped around his body, 3-inch ice cones had already condensed on his fingertips, shining coldly under the moonlight. Who? Get out! Imo Yuan let out a delicate cry, her beautiful eyes fixed on the mist-filled glass door. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat jumped out of the window, its green eyes glowing eerily in the moonlight. Imo Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he turned around, he suddenly froze in place. She saw a woman in red leaning over her back in a twisted posture, with a bloodshot eyeball visible between her dripping long hair. Chapter 74. We are all living hard. Ah! A startled cry pierced the night, and Imo Yuan's scream exploded from the bathroom. Amid the mist, the goddess of the north who had always looked down upon everyone staggered back, splashing water all over the room. Simply shameless. Even though she was used to seeing strong storms and waves, she never expected that this evil ghost would attack her specifically during bathing time. You evil spirits! She gritted her teeth, frost forming on her fingertips. How dare you spy on me bathing? The temperature in the bathroom dropped to freezing point in an instant. The long hair of the red-clothed female ghost squirmed like a living thing, and smelly blood seeped out from the wet hair and dripped onto the floor. The bloodshot eyeball was almost touching the tip of her nose, and the girl's delicate face was reflected in the pupil. "Found you." A hoarse whisper came out of the ghost girl's throat, and the rotten breath sprayed on by Mo Yuan's porcelain white face. Boom! Mo Yuan quickly came to his senses, and an ice cone condensed in his palm exploded out, but was swallowed by a cold and evil spirit the moment it touched the female ghost. She stepped back suddenly, and her delicate white feet left a wet mark on the ground. But the female ghost in red followed her like a shadow, her pale fingers suddenly stretched out, and her sharp nails pierced her throat. Cold soul frost condensation. Mo Yuan formed seals with his hands, and the water droplets in the bathroom instantly froze into countless ice needles and shot towards the female ghost. But the red-clothed figure suddenly dissipated like smoke, and the ice needles penetrated the shadow and nailed deeply into the wall. "It's useless." The ghost girl's voice came from all directions, and the light in the bathroom began to flash wildly. "You can't escape." Suddenly, a pale hand stretched out from the mirror behind Mo Yuan and grabbed her neck. Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his neck was tightly pinched by the ghost girl's pale fingers. The cold air penetrated into his meridians, and even his breath condensed into frost. But the next second, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up into a sneer. "A mere demonic ghost at the Spirit King level is worthy of touching me?" Boom! An extremely cold spiritual energy burst out from her body, and the entire bathroom wall was instantly covered with ice crystals. Mo Yuan's purple eyes completely turned into ice blue, her hair moved without wind, and a chilling aura lingered around her body. The cold spirit dragon appears. A sharp roar like a dragon's roar resounded through the night sky, and a translucent shadow of an ice dragon suddenly appeared behind her, with ferocious scales and claws, and eyes like lightning. The dragon opened its mouth and breathed out cold air. The female ghost pinched her arm and froze it into an ice sculpture with a crack, and then was slapped back by Mo Yuan. Bang! The entire ghost arm exploded into ice chips. The female ghost in red let out an ear-piercing howl and retreated violently, but Mo Yuan didn't give her a chance to breathe. She stepped on the ground barefoot, and ice lotuses bloomed with every step she took. She formed seals with her hands, and the shadow of the cold spirit dragon wrapped around her right arm, transforming into a crystal-clear ice spear. As the goddess of the north, Mo Yuan was born with the body that can control spirits. It can materialize the power of the spirit beast's soul. The ice spear is actually an extension of the body of the cold spirit dragon. Each strike contained the extremely cold evil spirit of the peak evil spirit of the Spirit Emperor realm, and the true meaning of controlling spirits of the goddess of the Northern Territory. This method of transforming spirits into weapons is the realm of spiritual and martial unity unique to spirit warriors of the spirit controlling system. Die! The ice spear broke through the air, piercing the female ghost's heart with a piercing scream. The female ghost dodged in panic, but the gun still grazed her shoulder. Her entire left arm froze instantly, and then shattered with a crash. She roared with resentment, and her long hair grew like a poisonous snake, wrapping around Mo Yuan from all directions. Mo Yuan snorted coldly, and the ice spear danced like a wheel, freezing and breaking all the ghost hair wherever it passed. The attack was so fierce that it forced the female ghost to retreat step by step, and it seemed that she was about to be killed completely. But at this moment, swish! A bloody shadow suddenly jumped out from the mirror behind her. The second female ghost in red. Not good. Mo Yuan was about to dodge, but it was half a second too late. The female ghost's sharp claws slashed across Mo Yuan's back, tearing his bathrobe, and 4 bloodstains instantly emitted a strange black aura. Ugh! Mo Yuan groaned, and the shadow of the frost spirit dragon shook violently. She endured the severe pain, turned around and swept across, and the ice spear forced back the attacking female ghost, but the previous female ghost took the opportunity to pounce on her, and the two ghosts formed a siege. The cold and evil energy squeezed her spiritual power space like a tide, and the wound on her back sent a piercing pain. Damn it, there is actually a demon ghost in the Spirit King realm. Mo Yuan knelt on one knee, inserted his ice spear into the ground to steady his body, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, countless jet black hairs burst out from the drain, like poisonous snakes wrapped around branches, instantly strangling her limbs. The hair was tightened inch by inch, the joints made crackling sounds as they could not bear the weight, and the oxygen was squeezed out of the chest cavity inch by inch. Dark ripples began to appear in my vision. She is still in the growth stage, and her cultivation at the Spirit Master level cannot bring out the full strength of the Cold Soul Spirit Flood Dragon. Fighting against the Spirit King level demons alone is already her limit. It's really hard to deal with two of them at the same time. Headmaster. Just when Bai Mo Yuan was about to lose his breath, the entire wall was torn apart by golden lightning. I'm coming too. Suddenly, a slender figure with bare upper body broke through the wall. Lu Jin's right fist was surrounded by dazzling lightning. Before the two female ghosts could react, lightning 5 whips. Two fist shadows blasted out at the same time, and the attack speed of 50 Hz created sparks in the air. The female ghosts' heads were hit 50 times each in 1 second, and their rotten faces were instantly sunken and deformed. You dare to act so unruly in my house? I think you are tired of living. Lu Jin took the opportunity to leap up, and the golden spiritual power swept out like a long whip. Bang bang bang! The entire mirror exploded into crystal powder. The red-clothed female ghost let out a shrill howl, and half of her arm was turned into black smoke by thunder. Amid the shrill ghost howls, Bai Mo Yuan collapsed to the ground, but Lu Jin grabbed him by the knees. Headmaster. Bai Mo Yuan opened her eyes weakly and found that Lu Jin was only wearing pajamas, with his muscular upper body revealing. Let you take a shower in the middle of the night. Lu Jin held Bai Mo Yuan's waist and retreated quickly. He lowered his eyes and saw the moonlight flowing on the girl's creamy skin, with water droplets rolling down her exquisite curves, like a porcelain doll after the snow. She is indeed the new school belle with natural beauty. The whole body is like jade, and the whole body is bald. Without looking closely, Lu Jin threw Bai Mo Yuan onto the sofa, and when he turned around, his finger bones made a crackling sound. Now, it's my turn to have a good talk with this guest. The female ghost in red slowly crawled out of the messy bathroom, and her shattered arm was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. She tilted her head, and her neck made a terrifying cracking sound. Men. Yang Qi. You want it? Little greedy cat. Lu Jin smiled. The golden light around him suddenly retreated, and all his spiritual power was poured into his right arm. Take my blow. The glass of the entire villa shattered at the same second. Before the female ghost could react, 50 fist shadows had superimposed into a golden torrent, and her rotten body endured 50 bombardments in 1 second. When Lu Jin retracted his fist, the female ghost in red froze in place, and then exploded into a ball of bloody mist with a bang. A dark red bead fell from the blood mist and landed on the ground. Man. Die. Another female ghost in red was screaming and struggling in the golden flames. Her rotten face was distorted, but the evil spirit was still repairing her body. Lu Jin's eyelids drooped slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. A slash of hand knife came down, like thunder splitting bamboo. We are all living our lives to the fullest. Laugh. The ghost girl's right arm was severed with a sound, and there was not a drop of blood at the cut, only curling green smoke. Before the remaining limbs fell to the ground, Lu Jin's right fist had already emitted a dragon-like roar of bones and muscles, and his attack speed was fully activated at 50 Hz. Bang! 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 Countless heavy punches carved bloody holes in the ghost girl's torso, and the last blow directly pierced through the spine. The ghost girl's rotten body vibrated at a high frequency in the air, enduring 50 spiritual power blows every second. The shrill scream was torn apart by the wind from the fists, and the smelly blood and flesh fragments splattered all over the bathroom. I've tried so hard. Lu Jin suddenly changed his fist into a claw, and his 5 fingers were wrapped with lightning and pierced into the ghost girl's chest. How are you still alive? Hiss. The female ghost in red was torn into 2 halves. Chapter 75, Chasing the Demon. The shrill ghost howl came to an abrupt end, and the body of the female ghost in red suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pool of smelly flesh and blood. As black blood splattered, a blood-red bead rolled to the ground, emitting a faint cold glow under the moonlight. Oh, equipment exploded? Lu Jin bent over to pick up the blood-colored bead, and a piercing chill came from his fingertips. The bead is scarlet all over, and there seems to be mist flowing inside. Bai Mo Yuan picked up another one at the same time, with surprise flashing in his eyes. It's a ghost bead. The ghost bead is the result of a ghost's lifelong cultivation, and only evil ghosts with overwhelming murderous aura have a chance of condensing it. It can be used as medicine for making elixirs, or it can be swallowed directly. As a tough guy, Lu Jin of course chose the latter. Just put it in your mouth. Swallow it in 1 gulp and refine it in an instant. As soon as the blood-red ghost bead entered his mouth, a cold and evil aura exploded in Lu Jin's mouth, as if he had swallowed a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. But he didn't even frown, his Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed it directly. Gudong. The moment the ghost bead entered his stomach, a violent cold energy rampaged through Lu Jin's body, and most of the spiritual power flowing through his meridians was instantly frozen. A thin layer of frost quickly condensed on the surface of Lu Jin's skin, and even the breath he exhaled turned into white mist. Principal! Bai Mo Yuan exclaimed, not caring about the injury on his back, and staggered over. You can't eat the ghost bead directly, it will freeze your meridians. Lu Jin waved his hand, with a hint of arrogance on his lips. You want to freeze me with a mere Spirit King Realm Ghost Pearl? His eyes suddenly opened, and the heavenly power explosive spiritual power in his body began to circulate wildly. Golden spiritual power surged through his meridians like lava, and wherever it passed, the frozen spiritual power was instantly melted and swallowed up. The cold and evil spirit in the ghost bead was actually refined by him into pure energy and integrated into his own body. Belch! Lu Jin burped, exhaled a breath of cold air, and said with a smile, it tastes good, like an iced version of candied haws. After clenching his palms, he instantly felt that his physical strength had increased a lot. Bai Mo Yuan was stunned. If an ordinary person swallowed the ghost bead, at best their meridians would freeze, at worst evil spirits would enter their bodies and turn them into half-human, half-ghost monsters. But Lu Jin was not only fine, but he seemed to have taken a tonic pill, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were significantly enhanced. Principal, what kind of monster are you? Bai Mo Yuan murmured. Lu Jin flexed his wrist, feeling the surging power in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the attack speed has increased again, now it is about 55 times per second. Hearing this, Bai Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, his cheeks slightly red. Can she withstand such a fast attack speed? At this moment, the other ghost bead held in Bai Mo Yuan's hand suddenly trembled, and strange blood-colored lines appeared on its surface. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed. Next second. Crack! The ghost bead suddenly cracked, and a beam of blood shot up into the sky. It condensed into a hideous ghost face in the night sky, and emitted a piercing scream. How dare you kill the food I raised? Boy, when I come out of seclusion, I will eat you alive. A hoarse female voice echoed with emphasis, and blood dripped from the ceiling with every word. Lu Jin stared at the ghost face and suddenly smiled. Golden lightning exploded from under his feet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay, very good. I was going to deal with you tomorrow. But now I can't sleep. Before Bai Mo Yuan could react, he saw Lu Jin forming a seal with one hand, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Heavenly power explosive spiritual skill. Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the remaining blood-colored evil spirit in the air. The golden spiritual power wrapped and refined the evil spirit like a raging fire. The next second, a line of blood extended from the palm of his hand, pointing straight to the deep mountains in the northwest direction outside the door. I found you. Lu Jin suddenly grinned, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. You bastard, you were hiding in Mozhan. That smile was as sharp as a knife. Bai Mo Yuan felt a chill on his back, running down his spine. Let's go and kill it. Lu Jin said coldly. The ghost face in the air seemed to be frightened by his murderous intent and screamed. How dare you? I am the Supreme Ghost Mother, specializing in devouring the brains of spiritual warriors. If you dare to attack me, I will make you. So much nonsense. Lu Jin sneered and swung his hand. The ghost face was instantly split into two wisps of black smoke, which dissipated with a miserable howl. Wait, Principal. Bai Mo Yuan hurriedly grabbed Lu Jin's sleeve, his voice tense. That's a demon that can leave a mark. It's at least at the spiritual emperor level. It's not that easy to deal with. That's why we have to take advantage of now. Lu Jin grabbed her wrist with his backhand, not too hard or too soft, but not allowing her to break free. If we go over now, it won't have time to react. If we wait for it to hide for a few days, it will be hard for us to deal with it. And if it runs away, where can I find it? Lu Jin never likes to leave today's work until tomorrow. Since this demon is determined to die, let it never see tomorrow's sun. He has always believed in one principle. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come to you, it is better to pick up the knife and chop off his head first. Bai Mo Yuan looked embarrassed. Principal, but it's so late now. Don't worry, it won't take long. An hour is enough. Lu Jin said calmly. There's a demon that's always thinking about me. I can't sleep well at night. Bai Mo Yuan widened her eyes, slightly parted her red lips, and was speechless for a moment. Just for a few harsh words, the principal is going to hunt someone down at night? Principal, Mosan is 7 kilometers away from here. Bai Mo Yuan frowned slightly, making a final struggle. How about, let's go tomorrow? She really couldn't understand it. In the dead of night, instead of lying in your warm bed, you go deep into the mountains and forests, just to hunt down a demon that made cruel remarks? This is even more cruel than a cruel person. It's simply a werewolf. That makes sense. Lu Jin nodded thoughtfully. Only those who have reached the spiritual venerable realm can fly. I am still a little short of that level. 7 kilometers is indeed very strenuous. Although he has a driver's license, the Audi A8 left by his father has been gathering dust in the garage for 3 years and has 2 soul rings attached to it. If we really want to open it, I'm afraid it will fall apart halfway. So, let's go another day? A glimmer of hope ignited in Bai Mo Yuan's eyes. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze slowly moved towards the door. A shabby little electric scooter was parked there alone. Mr. Bai. He smiled slightly, his tone so gentle that it was creepy. Can you ride an electric bike? Bai Mo Yuan, 3 minutes later. The old electric scooter made painful squeaks on the rugged mountain road, as if it would fall apart at any second. Bai Mo Yuan gripped the handlebars tightly, his slender fingers turned white from the force, and his back teeth were almost broken. And behind him, Lu Jin casually crossed his long legs, with one hand around her slender waist, his black hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, looking as leisurely as if he was on a picnic. Principal. Bai Mo Yuan's voice trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Why don't you ride by yourself? Let the great goddess of the north be the driver of the electric donkey. If this happened in my previous life, I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Lu Jin looked at the mountain shadow gradually appearing in front of him and said calmly. If I come here to ride my bike and get attacked by demons, do I want you to protect me? Bai Mo Yuan. She really wanted to ride this broken bike straight off the cliff. At the same time, deep in Mosan Mountain, the ancient temple is gloomy. In the dilapidated temple, the flickering candlelight reflected a lewd scene. Several women with pale skin and disheveled long hair were entangled in the weeds with 6 men with distracted eyes. It seems like a large-scale and part scene is being staged. The lewd laughter echoed between the rotten beams and mixed with the night wind, sounding particularly strange. These 6 hikers had been hiking together, but they lost their way at dusk and mistakenly came here. Faced with the temptation of beauty, they had already lost their minds and were completely unaware that the beauty in their arms was gradually revealing her blue-gray fangs. Ugh! The scream suddenly rang out and then stopped abruptly. In a blink of an eye, 6 mummies lay on the ground with distorted faces, as if they had finally seen the truth before they died. In the center of the temple, a pitch-black Buddha statue mysteriously came to life. It was pitch black all over, and its face, which should have been kind, was covered with spiral fangs. There was a bloody crack in its abdomen, which was filled with baby's hands, scratching and trying to crawl out. My Lord Ghostmother, something bad has happened. A female ghost in red rushed in hastily, her voice sharp. That man, he's here. What? The Buddha statue suddenly glowed blood red, and a hoarse voice filled with disbelief. Just because of a word I said before I left, he actually chased me here overnight? Chapter 76, Get Started. There was shock in the ghost mother's tone. She never dreamed that just because she said something cruel, this man would not even sleep and chase her all night long. What kind of living devil is this? It's simply a wolf extermination. At this moment, the baby in the Buddha's belly scratched more urgently with its arms, as if urging something. The Buddha statue trembled violently, and finally let out a hysterical roar. Stop him. I haven't transformed yet, this is the critical time for a breakthrough, we must not let him enter the mountain. The ruins of the dilapidated temple suddenly exploded into a bloody mist, and dozens of red-clad figures screamed and soared into the sky. Those female ghosts had long hair like waterfalls, and their nails grew 3 feet long. They glowed faintly green under the moonlight, and swarmed towards the mountain path. On the mountain road, a small electric scooter was climbing the slope with a grunt. Lu Jin sat behind Bai Mo Yuan, humming the latest pop song. That day, 16 lost his head. Shan Yang on that day divided it into 5 pieces. That day, Sun Bin cut off his knee. That day, Wang Bo jumped into the sea. The Mamba that day fell down. That day, Niddy's mind was full of ideas. Principal, is this how the song is sung? Bai Mo Yuan in front of him frowned slightly, feeling that something was not right the more he listened. What else? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. Soon, Bai Mo Yuan carried him to the foot of Moshan Mountain. Squeak! She slammed on the brakes. The road ahead was blocked by a rusty iron gate, with tall barbed wire fences on both sides, glowing coldly in the moonlight. Hey! Who are you? A bearded man wrapped in a green cotton coat came out of the bungalow next door, and the strong light of his flashlight shone directly into the two men's eyes. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The quarry in front is our company's. No one is allowed in. The man in the cotton coat was smoking a cigarette, looking back and forth between the two of them, and suddenly he smiled mischievously. It's late at night, you two young people are having a pretty wild time, aren't you? Having been watching over the place in this deep mountain forest for many years, what kind of scene has he not seen? Every month he would run into several couples who went up the mountain in search of excitement. It saves hotel room fees and is exciting enough. The last time he patrolled the mountains, he found half a dozen used burp condoms for children under an old pine tree. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Mo Yuan's ears instantly turned red. We are teacher and student. Hearing this, the man in the cotton coat smiled even more deeply. I understand. He blinked meaningfully. Role-playing is popular now. Lu Jin's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the cold night. I have something important to do, get out of my way. The reason why this ghost mother did not attack the employees in the quarry was probably because she wanted to conceal her tracks and avoid attracting the attention of the Psychic Control Bureau. But after meeting Lu Jin today, his good days are over. The man in the cotton coat was shocked by this momentum and took a half step back, but soon he stiffened his neck and said, If I tell you not to go up, you can't go up. It's the middle of the night, who will be held responsible if something happens? Lu Jin smiled faintly, suddenly jumped off the electric donkey, took out the letter of appointment from the Psychic Energy Control Bureau from his pocket, and waved it in front of him. Do you recognize this thing? Do you know the consequences of interfering with the work of the Psychic Control Bureau? Psychic Energy Control Bureau? When the man in the cotton padded jacket saw the ID that Lu Jin took out, his eyes widened and he immediately wilted. In Xian country, the power of the Psychic Control Bureau is supreme. They can even skip the judicial process and put you in jail. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him easily, let alone an ordinary citizen like him. I'm sorry, boss. I'll open the door right away. The man in cotton padded jacket hurriedly opened the iron gate at this moment. Chuckle. A creepy laugh suddenly came from in front of him. He stiffened and slowly raised his head. A pale woman's face was almost pressed against his nose, a scarlet tongue hung to her chest, and the stench of decay hit her in the face. Oh my God! It's a ghost! He screamed and crawled down the mountain. The red-clothed female ghost slowly turned her head, and looked at Lu Jin and the others with her hollow eyes. The corners of her mouth suddenly cracked to her ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, fresh, flesh and blood. Court death. Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, and he made a gesture with his right hand, and a golden light condensed in his palm. The female ghost let out an ear-piercing scream, and her body suddenly turned into dozens of blood shadows that pounced from different directions. The golden light surged and intertwined into a net in the air. The blood shadow hit the golden net and made a burning sound. The ghost girl's shrill screams echoed in the valley. Just as the golden net was about to close, the female ghost suddenly merged into one, and their 10 fingers, like hooks, went straight for Lu Jin's throat. Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids, but waved his hand. Puff! A cold light flashed, and the golden spiritual power turned into a sharp blade and swept out. The female ghost's head flew high, turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated in the air, and her body tilted to the ground. A blood-red bead fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Jin bent down to pick up the ghost bead and threw it to Bai Mo Yuan. Keep it. Bai Mo Yuan hurriedly caught it, and the warm ghost bead felt slightly hot in her palm. Let's go. Lu Jin sat on the back seat of the electric scooter and urged. Oh. Bai Mo Yuan gently turned the handlebars. The small electric scooter made a buzzing sound as it could not bear the heavy load, rolled over the female ghost and continued to crawl up the mountain. Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. Lu Jin said as he looked at the female ghost's gradually disappearing body. The mountain roads created by the quarry made cycling possible, but the surface became increasingly rugged. Gravel splashed under the wheels and Bai Mo Yuan had to tighten his waist to keep his balance. Headmaster. She slapped the mosquito sucking blood from her neck to death, complaining, Do we have to come here in the middle of the night to feed the mosquitoes? Can't we do it tomorrow? Tomorrow will have its own affairs. Lu Jin's eyes were like a blade, cutting through the thick darkness ahead. If you dare to come to my house and act wild, you will seek death. But principal. Before Bai Mo Yuan could finish her words, she felt dizzy. Lu Jin suddenly picked her up by the waist, and golden lightning gathered into a lotus under his feet. Hold on tight. Ah! Boom! A golden meteor streaked across the night sky, and Lu Jin leaped up holding Bai Mo Yuan. Bai Mo Yuan's screams were blown away by the strong wind, and she could only hug his neck tightly. The small electric scooter below was actually torn into two halves by a pitch-black ghost hand. Accompanied by shrill cries, three hideous-looking female ghosts in red clothes emerged from the ground and rushed towards the two men at a rapid speed. How dare you damage my electric bike? Lu Jin's eyes darkened, and he retreated to the side with Bai Mo Yuan, with golden light suddenly emitting from his fingertips. A golden dragon whizzed past and beheaded the ghost before it got close, turning it into ashes and gradually dissipating. 3 ghost beads fell like rain, making fine and crisp sounds on the scorched earth. Bai Mo Yuan touched the goosebumps on her arm and frowned. Principal, the evil spirit here is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Jin picked up the ghost bead on the ground and said calmly, this shows that we have come to the right place. As soon as the words fell, the forest suddenly boiled. The shadows of the trees twisted and squirmed, and dozens of female ghosts in red broke out of the ground. Their nails grew 3 feet long, making a harsh sound as they scraped through the air, and in a blink of an eye, they formed a siege. Lu Jin twisted his neck, making a clicking sound. Looks like we'll have to have an extra meal tonight. Moshan is not only close to the garden community and his residence, but also no more than 10 kilometers away from Shanghai College. This group of monsters must be wiped out tonight, otherwise it will become a big disaster. A golden light flashed at Lu Jin's fingertips, and dozens of thunders shot out like dragons, piercing through all the red-clothed female ghosts who were rushing towards him. Those ghosts didn't even have time to scream before they turned into smoke and dissipated in the dazzling lightning. These female ghosts tried every means to prevent us from going up the mountain. It seems that the lair of the evil ghosts is ahead. Lu Jin flicked his wrist, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. That's good. It saves me the trouble of searching the mountain. After saying that, he started walking up the mountain. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and looked at Bai Mo Yuan. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Principal, where are we going? Bai Mo Yuan asked with a frown. Lu Jin said, let's go and kill them all. Bai Mo Yuan looked at his eager look and suddenly felt. Those monsters and ghosts seem more pitiful? Before he finished speaking, the shadows of the surrounding trees suddenly shook violently. More female ghosts in red emerged from the woods, and this time their number was more than 10 times that of before. They had strange smiles on their pale faces, their nails grew as big as knives, and in the blink of an eye they surrounded the 2 men. Lu Jin sighed, it seems that I won't be able to reach the WeChat step count tonight. He formed a seal with one hand, and a golden light shield suddenly unfolded. The female ghost who rushed over first crashed into it and turned into ashes in an instant. But the ghosts behind continued to come one after another, and their nails scratched against the light shield, making a harsh sound. You have such a small skill, and you dare to show off in front of an expert. Heavenly power, explosive spiritual skill. A cold light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and the spiritual power around him erupted like a volcano. With full firepower and spiritual power surging, he killed his way up like a hot knife through butter. Bai Mo Yuan followed behind him, picking up the ghost beads on the ground. It must be said that the explosion rate of these red-clothed female ghosts is very high. Basically, each one can explode a ghost bead. In about a cup of tea's time, the 2 men had reached the depths of the mountains. Under the reflection of the waning moon, a modeled ancient temple stands quietly among the weeds. Lu Jin stood in front of the ruined temple, his coat rustling in the night wind. Bai Mo Yuan stood behind him, holding a bag full of ghost beads. The eerie ruined temple was shrouded in blood-red mist, with fresh human bones scattered on the ground. The shabby lantern hanging on the temple gate suddenly lit up with a ghostly green light, illuminating the 3 blood-stained characters on the plaque at the door. Woxiang Temple. Lu Jin flexed his wrist, turned his head and asked, are you ready to kill? Bai Mo Yuan pursed her lips lightly. Principal, how about we set up a formation first? What kind of formation is this? Lu Jin kicked the 3-meter-high red lacquered door and broke it into pieces, and shouted in a deep voice. Just get started. Chapter 77, One Trick to Conquer the World. Amid the loud bang of the door exploding, hundreds of blood-red eyes opened simultaneously deep in the ruined temple. Lu Jin lowered his eyes and glanced around. Several shriveled male corpses lay on the ground, with strange smiles frozen on their skinny faces, as if they had suddenly died in bliss. The next moment, more than a dozen female ghosts in red rushed out of the temple screaming, their scarlet dresses fluttering like blood waves, and rushed straight towards Lu Jin. Bai Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, staring at the dark red evil spirit surging in the temple. Is this the aura of the peak of the spiritual emperor realm? Lu Jin chuckled, and licked his canine teeth slowly with the tip of his tongue, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It's not too much to get a red suit, right? Bai Mo Yuan, principal, is this the time to discuss explosive equipment? Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin's spiritual power exploded, and a brilliant golden light exploded like the scorching sun. Heavenly power, explosive spiritual skill. Dozens of golden lights transformed into ferocious dragon shadows, which engulfed the entire temple with the power to destroy mountains and shake hills. Before the red-clothed female ghosts could get close, they were turned into ashes in the dazzling golden light. One trick is enough to make you successful. With the terrifying spiritual power bonus provided by the Tianwei explosive spiritual art, Lu Jin is now like a god of war. He strode forward on the charred remains of ghost shadows. Wherever he passed, the female ghosts in red wailed and turned into ashes. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he killed his way to the temple. Deep in the ruined temple, a strange Buddha statue stands quietly. The Buddha statue was pitch black all over, but had 8 arms, and in the palm of each hand there was a blood-red eye. The most horrifying thing is that there is a gaping hole in the Buddha statue's abdomen, through which countless small babies' hands can be vaguely seen wriggling inside. Boy, I am the Supreme Ghost Mother. You rashly come here, are you really not afraid of death? A hoarse voice that was difficult to tell whether it was male or female suddenly rang out, and the sound waves caused the temple beams to rustle and dust to fall off. Behind the dilapidated Buddha statue, a distorted scarlet ghost shadow slowly emerged. Ghost Mother statue? Bai Mo Yuan took a breath of cold air, and his face changed as he felt the strong pressure on him. Principal, this is the demon ghost at the peak of the spirit emperor realm. The Supreme Ghost Mother, the most evil person in Wanchang. He is notorious not only in Wancheng, but also in the entire Xian kingdom. The Ghost Mother can improve her own cultivation by sucking the brain marrow of spiritual warriors, and now she has reached the peak of the spirit emperor realm. But the most tricky part is that it can use blood as food to build its nest and continuously breed new monsters and ghosts. Just like a biochemical matrix. It is said that 3 years ago, the Spirit Management Bureau sent 3 Spirit Emperor Realm strongmen to encircle and suppress it, but they were eaten away by it until not even a bone was left, and no one expected that it would now be hiding in this ruined temple in the wilderness. Lu Jin smiled coldly. I just killed the ghost baby a few days ago, and now a ghost mother has appeared. Don't tell me there will be a ghost father next. What, are you going to put together a family photo for me? Before he finished speaking, the Buddha statue suddenly burst into a blood-red light. What, it was you who killed my son? 8 arms stretched out at the same time, and a chilly wind suddenly blew in the temple. The mummies began to twitch strangely, and faint green flames came out of their empty eye sockets. The endless evil spirit was absorbed into the Buddha statue. The skin on the Buddha statue's abdomen was suddenly torn apart, and dozens of bloody tentacles covered in mucus shot out. So what? Lu Jin did not dodge or evade, and his right hand instantly turned into a golden afterimage. Lightning 5 whips. Amid the piercing sound of breaking through the air, 50 golden whip shadows crisscrossed and slashed past. The tentacles broke with a sound, and after falling to the ground, they twisted non-stop like a living thing. What's even more bizarre is that new mouthparts quickly grew out of the broken ends, making shrill sounds like a baby crying. The tentacles wriggling on the ground suddenly turned into a palm-sized ghost baby, which let out a shrill cry and ran out of the temple. Bai Mo Yuan hurriedly made a hand gesture, and an ice wall rose from the ground, blocking his way. Principal, the ghost mother will continuously hatch ghost babies. Once a ghost baby escapes, it will keep eating and growing bigger. Lu Jin grinned, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body, then just killed them all. He narrowed his eyes, activated the Tianwei explosive spiritual power with all his strength, and kicked the little ghost baby to death with a whip-like kick. The violent spiritual energy exploded with him as the center, and the entire temple shook violently in the dazzling white light. The ghost mother statue let out a shrill wail, waving its 8 arms wildly, and fine cracks spread rapidly. Snap! Pitch-black cracks suddenly spread all over the body, and with a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the entire statue exploded. Roar! A huge black shadow broke out of the statue, and rolling dark energy swept across the entire ancient temple like a tide. The monster was completely black and shaped like a twisted spider. Its 8 hideous arms were covered with scarlet curse patterns. Its abdomen was cracked open into a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Sticky saliva dripped onto the ground, corroding into wisps of black smoke. How dare a mere mortal destroy my Dharma body? The ghost mother's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with overwhelming hatred. Now that you have forced me to reveal my true colors, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Jin sneered, formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual power surged again. I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. In an instant, golden spiritual flames shot up into the sky like an angry dragon, and the entire temple was on the verge of collapsing under the violent energy impact. The ghost mother roared and waved her 8 arms. The dark ghost energy transformed into countless evil spirits and pounced on her, but they were reduced to ashes the moment they touched the spiritual flame. Boom! The two forces collided violently, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire forest. The ghost mother's body twisted and carbonized in the violent spiritual power, but she was still struggling frantically, tearing the ground with her sharp claws, trying to get close to Lu Jin. A cold light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and the spiritual power condensed in his palm suddenly compressed, turning into a dazzling golden light, and blasted towards the ghost mother like thunder. Phew! The ghost mother's chest was pierced through, and her dark body cracked into countless cracks under the impact of the violent spiritual power, and smelly ghost blood spurted out. However, instead of retreating, it let out a crazy scream, and its 8 arms suddenly grew larger, strangling Lu Jin like blades. Looking for death. Lu Jin sneered, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He slashed in the air with his right hand, and his spiritual power condensed into a sharp aura, which he chopped down fiercely. Laugh! The 3 ghost arms broke with a sound, and black blood gushed out like a fountain. The ghost mother howled in pain and waved her remaining 5 arms wildly. The wind howled, the ground cracked, and countless ghost hands broke out of the ground, trying to entangle Lu Jin's legs. At this moment, a cold voice sounded faintly. Eternal frozen field, condensation. Bai Mo Yuan lightly tapped his fingertips, and countless hair-like, moon-white spiritual powers suddenly emerged, wrapping around the ghost mother's body like a dragnet, causing her movements to slightly slow down. Lu Jin clenched his hands tightly, and the spiritual energy around him surged like a raging sea. The entire ancient temple shook violently under the violent pressure, and the bricks and tiles cracked. There was murderous intent in his eyes, and the spiritual light condensed in his palm turned into a huge blazing white blade, and he slashed towards the ghost mother. Boom! The ghost mother's 5 arms broke into pieces the moment they touched the spiritual blade. A hideous crack was split open on her dark body, and smelly ghost blood spurted out like a waterfall. It let out an extremely shrill scream, and the murderous energy around it surged wildly. It suddenly collapsed and turned into a black smoke and fled rapidly. Madman! This man is crazy. Now is the critical moment for its transformation and breakthrough, and we cannot fight it head-on. As long as it leaves Mozhan and finds a hiding place, it will soon come back. When the time comes, I will tear him into pieces. Want to leave? Lu Jin sneered, his body was as fast as lightning, and he chased after him in an instant. He. The ghost mother's extremely resentful roar came from the black smoke. You are just a spirit emperor, and you dare to block my path? When I break through in 3 days and enter the spirit lord realm, I will extract your soul and turn you into a ghost slave. 3 days later? Lu Jin's eyes glowed coldly, and his murderous intent spread out like a substance. Then don't leave tonight. He suddenly raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. Buzz! Countless golden spiritual powers suddenly emerged, blocking all directions like a dragnet. The black smoke transformed by the ghost mother hit the spiritual net, and immediately made a sharp burning sound. It rushed forward frantically, but was unable to break free from the restraints. Instead, it was burned by the spiritual flames and became even weaker. No! The ghost mother screamed in despair, I have cultivated for 100 years, how can I be destroyed by you? 100 years? Lu Jin sneered, and concentrated his spiritual power in his palm again, then let your 100 years of cultivation be dispersed today. The dazzling golden light fell like a meteorite, smashing into the ghost mother's remaining body. The entire forest shook violently in the terrifying shock wave, the ghost mother's howling stopped abruptly, and her dark body was torn to pieces bit by bit in the golden light. The night wind blew by, leaving only burnt ashes on the ground. Lu Jin slowly withdrew his hand, the coldness in his eyes still remained. Breakthrough to Spirit Master? You are worthy of it. Chapter 78. What did you call me just now? As the ghost mother's last shrill scream dissipated in the night sky, the entire dilapidated temple suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The squirming flesh and blood in the pervasive evil spirit seemed to have been paused, freezing in an instant. Next. Crash. The ghost mother's body collapsed like a tower of sand, and several dazzling rays of light suddenly burst out in the blood mist. Clang. A dark red ghost bead as dark as blood fell on the blue bricks, corroding the bricks and producing sizzling white smoke. There were also two foreign objects rolling nearby, a scarlet eyeball, and a piece of scarlet scale armor with a metallic luster, which glowed eerily in the moonlight. It's actually the ghost eyeball and the heart-protecting scale, both of which are Earth-grade materials. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Jin picked them up one by one, weighing the three trophies in his hand, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. With the ghost pearl at the peak of the spiritual emperor realm and these two gadgets, it seems that this trip was not in vain. Bai Mo Yuan looked down at her fair arms, which had several red and swollen lumps on them, which were particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. She scratched them gently, but was afraid of leaving marks, so she had to stop in disappointment. The mosquitoes on this mountain are extremely ferocious. They are all spotted mosquitoes, which are poisonous and vicious. Even pinching your fingers to stop the itch is useless. She gritted her teeth and slapped a mosquito that was feasting on her wrist to death, leaving a glaring bloodstain on her palm. Principal. She dragged out her voice with a hint of complaint in her voice. If I don't get down the mountain, I'm going to be bitten to death by these mosquitoes. Lu Jin glanced at her sideways, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Strange, why do mosquitoes only bite you and not me? Bai Mo Yuan glared at him and said unhappily, maybe they are all male mosquitoes, picking on those with delicate skin and tender flesh. Having said that, she was secretly proud of herself. Oh, this goddess was born with a spiritual body, skin as white as jade, and a subtle fragrance. These mosquitoes have good taste and only pick the good ones to bite. Okay. Lu Jin weighed the spoils in his hand and asked, do you have a storage bag? Yes. Bai Mo Yuan flipped his hand casually, and a silver white storage bag appeared in his palm, with rune light faintly flowing on the surface. This bag is a third-grade Xian-level spiritual weapon personally refined by a powerful spirit emperor realm expert in the alchemy department. It contains 5,000 cubic meters of space and is now filled with a lot of ghost beads, making it very heavy. Lu Jin casually threw the three materials in and said calmly, go down the mountain. The night breeze was slightly chilly. Lu Jin put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely down the mountain, stepping on the remains of monsters and ghosts on the ground. Bai Mo Yuan followed behind with the storage bag in hand, scratching his itch as he walked, gritting his teeth in his heart. This bastard in the mountain will be burned to ashes sooner or later. The night wind howls in the shadow of the ruined temple. No one noticed that blood and flesh were bubbling under the table. A pool of sticky black blood was quietly wriggling. Gradually it solidified into a deformed outline the size of a baby. The pale little hands were clawing at the floor tiles, and the scarlet eyeballs lit up in the darkness. It slowly crawled out of the table, looked at the ghost mother's shattered body, and then stared at Lu Jin's receding back, its eyes like a poison knife. Man! The ghost baby stared at the slender figure with resentful eyes, and a hoarse whisper came out of his throat. Revenge, kill them all. It wants to escape from Mozhan and devour living people. Like his big brother, he slowly grew and became stronger. Until this enemy who murdered my mother is torn into pieces. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed and pierced its head like a sharp blade. The ghost baby didn't even have time to scream before it exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. As Lu Jin walked, he casually shook his wrist. I was wondering why my back felt cold. Turns out I missed a little one. He didn't even bother to turn his head and continued to walk down the mountain. The night wind blew away the smell of blood, leaving Bai Mo Yuan behind with a look of astonishment on his face. Even she didn't notice that there was a little ghost baby hidden in the dilapidated temple. This time, Lu Jin had completely wiped out him. At the foot of the mountain, two official cars with the Psychic Control Bureau logo printed on them were parked quietly. A BMW X5 and a Mercedes-Benz GLC. The BMW's lights were still on, casting a cold white streak of light in the night. A thin layer of mist condensed on the Mercedes windows, and it was obvious that it had been waiting for a long time. Three agents stood in front of the iron gate, talking in low voices. The detector shows that the concentration of evil spirits on the mountain exceeds the standard. Luo Hongxiao lifted her high ponytail that was blown away by the night wind, and tapped the red value jumping on the instrument screen with her fingertips. The lair of the red-clothed female ghost is most likely here. Zhao Wenjie subconsciously clenched his briefcase tightly, his knuckles turning white. The last signal from the 6 missing climbers also disappeared in this area. Let's split up, Zhang Lixing interrupted, the third-level agent badge on his sleeve glowing coldly under the car lights. We must find the person before daybreak, alive or dead. Meet here at 7 o'clock sharp. A middle-aged man wearing a dirty old cotton coat suddenly interrupted, Leader, is there really such a thing on this mountain? What else? Zhao Wenjie glanced at him coldly, hurry up and ask your boss to close the quarry, unless he wants to collect the bodies of his employees. Thinking back to the scary female ghost just now, the man in the cotton coat shrank his neck and suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Leader, 2 young people just went up the mountain. What? Zhang Lixing grabbed him by the collar, and his furious voice startled the night crows in the treetops. Do you fucking know that this is murder? Can you take the blame for 2 lives? Luo Hongxiao frowned, it's troublesome. If the director knew that there were 2 more victims, how would we report to the higher-ups? Zhao Wenjie looked up at the mountains shrouded in black fog, his Adam's apple rolling. There must be more than one demon that can gather this level of evil spirit. He turned to look at his companions, and said in a deep voice, Hongxiao and I are both at the 8th level of the Spirit King realm, and Brother Zhang is at the 9th level. If the 3 of us work together, we should have an 80% chance of winning. Zhang Lixing snorted coldly, those 2 people are really funny. They ran to the ghost mountain in the middle of the night. Do they think they have a long way to go? Now we have to collect their bodies. Who are you collecting the bodies for? A lazy voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned around suddenly. Under the moonlight, Lu Jin put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly down the mountain path. Mo Yuan followed behind him, lowering his head to swat a mosquito on his thigh. It's you? Luo Hongxiao's pupils suddenly shrank and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. She recognized Lu Jin at a glance. President of Shanghai College. The monster who killed the ghost baby in the Spirit Emperor realm alone and knocked Yan Hengzhou back with 1 punch. On the side, Zhang Lixing didn't know about these things. He frowned and looked at the bloodstains on Lu Jin's clothes. Who are you? Did you get rid of the demon on the mountain? What else? Lu Jin tilted his head, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. My last name is Lu, and I'm the special consultant of the Wancheng branch of the Psychic Control Bureau. Your dispatch speed is really impressive. Did you just make it in time for the celebration party after work? Zhang Lixing was stunned. Of course, he didn't know that there was a ghost mother at the peak of the spiritual emperor realm hidden in the mountain. He just thought it was an ordinary demon ghost, and his tone couldn't help but be a little contemptuous. It's understandable that Consultant Lu is young and hot-tempered, but next time you should contact us in advance and wait until we arrive before we start together. Isn't that safer? While speaking, he looked at Lu Jin carefully in the light of the car lights. What surprised him was that Lu Jin was so young. You know, he is already 45 years old and it took him 20 years to get the 3rd-level agent badge. And this guy in front of me, with his hands in his pockets and not even bothering to put on his uniform, actually has the title of special advisor? Lu Jin also laughed when he heard this. Come on, by the time you get there, the flowers will be cold. I'll leave the battlefield for you to clean up. I'm going home to sleep. Please stay. Zhang Lixing suddenly stretched out his hand to block Lu Jin's way, with a fake smile on his face. Advisor Lu, since you have dealt with all the demons on the mountain, those demon beads and materials should all be in your hands, right? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows, so what? Zhang Lixing smiled wryly and said, the 3 of us came all the way here, but in the end we got nothing. Can you at least give each of us a ghost bead? He knew that the monsters on Mozhan were extraordinary and that they would surely reveal a lot of good things. Since it was Lu Jin who killed him, he felt embarrassed to ask for more, but asking for a ghost bead was not too much, right? You know, these grassroots agents make money by reselling demon and ghost materials. Otherwise, how could one possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW with a monthly salary of 3,000 spirit coins? Lu Jin's eyes flashed coldly, and just as he was about to speak, Luo Hongxiao stepped forward. Agent Zhang is joking. According to the Bureau's rules, whoever kills the demon will get the spoils. Consultant Lu, please do as you wish. We have no objection. Luo Hongxiao said this while winking at Zhang Lixing frantically. This person is the ruthless man who defeated Yan Hengzhou. Asking him for the spoils is like lighting a light in the toilet seeking death. Zhang Lixing frowned slightly and looked back and forth between Luo Hongxiao and Lu Jin. He subconsciously thought that Luo Hongxiao was Lu Jin's friend, so he decided to give her some face and waved his hand. Okay, you can take the things, but it's only this time, and it won't happen again. As for the spoils of war, you naturally have to rely on your ability to get them. Lu Jin smiled slightly when he heard that, then turned and walked down the mountain. Zhang Lixing's eyes twitched, and he was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Jin's attitude. He suppressed his anger and said, "Xiao Lu, remember to restrain yourself from now on." "Hong Xiao, Wenjia, let's go up the mountain." The mountain winds suddenly stopped. Lu Jin's footsteps suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head, his dark pupils showing a hint of chill in the moonlight. "You just now. What did you call me?" Chapter 79. Is that your name, Xiao Lu? The air suddenly stagnated. What? What I said is wrong. Zhang Lixing narrowed his eyes, and a sinister look flashed in his dark pupils. "I'm a level 3 agent. Is it okay for me to call you Xiao Lu?" He has been working in the Psychic Control Bureau for more than 20 years and has seen all kinds of troublemakers. The boy in front of him was only in his early 20s and his hair wasn't even fully grown yet. How dare he be so rude to him? "Ha, I'm afraid you don't even know which way the door of the Psychic Bureau opens, yet you dare to act so arrogantly here. Did you call me Xiao Lu?" Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Do you think you are superior to others? Young man, don't be ungrateful." Zhang Lixing took a half step forward. The sound of his leather shoes crushing the dead branches on the ground was particularly harsh. "In the Psychic Control Bureau, you should salute when you see your seniors. Do you understand?" Luo Hongxiao had cold sweat on her forehead and quickly stepped out to smooth things over. "Forget it, Inspector Zhang. Consultant Lu has just taken office and doesn't understand these twists and turns. Let's go up the mountain quickly." "Shut up." Zhang Lixing interrupted with a sharp voice, his eyes like a knife. "A level 3 agent is talking, and you, a level 1, have the right to interrupt? I'm giving you face, right?" "I?" Luo Hongxiao looked embarrassed and suddenly wilted. Zhang Lixing glared at her fiercely. "I am the superior here. I wanted to let him go for your sake, but he still took advantage of me. What do you think we should do about this matter today?" Lu Jin chuckled. "Why? Is being a level 3 agent awesome? At least better than a consultant like you who eats for free." Zhang Lixing sneered. In his eyes, the so-called special advisors are nothing more than armchair scholars who rely on their theories to get a high-paying idle position, but are useless in actual combat. Their salaries are even higher than his. As a low-level agent who worked very hard, he was of course dissatisfied. Zhang Lixing stared at Lu Jin, his tone grim. "Mr. Lu, now that we've come to this point, I won't hide anything. According to the rules, the spoils must be divided equally among us. Hand it over, and don't force me to teach you a lesson." "Senior?" Lu Jin suddenly laughed. It was a smile without any warmth. The next second, a dazzling golden line suddenly appeared on his slender neck, like molten gold flowing under the skin, fiery and majestic. The moment the spiritual pattern lit up, the surrounding air seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, and the spiritual energy trembled. Boom! Lu Jin didn't have any fancy moves, just a straight punch. But the moment this punch was thrown, a dazzling golden light exploded like the scorching sun, and the majestic spiritual power tore into a tornado like violent airwave in the air. Zhang Lixing didn't even have time to mobilize his spiritual power for defense, and his hastily crossed arms were about to touch the fist. Bang! Amid the muffled sound of bones cracking, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Everyone only saw a light golden track remaining in the air, and on the mud ground, there was a 3-meter-long hideous drag mark, which was the deep groove plowed by the intense friction on Zhang Lixing's back. Cough, cough, cough. He collapsed in the pit and coughed violently, his limbs convulsing, but he couldn't get up. Spiritual Emperor Realm? Zhao Wenjia's voice suddenly changed, and the briefcase in his hand fell to the ground with a thump. He saw it clearly. When Lu Jin threw a punch, the faintly visible golden spiritual pattern was clearly the symbol of a powerful spirit emperor. Lu Jin brushed his sleeves carelessly. The spiritual pattern on his neck had quietly disappeared. He looked at the stunned crowd, his tone as calm as if he had just swatted a fly away. "Now, do you know who the senior is?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxiao immediately stood at attention and bowed. "Hello, senior." Lu Jin said calmly, "Send him to the hospital. I'm going home." "Senior, take care," Luo Hongxiao said respectfully, her voice even louder than when she took the oath of office. Zhao Wenjie just stood at attention and even breathed very lightly. Lu Jin nodded slightly, turned and walked down the mountain. The pressure from the Spirit Emperor disappeared. Luo Hongxiao and Zhao Wenjie breathed a sigh of relief, rushed towards Zhang Lixing as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly helped him up. Agent Zhang, he is Lu Jin who defeated Yan Hengzhou. How could you provoke him? Luo Hongxiao said in a low voice. He is Lu Jin. Zhang Lixing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he coughed violently twice, his face suddenly ashen. Why didn't you tell me earlier? As a level 3 agent of the Bureau of Psychic Control, of course he knew Lu Jin. After all, the news that Lu Jin defeated Yan Hengzhou with one punch had already spread like wildfire, so how could he not know about it? But he thought that Lu Jin, as the principal of Shanghai College, must be at least 40 or 50 years old, and he didn't know that this guy was so young. But at this moment, Lu Jin paused, then suddenly turned around and walked over. Oh, there's one more thing. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Seeing this ruthless man come back, Luo Hongxiao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stopped what she was doing and forced a smile. Zhang Lixing lowered his head, already sweating profusely. Under the moonlight, Lu Jin was touching the tip of his nose, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on his usually indifferent face. Well, my electric bike is broken, how about you drive us home first? Luo Hongxiao was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and nodded quickly. Of course, no problem, please get in the car, senior. Lu Jin and Bai Moyuan got into the BMW sedan. Luo Hongxiao started the car and drove towards the garden community. Zhao Wenjie drove another car and took Zhang Lixing to a nearby hospital. Even though Lu Jin held back on that punch just now, it was still quite powerful, almost making him faint. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Jin looked at Luo Hongxiao in front and asked, "Why are you still on a mission so late?" Luo Hongxiao held the steering wheel with both hands and said with a wry smile, "We can't help it. Ghosts and monsters have been appearing frequently recently, so we have to be on duty all night. Today, several people disappeared in Mozhan, so the directors sent us here to investigate." After she finished speaking, she asked curiously, "Why did Senior Lu come to Mozhan as well?" Lu Jin said calmly, "A blind demon provoked me. I had nothing to do at night, so I just dealt with it." Luo Hongxiao's heart skipped a beat. "I wonder what kind of demon could have made you come here so late at night?" Lu Jin said casually, "Supreme Ghost Mother." What? These 4 simple words caused a storm in Luo Hongxiao's heart, and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. The demon ghost at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, the most ferocious evil spirit in Wancheng, could be killed just like that by Lu Jin's order. Is this still a human being? When she came to her senses, she felt a little scared again. Fortunately, I arrived a little late. Otherwise they will definitely be wiped out. Senior Lu, you are really amazing. Luo Hongxiao took a deep breath and said sincerely, "If you hadn't dealt with the Ghost Mother first tonight, our team might have." "Nothing, it's my duty." Lu Jin waved his hand and asked again, "By the way, how is your section, Chief Yan?" Luo Hongxiao had a complicated expression when she heard this. Chief Yan, he was injured after the last sparring with you, but he was fine after lying in the hospital for a few days." "That's not what I'm asking you." Lu Jin smiled gently and said in a low voice, "I'm asking you, has he ever said that he wants to seek revenge on me?" Realizing that Lu Jin had something else in mind, Luo Hongxiao's heart trembled violently, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. She forced herself to remain calm, but her voice unconsciously rose a few notches. "No, no. Section Chief Yan specifically told me that it was all a misunderstanding last time. As the saying goes, there is no friendship without fighting. He now admires you very much and even said that he will treat you to hot pot next time to make amends." "Really?" Lu Jin raised his lips slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. It seems that the last exchange was indeed unforgettable for him. By the way, Senior, Luo Hongxiao quietly observed Lu Jin's expression through the rearview mirror and spoke carefully. "You killed the Supreme Ghost Mother this time. According to the regulations of the Bureau, you will definitely receive a generous reward. If you need it, I can help you apply for an official car and a special certificate of the Psychic Control Bureau, so that it will be more convenient for you to go out in the future." Lu Jin looked at the night outside the window, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sounds good. Indeed, he needed a car. As the principal of Shanghai College, you can't squeeze into the bus with students every day, right? Occasionally, during the morning rush hour, I would be surrounded by a group of chattering female students shouting, "Hello, principal," which really lost my dignity. That's great. Luo Hongxiao's eyes lit up. I'll help you with the process tomorrow. Do you have a preference for the model? Lu Jin hesitated for a moment and said, Audi A8L will do. This car has a calm, low-key and luxurious appearance, and it is equipped with a 4.0T V8 plus 48V mild hybrid and 530 horsepower. Its performance is strong enough and very consistent with its status. No problem, leave it to me. Luo Hongxiu's lips curled up. Being able to get closer to a powerful spirit king who could easily kill the Supreme Ghost Mother, this deal was worth it no matter how you looked at it. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the garden community. The BMW slowly stopped in front of Villa B24, and the tires made a slight crisp sound as they rolled over the gravel. Lu Jin and Bai Moyuan got out of the car one after another, and the moonlight made their shadows long and slender. See you later. Lu Jin waved his hand casually. Goodbye, senior. Luo Hongxiu said respectfully. It was not until the two figures completely disappeared from the rearview mirror that Luo Hongxiu breathed a sigh of relief, her knuckles gripping the steering wheel already turning white. Although the leader of Shanghai College was said to be ruthless, the conversation just now was unexpectedly peaceful. Most importantly, Lu Jin is a reasonable person. When dealing with such people, everything will be fine as long as you don't cross the line. Unlike Zhang Lixing, he is arrogant and domineering, looks down on others, and is a typical bully. The beating he received just now was really not unfair at all. Luo Hongxiu raised the corners of her lips slightly and stepped on the accelerator happily. But the next second, in the rearview mirror, a strange red light caught my eye. On the leather seat where Lu Jin had just sat, there lay a blood-red ghost bead, emitting a faint glow in the dim carriage. Chapter 80. Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Bai Moyuan followed Lu Jin into the living room, with a faint trace of blood on her back. Although it was only a superficial wound, the claw marks left by the demon still hurt slightly. Sit down. Lu Jin pointed to the low couch by the window. His voice was as low as usual, and no emotion could be heard. Bai Moyuan pursed her lips and did not refute. She sat down sideways carefully, trying not to hit her back against anything. Lu Jin took out an ebony medicine box from the inner room, placed it on the table and opened it. Various porcelain bottles and gauze were neatly arranged inside, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Remove the armor. Lu Jin suddenly said, his voice was not loud but unquestionable. Bai Moyuan raised his head suddenly, his cheeks burning instantly. Principal? Lu Jin turned around and pointed at her back, his obsidian eyes looking straight at her. I said, take off your armor. Bai Moyuan finally understood what he meant, her face turned even redder, and even the tips of her ears were stained crimson. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting two shadows on her face. Okay, principal. It turned out that she was overthinking. Lu Jin wanted to bandage her wound. The wound was on her back and she really couldn't reach it herself. Lu Jin's tone was calm, but it was firm and unyielding. Don't dawdle. The blood is seeping out. Bai Moyuan bit her lower lip and unbuttoned her clothes with trembling fingers. Her dress slipped off, revealing the white shirt underneath, and a faint red tinge had spread across her back. She hesitated for a moment, then untied the belt of her shirt and pulled it down to her waist, leaving only a lilac-colored bra covering her chest. She shivered involuntarily as the chill hit her, crossing her arms over her chest. Under the light, Bai Moyuan's smooth back was as white as jade, but it was crossed by 4 hideous claw marks, with the skin and flesh rolled up and stained with blood. Lu Jin's eyes darkened and his Adam's apple moved slightly. He took out a piece of clean gauze, dipped it in clean water, and gently pressed it on the edge of the wound. Hold on. He whispered. Bai Moyuan groaned, his nails digging deeply into his palms. The moment the cold water touched the wound, pain ran through her body like an electric current. She tensed her body, and the butterfly bones on her back were clearly visible. Lu Jin's movements were light but extremely smooth. He first cleaned the blood around the wound with clean water, then poured some light yellow powder from a celadone bottle and sprinkled it evenly on the wound. This is... Bai Moyuan took a breath when the powder touched the wound. It stops bleeding and reduces inflammation. It's a secret recipe passed down from my family. Lu Jin briefly explained, it will be a little painful, but it will heal quickly. His fingers occasionally brushed against Bai Moyuan's jade white and delicate skin, which felt warm and rough. Bai Moyuan could feel Lu Jin's breath on the back of her neck, warm and even. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and a tiny shiver ran down her back. Suddenly, the white underwear slipped off quietly, revealing a porcelain white back. The round curves were hazily undulating under the light, like flowers in the fog. I said, it's just applying medicine, you don't have to take off all your clothes, right? Lu Jin noticed Bai Mo Yuan's actions and paused. I'm afraid the medicine will get on my clothes. Bai Mo Yuan's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and his cheeks were so hot that you could almost fry an egg on them. Lu Jin didn't say anything else, and continued to focus on treating the wound. He took out a roll of clean gauze, carefully wrapped it around her shoulder and waist, and bandaged the wound. After the bandage was completed, Lu Jin took a step back and glanced at her naked back and slender waist with a deep look in his eyes. Okay. Don't let the wound get wet, and change the dressing after 3 days. Bai Mo Yuan then woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly pulled up his clothes to cover his body. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lu Jin's eyes. Thank you, Principal. Hint, you have gained the favorability of student Bai Mo Yuan, prestige value plus 50. Bai Mo Yuan felt a strange throbbing in his chest, which he then ruthlessly extinguished in his palm. Absurd. Her nails dug deep into the soft flesh of her palms, and the pain finally brought her budding thoughts back to their senses. It was obviously my job to plan every step carefully, how could I let him take over the reins? Lu Jin turned around to pack up the medicine box and said calmly. For a spiritual warrior with strong vitality, a simple bandage will be fine. Bai Mo Yuan frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his voice. Principal, why did you give her a ghost bead just now? She didn't help at all. Lu Jin slowly poured a cup of tea. The curling hot steam swirled in front of him, making his expression look gloomy. Mr. Bai, Lu Jin took a sip, the rim of the cup glowing warmly under the light. Do you think you can stand firm in this world just by relying on your fists? He chuckled and tapped the table with his knuckles. The martial arts world is not about fighting and killing, it's about the ways of the world. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? To get involved in the underworld, you need power and background. Bai Mo Yuan pursed his lips and frowned slightly. But she is just a first-level agent now. Investment, understand? Lu Jin shook the teacup meaningfully. Today's first-class agent will be tomorrow's section chief, director, and bureau chief. With one more person in the Psychic Control Bureau, our college in Wancheng will have more confidence to speak. He raised his eyes, a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Besides, I think that woman is quite capable of handling things. She is much smarter than the third-level agent. She may be promoted soon. Bai Mo Yuan pursed her lips. As the goddess of the north, she always disdained such worldly communication. But she had to admit that Lu Jin's words did make sense. It is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. It's getting late, go to bed. Lu Jin put down the teacup and walked straight to the bedroom. Bai Mo Yuan subconsciously followed, but was stopped by a strong arm. Go sleep on the sofa. Lu Jin said without turning his head. Principal, I'm a wounded soldier. Bai Mo Yuan said dissatisfiedly, and there are obviously 2 beds in the bedroom, why can't we sleep together? Lu Jin paused, a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Because I like to kill people in my dreams. Bai Mo Yuan. Dawn pierces the night, and the morning light once again covers the earth. There were still tidal drops of dew hanging on the ginkgo leaves of Shanghai College. Students walked through the school gate in groups of 3 or 4, walking on the wet bluestone pavement. The morning bell of Shanghai College had just rung and Lu Jin was already sitting in the principal's office. On the mahogany table, 4 objects were neatly arranged. A bag full of Spirit King level ghost beads, each one as round as black jade, with faintly visible blood-colored lines flowing. The blood-red ghost bead of the Ghost Mother had a strange dark glow on its surface, and it was pulsating slightly as if it had life. A blood-red ghost eye, with an indissoluble evil spirit condensed in the pupil. And a heart-protecting scale glowing green, with spiritual energy flowing around the edges like water ripples. There were at least 60 ghost beads in the bag of Spirit King realm, all of which were obtained by killing the red-clothed female ghost. If it is handed over to teacher Yao Wuwen to be refined into pills, and supplemented with the spirit stones nurtured by the Xin-level spirit veins of Shanghai Academy, it will surely be able to be sold at a good price in the market. The blood-red ghost bead of the Ghost Mother is filled with murderous aura, far beyond the reach of ordinary ghosts at the Spirit King level. If you swallow it rashly, your meridians may be severed at best, or your body may explode and you may die at worst. It needs to be handled with caution. As for the ghost eyeball, it is the condensation of evil spirit, and if you are not careful, you will suffer backlash. Lu Jin tapped the table with his slender fingers, thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Topical application may be the safest method. Tonight, he will grind the ghost eyeballs into powder, place them in a medicinal bath, and let his body slowly absorb the essence. Lu Jin's eyes finally fell on the heart-protecting scale. The scale felt warm to the touch, and there was a faint sound of ghosts crying. If we find a skilled craftsman, he can definitely forge a top-quality breastplate. You should know that the Danchi system emphasizes the word Dan and also the word Qi. This tool art focuses on the forging and tempering of magical weapons. It would be most appropriate to entrust this matter to Yao Wuhan. As for Lu Jin himself? As the principal, you should sit high in the hall and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Chapter 81, Putting Cat-Eared Made Costume on Wire. Stop playing dead there, what's the agenda for today? Lu Jin tapped the handrail with his fingertips and turned his gaze to the corner. The eyes of the mechanical lowly squatting in the shadows suddenly lit up, and light blue data streams flashed in her pupils. She stood up lightly, crossed her hands on her abdomen. Master, there are 3 things to do today. Wire's voice was as clear as a wind chime, but it had a unique mechanical rhythm. First, at 9:30 in the morning, we will test the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill refined by Tang Xiaotang. Second, at 10 a.m., check the school uniform dress code. Third. She paused, a faint light flashed in her eyes. Use your free time to upgrade Wire's core module. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and could almost hear the sound of the little lowly fiddling with the abacus in her mind. It's so blatant, it's not salty anymore, right? If you don't install it for her, she will act like a dead end. How can I, the head of a school, be controlled by a mechanical creature like you? Since you want to install the module so much, I will help you. This third one, Lu Jin looked at Wire, who had no expression on her face, and said with a half smile, you added it without my permission, didn't you? Wire opened her rosy lips slightly, revealing a perfect innocent expression. Master, please understand, this is the agreement between Wire and you yesterday. Wire completed the additional service indicators yesterday. According to the terms of the agreement, I should obtain the module upgrade permission today. Forget it, Lu Jin waved his hands helplessly, I'll do as you say this time. However, the school's finance department has limited spiritual coins, so how about buying you a costume module first? The data flow in Wire's eyes suddenly became chaotic for a moment. Master. There was a rare hint of seriousness in her voice. The current highest priority should be the deep thinking module, so as to improve Wire's service efficiency. That's too expensive. Lu Jin said firmly, we'll talk about it later. The robot lowly's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was performing complex calculations. After a moment, she nodded slightly. Okay, master. Before she finished her words, a blue holographic light screen was projected from her eyes, with countless data runes flowing through it. Wire has been connected to the 7G spiritual network. Please go to the Mind Dome service platform and select the module to install. Lu Jin glanced at the options flashing on the screen, and raised his lips slightly, okay. Although Wire is a mechanical creation forged by the first principal himself, its core system is connected to the Tiangong operating system of the Mind Dome company. This is equivalent to assembling a high-performance computer with your bare hands. But the computer system must be Microsoft Windows, otherwise it will be a piece of junk and unusable. And when Lu Jin buys modules now, it is equivalent to upgrading Windows. What he had to do was like buying new clothes for this exquisite body, although what Wire really wanted was the wisdom that would bring her closer to humans. Lu Jin tapped the holographic screen with his slender fingers, and a circle of light blue ripples appeared at his fingertips. With a crisp ding prompt sound, the interface jumps to the dressing module area. Purchase successful. Mind Dome wishes you a happy shopping. Function of the dress-up module, attach psychic mimicry skin to the mechanical creature. You can change any clothes for the mechanical creature. And the skin can also simulate human expressions such as shyness, blushing, nervousness, anxiety, etc. A line of small gilded characters flowed on the light curtain, and then turned into countless light spots and dissipated. Then, a new prompt appeared. Downloading the psychic mimicry skin for Wire 2.0. Transmission channel is being established. The mechanical lowly in the corner suddenly straightened her body, and her light blue eyes suddenly widened. Her slender fingers unconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt, and the mechanical joints made a slight click sound. Master. Her voice was filled with strange electrical noises, the system is being updated. Lu Jin folded his arms and watched with interest. The data flow in Wire's eyes suddenly accelerated, forming 2 dazzling galaxies. Under her fair skin, one could vaguely see the psychic circuit glowing with a lavender light, spreading from the side of her neck to her fingertips. Download progress 10%. 50%. 90%. While tilted her head back, her lips slightly parted, the mechanical structure of her neck faintly visible. 100%. Download completed. As the last prompt disappeared, a dazzling white light burst out from Weir's body. When the light faded, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and new spiritual energy patterns flowed and took shape on her body like mercury. Vel 2.0 Dress-Up Module installed. Wish you a pleasant use. Weir looked down at the data stream on her clothes, her fingertips gently brushing the hem of her skirt, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Jin looked at the function introduction on the holographic projection. Tip: the dress-up module has been activated. Functional description: this module uses psychic nanotechnology to give mechanical carriers a simulated biological skin. Users can freely customize the appearance of clothing and support real-time dynamic rendering in physical collision simulation. New features: holographic expression system supports 72 kinds of micro-expression simulation. Biological mimicry feedback including blushing, temperature changes, pupil dilation and other physiological reactions. Dynamic clothing physics engine effects such as fabric fluttering, smooth hair, etc. Warm tips: mimic skin can change with the wearer's mood swings. Some special material clothing requires additional spiritual energy consumption, and the sensitivity of the expression system can be adjusted by yourself. Current remaining spiritual energy value, 100%, can maintain mimicry state for 12 hours. When Weir looked up at Lu Jin, an unprecedented lively smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Master, Weir seems to be becoming more human. Really? Try changing your clothes. Lu Jin suddenly raised the corner of his lips and tapped the light curtain with his fingertips. What kind of clothes does the master want to change into? Weir asked with her head tilted. Lu Jin said without hesitation, just switch to cat ear maid costume. The data stream in Weir's eyes became chaotic for a moment. Why? She raised her head, her snow-white eyelashes trembled, and her light blue pupils dilated slightly. The system detects that the suitability of this outfit with Weir is only 12.5%. Please consider it carefully. Follow orders. Lu Jin supported his chin with one hand, a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Now that all the school uniforms have been changed, it's time for you to change into new clothes. The tips of Weir's ears glowed with a light pink halo, and the mechanical core emitted a slight hum. Okay, master. She answered softly, and the moment she lowered her eyes, ripples of spiritual energy suddenly appeared around her body like water waves. The mimic skin flows and reorganizes like liquid metal. Skin mimicry completed, psychic energy consumed by 50%. Weir's body was wrapped in a layer of light blue data stream, and in the blink of an eye she was dressed in a pure black maid outfit. The white hair was tied with a snow-white lace headband, and two furry cat ears appeared on the top of the head, trembling slightly with the breathing. The slim-cut skirt outlines her slender waist, revealing a section of snow-white thigh under the hem, and the translucent white stockings wrapped around her well-proportioned legs, with her toes curled up uneasily in her black round-toed leather shoes. The bell around her neck jingled as she turned around, and a snow-white cat tail suddenly popped out from behind her skirt, swaying shyly from side to side. She frowned slightly, and her toes wrapped in white silk gently rubbed the ground, and her cat ears trembled uneasily. Master, this feels very strange. What's so strange? This is normal. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and raised a playful smile. From now on, every sentence you say to me must be preceded by the word meow, understand? Weir's cheeks instantly turned red, and the cat ears on her head trembled nervously. Yes, meow. Speak in full. Lu Jin deliberately frowned. Weir understands meow. She straightened her back, her legs wrapped in white silk unconsciously came together, and the hem of her black skirt swayed slightly with her movements. The bell around her neck made a crisp sound. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. Now let me report today's itinerary. Weir's eyes flashed with data streams, and her fingers twisted the edge of her skirt unconsciously. I have to check the alchemy room at 9:30 a.m., meow. I have to patrol the campus at 10 a.m., meow. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became, and finally it almost became a whisper. I also need to upgrade Weir's module, meow. Say the last sentence louder. Lu Jin ordered maliciously. I need to upgrade Weir's module, meow. She closed her eyes and yelled. Her cat ears were completely stuck to her hair due to shame, and her tail was fluffy like explosive hair. Her white silk jade feet rubbed restlessly on the floor, and her round-toed leather shoes made a small sound. This simulated expression is too good. Lu Jin blinked, and suddenly reached out and gently poked her cat ears. When his fingertips touched the furry touch, he couldn't help but laugh. Even the touch is so real? Weir's ears twitched, as if a switch had been touched, and she froze instantly. Then her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she protested in a low voice, "Master, you can't touch my ears, meow." Weir's stocking-wrapped toes unconsciously stood on tiptoe, and she looked like a cat being held by the scruff of the neck. Lu Jean couldn't help laughing and deliberately scratched her ears again. "Oh? What if you insist on touching it?" "Woo." Weir lost her energy instantly, like a cat being pinched by the scruff of the neck, and her ears drooped limply. "Woo. Master is bullying me, meow." Chapter 82, Obtaining the Pill. The warm golden sunlight shines through the gauze curtains, scattering on Weir's petite body. She stood there quietly, her skirt slightly lifted and her cat ears trembling, perfect like a finely crafted work of art. Lu Jean leaned back in the chair, tapping the armrest with his fingertips from time to time, his eyes wandering over her. This replacement module is really worth buying. Although he knew that all of Weir's reactions were just program simulations, those slightly furrowed brows, pursed lips, and even the unconscious movement of her toes rubbing the floor were just the optimal solutions calculated by the algorithm. But still, so vivid. It was so vivid that he almost had an illusion, as if the person standing in front of him was not a mechanical creation, but a real cold girl who was forced to be a well-behaved maid. Even more subtly, she seemed to be enjoying it. "Veer, straighten your back." Lu Jean suddenly spoke in a low, slow voice with a hint of playful tentativeness. "Since you've spent a lot of money to upgrade the module, you have to test its performance limits, right?" Weir's body tensed up almost instantly, and the lace edge of her black maid's skirt swayed slightly due to her movements. The cat ears on her head stood up sensitively, and then quickly pressed down, and the toes wrapped in white silk curled up slightly, like some kind of silent protest. All Lu Jean needs to do is give orders. And Weir has a lot to consider. Weir subconsciously straightened her body, the lace edge of her black maid's skirt swaying gently with her movements. The cat ears on her head trembled uneasily, and her toes wrapped in white silk drew circles unconsciously on the floor. "Master." Her voice was filled with a slight electric noise. "System prompt. This posture will increase the burden on the cooling system, meow." Lu Jean narrowed his eyes and noticed that the heat dissipation vents on the back of her neck were glowing slightly. He deliberately dragged out his tone. "You're not listening, are you? You want to be taught a lesson, right?" Weir's body trembled violently, and her cat ears stood straight up. She shook her head in panic, and the bow in her silver hair swayed. "No. Weir is a very obedient meow." The tail behind the skirt curled up nervously, and the tip of the tail gently tapped its calves. A hint of amusement flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. He suddenly realized that whenever he said words like obedient or education, the data flow in Weir's eyes would fluctuate significantly. "Turn around," he ordered nonchalantly. Weir lifted her skirt obediently, and her long white silk legs crossed and turned. Just when she was halfway through the turn, Lu Jean suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. "The needle doesn't poke. Come, let me check whether it's realistic or not." However, just when Lu Jean was having fun, suddenly a holographic projection shot out from Weir's eyes. Hint: insufficient spiritual energy. Weir's body suddenly stiffened, her cat ears twitched, and on her snow-white skin, faint blue circuit patterns could be seen flickering slightly. "Okay, let's stop here for today." Lu Jean realized that Weir's spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, so he ordered her to enter standby mode. Mechanical creations not only need to be charged, but also require pure spiritual power to maintain operation, so they are equipped with spiritual power absorption devices inside their bodies. Unfortunately, the model of Weir is old and its spiritual energy reserves are limited. If she continues to mess with it, I'm afraid it will really crash. After a short rest, Lu Jean got up and went to the alchemy room to retrieve his 9 Revolutions Imperial pill. He left the office and came to the alchemy room. As soon as I opened the door, a pungent burnt smell hit me in the face. Lu Jean frowned and looked around the room. The alchemy furnace in the center was charred black, and the ground within 5 meters around it was burned into charcoal black, as if it had experienced a small explosion. In the midst of the mess, a petite figure was lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. Her clothes were torn and her shoes were gone. She was lying in a spread shape, looking very cold. It was Tang Xiaotang. Oh no, could the furnace explosion have killed her? Lu Jin's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward. But I saw that the little girl still had a trace of crystal saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth, her chest was slightly rising and falling, she was sleeping soundly, and there was even a satisfied smile on her face, just like a satisfied cat. Zzz. Hey, wake up. Lu Jin poked her gently with his toes. Tang Xiaotang jumped up with a somersault, her dirty little face full of excitement. I did it, I did it. What the hell? Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, looking around the burnt alchemy room, veins throbbing on his forehead. Where is the pill I asked you to make? Hee, it's because the medicine is too strong that the furnace exploded. Tang Xiaotang stuck out her tongue and suddenly spread out her little hands covered with furnace ash in a mysterious manner. Here, the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill is here. I saw a golden pill lying in her palm, as big as a quail egg, emitting dazzling golden light. Lu Jin's pupils shrank. Wait, is the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill this big? He clearly remembered that the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill should be only the size of a sugar bean, but this pill was more than 5 times larger. Of course. Tang Xiaotang puffed out her chest proudly, with the tip of her nose covered in ash raised high. I improved the formula. The bigger the pill, the better the effect. After saying that, she blinked her big eyes and added, but the effect of the medicine is, maybe, a little bit strong. Lu Jin nodded slightly, with a sharp look in his eyes. Very good, I need this kind of strong medicine. Principal, I have to remind you this time. This pill is really powerful. I don't know if you can withstand it. Tang Xiaotang rubbed the corner of his clothes, showing a rare bit of uneasiness. She had no intention of refining the elixir to such a powerful degree, but she was born with a spiritual body different from that of ordinary people, and once she started to refine the elixir, she became possessed as if possessed by a demon. The little hands were uncontrollable, and one spiritual herb after another was thrown into the cauldron, and it actually created this earth-shattering enhanced version of the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill. Last night, when the elixir was completed, the room was filled with brilliant light and the faint sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes wailing could be heard. If the powerful medicinal power contained in it is fully released, it may be able to compete with the small nuclear bomb that can destroy the world. Lu Jin lowered his eyes and looked at the golden pill in his palm, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Don't worry. He closed his slender fingers and grasped the pill into his palm. I can handle it. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back, the spiritual energy in his body flowing secretly, and he was fully prepared. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. It's just a 9 transformation emperor grade pill. With my luck value of 1000 points, there's nothing to be afraid of. Go change into your school uniform and gather at the square. Lu Jin's tone was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Tang Xiaotang stood on tiptoe and blinked her big watery eyes. Then where is my reward? You're just thinking about this little thing. The veins on Lu Jin's forehead jumped and he rubbed his temple with his slender fingers. He took out a sheep-fat jade bottle from his pocket, and the bottle was flowing with a warm and spiritual light. With a slight raise of his wrist, the jade bottle drew a graceful arc and fell steadily into Tang Xiaotang's arms. Chalcedony do, drink it sparingly. In the sunlight, the crystal jade bottle and Tang Xiaotang's instantly lit eyes complemented each other. Tang Xiaotang hugged the jade bottle in her arms as if she had found a treasure, and ran away, her 2 ponytails swaying happily in the wind. To her, it was just a bottle of delicious yogurt, no matter what priceless chalcedony gel it was. Only after Tang Xiaotang's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did Lu Jin retract his gaze, take a deep breath, and calm the slightly restless spiritual power in his body. He turned and left the alchemy room, walking towards the principal's office. There is still some time until the school uniform inspection. And now, it is time to verify the true effect of this enhanced version of the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill. Lu Jin stepped into the office and locked the door. He held the 9 Revolutions Imperial Pill that was glowing with golden light between his fingers. Dragon patterns were moving on the surface of the pill, faintly emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Whether I can break through to the spiritual emperor realm, first mark, depends on my luck today. Lu Jin was silent for a moment, his eyes slightly gloomy, then he raised his head and swallowed it. Almost at the same moment, a violent spiritual power exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The air surged, the documents on the desk flew everywhere, and the teacup broke into pieces with a crack. The cat ears on Wire's head instantly stood up, the mechanical pupils shrank sharply, and the data stream flashed wildly. Warning! The master's spiritual power fluctuations have been detected to exceed the safety threshold. Meow. As if she recalled some bad scene, she instinctively took 2 steps back, and her tail involuntarily puffed up. Master, can Wire leave here first? Meow. But at this moment Lu Jin could no longer hear. The moment the pill entered his stomach, the vast spiritual energy swept through his meridians like a raging wave, causing his blood vessels to bulge and red gold lines to appear under his skin, as if magma was flowing beneath his flesh and blood. His bones creaked under the heavy weight, his internal organs felt like they were burning in flames, and even his breath was hot. This is not a breakthrough at all, but a sign of impending death. Chapter 83, Breaking Through 3 Levels in a Row, Strange Phenomena in Heaven and Earth. Well. A powerful force spread within his body, and Lu Jin shuddered in pain. He knelt on one knee, his 5 fingers digging deeply into the carpet, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. My vision went dark and the only sound in my ears was the roar of blood rushing. Master needs help, meow. Weir tried to get closer in panic, but was forced back by the violent spiritual pressure. She could only watch Lu Jin's breath become more and more disordered. Lu Jin fell to the ground with a thud, his back arched, his vision stained with blood, and his ears roaring like thunder. Oh no! I can't hold it back anymore. Lu Jin's 10 fingers dug deep into his palms, blood oozing out from between his teeth. The power of the Spirit King surged like a raging dragon, colliding violently in his meridians, cracking his skin, and blood mist rose up. The spiritual power contained in this enhanced 9 revolutions imperial pill was so violent that it completely exceeded Lu Jin's endurance limit. At this moment, he felt as if every part of his body was about to be torn apart, and every meridian was wailing in pain. Master, hold on, meow. Weir is rooting for you. Weir put her hands together and began to pray for Lu Jin, and played a piece of music at the right time. The cool night turns my thoughts into a river for you, turning into spring mud to protect me. The shallow years brush against my lover's sleeves, and the fragrance flows into the water. FK me. Lu Jin almost vomited blood. It was already this time and they were still playing this kind of BGM? The violent spiritual energy was rampaging through the body, and tiny beads of blood had begun to seep out of the surface of the skin. Lu Jin clenched his teeth, his consciousness gradually blurring. Could it be? Is it really going to explode and die here today? No. I can't die. I haven't deleted the browsing history in my phone yet. Even if I die. We must also keep our innocence in this world. Just when his consciousness was about to collapse. On the table, the red ghost bead left by the ghost mother suddenly flashed a strange cold light. Lu Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. The extremely evil spirit, maybe it can counterbalance the pure yang spirit flame of the 9 revolutions imperial pill. He gritted his teeth and reached for the ghost mother's ghost bead with his trembling hands. The moment his fingertips touched the ghost bead, the biting cold rushed along his meridians to his heart, freezing his fingertips blue. But at this moment, this bone-chilling cold is the only life-saving straw. Gudong. When the ghost bead entered his throat, it was like swallowing a whole mountain of 10,000-year-old black ice. Boom! 2 completely opposite forces collided violently in his body. The blazing spiritual power and the extremely cold evil spirit of the ghost mother were like 2 angry dragons tearing and fighting in his dantian. Lu Jin's entire body was shaking violently. Frost suddenly formed on his body's surface, and then hot steam rose from it. He felt as if he was being tortured repeatedly between a furnace and a cold hell. The bones groaned as if they could not bear the heavy burden, and the internal organs seemed to be cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. But in this torture worse than death, the 2 forces began to blend strangely. The violent red-gold spiritual power was gradually entangled by the dark blue evil spirit and transformed into new purple-gold energy, which flowed into the dantian like rivers returning to the sea. Lu Jin suddenly opened his eyes, with gold and purple colors flowing in his pupils, and an unprecedented powerful aura suddenly burst out. Bang! The explosion-proof glass windows of the office exploded, and Weir was blown away by the blast. Her cat ears turned mechanically left and right, staring blankly at the figure that slowly stood up in the smoke and dust. Master, evolved, meow? Crack! It seemed as if some shackles within Lu Jin's body were completely broken, and a second golden pattern suddenly appeared on the right side of his neck. The pressure from the second level of the Spirit Emperor realm swept through the entire office like a tsunami. Bookshelves collapsed and ancient books spontaneously combusted into ashes in the air. But this is just the beginning. Boom! The next second, the third golden pattern bloomed on the right side of Lu Jin's neck, and the violent spiritual power under his skin moved like a living thing. Weir crouched down with her head in her hands, her cat ears pressed against her hair, and the fur on her tail exploded. System overload, meow. But this is far from over. On Lu Jin's slender neck, the 4th golden pattern suddenly burst out with a blazing light. Boom! The brilliant golden light exploded like the rising sun, and the entire building shook violently under the violent spiritual pressure. Bricks and stones peeled off, beams groaned under the weight, and the ground cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. The golden patterns were like living things, moving and burning under the skin, and every pulsation caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather crazily. Lu Jin's slender figure appeared and disappeared in the golden light, like a god or devil coming to the world. Surprisingly, he broke through the third level. Lu Jin felt the surging spiritual power in his body, and his low, hoarse voice was a mixture of shock and uncontrollable ecstasy. At the same time, in the office building, Shen Manting was practicing the new home dance she had learned in front of the mirror when she stumbled and almost fell. Was there an earthquake? She blinked her big eyes, looking a little nervous. Lu Shuang on the opposite side instantly straightened up, with her dark cat ears erected in alertness. Such a huge tremor, could it be another demonic attack? As soon as she thought of this, she immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the office, looking around with her beautiful amber eyes. However, there were no demons or ghosts around the campus. Another office. Boom! The teacup on Zhang Guangdao's table suddenly jumped up, spilling tea all over the table. What's going on? A monster appeared? His rough face was full of confusion, and he was holding a half-eaten leek bun in his hand. Wang Xiaoqiang said calmly, I told you long ago that the quality of our building is not good. I didn't mind the last time the ceiling was falling apart, but I'm afraid the building will collapse in a few days. The clouds outside the window changed color, and the originally clear sky suddenly formed a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual power, and thunder rolled in the clouds. Two completely opposite energies merged in Lu Jin's body, transforming into a violent force that could destroy everything in its path. This force washed through his meridians like a flood, and actually broke through the shackles of the third realm. The number of golden spiritual patterns on Lu Jin's neck has now increased to 4. 4 golden spiritual patterns opened and closed ferociously like the gills of a deep-sea shark, emitting a captivating dark glow beneath the skin. Each line seemed to pulsate slightly as if it had life, emitting a suffocating pressure. Bang! Lu Jin clenched his hands violently, and fine cracks appeared in the space within 3 feet around him. Is this the spiritual power fused with the evil spirit of the Ghost Mother? Lu Jin's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand casually. What flowed between his 5 fingers was no longer ordinary spiritual power, but a purple-gold energy flow with a chaotic aura. Even the air was corroded to leave black tracks wherever it passed. Wire trembled as she took out her little notebook and wrote, when the master breaks through continuously, it will cause abnormal changes in the celestial phenomena. I suggest that you notify the Weather Bureau in advance next time. At the same time, above the Shanghai College Square, the originally azure sky suddenly distorted. Lin Xiaoyu was adjusting the hem of her school uniform with her head down when she suddenly felt a numbness in her fingertips. She looked up blankly, and the madly spinning vortex of spiritual energy was reflected in her pupils. The clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, turning into a huge funnel that spanned the sky, and purple-gold lightning flickered in the depths of the cloud vortex. Which great being is this, transcending the calamity? She subconsciously clenched her palms, and her voice trembled a little. Lu Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and said, maybe it's going to thunder and rain. It's broken, I'll confiscate the clothes. Julie had just stepped into the square, her red hair still eye-catching under the gloomy sky. She frowned and looked up at the sky. What kind of weather is this? It was sunny just now, but now there is thunder and lightning? The tight sportswear made her stand out among the other girls in school uniforms. No way, I'm the only one not wearing a school uniform. Julie suddenly realized something, frowned slightly, and looked around. It was not until she saw that Su Yao and the other 2 were also wrapped tightly that she breathed a sigh of relief. Julie was about to say hello when she suddenly discovered something suspicious. Jia Shuang and Li Qian's clothes were bulging, and they seemed to be hiding some unspeakable secrets. Chapter 84 Checking the School Uniform. I'm the only one without one? Just when Julie and others arrived at the square. Above the sky, the rolling thunderclouds suddenly stopped. The next moment, the purple-gold vortex seemed to be wiped out by an invisible hand and disappeared in an instant. The blazing sun poured down again, and the sky was clear, as if the strange scene of heaven and earth just now was just an illusion. Before the students in the square recovered from their shock, they heard steady footsteps in the distance. I saw Lu Jin walking towards me with a ruler in his hand. He has broken through 3 realms in succession and reached the Spirit Emperor realm, 4th line. Purple-gold spiritual energy can be vaguely seen surging around him, and his aura is extremely powerful. The black suit he was wearing was spotless and his expression was calm as usual. The sound was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Attention all students, assemble at the North Square. The school uniform inspection is now beginning. Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back on the podium in the center of Shanghai Square, the morning breeze ruffling the hem of his black suit. As the words fell, the lingering sound echoed, and the entire academy seemed to be awakened. From the teaching building, training ground, gymnasium, girls in uniform lined up in neat rows. The pure white maid skirts swayed gently with their steps. The white silk stockings were as clean as the first snow, and the black leather shoes made a crisp sound when stepping on the stone slabs. Hundreds of girls in uniform-made outfits lined up from various teaching buildings, their legs wrapped in snow-white stockings forming a dazzling wave of pure white in the morning light. Soon all the students in the school gathered in the square. Lin Xiaoyu nervously tugged at the hem of her lace skirt, her long white silk legs unconsciously coming together. I don't know why, I always feel it's weird. Lu Xiaoxiao straightened her back, allowing the Shanghai School emblem on her chest to reflect a perfect angle. Zhuge Yu beside him adjusted her headdress meticulously. I can't help it, after all, I'm a good student. 10 minutes later, all the girls in the school lined up helplessly. The sea of white silk sparkles in the sun, and if you don't know, you might think it's a maid cafe team building event. Very good, very energetic. Lu Jin smiled and looked around with his hands behind his back. Looking around, except for Zhu Li and the other three, the former bad girls were all wearing maid outfits and white stockings, with their heads lowered in shame and anger. Keep your head high. Lu Jin tapped his palm with the pointer. This is the mental display prepared for the evaluation team. As he spoke, Lu Jin slowly walked up to Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing at the front of the queue. The morning light cast a soft outline around her. Principal. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Can we at least take off the headdress? She awkwardly put her legs wrapped in pure white stockings together, and the lace skirt swayed gently with her movements. This specially made outfit perfectly outlined her proud figure. The full curve of the chest makes the ruffled apron have a thrilling rise and fall, while the hem of the skirt under the slender waist is unexpectedly fluffy and cute. No. Lu Jin said righteously, Article 233 of the school regulations clearly stipulates that school uniforms must be neat and tidy. Okay, principal. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and her cheeks were flushed like cherry blossoms. Lu Jin calmly glanced at the Shanghai School badge on her chest and tapped it with his fingertips. The second button is buttoned. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head and discovered that, because of her bust, the second pearl button was dangerously tight, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. Her face turned red and she buttoned her clothes hurriedly. Well, 97 points, you passed. Lu Jin nodded slightly, continued walking, and slowly came in front of Yi Qianshuan. The arrogant little girl with black hair like a waterfall was crossing her arms, with her face turned away angrily. The maid outfit she was wearing just outlined her petite and exquisite curves, and the white skin of her thighs was exposed under the lace skirt. The bow tie at the neckline was tied loosely, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible. Principal Trash, what are you looking at? Sensing Lu Jin's gaze, Yi Qianshuan's ears instantly turned red, and her feet wrapped in white silk rubbed the ground restlessly. She subconsciously wanted to lengthen her skirt, but found that the hem of this maid outfit was just stuck in the absolute area, and the slightest movement would reveal more heart-pounding scenery. The tsundere lowly paired with a white silk maid outfit has an irresistible contrasting beauty. You didn't put on your clothes properly, you got 80 points, barely passing. Lu Jin nodded slightly, walked slowly to Bai Moyuan, his eyes slightly focused. Bai Moyuan's silver hair and cold appearance are particularly eye-catching among the crowd of maid outfits. As the sun sets, the silver-haired girl stands still like a painting. She was wearing a pure white maid outfit, the hem of which fell just 3 inches above her knees, outlining her slender waistline and soft leg curves. Her legs wrapped in white silk were slender and well-proportioned, glowing with a pearly soft light in the sun, like an elf in the snow. The black and white maid outfit matched the icy color in her eyes, making her look even more cold and elegant. A few strands of hair fell around her ears, making her skin look like snow. When she raised her head slightly, the dragon pattern was faintly visible on her collarbone, adding a dangerous and weird beauty to her purity. Lu Jin's gaze stayed on her for a moment, and he said calmly, 99 points, passed. Bai Moyuan raised the corners of his lips and gave another beautiful smile, thank you, principal. Afterwards, Lu Jin walked up to Tang Xiaotang and looked down at the restless little lowly. Tang Xiaotang stood straight, her 2 chestnut ponytails swaying gently as she moved. The smallest maid outfit perfectly outlined her petite figure, and the lace bow tied on her chest trembled gently with her breathing. The over-the-knee white stockings wrapped around her slender legs shone with a pearly luster in the sun, and the fluffy lace trembled with her restless movements. Principal, how many points can I get? She blinked her big eyes, trying to get away with it cutely. Her little feet wrapped in white silk drew circles on the ground unconsciously. Lu Jin's gaze stayed on her for a moment, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. 98 points, you also passed. Thank you, Principal. Tang Xiaotan's eyes sparkled, and her ponytail swung happily. She stood on tiptoe and turned around, her calves wrapped in white silk shimmering like pearls in the sun. On the far right of the first row of the queue, Julie and her group of bad girls looked resentful. Lu Jin slowly walked to the far right of the queue and his eyes fell on four figures that didn't fit in. Julie and her followers were wearing thick sports jackets, which made them stand out among the uniform-made outfits. Lu Jin came in front of Julie, his lips slightly raised. It's so hot, aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat? Julie's red hair shone like flames in the sun. She turned her face away stubbornly. What do you care? We can wear whatever we like. Lu Jin stood in front of Julie, his glasses flashed with a cold light, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which made people shudder. You are so resistant to school rules. He spoke slowly, and gently pushed his glasses with his slender fingers. Do you have any opinions about me? Julie snorted coldly, crossed his arms across his chest, and his red hair fluttered like flames. Humph, Mr. Principal, don't hide your thoughts. Li Chen hid behind Julie and whispered, it's just to test our obedience. That's right. Su Yao straightened her back and met Lu Jin's gaze without fear. You can fool other students, but you can't fool the four of us. That's right. Zhao Shuang declared righteously, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. As long as we are in this school, we will never wear this kind of uniform. You can imprison our bodies, but you can never imprison our souls. Oh? Lu Jin suddenly leaned forward, his eyes narrowed dangerously behind his lenses, and his gaze swept back and forth between the four people. So what good stuff is hidden in those bulging things in your clothes? Julie's pretty face changed. Nonsense. How could we hide anything? Her voice rose unconsciously, and the tips of her ears turned red. Really? Lu Jin stood up, his voice suddenly turned cold, and the pressure from the Spirit King flooded over the four of them like a tide. I have to investigate you four. Lin Xiaoyu stood aside, her slender eyebrows slightly frowned. She bit her lower lip subconsciously. Why did the principal's words sound so strange? Take off your coat now, or... A cluster of purple gold spiritual power shot up from Lu Jin's fingertips. I'll help you take it off. Li Chen and Zhao Shuang's faces turned pale instantly. Principal, why do you ask us to take off our coats? Li Chen asked with his neck stiffened, but the tips of his ears turned red unconsciously. Zhao Shuang wrapped her school uniform tighter around her. If you want to punish me, just punish me for skipping classes. This is nothing. Because I'm the principal. Lu Jin smiled gently. You don't want to talk to me alone, do you? Julie's fists creaked. Li Hanan's fate was still fresh in her mind. As the head of the school and a powerful person in the spiritual emperor realm, Lu Jin was obviously not someone they could resist. You're so cruel. Julie took a deep breath and unzipped his sportswear. But halfway through, his hand froze and refused to go any further. Pull. Lu Jin's voice was soft, but unquestionable. The four girls looked at each other, and finally took off their heavy coats reluctantly. Four sports jackets slid off slowly. In an instant, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Julie was wearing a maid outfit with white lace on the hem. Her pretty face was blushing, and she had a rebellious and gorgeous look. The other two rebellious girls, Zhao Shuang and Li Chen, were both wearing maid outfits obediently. Only Su Yao was wearing nothing but white lace underwear. She hugged herself in panic. Wait. Why am I the only one? The four of them looked at each other. You actually? You guys too. So I'm the only one who has nothing on? Chapter 85. The Clown is Me. At this moment, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of the wind could be clearly heard. Lu Jin's eyes slowly moved down to the hem of Julie's sweatpants, and a hint of playfulness flashed across his lens. Take off the sweatpants too. Julie's red hair exploded instantly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You should not go too far. The tips of her ears instantly turned red, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the waistband of her pants. This is an order. Lu Jin's voice was soft, but it carried an irresistible majesty. The purple gold spiritual power lingering on his fingertips flickered slightly, drawing a dangerous arc in the air. The entire playground suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath and focused their eyes on Julie. Asshole. Julie bit her lower lip, her eyes slightly red. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she hooked her trousers waistband with trembling fingers and pulled them down little by little. As the sweatpants slowly slid off, a pair of slender legs wrapped in white silk gradually appeared. The lace above the knee-high socks shone delicately in the sun, and the fleshy feeling slightly squeezed by the sock cuffs made the already perfect legs even more attractive. It's actually silk lining my pants. Li Qian widened her eyes and covered her mouth subconsciously. Julie turned her face away in shame and anger, her red hair falling down to cover her red cheeks. Her toes curled up uncomfortably in her white silk stockings, and her black round-toed leather shoes rubbed against the ground unconsciously. It would have been great if it had been like this earlier. Lu Jin raised his lips in satisfaction. You said no, but you even matched your socks? No. Julie raised her head suddenly, tears in her eyes. This is a school uniform. If you don't wear it, it will affect the absorption of spiritual power. Her explanation became quieter and quieter amid the meaningful gazes of the crowd, and finally became almost a whisper. Lu Jin's gaze slowly shifted to Zhao Shuang and Li Qian, who were standing behind Julie. His eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, examining them with a hint of amusement. You too, he tapped lightly with his slender fingers, take off your armor too. Zhao Shuang's body froze visibly, and the color instantly faded from her originally fair cheeks. She subconsciously took a step back, her lips trembling. Principal. This is not appropriate. Li Qian hid directly behind Zhao Shuang, tightly holding onto the waist of her pants, and whispered, No. Don't. Lu Jin said nothing, but gently raised his right hand. Purple gold spiritual power gathered in his palm, turning into a thin whip of light, drawing a dangerous arc in the air. 3 seconds. He opened his thin lips and his voice was as cold as ice. Zhao Shuang and Li Qian looked at each other and saw the same despair in each other's eyes. 1. Zhao Shuang's fingers trembled as they touched the waistband of his pants. 2. Li Qian's eyes were red and she was biting her lips. 3. With two soft sounds, 2 pairs of sweatpants fell to the ground at the same time. The entire playground was instantly filled with gasps. Zhao Shuang's legs were long and straight, and the knee-length white stockings perfectly outlined her superior leg lines. Under the delicate lace at the cuffs of her socks, her snow-white skin was faintly visible. She turned her face away in shame, her long hair falling to cover her red cheeks. Li Qian's situation was even more surprising. Her petite figure was matched with pure white stockings, and there were cute strawberry hairpins on the socks. At this moment, she was desperately covering her thighs with her hands, but the bow on her chest tilted to one side, adding a bit of messy beauty. Oh? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and tapped the whip in his hand lightly. Even the accessories are so complete? Suya looked at her sweatpants and wanted to cry. So it's really just me, who came exactly as agreed? Julie's cheeks flushed red, and her toes wrapped in white silk curled up unconsciously, twisting restlessly in her patent leather shoes. Wait, why are you guys wearing them too? Li Qian grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly, trying to cover up the looming absolute territory. Isn't the class monitor wearing it too? Her earlobes were red as blood, and her snow-white skin above her knee-high socks shone like pearls in the sunlight. Yes, squad leader, you would rather die than wear it, right? Zhao Shuang's face turned red as she desperately pulled down the hem of her skirt, which was too short. Her slender legs were wrapped in white silk, and her snow-white thighs were faintly visible. I forgot to take it off this morning. How can I be the same as you guys? Julie's red hair contrasted beautifully with her white maid outfit, and her long white silk legs were unnaturally close together under the hem of her skirt. It would have been great if it had been like this earlier. Lu Jin said calmly, You say you won't wear it, but your body is very honest. Under the sunlight, the skin of the 3 girls turned red from the tips of their ears to their collarbones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Julie's red hair drooped down. Li Qian wanted to bury her face in her chest, and Zhao Shuang stared at the tip of her shoes. Only Su Yao kept pulling open her coat, staring at the scene in front of her like a wooden chicken. She mechanically looked down at her white lace underwear, then looked up at her 3 companions in full maid outfits, her lips trembling. So? Actually. Just me. Real. Nothing? So you just bully the honest people? That's right, you're the only one who's not wearing any. Lu Jin nodded slightly and looked at Su Yao sternly. You will be treated as absent and 5 credits will be deducted. Reminder, the pass rate of school regulations is 95.7%. Those who failed to meet the standards include 1 person not wearing school uniform, 2 people missing white over the knee socks, and 2 people missing headwear. Rewards: the whole school practices the buff star ocean resonance, and all students wearing school uniforms automatically activate psychic resonance. Effect: the wearer gains spiritual power recovery speed plus 30%, comprehension increased by 50% within the campus. Your principal's charm plus 50%. Along with the system prompt sound, a bright starlight descended from the sky, turning into countless tiny points of light, sprinkling on all the students in school uniforms. Julie looked up suddenly and saw that the school emblem embroidered on her maid uniform was shining slightly. A warm spiritual power flowed up from the hem of her skirt and poured into her limbs and bones. She subconsciously clenched her fists and found that the spiritual energy in her body was absorbed at an astonishing speed. This is? As soon as Julie finished the last sentence, he felt his eyes glance uncontrollably in the direction of Lu Jin, and then he turned his face away abruptly. Why can't I help but look at him? What the hell? Is this the function of charm value? Interesting. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. The entire Shanghai square suddenly became quiet for a moment, followed by bursts of exclamations. My spiritual power is absorbed so quickly. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, feeling the spiritual power surging in her body, and said in shock. Lu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and concentrated, then suddenly opened them wide. I suddenly understood the essence of the third level of the Bingti Ju. Zhuge Yu also showed a surprised expression. This increase is comparable to the cultivation in the secret realm. Even the most rebellious Julie couldn't help but practice her mind skills, her red hair moving without wind. She turned her face away stubbornly, but couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. TSK. It's just average. Tang Xiaotang jumped high, her twin ponytails drawing a cheerful arc in the air. The principal is the best. The bow on her chest swayed gently with her movements, and her calves wrapped in white silk sparkled in the sun. Only Su Yao stood there, her fingers stiffly pinching the corner of her sportswear. It turns out, the clown is actually me. Chapter 86, Grateful Heart. Ha, you all promised me that you wouldn't wear school uniform. Su Yao said faintly, her eyes filled with the pain of being betrayed. The squad leader has surrendered. Can we be blamed for this? Li Qian spread his hands. Zhao Shuang crossed his arms and squinted his eyes as he looked Julie up and down. Squad leader, is this what you mean by never give in? Li Qian even curled her lips and said, we regarded you as a spiritual leader in resisting the principal's tyranny. We trusted you so much, but this is how you set an example? You're talking as if you're not wearing anything? Zhu Li's face instantly turned red, almost blending into her fiery red hair. She stamped her feet in embarrassment, her small leather shoes wrapped in white silk made a crisp sound on the ground, and her toes curled up uncomfortably in her stockings. And I really was in such a hurry to get up this morning that I forgot to change. She tried to defend herself, but she didn't dare to look her companions in the eye. The tips of her ears between her red hair were stained crimson. Then why did you wear it last night? Zhao Shuang asked a soul-searching question. I wear it critically. Unlike you guys. Julie said with a red face. Oh, the three of them said in unison, exchanging mischievous glances, with their faces clearly saying, make it up, keep making it up. Su Yao tugged at her sweatpants, feeling grief-stricken and angry. So in the end, I'm the only honest person who really kept the promise? Li Qian poked her finger shyly. Actually, I secretly tried it on yesterday. Me too. Zhao Shuang coughed lightly. I just wanted to see if it fits. It's already been worn. There's no point in hiding it any longer. Julie stared at the two traitors in amazement, stamping his feet in anger. You actually betrayed me. Quiet. Lu Jin raised his hand and pressed lightly, and the entire square was instantly so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He stood on the podium, his eyes sweeping over all the students calmly. Students, I am very pleased to see that everyone has put on their school uniforms. I believe many people have questions about why the school uniforms of Shanghai College are so different. There are many rumors on the internet, and many students have made unwarranted speculations. Let me make it clear today, do you really think that I made this school uniform just to satisfy my personal preferences? After the words fell, the students looked at each other. Julie curled her lips, and her expression seemed to say, isn't it? Lu Jin's voice suddenly became deep and powerful. I will tell you the reason today. Do you know what this school uniform is made of? Lu Jin paused. It contains a full 80% spiritual silk. 80? Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. This is already higher than the standard uniforms of top schools. Is this true? Li Qian and Zhao Xuan looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Julie unconsciously stroked the pattern on the hem of her skirt. A trace of shock flashed in her red eyes. When did this shabby school become so rich? You heard it right. Lu Jin's voice suddenly rose, exploding like thunder. Every stitch and thread of your school uniform is soaked with the hard work of the academy. It's not just for you to look good. It's to make sure you can trample all those so-called chosen ones under your feet at the Supernatural Power Assessment Conference. The air in the entire square seemed to freeze. The students stood up straight unconsciously, with a burning desire to fight in their eyes. Lin Xiaoyu clenched his fist silently, and a hint of determination flashed in his dark and bright eyes. Do you know how much these uniforms are worth? Lu Jin suddenly changed the subject, his voice becoming more serious. 500,000 spirit coins equivalent to the school's entire year's funding. Ah! The students in the audience were stunned. The school uniforms we wear actually cost so much money? And it's distributed for free? When did Shanghai Academy become so rich? Cough cough. Lu Jin suddenly started coughing violently. When he looked up again, his face looked haggard. Of course, 500,000 spirit coins didn't just come out of thin air. For this money, I've been eating boiled cabbage for 8 months. Even when going to work every day, I have to squeeze into the bus. In order to raise money, I not only sold my house, but also took out an online loan of 200,000 lingbai. Just to give each of you a set of school uniforms for free. The school board slammed the table at me 17 times over this. But I signed it anyway. Principal. The girls looked at Lu Jin in surprise, and the air seemed to become heavy. I never thought that the principal has given so much for us. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were dull and her nose felt sour. Under the gaze of all the students, Lu Jin's figure seemed to become tall and majestic, emitting a sun-like glow. Lu Jin suddenly opened his coat, revealing the washed-out shirt underneath. But look at what your principal is wearing. It's cheap stuff, 3 pieces for 50 spirit coins. Some people advised me not to work so hard, it's not worth it for students like you. But when I saw you practicing in ordinary school uniforms, I, as the principal, felt so distressed. As soon as these words were spoken, the huge square fell silent. Lin Xiaoyu stared blankly at the haggard but tall figure on the stage, and suddenly her vision became blurred. The principal, who was always elegant and calm, had actually given so much to them without anyone knowing. Principal. A girl choked up. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, giving Lu Jin a golden edge. His figure standing against the light continued to rise in the tearful eyes of the students, and finally looked like a sun bathed in holy light. In the principal's office, Weyer started playing music on the school radio according to Lu Jin's previous instructions. Thank you for your kindness. Stay with me all my life and give me the courage to be myself. Thank you for your heart, thank you for your fate. Flowers bloom and fall, I will cherish them all the same. With the accompaniment of music, many girls' eyes were red. Li Qian suddenly covered her mouth, and crystal tears slid down her fingers. Zhao Shuang turned her face away, but she couldn't hide her red nose, and the hem of her skirt, which was tightly grasped in her hand, was already wrinkled. Julie stared at his 2 companions with wide eyes. Oh my god, you guys wouldn't do that, would you? She looked around and was shocked to find that many students had pious looks and red eyes. This is outrageous. Thank you for your kindness. With the perfect background of the music, Su Yao suddenly burst into tears, with tears and snot all over her face. I'll wear it. I'll change it right away. I'm sorry, Principal. I've failed you in your good intentions. Lu Jin stood on the high platform, his figure against the light seemed to be plated with gold. He slowly opened his arms and shouted loudly. Now tell me, what are you going to give in return for this expectation? The audience was instantly boiling with excitement. Practice hard. Full marks in all subjects. Kill them. Report to the principal. Lu Jin pushed his glasses with satisfaction. Very good. Remember, today you are proud of Shanghai, tomorrow I want the whole school to be proud of you. Thank you for the gift, Principal. The clear and melodious female voices echoed in unison over the square. Hundreds of girls in maid outfits saluted at the same time, their long white silk legs glistening in the sun, creating a spectacular scene. Let's disperse. Lu Jin put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the principal's office surrounded by all the students. At this time, the music on the school radio also switched to another song. You came from Dandong, I'm wearing white, and I want to eat Cantonese food. Chapter 87 Shanghai Academy is a big hit, and the popularity on the internet is off the charts. Okay, let's all go. Lu Jin stood in front of the office building and waved casually. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the square. The students still refused to leave, staring at Lu Jin with loyal faces and tears in their eyes. Students. TT, TT, TT? TT, TT, TT? In the corridor of the teaching building, several teachers looked at the scene in astonishment. What's going on? Shin Manting's eyes widened, her voice trembling slightly. Who made our students like this? Lu Shuiying stared blankly at the students crying below and murmured, to be able to make these troublemakers so obedient. You are worthy of being the principal. Wang Xiaoqiang rubbed his eyes vigorously and raised his voice. Damn it! When have the students in our school ever been so well behaved? Zhang Guangdao crossed his arms and grinned. Awesome, even Julie has become obedient. In the square, all the students looked at Lu Jin with burning eyes, their eyes flashing with almost fanatical loyalty. Some girls even had tears in their eyes and their voices choked with sobs. Thank you, principal. We will definitely not let you down. Lu Jin nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the office building, leaving only a faint sentence, go back to class. Not until the office door closed did the corners of his mouth finally lift up into a triumphant arc. The plan is passed. As an upright, selfless, sunny and cheerful principal, Lu Jin certainly did not formulate these school rules to satisfy any ulterior motives. It is purely for the purpose of improving students' training efficiency and revitalizing the overall strength of Shanghai College. Especially this made uniform rule. He has contributed money and effort, and even emptied the college's funds. If there is still no effect, then hasn't he been working in vain? Pushing open the office door, he casually hung his coat on the hanger. Master, thank you for your hard work, meow. Weir had been waiting for a long time, her cat ears trembling slightly. Weir, come over here and give me a massage. Lu Jin ordered. Okay, meow while shook her snow-white cat tail, walked over and was about to reach out her hand. Who told you to stand and press it? Lu Jin didn't even raise his eyelids, kneel down. Weir's ears drooped instantly, but she still knelt obediently on the soft carpet. She raised her little face, her beautiful blue eyes were wet. Master is so bad, meow. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Jin grabbed her cat's tail and used it as a leash, pulling her to him roughly. Legs. Weir fumbled to adjust her posture, but before she could protest, she was forced to half kneel on the ground. Feeling the soft touch on the back of his head, Lu Jin lay comfortably on Weir's thighs wrapped in white over the knee socks and closed his eyes. After working so hard all day and giving so much to the school, can't he just enjoy himself? That afternoon, the news that all students at Shanghai College were wearing white silk-made outfits spread like wildfire, and someone took a photo and uploaded it to Weibo. Hot search list explosive topics. Number 1, Shanghai Academy made costume school rules exposure. Number 2, does this school uniform really exist? Hot. Number 3, Principal Lu Jin, where is your manly morality? Hot. Number 4, request for Shanghai College enrollment brochure new. At the honest person in the immortal cultivation world. It's a violation of morals. Is this what the Psychic Academy is doing? I suggest you investigate Lu Jin. 10,000 plus likes. What kind of good students can this kind of school produce? I'm afraid it's a shame for the psychic world. 80,000 plus likes. @ Trumpet. Lu Jin is a pervert. I will report him with my real name. @ZiangxiNG fashion blogger. This school uniform is amazing. White silk plus lace edges, Shanghai College is 100 years ahead of all other colleges in terms of aesthetics. 10,000 plus likes. I don't want to practice, I just want to lie down. Originally I had no interest in cultivation, but now, is Shanghai Academy still recruiting students? 20,000 plus likes. @ hidden fans. A cool schoolgirl is forced to wear a maid outfit? I love this cute contrast. 50,000 plus likes. Yujian flying is just this? It's so funny. All the boys in Shanghai College have been expelled. Now all the girls in the school are wearing maid outfits. Principal Lu is so awesome. 30,000 plus likes. Lu Jin's office. Ding ling ling. He had just opened his eyes after a nap. The communicator on the desk began to vibrate wildly. Hello? Principal Lu. I'm a reporter from Wancheng Daily. What's your response to the controversy online? Lu Jin calmly drank his tea. It's just a school rule, what's there to argue about? But netizens said this was vulgar marketing and said they would report you to the education department. Vulgar? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. This kind of school uniform can increase the combat effectiveness of our students. You know nothing. Reporter, in addition, the principal of Xintian Academy said that you are immoral and a disgrace to the education sector, and that your admission qualifications should be revoked. Xintian Academy is a well-known undergraduate psychic college in Wancheng with a long history and profound heritage. The current president is Xiao Tianxian. The college is divided into two major campuses, Qinglong and Baihu, covering an area of 1,200 acres and with more than 5,000 students. Naturally, it will not take Xinghai College, a junior college, seriously. Lu Jin lay on the chair and said nonchalantly, Xintian Academy is not worth mentioning. Although my Xinghai College is a junior college, its combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary schools. Xintian Academy is not worthy of challenging us. The reporter was shocked. You mean, Xinghai College? This college is stronger than Xintian College? Nonsense. Lu Jin said calmly, Xintian Academy is just on the side of the road, even dogs don't go there. The real goal of our school is Tsangqiong Wugao High School. Hiss. The reporter was so shocked that he was speechless. Wancheng's top 10 undergraduate psychic college was described as so unbearable by Lu Jin. This principal is so fucking crazy. Not long after, Lu Jin's interview made headlines online. The hot search title is, The Principal of Xinghai College said Xintian Academy is a roadside. How much did Principal Lu drink? Xinghai Academy didn't even make it into the top 100 in the last competition, and now they dare to challenge Xintian Academy? Eating melon. At Xintian student dissatisfied, the toilet paper used to wipe hands in our school's toilets is more valuable than a Xinghai diploma. When will Lu Jin come to our school to clean the toilets? Smile. At Xinghai student Xiao Xiao, shut up. Our school goes to school at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and we don't even have to make adjustments. You guys don't finish school until 10 p.m. Aren't you afraid of sudden death, sticking out tongue? At Psychic World Keyboard Warrior, Xinghai Academy? Is it the fake school that always ranks at the bottom? Lu Jin won't be able to laugh when the supernatural power assessment comes. Pouting. At Tsangqiong Wugao Admissions Director, a complaint has been submitted to the Psychic Association. It is recommended to check whether the source of Xinghai's spiritual silk is legal, drinking tea. I suggest that the Wancheng Anti-Pornography and Anti-Illegal Office conduct a thorough investigation of Xinghai College. Some principals are using the excuse of improving their cultivation to actually be made obsessed. Report link. At Psychic World Poison Tongue King, Xinghai Academy wears this to fight? It's so funny, I'm afraid they don't even have the qualifications to be the last in the supernatural power assessment competition? I suggest they just go to the comic convention, after all, they can't do anything except act cute. At Psychic World Old Pervert Association, I declare. Xinghai College has officially become the most popular tourist attraction in the psychic world. Please send next year's enrollment brochure directly to my email, thank you. Drooling. Does Lu Jin have any misunderstanding about combat effectiveness? Instead of asking students to wear white silk to fight, why not just let them kneel down and beg their opponents not to hit them in the face? Maybe they can lose more gracefully. Laughing and crying. I just want to ask, can the maid costume of Xinghai Academy be added with black silk stockings? Rubbing hands. Chapter 88 Lu Jin, there is a roadside in Xintian Academy. Xinghai College, Principal's Office. Lu Jin turned off his phone, threw it aside, and leaned lazily back in his chair. Wire was still kneeling on the ground, looking up and asking, Master, you are being scolded so harshly online, meow. Do you want to speak out and clarify it, meow? No need. Lu Jin sneered, free traffic is what I want. Let them curse. The more they curse, the more popular Xinghai Academy will be. He swiped open the holographic projection with his other hand. On the hot search list, hashtag Xinghai Academy made costume school rules hashtag still topped the list, with over 10 million discussions. Master is so awesome, meow. Wire blinked in admiration. With this, the enrollment for next year will definitely be full, meow. Enrollment? Lu Jin chuckled, that's just by the way. With a swipe of his finger, the projection switched to Xinghai Academy's spiritual power monitoring data. The spiritual power fluctuation curve of all students in the school has increased by 40% compared to last week. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. With the new school uniforms, the students of Shanghai Academy are absorbing spiritual energy continuously. When the supernatural power assessment competition comes, it is still unknown who will win. Wire tilted her head. But master, those people who curse you on the internet. Let them continue to curse. Lu Jin waved his hand lazily. Once the supernatural power assessment meeting is over, they will naturally shut up. Lu Jin stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the students who were practicing in white silk-made uniforms on campus, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. When the students of Shanghai Academy crush all the geniuses of the psychic high school. I want to see if anyone dares to say this is cheap marketing, but. Wire nodded gently. Okay master, remember to install all the modules for Wire when the time comes. Lu Jin sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Wire with a playful look. All modules? He suddenly leaned forward, his lips curled up slightly, including the companion module? Wire's mechanical cat ears instantly stood up, and her blue electronic eyes flashed. If the master wants to install it, you can download it now. You want me to get gold coins again? Lu Jin chuckled. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. A disobedient mechanical pet will be punished. Wait. Wire wanted to step back, but was held down by Lu Jin. Adjust the changing module. The sensitivity is set to the highest. Lu Jin suddenly said. Adjustment completed, current sensitivity 300%. Don't meow. Wile's pupils suddenly dilated and her body began to tremble violently. Lu Jin had already placed his hand on top of her head and began to stroke the cat calmly. Wire's voice was filled with electronic noise, and her legs unconsciously closed together. Her knees wrapped in white silk trembled slightly. Too much, meow. Lu Jin suddenly pinched the fluffy cat ears. Wire immediately jumped up as if she had been electrocuted, her tail bristled, and she collapsed in his arms. Master! Master! It's broken, meow. At the same time, Xiantian Academy principal's office. Xiao Tianxian slammed a solid wooden desk into pieces. Lu Jin, this lunatic. How dare you say that our Xiantian Academy is a roadside abode? Dean Wangchen wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Principal, Shanghai College is really popular this time. The pressure of recruiting students next year will be huge. Should we also? What? Let students wear strange clothes too. Xiao Tianxian laughed in anger. Lu Jin is shameless, but our Xiantian Academy still wants it. But? The Dean of Studies hesitated. The spiritual power monitoring data of Shanghai Academy has indeed increased strangely. Xiao Tianxian snorted coldly, cursive and evil. Lu Jin is so arrogant and ridiculous. He is just a junior college student, but he really thinks he is so great. Principal, calm down. Wang Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Shanghai College is just a second-rate school that is just trying to attract attention. In terms of strength, they are not even as good as the bottom-tier students in our Xiantian Academy. When the supernatural power assessment competition comes, Shanghai Academy will definitely reveal its true colors. Xiao Tianxian tapped the table with his fingertips and sneered, why wait until then? The subject evaluation of the Education Bureau is due on Monday. Wang Chen's eyes gleamed, and he grinned knowingly, I understand. I will ask Director Zhao to give Shanghai College special attention. He paused, lowered his voice and said, among the 5 experts in this year's evaluation team, 2 graduated from our Xiantian Academy. Lu Jin, let's see what you have to fight me. Xiao Tianxian looked out the window in the direction of Shanghai Academy and sneered fiercely, even your people are on my side. Wang Chen immediately understood and said with a sinister smile, the principal is very smart. In the past 6 months, we have poached 5 core teachers from Shanghai and even brought in all the teachers from their illusion department. It's not enough. Xiao Tianxian suddenly interrupted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What I want is to completely dismantle Shanghai's teaching system. I heard that they still have 8 teachers left? Wang Chen bowed quickly, I understand, I will follow your instructions. The dusk outside the window gradually deepened, and Xiao Tianxuan's gaze penetrated the clouds and went straight in the direction of Shanghai College. Lu Jin, wait until I poach several teachers from your school. I want to see what you use to maintain this crappy academy. Shanghai College, Principal's Office. Lu Shuang walked into the office with an elegant cat-like step, her jet-black tail swinging restlessly behind her, and a hint of worry flashed across her amber pupils. Principal, regarding your interview today. There was a hint of hesitation in her voice, and her fingertips tapped lightly on the tablet in her hands. Lu Jin lazily leaned on the leather seat, tapping the armrest with his slender fingers. What? Is there any problem with my speech? This is a big problem. Lu Shuaying's cat ears stood up alertly and she turned the tablet towards Lu Jin. Xiao Tianxian has joined forces with 10 universities to jointly pressure the Education Bureau to thoroughly investigate our school's qualifications to run a school. Her tail twitched anxiously. It's even worse. She swiped the screen, and the latest announcement from Xiantian Academy's official website was clearly visible. In view of Xinghai College's serious violation of educational ethics, all academic cooperation will be terminated from today. Lu Jin suddenly laughed softly. Teacher Lu, he stood up slowly and walked to the French window. Have you heard of this saying? As long as you stand in the wind, even a pig can take off. Lu Shuaying tilted her head in confusion. What does the principle mean? The setting sun outside the window stretched Lu Jin's figure very long. He had his back to Lu Shuaying, but his voice was unusually clear. Xinghai College is now standing at the wind's edge. But principal, such public pressure. Pressure? Lu Jin turned around, his eyes flashing dangerously behind his lenses. In my opinion, this is not pressure, but popularity and traffic. This is exactly what Xinghai needs most. Lu Jin pointed to the students training on the playground outside the window and said, Look at them. Lu Shuaying looked in the direction of his finger. Students in maid uniforms were practicing hard under the setting sun, and there was an unprecedented fighting spirit burning in everyone's eyes. Xinghai College is now at the forefront of the storm. It can either rise to the top or fall into the abyss. There is no room for compromise. Xinghai College is indeed an unknown college. It used to be glorious, but who remembers it? But now, as long as we attract enough popularity and traffic, and make a big splash in the supernatural power assessment, our Xinghai College will have the capital to turn things around. This time, our Xinghai will either soar to the sky or be shattered to pieces. Lu Jin's voice was very light, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. But Xinghai will never die in obscurity. Lu Shuaying's pupils shrank, and her cat tail twitched nervously, and her voice was a little solemn. But Xiantian Academy is one of the top 10 psychic colleges in Wancheng after all, and it has a profound foundation. Lu Jin raised his lips in a cold arc. Among the 23 psychic colleges in Wancheng, which one didn't climb up by stepping on the corpses of others? His slender fingers tapped lightly on the window frame. Xiantian Academy relies on being the closest to us. Hasn't it poached enough teachers over the years? Lu Jin's voice was very soft, but it lowered the temperature of the entire office by a few degrees. If Zhangqiang Wugao plundered the spiritual power in students of Xinghai Academy, then the methods of Xiantian Academy were even more sinister. They specialize in digging the foundation of Xinghai. Lu Jin later found out that those teachers who had suddenly resigned, including Zhang Xiao who had resigned a few days ago, all appeared on the roster of Xiantian Academy without exception. The most fatal thing was that the illusion department of Xinghai Academy was completely empty-handed overnight, with not even a substitute teacher left. What is funny is that these poached teachers have mediocre qualifications and were only second-rate when they were in Xinghai. Xiantian Academy is so hungry that it will eat anything it wants, and its intentions are obvious. Wancheng is so small, there are so many students, and the educational resources are limited. If someone wants to reach the top, there will naturally be someone to be stepped on. Chapter 89, this principal also knows some boxing. The strong prey on the weak, and there are too many monks and too little porridge. This is the eternal and unchanging law of the world. In recent years, Xiantian Academy has repeatedly taken action to secretly poach teachers from Xinghai Academy. Its intention is obvious, to cut off the source of our wealth and destroy our foundation. Lu Jin's eyes were deep and his voice was as cold as frost. I didn't settle the score with them, but they still dared to come to me on their own. Lu Shuaying nodded slightly when she heard that, but her brows were still slightly furrowed unconsciously. She naturally knew that several teachers from Xinghai had switched to Xiantian, but the two academies had very different foundations. Could this move really shake up Xiantian Academy? Outside the window, a breeze blew, and the girls' skirts were slightly lifted, drawing graceful arcs in the sunlight. Since they claimed to be superior. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slowly and said in a deep voice, then use the method they despise the most to make them kneel down and admit defeat. Lu Shuaying frowned slightly, her expression solemn, but the teaching evaluation will be held next Monday, and it is said that the deputy leader of this evaluation team is a graduate of Xiantian Academy. I already know this. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows. You are worried that they will make things difficult for us, right? Yeah. Lu Shuang nodded and whispered, although the leader of the evaluation team, Li Qingyun, is a neutral party, he is said to have a good personal relationship with Xiao Tianxian. Lu Jin chuckled, stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the students in maid outfits on campus. The sunlight shone on them, their white hair shone, and they were full of youth. They want to play dirty, so I'll play along with them. Lu Jin's spiritual power suddenly surged, condensing into the school emblem of Xiantian Academy in the air, and then crushed it fiercely. Then I will let them see. When the time comes, whoever gets slapped in the face will be punished. I understand, Principal. Lu Shuang nodded slightly, and the cat ears on her head trembled with the movement. When the teaching evaluation team comes this time, the inspection of school facilities must be the top priority. Lu Jin paused for a moment and continued, have you arranged everything I asked you to do? Lu Shuang's cat ears instantly straightened up, reporting to the principal, the progress of spiritual vein mining has been completed 20% ahead of schedule. In addition, the latest issue of the Journal of Spiritual Veins published 10 research papers on the theory of spiritual vein evolution. Her voice suddenly stopped because Lu Jin had stood behind her without her noticing. The slender fingers gently stroked the dark cat ears, and the fingertips gently rubbed the sensitive fur on the ear tips. Go on. Lu Shuang's breathing became noticeably rapid, but her professionalism allowed her to remain calm. Jinhuang Group's sales channels have also been put in place. Her voice suddenly changed tone because Lu Jin's fingertips were slowly sliding down her earlobe. Where's the contract? Lu Jin's breath sprayed on her ears, carrying a faint scent of cedar. It's already been signed. Lu Shuang's tail stood on end, and her body trembled slightly. She felt Lu Jin's chest almost touching her back, and she could feel his hot body temperature through the clothes. Very good. Lu Jin suddenly took a step back and released his right hand. The only thing to do next is to wait for the teaching evaluation team to arrive. Lu Shuang was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling slightly, and the curves under her black uniform trembled with her rapid breathing. It felt like, when he was about to reach the top, he was suddenly pushed off the cliff. The cat's tail slapped the ground anxiously, and its sharp nails unconsciously pierced into the palm of the hand. A whimper was suppressed deep in the throat, like a wild animal being forcibly pressed back into the cage. What made her even more ashamed was that the heat surging deep inside her body had not yet subsided, and every inch of her skin was clamoring for more touches. Principal, is there anything else? Her voice trembled. Our school is still short of 2 security guards. Please post the recruitment notice and say that the salary is favorable, 10,000 spirit coins per month. Okay, no problem. By the way, call Teacher Yao over. Okay, Principal. Lu Shuang almost ran away, and her high heels left messy marks on the carpet. The cat's tail was pressed tightly against its legs, as if this could hide its previous gaffe. Not until the moment the door was closed did she dare to raise her hand to touch her burning cheek. The skin touched by her fingertips was incredibly hot. The cool breeze in the corridor calmed my restless heartbeat a little, but the unsatisfied heat deep inside my body was still causing trouble. Lu Shuang only felt her heart beating faster. She heard that there are 2 kinds of secretary jobs. If there is anything, the secretary will do it. If you're all right. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound steady, and quickly came to the alchemy department classroom. Mr. Yao, the principal is looking for you. Not long after, the office door was gently pushed open. An old man with white hair and beard walked in. His wide green robe swayed gently with his steps, and a jade medicine gourd hung around his waist. Teacher Yao, please sit down. Lu Jin raised his hand and pointed to the sandalwood chair next to the sofa. Yao Wuhan sat down slowly, and gently smoothed the wrinkles on his robe with his wrinkled hands. His cloudy eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on the bag of ghost beads that were glowing with a faint light on the desk. High-quality ghost beads? What kind of strange and bizarre elixir does the principal want me to refine this time? Lu Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pushed the ghost bead in front of him. Teacher Yao really understands me. Please refine this batch of ghost beads into soul-nourishing pills. Yao Wuhan picked up a ghost bead with his skinny fingers and examined it carefully against the light from the window. It's of good quality. Is it a ghost bead from the Spirit King realm? A gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. The soul-nourishing pills in the market are in short supply recently. The soul-nourishing pill is another major representative of technology and ruthlessness after the soul-condensing pill, and is the ultimate weapon for the king of inner world among spiritual warriors. To put it simply, it is the spiritual warrior's nootropics plus version. It is specially designed to treat terminal illnesses of contemporary spiritual warriors such as lack of concentration during practice and poor memory for reciting exercises. After taking one, it will directly start the 24-hour ultra-long standby mode. Guaranteed to leave you refreshed and energized. Not only do I not want to sleep during the day, I don't even want to sleep at night. Even not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights is no problem. Others practice 10 hours a day, but you practice 24 hours, so you go all the way to the maximum intensity. Now that the supernatural power assessment competition is approaching, this kind of elixir will definitely be very popular and will be favored by students who are cramming for the exam. That's right. Lu Jin chuckled and took out another dark red scale from the drawer. The scales glow with a metallic luster in the sunlight, and the blood red lines flicker slightly. Ghost Mother's heart-protecting scale? Yao Wuhan's breathing became noticeably faster. This is an excellent material for refining protective armor. That's right. Lu Jin's fingertips gently stroked the edge of the scales. Please ask Teacher Yao to refine it into a close-fitting soft armor for my own use. Yao Wuhan stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Is the principal preparing for war? Just a rainy day preparation. Lu Jin pushed the scales over and smiled meaningfully. The ability assessment competition is coming soon. Students are preparing for the competition, and I, as the principal, must also prepare for the competition. After all, if reason doesn't make sense, I, the principal, also know a little bit of fighting. Chapter 90. My sword is not bad either. Thanks to AI Tianshiwei for being so kind and giving flowers. I see. Yao Wuhan gave Lu Jin a meaningful look and put the heart scale into his sleeve. Principal, I will deliver it in 3 days. But. He paused, frowned, and said. Has the principal been too aggressive recently? I heard that Xiantian Academy. Teacher Yao, just focus on refining the elixir. Lu Jin put down the teacup, his eyes behind the lenses smiling. As for the rest, I know what to do. I have said too much, but I still want to remind the principal. The principal of Xiantian Academy, Xiao Tianxian, has broken through to the spiritual emperor realm, 6th mark. This person is narrow-minded and unscrupulous, and it is not easy to provoke him. Is the 6th mark in the spiritual emperor realm very powerful? Lu Jin chuckled and suddenly raised his eyes. My sword is not bad either. Yao Wuhan chuckled, stood up and bowed. Then I will wait for the principal's good news. After watching Yao Wuhan's figure disappear outside the door, Lu Jin slowly sat back in his office chair, picked up the teacup and took a sip. There are a total of 23 regular undergraduate colleges of psychic science in Wancheng. As for vocational colleges like Shanghai College, there are so many of them that they are countless. The special thing about Shanghai College is that it has a glorious history. Although it has now fallen to the bottom. Since Xiantian Academy took the initiative to provoke, Lu Jin felt that this was a perfect opportunity to revive Shanghai's reputation. Taking advantage of the rare free time, he began to examine his cultivation after the breakthrough. He clenched his fists and spiritual power suddenly burst out. Purple-gold spiritual light circulated around his body like smoke and fog. On the sides of his slender neck, 4 golden spiritual patterns lit up one after another. They were the Taoist marks left after the spiritual power was tempered in the body, symbolizing the improvement of his cultivation. Every time a spiritual warrior breaks through a realm, the spiritual power in his body will undergo a transformation of cleansing the marrow and cutting the meridians. The turbid air sinks, the impurities are removed, and the purest spiritual power surges up along the meridians, and finally condenses into spiritual patterns at the Tian K point on the right side of the neck. Lu Jin closed his eyes and concentrated, searching his memory for records about the spirit patterns. Spiritual disciple realm, moon white spiritual patterns, like a rising new moon. Spiritual master realm, silver blue spiritual patterns, twinkling like cold stars. Spirit king realm, golden and red spiritual patterns, like the rising sun. Spirit emperor realm, golden spiritual patterns, just like the scorching sun in the sky. Spiritual master realm, bright purple spiritual patterns, like purple air coming from the east. Holy Spirit realm, the emerald spiritual patterns are just like the radiance of jasper. As for the spiritual patterns of a higher level, even he had never seen them. There are only a handful of strong people of this level in the entire Xian kingdom. They have long been listed as national strategic resources and hidden secretly. In Wancheng, the most recognized person is Yun Songming, the principal of Sangxiang Martial Arts High School. 3 years ago, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9-pattern spiritual emperor realm, and now his cultivation is even more unfathomable. But Lu Jin was not afraid. Although he was only at the 4th level of the spiritual emperor realm, he had enough hidden cards in his hand to compete with these top masters. Bang, bang. Enter. Just as Lu Jin was thinking, a light knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xiaoyu pushed the door open and brought in a breath of fresh air. She was wearing a brand new school uniform, a pure white lace-made outfit with over-the-knee white stockings, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps. What's the matter, Xiaoyu? Lu Jin raised his eyes to look at the ambitious student council president and asked in a gentle tone. Does the new school uniform fit you well? Ah, yes. Lin Xiaoyu came back to her senses, blushing as she pulled up the hem of her skirt. The students are very grateful to the principal for distributing the new school uniforms for free, but... She hesitated to speak. What is it? Lu Jin picked up the teacup with a smile on his face. It's just that the style is a bit... Lin Xiaoyu's voice became smaller and smaller, it's too eye-catching. Lu Jin took a sip of tea and said, as a cultivator, why should we care about worldly opinions? This school uniform is made of 80% high-quality spiritual silk, which can assist the circulation of spiritual energy. Yes, we will definitely not let the principal down. Lin Xiaoyu nodded gently, and then seemed to remember something, and her expression became hesitant. Actually, principal, I have another matter to report today. What is it? Feel free to tell me. Lin Xiaoyu's fair cheeks flushed, she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers nervously. Principal, I found the atmosphere in the school a little strange recently. She paused, mustered up the courage to continue. As the student council president, I feel it is necessary to report to you. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and poured her a cup of tea. Sit down and talk slowly. As the head of a school, he really needs to understand the students' situation. But he didn't expect that this usually capable and decisive student council president would look so embarrassed today. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the tea leaves floating in the cup, and gently stroked the rim of the cup with her fingertips. In our school, they are all girls in their 18s and 19s, and they are in their youth. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Living in this environment for a long time. Lu Jin nodded in understanding. I have considered this a long time ago. I expelled all the boys in order to prevent premature love from affecting cultivation. But... Lin Xiaoyu's face was already red to her ears, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. After being in an environment full of girls for a long time, some of my classmates' orientation seems... Lu Jin frowned slightly. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. With shaking hands, she slowly took out from her uniform pocket a round and plump orange. Lu Jin stared at the orange for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out to take it and slowly peeled the orange skin. You're here, and you're so polite to bring fruit. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened instantly, and her expression froze. Sigma. Principal. She stamped her feet anxiously. That's not what I meant. Seeing that Lu Jin was still bewildered, Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and took out another flower from her pocket as if she was risking everything. The white lilies glow softly in the sunlight. Puff. Lu Jin was almost choked by the orange. Even though he was a sunny and cheerful boy who was naive about the world, he understood the deep meaning of it at this moment. The combination of oranges and lilies makes it clear what Lin Xiaoyu wants to say. Cough. Lu Jin put down the half-eaten orange and sat upright. Xiaoyu, how did you find this problem? Lin Xiaoyu twisted the hem of her skirt nervously, her legs wrapped in white stockings slightly pressed together. Yes, it was when I was on duty yesterday. I found classmate by Mo Yuan's closet in the locker room. Her voice became smaller and smaller, it was filled with letter papers folded into a heart shape. They were all written to her by other classmates. Lu Jin's mouth twitched, but he quickly regained his seriousness. As the principal, I think it is necessary to guide this phenomenon correctly. Lu Jin tapped the table with his fingertips, looking thoughtful. How about this? Starting today, arrange for a female student to come to my office every day, and I will personally provide psychological counseling. Lin Xiaoyu pinched the hem of her skirt and hesitated. But this kind of thing, my classmates might be shy. Then let's decide by drawing lots. Lu Jin raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A gleam of light flashed in his dark eyes. It's fair and just. No one can refuse. Bite. Registration of school rules changes. New school rules. Daily psychological counseling system. A female student is randomly selected to go to the principal's office for one-on-one psychological counseling every day. Outrageousness. Rating, be desperate. Reward, Principal's exclusive skill Spring Breeze and Rain Illusionary Spiritual Heavenly Grade 4 skill. Effect 1, the spiritual vision is clear, and the blockage of meridians in the spiritual warrior's body can be directly observed. Effect 2, words resonate with the soul. Your words can always reach the softest part of girls' hearts and make them trust you. When you speak in a gentle tone, no student can refuse your concern. Chapter 91 Don't Pick Me. As the principal, it is my responsibility to personally guide these lost girls. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, his tone gentle but unquestionable. Don't worry, I will take personal responsibility for this matter. Starting today, I will spend 1 hour every day to help these students reshape their correct values. Word Spirit Skill Trigger, Spring Breeze and Rain Technique. Persuasiveness plus 100%, Trust plus 100%. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were moistened without her knowing when. She said softly, Principal, you really care so much about us. Lu Jin turned around and handed over a handkerchief. Silly child, this is what I should do. Tell the students that the principal's office is always open to you. Come and have a look when you have nothing to do. His voice was as gentle as the spring breeze blowing across the lake. No matter what troubles you have, you can come and talk to me. Lin Xiaoyu felt a warm current surge in her heart. The figure of the principal in front of her was suddenly shrouded in a holy halo. She was so moved that she was speechless. But principal, you can provide psychological counseling, how come I don't know about it? At this time, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and looked at him with a little confusion. Lu Jin smiled slightly, his tone calm but meaningful. Of course I will. After I have in-depth communication with those girls who need help, I will be able to get to the point and point out the crux of the problem. Yeah. Lin Xiaoyu nodded seriously, feeling that the principal was simply a god. Not long after, the campus radio suddenly sounded. All the female students who were in class looked up involuntarily. Lu Jin's voice as gentle as jade came from the radio. Attention, students. We are announcing a new school rule. In order to promote the mental health development of students, we will launch the Mind Garden Special Counseling Program from now on. The girls in the classroom suddenly held their breath. The girls in the corridor stopped at the same time. I don't know what the principal is doing. After class every day, a lucky student will be randomly selected. Go to the principal's office for exclusive mental health counseling. The whole campus was boiling in an instant, with girls screaming one after another. This is too embarrassing. A girl blushed. Can a man like the principal answer girls' private life questions? We are practicing Taoism, do we still need psychological counseling? A female classmate next to her complained in a low voice. Oh my God. Who in my family would understand? This is a chance to receive individual instruction from the principal. Lu Xiaoxiao held her cheeks with both hands, stars twinkling in her big watery eyes, and the school uniform bow on her chest rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing. In the corridor outside the classroom, Yi Qianshuan snorted coldly, and her black twin ponytails swung out in a sharp arc. Oh, Principal Trash, who would believe he can provide psychological counseling? He will definitely do something bad. Next to her, Bai Moyuan's slender fingers gently rested on her chin, and the light and shadow of the falling cherry blossoms outside the window flowed on her cold profile. She looked at the scenery outside carelessly. Qianshuan, don't you go to him for private lessons every night? You. Yi Qianshuan's face flushed red. He forced me to go, do you think I was willing? Bai Moyuan slowly turned his face, and his eyes, which were originally smiling, now glowed with a cold blue light. I'm not kidding you. Don't have any improper thoughts about the principal. Yi Qianshuan's pupils shrank suddenly. The gentle and elegant school beauty who accompanied her in the live broadcast in her memory now looked so strange that it made her feel uneasy. Yi Qianshuan stood there in a daze. She still remembered that she and Bai Moyuan had a very pleasant time together. Why did the other party suddenly look at her like that? You, what do you mean? Yi Qianshuan's voice trembled unconsciously. At this moment, Bai Moyuan's smiling eyes were like a frozen lake, reflecting her frightened face. Because the principal belongs to me alone. Bai Moyuan raised the corners of her lips, with a hint of firmness in her deep beautiful eyes that could not be questioned. Yi Qianshuan seemed to understand something and curled her lips. It doesn't matter, if you want it, just take it. You're talking as if someone likes him. After saying this, she turned to look at the statue of the principal in the square and said no more. In the martial arts classroom, the wooden training sword in Zhu Li's hand broke into 2 pieces with a crack. The long fiery red hair swayed without wind, like a burning flame. This perverted principal. She glared at the loudspeaker with gritted teeth. One psychological counseling for each one. I don't trust you, you don't even want to act? In the corner, Su Yao said weakly, I don't think it's that bad. The principal should have ulterior motives. Shut up. Julie punched the desk, causing chalk dust to fall to the ground. Do you really want to be bullied by that perverted principal? Hey, Li Qian crossed her legs, twisted her hair with her fingers, and interrupted meaningfully, class monitor, you've even put on this specially designed school uniform, what are you shy about? She glanced meaningfully at Julie's long white silk legs under her skirt. Julie's face flushed instantly, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. Do you think I want to? Her voice became smaller and smaller. If this school uniform could not improve the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption, I would not wear it. I just don't want to be the last one in the school. What's wrong with me? Zhao Shuang suddenly poked his head out from the back row and spoke slowly. According to my observation, every time the principal makes new school rules, our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. This may also be a great opportunity. You bunch of traitors. Julie was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't notice that his ears had already turned red. Just then, there was a sudden buzz of discussion in the corridor. Lin Xiaoyu held an exquisite sandalwood skewer holder in her hand and shook it gently, causing the bamboo skewers inside to make pleasant collision sounds. Students from each class, please line up in an orderly manner and start drawing lots. Her soft voice was amplified by spiritual power and clearly spread throughout the entire teaching building. Those who draw the red ticket will receive one-on-one psychological counseling from the principal. Before he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the corridor. The girls poured out of the classroom like a tide, and in a blink of an eye they formed a long winding dragon. Some people were nervously adjusting their skirts, some were constantly smoothing their bangs, and some were secretly blowing air into their palms as if this would bring good luck. Lu Xiaoxiao put her hands together and placed them under her chin. Her pink hairband trembled slightly as she prayed devoutly. Please, it has to be me, it has to be me. At the end of the team, Julie clutched the corner of his clothes tightly. Don't let it be me. Don't let it be me. Lin Xiaoyu walked slowly down the corridor holding the lottery box. Every time she passed a student, the lottery box trembled slightly. The girls in the front row held their breath nervously and reached out to draw. White. White. Ah, white again. Amidst sighs, the team moved slowly forward. Lu Xiaoxiao stood on tiptoe and pulled out a stick with trembling hands, but the moment she saw the color, it wilted like a dehydrated cabbage. How could this happen? When it was finally Julie's turn, the entire corridor fell eerily quiet. With a gloomy face, she roughly pulled a stick out of the stick tube. A glaring red. Wow! There was an instant burst of exclamations all around. Julie froze in place, the red stick in his hand felt like a red-hot iron. Julie got it! Su Yao shouted in surprise. With a bang, Julie's face turned red from her ears to her neck. I don't want to go to one-on-one counseling. Julie turned around suddenly and was about to run away, but was blocked by Lin Xiaoyu who appeared out of nowhere. Student Julie, Lin Xiaoyu said seriously, the principal said that if you don't go, you will be marked as skipping class. Chapter 92 One-on-one tutoring in the principal's office. Damn it, this perverted principal. Julie clenched his fists and looked towards the principal's office with gritted teeth. If she is recorded as absent again, all her credits for this semester will be deducted. If she does not get enough credits, she will not be able to graduate on time. Okay, I'll go. Julie took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Not long after, she was half pushed and half led by Lin Xiaoyu to the door of the principal's office. All the girls in the corridor were looking at her with envy and jealousy. Julie's fiery red ponytail drooped limply as she stared at the 3 gold-embossed words "Principal's Office" on the doorplate. Suddenly, she realized that her fingers were shaking uncontrollably. Please come in. Lu Jin's gentle voice came from inside the door. Julie stood at the door of the principal's office, like a cat about to be taken to the execution ground, with all the fur on his body standing on end. Come in if you want. She kicked the door open, but used too much force and almost fell. Lu Jin was leisurely brewing tea without even looking up. Student Zhu, does this class have a grudge against you? You will be punished for damaging public property. Remember it. Julie stiffened her neck. Anyway, I'm just here to go through the motions today. Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I never thought that the person who was drawn would be you. Stop talking nonsense. Julie unconsciously put her legs together, and her calves wrapped in white stockings trembled slightly. If you want to tutor, start quickly. Lu Jin slowly flipped open the book and said casually, I heard that a classmate wore the school uniform I bought for him and called me a pervert? He raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on Julie. It feels good to increase the spiritual energy absorption efficiency by 300%? Julie's pupils suddenly contracted. She did break through the bottleneck with this shameful school uniform. But no matter what, she still couldn't accept it in her heart. All I can say is, it's painful and joyful. Lu Jin pushed his glasses and smiled meaningfully. Student Zhu, psychological counseling begins now. In order to scientifically assess your sexual orientation, I need to ask you a few key questions. He opened a notebook with how to correctly identify a beautiful girl's XP on the cover and cleared his throat. Julie sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, looking alert. You'd better not ask weird questions. First question. Lu Jin's eyes were sharp. If you were asked to choose one of the following 3 options to marry, who would you choose? A. You can cook a full-course meal but you abuse your muscular brother every day. B. A gentle and considerate ghost senior who wakes you up at 3 a.m. every day to watch in the night garden. C. Your handsome and thoughtful principal. Julie's fist hardened. Can I choose D and beat the person who asked the question into the ICU? Lu Jin shook his head regretfully. Sorry, option D has been reserved in advance by classmate Yi Qianshuan. Then let's move on to the next question. He turned the page. Suppose you were stranded on a desert island and could only take one person with you. Who would you take with you? Yi Qianshuan, but she will call you a scumbag and take away all the coconuts. B. Lin Xiaoyu, but she will persuade you to marry Coconut with her healing smile every day. C. Your principal with a deluxe survival kit and a 2-person tent. Julie's forehead was bulging with veins. I choose to bring a knife and get rid of you, the perverted principal, first. Lu Jin pretended not to hear and continued to ask questions. Third question, if all the girls in the school suddenly turned into catgirls, who would you want to rub first? A. Tsundere Koroneko Yachihiro. B. The cool ragdoll cat by Mo Yuen. C. A man in dungarees. He is human, but can only sing and dance rap. Julie gritted his teeth and said, I choose to kill them all, and then continue to live alone. TSK. It seems that you not only have psychological problems, but also serious violent tendencies. Lu Jin turned another page and said lightly. According to Chapter 3, Article 5 of the Campus Mental Health Guidelines, your aesthetic orientation is now tested. If your school held a poll for who you'd most like to hug, who would you vote for? A. The teddy bear that always breathes out at you at the school gate. B. The human sandbags in the martial arts classroom. C. A principal who patiently gives you psychological counseling every day. Julie finally couldn't stand it anymore and punched the coffee table. This crappy test is just a joke on me, right? Lu Jin closed his notebook, his expression serious. The test is over. It seems that you do have serious psychological problems. I don't have any psychological problems. Julie said angrily, you are the one who has psychological problems. Lu Jin chuckled and tapped the table with his knuckles. His voice was calm but carried an invisible sense of oppression. Don't get excited. Why do you think I should give you psychological counseling? Julie pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, and did not answer. Student Julie. Lu Jin's tone suddenly lost its frivolous tone and became deep and sharp. Do you know what the employment rate of Shanghai College's graduates was last year? Julie was startled and said hesitantly, 30%? It's less than 10%. Lu Jin stood up, his eyes behind the glasses piercing like a cold blade, and the Tsangcheongwu High School next door is 89%. The air suddenly froze. The cherry blossoms outside the window were swaying, and a few scattered petals floated into the window and fell silently on the desk. In the first half of the year, Shanghai was downgraded to a technical college. Lu Jin raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushed the petals on the document, and said indifferently, teachers' salaries were cut by 40%, and the quota of training resources is only 1/3 left. Julie's fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning slightly white. What does this have to do with me? Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. Every student who comes to Shanghai does not come here because they like it, but because they have no other choice. He leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, Shanghai is willing to give you a chance, but can you really take it? Julie's breathing stagnated slightly, and silence spread like a tide. I've seen too many students like you. Lu Jin's voice suddenly softened, but with a certain cruel clarity. He obviously has enough talent, but he is willing to be bound by his emotions, and step by step, destroy his future. Students like me? Julie frowned slightly, and clenched her hands unconsciously. Are you referring to the student from the shadow department? Her voice was soft, but it contained a barely perceptible hint of resistance. I am different from her. Julie raised his eyes, with a cold light in his eyes. Shadow spirit warriors will eventually go to killing. Lu Jin stared at her quietly without immediately retorting. Why are you so sure? Because some things are destined from the moment of awakening. Julie's tone was calm, but revealed an unquestionable determination. My parents have warned me since I was young, stay away from shadow spirit warriors. Time may change many things, but it cannot change the essence. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Jin suddenly smiled. It was a shallow smile, but it made Julie slightly startled. What if I say your parents are wrong? Julie's pupils shrank slightly and she subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. You. The attributes of spiritual power have never been the standard for judging a person. Lu Jin stood up and walked to the window. The sunlight shone obliquely on his face. The shadow type is indeed easily corrupted by negative emotions, but what determines whether a person will fall is never the power itself, but the person who uses the power. He turned around, his eyes deep and calm. Just like you, Julie, your spiritual power attribute is fire, but if one day you use it to hurt innocent people, can it still be considered the power of justice? Julie's breathing slowed down and he was speechless for a moment. Outside the window, the wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. After a long while, she lowered her head and spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Perhaps I am too arbitrary. She suddenly raised her eyes, with a sharp gleam in her eyes. Even so, why did you make those ridiculous school rules? Lu Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, with a faint smile in his eyes. Ridiculous? Perhaps. But it is precisely these ridiculous rules that allow rebellious students like you to break through your limits again and again in Shanghai Academy. He paused, his voice low and firm. Has your cultivation not improved in these days? Julie's pupils suddenly shrank, and it was as if a stone was thrown into his heart, causing ripples to spread out. Yes, the school rules are indeed outrageous. But her spiritual power has improved by leaps and bounds in just a few days. This is no coincidence. Do you understand now? Lu Jin adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. What I need is not a perfect student, but an obedient student. Julie's fingertips trembled slightly. Lu Jin's voice seemed to carry some strange rhythm, and every word gently struck her heartstrings. Strangeness. She murmured to herself in her heart. It was obvious that this perverted principal was always unruly, but his words at this moment made her want to believe them involuntarily. She looked up at Lu Jin and found that the gaze behind his glasses was focused and gentle, making her want to get closer involuntarily. Julie's throat rolled, and her fiery red ponytail fell to her shoulders as she lowered her head. Principal, I will be obedient in the future. The moment she said this, she was shocked. A bad girl who never obeys discipline would actually say such words. What was even more strange was that she didn't feel any resistance at all. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. The corners of Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, but he did not make any teasing remarks as usual. He just nodded slightly. Then it depends on your performance in the future. If I'm not mistaken, your current cultivation level should be stuck at the spiritual master realm, 4th mark? Yes, Principal, how did you know? Julie asked puzzledly. Come here. Lu Jin didn't explain, he just raised his hand lightly, motioning her to come closer. Julie bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped forward. Her legs wrapped in white knee-high socks were faintly visible under the hem of her skirt. She was a little hesitant, but still walked in front of him. The next second, Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his right hand, and his slender fingers pressed accurately on the vital point in the depression on her lower back. Julie trembled all over, and felt a burning spiritual power surging into his fingertips and instantly penetrating his limbs and bones. With the help of the spring breeze and rain technique, Lu Jin has accurately located the location where Julie's meridians are blocked. Woo! Julie suddenly became like a frozen little animal, and her white silk legs unconsciously came together. Lu Jin's spiritual power was like hot magma, flowing slowly along her clogged meridians. The warmth was so bone-chilling that her knees went weak and she had to hold onto Lu Jin's shoulders. What is? Her voice was softer than ever before, and the tingling sensation from her lower back gave the ending a sweet tinge. A warm current suddenly rushed into the blocked meridians, and Julie whimpered uncontrollably. Why? Her voice trembled. It's so comfortable. Chapter 93. Is the principal so amazing? Julie's legs went limp, and she fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, with her skirt spreading out like petals. His cheeks were dyed an unnatural blush, his chest heaved violently, and every breath was hot. Ha ha! Fine beads of sweat slid down her slender neck and gathered into crystal clear water at her collarbone. Just as she was trying to calm her breathing, she suddenly realized that the spiritual energy in her body was flowing at an unprecedented speed. Those nodes that were stuck in the past are now unobstructed. Is this a breakthrough? She raised her trembling hands in disbelief, and a fifth silver-blue spiritual pattern appeared on her fair neck. What shocked her even more was that the spiritual energy circulating in her body actually carried the unique purple-gold spiritual charm of Lu Jin. The flowing spiritual energy seemed to have life, flowing gently through her meridians, and each cycle brought a thrilling sense of comfort. Hint: you have successfully trained a student at the Spiritual Master Realm, 5 patterns, cultivation plus 60. Lu Jin's voice came from above, with a hint of amusement. It seems that my psychological counseling is quite effective? Julie suddenly opened her eyes wide. She subconsciously pressed her chest, feeling the spiritual power rushing through her meridians more than 30% faster than usual. Why, I feel particularly comfortable. Julie's pupils dilated slightly and he murmured in a lost voice. This was no illusion. She felt that every flow of spiritual energy was like a stream blown by the spring breeze, happily and smoothly washing through every meridian. Well. She whimpered uncontrollably, and a crystal tear rolled down her cheek. The feeling of comfort was so strong that her legs went weak and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The sense of clarity that she had never experienced in the past 10 years almost made her drown in this sudden happiness. Spiritual power stagnation is often related to the psychological state. Lu Jin slowly adjusted his cuffs. According to your psychological evaluation, your symptoms are: Xian has been suppressed for too long. Therefore, he urgently needs a breakthrough to release it. Nonsense. Julie's ears instantly turned red, and the hem of her school uniform was wrinkled. How could I have that kind of question? Repression and the like, that's ridiculous. Lu Jin tapped the tabletop lightly with his slender fingers, his voice low and soothing. Then let me ask you, have you often felt that your emotions were out of control recently? For example, you were inexplicably irritable, or you couldn't sleep at night? Julie paused as she twisted the hem of her skirt. She had indeed been losing her temper and suffering from insomnia quite often in the past few days. How did the principal know about this? So what? Her voice lowered unconsciously, as if some secret had been revealed. Your spiritual vein is like a stream blocked by fallen leaves. There was still a faint spiritual light on Lu Jin's fingertips. Your meridians are blocked due to your depression. I just helped you clear a few blocked nodes. He lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's slightly red ears. How do you feel now? Julie's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she suddenly realized that the stagnation that had lingered in her meridians for years had disappeared without a trace. So all these years, she has been suppressing herself without realizing it? She lowered her head and stared at the ground, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. His throat rolled several times before he squeezed out a few broken syllables. Thank you, Principal. Lu Jin lowered his eyes and looked at Julie, who was sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his lips. Anything else bothering you? Lu Jin crossed his long legs elegantly. Whether it's cultivation bottlenecks, psychological counseling, gynecological health, or physiological problems unique to young girls, as the principal, I am happy to provide professional guidance. No more. Julie hurriedly shook her head, her hair swaying gently with the movement. I feel very good now. In that case. Lu Jin gently closed the notebook in his hand, and a faint light flashed across the lens. This psychological counseling session ends here. Well, then I'll be leaving. Julie stood up in a hurry, and her white over-the-knee socks made a slight rustling sound as they rubbed against the wooden floor. He stumbled as he stood up and almost fell back into that shameful position. Julie almost fled in panic, his figure disappearing around the corner of the corridor, leaving behind only a series of hurried footsteps. Lu Jin looked in the direction she left, with a faint curve at the corner of his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, a faint light lingering around his slender fingertips. The art of generating rain with the gentle breeze, a heavenly level technique in the illusion department. Although it does not have the power to kill, it has the mysterious power of moistening things silently. After entering the Spirit Emperor realm, his comprehension of the technique has reached perfection. There is no need to spend time and effort to comprehend it like when I practiced the Tianwei explosive spiritual art in the past. At this moment, the profound meaning of this technique flowed naturally in his body, as easy as using one's own arm. This secret technique not only allows him to see the flow of spiritual energy in other people's bodies, but also gives him the magical power to speak directly to people's hearts. Every word seems to carry the moisture of spring rain, quietly seeping into the hearts of the listeners. Then Lu Jin's next goal is very clear: to become a friend of the girl. On the one hand, it solves the psychological, sexual, and physiological problems of female students. On the other hand, through the name of psychological counseling, we help female students to clear their meridians and break through the bottleneck of practice. And his own cultivation will naturally rise. Julie almost fled from the principal's office. In the corridor, she placed her palm on her violently heaving chest, from which she could hear her heartbeat sounding like a drum. It was not until she stepped into the martial arts teaching building that the cool breeze soothed her hot cheeks. But the moment she opened the classroom door, swish! Dozens of gazes shot over like sharp arrows. Julie froze at the door, the heat that he had just suppressed with great difficulty rushing to his ears again. She subconsciously gathered the messy hem of her uniform, but this subtle movement did not escape Su Yao's sharp eyes. Ha! Su Yao tilted her head, a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Isn't it just for psychological counseling? Why does our class monitor look like he just had a fight with someone? I'm fine. Julie lowered her head and walked quickly to her seat, her legs wrapped in white over the knee socks trembling slightly. She didn't want to be discovered. She had just been made to cry by the principal. After all, she is the spiritual leader of the resistance against the principal's tyranny. If the scene in the principal's office just now was known to others, it would be better to let her die. Wait. Zhao Shuang looked at Julie's neck and said in surprise, "Squad leader, why do you have an extra spiritual pattern?" The whole classroom became quiet in an instant. They saw the 5 silver blue spiritual patterns on Julie's snow-white neck, shining brightly in the sunlight that was the realm they had always dreamed of. Julie subconsciously covered his neck, but it was too late. She had just achieved a breakthrough and was not yet able to control her spiritual power freely. Therefore, the 5 spiritual patterns had not yet faded and were visible to everyone. Impossible. Li Chen was stunned. You were only at the 4th level of spiritual master yesterday. How did you suddenly break through? Could it be that the principal's psychological counseling worked? Someone whispered. How can psychological counseling help people break through? Someone immediately objected. Zhao Shuang suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Could it be the special tutoring that is rumored? You mean, dual cultivation? Su Yao widened her eyes in disbelief. This is a word I have only seen in textbooks. That's enough. Julie's knuckles turned white, but her red cheeks made her anger seem intimidating. Stop talking nonsense. This is just ordinary teaching instructions. What did the principal do to you? Su Yao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked unwillingly. Can a psychological counseling session lead to a breakthrough? This is too weird. If she doesn't understand the secret, she won't be able to sleep well tonight. Seeing that all the students in the class were looking at him expectantly, Julie blushed and said hesitantly, the principal is not only a psychological counselor, but also. Anything else? Su Yao and others looked at Julie eagerly. Class monitor, please tell us quickly. We promise not to tell students from other classes. Zhao Shuang urged. Julie bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth. The principal he just pressed on me twice. What? There was an uproar in the room. All the students in the classroom looked surprised. What does it mean by just pressing it twice? The more Julie tried to answer the question, the more curious the classmates became. Just press it twice, Julie said with certainty. Su Yao and her companions exchanged shocked looks, and their voices changed. Monitor, are you saying that the principal's massage can help people break through? Chapter 94, Once a shadow, always a shadow. I didn't say that. Realizing Su Yao's strange look, Julie's pretty face changed and her cheeks turned red. And it wasn't a massage, just 2 casual touches. Just a couple of touches? Su Yao looked suspicious, her eyes deliberately scanning Julie's curvy figure. Where did you touch? Above or below? Julie. Jia Shuang and Li Qian also looked skeptical, obviously not believing what Julie said was so simple. Just 2 touches can break through? You must be kidding. If I go there 2 more times, I'm afraid the apartment layout will have to be changed. Is the principal really that amazing? Jia Shuang was skeptical, but there was a gleam of envy in her eyes. That's enough. Julie was filled with shame and anger, and turned around and left. Believe it or not, I'm going to practice. Before she finished her words, she had already flashed to the psychic wooden stake at the back of the classroom. The spiritual power around her surged, isolating herself from the whispers in the room. Everyone exchanged meaningful glances, their envy evident in words. If the principal's psychological counseling is really so effective, maybe they should all fight for it. The dusk was heavy, and the last ray of sunset was swallowed up behind the distant mountains. The hustle and bustle of the campus had long since dissipated, leaving only the street lights casting a dim glow in the deepening night. Julie rubbed her stiff neck. The setting sun stretched her shadow very long. She looked around and confirmed that the last group of classmates had left before she tiptoed out of the empty teaching building. For the entire afternoon, she was like a rare animal being watched. People kept coming up to her and asking in low voices, "I heard that asking the principal for a massage can help you break through the bottleneck?" At first she explained seriously, "It's not like that." In the end, I could only hide in the innermost cubicle of the bathroom and turn on the mute mode. It was not until the school bell rang that she sneaked back to the classroom like a thief. The evening breeze blew across her hot cheeks, and Julie kicked the pebbles on the road. This matter is indeed strange. Why did the spiritual veins that had been blocked for many years suddenly become unblocked after being dredged by the principal? Could it be that she has really? Woo! The girl suddenly covered her blushing face and shook her head vigorously. Her ponytail drew a messy arc in the twilight. "Don't let your imagination run wild," she shouted fiercely into the air. Taking a deep breath, Julie walked towards the dormitory under the mottled shadows of the trees. Just as she passed the corridor between the teaching building and the office building. Boom! A muffled sound broke the silence of the campus. Julie suddenly stopped. She saw a girl lying motionless in the middle of the corridor, the hem of her school uniform spread out like withered petals. A chill instantly crept up his spine, and Julie froze in place for a moment. A student was attacked? Could it be that demons have invaded the school again? But isn't the nursing school formation activated? Julie looked at the student lying on the ground in doubt and wanted to run over to check his injuries. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly flashed from the end of the corridor. The black spiritual energy lingered like mist, leaving dangerous afterimages in the air. Julie's pupils suddenly contracted. It was Chihiro at night. There is no doubt about it, that body shape and that black spiritual power belonged to the elemental Yi Qianshuan. That shadow student, the evil shadow soul eater, lives on killing. She really couldn't hold back and started killing people? Julie dug her nails deep into her palms. "Principal, you are wrong. My intuition is right." Without hesitation, she mobilized the spiritual power that had just stabilized in her body and rushed towards the direction where the black shadow disappeared. I didn't expect that when I came home late this time, I would happen to see Yi Qianshuan hurting someone. As long as Yi Qianshuan is caught, Lu Jin will be speechless. The night wind whistled in his ears, and the 5 silver-blue spiritual patterns on Julie's neck suddenly lit up. She tapped her toes, spiritual power surged through her meridians, and a blazing flame suddenly burst out from her palms. Julie's finger gesture suddenly changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Red sky-severing world." Boom! A wall of fire rose from the ground, blocking the black shadow's path. Stop! The flickering flames illuminated the narrow corridor. The petite figure finally stopped, and the black spiritual power coiled around her like a poisonous snake. When the other person slowly turned around, Julie's breathing stagnated. It was indeed Yi Qianshuan. The girl's pale face was almost transparent under the firelight, her dark eyes were bottomless, but there was a suspicious hint of dark red at the corners of her mouth. What frightened Julie even more was that some dark red liquid was dripping from her slender fingertips, leaving shocking marks on the ground. "I knew it was you." Julie gritted her teeth, the spiritual pattern on her neck glowing with anger. "Why did you attack your classmates?" Yi Qianshuan tilted his head, frowned slightly, raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face. "Do it? What happened to that student just now? I saw you running away from the scene." Julie shouted angrily. Yi Qianshuan snorted coldly. "What are you talking about?" I don't have time to deal with you. Before she finished her words, she tapped her toes and rose into the air like a ghost. The hem of her school uniform fluttered in the night breeze as she lightly passed over the blazing wall of fire and rushed towards the pitch-black playground. A cold light suddenly appeared in Zhu Li's eyes. I will personally take you to the principal's office this time to see what else the principal has to say. Sparks of spiritual energy flew out from her clenched fists. The blazing spiritual power exploded. Zhu Li leaped up, and the hem of her school uniform skirt drew a sharp arc in the air. The graceful figure broke through the night like an arrow, chasing after the figure that was about to merge into the darkness. Shadow students are a nuisance. The principal shouldn't have allowed her to continue staying in Shanghai College. The night wind whistled past her ears, and the hem of Zhu Li's school uniform skirt was lifted up by the airflow, rustling behind her. The 5 silver-blue spiritual patterns on the side of the neck moved like living things, and Zhu Li was chasing closely behind Yi Qianxuan. The petite purple-black figure in front was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the night. Yi Qianxuan, stop! Zhu Li shouted angrily, made a gesture with his right hand, and pushed forward with his left hand. Flame Dragon Lock! 3 chains made of pure fire spiritual power shot out from her palm, drawing a blazing trajectory in the air, heading straight for Yi Qianxuan's feet and waist. Just as the chain was about to touch the target, Yi Qianxuan's figure suddenly twisted and turned into a purple-black mist that dissipated into the air. The fire chain missed its target and hit the fence at the edge of the playground, melting 3 charred gaps in the metal railing. This trick again. Zhu Li gritted his teeth and kept walking. She knew that Yi Qianxuan had the ability to escape, which was unique to the shadow type. As a shadow type spiritual warrior, this seemingly fragile girl can blend into the shadows at any time and reappear in any dark place within 100 meters. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Qianxuan's figure appeared under the shadow of the Polonia tree 50 meters away. She glanced back at Zhu Li, who was chasing her closely, and a trace of impatience flashed across her pale face. Don't mind your own business. Yi Qianxuan's voice was erratic, as if coming from all directions. I have more important things to do. I don't have time to fight with you. Zhu Li sneered, hurting classmates is my business. She clasped her hands together, and the spiritual power in her body surged like a volcanic eruption. 5 spiritual patterns lit up with dazzling red light at the same time, and the temperature around her suddenly rose. Fire rain meteors. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs gathered around her, and as she waved her arms, they poured down towards Yi Qianxuan's location like a rainstorm. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, the sycamore trees shook violently in the flames, and the fallen leaves turned to ashes in an instant. Yi Qianxuan's figure flickered in the firelight and was almost hit by fireballs several times. Are you crazy? Yi Qianxuan's voice finally carried a hint of anger. Do you really want to fight with me? Zhu Li turned a deaf ear to him and used the shockwave generated by the explosion of the fireball to speed forward, closing the distance between the two in the blink of an eye. Her right hand formed into a claw, and the fiery spiritual power condensed into 5 sharp flaming blades at her fingertips. Red Flame Claw. The attack came so fast and so hard that Yi Qianxuan had only time to dodge to the side. The fire blade grazed her left shoulder, and her school uniform was instantly charred black. A wisp of purple-black spiritual power flowed out of the wound like blood. Yi Qianxuan groaned and staggered. Zhu Li took advantage of the victory and swept his left leg across, kicking the opponent's waist with a whip kick carrying a burning airflow. However, Yi Qianxuan suddenly looked up, and a strange light flashed in his dark eyes. Shadow Binding. In an instant, the shadow under Zhu Li's feet suddenly came to life and climbed up her legs like sticky asphalt. A piercing chill flowed up her meridians, causing her to pause. It was during this brief pause that Yi Qianxuan merged into the darkness again. Damn it! Zhu Li urged the spiritual power in her body, and the blazing flames burst out from her body, burning the shadows that bound her with a sizzling sound. As expected, once you are a shadow type, you will be a shadow type for life. This time, I will make the principal expel you. Chapter 95 Shadow Soul Devourer. Swish! Zhu Li's spiritual power exploded, and he instantly broke free from the shadow chains wrapped around his legs. Looking up, Yi Qianxuan's petite figure had already flashed to the iron gate of the playground. Stop! Zhu Li tapped her toes lightly and shot out like an arrow. The hem of the school uniform rustled, drawing a silvery white trail in the moonlight. During the pursuit, she keenly noticed something unusual. Wisps of black mist like spiritual power continued to emanate from Yi Qianxuan's left shoulder, which was not right. The spiritual power of shadow-type ability users usually does not leak out like this, unless she was injured? Julie had a flash of doubt in his mind. When did it happen? Without time to think, she quickly chased after him and followed Yi Qianxuan into the playground. If you don't stop, I will be merciless. A cold light flashed in Julie's eyes, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in his palm, and he blasted it towards Yi Qianxuan without hesitation. Shi Shaofan Tian. The flames roared out like an angry dragon, tearing through the night and heading straight for Yi Qianxuan's face. The black spiritual power gathered under his feet, and Yi Qianxuan retreated rapidly. She flipped her wrist, and a shadow barrier instantly unfolded, blocking Julie's attack. The flames collided with the shadows, bursting into a blinding light, and the airwaves blew the surrounding grass several meters away. Are you crazy? Yi Qianxuan gritted his teeth and shouted, with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. An outsider has sneaked into the school. I don't have time to bother with you. Stop talking nonsense. Julie continued to attack, forming seals with both hands, and the flames around him surged again. There are witnesses, I will capture you today. Yi Qianxuan's knuckles were clenched until they turned white, and the shadowy spiritual power surged around her body like ink. In your eyes, I have never been worthy of standing here, right? The flames in Julie's palms danced, burning the surrounding air and distorting it. There are many ways to prove yourself, but hurting your classmates is definitely not one of them. Ha! Yi Qianxuan suddenly let out a miserable laugh, and the black spiritual power condensed into thorns in his palm. If I say that the attacker is someone else, will you believe me? Ridiculous. Julie sneered. Everyone knows that shadow spirit warriors make a living by killing. Since it wasn't you who did it, why are you running away? Yi Qianxuan suddenly stepped forward and said, because I'm tracking down the real murderer, you stupid fool. Then tell me, who is that person? Julie raised his arms to resist and shouted angrily. Just as the two were fighting, a dark shadow passed by the edge of the playground like a ghost, so fast that it almost blended into the night. The black shadow held a strange black box in his hand, which was emitting terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. Yi Qianxuan glanced at him and curled his lips. That's it. She suddenly retracted her attack, turned around and chased after the black shadow. Seeing this, Julie frowned and said, speak clearly. She leaped forward, and the flame in her hand turned into a chain, grabbing Yi Qianxuan's ankle. At the critical moment, Yi Qianxuan turned back suddenly, with a bright purple light in his eyes. Annoying guy. Shadow binding. Several shadow tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground and tightly entangled Julie's flame chains. The two were in a stalemate for a while the black shadow was approaching the spiritual vein mine in the center of the playground. What an idiot! Yi Qianxuan finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in a delicate voice. What he is holding is the soul-devouring bomb. Once it explodes, the entire academy's spiritual veins will be damaged. When Julie heard this, his eyes immediately fixed on the strange box in the black-clothed man's hand, and his heart was shocked. In a flash, she finally realized something. Yi Qianxuan may not be the murderer, but has been tracking the real enemy. Why didn't you say it earlier? Julie gritted his teeth, extinguished the flame, and looked at Yi Qianxuan. Haven't I been telling you this? The two of them turned around almost at the same time and chased after the black shadow. The night wind was strong, and the black-clothed man's cloak fluttered under the agitated spiritual pressure. He was wrapped in a black robe, and even his face was covered by a hood. He slowly raised his hand and untied the scarf around his neck. Buzz! 9 golden red spiritual patterns suddenly lit up, like 9 blazing suns burning through the night. A tremendous spiritual pressure exploded, the ground of the playground cracked instantly, and gravel floated into the air. Before the two girls could get close, they were blown away by the terrifying spiritual power. Spirit King Realm, 9 patterns? Julie's pupils shook violently, and the 5 silver-blue spiritual patterns on the side of his neck began to flicker under such pressure. She staggered back half a step, a fishy sweet taste rising in her throat. Yi Qianxuan's shadow spiritual power was forcibly pressed back into his body, and he opened his lips and said, he is a spy from another school. The student just now was injured by him. I chased him all the way here. Julie suddenly realized what was going on. She looked at the man in black and shouted in a delicate voice, who are you? Why did you sneak into our school? The man in black sneered, and the soul-devouring bomb hovered and spun in his palm, emitting terrifying waves. The spiritual vein of Shanghai Academy will be destroyed today. Julie gritted his teeth and urged all his spiritual power. The flame condensed into a fireball in his palm. Even if you are the Spirit King, we may not lose. Two students who haven't even fully grown their hair yet, you are overestimating your abilities. The man in black waved his hand, and a stream of purple spiritual power swept over, and Julie's fireball exploded in the air. The violent spiritual pressure directly threw her dozens of meters away, and she crashed heavily into the playground fence. The metal railing twisted and broke, Julie coughed up blood, and his vision went dark. Yi Qianxuan suddenly turned into a black shadow and attacked. The sharp blade formed by the shadow pierced the back of the man in black, dark erosion soul-piercing. A mere trifle. The man in black clenched his hand without even turning his head. 9 golden and red spiritual patterns flashed at the same time, and Yi Qianxuan's attack actually solidified in mid-air. The shadow blade shattered into pieces, her slender neck was strangled by an invisible force, and her whole body was lifted into the air. Take your sacrificial array first. The man in black laughed sinisterly and grabbed in the air with his skinny hand. Yi Qianxuan's body was suddenly pulled by an invisible force and fell into the other party's hands like a puppet. Cough. The slender neck was held by the iron-like fingers, and Yi Qianxuan's pale cheeks instantly turned red. Purple spiritual power wrapped around her body like a poisonous snake. Julie raised his upper body with difficulty, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. She watched Yi Qianxuan being lifted up like a rag doll, her legs kicking weakly in the air. You are just a spiritual master, and you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me. Before the man in black finished speaking, something strange happened. Strands of black mist as thick as substance were seeping out from Yi Qianxuan's 7 orifices. The mist seemed to have life, climbing up along the arms of the man in black. The unique protective aura of the strong men in the Spirit King realm was like thin ice encountering a raging fire in front of the black fog, and it made a sizzling sound as it was corroded. How is that possible? The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank, and his voice suddenly rose. This is the Shadow Soul Devourer? The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly loosened his hand and retreated a dozen feet away. Didn't everyone in the Shadow Pavilion die a long time ago? Ahem. Yi Qianxuan knelt on the ground, but let out a low, hoarse laugh. More and more black mist poured out of her body, condensing into dark wings behind her. She raised her head slowly, her originally purple-black eyes now completely filled with darkness. Now, are you satisfied? Chapter 96, Lu Jin appears and kills instantly. It seems that this second-rate college really has hidden talents. The man in black sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that destroying the spiritual vein of Xinghai Academy would be a piece of cake, but unexpectedly he came across a seedling of the Shadow Soul Devourer. If this kind of physical condition is allowed to develop, it will become a serious problem in the future. Since it has happened, you might as well put out the flame in advance. In the competition of the Supernatural Power Assessment Contest, his school also had one less tough opponent. As soon as he thought of this, murderous intent surged in the black-clothed man's eyes. His right claw was like a hook, carrying a biting cold wind and attacking Yi Qianxuan in the face. However, buzz! Yi Qianxuan's figure suddenly hung in the air, and 7 silver-blue spiritual patterns burst out from his neck, shining like stars. As the black fog rolled, a faint light suddenly tore through the air. Swish! The black mist suddenly turned into a sharp blade and pierced through the black-clothed man's shoulder at a speed beyond vision. The man in black was unable to dodge, and the moment the blood splattered, all the black mist around Yi Qianxuan suddenly boiled up and rushed towards the wound like a group of sharks smelling blood. Damn little devil, how dare you devour my spiritual power! The black-clothed man's furious roar caused the black fog to churn, and the golden and red spiritual patterns on his body suddenly became bright. You are just a remnant of the shadow. Today, I will destroy you both physically and spiritually. However, before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. Yi Qianxuan had been standing next to him without him noticing, her blood-stained fingers lightly tapping his forehead. The girl raised her lips in a strange arc, and her voice was soft but sickly. He. Shadow Soul Eater, let's start with you. Boom! With the two of them as the center, the ground within a radius of 100 meters suddenly collapsed into a dark vortex. The man in black struggled in the whirlpool, the purple spiritual patterns were being pulled away from his body bit by bit, and the black wings behind Yi Qianxuan became clearer and clearer. The black wings condensed from the black mist spread out, and her petite body floated in the air, her long hair moving without wind. Her eyes turned completely black, and countless surging black mists appeared around her body. At first glance, Yi Qianxuan at this moment looks like an evil angel. The black mist condensed into countless tiny tentacles, climbing up along the arms of the man in black. You monster! The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly wanted to pull back, but was shocked to find that his palm had been tightly entangled by the strange black fog, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. His heart was shaken. As a peak Spirit King Realm warrior, he would rather not get entangled with a near Spirit Master Realm ant. But at this moment, the surging black fog was eagerly devouring his spiritual power, weakening his might with every breath. We must quickly resolve the situation. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the black-clothed man's left hand gesture suddenly changed, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his palm. Xiantian body protecting Qi. With a loud roar, dazzling golden energy burst out from his body, like the sun breaking at dawn. The violent airwave exploded, and the black fog made a piercing hissing sound and disintegrated bit by bit under the impact of the extremely young energy. Be careful, Zhu Li hurriedly reminded. This level of battle was no longer something she could get involved in. Yi Qianxuan groaned and was also repelled by the powerful residual force. The petite body fell softly, but was lifted up by the black mist the moment it landed. The man in black took the opportunity to retreat 2 feet away, with a trace of fear in his eyes. This seemingly petite and fragile girl is actually a rare shadow soul devourer. Anyone who gets too close to her will have their spiritual energy continuously devoured. So he had to fight at a distance. Yi Qianxuan giggled and licked her pink lips with her scarlet tongue. Why are you running away, uncle? I'm so cute. The man in black sneered and looked at Yi Qianxuan in mid-air, his eyes full of contempt. Even if you are a shadow soul devouring body, in front of the absolute realm, you are nothing but the light of a firefly. Boom! 9 golden and red spiritual patterns suddenly bloomed on the neck. He suddenly put his palms together, forming an ancient seal. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius poured back crazily, condensing into 9 brilliant golden suns behind him. Mysterious runes vaguely appeared in each of the golden suns. It is the 3rd grade earth-level martial arts technique 9 Yang Burning Sky Palm. 9 Suns Burning Sky Palm. With a loud shout, 9 golden suns transformed into giant palms that covered the sky and pressed down. The ground of the playground was cracked and the air was twisted into strange ripples in the high temperature. This time, let me have some fun with you. Yi Qianxuan chuckled, and his jet black wings fully stretched out, and the black mist that emerged from his 7 orifices condensed on his chest. A giant palm condensed from pure darkness rose into the air and collided with the golden palm print with a loud bang. The space at the junction of light and darkness made a tearing sound as if it could not bear the heavy burden, and fine void cracks spread like a spider web. Zhu Li's pupils trembled violently, and her fingertips pinched into her palms unconsciously. Is this really the power that can be unleashed by a spiritual master? In the distance, black fog was rolling, and 2 figures were intertwined in the storm of spiritual pressure. The air was filled with suffocating pressure. She wasn't even qualified to get close. This is the Shadow Soul Devourer. Zhu Li unconsciously took a half step back and his throat tightened. The forbidden physique that is said to be able to devour all living things was witnessed with my own eyes today, and it was far more terrifying than what was recorded in the classics. Kacha, kacha. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the black palm print. Although Yi Qianxuan's shadow power is of extremely high quality, the gap in realm is ultimately difficult to cross. The peak of the Spirit King realm versus the 7th level of the Spirit Master realm, the gap between the 2 sides is too big. The golden giant palm slowly pressed down with overwhelming force, and Yi Qianxuan's wings began to disintegrate piece by piece. Game over. The man in black grinned and mobilized his last bit of spiritual power. Just as the golden sun was about to swallow the girl, the world suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. It's time to end it indeed. Lu Jin's voice was very soft, but it resounded clearly deep in everyone's soul. At some point, that slender figure had already stood in the center of the battlefield. He raised his hand casually, and his fingertips lightly stroked the air. Clang! A stream of purple gold light tore through the sky. 9 golden suns exploded one after another like thin paper, and the golden light in the sky turned into ashes under this finger. The man in black lowered his head stiffly. A hole as big as a bowl suddenly appeared in his chest. Purple gold spiritual energy was pulsating at the edge of the wound, and every strand of it exuded a terrifying aura of pressure. Who are you? In his last consciousness, he saw Lu Jin's expressionless face, with a deep cold light in his eyes. When did the principal of Xinghai College possess such a destructive power? Puff! Blood gushed out from all his orifices, and the black-clothed man's body fell heavily into the dust like a hollow puppet. Lu Jin turned around and easily caught Yi Qianxuan, who was falling exhausted. The girl opened her eyes weakly in his arms. "Principal, Well done." Lu Jin showed a rare hint of approval, but next time, remember to notify the teacher first. Chapter 97. There is a traitor, terminate the transaction. Yi Qianxuan's pale lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just closed his eyes weakly. "Principal." Julie stumbled over, her school uniform covered with burn marks. She stared at the body of the man in black, her throat rolling. He seems to be dead? As an ordinary student, she had never even killed a chicken, but now she had killed a spiritual warrior, and her heart was filled with fear. I was shaking all over and couldn't help but want to retch. Lu Jin chuckled. It's just a stray dog from another school. Just kill it. What's there to worry about? In the world of high martial arts, strength is everything. In the battle between spiritual warriors, casualties are inevitable. More importantly, Lu Jin is a special consultant to the Bureau of Psychic Control and has connections in both the black and white worlds. So Lu Jin didn't feel any guilt at all. Instead, he thought that killing him like this was too easy for him. But what if someone finds out? Julie was still worried. Lu Jin said calmly, "We were just acting in self-defense. He was originally a spy sent by another school, and they are the ones who are in the wrong. Do you think the people behind him dare to make this public? No matter how you look at it, we did nothing wrong." After hearing this, Julie relaxed a little. Lu Jin quickly checked Yi Qianxuan's condition and confirmed that she was only unconscious due to the impact of her martial arts. She had a skin injury on her left shoulder, but was generally fine. "Julie, send her home to rest," Lu Jin said while holding the unconscious Yi Qianxuan. "Principal, she doesn't usually live on campus. I don't know where her home is," Julie answered embarrassedly. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll take him to your dormitory first. You'll be responsible for taking care of him tonight." Julie hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Thinking about my previous misunderstanding, taking care of the other person at this moment can be considered a kind of compensation. When Yi Qianxuan was handed over to Julie's arms, she was surprised at how light his body was. This shadow classmate who always keeps to himself is as weightless as a feather. "By the way, Principal, there is another injured person over there." Julie suddenly remembered something. "Send him to the infirmary." Lu Jin interrupted, looking over the body of the man in black and frowning slightly. "How did this guy sneak into Shanghai Academy?" Julie asked anxiously, "Who is this man in black?" "This is not something you should worry about," Lu Jin said indifferently. "Your task now is to take good care of your classmates. I will take care of the rest." "Okay, Principal." Julie hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded gently and carefully picked up the unconscious Yi Qianxuan. The moment she turned around holding Yi Qianxuan, no one noticed. Between Yi Qianxuan's scattered hair, on that porcelain white neck, the 7 spiritual patterns that were originally shining. At some point, it had quietly spread into 9 strange silver blue lines. You have trained a student at the spiritual master realm, 9th pattern, with cultivation level plus 80. Oh? Lu Jin's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and walked to the man in black to examine him carefully. Not only was the man in black completely lifeless, his spiritual energy was also completely drained. The 9 golden red spiritual patterns on the neck had already dimmed, with wisps of black mist lingering around them. Is this the characteristic of the Shadow Soul Devourer? Lu Jin's pupils shrank slightly and he understood instantly. When Yi Qianxuan's Shadow Soul Devourer was activated, she could absorb the remaining spiritual energy in the bodies of the dead. This absorption directly allowed her to break through 2 realms. As the principal, Lu Jin was rewarded by the system and his cultivation level also improved accordingly. This spiritual power transmission mechanism means that Yi Qianxuan's absorption of spiritual power is equivalent to Lu Jin's absorption of spiritual power. However, the spiritual power required to break through to the spiritual master realm is just a drop in the bucket for Lu Jin, who has already reached the spiritual emperor realm. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes if he could make good use of this characteristic and harvest cultivation by hunting enemies. Wouldn't that make him invincible? However, the specific operation still needs long-term consideration. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Jin continued to search the black-clothed man's body. Apart from the pitch-black box emitting a faint light, there was not even a single item that could prove his identity. But a sneer appeared on Lu Jin's lips. The Xiantian protective energy that remains on the black-clothed man's body is a unique skill of the Xiantian Academy. These villains want to blow up the underground spiritual veins. That is the source of funds for Shanghai College and the key lifeline for its current rise. Of course, today's matter will not end here. Lu Jin opened the black box in the black-clothed man's hand, and the extremely sophisticated psychic structure came into view. The psychic machinery is precisely meshed, and the nested spiritual patterns glow coldly under the moonlight. In the center of the box, a top-grade spirit stone, as bright and smooth as the moon, was trembling slightly with the fluctuations of the spirit vein. Soul explosion resonance. The knowledge of alchemy and weapons flashed in Lu Jin's mind. Once this sophisticated killing weapon touches the spiritual vein, the explosion it causes will be enough to wipe out the entire playground from the surface, and even the foundation will be reduced to ashes in the psychic storm. Oh! A cold laugh broke the silence. Lu Jin suddenly tightened his 5 fingers, and violent spiritual power surged like a raging wave. The body of the man in black twisted and disintegrated under the spiritual pressure, and finally turned into ashes that drifted down the sky. Since you are so eager to die. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiantian Academy, with a cold light flashing in his dark pupils. Then I will grant you your wish. After he finished speaking, Lu Jin shook off the ashes on his hands and suddenly shouted. Where's the nursing school spirit beast? Come here. Woof! A brown shadow shot out of the bushes like lightning. A palm-sized teddy dog suddenly stopped in front of Lu Jin's feet, with a few grass leaves stuck on its fluffy curly hair. Its hind legs went soft and it fell to the ground, squatting in front of Lu Jin tremblingly. How do you see the gate? Even people from other schools can be let in? Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, and the pressure from the Spirit Emperor realm erupted instantly. The little teddy's fur exploded all over his body and his black eyes were instantly filled with tears. It stretched out its claws tremblingly and dug out a half-gnawed bone. Lu Jin's eyes darkened. You've learned how to bribe your superiors, right? Let me ask you, how did the people from Xiantian Academy sneak in? Since Teddy is the nursing school's spiritual animal and security guard, this account must be counted on him. Teddy's tail was wagging so hard that he was about to take off, and his front paws were desperately pointing at the west wall. There were faint traces of fluctuations from the formation runes. Lu Jin took a look, then suddenly grabbed Teddy by the scruff of the neck and said coldly. So you're saying that he was teleported in directly using the formation? Teddy nodded frantically, his furry ears snapping against his cheeks. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and said, but the teleportation array must set up the teleportation location in advance. So, there are spies from Xiantian Academy in our school? You know, the nursing school formation can not only resist the invasion of demons and evil spirits, but also accurately identify outsiders. The ancient runes flowing on the surface of the nursing school's formation will silently scan the spiritual energy fluctuations of those who approach. Any unregistered unfamiliar scent will be rejected. Every teacher, student and even spirit beast will be engraved with a unique spiritual mark when they enter school, just like an identity certificate imprinted in the soul. The only exception is the main gate guarded by the nursing school's spirit beast, which is a passage reserved for emergencies. So, Lu Jin's eyes gradually turned cold. Unless someone brought the teleportation array's core into the academy, the enemy would never be able to sneak in quietly. Is there a traitor in the academy? Chapter 98, Give him a taste of his own. Wow! Just as Lu Jin was beginning to feel murderous intent, the teddy bear in his hand suddenly shook his head wildly. What do you want to say? Lu Jin let go of his hand and let it fall to the ground. Teddy picked up the half-chewed bone and brought it to Lu Jin's feet as if presenting a treasure. Is there something wrong with this bone? Lu Jin took the bone and looked at it carefully. Soon he was surprised to find that the bone was engraved with dense runes and glowed with an eerie purple light. This is clearly the core of the micro-teleportation array. Is this bone the destination of the teleportation array? Lu Jin seemed to understand. Who brought this bone in? Woof! Teddy suddenly stood up, patted his furry chest with his front paws, his black bean-like eyes filled with regret. I see. Lu Jin's spiritual energy suddenly boiled over. The enemy threw a bone at the door, and you, a stupid dog, happily brought it back? He sneered, so, you were the one who led the enemy here? Woo! Teddy was so scared that he instantly shrank into a ball of fur, put his 2 front paws together and bowed wildly, his black nose twitched, and tears were about to come out. As a repair dog, he certainly couldn't resist the temptation of bones. The enemy is too cunning, can he be blamed? Because of your negligence, a disaster almost occurred. Lu Jin grabbed in the air with his right palm, and the vast spiritual power condensed into a dazzling ball of light in his palm, and the air exploded under the pressure. Teddy had already been scared into a ball of fur, with a suspicious puddle of water under his body, his black eyes tightly closed, and even his paws were shaking. The next second, the fierce palm wind suddenly stopped. Are you scared now? Lu Jin suddenly stopped, and the ball of spiritual power turned into starlight and dissipated. He squatted down and showed a devilish smile. Well, considering this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance to atone for your crime. Boom! Lu Jin threw the black box in front of Teddy. The cold aura of the soul-eating bomb made the surrounding grass leaves tremble instantly. Lu Jin gently patted Teddy's stiff head and said with a smile, "Since you love to pick up things so much, just send this gift back to Xiantian Academy as it is." Woo, woof? Teddy's hair stood up, his black eyes widened, and his entire face was distorted into an emoticon. Let me go to Xiantian Academy as an undercover agent? This is no different than throwing braised pork to wolves. It shook its head wildly, and its little claws left several scratches on the ground. It is just a watchdog at the spiritual master level. Normally, it can only scare wild cats. If it really wants to fight, it may not even be able to defeat the monsters and ghosts on the roadside. It's called Roadside One. Lu Jin chuckled and scratched Teddy's chin with his bony fingers. Why are you so cowardly? A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. I, the principal, will personally accompany you on this journey. When it comes to revenge, of course you have to take it while it's hot. Ouch. Teddy kept shaking his head, his furry front paws trembling as he pointed towards the school gate. Its meaning is obvious. Xiantian Academy has a large school protection formation. Outsiders cannot enter without permission. How did it bring the soul-eating bomb in? Forget about bringing bombs. Not even a dog hair can float in. However, Lu Jin gently patted its head and smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, just follow me. I have my own way. Wancheng Xiantian Academy. The tall teaching building stood majestically, and on the 9-layered eaves sat a bronze evil-suppressing beast, shining coldly in the moonlight. The entire building is made of North Sea black jade, and every brick and stone is engraved with complex spirit-gathering array patterns. A gilded plaque is hung at the main entrance of the main building, with 4 large characters Xiantian Academy written in a flamboyant style. In front of the main gate of Xiantian Academy, faint formation patterns flowed on the bluestone steps, and an invisible barrier enveloped the entire academy. The Xiantian Academy school defense formation is called the Tiangang Beidou Demon Refining Formation. According to legend, this formation was created by the first principal after observing the Beidou constellation. Over the past 300 years, countless demons and monsters have turned into ashes the moment they were touched by the light of the formation. Even if one is a spiritual warrior at the Spirit Emperor level, if he does not enter through the main gate, his body and soul will be destroyed. The night wind suddenly rose. 2 black shadows, one tall and one short, stood silently in the shadow of the school's outer wall like ink drops into water. Lu Jin tapped the black box lightly with his fingertips, and a dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little guy, it's your turn. Teddy shrank his neck and looked at him pitifully, his fluffy tail wagging nervously. Rejection was written all over the dog's face. Don't act pitiful. Lu Jin squatted down and patted its head, with a threatening tone that could not be refused. Either you go in obediently, or I'll eat dog meat hot pot tonight. Woo! Teddy drooped his ears and resigned himself to crawling into the paper box prepared by Lu Jin. Written crookedly on the cardboard box were a few large words, "Please take me in. I can warm your bed." There was also a scribbled dog paw print next to it. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction, and with a flick of his finger, the paper box slid lightly towards the gate of Xiantian Academy. Remember, after you go in, find the spiritual vein of Xiantian Academy, place the soul-devouring bomb and run. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. If you dare to play tricks. Teddy peeked out one eye from the gap in the cardboard box and nodded tremblingly. It's just an innocent dog, why should it suffer so much? Not long after, the gate of the school slowly opened and the sound of light footsteps was heard. This is a female student who is returning from a late-night snack. The girl was wearing a moon-white school uniform specially made for Xiantian Academy. Her waist-length black hair was loosely tied up with a silver ribbon, and there was a lavender pattern embroidered on the sleeves of her clothes. The hem of her skirt swayed with her steps, revealing a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs. In her left hand she held an oil paper bag, from which wafted the faint sweet aroma of sugar-roasted chestnuts. "Ha! Why is there a box here?" A clear female voice sounded, and the paper box was gently picked up by a pair of fair hands. Teddy cautiously poked half of his head out and met a pair of clear, bright almond-shaped eyes. The girl widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, with a hint of innocence and curiosity between her brows. She looked down at the shivering puppy in the box and couldn't help laughing. "Oh, what a cute dog! Woof woof!" Teddy blinked his eyes the size of black beans, wagged his tail, and bowed, using all his life skills. "Wow, so cute!" The girl reached out and rubbed Teddy's head. "Who left you here?" "Teddy? How pitiful." The girl was immediately melted by the cuteness and was completely unaware of the danger. Instead, she gently picked up the cardboard box and turned to walk into the school. "Since no one wants you, then come home with me. I will adopt you." As she spoke, she picked up the cardboard box and walked towards the school. Teddy poked his head out of the cardboard box and gave Lou Jean, who was hiding behind the tree, a expression. Under the shadow of the trees in the distance, Lou Jean watched the girl and Teddy disappear into the school gate, with a slight smile on his lips. "Treat others as you would like to be treated." Lou Jean stood up slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Shutdown Academy, I will make you pay the price tonight." Chapter 99: Undercover Self-Cultivation. Teddy sat in the cardboard box with a sad look on his face, smelling the faint fragrance from the girl, his little tail wagging leisurely. With this cute and adorable appearance, who would have thought that it was an undercover agent sent by Shanghai Academy? The girl stroked its head and said with a smile, "I will keep you in the dormitory from now on, okay?" Teddy immediately pricked up his ears, wagged his tail as if he was about to take off, and his round black eyes were filled with ecstasy. The girls' dormitory. That's a legendary holy place. What a pity. Subconsciously, it lowered its head and glanced between its empty hind legs, and the whole dog suddenly became a little wilted. If that thing was still there, with its cute appearance, it would probably become the darling of the whole building and reach the peak of its dog life. The girl raised her index finger to her lips and lowered her voice to a very low level. "Shoo, our school doesn't allow pets. There's a security room in front, don't make any noise." The teddy bear in the cardboard box immediately understood and obediently retracted its head, even curling up the tip of its tail. Under the moonlight, the girl, holding a cardboard box, tiptoed past the window of the security room. The old security guard was dozing off, the blue light from the surveillance screen reflected on his gray stubble, and he was unaware of the dark shadow passing by. It was not until he passed through the last iron fence that Teddy poked his wet nose out of the box and took a deep breath of the cool night air. Just then, call. A hot, smelly breath suddenly blew onto its back, scorching some of its curly hairs. Teddy froze and slowly looked up. Suddenly, I was faced with a bloody mouth that was right in front of me. The monster in front of him was shaped like a giant lion, but it was more than twice as big as an ordinary lion. Its body is covered with golden scales like armor, each of which has a cold and hard metallic luster. Its mane is not ordinary hair, but a burning red flame that rises and falls with its breathing. A string of black iron bells hangs around its neck, and as it lowers its head, a dull clang sound is emitted. The most terrifying thing was the pair of vertical pupils like molten gold. Lightning surged deep in the pupils, reflecting Teddy's terrified and distorted dog face. Woof, woof, woof? What the hell? Teddy's eyes widened, his hind legs went limp, and he almost peed in the box. The monster slowly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp white fangs, and its smelly saliva dripped onto Teddy's head. This is none other than Shutdown Academy's guardian spirit beast, the mountain guarding Swanee. At this moment, the golden mane of the mountain guarding Swanee stood up, and murderous intent danced in its amber eyes as it stared at Teddy viciously. Its intuition told it that there was something strange about the smell of this Teddy. Woo! Teddy suddenly got angry and wanted to run away. But he immediately remembered Lou Jean's threat of dog meat hot pot and suddenly gave up the idea. If the task is completed successfully, it will be this. If he gets cold feet tonight, it'll be this. It buried its head in the girl's shoulder, trembling all over and squeezing out 2 tears, revealing a expression. Xiao Jean. You scared it. The girl slapped the wet nose of Swanee. Question mark. The nursing school spirit beast was stunned on the spot and touched its nose with its claws in disbelief. Could it be that this ferocious and domineering nursing school beast is not as good as a little brown-haired Teddy? Teddy kept shrinking into the cardboard box, making a grieved gurgling sound in his throat. Look how scared you are of the little guy. The girl held the paper box in front of Swanee. How could such a cute show dog have any bad intentions? Teddy stuck out his pink tongue at the right time and licked the girl's face full of saliva. Swanee was still staring at Teddy viciously, as if he was going to tear it into pieces in the next second. Still staring? The girl grabbed its ears. You won't have any meat or bones to eat tonight. Roar! The mountain guardian Swanee could no longer endure it. A roar was sounded, and its front paws revealed a half-meter-long sharp blade, and it was about to smash Teddy and the box into a meat patty. Xiao Jin, you are crazy. The girl immediately hugged the paper box in her arms. This is the pet I picked up, you can't hurt it. The sharp claw blade stopped 3 inches away from the girl's back. The golden pupils of Swanee shrank violently. It could smell the strange scent hidden inside that furry thing. The spiritual power fluctuations of the soul-devouring bomb were as dazzling as a beacon fire in the dark night in its perception. Teddy curled up tightly in the cardboard box and stuffed the bomb deeper into the blanket. You're just jealous of Shiogo's cuteness. The girl's cheeks flushed with anger, and she kicked the beast's front paw. Bad dog. Go away. The nostrils of the Swanee twitched and its fangs creaked. It turned slowly, seemingly giving up the idea of attacking Teddy. The girl and Teddy breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The mountain guardian Swanee growled and slowly walked away. 1 step, 2 steps. The time is now. Look back and take it out. The huge body of the mountain guarding Swanee suddenly turned around, and its bloody mouth bit the paper box with a fishy smell. Bold. The girl's eyes were filled with golden light, and her slender right leg drew a crescent-shaped trajectory. Her jade foot was wrapped in a light golden aura, and she kicked Swanee in the face with a bang. The spiritual beast weighing 1,000 pounds flew out like a ragbag and crashed through 2 large trees before stopping. Stupid Xiao Jin, stupid Xiao Jin. I'm Jiang Wan, the top student in Xiantian Academy. Go ask the dean if he will allow me to keep a pet. The girl held the teddy bear in one hand and brushed off the dust on her skirt with the other. If you scare my dog again, I'll kick your dandan next time. The mountain guarding Swanee howled twice on the ground, then left in disgrace with its tail between its legs. DDD. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? Anyway, the duty has been fulfilled. What's the point of my life with only 3,000 spirit coins for dog food a month? Teddy in the cardboard box? Jiangwan lowered her head and kissed Teddy's head. Be good, sister will take you to dinner. The majestic and awe-inspiring mountain guardian Swanee looked back and let out a vicious owl sound on the spot. You boy, you are not worthy of being my advisor. The huge Xiantian Academy will be destroyed by a bunch of idiots like you sooner or later. Lil. Jiangwan turned around, made a face, and walked happily towards the dormitory area holding the cardboard box. As the top student in the grade, she had her own bamboo house with a small courtyard. When she opened the door, a faint scent of medicine hit her face. She carefully placed Teddy on the cushion and stood on tiptoe to search the top layer of the mahogany cabinet. Wait a moment, little cutie, I'll find you something delicious. Teddy sat obediently on the cardboard box, slapping the ground regularly with his tail. His eyes, like black grapes, turned vigilantly. Something is wrong. The room was filled with an abnormally strong medicinal aroma, and the various herbs on the shelves had an eerie sheen. There is also a faint smell of blood in the air. When Jiangwan was about to get into the closet, her eyes suddenly changed, and the gentle and pleasant smile just now disappeared. Instead, there was an extremely cold look in his eyes. Hee, little dog, do you know? My Huihuahuashua Dan is just missing a living medicine. The corners of Jiangwan's mouth widened, and his entire face twisted into a weird arc in the shadows. I was originally planning to catch a wild rabbit, but I didn't expect a stupid dog to come to my door. Jiangwan's pupils dilated with excitement, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated arc, revealing an extremely morbid smile. Repair the dog, it's a pity that you don't understand human language. You didn't know that I was going to make an elixir for you soon, ha ha ha. Chapter 100. Strike first and gain the upper hand. In the dark room, the temperature instantly dropped to freezing point. Teddy was squatting in the cardboard box and was sweating profusely, but he still put on a cute expression. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's den. I am so cute, but I can actually meet a sickly girl. Cute little dog, I will soon be able to refine a barking pill. Jiangwan hummed a little tune and took out a bronze alchemy furnace from the cabinet. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw only the wide open window, with the curtains rustling in the night wind. The residual heat on the cushion showed that the furry teddy was gone. "Where's my dog?" Jianwan was stunned. He immediately threw away the alchemy furnace and rushed to the window. The brown-haired teddy bear was running wildly on the cobblestone road of the academy at an incredible speed, and its 4 short legs almost left an afterimage. "You stupid dog, can you really understand human language?" The corners of Jianwan's mouth slowly stretched to his ears, and a sickly blush spread from his neck to his cheeks. She supported herself on the windowsill with one hand and jumped out, her dress rustling in the night wind. "Little dog, sister has changed her mind. It would be more interesting to dissect you alive first." Teddy ran wildly in the night with the black box in his mouth, and the runes on the surface of the black box flickered as he ran. "Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been turned into an elixir by that perverted woman. This is all the fault of that bastard Principal Lu Jin, who forced me to be an undercover agent. I'm not a real person, but you are a real dog. There is no good thing about human beings." At this moment, 2 footsteps suddenly came from the front. Woof! Teddy slammed on the brakes to avoid the flashlight of the patrolling security guard and dived into the gap in the rockery. "Ha! Was there a brown shadow just passing by? It looks like a stray dog. I don't know where it ran off to." Teddy waited until the 2 security guards walked away before he cautiously poked his head out. Then, taking advantage of the night, he continued to run wildly. Teddy's little heart was beating wildly in his chest, and his black nose kept twitching, catching the faint scent of spiritual stone in the air. It doesn't know where the spiritual vein of Xintian Academy is. But it has a very good nose. Can smell the scent of spirit stone. Wherever the smell of spiritual stone is the strongest, that must be where the spiritual vein is. It followed the scent through the dark bamboo path behind the library. I had to stop every few steps and prick up my ears alertly. The footsteps of patrolling security guards in the distance could be heard from time to time. Hoo-hoo! Teddy panted and burrowed into the garden bushes, a few fallen leaves clinging to his curly hair. Under the cover of night, it was like a moving shadow, deftly avoiding all passers-by. Fortunately, it is late at night and its body is very small. Hard to be discovered. Even if it was seen by several security guards, with its cute and adorable appearance, who would believe it was an undercover agent from Shanghai College? Teddy followed the scent all the way, and suddenly, an extremely strong aura hit him in the face, stimulating him so much that he sneezed 3 times. Teddy looked up suddenly and saw an ancient well hidden behind the training ground. The well mouth glowed blue in the moonlight. This is the source of the rich smell of spirit stone. The spiritual vein of Xintian Academy is actually hidden in an ancient well. As expected of being one of the top 10 undergraduate colleges in Wancheng, its mind is so terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, he would never have thought that this ordinary ancient well contained a priceless spiritual vein. But it is a dog that has absorbed spiritual power. Not even the slightest smell can escape its keen nose. Right now. Without any hesitation, Teddy used his hind legs to swing violently. A beautiful parabola accurately dropped the soul-eating bomb into the well. The moment the black box entered the water, the spiritual vein light at the bottom of the well suddenly flickered violently, and bubbles began to gurgle on the water surface. Once the soul-devouring bomb comes into contact with the spiritual vein, a strong psychic reaction will occur. In 5 seconds, a devastating explosion will occur. Woof! Done. Just as Teddy was about to turn around, the skin on the back of his neck suddenly tightened. "Found you, bad dog." Jiang Wan's voice sounded above his head, and she was standing behind Teddy without him knowing. The girl had a strange smile on her face, holding a pair of scissors that flashed with cold light. "Let me see what kind of little monster you are." On the top floor of the office building, Principal Xiao Tianxian stood in front of the French window with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a dark golden robe with the cuffs embroidered with the unique 9-star pattern of Xintian Academy. "Director Wang." Xiao Tianxian tapped the window frame with his fingertips, his voice carrying a hint of anxiety. "Any news about the people sent to Shanghai College?" Dean Wangchen stepped forward and smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry, Principal. Black Hawk is a soldier we trained, and the soul-devouring bomb is also the latest version developed by our school. As long as he succeeds, the underground spiritual vein of Shanghai Academy will be wiped out. Then why is there no news about him yet?" Xiao Tianxian suddenly turned around, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "It's already 11 o'clock at night. Even if they are setting off firecrackers, there should be some noise, right? You know, Black Hawk had already set off at 6 in the afternoon. Shanghai College and Xiantian Academy are only 2 kilometers apart. 5 hours have passed, and there is no movement at all? Wang Chen's forehead was covered with sweat, but he still forced a smile. Don't worry, Principal. Black Hawk is at the peak of the Spirit King realm. As far as I know, few of those useless people from Shanghai Academy can match him. Bang! The teacup exploded on the wall, and tea leaves mixed with porcelain fragments splashed onto Wang Chen's trouser legs. What I want is the spiritual vein. Xiao Tianquan's eyes were bloodshot and veins on his neck bulged. I didn't listen to you bragging about how good he is at fighting. Wang Chen's mouth trembled, and he hurriedly took out his phone. Please be patient, Principal, I will contact him right away. Beep, beep, sorry, the phone you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. When Wang Chen heard the notification tone on his cell phone, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Strange, Black Hawk's phone is off? Xiao Tianquan's face turned pale. Contact him again. Regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, you must send a message back. Wang Chen's fingers slid across the screen in panic, and cold sweat flowed down his temple to his chin. Principal, don't worry, I'll call again. Wang Chen quickly called again. Beep, beep. The call prompt tone was particularly harsh in the silent office. Once, twice, when the third beep sounded. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion outside the window. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion tore through the night sky. The violent flow of spiritual energy instantly engulfed the entire spiritual vein, the ground shook violently, and the shockwave overturned all the buildings within a radius of 100 meters. The patrolling security guard nearby was blown several feet away before he could react. What's going on? Panicked shouts came from outside. Spiritual vein, the spiritual vein exploded. The entire office building shook violently, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling crashed to the ground, sending fragments flying everywhere. What's the noise? Xiao Tianquan's face suddenly changed and he rushed to the window. I saw a faint blue flame rising into the sky from that precious Xian-level spiritual vein. The violent spiritual energy turbulence swept around like a hurricane, cutting the nearby training tower in half. The security guards cried and ran away, and a few who ran slowly were torn into pieces by the spiritual storm in an instant. Spiritual vein, our spiritual vein. Wang Chen stood in front of the window and took a closer look, then suddenly collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. Shouldn't it be Shanghai Academy's spiritual vein that was blown up? Why was it our spiritual vein? Xiao Tianquan's fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. What was even more terrifying was that he was very familiar with the spiritual energy fluctuations caused by the spiritual vein explosion. It was their specially made soul-devouring bomb. Who did it? The spiritual energy around Xiao Tianxian surged, shattering the entire floor-to-ceiling window into pieces. He stared at Wang Chen, furious. Why are you standing there? Go check the damage to your spiritual veins. At the same time, Lu Jin stood with his hands behind his back on a towering tree outside Xiantian Academy. The night wind blew his clothes, making a rustling sound. Lu Jin looked coldly at the flames rising from Xiantian Academy, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tianxian, he whispered to himself, his voice carrying a bone-chilling chill. If you want to blow up my spiritual vein, I'll destroy yours first.